Chapter 1. The Demon Records. Zachariah, wake up, it's time for patrol. Jolted awake by the shaking, Zachariah opened his eyes. A stranger's face loomed before him. Just as Zachariah was about to ask who this person was, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Have I been transported? Zachariah couldn't help but laugh bitterly. One moment I'm asleep, and the next, I've become a disciple guarding the demon locking tower in the Shu Mountain Sect. The Shu Mountain Sect is located in the central region of China, renowned far and wide as a prestigious cultivation sect. Its founding patriarch, Xuanhuan, had a deep-seated hatred for evil and took on the duty of eradicating demons and monsters. Hence, he built the demon locking tower to imprison the demonic beings that plagued the central region. Zachariah stood up and glanced at his plain gray robe. The gray robe signified the lowest-ranking disciples who were also responsible for daily menial tasks within the sect. Unfortunately, he had been chosen to guard the demon locking tower. This was no easy task. While the guards received meager benefits, the danger level was exceptionally high. Since its establishment, the demon locking tower has experienced 3 major riots and countless small-scale uprisings by the imprisoned demons. Each riot resulted in heavy casualties among the guards. Such a situation and destiny did not bode well for Zachariah. Moreover, the demon locking tower was heavily infused with malevolent energy. Staying in such a place for too long could cause various health issues for anyone with a weak constitution. Unfortunately, Zachariah fell victim to this fate. His original body was already frail, and he came to the Shu Mountain Sect to cultivate and change his fate. However, after entering the demon locking tower, he was infiltrated by malevolent energy, further worsening his already fragile condition. Finally, he passed away today, only to be replaced by the transported Zachariah. This body, it's almost better off abandoned. Zachariah felt almost on the verge of tears. Even walking a few steps left him breathless. This body was incredibly weak. Though the daily patrols are boring, don't look so dejected. If the Isaiahs see you like this, you'll never leave the demon locking tower. The person reprimanding Zachariah was an Isaiah disciple named Stanley, who had entered the sect a few years earlier than Zachariah. Stanley had been in the demon locking tower for 10 years. Although his body wasn't as weak as Zachariah's, prolonged exposure to this place had drained all color from his face, making him look like the ghostly pale-face Yama. Senior brother Stanley, do we still have a chance to leave? Following behind Stanley, Zachariah weakly asked as they navigated through the corridors. Of course. Anwar told us before we entered that if we perform well, he would notice and eventually promote us to white-robe disciples. White-robe disciples were 1 rank higher than gray-robe disciples and didn't have to perform menial tasks. Upon hearing this, Zachariah inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. Such obvious empty promises, yet you still believe them? You've been eating this pie for 10 years, aren't you tired of it yet? Zachariah's expression darkened, leaving Stanley speechless. After patrolling the first floor of the demon locking tower, they moved on to the second floor. The tower had 8 floors in total. The higher the floor, the more dangerous the confined demons. The topmost floor housed demons that wreaked havoc across entire nations. It was even rumored that a demon sovereign with grave sins was sealed there. However, the details were unknown to Zachariah since their patrol area was limited to the 5th floor. Above the 5th floor, they were forbidden to go without permission. After finishing the patrol on the 5th floor, 2 hours had passed. Zachariah felt completely drained. Each floor of the demon locking tower was divided into 4 sections: east, west, south, and north. The internal design was labyrinthine. Unfamiliar people would easily get lost and couldn't find their way out. Combined with numerous traps and formations, even regular personnel had to proceed cautiously. Therefore, what seemed like simple patrols actually required significant mental and physical effort. Returning to the resting room on the 1st floor, Zachariah felt his legs weighed down as if filled with lead, trembling slightly as he sat on a chair. Stanley failed to notice his state, continuing to scold him. You've been here for half a year now. How can you still be a novice, unable to recognize the route? Without dedication, how can the Isaiahs take notice of you? Zachariah wanted to retort, but found himself speechless. Before he could catch his breath, the bell on his waist suddenly rang. Every guard of the demon locking tower carried such a bell. When it rang, it meant there was additional work to be done. Quick, gather at the entrance. Stanley immediately ran, demonstrating his professionalism. Such dedication was admirable yet frustrating. Wait for me. Struggling to stand, Zachariah followed behind Stanley with difficulty. Moments later, they reached the entrance. Including Zachariah, 4 guards lined up in 2 rows. An elite disciple dressed in blue stood before them, tossing an unconscious woman onto the ground. With a cool tone, he said, "You 4, lock her in an empty cell on the 2nd floor." Everyone looked down. The woman on the ground was tightly bound by the Shu Mountain Sect's unique demon restraining ropes. Her attire was provocative, accentuating her exaggerated figure, exposing large patches of snowy skin, a sight that left everyone mesmerized, especially young men. Humph, control your gazes. The blue-robed disciple suddenly warned. This woman is a demoness from the Harmony Sect, infamous for draining men of their essence until they turn into dried husks. If you want to live, stop staring. At this, everyone regained their senses and dared not look anymore. The Harmony Sect was notorious for producing demonesses skilled in absorbing yang essence, striking fear into the hearts of virtuous youths. They each grabbed one of her limbs and carried her away without glancing back, adhering to the principle of cherishing life and staying away from demonesses. Zachariah, moving slowly, ended up locking the door. Just as Zachariah was about to lock the door, a red ancient book titled The Demon Records suddenly appeared in his mind. Flipping open to the first page, an image of a woman appeared. It was identical to the demoness they just imprisoned. **demoness. Alacia***. Cultivation level, Spirit Transformation 8th stage. Martial art, Harmony Secret Technique. Skills, Charm Technique, Phantom Body Method, Heartbreaking Palm. Daily Extracts, Yang Essence *10, Cultivation Experience *20. Zachariah's heart raced. This must be my golden finger. Chapter 1. The Demon Chronicle. Zachariah, wake up. It's time for patrol. Awakened by a series of shakes, Zachariah opened his eyes. A stranger's face loomed before him. Just as Zachariah was about to ask who this person was, memories flooded into his mind. Jayad, I just get transported? Zachariah couldn't help but laugh bitterly. One moment, I wake up and suddenly I'm a disciple of the Mount Sutra sect's demon-locking pagoda. The Mount Sutra sect, located in the Central Plains, was a renowned Taoist cultivation sect. Its founding ancestor, xuanhuan, had an intense aversion to evil and took on the responsibility of slaying demons and subduing monsters. Therefore, he established the demon-locking pagoda to imprison those demons that wreaked havoc in the Central Plains. Zachariah stood up and looked down at his plain gray robe. Gray robe signified the lowest rank and status among disciples, responsible for daily menial tasks within the sect. Unfortunately, he was selected to guard the demon-locking pagoda. This was not a desirable job. Martial art duty paid little and came with high risks. Since its establishment, the pagoda had experienced 3 major riots and countless minor disturbances. Every time there was a riot, many guards ended up dead or severely injured. Such a situation and fate left Zachariah far from elated. Additionally, the demon chi in the pagoda was intense. People with weak constitutions who stayed here for long would inevitably develop various health problems. Unfortunately, Zachariah was no exception. His original physical condition was already poor. He had come to Mount Sutra to cultivate precisely to change his destiny. Yet, after entering the pagoda, his body was infiltrated by demon chi, worsening his already weak constitution. Eventually, it caused his untimely death, allowing Zachariah's soul to possess this body. This body, it's barely worth keeping. Zachariah felt almost like crying. Just walking a few steps left him panting. It was so frail. Though daily patrols are boring, you shouldn't look so listless. If the Isaiahs see you like this, you'll never leave the pagoda, said the person scolding Zachariah, an Isaiah disciple named Stanley who had entered the sect several years earlier. Stanley had been in the pagoda for 10 years. Though his constitution wasn't as weak as Zachariah's, his complexion showed no blood, almost making him resemble a ghost. Senior brother Stanley, will we ever have a chance to leave? Following behind Stanley through the corridors, Zachariah asked weakly. Of course. Before Anwar sent us here, he assured us that if we performed well, he would promote us to white-robed disciples eventually. White-robed disciples were one level higher than gray-robed ones, and did not need to perform miscellaneous chores. Hearing this, Zachariah inwardly cursed. How could anyone still believe such blatant promises? You've eaten this pie for 10 years, can you still not get enough? Zachariah's face darkened, and Stanley's words silenced him instantly. After patrolling the first floor of the pagoda, they moved to the second. The demon-locking pagoda had 8 floors in total. Each floor above contained more dangerous demons. On the topmost floor were imprisoned national-level great demons, and even supposedly the sin-heavy demon overlord. But Zachariah had no way of knowing the exact details since their patrol range was limited to the 5th floor. Going above required special permission. By the time they finished patrolling the 5th floor, 2 hours had passed. Zachariah felt almost exhausted. Each floor of the pagoda was divided into 4 sections, east, west, south, and north, and was designed like a maze. If one wasn't familiar with the routes, it was easy to get lost. Additionally, numerous traps and formations made even internal personnel cautious. Thus, though patrols seemed simple, they demanded significant mental and physical effort. Back at the rest room on the 1st floor, Zachariah's legs felt heavy as lead, and he trembled slightly as he sat on a chair. Stanley, unaware of Zachariah's exhaustion, began reprimanding him again. You've been here for over half a year, yet you still don't know your way around? If you're not focused, how can the Isaiahs see any potential in you? Listening to this, Zachariah wanted to snap back but could say nothing. Before he could catch his breath, the bell on his waist rang. Every guard had such a bell. When it rang, it meant they had other duties. Hurry, gather at the entrance. Stanley turned and ran immediately, his dedication causing both admiration and annoyance. Wait for me. Zachariah struggled to stand and followed closely behind. Moments later, they reached the entrance. Including Zachariah, 4 tower guards lined up in pairs. In front of them stood elite blue-robed disciples, tossing an unconscious woman to the ground. The blue-robed disciple coldly commanded, "Take her to the vacant cell on the 2nd floor." Everyone's gazes shifted downwards. The woman was tightly bound by the unique binding ropes of Mount Sutra. Her revealing outfit accentuated her exaggerated curves, exposing much skin that captivated everyone, especially young men. Watch yourselves, the blue-robed disciple snorted. This woman is a demoness from the Harmony sect, known for draining men's yang essence. There are too many men she has dried up to count. If you want to live, stop staring. Upon hearing this, everyone regained their senses and avoided looking further. The Harmony sect was notorious for producing seductive demonesses, feared by virtuous young men. The 4 men carried her limbs, quickly moving the demoness away. She was surprisingly light, making the task fairly easy even for Zachariah. Upon reaching the vacant cell on the 2nd floor, they promptly turned away, adhering to the principle of cherishing life and avoiding demonesses. 3 of them sped away without a second glance. Zachariah, being the slowest, was left to lock the door. As Zachariah lowered his head to lock the door, a red ancient book appeared in his mind. The cover read, The Demon Chronicle. Flipping open the first page, an image of a woman emerged, the same one he had just imprisoned. Demoness. Alacia. Cultivation level. Spirit formation 8th rank. Martial technique. Harmony secret art. Abilities. Charm technique. Shadow movement. Heart-shattering palm. Daily extracts. Yang essence *10. Cultivation experience *20. Zachariah's heart raced. Has my golden finger finally arrived? Chapter 2. Breaking through to the third level of James' refinement. The Demon Codex can record captured demons, allowing Zachariah to obtain benefits that are advantageous to him. As long as I capture a demon, I can earn daily rewards. These rewards include experience points for improving my cultivation. Doesn't that mean I can get stronger just by capturing demons? Zachariah's heart raced with excitement. To him, this Demon Codex was no different from a lifeline. It was like receiving rain in the midst of a long drought. Strange. Why does this Demon Codex only record one rose? There were many demons inside the demon locking tower. Why did only one page appear in the Demon Codex? Could it have something to do with whether or not I take responsibility for imprisoning this demon? Upon closer consideration, this might very well be the case. However, he had merely locked up the demon and hadn't participated in its capture. Can I gain more benefits if I participate directly in the capture? Zachariah pondered internally, but didn't dare think too far ahead for now. Participating in the capture of demons was an extremely dangerous activity, and with his current strength, he would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. He should just lie low for now, and wait until he develops further. Suppressing his excitement, Zachariah checked the personal information on the back cover of the Demon Codex. Host: Zachariah. Cultivation: second level of James refinement, 0/100. Martial art: basic James cultivation technique of Mount Shu. Skill: none. Xuanhuan ability: none. Physique: weak body. Extractable rewards: Yang Essence *10, cultivation experience *20. With only 20 experience points, extracting them now wouldn't make much sense. My body is heavily infiltrated by an evil chi. This Yang Essence can help me replenish. Zachariah silently chanted, "Extract Yang Essence." Instantly, he felt an overwhelming heat injected into his body. His blood and chi surged all at once, like a boiling wave. The hidden, evil chi within his limbs was instantly washed away by this hot wave, vanishing without a trace. Zachariah felt the strength flowing out of his limbs again. His body even felt lighter. No longer burdened by the sensation of carrying 100 pounds while walking. Awesome. Zachariah took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt as if his physique had returned to normal. At least, he no longer had to endure the drag of his weak body. That half-dead feeling after walking 2 steps was truly unbearable. Yang Essence really is a great thing. Inside the demon locking tower, where the energy is heavy, having a weak physique and insufficient Yang Essence makes one more susceptible to energy infiltration. Over time, this forms a vicious cycle. But now Zachariah didn't have to worry about insufficient Yang Essence. The rose provided enough Yang Essence for him to resist the evil chi here. But, shouldn't this rose be heavy with energy? How could she provide Yang Essence? After some thought, Zachariah believed this was related to her identity. As a rose from the Joyful Union Sect who excels in absorbing Yang to supplement she probably had excess Yang Essence that hadn't been fully absorbed yet, hence benefiting Zachariah. Why are you taking so long to lock it up? Have you been charmed by that rose? Just as Zachariah was overjoyed, Stanley complained behind him. He had already left but came back upon seeing Zachariah lagging behind. Worried something had happened to him. "I'm fine, let's go." Zachariah quickly secured the door. Stanley didn't notice the change in Zachariah. Glancing into the cell and seeing the rose still unconscious, he left with Zachariah. After resting for 2 hours, Zachariah continued patrolling with Stanley. Tower guards must conduct 3 fixed patrols daily, primarily checking the condition of the imprisoned demons and promptly removing any dead ones. Occasionally, senior masters would come for interrogations or take them for disciples training sessions, and tower guards had to cooperate fully. After several rounds of patrol, Zachariah wasn't even out of breath. Only then did Stanley realize something unusual about his colleague. "Not bad. You finally pulled yourself together. If you work hard, you'll become a white robe and leave this place." Zachariah smiled helplessly. He didn't say he no longer wanted to leave. Wasn't staying here to develop a better option? Stanley, however, seemed fixated on his goal. Zachariah didn't plan to persuade him. Such people were too stubborn to reason with. Trying would only lead to unnecessary effort. For 3 consecutive days, no new demons entered the demon locking tower. After accumulating 30 Yang Essence points and extracting them all, Zachariah felt his internal chi surging continuously, giving him endless energy. Of course, due to the excessive Yang Essence, his desires also intensified significantly, scaring him into stopping the extraction. Without those worries, his mind became sharper, no longer clouded as before. His previous self couldn't remember routes after spending 6 months in the demon locking tower, likely due to being in a daze. Only now did Zachariah truly understand the saying, "A healthy body is the capital of revolution." His predecessor's miserable existence stemmed from that awful physique. Things were different now. Not only did Zachariah feel incredibly fit, but his memory improved significantly. Within 3 days, he memorized all the routes below the 5th floor of the demon locking tower. After 2 more days, cultivation experience reached 100 points, triggering a breakthrough opportunity. Without hesitation, Zachariah extracted all the cultivation experience points. In that instant, Zachariah felt a surge of power entering his body, quickly absorbed by his entire frame. After steadying his breath, Zachariah felt extraordinarily rejuvenated. Broken through. Host: Zachariah. Cultivation: third level of James refinement, 0/100. Martial art: basic James cultivation technique of Mount Shu. Skill: none. Xuanhuan ability: none. Physique: Yang surplus body. Extractable rewards: Yang Essence *20. In this world, cultivation stages progressed from James refinement, true essence, spirit transformation, spirit aperture, spirit sea, core formation, mystic infancy, heaven man. It took Zachariah nearly half a year to reach the second level of James refinement after stepping into the threshold of James refinement in the demon locking tower. Now, it only took 5 days. Such speed would be extraordinary even among the entire Mount Shu sect, causing quite a stir if known. Stay low profile. Zachariah knew he was far from strong enough to attract unwanted attention. If the higher-ups noticed his unusual cultivation progress, they might suspect him of making secret deals with demons. Carrying the demon-subduing staff, Zachariah walked alone down the corridors now, familiar with the routes. Stanley was happy to see him competent, leading them to part ways. Demons in the cells shrank back in fear at the sight of the demon-subduing staff. The staff itself was not a magical weapon but gained power from the golden light talisman affixed to it, causing soul-piercing pain when striking the restrained demons. Patrolling alone to the second level, a soft, seductive voice suddenly whispered in Zachariah's ear, reaching into his bones. Elon, come play with me. Please note, this translation has maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 3, Evil Cultivator. Zachariah looked in the direction of the sound. Standing at the prison cell's door was a ravishing woman, her clothes daring and thin as gossamer, hinting at an allure that truly set one's imagination aflame. More captivating than bare skin itself. It was clearly Xianxia, the enchantress from the Joy sect. She had awoken 2 days ago, but only now seemed to have some vigor. Zachariah quickly pinched his thigh to regain composure. When he came to his senses, Zachariah noticed bruises all over her body, disheveled hair, making her look quite unkempt. Xianxia had just used a seduction spell, allowing Zachariah to see her at her most perfect and enticing. If not for being in the demon locking tower where cultivation levels were suppressed. With her 8th level spirit transformation prowess, Zachariah would never have resisted her charm. Do you want to play? Zachariah's gaze turned cold. He swung the demon-subduing staff in his hand and walked towards her. Seeing the thick as an arm stick in Zachariah's hand, Xianxia's face paled slightly. No, it's too thick. Too crude. Zachariah snorted. I advise you to behave, otherwise you'll regret it. Though Zachariah appeared harsh. A cold sweat trickled down his back as he left. Phew. His yang energy was flourishing, and this temptress almost proved fatal. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would already be lost in her charms. In the prison cell, Xianxia clenched her teeth, watching Zachariah leave. This man's strong yang energy was rare in the demon locking tower. Lately, she felt the yang essence within her mysteriously disappearing, which unsettled her greatly. So when Zachariah approached, she saw him as prey and wanted to replenish herself. If she could ensnare him and extract all his yang essence, she might recover some strength and escape. Narrowing her fox-like eyes, she murmured, I won't let you off. Elsewhere, Zachariah hurriedly left the eastern area of the second floor, reaching the western section. Passing a large prison cell, a deep voice suddenly spoke. You should be dead. Pausing, Zachariah turned to look into the adjacent cell. Inside was a gigantic figure. Over 2 meters tall and more than 1 meter broad-shouldered, he was incredibly muscular. Sitting there, he resembled a small mountain. Zachariah recognized most demons on floors below 5. This one, named Franco, was from the giant demon clan, known for his ferocity and natural brute strength. Rumored to crush a true essence cultivator's skull barehanded. Hundreds of cultivators had died by his hands. He arrived recently, having been imprisoned here only half a month. Hearing these words, Zachariah's heart skipped a beat. To think this muscular brute had such sharp perception. I can smell your death aura. You're heavily burdened with it. How are you still alive? Fascinating. If I get the chance, I must dissect you thoroughly, hee. Franco's fist-sized eyes stared at Zachariah with interest. Zachariah remained expressionless. You won't get that chance, not in this lifetime. Try another reincarnation. These words seemed to hit Franco's nerve. His face changed, lunging at Zachariah but restrained by chains. Only his massive head approached, his features twisted menacingly. Daring to defy me? To hell with you. Zachariah swung the demon-subduing staff onto his head. Franco howled like a trapped turtle, immediately retracting his head. Don't fall into my hands, or I'll tear you limb from limb. Franco roared furiously inside. Zachariah chuckled. Still threatening? Recently arrived, not enduring much suffering, always a few clueless ones. Zachariah activated the thunder array, electrocuting Franco until his eyes rolled up and foamed at the mouth. Just as Zachariah was about to leave, a bell rang. Stanley approached, momentarily stunned by the charred Franco. Zachariah explained, he was itchy, so I loosened his muscles. Stanley, indifferent to this triviality, pulled Zachariah away. Quickly gathered downstairs, Anwar is here. Zachariah was surprised. Anwar? The one who sold you pancakes? Thinking those irreverent thoughts, Zachariah dared only keep them to himself. They soon reached the first floor entrance. Zachariah met Anwar, whom Stanley spoke highly of. Anwar wore a crane-patterned Taoist robe, kind-eyed, perpetually smiling, short yet exuding elegance. Truly a dignified Isaiah. Behind him was a gaunt man, covered in wounds, bones showing through. His skin clung to his bones, blood seemingly drained dry. A wicked cultivator, using a blood sacrifice formation to torment innocent villagers, leaving hundreds dead. Today, I capture and imprison him here. Stanley stood rigidly beside him. This evil cultivator is your responsibility now. Place him in the 5th floor. Though I've drained his blood, his danger remains considerable. Beware. Yes. 6 disciples, including Zachariah, responded in unison. As Anwar prepared to leave, seeing Stanley hesitating, Zachariah nudged him, urging him to speak. Gathering courage, Stanley asked, Anwar, do you remember me? Anwar looked at him warmly. Oh, I remember. Anwar actually remembers me. Stanley's pale face flushed, clearly excited. Zachariah internally shook his head. Why ask this? Ask when he can leave. Is there anything else? Anwar inquired. No, nothing. Stanley stammered. And that was it. After Anwar left, Stanley lingered in joy. Brother Sue, see? Anwar remembers me, as I said, right? Chapter 4. The Frustrated Demoness. Evil Cultivator, Devon. Cultivation level, 5th stage of Crystal Formation Realm. Heart Method, Blood Sacrifice Prohibition. Techniques, Boiling Blood Technique, Blood Shadow Trace. Daily Extraction, Vital James +5, Cultivation Experience +80. After locking the door, Zachariah's mind immediately showed this page of content from the record of demons and monsters. The cultivation experience actually increased by so much. This single evil cultivator provides him with more cultivation experience each day than 4 Alatias combined. I didn't expect Alatia to become a unit of measurement. Zachariah chuckled. This was only the 5th floor of demons. What level would higher floors reach? And how much cultivation experience would he gain if he personally participated in capturing them? Forget it, that's not something I should be thinking about now. As soon as this thought came, Zachariah rejected it. After all, he was just a weakling at the James condensation stage. Why would he entertain such impractical ideas? Extract vital chi power. Zachariah commanded inwardly. Instantly, the blood in his body began to flow faster. He could clearly feel that his vital chi had become much stronger than before. The strength of vital chi directly affects one's physical attributes, including recovery abilities. The stronger the vital chi, the better one's physical functions. Before, due to the influence of the Demon Tower's malevolent energy, his body had been weakened with low vital chi levels. Although it recovered somewhat after absorbing Yang Essence, and his internal vital chi level improved, the rate of improvement was still too slow. Because of this, whenever Zachariah tried to use or apply force, there was always some obstruction. Now, with the increase in vital chi, he felt no discomfort. His ability to control energy and strength became extremely smooth. Whether it was reaction speed, physical strength, or recovery ability, all aspects improved significantly. Even his complexion became rosier, no longer looking like the ghastly white face of a ghost. A week passed. During this time, Zachariah's gains were not substantial, mainly because the Demon Tower did not receive many new demons. There were only 2 new demons total. One was a minor demon who hadn't committed too many crimes, imprisoned on the 1st floor. Its strength was at the 8th stage of James condensation, providing only 8 points of cultivation experience daily, barely useful. The other was stronger, at the 9th stage of True Essence, but it was a lecherous demon. It was said to have molested and harmed countless innocent women. When it was captured, it had already been beaten into an unrecognizable state by an indignant senior sister. Its genitalia had even been cut off. Its lower half was covered in blood, nearly dying when thrown into the Demon Tower. Though the lecherous demon wouldn't last long, Zachariah wouldn't refuse any cultivation experience. Every little bit counted. So although Zachariah wasn't originally assigned to imprison this demon, he volunteered to help. Naturally, his motive was to gain cultivation experience from the demon. However, in Stanley's eyes, Zachariah's actions implied something different. He believed Zachariah had taken his words to heart and was beginning to show initiative. Thanks to my tireless guidance, little brother Sue's thick head has finally opened up. He even knows to take on more tasks. He can be taught. Stanley was quite satisfied with Zachariah's performance. Meanwhile, Zachariah remained oblivious to what Stanley was thinking. Even if he knew, he would probably just sigh. Huff. In the rest room, Zachariah exhaled deeply, his breath steady and inward, his eyes shining brightly. 9th stage of James condensation. Due to the 80 points of cultivation experience provided by the evil cultivator, Zachariah was able to extract over 100 points daily. This meant he gained 1 level of cultivation per day. In just 1 week, Zachariah's cultivation reached the 9th stage of James condensation, nearing the breakthrough to the True Essence stage. This cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. But breaking through to the True Essence stage wasn't easy. Seeing his realm indicator showing James condensation 9th stage, 0/1000, Zachariah realized he needed another 1,000 points of cultivation experience for the next breakthrough. Zachariah wasn't anxious. This pace of cultivation suited him fine. Previously, it took more than half a year to advance a single stage. Now, in less than 2 weeks, he had almost reached the threshold of True Essence. Who needs a bicycle? Let's take it slow. Strengthen my foundation while accumulating experience. Within 10 days, I will break through to True Essence. Only by reaching True Essence would he gain some self-preservation ability. The 2nd floor of the Demon Tower also held demons starting from the True Essence stage. In fact, the world often misunderstands our Xuanhuan sect. Our paired cultivation techniques benefit both men and women. It's just that in the past, those men only wanted to take without giving, leading to backlash. As long as both sides have sincere hearts, treat each other sincerely, fully invest themselves, and consider the other, that is the true essence of paired cultivation. When Zachariah patrolled the 2nd floor with his demon-suppressing staff, Alatia seemed to be talking to herself inside her cell but was actually speaking to Zachariah. The demoness still hasn't given up hope. Zachariah raised an eyebrow. Over the week, every time he passed by, she would come close and say similar things. Her intentions couldn't be clearer. Each time, she used a charm technique, but fortunately, Zachariah was now experienced enough to pinch his thigh in advance when he approached her cell. If not for his strong blood chi and fast recovery, his thighs would have been bruised and purple by now. Reflecting on this, it wasn't a viable solution. To avoid being passive, Zachariah decided to take the initiative. Standing firmly before Alatia, Zachariah rhythmically tapped the demon-suppressing staff in his hand, his expression stern. Give up that foolish idea. This prison is your final resting place. No matter how much you plead, I won't give you any chance to escape. So, put away your lies or else you'll face my staff. With that, Zachariah forcefully struck the black iron gate, causing a sharp metallic clang that pierced Alicia's eardrums. But what was even sharper were Zachariah's words. They truly stung her heart. This was the first time Zachariah spoke to her in a week, yet his words completely crushed all her hopes. Alicia's face turned pale with anger. "You're not a man." Hearing this, Zachariah shrugged. "Provocation doesn't work on me. Demoness, do not tempt my Dao heart." His voice thundered. Alicia was utterly devastated. She had faced two major failures in her life, once being captured by a disciple of Mount Shu, and now encountering the impregnable Zachariah. "Little brother Sue, come here." Not far away, Stanley called out, and Zachariah responded, leaving. The dispirited Alicia's gaze subconsciously drifted towards Stanley standing beside Zachariah. Her dim eyes lit up slightly. "That guy doesn't seem very smart. I was too narrow-minded. I don't need to focus on just one person. Why not cast a wider net?" She mused. Chapter 5, True Essence Realm. Stanley came to find Zachariah because a core disciple within the sect had specifically requested to use demons for trials. Thus, they were tasked with escorting the demon out. Following Stanley to a prison cell on the second floor, Zachariah was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that the demon chosen for this purpose would be this lecherous fiend. This lecher was already physically crippled and mentally weak. Now he was going to be used for trials? Zachariah wasn't sympathizing with him. He just regretted that if the lecher died, his own cultivation experience gained from this lecher would be cut off, a bit of a waste. However, despite some reluctance, Zachariah still followed through. "What are you guys going to do?" Inside the cell, the lecherous fiend had long since woken up. Seeing Zachariah and Stanley approaching to open the door, an ominous feeling instantly overcame him. He wasn't stupid enough to think Zachariah and Stanley had come to release him. Without a word, Zachariah and Stanley lifted him up and started dragging him out. "Where are you taking me? Let me go." The lecher thought he was being taken for torture and loudly protested. Without certain body parts, his voice sounded much sharper. However, Zachariah and Stanley completely ignored his protests. Irritated by the constant whining, Zachariah delivered a blow with a stick, and the lecher ceased complaining. Outside the demon locking tower, a blue-robed female disciple, tightly dressed and slim-waisted, stood at the entrance, eyes sharp and demeanor valiant. In the sect, hierarchy was strict. From gray-robed servants to disciples in white, green, blue, purple, and finally red robes, each rank had distinct status. The highest-ranking Addisons were only below the Isaiahs and were pillars of the sect. Blue-robed disciples belonged to the elite class, holding a higher status than Zachariah's group. Just as the blue-robed female disciple was about to lose patience, Zachariah and Stanley dragged the lecherous fiend out. "The prisoner is here." Even when tied up and presented before her, the lecher remained unrepentant. His eyes still roamed over her figure. The blue-robed disciple coldly snorted, ignoring Zachariah and Stanley. Without another word, she took the prisoner away. Zachariah and Stanley exchanged glances. "Damn, this blue-robed disciple sure is arrogant," Zachariah muttered. Stanley quickly signaled for silence. "Junior brother Sue, be careful with your words." Zachariah then shut up. The next morning, when the lecher was returned, his eyes were gouged out. Mouth agape, he could only exhale but not inhale. Within half a day, his breath had completely ceased. His body was stiff everywhere except for one specific area, dead beyond revival. A pity. Zachariah felt a twinge of regret. Not out of sympathy, but because the lecher's swift death meant Zachariah couldn't gain more cultivation experience from him. It also reminded him of the futility of such rapid demise. He blamed the blue-robed female disciple for taking him out unnecessarily. The lecher didn't have much time left anyway. For trials, why not choose someone more intact? This clearly reeked of personal vendetta. Maybe the lecher's remaining functional part was even maimed by her. Zachariah silently criticized the female disciple in his mind. Next to him, Stanley looked incredulous upon hearing Zachariah's comment. "Junior brother Sue, are you sympathizing with this scum?" "No, I'm saying it's too easy for such a lecher to die. He should suffer worse." Stanley nodded approvingly, admiring Zachariah's apparent righteousness. After clearing the body, back in their private chambers, Zachariah examined the Demon Chronicle. Sure enough, the page concerning this lecher had dimmed. Most of the text remained, but the daily reward option had vanished. Feeling quite regretful, two new options appeared on the lecher's page. One was Review Past. It wasn't hard to understand, details about the lecher's past deeds. When Zachariah tried opening it, scenes flashed in his mind like movie clips, all detailing the lecher's brutal acts. Due to the graphic nature, Zachariah felt uncomfortable and quickly exited. Turning his attention to the second option, Retrieve Relics, Zachariah's heart raced. Could it be that demons in the Demon Chronicle leave relics behind after death, like bosses dropping loot in games? Having been an avid gamer in his previous life, Zachariah understood this mechanic well. Dying is good, dying beautifully. Zachariah felt a wave of relief mixed with excitement. Retrieve. Following Zachariah's mental command, multicolored light orbs swirled in his mind. The largest blue orb was absorbed into the page of the lecher's record in the Demon Chronicle. Then, a line of text slowly emerged. New reward, Ghostly Traces, 7th rank martial art technique. To think a 7th rank martial technique dropped. Martial techniques were ranked from 1 to 9. A 7th rank technique was quite exceptional and typically accessible only to green robe disciples in Mount Shu. Zachariah recalled that this lecher specialized in this technique, allowing him to evade capture for so long using its ghostly agility. If not for Mount Shu's comprehensive efforts, the lecher might still be harming innocent young women. Pity it's a demonic martial technique. Mount Shu's archives surely won't have this kind of thing. If I learned this technique and got caught, how could I explain myself? Though tempted, Zachariah hesitated. As a disciple of Mount Shu, learning demonic techniques was unthinkable and would lead to grave consequences. The demon-locking tower held examples of such mistakes. One disciple had fallen into darkness and was imprisoned there, enduring endless punishment. Given this warning, Xianxia dared not rashly practice this technique. It was like having a tempting yet toxic delicacy before him, a dilemma. As Xianxia deliberated, two options appeared under the reward. 1. Extract reward. 2. Assimilate attributes. The second option immediately grabbed his attention. Assimilating attributes means converting the technique into my personal attributes? Seemed like a good choice. Better than just looking at something unusable. Plus, techniques were temporary. Better ones would eventually replace them. But personal attributes offered permanent enhancement, directly impacting physical abilities. Without strong physical attributes, even a first-rank martial technique would be useless. Recalling his former frailty before obtaining the Demon Chronicle, Xianxia knew this was crucial. Wonder how much a 7th-rank martial technique will enhance me? After pondering, Xianxia chose the second option, assimilate attributes. Successful assimilation of ghostly traces, 7th-rank martial art technique agility increased by 100%. Instantly, Xianxia felt much lighter on his feet. Every movement, leaping, dodging, and maneuvering, showed significant improvement. His speed alone was equivalent to an 8th-rank martial technique. An 8th-rank martial technique could only provide a doubling of speed, and using such a technique required the expenditure of true qi. Xianxia's current method relied purely on his physical reactions, consuming strength but not true qi. As a James cultivation realm practitioner, true qi was naturally less abundant than physical strength. Comparing these two, refining attributes was clearly the best option for now. Rounding up, this is an absolute steal. Xianxia moved around for a while, then fell onto the bed satisfied, quickly falling asleep. Over the next few days, the demon-locking tower remained calm, with no new demons being imprisoned or old ones dying. This was typical for the tower. Most days were rather mundane and uneventful for the tower guards. Some took advantage of this time to improve themselves, practicing martial arts and enhancing their power. Others, seeing little hope of leaving, chose to slack off completely. As long as they could endure the evil aura inside and stay alive, they indulged in eating, drinking, sleeping, and gambling without concern. Previously, Xianxia did not join these people, and because he always appeared sickly and lackluster, no one had much interest in interacting with him. Only Stanley still occasionally spent time with him. But today was different. Now, Xianxia wanted to get along well with everyone in the demon-locking tower. This way, helping others transport demons would become a natural task for him. When Xianxia patrolled past Alicia's cell again, he saw her sitting on the ground with a blank expression. She saw him too but showed no reaction, seemingly having given up on trying to tempt him. At least I don't have to listen to her seductive words anymore, but I still can't let my guard down. Who knew when she might suddenly try to enchant him again? 3 more days passed, during which Xianxia eagerly awaited the arrival of new demons. However, the entrance to the demon-locking tower remained peaceful. But there was good news. His cultivation experience had accumulated to over 1,000 points. After completing his patrol, Xianxia returned to his resting room and locked the door. He sat quietly on the bed, adjusting his breathing until he reached his optimal state. Then, he immediately extracted his cultivation experience, channeling it into his body. In that moment, it felt like an invisible barrier had been shattered. The true qi in his body was compressed to its limit, continuously transforming into essence energy, xuanhuan. The transition from true qi to essence energy represented a qualitative change, a necessary step from the James cultivation realm to the essence energy realm. The martial techniques powered by essence energy were far more potent than those using true qi alone. When all the true qi in his body transformed into essence energy, Xianxia smoothly advanced to the essence energy realm. For a moment, he almost cried out, not from pain, but from an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. So this is the essence energy realm? Xianxia felt somewhat dazed, feeling the astonishing changes within his body, his confidence soaring. An urge to challenge 10 foes simultaneously surged within him. But soon, a pungent odor jolted him back to reality. A thick layer of black grime covered his body, the impurities expelled from within. Even the latent injuries and blood stasis caused by the evil qi invading his body were now cleansed. After cleaning himself up, Xianxia returned to a calmer state. Advancing to the essence energy realm merely meant he had just crossed the threshold into cultivation. There was no need for excessive pride. In the second floor of the demon-locking tower, demons at or above the essence energy realm were as numerous as cattle. One could easily knock out a large number of them with a single stone. Encountering his colleague Miles, a round-faced bald man, as he left his room, Miles noticed a change in Xianxia's aura. While cultivation could be concealed, the aura emanating from within was a natural outward expression that couldn't be suppressed indefinitely, much like breath that cannot be held forever. Xianxia simply let it be, knowing his colleague wouldn't understand the reason, likely only commenting that he looked refreshed. "You look pretty sharp, Xianxia," Miles remarked, scratching his head. Xianxia responded with a smile. "I just had a bit of alcohol. Wine is truly wonderful. I didn't realize before, but now, the more I drink, the better I feel." Xianxia made up an excuse, but Miles, known as a notorious drunkard, believed him wholeheartedly. "See? You should have started earlier. It's so gloomy here. You won't last long without warming yourself with some wine." Miles patted Xianxia's shoulder and, feeling the strong muscles under his hand, added, "My mistake. Looks like your thin frame hides some serious muscle." Xianxia smiled, but didn't elaborate further. "Maybe we can share a drink later. I'm going on patrol now." "All right, go ahead." Xianxia bid farewell to his colleague and walked down the corridor with steady steps. His face was rosy and his spirit full due to the robust flow of vital energy within him. These days, his vital energy was vigorous like a tiger, doubling his strength. He felt as if he could physically overpower an ox. As Xianxia passed the evil cultivator's cell, the prisoner suddenly rushed to the iron gate, clutching it with skeletal hands, his withered skin stretching over his bones in a terrifying manner. Blood. Give me blood. Zachariah stopped. You want snow? Yes. Blood. No snow, but ice cubes work? Please note, the translated text has been carefully structured to match the original paragraphs and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent in English. Chapter 6. Treasure Cave? Inside the prison cell, the evil cultivator Devin was taken aback by Zachariah's words. Coming to his senses, he realized Zachariah was mocking him. He suddenly found this person a little interesting. Other disciples kept their distance from him, too afraid even to get close. This guy actually dared to mock him. Devin suddenly sniffed the air, moving closer. Instantly, his eyes blazed with intense desire. Such rich and pure blood chi, top grade, top grade. Hey, give me some of your blood, just a drop will do. I assure you that in return, you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor in the future. Hearing this, Zachariah snickered. Everything Devin had been carrying was confiscated before entering the demon-locking pagoda. Not even a hair not belonging to his body could be brought in. Promising wealth and honor, did it say fool on his face? Devin clearly felt disrespected by Zachariah. His emaciated fingers shook the iron bars fiercely. I am penniless now, but I know of a treasure cave. I swear, if you can help me get out of here. You want cultivation techniques, magical tools, spirit stones, elixirs? I can give you anything. With those, you can rise rapidly, enjoying freedom and opulence far better than being an insignificant disciple here. Wouldn't you agree? Devin's words carried a hint of temptation, yet the offer was undoubtedly tempting. A treasure cave. How many cultivators longed for such an opportunity? Honestly, it was hard not to be moved. However, for Zachariah, no opportunity compared to steadily leveling up within the demon-locking pagoda. Thus, he harbored no thoughts about it internally, but pretended to be interested on the surface, gently stroking his chin. Helping you escape is impossible. If you truly have the skills to break out, you wouldn't have been captured by the Isaiah, would you? Zachariah's words struck home, but they were true. Even at full strength, you couldn't defeat Anwar, and thus were locked away. Now half dead. You still think you can escape? Devin felt belittled by Zachariah, but didn't dare get angry. He needed Zachariah's help. How could he contradict? You don't need to worry about that. Just give me a drop of your blood. Just one drop is enough. Preferably your blood. If you satisfy this condition, I will find a way to escape. Then, whatever the treasure cave holds, I'll give you whatever you want. No questions asked. It sounded good. Zachariah's expression showed slight interest. First, tell me where the treasure cave is. I'll look for an opportunity to check it out. Seeing Devin hesitate, Zachariah added, if I don't see the cave first, how can I verify whether you're telling the truth? Even if it's real, what if someone else has already claimed it? Helping you would be betraying my sect. If I end up getting nothing, wouldn't I be a fool? Zachariah's words gave Devin hope. He immediately shook his head. Not possible. That place is extremely hidden. It took a stroke of luck for me to find it. Even if I told you its location, you won't find it. And there are powerful protective formations there. Without me, you can't enter. The treasure cave truly existed and wasn't a fabrication by Devin. However, he omitted the fact that he himself couldn't enter either. Otherwise, it would have been plundered long ago. Due to the formidable protection formation, his strength hadn't reached the level to breach it. That urgency led him to risk using a large-scale blood sacrifice forbidden technique to boost his power. Unfortunately, that attempt was intercepted by a Shu Mountain Sect Isaiah during the process, resulting in capture in the demon-locking pagoda before reaching the treasure cave. If you don't tell me the cave's location, we can't discuss further. Zachariah smiled, ignoring his bait, and walked away. Waiting until the evil cultivator died, he could review the past events to confirm the treasure cave's existence and exact location without risking any deal. Damn you, come back. Seeing Zachariah leave, Devin snapped in anger. You insignificant ant. How dare you mock me? Ignoring the insults, Zachariah simply thought the evil cultivator was very weak. Injuring or killing him would impact his cultivation experience gain unfavorably. Just then, Stanley arrived hearing Devin's shouts, asking Zachariah, what's wrong with him? Did you provoke him? It's nothing, just ranting, ignore him. Zachariah waved dismissively. Stanley didn't pry further but warned, these prisoners in the demon-locking pagoda are cunning. Don't trust them easily. Just now on the eastern side of the second floor, a rose tried to seduce me. Fortunately, I held firm. Thinking of that encounter, Stanley was still uneasy, almost persuaded by the demoness. But loyalty to the sect made him unwavering. Oh. Hearing this, Zachariah realized the demoness merely shifted targets instead of giving up. Given Stanley's loyalty, she clearly chose wrongly. Anyone who believes in Geo Elder's promises wholeheartedly must be incredibly loyal. What did she say to you? Just promises of benefits, trying to deceive me, but I won't fall for it, Stanley confidently replied. Anwar is watching over me. Soon I'll achieve enlightenment. A mere demoness can't shake my path. Zachariah could only think. Alicia really hit another rock. In the lounge, Zachariah checked his personal panel. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation, True Essence Realm Level 1, 0/1000. Technique, Basic Cultivation Technique of Mount Shushan. Cultivation Methods, none. Abilities, none. Body, Yang Overflowing Body, Abundant Blood Chi, Agile Movement. Extractable Rewards, Yang Essence *200, Cultivation Experience *150. Reaching True Essence Realm increased the required experience per level to 500. Predictable since higher realms require greater effort, following normal cultivation principles. Noticing the excess Yang Essence. Despite extracting daily to counter the negative environment, there was still plenty left. Too much wasn't harmful but excessive Yang Qi could cause issues, so Zachariah refrained. Yang Essence acquisition also decreased, from initially 20 points to now 10. Maybe the demoness is worried because her accumulated yang essence is nearly gone. If she knew I absorbed it all, would she go mad? Zachariah mused mischievously. He wasn't concerned about decreasing yang essence, but focused on cultivation experience. From reduced yang essence gains, Zachariah inferred the rewards depended on Demon's cultivation level and current state. Since acquiring yang essence reduces the amount of yang essence in the demoness, then logically, after acquiring cultivation experience from her, her cultivation level should also decrease. If the demon's cultivation falls to its lowest possible point, would I be unable to gain any more cultivation experience from her? Zachariah pondered this issue. After all, energy is conserved. It cannot simply vanish or appear out of nowhere. It only transforms from one form into another or transfers from one object to another. Is cultivation energy subject to the same principle? Zachariah shook his head with a bitter smile. This wasn't a small issue. It meant that the demons recorded in the demon compendium weren't permanent sources of experience. One day, when their cultivation disappeared, so too would his source of experience. So, I need to capture more demons and higher level ones. But there was another problem. The areas above the 5th floor of the demon-locking pagoda were off limits to Tower Guard disciples unless they obtained higher clearance. And Zachariah clearly didn't have that kind of permission. If I could earn some merit, Zachariah thought. If he could accomplish something significant, perhaps he could ask for a favor. Like being allowed to escort demons to the upper floors of the pagoda. Usually, disciples didn't escort demons to those levels. Isaiah's did it directly, leaving Zachariah without a way to gain cultivation experience. Should I sell the evil cultivator Devon to the sect? The only merit Zachariah could think of was helping the sect locate the treasure cave Devon had mentioned. Finding a treasure cave would be a huge contribution. However, Zachariah never considered taking the treasure for himself. He knew well enough not to overreach. Given his current abilities, even if the cave wasn't dangerous inside, just getting past the protective formations outside could cost him several lives. To find the treasure cave, there seemed to be only two options: cooperate with Devon or let him die. But cooperation was out of the question. The prisoners in the pagoda were far too cunning, unscrupulous, and immoral to trust. Believing they would keep their word was like believing an earthen god could cross a river. So, the only option left was, only death can provide answers. But killing Devon wasn't easy. Moreover, Zachariah didn't want to give up such a valuable experience source just yet. Devon alone provided as much cultivation experience as 4 Alacia put together, making Zachariah reluctant to part with him. 3 days later, Zachariah finally decided to use Devon as leverage to climb higher within the sect. The reason was simple. Devon's contribution of cultivation experience had been dwindling daily. By the 3rd day, it had almost matched Alacia's output. Seeing Devon's deteriorating mental state reinforced this decision. Devon's situation was unique. Most of his cultivation relied on forbidden blood sacrifice techniques, using his body's blood as the critical medium. With this medium now nearly depleted, his cultivation was rapidly declining. He was fast approaching true essence realm levels. Keeping him alive would soon become meaningless. Thus, Zachariah asked someone to inform Anwar of important matters. He chose Anwar out of necessity, having only met one Isaiah before. Hoping the Isaiah wouldn't claim his credit, Zachariah silently prayed. He wanted to report the treasure cave early to avoid suspicion that he had known about it and hidden the information for personal gain. To ensure his contribution was recognized purely, he had to act sooner rather than later. Soon, Anwar returned to the demon-locking pagoda. I heard you needed to speak with me? Anwar's face was still amiable, but he would surely turn stern if Zachariah didn't have a legitimate reason. Yes, Elder. I have something crucial to report. Zachariah explained the matter of the treasure cave, admitting Devon had tried to use it to entice him into aiding his escape. Anwar's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flickered. You've done well. Resisting temptations is the most valuable quality a Xuanhuan disciple can possess. After praising Zachariah, Anwar asked if Devon had given more details about the cave. Zachariah admitted Devon refused to talk until Zachariah helped him escape, which Zachariah obviously wouldn't do. Good, I understand. Without hesitation, Anwar entered the pagoda. Let's pull him out and interrogate him properly. Devon was dragged out like a dead dog by Zachariah and brought to the interrogation room. Zachariah stepped out. If the interrogation went well, Zachariah would get credit. If not, better for him. He still wanted to play a key role. If the sect found the treasure cave thanks to Zachariah, his merit would be significant. Standing outside the interrogation room, Zachariah heard horrific screams. Being personally interrogated by an Isaiah must be unimaginably torturous, far worse than skin being torn apart. After an incense stick's worth of time, Anwar emerged. Inside, silence prevailed. No more screams came from Devon. Chapter 7. The Evil Cultivator's Demise, the Golden Legacy. Elder, did the interrogation fail? Zachariah glanced into the interrogation room. Devon lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. This guy has a stubborn mouth. Forget it. I can't get anything out of him. It looks like the treasure cave is destined to be beyond our reach. Let's take him back. Anwar shook his head and sighed. Elder, may I give it a try? Zachariah seized the opportunity to speak. Anwar looked at Zachariah with curiosity. What do you plan to do? Even after using every method available, he couldn't make Devon talk. What could Zachariah possibly have? Don't end up making a deal with the devil or going astray, Anwar warned, fearing that Zachariah might want to negotiate with the evil cultivator. Such actions were strictly forbidden by Mount Shu's regulations. Even for the sake of the treasure cave, it was not permissible. Zachariah naturally understood the implications of Anwar's words. Elder, rest assured, I won't do anything to help him. However, my interrogation method might take some time. Anwar examined Zachariah again before suddenly asking, what's your name? Joyful Zachariah. Zachariah replied respectfully. Anwar nodded. Zachariah, this evil cultivator is now in your hands. If you can get him to talk, it will be noted as a significant accomplishment. These words were merely formalities. Anwar didn't have high hopes for this disciple, but decided to give him a chance due to Zachariah's earnestness. Yes, thank you, Elder. Zachariah didn't say much more. After seeing Anwar leave, he entered the interrogation room and closed the door behind him. Zachariah certainly didn't have any effective methods of interrogation. Even Anwar failed to extract information from Devon. Zachariah didn't believe he could gain useful information from him either. He only intended to go through the motions, providing a plausible reason for later revealing the treasure cave. But he wasn't entirely idle. He dragged Devon under a water vat. First, he splashed a bucket of water over him to wake him up. Then, he made a tiny hole in the bottom of the vat, allowing water to drip slowly onto Devon's forehead. The water drop torture. It seemed mild but was actually a cruel punishment. Initially, there was no obvious discomfort, but as time passed, each drop would cause intense pain and a vivid sensation of water flowing into one's brain. Under this severe punishment, breaking someone's will wasn't hard. At the entrance of the interrogation room, Anwar reappeared. He hadn't left completely, curious about Zachariah's methods, and had returned to observe. Feeling puzzled when perceiving what was happening inside, Anwar thought, what kind of torture is this? Pouring water on the forehead, could this even count as punishment? He initially found it incomprehensible. After giving it further thought, he began to understand. No wonder Zachariah said it would take longer. He's planning to slowly torment the subject. In comparison, Anwar's own methods earlier seemed overly eager and impetuous. Intriguing lad, he seems born for this kind of work. Anwar chuckled, then turned and left, truly gone this time. He couldn't spend all day waiting here. Inside the interrogation room, Zachariah sat in a chair with crossed legs, casually saying, if you have something to say, spit it out. You'll suffer less. Noticing it was Zachariah speaking, Devon, with a raspy voice, cursed hoarsely, you insignificant ant. My spirit won't let you off easily. Devon never imagined Zachariah would leak the secret of the treasure cave. A hidden treasure trove held an irresistible allure for any cultivator. He hadn't anticipated anyone remaining untempted, willingly betraying him. Zachariah wasn't bothered by Devon's curses. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. By nightfall, Devon wasn't just stubborn verbally. His body had stiffened. He succumbed to madness before collapsing under the pressure, finally meeting his maker. Zachariah had been drifting off to sleep, but instantly woke upon realizing Devon had died. He immediately checked the changes in Monster's records. The page dedicated to Devon indeed dimmed, leaving only review the past and retrieve relics. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to the relics. After all, Devon was now the most significant entry in Monster's records. Zachariah was genuinely curious about what legacy he'd leave behind. Zachariah directly chose the second option, retrieve relics. A light orb appeared in Zachariah's mind, entirely different from the lewd demon's relics. The lewd demon's relics were mostly white, green, and blue, while the evil cultivator's orbs were mostly blue, purple, and one golden. All rewards are at least blue level, truly worthy of being confined to the 5th level. Moments later, the largest golden orb was absorbed by Monster's records. Almost exclaiming, wow, golden legend, Zachariah held back. A line of text gradually emerged on Monster's records. New reward, blood essence infusion. Blood essence, refined by Devon with considerable effort, was crucial to his rapid advancement. With his death, all his efforts served Zachariah. Without hesitation, Zachariah chose to extract it. A stream of bloodlight surged into Zachariah's body, dramatically boosting his power. True essence 2nd level. True essence 3rd level. True essence 4th level. His power soared continuously, his true essence surging like a mighty river formed from trickling streams. Moments later, Zachariah took a deep breath, stabilizing his energy. Feeling the immense true essence within him, Zachariah's heart raced. True essence 7th level. To advance to true essence 7th level in one stroke. By previous standards, it would have taken at least 2 months. Now, he experienced a sudden surge in cultivation in just one night. Huff. Zachariah took another deep breath, calming himself. The benefits of blood essence extend beyond mere advancement. Zachariah felt blood essence transforming his vital energies, improving their quality significantly. His internal energy surged several times over and continued growing. This proved that blood essence wasn't a one-time use resource. Its benefits lasted over time. Zachariah lifted his arms, attempting to channel the energy. Thick vital forces condensed into solid form, forming blood-colored guards around his arms. Seeing this, Zachariah was thrilled. This blood essence refined over years by the evil cultivator now belongs to me. The joy of scooping up loot. Wasn't this happiness? Soon, Zachariah turned his attention to the first option, review the past. Chapter 8, Changes. As Zachariah delved into the memories of the malevolent cultivator, he heard mournful screams and saw countless figures desperately struggling and crying out in the blood sacrifice array. The sense of helplessness and oppression made Zachariah almost hold his breath. He saw rivers of blood flowing, and piles of white bones floating atop the sea of blood. One horrifying and cruel scene after another made it difficult for Zachariah to bear watching. But he had no choice. To find the location of the treasure cave within the malevolent cultivator's memories, he forced himself to endure the discomfort and observe the mad actions of the malevolent cultivator. Finally, after nearly an incense stick's worth of time had passed, Zachariah finally found the location of the treasure cave in the malevolent cultivator's memories. That place actually exists. However, Devon had never been able to enter it before. This guy didn't even get close to the entrance yet promised me so casually. Sure enough, Demon's words cannot be trusted at all. But knowing that such a place did exist, Zachariah felt a little better. He called for help to remove Devon's body. Just as he was about to send a message to Anwar, Anwar came on his own. How did the torture go? Was it effective? Deep down, Anwar did not believe Zachariah's method would work. After all, the time was too short. It had only been a day, and he didn't think Zachariah's methods could make Devon give in within such a short period. It worked. He has already confessed. Unable to withstand the torment, he told me the location of the cave just to end his suffering. Zachariah said solemnly, confident in his acting skills. Oh. Anwar was somewhat skeptical. What kind of torture did you use to achieve such good results? Anwar naturally knew what kind of torture Zachariah used, but he certainly wouldn't say it outright. If he admitted it, it would mean admitting he had spied on them. Although Zachariah couldn't do much even if he knew about Anwar's spying, it would still damage the Isaiah's dignity and image. Therefore, Anwar wouldn't admit it. Zachariah didn't prolong the suspense. I used the water drop torture. At first, it doesn't hurt much, appearing gentle. However, over time, the mental pain surpasses physical agony, much like boiling a frog in warm water. People can hardly bear it. Anwar wasn't stupid. He had a vague idea and now understood clearly from Zachariah's explanation. Your explanation makes sense, but where did you learn this? Caught off guard by Anwar's change in topic, Zachariah replied that he learned it from childhood play, which left a deep impression on him. Naturally, Anwar wouldn't investigate further. Anwar wasn't sure whether to believe Zachariah, but his expression barely changed. Without pressing the matter, he praised Zachariah's resourcefulness and then turned to the main topic, asking about the location of the treasure cave. Zachariah took out a map from the storage room, marked the location of the treasure cave along with some details. These details were crucial. If Zachariah hadn't accessed Devon's memories, he wouldn't have known so much detail. Of course, Zachariah didn't include all the details. He only drew part of them, making it seem more like Devon's verbal description. After marking the map, he handed it over to Anwar without making any demands, knowing that such matters required patience. They didn't know the value inside the cave yet. Making demands now was premature. Anwar looked at Zachariah appreciatively. If this trip yields fruit, you will receive the credit. Thank you, Elder. Zachariah bowed respectfully. Anwar left with the treasure map. Zachariah turned around, only to be startled by Stanley standing silently behind him. What are you doing here? Stanley didn't answer immediately. His eyes followed the direction Anwar left, with a complex expression. You just gave Anwar something, and he said you'd get full credit. Zachariah decided not to hide it and said straightforwardly, Devon confessed the location of a cave, which I drew for Anwar. Whether there are valuable treasures inside is unknown, and talking about credit now is premature. Zachariah walked up to Stanley and patted his arm. But brother, rest assured, if I gain any credit, you'll get a share. You can ask Anwar to promote you to a formal disciple. Zachariah knew Stanley's wish was to leave and become an official disciple of Shu Mountain. Besides Zachariah, who among the tower guards didn't want to leave and escape lifelong menial labor. Stanley smiled. Then I will owe my younger brother. Why should we talk like this between us? Zachariah failed to notice Stanley's somewhat forced smile. Over the next 2 days, Zachariah continued practicing control over his James and blood power during his patrols. Initially, he could only form a red armor on his arm. Now, he could summon a half-body armor, becoming increasingly adept at controlling the force while also being discreet about it, avoiding exposing his enhanced vitality. Unfortunately, the rate at which he gained cultivation experience slowed down. With Devon dead, his biggest source of experience was gone, leaving him gaining only 20 points daily, making reaching true Essence 8th level seem impossibly distant. For Zachariah, who had experienced rapid progression, this pace was uncomfortable. Easier to fall into luxury than to return to simplicity. Zachariah felt this deeply. However, he remained patient. Cultivation speed could be slow, but one's mindset mustn't collapse. A steady mindset is crucial for lasting success. Still, during these 2 days, Zachariah noticed something else troubling him. Stanley lingered longer on the second floor during his patrols. Zachariah knew exactly who was detained on the second floor. The seductive demoness from the pleasure sect, Alicia. That demoness, what is she up to now? Still not giving up? After finishing his patrol, Zachariah specifically went to the second floor and coincidentally saw Stanley walking out. He stopped him right away. Brother, are you hiding something from me? #### Chapter 9. Retreat to advance. Zachariah blocked Stanley's path, his expression serious as he confronted him directly. Senior brother, could it be that you're still in contact with that demoness? If it were anyone else, Zachariah wouldn't have bothered. But Stanley had always been very considerate towards him. Zachariah didn't want to see him make a wrong turn and fall into the wrong crowd. Of course, Zachariah wasn't trying to decide Stanley's life path for him. It was just that the demoness was devious, and her words couldn't be trusted. Believing the demoness might as well mean believing in Anwar's grand promises. Hearing Zachariah's accusation, Stanley's face darkened. How can you think such things? Don't overthink it. I need to patrol. Don't stop me. With that, Stanley walked past from the side. Seeing this situation, Zachariah didn't know how to persuade him further. Could Stanley know it was a trap but still feel drawn to it? What kind of psychology was this? Zachariah shook his head helplessly and approached the demoness cell on the second floor. Alicia looked down when she saw him, clearly not wanting to interact with him. Seeing the demoness remain unresponsive, Zachariah couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I was mistaken? He withdrew his gaze from her and left without a word. After Zachariah left, the demoness slowly lifted her head, a playful smile curving her lips. Over the next 2 days, Zachariah closely observed Stanley's behavior. Noticing that he didn't linger much outside the demoness cell or interact with her during patrols, Zachariah slightly relaxed. Perhaps I really did overthink it. Not long after, news came from the sect. Anwar had led a team to discover a treasure-filled cavern residence. Although the process was tough, they had to break through several protective arrays, with some getting injured by traps. The results were ultimately satisfactory. The harvest was plentiful. And Anwar hadn't forgotten his earlier promise. He personally came to the Demon-Sealing Tower to honor it. The sect managed to find these treasures largely thanks to you. If you have any requests, speak up. Even promoting you to a white-robe disciple while enjoying the benefits of a blue-robe disciple is not out of the question. Anwar's words were quite skilled. He highlighted the biggest benefit, promoting Zachariah to a white-robe disciple and giving him the benefits of a blue-robe disciple. If this offer were given to Stanley, he would have gone wild with joy. But Zachariah felt no temptation. He had no intention of leaving. Moreover, being a white-robed disciple enjoying the benefits of a blue-robed disciple sounded prestigious, but if he accepted, he would be isolated by other white-robed disciples because of his special treatment. Standing out like a sore thumb, who wouldn't target him? And blue-robed disciples wouldn't respect him either, thinking he got something he shouldn't have. It seemed like a beautiful reward but was actually a trap. He believed Anwar didn't intentionally try to deceive him. It was just an oversight. Indeed, Anwar couldn't exceptionally promote Zachariah to a blue-robed disciple because the gap was too large. Promoting him only to a white-robed disciple felt insufficient, so he added the clause of enjoying blue-robed benefits. I wish to give the white-robed disciple qualification to senior brother Stanley. Without hesitation, Zachariah made this request. Anwar was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Zachariah to give away such a valuable opportunity. You mentioned Stanley? Anwar looked perplexed, seemingly unaware of who Stanley was. Zachariah reminded him. It was the one who questioned him at the entrance before. He has been guarding the Demon-Sealing Tower for 10 years. He deserves to leave first. Anwar suddenly remembered. Oh, it's him. In truth, Anwar only remembered Stanley's appearance, but not his name. However, these words fell differently into Stanley's ears, secretly listening. So, you truly lied to me for 10 years. 10 whole years. Stanley closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly until his nails dug into his flesh. For 10 years, it was Anwar's empty promises that kept him going. He thought his hard work would be recognized. He even fantasized about the day Anwar would personally announce his promotion. But now, his dreams shattered completely. He needed Zachariah's charity to become a white-robed disciple. This realization crushed his mindset. Your request, I can try to put forward for you, but there is only one spot for a white-robed disciple. Are you sure about this? Anwar asked seriously. Zachariah responded earnestly. I can forego the white-robed disciple position, but may I ask for another favor? He wouldn't forget his true goal. You can. Anwar agreed without hesitation. Zachariah's willingness to give up the spot impressed him greatly. I want access to floors 5 and above of the Demon-Sealing Tower. Upon hearing this, Anwar frowned. He hadn't expected Zachariah to forsake a tangible reward for higher access. Those upper floors house vicious demons, extremely dangerous. What do you plan to do up there? Zachariah replied immediately. The upper-level demons might hold greater secrets. I want to try and pry these secrets from them. No, you're being too naive, Anwar said sternly. Your methods might work on ordinary demons, but not those fierce ones. He thought Zachariah was overconfident. After all, previously, the evil cultivator had already been tortured and couldn't withstand more torture. Successfully interrogating one didn't mean it could be replicated on a large scale. Zachariah was simply too young. Zachariah quickly adjusted his request. Then please allow me to participate in escorting the demons. That way, Elder, you should feel more assured. Participating in escorting demons was Zachariah's real goal. He first requested patrolling floors 5 and above, but backed off and proposed accompanying Anwar. This strategy increased his chances of approval since Anwar had already rejected him once. Fine. Anwar finally agreed readily. Allowing him to assist in the escort was within his authority. Since you choose to stay here, I will respect your decision. However, your group of tower guards lacks a formal leader. From now on, you will serve as that leader. Chapter 10. The Chaos of the Demon Locking Tower. After Zachariah assumed the position as the person in charge, he instantly became a hotshot among the disciples of the Demon Locking Tower. In the evening, after the patrol ended, a group of people gathered together for a drinking session to celebrate Zachariah's promotion. Is senior brother Pei not coming? Zachariah asked immediately upon seeing Miles returning alone. He said he wasn't feeling well and went to sleep early. I called him several times but couldn't get him up. Don't worry about him. Let's drink on our own. Miles sat down beside Zachariah and began toasting with him. Everyone around was friendly towards Zachariah, offering toasts and making polite conversation. This was vastly different from their previous attitudes. Zachariah did not display any arrogant demeanor. He remained as amiable as before. He still addressed others as senior brother when appropriate, without changing his manner of speaking just because he had gained power. After all, it was only a minor position with limited authority. There was no need to put on airs. Brother Sue, come, I'll toast you again. The bald Miles had already toasted Zachariah 5 times. The middle-aged man next to him could not help but say, Miles, if you want to drink, just drink. No need to use toasting as an excuse. Brother Sue can't hold his liquor very well. Don't get him drunk. Everyone knew that Zachariah had a poor tolerance for alcohol and always showed visible signs after drinking. That's fine, Zachariah waved his hand. It's rare for everyone to honor me like this. Even if I get drunk today, I have to drink. Amidst laughter and clinking cups, an hour passed. Apart from those who needed to continue night patrols and weren't drunk, most fell into a deep sleep as soon as they hit their beds. At midnight, Stanley came out of his room. A patrolling disciple greeted him immediately. Stanley, you're not feeling well, aren't you? Why are you up for patrol? The patrolling disciple walked up to Stanley. Go back and rest. I'll do another round for you. Do you also pity me now? Stanley asked, his voice lower than usual. The patrolling disciple froze, confused. What are you talking about? He didn't understand how offering help escalated to being labeled as pity. Stanley replied coolly, never mind. I'm fine and don't need your help. With that, he walked away. The patrolling disciple stood bewildered, eventually muttering under his breath. If you don't need it, fine. Why are you so angry? Offering help gets treated like spitting at someone's liver. At dawn, Zachariah woke up to a sudden din. Why is it so noisy outside? Before Zachariah could make sense of the situation, he heard a piercing scream. That single scream jolted Zachariah fully awake. Oh no, something's happened. His heart sank, and he rushed out of the rest room. Just outside the door, he saw a tower guard lying near his doorway. Zachariah quickly helped him up. What happened? Looking down, he saw a gaping hole in the guard's abdomen. Fresh blood poured out uncontrollably. releasing a strong smell of iron. Speechless, Zachariah stared at the horrific sight. The guard, seeing Zachariah, gasped out his last words, "Immo? Immo? I didn't hear that. What do you want to immo?" Zachariah leaned in closer. Two. Zachariah was even more confused. What do you want to two? Demons have escaped. The guard shouted almost angrily. Then his breathing stopped, and he died. His eyes remained wide open, revealing immense regret. Zachariah gently closed the guard's eyes, his face turning grim. Demons had escaped. From which floor? The guard hadn't specified, but Zachariah knew he couldn't avoid dealing with it now due to his new position. Just promoted and this happens? Bad luck indeed. In the next moment, Zachariah rushed into the first level of the demon locking tower. Through the long corridor, he saw many corpses of demons and guards. An injured guard leaned against the wall, calling for help. Zachariah paused and squatted in front of him. "Where are you hurt?" Seeing no obvious wound on the guard, Zachariah was puzzled. Suddenly, the guard lunged forward and grabbed Zachariah's neck with abnormal strength. His face turned unnaturally red, and his eyes gleamed eerily. "Haha, die." Zachariah looked coldly at him. The guard's smile froze as he noticed Zachariah's neck encased in a thick layer of blood armor, impervious to his grip. Without hesitation, Zachariah punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. This one must have been under a soul-controlling spell, manipulated by a demon. Zachariah had no enmity with him. His attack was likely under demon control, evident from his strange demeanor. Controlling hearts and minds. It's Xianxia. Thinking of the demoness skilled in enchantments, Zachariah felt a sense of dread. Don't let her. Quickly scanning the cells of the first level, Zachariah didn't linger. Almost all the cells were open. The demons had escaped, causing chaos. The tower guards barely held them off, suffering heavy casualties. Zachariah raced to the second level, encountering little resistance. Soon he arrived at Xianxia's cell. Seeing her cell door open with a gray-clothed disciple inside, Zachariah's face darkened. On closer inspection, his mind buzzed. This gray-clothed disciple was none other than Stanley. Senior Brother Pei. Zachariah lifted Stanley, whose skin was shriveled and cold as frost. Clearly, he had been drained of his vital energy. Zachariah was not short on vital energy and injected some into Stanley without delay. However, it was too late. Stanley's body seemed like a sieve. No amount of vital energy could be retained. The damage is too severe. Though there was no saving him, the infusion gave Stanley a brief moment of lucidity. He opened his eyes slowly and offered a tragic smile upon seeing Zachariah. "Junior Brother Sue, you're here?" Zachariah felt sorrow mixed with frustration. "Why were you so foolish, Senior Brother Pei? Why trust that demoness?" Stanley shook his head, seeming to think it pointless to discuss it now. "Well, isn't this a touching brotherly scene?" Outside the cell, a massive figure appeared. It was the demon Jared. ####Chapter 11. Stanley's Heart Demon. The appearance of Jared did not seem to concern Zachariah much. He continued to question Stanley about what had happened specifically. Why, despite knowing the demoness was trying to deceive him earlier, did he still allow himself to be driven by her? But whether from shame or some other reason, Stanley remained silent. Jared stood outside the cell, clenching his fists. Ignored by Zachariah, he felt an uncontrollable rage rise within him. When had he ever been so disdained? "Brat, I'll make you pay for all the suffering you've caused me today." Zachariah was already on edge. Jared's taunts only fueled his anger. Originally, he just wanted to capture this demon as experience fodder. But now, the thought of killing crossed his mind. He set Stanley down and stood up, bending his knees slightly. His explosive speed transformed him into a blur, leaping instantly above Jared. So fast. Before Jared could react, Zachariah's attack landed. A punch infused with true essence struck Jared's face with terrifying force. Jared's head spun twice on his neck, before collapsing with eyes wide open. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why this seemingly frail disciple possessed such explosive power. Zachariah looked at Jared's body. This was his first time killing a demon. Apart from a rapid heartbeat, he felt no other significant emotions. Nor did he feel overly proud about defeating Jared with one blow. If these demons hadn't been weakened after being imprisoned and tormented in the demon lock tower for so long, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Zachariah knew better. In his prime, Jared could crush the skull of a true essence cultivator with sheer brute strength. Only his quick reflexes allowed him to strike before Jared could respond. After killing Jared personally, information about him appeared in the demon records. However, all the text was dim except for two options that remained bright: review past and retrieve relics x2. 2 chances to retrieve relics? Zachariah was surprised. Previously, when demons died, he usually only got 1 chance to retrieve relics. Is this because I killed him myself? After careful consideration, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Taking a deep breath, Zachariah didn't rush to collect the loot. Instead, he returned to the cell. Inside, Stanley, lying on the ground, watched Zachariah kill Jared in seconds. His eyes fixated on Zachariah as if trying to see through him. But there was a misty veil in front of him, gradually obscuring Zachariah's features. He knew he was close to death. "Junior brother," Stanley finally spoke. "Your abilities are 10 times greater than mine. You deserve everything you have. Senior brother was wrong to envy you." In his last moments, he admitted his inner demons. "I always suspected if Anwar was deceiving me, but every time, I convinced myself to trust him, because if I didn't, I couldn't have held on. Do you understand?" At that moment, Zachariah fell silent. He realized he never truly understood his senior brother. He had always thought Stanley was naive. To believe Anwar's empty promises for 10 years, wasn't that naivety? Yet he didn't expect Stanley to have known Anwar might have just said it offhand. But what else could he do besides trusting? When someone has nothing left in front of them, they cling to whatever keeps them from mental collapse. Anwar's words were his source of motivation. But after overhearing that conversation, he couldn't deceive himself anymore. He knew Anwar never cared who he was or noticed his efforts. His 10-year-old belief crumbled instantly, spreading despair throughout his heart. Just as his resolve collapsed, Alicia exploited the weakness, promising him many beautiful things. Like a drowning man, he clung to that straw tightly to avoid drowning. Most importantly, Alicia told him, "I'll let you leave here based on your own merits." This hit home. What he wanted was to earn his way out, not rely on others' charity, especially not from a junior brother who always lagged behind him in everything. The contrast was unbearable. Finishing his words, Stanley closed his eyes, losing consciousness. Zachariah remained quiet, feeling a wave of melancholy. The demon lock tower was indeed a prison for demons, but wasn't it also a prison for the disciples? "Senior brother, don't worry. The demoness won't get far. I'll avenge you." Leaving the cell, Zachariah encountered a demon emerging from the shadows, attempting an ambush. A single reverse punch from Zachariah sent it crashing to the ground. Many demons, despite escaping their cells, were unable to find their way out due to the tower's labyrinthine structure. Zachariah captured those still trapped inside and re-imprisoned them. However, he noticed capturing escaped demons again didn't grant significant experience. It seems recaptured demons don't offer extra experience points. This confirmed for Zachariah that higher experience gains required capturing demons personally for the first time, not secondhand captures. Soon, reinforcements arrived from outside. With their arrival, the remaining loose demons in the tower lost any hope of causing chaos. Thankfully, the tower guards managed to hold the stairs leading from the second to the third floor, preventing demons from upper levels from joining the escape. Arriving at the stairway entrance, Zachariah found the situation under control. He helped re-imprison the demons. Around 2 hours later, all surviving demons were back in their cells. However, Zachariah did not see the demoness Alicia. He asked the arriving disciples and learned she had already broken out of the tower, using her charm to cause disturbances within the sect. But rest assured, she won't escape. Not like those demons inside the tower, with her limited skills, escaping Mount Shu is impossible. A white-robed disciple reassured Zachariah. Despite being a gray-robed disciple, Zachariah's assistance to Anwar in finding the treasure chamber made him well known, thus the disciple treated him courteously. Zachariah didn't ask further. As dusk fell, the bell at his waist rang. Upon rushing to the gate, Zachariah saw the figure brought in, none other than the demoness Alicia. Zachariah's face turned cold, his eyes icy. Chapter 12. Giving up the title of white-robed Giaciple. This demoness released the demons from the second floor and below of the demon locking tower, causing chaos. Her crime is heinous. For tonight, she will be detained. Tomorrow at noon, execution. Hearing the Isaiah's verdict, Alicia couldn't help but tremble. "Elder, rest assured, I'll watch her personally tonight. I swear with my head on the line that she won't escape this time." Even though imprisoning Alicia would grant Zachariah 20 cultivation points every day, his desire to kill her was even stronger now. Nowadays, by capturing the demons that had escaped from the first and second floors, Zachariah had accumulated many cultivation points for his Chronicle of Demons. Although each demon provided only a few points, their sheer number ensured he gained over 500 points daily. Therefore, Alicia wasn't important to him anymore. Even if she died immediately, Zachariah wouldn't feel any regret. As soon as he finished speaking, the Isaiah glanced at Zachariah. Seeing Zachariah was unharmed, he nodded. "You're in charge of the tower guards, correct? I'll leave a few white-robed disciples to assist you. Watch carefully tonight. There must be no more mishaps." The Isaiah then looked at the wounded tower guards behind Zachariah, sternly adding, "This chaos in the demon locking tower occurred because someone neglected duty, fell under the demoness charm, and freed her. This violates the sect's laws. There will be no leniency." The tower guards all lowered their heads, not daring to reply. At this moment, the Isaiah's tone softened. "Fortunately, casualties were minimal, and none of you here were involved with aiding the demoness. You've worked hard. Go back to rest and recover. The future safety of the demon locking tower relies on all of you." Carrot after stick, a common tactic among those in power. Martial arting the demon locking tower was dirty and dangerous work. Without some incentives, how could they dedicate themselves to protecting it? "All right, everyone go back." With the Isaiah's command, everyone dispersed. Zachariah personally locked the demoness back into her original cell. Behind him, 3 white-robed disciples stood far away, clearly displaying distaste on their faces. Inside the demon locking tower, the malevolent aura made them extremely uncomfortable. Having become white-robed disciples upon joining the Amay sect without experiencing the laborer stage or serving inside the tower, they felt unlucky when assigned to guard it. After the Isaiah left, their displeasure became evident on their faces. Zachariah ignored them. To him, whether they stayed or left didn't matter. He knew the Isaiah assigned these people merely because he didn't trust the tower guards completely, especially given what happened with Stanley before. Inside the cell, Alicia kept her head down. Zachariah thought she might beg for mercy or try to use her charm again, but she did neither. A nearby white-robed disciple, seeing Zachariah staring at her, explained, "The Isaiah cut out this demoness' tongue so she can no longer spread lies and enchant others." Another agreed, "It's long overdue. Given the weak willpower of the servants here, a talking demoness was a danger." Zachariah noticed the white-robed disciple's dissatisfaction toward the tower guards, possibly blaming them for his night shift. Zachariah didn't bother explaining. He didn't care about changing anyone's mind. The white-robed disciple felt uninterested, finding it pointless to talk when Zachariah showed no response. The night passed without incident. The next day at noon, "Come on, it's time for your beheading." Hearing the word beheading, Alicia struggled fiercely, fear flooding her heart and a strong will to survive emerging. She whimpered, unintelligible but obviously pleading for mercy. Zachariah remained unmoved. "If only you had thought of this earlier. Had you honestly repented and stayed within, you still had a chance to live. You doomed yourself." Zachariah's words pierced Alicia's heart like an arrow, leaving her utterly chilled. Taking the demoness to the execution platform, Zachariah took the demon-slaying sword from the executioner. He intended to carry out the execution himself, to avenge Stanley and gain another chance to claim relics. The muscular executioner was surprised to see the slender Zachariah effortlessly lift the 200-pound demon-slaying sword. Without hesitation, Zachariah swung the sword down. Instantly, 2 relic rewards appeared for Xianxia in the Chronicle of Demons. After washing off the blood in the execution room, Zachariah was found by Anwar almost immediately. Your request to make Stanley a white-robed disciple was approved initially. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist temptation, becoming the culprit of the chaos. Therefore, the sect revoked its decision, stripping him of both his status as a tower guard and disciple. Hearing this, Zachariah paused, then said bitterly, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Reflecting on it, Zachariah felt deeply regretful. If he had been more determined to uncover the truth when he sensed Stanley interacting with the demoness, perhaps things could have been different. His reluctance to investigate thoroughly and the misguided notion of helping Stanley by granting him a white-robed disciple title inadvertently pushed Stanley into ruin. Anwar patted Zachariah's shoulder. Now it's time for you to choose. Leave the demon locking tower as a white-robed disciple or stay as its supervisor. Internally, Zachariah already knew his answer but pretended to hesitate before finally saying, I plan to stay. Anwar was surprised. Previously, he understood Zachariah letting go of the white-robed position as fraternal loyalty, but choosing to remain a gray-robed disciple baffled him. Though there was only one rank difference, the gap between white and gray-robed disciples was immense. Only white-robed disciples were considered official disciples, while gray-robed disciples were akin to temporary workers, handling dirty and dangerous tasks. Before Anwar asked, Zachariah preemptively explained, staying here is a form of training and cultivation for me. Anwar regarded him with new respect. Think carefully, this opportunity won't come again. Once you give up, you won't get another chance. Giving up now likely meant never having the chance again. Achieving merits wasn't easy, and some spent decades without gaining recognition. Yet, Zachariah remained resolute. I'm certain. Anwar looked at him deeply before silently turning and leaving. Immediately after Anwar departed, Zachariah returned to his quarters to claim the 4 rewards. It seems like you didn't provide any new Chinese text for me to translate. Could you please provide the Chinese text you would like translated into English? I'll ensure that the translation follows your instructions and maintains consistency with the previous content. Chapter 13. Taking Advantage. Zachariah first extracted 2 rewards from the Franco. Most of the Franco's legacy rewards were blue in quality. The Demon Chronicle directly absorbed the 2 largest blue rewards. New reward, Cultivation Infusion. New reward, Titan Bloodline Power. Titan Bloodline Power? Will it make my body grow as huge as his? Zachariah was concerned. If extracting the Titan Bloodline would cause his body to swell like the Franco's, it would be quite awkward. But just as Zachariah worried, an additional line of explanation appeared in the Demon Chronicle. Extracting and fusing the bloodline will only take its essence. It won't affect your own bloodline. With this, I can relax. Zachariah heaved a sigh of relief. If his body enlarged after fusing with a bloodline, how could he hide within the demon locking tower? First, Zachariah used Cultivation Infusion to elevate his cultivation realm to the 9th tier True Essence realm. This Cultivation Infusion was equivalent to 2,000 cultivation experience points, instantly boosting Zachariah from the 7th tier to the 9th tier. But reaching the Spirit Transformation realm still required much more. Zachariah wasn't dissatisfied though. After all, the Franco was merely a level 2 demon. Even if alive, who knew when he could provide so many experience points? Now, even in death, receiving 2,000 cultivation experience at once was already excellent. Once his cultivation stabilized, Zachariah immediately extracted and fused the Titan Bloodline Power. Knowing there were no side effects, Zachariah confidently incorporated the bloodline into himself. A mysterious warmth surged through his body. Zachariah felt an intense heat energy within him, as if a volcano were about to erupt. His skin swelled slightly, making him appear like a bloated balloon. It was the violent Titan Bloodline Power raging inside. Giant it say it would extract only the essence without side effects? Zachariah panicked momentarily. This sight frightened him. Just as he feared transforming into another Franco, golden light flashed within his body, akin to a holy incantation, subduing the Titan Bloodline Power. In the next moment, the bloodlines merged. With the fusion of the Titan Bloodline, Zachariah instantly possessed the power of a Titan. His physical strength multiplied by over tenfold. With mere fists, Zachariah could now easily kill a true Essence Realm cultivator. Swinging his fists, Zachariah produced explosive sounds in the air. Quite astonishing. What terrifying strength. What powerful bloodline. Zachariah couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Fortunately, the Franco's cultivation wasn't formidable yet. If allowed to grow, it would be a formidable opponent indeed. Zachariah sensed that the potential of the Titan bloodline hadn't fully emerged yet. As his cultivation improved, this potential would gradually release. In other words, awakening the true strength of the Titan bloodline required higher cultivation. Calming down, Zachariah proceeded to check the 2 remaining rewards left by the Rose Xianxia. One was the Phantom Shadow Movement Technique. The Phantom Shadow Movement Technique was a 4th rank martial art that allowed Xianxia to escape the demon locking tower easily. She managed to evade capture for half a day in the Shu Mountain Sect, demonstrating the critical role this movement technique played. However, Zachariah wouldn't learn this technique. Demon movement techniques had distinct features easily recognizable by anyone observant. Once identified, trouble would be inevitable. So Zachariah immediately refined this movement technique into an attribute. Refinement of Phantom Shadow Movement Technique, 4th rank martial art, successful. Agility increased by 80%. At that moment, Zachariah distinctly felt a wondrous force infuse his body, making him feel weightless, akin to being light as a swallow. He could leave lingering shadows mid-air as he moved. Despite the significant enhancement, Zachariah also realized that attribute improvement would get increasingly challenging. Earlier, refining a 7th rank martial art, Ghostly Trace Confusion, his agility increased by 100%. Now, the Phantom Shadow Movement technique was a 4th rank art, 3 ranks lower than Ghostly Trace Confusion, yet the enhancement ratio was smaller. This was understandable. Initially, Zachariah's physical condition was virtually unexploited. As one aspect rapidly improved, approaching its limit, further enhancements became progressively harder. It's like compressing a spring. Reducing it by half initially requires minimal effort, but the second half needs exponentially more. Zachariah estimated that refining a 7th rank martial art for agility now might yield less than a 20% boost. Currently, his natural reaction speed was close to using a 6th rank movement technique. If paired with a suitable movement technique, the result would be astounding. Gathering his thoughts, Zachariah checked the next reward, the heart-shattering palm. It was a 6th rank palm technique. Though not high-ranking, its power shouldn't be underestimated. It specifically targeted the heart, aimed at taking enemy lives, an extreme killing technique. This technique, I can learn. Using it discreetly, it wouldn't easily reveal itself, yet it had lethal potency. A seemingly ordinary palm strike could shatter the enemy's heart vessels. Paired with Zachariah's formidable palm strength, it would complement perfectly. Below the spirit transformation realm, any practitioner hit by this would surely die. Even post-mortem examinations wouldn't readily link the death to heart-shattering palm, because there are multiple ways to shatter heart vessels. Decided. Zachariah immediately extracted this palm technique. In the next moment, a segment of memory flooded Zachariah's mind. Within moments, absorbing and assimilating the entire memory, Zachariah mastered the technique effortlessly. To reach the highest level of mastery, Zachariah still needed practical experience. Zachariah certainly wouldn't misuse this technique recklessly. He planned to practice on demons destined to die anyway, maximizing their utility. After extracting all the rewards, Zachariah sighed deeply. After freshening up, lying in bed, he reflected on the unexpected outcome of events. Unexpectedly, due to Stanley's lapse in judgment, things took a twist, granting Zachariah the upper hand while costing Stanley his life. A single misstep led to complete loss. This gave Zachariah a cautionary lesson. Remaining vigilant within the demon locking tower was crucial. Until he reached invincibility, maintaining a low profile and biding time was the optimal strategy. Chapter 14. The 6th level of the Demon Locking Pagoda. Deep into the night, within the narrow corridor of the 1st level of the Demon Locking Pagoda, Zachariah held the demon-subduing staff, his footsteps clearly audible. He couldn't quite sleep, so he had come out to patrol at night. It wasn't insomnia. Rather, whenever he was about to fall asleep, visions of demons wreaking havoc would flash through his mind, jolting him awake. This sense of impending danger rooted in the recent chaos at the Demon Locking Pagoda gnawed at him. Residual traces on the ground seemed to silently recount the bloodshed and brutality from that night. Though Zachariah himself had remained unscathed, a lingering feeling of narrowly escaping disaster clung to him. Ultimately, it was because the Demon Locking Pagoda held too many uncertainties. After all, it imprisoned powerful demons, some with unforeseen abilities lurking beneath their veneer. "Boss, have some wine to warm yourself up?" Miles called out from behind, having shifted his address for Zachariah from Brother Sue to Boss. This reflected his genuine acknowledgement of Zachariah as the leader here. Initially, when Anwar had announced the decision, everyone outwardly agreed, even congratulating Zachariah, but inwardly they harbored resentment. The reason? Zachariah was too young. His previous sickly appearance had ingrained a negative stereotype in everyone's minds. Even though Zachariah's diligent efforts had visibly improved both his physical and mental health, people still hadn't given him much weight. Many found it hard to accept that someone could rise above them based on a single interrogation. Miles felt the same initially. Calling Zachariah boss, who was significantly younger than him, didn't sit well. But after the pagoda incident, Miles's views changed. During the turmoil, many other tower guardians were injured. One of Miles's arms still bore bandages. Zachariah, however, emerged completely unharmed without even playing the part of a coward by hiding away. They saw him actively engaging during the chaos, fearlessly subduing demons, and even aiding several fellow guardians. Zachariah had earned his respect. Later, he learned that Zachariah had chosen to remain in the demon locking pagoda, forsaking his white-robed, Giosopal status. This further deepened Miles's admiration. Here was someone with the chance and capability to flee but chose to stay and stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Surely this deserved the title of boss? Patrol duty doesn't allow drinking. You know better than to disobey. Zachariah declined the wine bottle offered by Miles. Despite speaking sternly, a faint smile tugged at his lips. He knew Miles's weakness for liquor and let it slide this time. Miles withdrew the bottle with an awkward laugh and shifted the topic. Boss, by not accepting Anwar's reward, don't you feel like wasting such significant merit? Internally, Zachariah felt accompanying the higher-level demon escort was enough reward for him. Other items meant little to him, but he wore a look of feigned regret. Indeed, it is a pity. Suddenly, the demons in the cells started acting frenzied. Some slammed their heads against walls, others pounded the floor relentlessly, while some wept bitterly or tore at their own hair until patches of scalp were left bare. What's going on? Miles looked bewildered, instinctively moving behind Zachariah. Zachariah's brow furrowed as the bell around him rang suddenly, a sign of trouble. Racing toward the entrance, he finally understood why the demons had gone berserk. A formidable demon had just been incarcerated. The demon, covered in black fur, emaciated, wore numerous specially designed demon-restraining flags from Mount Shu. Its face obscured, yet an awe-inspiring demonic aura radiated. The oppressive force of this aura made breathing difficult. From afar, Zachariah felt a chill down his spine, as if touched by an icy hand. Fortunately, his robust life force eventually overcame the odd sensation. Even Zachariah, so keenly aware of the alarming demonic aura, imagined how overwhelming it must be for the other demons. Their disturbance stemmed from sensing the arrival of a dominant presence. Another great demon being imprisoned caused despair and grief among them. Zachariah's gaze quickly turned from the black-furred demon to the Mount Shu high-ranking officials escorting it. 2 Isaiahs led, followed by 8 Addisons responsible for transporting the demon, the largest entourage Zachariah had ever seen. Anwar, one of the escorts, gave a hushed gesture and signaled Zachariah to follow. Fulfilling his promise, Anwar now included Zachariah in the mission to deliver the demon to a higher level of the pagoda. Silent and obedient, Zachariah stayed close to Anwar. Without instruction, he remained mute throughout the journey. Upon entering the pagoda's depths, gray-robed disciples respectfully stepped aside, bowing heads, avoiding eye contact. Ascending, Zachariah soon reached the mysterious 6th level. At the entrance to the 6th level, a blue-violet barrier obstructed view. Anwar approached and gently touched the barrier, turning it transparent but still opaque inside. With a wave of his hand, he indicated for the group to follow. As Zachariah crossed the barrier, visibility improved. Observing around, he noticed the 6th level structure differed vastly from the lower 5 levels. No winding corridors here, only rows of adjacent prison cells. Each cell space was much larger and encased within a radiant golden array, extending golden chains from its 4 walls to tightly bind any demon inside. Within this golden array, all demons appeared in a perpetual slumber state. Hence, no need for patrolling disciples. Problems only arose during new arrivals or death inspections. With the black-furred demon secured, a new page in the demon records was written. Chapter 15. Advancement to the Spirit Transformation Realm. Demon, Black Mountain Demon Zombie. Cultivation level, 2nd rank of Celestial Human Realm. Martial art, Earth Stiff Prohibition Method. Techniques, Corpse Poison Corruption Technique, Pulse Sealing Claw. Daily Extraction, Toxin Resistance *10, Cultivation Experience *300. Seeing the information displayed in the Demon Chronicle, Zachariah couldn't help but draw a deep breath. This one demon alone provides 300 cultivation experience points daily. That already exceeds half of Zachariah's current daily earnings. He currently earns over 500 cultivation experience points daily, accumulated by imprisoning numerous demons from the first 2 floors. Indeed, the demons on the 6th floor are formidable. Previously, Devon, an evil cultivator from the 5th floor, provided 80 points daily, and Zachariah felt that was already substantial. Now he realized his previous thoughts were too conservative. The difference between them was incomparable. Zachariah was glad he had suggested going higher in the demon locking tower to Anwar. Otherwise, he would still be like a frog at the bottom of a well. Just by participating in the transport, I can earn so much experience. If I had arrested it myself, wouldn't the experience be tens of thousands? Of course, this was only a fleeting thought in Zachariah's mind. This was a demon zombie, covered in corpse poison, requiring demon-suppressing flags to control its poison from spreading. At its peak, even touching it would result in layers of skin rotting off Zachariah's body. But with this toxin resistance, I shouldn't fear its corpse poison anymore, right? Zachariah noticed the added benefit of toxin resistance in the daily rewards and felt more reassured. If he could resist corpse poison, other toxins should naturally pose no threat. Still, it's a very practical attribute. Suppressing his inner joy, Zachariah followed Anwar out of the 6th floor as others silently left. Only Anwar remained. At this moment, Anwar looked much more relaxed. Do you have any questions? Seeing Zachariah hesitating with something on his mind, Anwar smiled and asked. Zachariah immediately inquired about the origin of the demon. Seemingly anticipating this question, Anwar calmly replied, "This is a human-made demon zombie." Zachariah was momentarily stunned, then greatly alarmed. Human-made? Who would go to such extremes to create such a monstrous thing? Zachariah couldn't help but comment, feeling both disgusted and shaken. To be able to cultivate a demon zombie to the celestial human realm, how powerful must that person be? It's a man who calls himself the Ilium. Creating demon zombies to harm people isn't new for him. Mount Shu has been looking for him for years but hasn't been able to catch him, explained Anwar, before realizing he had said too much and stopped further discussion. He then shifted the topic. Today, I've taken you to see things beyond your level. You needn't think too much. Focus on cultivating and strengthening your body. To endure the demon locking tower, your physical condition is paramount. As he spoke, Anwar pulled out a yellow-skinned scripture from his robe and handed it to Zachariah. Zachariah received it dumbly, seeing Mingxin Dantuifa, mind-clarifying body forging method, written on its cover. It wasn't a martial technique, but a basic method to forge the body and enhance constitution. You've renounced becoming a white-robe Gyosipal, but I can't let someone who contributes feel disheartened. Take this body forge technique and cultivate diligently. If you have any questions next time, ask me. Zachariah bowed respectfully to Anwar. Thank you for your care, Elder. Without doubt, Anwar treated him well. Of course, it all stemmed from Zachariah revealing the treasure chamber's location to him, making him the first beneficiary. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Anwar to be so attentive to a gray-robed Gyosipal. Anwar patted Zachariah's shoulder and didn't say more. Looking at the technique in his hand, though not high-grade, it could serve as Zachariah's excuse. Later, if anyone discovered his overly powerful physical abilities, he could attribute it to the effects of this mind-clarifying body forging method. Since the demon zombie's imprisonment, the awe it inspired among the tower guards lasted for several days. Zachariah often heard discussions about its terror until after a week when mentions gradually faded, as if nothing happened. However, Zachariah's changes were significant. His cultivation experience finally broke through 10,000, meeting the standard to advance to the next stage. During this period, Zachariah tried to break through but failed every time, accepting his body's lack of aptitude for cultivation. He could only rely on infusing cultivation experience to improve. After preparing thoroughly in the rest room and stabilizing his emotions, cultivating and breaking through requires patience and calmness. Extract cultivation experience. Injecting over 10,000 points at once, Zachariah closed his eyes, focusing on the changes within his true essence. Under a mysterious force, his abundant true essence began transforming, taking on a turquoise luster like melting jade. This was the conversion from true essence to spirit essence. True essence to spirit essence, the spirit transformation realm. Spirit essence was undoubtedly stronger than true essence, being more versatile and fluid, freely shifting between gas and liquid states, making it easier to handle. Moreover, cultivators in the spirit transformation realm could directly absorb the chaotic heavenly energy, truly stepping into the realm of cultivation. Only now did Zachariah understand. Below the spirit transformation realm, cultivators merely scratched the surface, carefully extracting the gentlest threads of heavenly energy with their chi sensations, then converting it through cycles into usable energy. In contrast, those in the spirit transformation realm could absorb heavenly energy directly, vastly improving absorption efficiency and the power of their techniques. Exhale. Zachariah expelled a turbid breath, expelling more impurities. Examining himself internally, his bones shone like jade, undergoing remarkable transformation. Upon entering the spirit transformation realm, his body evolved to match the absorption of heavenly energy. After cleansing, Zachariah stretched, joints cracking sharply like thunderbolts exploding inside his body. This body has become significantly stronger. Estimating purely based on physical strength without using any spirit essence, Zachariah could dominate below the spirit transformation realm. He might even challenge some spirit transformation realm cultivators. This meant he could easily sweep through the first 2 floors of the demon locking tower without exposing his true strength. Checking his status. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation, first rank of spirit transformation realm, 0/10,000. Heart method, Mount Shu basic breath cultivation technique. Techniques, heart crushing palm, mind clarifying body forging method. Supernatural powers, none. Constitution, primordial body, blood filled, matchless agility, immune to all poisons. Bloodline, Titan bloodline. After reaching the spirit transformation realm, advancement slows down considerably. It takes around 10 days to advance 1 rank. Reaching the spiritual aperture realm will take roughly 90 days. 3 months, it feels so long. Zachariah found it somewhat distant. Fortunately, no one heard these arrogant musings. Otherwise, they'd beat him with shoe heels. How audacious. 10 days to advance 1 rank considered slow? Many spirit transformation realm cultivators take years. The next day, just as Zachariah woke up, commotion came from outside the door, quickly followed by Miles's knock. Chapter 16. A rookie's mistake. Zachariah thought something urgent had happened and quickly got dressed to come out. It turned out that Miles told him something that left Zachariah speechless. Boss, we have new arrivals. Due to the demonic turmoil last time, some of the Tower Guard disciples were injured or killed. To prevent a lack of personnel inside, the sect had recruited a new batch of people. Recruiting low-level disciples was much easier than elite ones. Geniuses are rare, but cannon fodder is abundant. So what if the rookies arrived? Why did you rush over to tell me? You're the boss. Shouldn't you go see the newcomers? Hearing this, Zachariah realized he should indeed do so. Newcomers should meet their superiors. It made sense. In truth, Zachariah never truly considered himself an official. If he could avoid being one, he would rather continue as an ordinary Tower Guard disciple. Remaining low-key allowed him to remain safe within the demon-sealing tower. At the end of the day, he didn't want to offend Anwar's goodwill and took on this thankless job. When Zachariah arrived, 10 newcomers were already lined up in 2 rows outside the demon-sealing tower. They looked like fresh recruits awaiting inspection. Each of their faces radiated excitement. Zachariah knew their excitement wouldn't last long. Once the novelty wore off and they spent more time in the demon-sealing tower, they'd probably start cursing. Eventually, they would become seasoned veterans, with fake smiles and no real joy showing on their faces. There were 8 males and 2 females, all wearing standardized gray robes. Zachariah introduced himself to them and then briefly acquainted them with other colleagues at the demon-sealing tower. After a brief chat to break the ice, Zachariah informed them about some important rules and precautions. He wanted to ensure they wouldn't run into trouble within the demon-sealing tower, especially regarding physical health. After delivering these instructions, Zachariah left. There wasn't much more to deeply discuss. Zachariah could only use his experience to help them avoid unnecessary detours. As for their future, it was ultimately in their own hands. Here in the demon-sealing tower, no one knew what tomorrow might bring. Too deep connections weren't necessarily a good thing. Stanley was a living example. The arrival of the newcomers brought a breath of fresh air and a touch of liveliness to the usually lifeless demon-sealing tower. It added a splash of new color to the mundane life of guarding the tower. However, an accident eventually occurred. 2 days later, eastern area of the first level. A demon covered in black oil lay dead before a cell. This demon, an oil-eating demon, could spew flames from its mouth and had caused nearly 10 fires in a village, leading to numerous tragic losses. It had been captured by Shu Mountain disciples and kept here for 5 years. But now, the demon was not in its cell. It had faked death to try to escape. Unfortunately for it, just as it was about to escape, it encountered Zachariah patrolling nearby, resulting in its demise. A pungent smell of foul oil filled the air. Zachariah kicked the demon aside, brushed off dust from his clothes, and turned to look at the woman behind him. She had a wound on her shoulder, and her snow-white neck bore a streak of crimson. This woman was Selma, one of the new arrivals 2 days ago. She was also the culprit who almost let the oil-eating demon escape. A moment ago, the demon feigned death. The inexperienced Selma entered the cell without caution. The demon, which had already broken free, suddenly attacked, attempting to kill and escape. If not for Zachariah patrolling nearby, she might have met her end. Without hesitation, Zachariah used the heart-shattering palm to send the demon to its grave. Be more careful next time. Don't get easily deceived by these demons. Have you been here for only a few days, and you dare to open the cell alone? Do you have guts of steel, or are you just stupid? I told you this from the beginning. Did you ignore my warnings? Zachariah's tone was stern, and his face showed clear rebuke. He didn't speak softly or show any sympathy because she was a woman. This mistake was too serious. Death was the least outcome. A chaotic situation could harm many more disciples. Zachariah had to be strict. The female disciple lowered her head, blushing red, gripping the hem of her robe, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her reaction, Zachariah didn't continue to scold her. He believed this lesson would stay with her. Take this body away and bury it. Remember, don't burn it. Usually, demons' bodies were incinerated. However, this demon's body contained flammable oil. Burning it would cause an explosion. Zachariah remembered a scene from a past drama where someone tried to burn opium with fire. It was a huge mistake. Thus, he warned Selma multiple times not to use fire. He didn't do this task himself because the demon was filthy, and touching it would leave an unbearable stench. Letting her handle it would teach her a lesson for her mistake. Selma nodded silently and dragged the demon away. At that moment, another newcomer approached. He witnessed everything, especially Zachariah's impressive act of defeating the demon with a single palm strike. He was awestruck and gave Zachariah a thumbs up. Brother Sue is amazing. Only newcomers called him Brother Sue. The old-timers addressed him as boss, mainly because Zachariah was younger and had joined the sect more recently, making calling him brother inappropriate. Zachariah glanced at the newcomer, who wore a pure smile, admiration shining in his eyes, seemingly genuine. Even though he knew it was flattery, Zachariah couldn't dislike him. Aren't you Innes? To think Brother Sue remembers me. I'm honored. Innes gave another flattering remark. Zachariah felt uneasy and promptly found an excuse to leave. Innes watched Zachariah walk away until he disappeared completely. Then his smile faded, and a faintly malevolent gleam flashed in his eyes. Chapter 17, Copper Body. After finishing his patrol duties for the day, Innes arranged a gathering and invited Miles and others to drink and chat. In the eyes of veterans like Miles, this new recruit knew how to handle social situations well, understood human relations, and was worth cultivating. Brotherly, I'd like to toast with you. Innes held the wine cup with both hands, gently tapping it against Miles's. No need to be so formal. We're all brothers here. No need for pleasantries, let's drink. It was well known among even the new recruits that Miles loved his drink. Dealing with someone whose pleasure was so obvious and easily satisfied was too easy. All Innes needed to do was propose a drink, and he had Miles under control. After a few rounds, Miles started losing himself in the repeated calls of brotherly. Brotherly, may I ask something? How many floors does the demon locking tower have? Innes's cheeks were flushed, looking tipsy as he asked. Miles made a gesture. 8 floors. Why can we only go up to the 5th floor? Innes waved his hand and lowered his head, muttering as if to himself. Is there something hidden up there that shouldn't be seen? You don't understand. Miles patted his shoulder, preparing to give a lengthy explanation, but then he waved his hand and laughed. Don't ask too many questions, kid. Innes frowned slightly, but kept smiling, his tone tinged with skepticism. Surely Brotherly knows, right? How could I not know? Miles's eyes widened, and he became more serious. The upper floors house more powerful demons. These demons are so strong that merely approaching them is dangerous for us. The sect considers our safety and doesn't allow us to go up. It's said that a Kelvin is also imprisoned up there. A Kelvin? Innes's eyes suddenly lit up but quickly concealed it, smiling naively. You must have heard that from others, Brotherly. After all, you haven't seen it yourself. Seeing is believing. Don't believe me? Miles's competitiveness flared up unexpectedly. Ask Jerry Sue. He surely knows. Oh, has Senior Brother Sue seen the demons up there? Innes narrowed his eyes subtly. Of course. Miles replied condescendingly. Not long ago, a demon was transported to the 6th floor, and Jerry Sue accompanied the Isaiah up there. He's the only one among our tower guards allowed on the 6th floor. Miles looked triumphant, as if he had the privilege himself. Indeed, Senior Brother Sue lives up to his reputation. Extraordinary indeed. Innes agreed, then questioned. But why haven't I seen him going up recently? It seems he can only go when escorting demons, but that's a huge privilege. At least he gets to see things alongside the Isaiahs. Saying this, Miles took another sip, exhaled the alcohol-infused breath, and chuckled bitterly. Unlike us who are destined to be frogs at the bottom of the well, Jerry Sue will eventually leave this place. He's different from us. This time, Innes remained silent, lost in thought, as if pondering something deeply. Meanwhile, Miles soon passed out from excessive drinking. In the following days, Innes frequently approached Zachariah. He maintained his innocent appearance, always wearing a smile. He orbited around Zachariah, asking endless questions, talking non-stop. His fellow recruits who joined around the same time thought he was trying to suck up to his superior and distance themselves from him. But Innes didn't seem to care, acting as if he were Zachariah's devoted little fan. He didn't ask about the higher levels of the demon locking tower. He simply seemed genuinely interested in getting along with Zachariah. This behavior began to bother Zachariah, leading him to avoid Innes deliberately. Innes noticed Zachariah's intentional distancing but didn't press further. This made Zachariah feel somewhat guilty. Was he being too harsh? New recruits naturally talk a lot. Shouldn't he encourage their enthusiasm? Upon deeper reflection, however, Zachariah felt it was better this way. That guy really talked too much. A month quietly passed. In the restroom, Zachariah opened his eyes. Boom. An astonishing aura erupted from within him. 5th stage of spirit transformation. Zachariah clenched his fists tightly, feeling elated after his breakthrough. In just 1 month, he had advanced 4 minor stages. While this speed wasn't exceptionally fast compared to before, it still surprised Zachariah. During this month, Zachariah had imprisoned 10 demons, mostly 2nd level or above, except for those not on the 5th level. This was equivalent to adding 10 more high-ranking members to his experience vault. Additionally, relic extractions played a crucial role in his rapid advancement. Apart from the 2 opportunities from killing the Oil Eater, 4 more demons perished in the Yaomoji within this month, giving him 10 total extraction chances. Most of what Zachariah extracted was cultivation infusion, allowing such rapid advancement. Aside from cultivation infusions, he obtained a few martial techniques, but they weren't very practical and were clearly demonic. Zachariah directly refined them to enhance his base attributes. Over this month, Zachariah improved significantly in speed, strength, and physical constitution. He glanced at his status. Host * Zachariah. Cultivation level * 5th stage of spirit transformation, 0/10,000. Mental energy technique * A basic cultivation method. Martial techniques * heart crushing palm, mind strengthening corporeal technique. Supernatural abilities * none. Physical constitution * primal body, blood essence abundance, peerless agility, immune to all toxins. Bloodline * giant demon bloodline. Available rewards * cultivation experience * 352. Essence of flesh and blood * 100. The essence of flesh and blood came from a man-eating ogre confined on the 4th floor. This demon feasted on humans, growing to an enormous size and having extremely strong physical defenses. Countless humans had fallen victim to it over the years, making its crimes heinous indeed. Apparently, pieces of its flesh would detach and attack humans. When captured, it was pinned down by soul-suppressing nails, causing it to scream for 3 days straight until it finally went numb. Fortunately, Zachariah confined it in the largest cell on the 4th floor, which had excellent soundproofing charms, otherwise the tower guards would have gone sleepless for 3 nights. Extract essence of flesh and blood. After extracting the essence, Su Zheng felt his body becoming taut. When exerting force, his muscles stood out sharply, even showing a faint copper color, a symbol of significant physical enhancement. This meant his body was now as hard as copper. Even dedicated practitioners focusing on strengthening their bodies would take at least a decade to reach this level. And Zachariah achieved this in just 1 month using accumulated essence of flesh and blood. The man-eating ogre was indeed a treasure despite its vile nature. Just the hardness of his muscles now rivaled the defense provided by blood essence armor. Zachariah relaxed, his skin returning to normal. Now, his muscles, blood essence, strength, and agility had all improved dramatically, akin to a seasoned cultivator who had spent decades refining his body. Zachariah took a deep breath. As he stepped out of the rest room, the bell on his waist jingled. Oh, a big catch has arrived? Chapter 18. The Orin. Zachariah could now determine the nature of the demon by the frequency of the bell ringing. At this moment, the bell's sound was sharp and rapid, leading Zachariah to instantly conclude that a formidable demon was at the door. By the time Zachariah reached the demon-locking pagoda entrance, he was met with a thin, emaciated teenager who didn't match the image of a formidable demon at all. The teenager was confined in a cart covered with talismans on all sides, escorted by 5 purple-robed disciples. He hung his head, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and somewhat charred black. His clothes were tattered, as if scorched by fire. Zachariah noticed the renowned thunder talisman pasted all over the cart, all activated, emitting an eerie bluish-purple glow. It was evident that this teenager had touched one of the thunder talismans on the cart and been electrocuted. What's his background? Why does he need 5 purple-robed disciples to escort him and a cart loaded with thunder talismans? Zachariah pondered, wondering if the youth had an extraordinary background or posed an immense threat. But Zachariah wouldn't feel any sympathy for him. In the demon-locking pagoda, judging by appearance was strictly prohibited because many demons were adept at feigning weakness, appearing harmless and even pitiful, merely to deceive others. At this moment, the other purple-robed disciples left after bringing the demon. Only a square-faced senior brother remained to instruct Zachariah before leaving. Lock this demon into the 5th floor, bring the cart inside the cell, and never try to remove the demon from the cart. Zachariah nodded solemnly, asking about the demon's background. Seeing his hesitation, Zachariah explained, understanding the enemy is essential to prevent unforeseen circumstances. I'm concerned about the safety of the demon-locking pagoda, not out of curiosity. The square-faced senior looked exasperated at such a noble reason and finally said, this demon, we call it a Orin. It has a unique escape technique, transforming itself into a shadow to flee effortlessly. Hence, we prepared this cart surrounded by thunder talismans to prevent its escape. Moreover, it can control your shadow, killing you without your awareness and manipulate you entirely through your shadow. Isn't this demon terrifying? The square-faced senior spoke with obvious resentment. This demon manipulated the king of Jameson Kingdom, resulting in countless loyal officials being killed, leading to treacherous people gaining power while citizens suffered. Truly despicable. As a citizen of Jameson Kingdom, I'd love to devour his flesh raw. Spitting at the teenager's face before leaving, the square-faced senior received no reaction from him. The youth remained unresponsive, always keeping his head down. Zachariah understood his senior's actions and silently took over the cart. Along with other pagoda guards, they led the Orin into the pagoda. A new page in the Chronicle of Demons opened up. Demon. Orin. Cultivation level. 6-stage formation pill. Mental energy. Evil shadow art. Skills. Shadow bind technique. Shadow kill technique. Shadow escape technique. Daily extraction. Mental resistance *10. Cultivation experience *120. Mental resistance aids Zachariah against mental attacks. The daily rewards are related to the demon's abilities. Since mental resistance can be extracted from him, it implies that this demon's control method involves mental manipulation. If simply controlling someone's shadow could make them obey, it would be too fantastical. So Zachariah almost concluded that the Orin used a dual approach, manipulating physical movements through shadows and mentally controlling the mind to achieve total compliance. Having locked the cell, Ennis, who hadn't chatted with Zachariah in days, approached suddenly. Senior brother Sue, what crime did this fellow commit? He doesn't seem like a demon at all. Ennis had not participated in the escort, so he was unaware of the Orin's identity. Although Zachariah disliked endless chatter, dismissing Ennis outright was improper. Therefore, he explained briefly. Upon hearing this, Ennis's eyes flickered, showing a lingering fear on his face. Who would have thought that this innocent-looking boy is an incredibly powerful demon? Zachariah remarked casually, it's common. Disguise is effortless for demons. Many demons in the pagoda were originally humans who willingly turned into demons. For them, acting human again was as easy as eating or drinking water. After explaining, Zachariah left promptly, fearing another bout of incessant chatter. Surprisingly, Innes didn't follow this time. Standing there, he gazed at the young prisoner in the cell, a smile creeping onto his face. Inside the cell, the Orin lifted his head, cold eyes piercing through. Their gazes met, clashing like sparks in silence. Brotherly, come. Have another drink? No more, I must patrol tonight. In the lounge, Miles gently pushed away the wine cup offered by Innes, indicating he couldn't drink further. Though a drunkard, he knew his duty. No matter how much he loved wine, he couldn't neglect his responsibilities. A single mistake could cost him not only his promotion but even his right to stay and drink here. Brotherly, if we drink, let's do it heartily. You must enjoy tonight fully. Don't worry about patrolling. I'll handle it for you as a way to repay your kindness. Miles hesitated, eyeing the wine cup, yet retaining his sanity. He refused. No, I can't ask that of you. Don't you trust me? What talk? Junior brother Chong is reliable. I have absolute faith in you. So please let me patrol tonight as a token of gratitude. Although unsure what Miles owed him, Innes' sincerity seemed genuine. Miles didn't delve deeper, deciding to humor Innes' insistence, taking the wine cup and finishing it in one gulp. Ah, refreshing. Putting down the cup, Miles admired Innes' endurance, puzzled by his lack of intoxication despite numerous cups. Innes smiled modestly. Senior brotherly flatters me. Soon, Miles lay unconscious beside the table. Innes stroked his cheek and then stood up, walking towards the door. Upon exiting, his face morphed into Miles's. Meanwhile, the lying Miles twisted, his face changing into Innes' likeness. Translation maintained the structure and tone of the original text, preserving character names in pinyin format where appropriate. ####Chapter 19. Innes' scheme. In the dead of night, the demon-locking pagoda lay in silence. Most of the disciples guarding the pagoda were fast asleep, and only a few night patrol members moved quietly through the corridors, their footsteps barely audible. Miles emerged from his room and began his routine patrol from the first floor, greeting other night patrollers with a smile as he went along. A middle-aged man suddenly turned around, glancing at Miles's retreating figure, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What's up with this guy today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Originally, this middle-aged man didn't get along well with Miles. They rarely acknowledged each other because the man disliked alcohol intensely. It made him feel nauseous just to smell it, a reaction he couldn't change. On the other hand, Miles loved alcohol and found it inconceivable that someone could detest it so much. Because of this, Miles always felt the man was being hostile toward him. Over time, they developed a mutual animosity and avoided interacting altogether. However, just now, Miles had greeted him. This left the middle-aged man feeling utterly perplexed. Could it be that this guy wants to mend our relationship? He thought about it. Maybe it was possible. After all, they worked together in the same pagoda, often bumping into each other. It would be better if they could ease the tension between them. Since he extended the olive branch, I should respond positively. He hadn't responded immediately due to surprise, but realized now that he should have. Perhaps it's time to repair our relationship. With this thought, the man turned and followed Miles. 5th floor of the demon-locking pagoda. In front of the Orin's prison cell, Miles stopped. The Orin inside the prison cart sat hunched over his knees, seemingly asleep. But Miles knew he wasn't sleeping. Hey, it's me, Miles said, causing the young demon to lift his head instantly, cold eyes piercing like daggers. The young demon tilted his head, clearly puzzled by the identity of the person before him. I am Innes. Miles revealed his true name, which transformed the young demon's indifferent gaze into one filled with anticipation. Miles didn't say more, stepping forward and unlocking the prison cell door. While opening the door was simple, the actual containment was a cart covered in thunderlight talismans, making it difficult to remove. However, Miles appeared confident and unruffled. Just as Miles entered the Orin cell, the middle-aged man who wanted to mend relations with Miles appeared behind him, shouting abruptly. Miles, what are you doing? Miles paused, turning back with an intense gaze. You arrived just in time. The middle-aged man sensed something was off and instinctively took a step backward. Miles, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything rash. At this moment, he still hadn't suspected Miles's identity. However, the next instant, Miles vanished from sight. The middle-aged man's hair stood on end as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a hand latched onto his throat from behind, lifting him into the air. Marsh-wriggling noises. The man choked, unable to scream for help. His face turned red, struggling uselessly. Crack. In the next moment, Miles twisted his neck until it snapped. Then, like tossing a sack, Miles hurled him onto the top of the Orin's prison cart. ZZZ. The thunderlight talismans activated as the man's body touched them, unleashing a surge of electric current. The smell of burning flesh permeated the air. After some time, the man's corpse became charred, while the thunderlight talisman's power waned. Hee. The Orin emerged as a shadow, leaping out of the prison cell and standing before Miles. Miles stated, I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn. The young demon tilted his head, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. My condition isn't good. They tampered not only with the cart, but also implanted something inside me. To kill a mere guard disciple, does that require special conditions? Why must it be me? You can kill a guard disciple too. The Orin seemed to sense that Miles was avoiding something, but received no explanation. If you hesitate any longer and ruin my plan, I'll kill you right now. A flash of fierce light shone in the Orin's eyes. He then silently dispersed into ashes, vanishing into the darkness. A slight smirk formed on Miles's lips as he stepped forward. A dark shadow swiftly moved through the corridor unnoticed by the night patrol. In an instant, the shadow arrived at a specific restroom door. This shadow was naturally the Orin. Innes had already informed him of the target's location and marked the door. Confirming the marking on the wall outside the door, the Orin slipped through the crack. Without effort, he penetrated the heavy iron door, rematerializing inside. Despite the dimness, the Orin's night vision allowed him to see clearly. He identified the silhouette on the bed, the person Innes had designated for elimination. It was Zachariah, a prominent leader among the tower guards, who had participated in escorting the Orin. Currently, Zachariah slept soundly, unaware of the impending danger. The Orin flashed beside Zachariah's bed, determined to act without hesitation. Lifting his arm, it transformed into a black blade. Blame it on bad luck. He plunged the black blade towards Zachariah's heart. However, just as the blade tip touched Zachariah's skin, Zachariah suddenly woke up. Instinctively, his body tensed, turning copper-colored in an instant. Simultaneously, blood rapidly flowed within him, clustering near his heart. The blood congealed under his skin, forming a protective shield against the blade. To the Orin's shock, the blade barely pierced a layer of skin and a half-inch of flesh before stopping. Copper body? The Orin saw the transformation clearly. He understood its implications. This man is not just a tower guard. Chapter 20. Burst. The Orin instinctively believed that Zachariah wasn't a tower guarding disciple. What great skills could a disciple locked inside the devil-suppressing tower of Xuanhuan possess? It was impossible for Xuanhuan to place potential elite disciples here as bait for demons, right? Based on his observations over the days, he had firmly concluded in his heart. These tower guarding disciples were nothing but ants beneath the true essence realm. But at this moment, the fact before him slapped him hard in the face. Bronze body. This guy actually cultivated the bronze body. Those who could achieve the bronze body were all people of great willpower and ability, having endured countless years of hardship and refinement. Could mere ants accomplish this? Before he could think further, in the next instant, Zachariah had already grabbed the blade with one hand, flipped up, and immediately retaliated. By the time the Orin realized what was happening, Zachariah's fist was already approaching his face. The air emitted a sharp, yet subtle explosion. Feeling the terrifying force and power wrapped around the fist, in an instant, the Orin felt like he faced a formidable enemy. His body turned into a black shadow, swiftly retreating. Who are you? The Orin couldn't help but ask. A person with such abilities absolutely couldn't be a tower guarding disciple. Could it be that this guy entered disguised like Innes? Zachariah did not answer him. His gaze was wary, locking eyes on the black shadow's position. Though in the darkness he couldn't see as clearly as the Orin, he wouldn't become completely blind either. At this moment, moonlight streamed through the window. Finally, he saw the figure clearly, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. Orin? Who helped you escape? Both talking about their own concerns, neither could reach an agreement. The Orin's eyes flickered, then grinned. Dead men don't need to know so much. He had decided that no matter who Zachariah was, he must be killed. Only by killing him could he escape from this cursed place. As for this man's secrets, he didn't care to delve deeper. In the next instant, the Orin made his move. In his current poor condition, naturally, he chose the safest and simplest method to kill, manipulating Zachariah to commit suicide. A shadow rapidly spread from the Orin's feet to Zachariah's back. By the time Zachariah reacted, the two shadows were already connected. Heh. The Orin laughed eerily. While controlling Zachariah's body, a black needle appeared on his brow. It shot straight toward Zachariah's forehead at lightning speed. Zachariah guessed correctly. The Orin's method of manipulation had two steps. First, the shadowbind technique, plus mental attack. That black needle was a manifestation of his consciousness. Named Soul Needle. Not only can your body turn into a shadow, even your consciousness can manifest as a black needle. Zachariah marveled at this demon's peculiar abilities. In the next instant, the black soul needle had pierced his forehead. Yet Zachariah remained motionless, as if nothing had happened. Huh. The Orin tilted his head. The expected agony on Zachariah's face didn't appear. Was the amount not enough? Is this guy hiding more strength? No time to think. 3 more black soul needles emerged from his brow, all piercing into Zachariah's forehead. Zachariah remained still. The Orin was slightly stunned. What's going on? Zachariah smiled. Your methods seem ineffective. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Orin's complexion visibly changed. In the next moment, 10 soul needles appeared, and as these 10 needles emerged, the Orin's body also wavered. If he were at full strength, conjuring 10 soul needles would be effortless. But now, summoning 10 soul needles was an extreme action, a huge burden on his mind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Unsurprisingly, the 10 soul needles penetrated Zachariah's brain. Zachariah's brows slightly furrowed, appearing to feel pain. The Orin's face lit up. It worked. However, just as he eagerly awaited Zachariah's agony, Zachariah's eyebrows relaxed. He laughed again. Really, it doesn't work at all. The Orin, as if facing some grand horror, involuntarily stepped back. You. The Orin's expression was 3 parts terrified, 7 parts frantic, and 90 parts incredulous. After saying you 3 times, he seemed to stall, hardly able to utter a complete sentence. His confidence started to crack. Had his usually effective methods really failed against a tower-guarding disciple? Was he in such poor shape now? On the other side, Zachariah was able to withstand the Orin's soul needle attacks. Naturally, because his extracted mental resistance capability had played its part. If Zachariah told him at this moment that his mental resistance was obtained from him, would he collapse even more? But Zachariah had no time for such cruel fun. Most important now was dealing with this demon. The Orin gritted his teeth. He wasn't someone who would be defeated easily after 1 or 2 setbacks. At least, my shadowbind still works. Since he couldn't control Zachariah's thoughts, he would forcefully control his movements. Zachariah instantly felt a pulling force tugging at his limbs, as if treating him like a puppet. But how could Zachariah let himself be manipulated? Comparing strength with me? James and blood surged madly within his body, like a raging river flowing endlessly. His body burned hot, every muscle in his limbs tensed instantly, making his muscles sharply defined. The Orin was greatly alarmed. He discovered to his horror that he couldn't make Zachariah move. It felt like trying to pull a steel giant with silk threads. If he hadn't been injured and restrained by a cultivation-suppressing ban, he wouldn't fear. But now, in his weakened state, he kicked an iron board. Truly, when it rains it pours. The Orin emitted a low roar. Sensing danger, he exerted all his might. However, his best effort was far inferior to Zachariah's explosive strength. Under the control of Shadowbind, Zachariah managed to move freely despite the stiffness. Reaching out, he retrieved the demon-slaying staff from the edge of the bed and threw it at the Orin with force. The demon-slaying staff still held lethal power against the Orin. Daring not to underestimate it, the Orin dodged sideways. This was expected by Zachariah. When the Orin chose to dodge, he was distracted. Zachariah utilized this moment of distraction, rapidly breaking free from the Shadowbind. In the next instant, Zachariah's figure appeared directly behind the Orin, grabbing the flying demon-slaying staff midair. Striking back, everything happened too fast, just a flash of light. Zachariah's demon-slaying staff struck the Orin's back of the head. This strike, Zachariah held nothing back. With full force unleashed, the demon-slaying staff burst into fragments on the Orin's head. Chapter 21. The True Plot. Zachariah hadn't expected the demon-subduing staff to break so easily. There was nothing he could do. This wasn't a magical artifact, and its fragility was normal. Fortunately, after that blow, the Orin finally collapsed like a pile of mud. Zachariah checked his breathing. It was faint, but still present. This meant he was alive, but unconscious. Truly impressive for a 5th-level demon to endure my strike and still live, Zachariah mused, surprised. He had put all his strength into that attack. With the terrifying power amplification and the infusion of Spirit Formation Realm's spiritual essence, even a Ling Aperture Realm expert would be obliterated by such a blow. And the Orin had been significantly weakened when confined here, unable to display more than a tenth of its peak prowess in Sealed Dan Realm. Yet, it was still so resilient. During its prime, Zachariah imagined the blow might only tickle it. Zachariah dragged the Orin and opened the door, only to find Miles standing not far outside. Miles paused momentarily upon seeing him exit, revealing genuine surprise. Zachariah, why isn't he dead? At this moment, Zachariah hadn't realized that the person before him wasn't the real Miles. Seeing the shock on Miles's face, Zachariah explained, "This guy escaped. Giant you noticed during your night patrol?" Miles seemed to come back to reality, feigning surprise. "Really? I just came down from the 5th floor and didn't see this. Are you alright?" "No big deal," Zachariah replied. "That's good." Miles sighed in relief. "Give him to me. I'll lock him back up." As Miles approached, he reached out to take the Orin from Zachariah. Suddenly, he struck fiercely at Zachariah's chest. The speed was astonishingly fast, leaving no time for reaction. However, Zachariah unexpectedly raised his arm to block the attack, stumbling backwards several steps. His arms tingled but managed to protect his vital points. Miles clearly hadn't anticipated Zachariah blocking his attack. This wasn't just reflex, it meant Zachariah had suspected him beforehand. "How did you know?" Miles asked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zachariah steadied himself, looking straight at him. "I wasn't doubting you. It just seemed odd. As night patrol, you should have rushed to check if any other demons escaped from the 5th level instead of coming here to take this unconscious one from me. So, I stayed alert. If Zachariah had done it, there would have been an excuse. He would benefit from returning the demon. For other tower guards, there was neither advantage nor reward. Hence, Zachariah grew wary. "Who are you?" By now, even if Zachariah were dim-witted, he should realize this wasn't Miles. Miles couldn't possess such agile skills or a lean physique, given his usual lack of exercise. Miles sneered coldly. "I didn't expect Mount Shu to plant a sharp sword among the tower guards. No wonder even a Orin fell to you. But you've gone as far as you can. I thank you for helping me. This demon was supposed to die anyway." Initially, Miles hadn't planned to spare the Orin. In his scheme, the demon would kill Zachariah, then Miles would transform Zachariah's body into his own, kill the demon, and frame the whole incident to look like Miles freeing the demon, being killed by it, and Zachariah seizing the opportunity to strike. Thus, he could openly replace Zachariah and ascend higher in the demon-locking tower. That was his true plan. He needed the demon's involvement to make the scenario plausible. Otherwise, suspicion would arise within Mount Shu's leadership. Following this script, even if someone suspected Miles's motives, it would be too late to verify. Recently, a disciple named Stanley released a 2nd-level Demoness, leading to her death and an unresolved mystery. Learning from this precedent, Miles believed his plan was flawless. On the other side, Zachariah narrowed his eyes. Although Miles didn't directly admit it, his words indirectly confirmed he wasn't from Mount Shu. Considering this, Zachariah surmised this individual wasn't a demon imprisoned in the tower. Demons possessed different energy signatures compared to regular cultivators. Having dealt with many demons, Zachariah detected no demonic aura from Miles. Thus, he was likely a regular cultivator, or perhaps an evil cultivator. Among the 5th level of the demon-locking tower, Devon was the sole evil cultivator, now deceased. As for levels above, Zachariah dared not speculate, but the possibility was low. Level 6 contained formidable demons like the Heaven Human Realm ones. A demon from there wouldn't let Zachariah resist. Could this guy be an infiltrator? One of the new disciples? Who could it be? Though he found a direction, identifying the exact person remained uncertain. But at least, he was sure this wasn't a demon. A demon wouldn't pass Mount Shu's entry tests. "Now, killing you will still perfect my plan," Miles unleashed a powerful aura, advancing towards Zachariah. His hand emitted a vibrant purple light, slicing towards Zachariah's neck. Sensing the imminent danger, Zachariah swiftly dodged. Missing his target, Miles showed surprise at Zachariah's unexpected agility. You move fast, but you'll still die. Next, Miles left a shadow behind and appeared behind Zachariah, piercing through his chest. Suddenly, the bell around Zachariah's waist rang sharply, cutting through the silent night. This bell served as an emergency signal for all tower guards. Startled, every guard was roused, and night patrollers rushed over. Miles's eyes turned red with rage. Damn! Chapter 21. The real plot. Zachariah hadn't expected the demon-slaying staff to break so easily. Well, it wasn't a magic weapon, so it made sense that it couldn't endure too much pressure. Fortunately, after this blow, the Orin finally collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. Zachariah checked his breathing. It was very weak, but still present. This meant he wasn't dead, just unconscious. Not bad for a 5th-level demon. It can withstand my full strength attack and still survive. Zachariah was inwardly startled. He had used all his strength in that strike. With the terrifying force amplified by the 5th stage Spirit Transformation Realm's essence energy, even a Ling Aperture Realm powerhouse above the Spirit Transformation stage would be killed instantly if struck by this staff. And the Orin had already been weakened before being confined here. It couldn't even unleash 1/10 of its full strength at the current Dan formation stage level. Yet, it was still this resilient. If it were at full strength, Zachariah imagined this strike would only tickle it. Zachariah dragged the Orin up and opened the door. To his surprise, Miles was standing not far from his door. Miles froze momentarily upon seeing him emerge. The next moment, genuine shock appeared in his eyes. Zachariah, how could he not be dead? At this moment, Zachariah hadn't realized that the Miles in front of him wasn't the real Miles. Seeing his surprised expression, Zachariah explained, "This guy escaped. Didn't you night patrol guards notice?" Miles seemed to snap out of his daze, exclaiming in apparent alarm, "Really? I just came down from the 5th floor and didn't notice anything. Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Zachariah replied. "Good," said Miles, visibly relieved. "Give him to me. I'll put this fellow back." As Miles moved toward Zachariah, reaching out to take the Orin, he suddenly struck Zachariah's chest with great speed, too fast for anyone to react. However, Zachariah surprisingly raised an arm to block the attack, retreating several steps with a slight numbness in his bronze-like arms. But at least, he protected his vital spot. Miles clearly hadn't anticipated Zachariah blocking his strike. This couldn't be a last-minute reflex. It meant Zachariah had suspected him beforehand. "How did you know?" Miles's face darkened, revealing murderous intent. Zachariah breathed deeply, his eyes locking onto the man. "I wasn't suspicious of you per se, it just felt strange. For a 5th-level demon to escape, as a night patrol guard, your priority should have been checking the 5th floor for other escapes, not coming to fetch an already unconscious demon from me. Your reaction just didn't fit. Had Zachariah done something similar, it might have made sense. After all, bringing in demons benefited him, but for other tower guards, it offered no rewards or bonuses. Thus, Zachariah became wary. So who are you really? By now, Zachariah should have realized that this person was not Miles. First, Miles wouldn't possess such combat skills. Second, due to his usual drinking and lack of exercise, Miles's belly usually carried some extra fat. But Zachariah saw no sign of excess flesh on this person's abdomen. Miles laughed coldly. Giant expect Mount Shu to plant such a sharp sword among the tower guards. No wonder even the Orin fell to you. But your usefulness ends here. Thank you for helping me along. Because he was supposed to die anyway. Miles hadn't planned to spare the Orin. In his scheme, after the Orin killed Zachariah, he'd transform Zachariah into Miles's appearance, then transform himself into Zachariah, and then kill the Orin. Finally, he'd disguise everything as a story where Miles freed the Orin, got killed by it, and Zachariah took advantage of the chaos to finish off the Orin. This way, he could openly replace Zachariah, climbing higher in the demon-locking tower. This was his true plan. He chose not to personally kill Zachariah because he needed the demon to make the event plausible. Without demon involvement, any death in the demon-locking tower would easily lead Mount Shu to suspect infiltrators. A detailed investigation would do him no good. Following his script, even if someone doubted Miles's motives, it would be impossible to verify since Miles would be dead. Recently, it was rumored that a disciple named Stanley also released a 2nd-level demoness, and no one knew why. After her death, no one pursued the matter further. With this precedent, he believed his plan was foolproof. Meanwhile, Zachariah narrowed his eyes. Though Miles didn't directly respond, his words indirectly confirmed he wasn't from Mount Shu. Zachariah guessed this person wasn't a demon locked in the tower. More likely, he wasn't even a demon at all. Demonic bodies contain chi, true essence, or spirit essence that significantly differed from ordinary cultivators. Having dealt with many demons, Zachariah could accurately detect their aura. From this person's 2 attacks, Zachariah detected no demonic energy. So, he must be either a regular cultivator or a villainous cultivator. The only known villainous cultivator in the 5th level of the demon locking tower, Devon, had already died. As for higher levels, Zachariah didn't dare think about them, as the likelihood was extremely low. Zachariah knew the caliber of 6th level demons. Take the previous demon corpse. A heavenly human stage demon. If a demon from the 6th level had descended, Zachariah wouldn't stand a chance. Even at their worst, a heavenly human stage demon could effortlessly obliterate a 5th stage spirit transformation realm cultivator like Zachariah. Is this guy an undercover agent? A thought flashed through Zachariah's mind, narrowing down the possibilities. Is he among the new batch of disciples? Who is it? While he had a direction, Zachariah couldn't pinpoint exactly who it was. But at least, he was sure it wasn't a demon. If it were, it wouldn't have passed Mount Shu's entrance exams. Now, killing you will still keep my plan flawless. Suddenly, Miles burst forth with astonishing momentum, closing in on Zachariah. His palm glowed purple, forming a violet light blade aimed at Zachariah's neck. Zachariah sensed imminent danger and immediately dodged using his movement technique. Oh! Miles missed, looking quite surprised. Zachariah's agility caught him off guard. You're quick, but you still have to die. Next, Miles left an afterimage as he appeared behind Zachariah, piercing Zachariah's chest with his hand. Just then, the bell at Zachariah's waist rang out sharply in the silent night. This bell served to send urgent messages to all tower guards. Zachariah was calling for help. Instantly, all tower guards were roused, and night patrol guards rushed over. Miles's eyes reddened in anger. Damn it! Chapter 22. Plan fails. Miles's palm glowed with a purple light, piercing through Zachariah's chest, but it didn't hit any vital organs. At the critical moment, Zachariah tilted his body and avoided the fatal blow. And at that moment, as Miles was distracted by the commotion caused by Zachariah moved and immediately put distance between them. There were visible large wounds on his chest and back, as if sliced through by a heavy long blade. However, no blood flowed out. Zachariah mobilized his chi and blood force within his body, forming a quick clot over the wounds to stop the bleeding. Only the internal injuries still tugged at Zachariah's pain receptors, causing him excruciating pain. This person is at least a core formation realm expert. This man's strength far exceeded Zachariah's imagination. A core formation realm expert, one who hasn't been weakened. Even with Zachariah's copper-like body and iron-like bones, he couldn't guard against the other's attack. If it were another spirit transformation realm cultivator, they would have had no chance of survival after taking such a hit. Seeing Zachariah wasn't dead, Miles's surprise turned into an even uglier expression. Because Zachariah's actions earlier had already caught the attention of other tower guards, this somewhat disrupted his plan. I must kill this Sue before others arrive. Meanwhile, Zachariah also sensed the almost tangible killing intent from the other side. His hair stood on end. Retaliating wasn't an option. His fist couldn't reach the opponent. Without other options, he could only use all his skills to dodge and defend against the attacks. He continuously called upon his chi and blood power to form a blood armor on his skin. But even so, against a core formation realm expert, his defensive measures were inadequate. Desperate, Zachariah seized the opportunity to grab the Orin lying on the ground to use as a shield. In the next moment, Miles's attack fell on the Orin. This move directly broke Miles's defenses. He nearly went mad with anger. An almost full-force attack ended up being mostly taken by the Orin. The Orin died instantly from the severe state of unconsciousness, dead and done for. The page of the Orin in the demonic beast's records darkened instantly. Zachariah immediately received 2 rewards from the remains. Why do I get 2 rewards when I didn't personally kill it? After a brief moment of shock, Zachariah quickly figured out the reason. Does this mean that as long as I participate in the process of killing it, I can receive double rewards? Just like those demons locked away in the demon suppression tower weren't captured by Zachariah. But he still got rewards for participating in the containment. Truly a blessing from heaven. The Orin was after all a demon of the 5th floor. Whatever he drew now would help his current situation. And the demonic beast records quickly drew a golden reward and a purple reward. New reward, cultivation infusion. This was the purple reward. Without hesitation, Zachariah immediately extracted it. Instantly, his aura rapidly climbed, directly boosting his cultivation to the 9th stage of the spirit transformation realm. But he had no time to be excited. He focused on the golden reward. New reward, shadow killing art, 3rd rank. Shadow killing art was the Orin's strongest offensive skill. When using this spell, during one's killing moves, their shadow also burst out with the same lethal strike, doubling the lethality. This was the Orin's proudest method during its peak times. 3rd rank skill. Despite this being a demonic technique, Zachariah could not care less right now. A 3rd rank skill was enough to significantly boost his combat strength in a short period. At least, this shadow killing art is quite covert. Non-experts or people who aren't deeply familiar with the Orin wouldn't easily notice it. Zachariah immediately extracted the shadow killing art. Suddenly, a wave of memory flooded into his mind. In a breath, Zachariah perfectly mastered this shadow killing art. Turns out this is an enhancing technique. This shadow killing art not only strengthened one's offensive power but, combined with other slaughter techniques, doubled or even multiplied the damage. Of course, to achieve multiplied damage, he needed to elevate the shadow killing art to the level of mastery. Simultaneously, the multiplicative effect of this technique increased with cultivation level. Though it was a 3rd rank skill, due to its uniqueness, it did not lag behind 2nd rank skills. In this split second, Zachariah underwent astonishing changes, and his combat strength achieved qualitative improvement. Miles suddenly felt shocked. He keenly sensed Zachariah's aura increasing instead of decreasing. Seeing no action but sensing such change was indeed strange. Miles tightened his face. He hoped there would be no unforeseen circumstances in his plan. However, in the next moment, Zachariah launched an active attack on him. His expression instantly became complicated. Shock, anger, contempt, various emotions interwove together. What gives you the right to attack me? Seeking death. Miles angrily retaliated. While his attack struck Zachariah, due to negligence, he was hit on the chest by Zachariah's heart-crushing palm. Empowered by the shadow killing art, the heart-crushing palm unleashed dual power. In an instant, Miles felt his heart convulse sharply. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, yet he couldn't suppress the spitting of a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing the redness on his hand, Miles froze like being cast under a spell. Raising his head again, he looked at Zachariah with changed eyes. Spirit Sea Realm. You are a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. He considered Zachariah as a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. To him, at least a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator plus a decent killing technique could possibly injure him. But Zachariah lacked the energy to respond. Breathing heavily, the pain preventing him from speaking. Struck by Miles's palm strike to the abdomen, he almost got disemboweled. If his reaction had been slower, he might have lost more than his kidney. Core Formation Realm strength was indeed terrifying, far beyond what he could match. Even his heart-crushing palm empowered by the shadow-killing art couldn't leave a fatal wound on the other. It only made him spit blood. But this brief offense by Zachariah bought himself precious time. Night Patrol disciples gathered at that moment. They saw the injured Zachariah and the menacing Miles. What are you doing, Miles? From both the situation and their status, they should stand by Zachariah. Thus, their questioning was directed at Miles. He's not Miles. Zachariah's words caused a huge uproar among the disciples. He's not Miles? Then who is he? At that moment, Miles's face turned extremely ugly. As more disciples gathered, it meant his plan had utterly failed. Chapter 23, Zachariah's decision. If they were to follow the original plan, Miles would have to kill everyone here. Only then could he smoothly replace Zachariah. Although it wasn't difficult for him, once all the tower guards were dead, wouldn't Mount Shu not be suspicious with only him remaining? Clearly, this path was unfeasible. At that moment, a guard tried to apprehend Miles, but Zachariah immediately stopped him. Don't go near him. He's at the Core Formation Realm. Zachariah had personally experienced how formidable this guy was. Even he almost died at his hands. Any other disciples going after him would be certain death. After Zachariah revealed the man was at the Core Formation Realm, all the guards dared not advance, instead retreating instinctively. They tightened their grip on their demon-subduing staves, swallowing nervously, and an intense sense of tension spread like an epidemic. Miles just stood there. The invisible pressure made these lower-level disciples' legs tremble uncontrollably. Miles sneered coldly, but made no further move, turning to vanish at the staircase entrance. Since Plan A is unfeasible now, I can only execute Plan B. Plan B required immediate action. He couldn't afford to waste more time here. He's going up. A woman, her face pale, asked Zachariah in a trembling voice, "Senior Brother Sue, what should we do now?" This woman was Selma, the newcomer who had entered recently. She had previously been deceived by the oil-eating demon due to carelessness, almost causing a disaster. It was Zachariah who saved her. Although he had berated her severely afterward, she never harbored any resentment towards Zachariah. She knew Zachariah acted strictly for her safety. If Zachariah hadn't cared for her, he wouldn't have saved her at all. She understood this very well. Zachariah shook his head. There's no other way. You stay here and wait for reinforcements from the sect. He had already used the bell at his waist to alert the sect about the critical situation at Demon Locking Tower. Reinforcements should arrive soon. But what about Senior Brother Sue? Selma sensed Zachariah didn't intend to wait with them. I have to follow him and see what he intends to do. If anyone from the sect asks, tell them it was my order. I told you to stay here, and you merely followed orders. This way, you won't be punished. When Zachariah said this, everyone's eyes instantly turned red. They indeed felt fear and dared not ascend. But they also knew, if they stayed put and let the intruder wreak havoc on Demon Locking Tower, all the guards would be punished. And Zachariah was clearly taking all the blame and risk upon himself. Such great righteousness deeply touched them. Had anyone ever cared about their lives like this before? No one had. As Xuanhuan disciples, they might sound impressive in name, but in reality, gray-robe disciples like them, despite being Xuanhuan disciples, were easily overlooked as marginal figures. Many wanted to join Xuanhuan, so the sect didn't worry about successors. If they died, new recruits could be found. No one in the higher echelons of Xuanhuan truly cared about their fates. Except Zachariah. To prevent their deaths, he ordered them to stay. To protect them from punishment, he took all the responsibility himself. Now, he was going alone to confront a Core Formation Realm villain. Senior Brother Sue, you can't go. You're still injured. Let me bandage your wounds first, Selma said through tears, seeing Zachariah clutching his abdomen. She wanted to stop Zachariah by insisting on treating his injuries, but Zachariah let go of his side. Keen Ruai realized with shock. The alarming wound on Zachariah's waist had already scabbed over. Her mind raced. What was happening? Such a huge wound, left untreated for so little time, was healing? My injury isn't serious, Zachariah straightened up. Though he said this, the searing pain in his waist was known only to him. I must go this time. If I don't, the punishment will likely be expulsion from the sect. Zachariah wasn't exaggerating. Even with past achievements, if the Demon Locking Tower incident carried too much blame, he couldn't shoulder it. As the responsible person, failing to intervene would inevitably result in severe consequences. Thus, he had to act even if he didn't want to. In such circumstances, letting others follow would reveal his true strength during combat, something he wished to avoid. Because he didn't want colleagues knowing too many of his secrets, he refused their help. Their presence would only add to casualties. Driven by this desire to keep his secrets, he decisively ordered them to wait, not because he was selfless, but pragmatic. Brother, I'll go with you. Selma grabbed Zachariah's arm, wanting to follow, but he firmly rejected her. If you respect me as a senior brother, don't make a scene. Stay here. Zachariah's expression turned stern, conveying an authority. He removed her hand and headed towards the staircase. The guards behind him bowed their heads. Senior Brother Sue's righteousness, I'll never forget. Selma shouted, sobbing uncontrollably. Senior Brother's righteousness, I'll never forget. Leader's righteousness, I'll never forget. Leader's righteousness, I'll never forget. Hearing the voices behind him, Zachariah couldn't smile. Don't make it sound like I'm going to some grand sacrifice. 6th floor of Demon Locking Tower. A figure paused at the entrance. Innes returned to his true form. Since the disguise was meaningless, he decided to unveil everything. Facing the barrier, his expression darkened. His second plan was straightforward, to forcibly breach the upper levels of Demon Locking Tower. and rescue the demon overlord. Spirit energy surged within him, his aura rising. A terrifying demonic aura erupted. He was not a demon, but harbored a demonic entity inside him. A demon bug nestled in his brain, hidden deeply enough to evade detection. Once this demon bug started affecting him, he abandoned all pretense. His eyes turned blood red, and his aura surpassed the core formation realm, reaching the profound infant stage. He pointed a finger at the barrier. Burst. Translation complete with consistent structure, tone, and style. The text flows naturally in English while maintaining fidelity to the original Chinese. Chapter 24. A slip-up. Terrifying spirit energy gathered at the fingertips, coalescing into a vortex before crashing against the barrier of the gate. This was Innes's special move used to break through the array formation barriers. The array-breaking finger technique. With this single finger movement, the barrier finally twisted and was thoroughly shattered. Innes exhaled a breath. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he stepped into the forbidden 6th level. Once he entered the 6th level, the scene before him was quite shocking. Heavyweight demons and fiends that would cause tremors outside were locked in individual prison cells. Each one had an array formation restraining them. Their treatment was completely different from those in the lower 5 levels. Innes's gaze quickly scanned over each prison cell. He didn't find the Kelvin's figure. It was to be expected. Given the Kelvin's status and strength, it was impossible for him to be merely confined on the 6th level. There's even a magic zombie here. During his inspection, his gaze lingered on the magic zombie for a moment, but it was just fleeting interest. His attention was soon captured by the array formations restraining these demons and fiends. Something seems off about this array. His gaze hardened, with flashes of strange light in his eyes. Array formations were a profound and intricate art. If you weren't in the know, you wouldn't understand. And since he had learned the array-breaking finger technique, naturally he had also studied array formations. He noticed that this wasn't just one array. It was a dual-layered array. One layer served as a restraint, while the other layer was refining. The old dogs of Mount Shu actually use arrays to refine demons and fiends? Innes felt a tremor in his heart. These arrays were slowly devouring the power of the demons and fiends, transforming it into the Locked Demon Tower's source of strength. So this is where the Locked Demon Tower gets its power to suppress demons and fiends? Using the strength of demons to suppress more demons. These old dogs really do have their ways. Innes almost wanted to destroy the foundation of the Locked Demon Tower right then and there. However, he restrained himself. Destroying these arrays wasn't an easy task. Time and strength were luxuries he couldn't afford at the moment. What he needed to do was preserve his strength to break through the 7th, or even 8th levels barriers to find the Kelvin. Thinking of this, Innes didn't linger any longer. He turned and headed straight for the 7th level. Not long after he left, Zachariah's figure arrived at the 6th level. When he saw the broken barrier of the 6th level, he was startled. If the demons and fiends on the 6th level were released, it would be a massive disaster. Because of this, his footsteps paused involuntarily. For several breaths, he heard no commotion inside. Even the imagined scenario of demons suddenly rushing out from behind the broken barrier didn't occur. Zachariah steeled himself and passed through the barrier, seeing that everything inside was the same as before, and the demons and fiends remained safely confined. Zachariah was momentarily stunned. His gaze swept around, but the empty 6th level showed no sign of the intruder. That guy didn't release the demons on the 6th level? What's he planning? A possibility crossed Zachariah's mind, making his heart skip a beat. Has he already gone up to the 7th level? Are the 6th level demons not impressive enough for him? Is he going to release the 7th or even 8th level demons? At this thought, Zachariah started sweating slightly. Zachariah had never seen the 7th or 8th level demons. He only knew that the 6th level housed demons far too powerful for him to face. What kind of world-class monstrosities could be kept in the higher floors? He couldn't bear to imagine. If those creatures were released, whether the Locked Demon Tower could still exist was uncertain. Now, the Locked Demon Tower held great significance for Zachariah. He couldn't allow demons to destroy it. Yet, the demons above were way beyond his capability. So, all he could do now was ensure the intruder didn't succeed, absolutely not allowing him to release any demons above. Hence, even though Zachariah was uneasy, he decided to follow. I must somehow delay him until backup arrives. All he could do was stall the intruder while ensuring his own safety, then pray for the support to arrive quickly. The barrier before the 7th level's gate seemed even sturdier than the 6th level. However, under the effect of Innes's array-breaking finger technique, the barrier lasted only a few more breaths longer than the 6th level before being destroyed. Innes took a deep breath. Using the technique consecutively was exhausting, but he felt more excited than tired. His face flushed with excitement. He stepped into the 7th level sanctuary, but as soon as he entered, he was taken aback, because the 7th level was completely empty. The layout of the prison cells was identical to the 6th level, but all the doors were open. There were no demons inside. What's going on? Innes initially suspected his eyesight was playing tricks on him. How could there be no demons here? Innes suddenly felt an ominous premonition, but soon, he rationalized it. Yes, how could there be so many powerful demons? They are rare to begin with, and Mount Shu can't capture that many. The lower levels are just enough to contain what they have, leaving this level empty. Saving resources makes sense. Besides, isn't there the 8th level? The real ultimate demons should be imprisoned there. The Kelvin must be there as well. Satisfied with this reasoning, Innes immediately left the 7th level, heading straight for the 8th level. As he exited, Zachariah arrived at the 7th level. Seeing the empty 7th level, he was also shocked, but his thoughts were entirely different from Innes's. He assumed the intruder had released all the demons on the 7th level. Zachariah nearly turned back and fled, but upon calming down, he realized something wasn't right. If the intruder had indeed released the 7th level demons, how did he not notice when coming up? Nor did he hear the chaos of the demonic commotion. When demons were previously released from the first 2 levels, their loud roars and cackles were incessant. Zachariah closely inspected the ground inside and outside the prison cells. He found some clues. The dust on the ground was evenly distributed. There were no signs of demon movement. Relieved, Zachariah breathed easier. Although he didn't know why, it seemed this level might not have imprisoned any demons. So only the 8th level remains. The 8th level, the topmost tier of the locked demon tower. What kind of ultimate menace was imprisoned there? Zachariah had heard. The locked demon tower even housed a fiery Kelvin. He presumed the Kelvin was on the upper level. At this point, Zachariah felt his steps become heavy, like they were filled with lead. A primal fear kicked in. Of course, he feared death. Especially since gaining his golden thumbs, he cherished his life even more. Nevertheless, even with fear, he had to confront it. We've come this far. Retreating now would waste all our efforts. I'll just take a look. If anything's wrong, I'll run immediately. Forget the locked demon tower. As long as my life is intact, it's okay. Zachariah's mindset shifted. With this thought, Zachariah didn't hesitate further, speeding towards the 8th level. Breaking the barrier at the entrance to the 8th level presented a significant challenge. Innes strained every bit of his strength to finally shatter the barrier. Upon lowering his hand, his fingers visibly trembled. Simultaneously, his body quaked. His fingers trembled from pain and exhaustion. His body quivered due to extreme excitement. Finally about to see His Majesty the Kelvin. With barely contained excitement, he plunged forward. When he stood within the barrier and looked up, the excitement in his eyes quickly turned to confusion and helplessness. He saw that the 8th level was identical to the 7th. Each prison cell's door was wide open, and just like before, they were all empty. A massive sense of disappointment hit him instantly. No, this can't be. How could this be? He tugged at his hair with both hands, as if he had gone mad. Where have all the demons gone? After a few breaths, he suddenly calmed down. That's not right. There must be an illusion. This thought crossed his mind. Confident light immediately flashed in his eyes. It must be this. Those old dogs must be using illusions to cover up the true appearance of the 7th and 8th levels. He first inspected the floor, reaching out to touch it and sensing if there were any fluctuations from formations. There are no formation waves here, so it's not an illusion formation. After several inspections, he finally got up. He channeled the spirit energy within his body and shot out several purple blades. The purple blades shattered the doors of the prison cells into pieces of broken copper and rusted iron. But he did not stop there. Only after destroying all the doors did his face finally change drastically. This meant everything before his eyes was real. His assumption of an illusion had been nothing but wishful thinking. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and unease. The redness in his eyes deepened even more. Just as he was about to break down, he noticed a round cauldron in the corner. Because he had initially focused all his attention on each prison cell, it was difficult for him to notice this item in the corner. The 7th level didn't have this cauldron, he recalled. The 7th level definitely did not have such an object. Could this be a special mechanism? Hope reignited in his heart again, and just as he was preparing to investigate, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He abruptly turned around. Outside the barrier, a figure seemed to appear. Who is it? Innes shouted angrily in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zachariah felt a slight calmness in his heart. Because the other party still had time to pay attention to him, it proved that the other party had not succeeded yet. Zachariah crossed the barrier, which had already lost its obstructive effect. When Innes saw Zachariah walk in from outside, for a moment, he felt somewhat absurd. Anger turned into laughter. You still dare to come? When Zachariah saw Innes's face, there was not much surprise in his eyes. Indeed, the insider is you. He had been speculating about the identity of the other party ever since entering the Demon Lock Tower. Among the newcomers who had entered the Demon Lock Tower recently, there were only a few. He soon narrowed his focus onto Innes, because this guy always wore a smiling face. Though talkative, talking incessantly every time they met, his mannerisms made him hard to see through. Such a tiger with a smiling face. Undoubtedly, this guy's disguise was top-notch. He had indeed deceived everyone. While speaking, Zachariah also swiftly scanned the 8th level. Upon discovering that the 8th level was as empty as the 7th, a hint of surprise flickered across his eyes. He did not understand why the 8th level was also devoid of demons. However, this was good news for him. Now, he had the confidence to leave without any risks of demons being released. He could escape with ease. Just as Zachariah intended to retreat, Innes did not plan on letting him go. Full of pent-up rage with no place to vent, Zachariah conveniently came to him. Not sacrificing this person to appease the gods would only intensify his resentment. In an instant, Innes burst forth with the cultivation aura of the profound infant realm. Note, Ying seems to be a fragment or typo, likely meant to be infant. Thus, it's translated as profound infant realm, to maintain accuracy and fluency in English. Feeling this astonishing pressure, Zachariah's gaze was stunned. Careless. This guy has hidden his strength? This aura, he's a demon? How could this be? Zachariah's thoughts became disordered. For the first time, he felt events slipping out of his control. In his estimation, this person could not possibly be a demon. And their strength was only around the core formation stage. Even though he might not match up, he could hold on for a bit of time. But now, Innes's sudden outburst slapped him awake, making Zachariah feel as if things had spiraled out of control. Run. Facing a profound Isaiah monster at the Profounding realm, he had no other thoughts. Correction. Facing a Xianying realm powerhouse, he had no other thoughts. Explanation. The term, Profounding realm, seems to be a mistranslation or misunderstanding of Xianying realm, which is a specific cultivation realm in the context of the story. Therefore, it should be corrected to Xianying realm. and for better understanding in English, it can be translated as facing a Xianying realm powerhouse, he had no other thoughts. Final translation. Facing a Xianying realm powerhouse, he had no other thoughts. Note, Xianying is often used in cultivation novels to denote a high-level realm, which could be translated as profound infant, or simply left as is for authenticity. Here, I chose to keep it as Xianying, for fidelity to the original text. Escape was his only option. Forget delaying time. Whoever wanted to delay could do it themselves. Zachariah channeled the spirit energy within his body and tried to flee with utmost agility. Wanna run? Can you actually escape? Innes's figure flickered. The next moment, he arrived before the barrier. Shocked, Zachariah instinctively fell backward. Yet, Innes moved faster. With the vast strength difference between the Profounding realm and Zachariah's peak spirit transformation realm, even with enhanced agility, in front of this absolute power gap, he was still inadequate. 5 fingers glowing with a purple luster enlarged instantly in front of Zachariah. Like the hand of death, it descended upon Zachariah's head. Zachariah wanted to dodge, but lacked the strength. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. To say he wasn't regretful would be a lie. If he had been more cautious, if he hadn't stepped through that door, regret filled Zachariah's heart. I haven't reached invincibility yet. Am I going to die early? At this critical moment. Bang! The lid of the cauldron in the corner flew up, spinning at high speed. It drew an arc and struck directly toward Innes's head, faster than lightning. Innes's hand was less than a centimeter away from Zachariah's head, but a strong sense of danger in his heart forced him to divert his attack to block the flying lid. Boom! Innes's figure was slammed back by the lid. Steadying himself, Zachariah was surprised. A cauldron lid directly sent a Profounding realm expert flying? Note, Profounding seems to be a mistranslation or typo. The correct term should be Profound Infant or Xianying, which refers to a specific cultivation realm. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be translated as Profound Infant Realm Expert, or similar depending on the context of the story's terminology. Directly sent a Profound Infant Realm Expert flying? What powerful entity was here? Zachariah turned to look at the cauldron. From within the cauldron, a ragged figure crawled out. Which bastard dared to disturb my sleep? Chapter 25. The Secrets of the Demon Locking Tower. A figure emerged from the round cauldron. He was dressed in a coarse cloth robe, wore wooden clogs, and had a wineskin hanging from his waist alongside a long sword still in its scabbard. His overall appearance was quite disheveled, with hair as messy as a bird's nest. His unkempt beard suggested it had been days since he last trimmed it. This unimpressive middle-aged man would likely make anyone frown in disdain upon seeing him. Yet, Zachariah saw something entirely different. A brilliance that contrasted sharply with his outward appearance. This person was extremely powerful. Zachariah felt his breath slow, but could not gauge exactly how strong he was. His aura made Zachariah feel like standing at the edge of an abyss, immeasurably deep and boundless, like gazing upon the vast sea. Innes pulled himself up from the ground, his face twisted with rage. Seeing the scruffy middle-aged man only heightened his fury. He had failed to kill Zachariah initially, couldn't find the Kelvin, and now someone else was interfering. The string of setbacks almost drove him to lose his mind. A wave of intense killing intent surged out of him, chilling the surroundings. It's you who woke me from my peaceful slumber, the bearded man spoke casually, almost still half asleep. His eyes barely opened, showing no respect for the opponent. This further enraged Innes. Kill. Innes blurred into motion, creating a whirlwind of dust. In the next moment, he stood before the middle-aged man, fingers aimed lethally at his heart, like weapons piercing through gold and stone. Without any visible movement, the sword on the man's waist shot upward. Clang. A resonant sound filled the 8th level's empty space. Innes's fingers met the scabbard. The material of the scabbard was unknown, yet it effortlessly deflected Innes's lethal strike without a single scratch or dent. Startled, Innes quickly retreated, slightly regaining his composure. This sword. His gaze fixed on the bronze-colored scabbard in the middle-aged man's hand. It appeared plain, almost dull as if stored too long in a warehouse. Yet this seemingly simple sword easily parried his attack. Absolutely, a high-grade magical weapon. While Innes wasn't a connoisseur, he knew swords used by swordsmen were categorized into 9 grades, with the first grade being the best. Above that were treasured and supreme artifacts. This sword was at least 2nd grade, possibly even 1st grade. A 1st grade sword could only be wielded by elite red-robe disciples or Isaiahs. Thus, this man held a significant position. Despite the formidable opponent, Innes was not willing to give up easily. After decades of meticulous planning, he finally reached the 8th level of the Demon Locking Tower. If he failed to meet the Kelvin today, there would be no chance of coming here again. He had been tricked. There were no demons confined on the 7th or 8th levels. Mount Shu must have hidden them elsewhere. Now exposed and alone, surrounded on all sides, escaping the Demon Locking Tower would be nearly impossible when reinforcements arrived. How could he force Mount Shu's leadership to reveal the Kelvin's whereabouts? Suddenly, he glanced at Zachariah, an idea flashing in his mind. Holding Zachariah as a hostage might do the trick. Young as he was, Zachariah's strength rivaled the Spirit Sea realm. He survived Innes's relentless attacks for so long. Clearly, he was an elite disciple. Mount Shu must have a deeper intention by placing him here. Threatening Zachariah's life would definitely make Mount Shu hesitate to act rashly. Convinced of his plan, Innes didn't linger on Zachariah but kept his eyes locked on the scruffy man. Suddenly, he turned toward Zachariah, attempting to grab him. In an instant, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with sharpness. Blurring, no one could follow his movements as he blocked Innes right in front of Zachariah. Innes instinctively changed his grab into a stab. With a swift movement, his pointed fingers pierced the flesh in front of the middle-aged man. Innes exulted, considering this an unexpected success. Who would have thought the man would use his body to block the strike, losing his senses completely? Ah, I'm dying, the man groaned in agony. Zachariah was horrified, Senior. Tricked you. The man's pained expression abruptly changed, revealing a smile. He raised his sword scabbard. Innes's face paled. Attempting to crush the man's heart, his fingers found resistance like iron walls. Trying to pull them back, they seemed glued to the man's flesh. Trapped in a dilemma, Innes's expression turned sour. Desperate, Innes's other hand became another lethal weapon aiming at the man's neck. Before he could reach, the sword scabbard struck his head with a thud. Innes's eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, losing consciousness. As Innes fell backward, the battle ended abruptly. The scruffy middle-aged man easily overpowered Innes. Deeply breathing, Zachariah didn't rush to ask his identity but checked his injuries first. Senior, your wound? It's fine, just need a sip of tea. The man opened his wineskin and gulped down 2 large sips. Zachariah looked puzzled. Tea? From a wineskin? Can tea heal wounds? Closing the wineskin, the man sighed. When one gets old, health tea is necessary. Zachariah ignored his sigh, noticing the healing wound on the man's body. It was fresh but already closed without any bleeding. Zachariah was amazed. Of course, he knew better than to think tea did it. Seniors must have reached the realm where control over every part of the body is effortless. Achieving such a state required at least the heaven realm level. Reaching such a stage made bleeding almost impossible. Zachariah even suspected the man surpassed the heaven realm. Thank you, Senior. May I know your name? Zachariah gave a respectful salute to the man, clasping his fists together in acknowledgement. The man had saved his life twice, and Zachariah was genuinely grateful. Calling me Oswald will do. Upon hearing this, Zachariah almost thought he had misheard, momentarily stunned. How could I dare? Oswald scoffed coldly. I don't like overly formal people. Ma, Oswald. Very good, that's the spirit, Oswald praised with a glance at Zachariah, then sized up Zachariah's gray robe and remarked, You've got quite some courage to chase all the way up here. Zachariah wasn't sure if it was praise or reprimand for intruding into a forbidden area that tower guards shouldn't, witnessing things he shouldn't have. I didn't intend to barge into the forbidden area. My intention was merely to detain this demon and wait for the sect's rescue team. It was all out of necessity. Before he finished, the man interrupted, waving dismissively as if uninterested. You don't need to explain yourself to me. I don't care about these matters. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. Reinforcements finally rushed in. Anwar led the way, bursting through the door. They first glanced at Innes lying on the ground, then bowed respectfully toward Zachariah. Even Anwar showed considerable respect. Zachariah knew they weren't bowing to him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Senior Oswald had already walked away, seemingly avoiding their salutes. As he moved towards the round cauldron, he waved them off. Hurry and take that guy away. I want to go back to sleep. Without further ado, Anwar's disciples dragged Innes away. Zachariah silently helped them along. Opportunities to earn experience were rare and precious, but as they descended to the 5th level, Anwar called Zachariah to wait outside. Helpless, Zachariah watched Innes being taken into the interrogation room. An hour later, Anwar emerged. His expression remained neutral, but his demeanor appeared more relaxed. We've got what we needed. Through brutal interrogation, Anwar learned Innes's identity, intentions, and much of the event's details. Innes, however, was not his real name, only a nickname known to a few. The Ellis, famous for his skill in disguise. A notorious figure outside, certainly not for any commendable reasons. Infamy might be a better term. Rumors suggested he once disgraced a powerful individual by betting their spouse, resulting in a pursuit across thousands of miles. His fate thereafter remained unknown, only resurfacing after years of silence. No one expected him to infiltrate the demon-locking tower disguised as a new disciple, intent on releasing the Isaiah. Fortunately, the Isaiah wasn't on the 8th level. Otherwise, disaster would have ensued. Afterward, Anwar checked Zachariah's injuries. Though Zachariah bore several severe wounds, his spirits were high, appearing lively despite his injuries. It didn't look like he suffered critical harm. Anwar's eyes revealed surprise. I've heard everything about you. Factually speaking, you deserve credit. But now, I'd like to know how you survived against the Orin and the Ellis. Unsurprised, Zachariah anticipated this question. To be honest, my cultivation has reached the true essence realm. This revelation startled Anwar, who abruptly grabbed Zachariah's hand. Undisturbed, Zachariah was prepared, having altered a strand of his spirit energy into true essence. When Anwar touched his hand, Zachariah transmitted this energy for inspection. 2nd rank of the true essence realm? Anwar's body trembled. You've been in the sect for a year? Almost, Zachariah admitted. Time couldn't be concealed. Achieving 2nd rank true essence realm within a year of joining? Anwar looked slightly angry. How could such talent be wasted? Who assigned this? Zachariah explained that upon entry, he seemed mediocre, but soon experienced an enlightenment which accelerated his progress. Anwar fell silent, unsure where to question. Enlightenment was unverifiable. Legends spoke of those enlightened breaking natural limits, advancement unhindered by innate talent. But such occurrences were exceedingly rare, more so than prodigies with exceptional talent. If this were hearsay, Anwar might disbelieve. Yet, Shu Mountain Sect had precedent. One ancestor barely reached James condensation before 40, serving as a junior errand boy. Post-40 enlightenment transformed him into a celestial transformation powerhouse, a true late bloomer celebrated in Shushan history. So, although rare and mystical, enlightenment did exist. Facts were irrefutable. Carefully inspecting Zachariah as if meeting him for the first time, Anwar finally spoke when Zachariah felt uncomfortable. Even with the true essence realm, the Ellis was core formation before merging with the demon. The Orin was also core formation. As a mere true essence cultivator, survival seems improbable. True, core formation far exceeded true essence. Like ants compared to elephants. Elephants trampling ants would be effortless. Yet Zachariah lived. Bitterly smiling, Zachariah said, perhaps I was lucky. When the Orin ambushed, I was awake. Not only did the ambush fail, I counterattacked. He seemed restrained, and I never imagined knocking him unconscious with one blow. My demon suppression staff broke in the process. Later, when Innis arrived, I was no match. Had I not used the Orin as a shield, I'd have died multiple times. After this explanation, Anwar's frown softened. His examination of the Orin's injuries matched Zachariah's account. However, knowing you were no match, why chase him? Was it to save others from punishment? This was something Anwar wanted to ask for a while. Zachariah replied formally. It wasn't for that. Duty required I pursue him. If I let him wreak havoc unchecked, I wouldn't belong in the sect anymore. Zachariah refrained from grandiose words, choosing honesty. Hearing this, Anwar was genuinely moved. Clearing his doubts, he realized Zachariah told the truth. If you had lied just now, all your explanations would be questioned. You are very good, intelligent, and courageous. Staying here is indeed a waste. Rare praise from Anwar, and Zachariah detected an underlying message. Elder, I don't wish to leave the demon locking tower. I attained enlightenment within the demon locking tower. So, I feel this place is my blessed land. Upon hearing this, Anwar's expression became peculiar. This was the first time he had heard someone call the demon locking tower a blessed land. You have an interesting perspective, Anwar commented, originally intending to say unique, but restraining himself. Pausing for a moment, Anwar continued. If you insist on not leaving the demon locking tower, perhaps there is a more suitable place for you to be. There, you might better utilize your talents. Zachariah was puzzled. A more suitable place without leaving the demon locking tower? What could it be? Another demon locking tower? Anwar pointed at the ground, letting silence speak louder than words. Suddenly, Zachariah understood. You mean beneath the demon locking tower? Exactly, Anwar nodded. The current demon locking tower is actually a mirrored structure with 8 floors above and 8 below. One sentence opened up a whole new world for Zachariah. No wonder the 7th and 8th floors of the demon locking tower didn't house any demons. The real heavyweights were locked underground. You've been to the 7th and 8th floors, so you know they're just empty shells. Only that guardian stays on the 8th floor, ready to handle any demons who dare to dream big after reaching the higher levels, Anwar explained while recounting the history of the demon locking tower. Originally, the tower only had 8 upper floors. However, significant disturbances in the upper layers almost destroyed the entire tower. Afterward, the Xuanhuan sect master decided to rebuild the tower as a mirrored structure, reassigning the demon imprisonment locations. The 6th floor was used to refine demons to supplement the tower's power, while the 7th and 8th floors acted as decoys to lure suspicious demons. These floors were known among the initiated as bait floors. The true powerful demons were suppressed underground. While not a major secret within Shu Mountain Sect, such knowledge was not accessible to ordinary disciples. Only those above the blue robe rank could learn the truth. Out of appreciation, Anwar revealed these secrets to Zachariah. Elder, you mean you want me to go beneath the demon locking tower? Zachariah felt excited at the prospect. Absolutely perfect. Down there were the real formidable entities. By participating in capturing and imprisoning them, wouldn't experience and cultivation come rushing like tidal waves? Knowing there was a sea of cultivation and experience waiting for him below, he found the current trickle insufficient. Despite his inner excitement, Zachariah maintained a calm exterior. Too much eagerness could lead to suspicion, especially if Anwar thought he was an undercover spy. Yes, but entering the lower levels isn't easy. I don't even have the authority to assign you directly. Anwar shook his head. Hearing this, Zachariah was taken aback. Even the Isaiah doesn't have the authority? So strict? Who does have the authority? The sect master. The mention of sect master stunned Zachariah. He was not close to the sect master at all. How could he pull strings? Don't think about shortcuts all the time. Noticing Zachariah's expression, Anwar seemed to see through his thoughts, pointing out mercilessly, if you want to go down, it's not impossible. In a few days, there will be a special evaluation. If you pass, you can naturally enter the lower levels. Originally, only blue robe disciples could participate, but I can recommend you for a chance to take the exam. It's up to you. Zachariah did not rush to agree, instead showing appropriate caution. Anwar, what are the duties of a tower guard in the lower levels? Are they different from those above? Is it just patrolling? No. Anwar shook his head. Patrolling is just the basics. There is a more important duty that differs from the upper levels. What duty? Torture and interrogation. Anwar explained calmly. Above ground, we can freely enter and exit, so we handle the interrogations. Ground level guards can't do this. Underground, since others cannot enter freely, interrogation naturally falls to the guards below, requiring higher standards. Hearing this, Zachariah felt it was tailor-made for him. Torture, perfect. I love using it. Zachariah exclaimed inwardly. Elder, please sign me up. Anwar's explanation made the importance and nature of the underground duties clear, confirming Zachariah's suitability and eagerness for the role. Chapter 26. A devoted lackey indeed. When Zachariah decided to participate in the election, Anwar naturally agreed and told him to wait for news. Afterward, Zachariah asked about some matters concerning Starlord Bai Lian. Previously, Zachariah was convinced that Starlord Bai Lian was not a demon. However, his later transformation left Zachariah quite shaken and curious. Could humans easily turn into demons? That guy is indeed human, but he has a demon grub inside him. The demon grub is cultivated by certain powerful demons using their blood. Some individuals who willingly submit to becoming demon vassals accept these grubs into their bodies, which gradually transform them into demons. With this explanation, Zachariah suddenly understood. The demon grub contained genetic factors that could transform humans into demons. However, when he first entered the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, I didn't detect any abnormalities. And the sect also failed to detect any demonic aura in him during the new disciples entrance test. In Shu Mountain Sect's disciple selection process, not only must candidates have a clear background, but they are also tested for any demonic influence. The guy was very clever. He kept the demon grub dormant, thus evading detection during the entrance examination. Originally, he didn't plan to use the grub. Knowing you had privileges to ascend higher within the pagoda, he initially planned to kill you and take your place, thereby smoothly entering the higher levels of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Anwar glanced meaningfully at Zachariah after explaining this. Immediately, Zachariah raised 3 fingers to swear his innocence. I swear, my intention for ascending higher in the pagoda was merely to broaden my horizons. If I ever had plans to release demons, may I meet an untimely end. Besides, I don't have a demon grub on me. Anwar laughed at Zachariah's nervousness. No one accuses you of ill intentions. There's no need to rush into swearing. I absolutely believe you. Although Anwar said this, whether he truly believed it or not remained uncertain. Anwar continued. Star-Lord Bai Lian's plan was feasible, but he underestimated your strength. With his core formation realm power, he couldn't kill you quickly. Zachariah gave an awkward laugh. This topic wasn't worth pursuing further. After failing to replace you, he resorted to forcing a breakthrough. To breach the protective barriers above the 6th floor, he had to activate the demon grub to boost his power. Zachariah was enlightened. No wonder this person changed so drastically. It all made sense now. A single demon grub improved him by an entire major realm. It's no surprise some people would willingly become demons. Zachariah marveled. Anwar scoffed. Those who follow such dark paths pay a price. Those who use demon grubs eventually become slaves to demons, losing their selfhood and turning into mindless automatons. Moreover, not all demon grubs grant such significant boosts. It mainly depends on the capabilities of the demon who provided the blood. The demon grub used by Star-Lord Bai Lian has a considerable background. Anwar stopped without elaborating further, but Zachariah had already formed a guess. The demon grub likely came from the demon sovereign. Could the Demon-Sealing Pagoda really be suppressing the demon sovereign? Though Zachariah harbored this doubt, he didn't voice it, knowing better than to inquire about such sensitive matters. However, there was one thing he felt he could ask. What is the identity of the senior in the 8th floor? Anwar fell silent for a moment before replying. He is the current sect master's junior brother. As a sect master's brother, how did he end up like that? Being a junior brother to the sect master placed him in a position more prestigious than even an Isaiah. How could he end up in the 8th level of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, looking so disheveled? Was he being punished? Let's not pry into that. We shouldn't gossip about him behind his back, Anwar said seriously, effectively ending Zachariah's curiosity. Understood, I won't mention it again, Zachariah replied solemnly. As if on cue, a loud cry erupted from the interrogation room. Even in death, the path of demons will flourish. The demon sovereign shall return, and you worthless fools will suffer. Having realized rescue was impossible, Star-Lord Bai Lian chose suicide rather than enduring further torture, leaving a final menacing statement. Yet no one took his words seriously. They were accustomed to desperate demons hurling even worse curses. Initially, Zachariah thought Star-Lord Bai Lian's death would yield nothing for him. Surprisingly, the Demon Chronicle displayed a page belonging to Star-Lord Bai Lian. The text had faded, but it indicated a relic reward waiting to be claimed. There's still a reward left behind. Zachariah felt pleasantly surprised. After all, Star-Lord Bai Lian's demise was unrelated to him. Zachariah had merely been an incidental helper in transport. Returning to the lounge, Zachariah's exhilaration was soon dampened by troubling news. Li Da is dead. Li Da's body was discovered in his private room. After Star-Lord Bai Lian's execution, the magic effect wore off, restoring Li Da's appearance to normal. At first, I got no response when I knocked, so I forced entry. The disciple who discovered Li Da's body narrated how he found Li Da lying on the floor, surrounded by strong alcohol fumes and a pungent odor. Despite the unbearable stench, he approached only to find Li Da had passed away peacefully, with no apparent injuries. Ironically, Li Da died due to alcohol, a tragic irony given his fondness for it. Immersed in the Demon Chronicle, Zachariah reviewed Star-Lord Bai Lian's history. Unsurprisingly, Li Da revealed the secret of accessing the 6th floor while drunk. However, this was no longer important since both were dead and beyond accountability. Through this chronicle, Zachariah learned that the demon grub did not belong to the demon sovereign, but to a powerful demoness named the succubus. Star-Lord Bai Lian had fallen under her spell, willingly becoming her slave and aiding her efforts to free the demon sovereign. From this, it became clear that Star-Lord Bai Lian admired the succubus, who only cared for the demon sovereign. In a desperate attempt to please her, Star-Lord Bai Lian infiltrated Xuanhuan as a spy to aid her cause, even aligning himself with the demon faction subconsciously. Damn, this guy is a devoted lackey. Upon seeing this, Zachariah was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such complexity, both betrayed and infatuated with someone who saw him as nothing but a tool. Quickly skimming through the remaining parts, Zachariah lost interest in the rest of the content. After all, what was there to learn from a devoted lackey's life? Especially the part where someone cheated. Better skipped. Deciding it would be more enjoyable to focus on the rewards, Zachariah took a deep breath and began claiming the relic reward. When Zachariah decided to run for election, Anwar naturally agreed. He told Zachariah to wait patiently for news. Afterward, Zachariah inquired about some matters concerning Ellis. Previously, Zachariah was convinced that Ellis wasn't a demon, but later, he transformed into one, which shattered Zachariah's preconceptions. He was also curious. Could humans so easily become demons? That guy is indeed human, but he has a demon grub hidden within his body. A demon grub is cultivated by certain great demons using their blood. Some people who willingly degrade themselves and become subordinates of demons will accept the demon grub into their bodies, being assimilated into demons. Upon hearing this, Zachariah instantly understood. So, the demon grub contains the genetic factor that can turn a human into a demon. However, when he first entered the demon locking tower, I didn't detect any abnormalities. And the sect did not detect demonic aura in him during the new disciple selection either. The Shu Mountain Sect selects disciples not only based on clean backgrounds, but also checks the new disciples for any signs of demonic influence. That guy was smart. He kept the demon grub dormant inside his body, successfully evading detection during entry. Originally, he didn't plan to use the demon grub. He knew you had the privilege to ascend higher with us. So, his initial plan was to kill you and take your place. That way, he could smoothly enter higher floors of the demon locking tower. Anwar glanced meaningfully at Zachariah after speaking. Zachariah immediately raised 3 fingers to clear himself. I swear, I only wanted to see what was up there in the higher levels. If I had any intention of freeing demons, may I never find peace in death. Also, I don't have a demon grub. Anwar couldn't help but chuckle at Zachariah's nervousness. No one said you were plotting anything. You don't need to swear so quickly. I definitely believe you. Though he said this, whether he truly believed it was only known to himself. Anwar continued. Ellis's plan might have worked if things hadn't gone astray. He probably never expected that despite being at the core formation stage, he still couldn't kill you in a short time. Zachariah awkwardly laughed. This topic was too risky to follow up on. After failing to replace you, he chose to force his breakthrough. To break through the protective barrier above the 6th floor, he had to use the demon grub to enhance his strength. Zachariah suddenly understood. No wonder this guy changed so much. Just a single demon grub increased his power by a whole major realm. No wonder someone would fall and willingly become a demon, Zachariah mused aloud. Anwar scoffed disdainfully. Following such an evil path comes at a price. Those who use demon grubs end up as slaves of demons, losing their self-identity and becoming mindless puppets. Not all demon grubs provide such significant boosts. It mostly depends on the abilities of the demon providing the blood. The demon grub used by Ellis came from a rather formidable source. Anwar didn't elaborate further, but Zachariah had his own suspicions. That demon grub must be from the Devil Overlord. Could the Devil Overlord really be suppressed in the demon locking tower? Though Zachariah had this doubt, he didn't voice it. It was better not to inquire about such sensitive matters. There was, however, one thing he felt he could ask. What is the identity of the senior on the 8th floor? Anwar fell silent at the mention before speaking again. He is the current patriarch's junior brother. Joseph's junior brother? Zachariah gasped. Why is he there? As the patriarch's junior brother, his status was even more revered than in Isaiah. How could he end up in the 8th floor of the demon locking tower, in such a shabby state? Was he punished? Do not pry further into this matter, Anwar cut off Zachariah's inquiry sternly. We cannot gossip about him behind his back. Do you understand? With a serious expression, Anwar made it clear this was not a topic to delve into. Zachariah solemnly replied, Understood. I will not bring it up again. Just then, a mournful scream echoed through the interrogation room. Even though I die, the demon way will flourish forever. The Devil Overlord will reappear among humans. You maggots will eventually go to hell. Unable to endure torture and knowing rescue of the Devil Overlord was hopeless, Ellis committed suicide, leaving behind a parting threat. No one took it seriously. They had heard worse curses from desperate demons. Zachariah initially thought nothing would come out of Ellis's death, yet a page appeared in the Demon Chronicle belonging to him. The text on the page had already dimmed. It left a reward item waiting to be claimed. There's actually a reward left. Zachariah was pleasantly surprised. Ellis's death had nothing to do with him. He just happened to assist in transport and got involved. Getting a reward was a happy surprise. Back in the rest room, Zachariah was still exhilarated. But soon, a terrible piece of news arrived, dampening his spirits. Miles is dead. Miles's body was found in his rest room. After Ellis was executed, the magic effect wore off, restoring Miles's face to its original form. At the time, no matter how hard I knocked, there was no response, so I forced my way in. The disciple speaking had discovered Miles's body. Entering Miles's room, he found Miles lying on the ground, the strong smell of alcohol and sourness making it unbearable. He struggled through the discomfort to approach, finding Miles lifeless. There were no injuries on Miles's body. He died peacefully. Yet, a heavy drinker dying from alcohol was indeed tragic. Immersed in the Demon Chronicle, Zachariah reviewed Ellis's past. Unsurprisingly, Zachariah's ability to ascend to the 6th floor was revealed by Miles in a drunken stupor. That didn't matter now since both were dead. As Ellis's history flashed through Zachariah's mind, he finally knew who gave him the demon grub. It wasn't from the Devil Overlord as Zachariah had suspected but from another powerful demon, the succubus. Ellis was enthralled and brainwashed by her, willingly becoming her servant, tirelessly working for her mission to rescue the Devil Overlord until his death. Even subconsciously, he identified himself with the demon camp. From this experience, it became evident. Ellis loved the succubus, but the succubus only had eyes for the Devil Overlord. To win her favor, he infiltrated Xuanhuan as a mole, risking everything to save the Devil Overlord. Damn, this guy is actually a love slave. Note, tan dog is replaced with love slave to better fit natural English expression while conveying the same meaning. Seeing this, Zachariah paused. Never did he expect the guy to be so complex, betraying someone while being a tan dog. Asterisk correction asterisk. Never did he expect the guy to be so complex, betraying someone while being a love slave. For better fluency and natural expression in English, tan dog should be corrected to love slave, or similar terminology that fits naturally in the context. The term tan dog is a direct transliteration from Chinese internet slang and does not read naturally in English. Here's a more polished version of this part. Seeing this, Zachariah was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this guy's background to be so complicated. Not only did he betray someone, but he was also a love slave. This maintains the meaning and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Zachariah skimmed quickly, deciding against delving deeper. After all, why watch a love slave's life story? Especially actions like giving others horns. It was better not to dwell on it. Better yet, just enjoy the rewards. Taking a deep breath, Zachariah started drawing the reward item. Chapter 27, Top Rank Cultivation Technique. New reward, 10,000 Transformations Mystic Art, Top Rank Cultivation Technique. Top Rank Cultivation Technique. Zachariah almost exclaimed in shock. Was his luck this good? He actually drew a top-rank cultivation technique. After reviewing the wonders of the 10,000 transformations mystic art, he truly understood the value of a top-rank cultivation technique. Though the technique wasn't particularly offensive, its practical effects were outstanding. Once mastered, it could alter one's appearance and that of others, even transforming the shape of certain objects at will. It allowed for infinite transformations, all at the user's whim. One could even change their own aura. With an altered aura, as long as you didn't reveal yourself, no one would be able to accurately gauge your true cultivation level. The Ellis was able to bypass the aura detection test before joining the Shu Mountain Sect precisely because of this ability. For Zachariah, this was crucial, perhaps even more so than altering his appearance. The Ellis clearly hasn't fully mastered this technique. If he manages to escape alive this time, once he perfects the technique, he won't just be the Ellis, he'll be the thousand-faced Grayson. Zachariah felt a sense of impermanence over the fate of the Ellis. Before he could fully unleash his powers, he had died prematurely. Now, this cultivation technique could only be inherited and further developed by him. Without hesitation, Zachariah began learning the technique. This wasn't a demonic technique, so he could practice it without fear. He just needed to be cautious about using it in front of his colleagues and Isaiah's. Moments later, Zachariah had completely mastered the technique. Feeling playful, he stood before a bronze mirror, brushed his hand across his face, and transformed into various forms effortlessly. He became Miles, Innes, Anwar. It was all within easy reach. Even transforming into a woman was effortless. However, Zachariah obviously didn't have any such inclinations. The effect was akin to the face changing in Sichuan opera, looking like magic, but better. While tricks are easily seen through, his transformations were indistinguishable from reality. Not even the tiniest wrinkle around the eyes could be spotted with a magnifying glass. Pity I can't yet transform objects. Changing oneself was always easier than altering external objects, especially objects, which were the most difficult to change. Now he could also alter others' appearances, provided they were unconscious. But changing objects was beyond his current stage. That required even greater cultivation. With sufficient cultivation, turning stones into gold would be feasible. Zachariah's desire to enhance his cultivation grew stronger and more urgent. Entering the underground levels of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda is inevitable. Anwar had already registered him. Now he only needed to recuperate and await news. Lying on the bed, Zachariah checked his status panel. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation level, 9th stage of spirit formation, 0/50,000. Meditation technique, basic Shu Mountain James refinement technique. Cultivation techniques, heart-crushing palm, mind-illuminating body strengthening method, shadow killing technique, 10,000 transformations mystic art. Abilities, none. Physique, primal body, abundant blood James, peerless agility, immune to all toxins. Bloodline, Titan bloodline. Available rewards, cultivation experience *5, 682, essence of flesh *380. The experience required for advancement is no longer increasing tenfold, but 50,000 is still significant. Based on his daily accumulation of cultivation experience, Zachariah estimated it would take at least a month and a half to break through to the next stage. I'll take it slowly. Zachariah wasn't worried. His current cultivation level was enough for the examination. He just hoped there wouldn't be any more surprises inside the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Extract essence of flesh. Zachariah extracted all remaining essence of flesh. Nourished by it, his injuries healed up in just a day, with no more pain. What should have taken weeks to recover from was now shortened tenfold. But despite his nearly full recovery, he still occasionally feigned pain in front of others, to avoid drawing too much attention. However, Zachariah couldn't remain low-key anymore. Since he sacrificed himself last time, his reputation among the tower guards soared to unprecedented heights. Firstly, surviving the upper levels was already a miracle. Whether due to luck or not, it earned him admiration. But more importantly, Zachariah's noble sacrifice left them genuinely convinced. Everyone welcomed him warmly, offering him gifts. To them, he was a savior. Had he not ordered them to stay put, none might have survived. Unable to refuse their warmth, Zachariah's room soon filled with gifts from his colleagues. Though none were particularly valuable, the sentiment behind them was deep. Thinking about it, Zachariah kept everything. He didn't want to be constantly remembered for this. Compared to being in the spotlight, he preferred anonymity. At least then, he wouldn't feel eyes watching his every move. Over the next few days, other sect disciples frequently entered and exited the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, repairing the barriers damaged by the Ellis. Many tower guards watched enviously. Array Pavilion disciples held high status. Among the 4 major disciplines, alchemy, talismans, arrays, and artifacts, all required extraordinary talent. Mastering any would make one a priority for sect cultivation. Thus, Array Pavilion disciples typically started as green cloak Gyosipals. In their eyes, reaching those ranks meant truly being part of the Shu Mountain Sect. Selma watched the departing Array Pavilion disciples enviously. Senior brother Sue, do you think I have a chance to become like them? Selma followed closely behind Zachariah. After Innes's death, she seemed to fill the void left by him, often sticking close to Zachariah. Fortunately, she spoke less, mostly following quietly. Unlike Innes, who nagged incessantly, so Zachariah didn't actively avoid her. Hearing her question, Zachariah recalled his own past query to Stanley upon arrival. Do I have a chance to leave here? Stanley had answered affirmatively. The past was like smoke, fleeting. Now, it was his turn to answer a younger generation's questions. You do have a chance, though the odds. Zachariah cast a meaningful glance at Selma's neckline, then downward. Following his gaze, her cheeks flushed red. Her chest, modest but not flat. Thus, Zachariah's implication was clear. You have a chance, but it's slim. Selma felt a mix of emotions. That hurt too much. Chapter 28. the evaluation arrives. Jameson Ruai seemed to have been struck by Zachariah's words. For several days in a row, he did not see her. This made Zachariah wonder if his joke had gone too far. Could such harsh words be doubly painful for a young woman? While he could bear such poisonous encouragement, others might not be able to withstand it. Feeling guilty, on the fourth day, Zachariah went to wait outside her room, intending to apologize. But she never came out of her room. Only a female disciple from the next door came out. Among the new disciples entering the demon locking tower, there were only these two women, naturally becoming neighbors. Zachariah stopped her as she walked by. Junior sister Sean. Because she was so low-key, Zachariah couldn't recall her name, only that her surname was Sean. There were tiny freckles on both cheeks. Junior sister Sean, seeing Zachariah, managed a rare smile despite her usually expressionless face. However, Zachariah thought her forced smile looked worse, almost like a sneer. Senior brother Sue, what do you need? She didn't smile much and had a low emotional intelligence. Yet Zachariah overlooked this and asked about Jameson Ruai's condition. With a calm face, junior sister Sean replied, 2 nights ago, she suddenly fell gravely ill and rushed to my room shivering, asking for help. Seeing how bad her situation was, I had her sent out of the demon locking tower. Sent out? Zachariah was stunned. No wonder he hadn't seen her recently. She wasn't even in the demon locking tower anymore. Was her condition serious? Zachariah asked with concern. Junior sister Sean nodded. Yes, it was very serious. She could barely speak clearly. The sect people who took her away also said little. I don't know what happened after that. This left Zachariah somewhat at a loss. Such an important matter. Why did no one tell me? Shaking her head, junior sister Sean replied, I don't know either. Zachariah felt like his punch hit cotton wool. He breathed deeply before asking, is this only known to you? After some thought, junior sister Sean nodded again. It seems so. At the time, she only found me. Breathless, Zachariah asked, then why didn't you tell me? Junior sister Sean tilted her head. Giant I need to? Giant you? I don't know. Senior brother soon never told me. Throwing up his hands, Zachariah had nothing more to say. Great, now I feel even guiltier. The feeling was akin to mocking someone only to find later they were disabled. The guilt is overwhelming. 2 more days passed. Finally, Zachariah received a message telling him to gather at the back mountain square. His first action after exiting the demon locking tower was to ask about Jameson Ruai's whereabouts. Anwar explained that because of her internal cold chi, the demonic tower's energy exacerbated her condition. Her departure was voluntary. Hearing Anwar's explanation, Zachariah sighed inwardly, feeling a lifetime of guilt settling on his shoulders. Why do you look so downcast all of a sudden? Have feelings for her or something? Zachariah gave a bitter laugh. Elder jokes. I only feel regretful for missing the chance to apologize for the harsh things I said earlier. Anwar casually handed over Jameson Ruai's address, saying, easy enough. You can find her yourself later. Not expecting such a prompt response from Anwar, Zachariah smiled wryly, not having intended to go down the mountain at all. Nevertheless, accepting the Isaiah's goodwill, he pocketed the note. Zachariah joined Anwar at the sect's back mountain square where numerous blue-robed disciples had already gathered, making a sea of blue. Even purple-robed disciples mixed among them. As the sole gray-robed disciple, Zachariah stood out prominently, attracting curious gazes. Don't be scared, Anwar teased. Of course, Zachariah wasn't afraid, but pretending a bit wouldn't hurt. Acting weaker might help him avoid being targeted in upcoming trials. Thus, he struggled onto the square, where everyone's gaze followed. Though surprised by Zachariah's presence, seeing Anwar beside him clarified that he had special arrangements. While disliked by many for possibly favoritism, none dared mock under Anwar's watchful eyes. As Zachariah waited quietly, he noticed the arrival of the current master of MT Xuanhuan, a tall, slender man in a Taoist robe, exuding elegance and righteousness. Everyone bowed respectfully. When Zachariah attempted to sense the master's aura, the master suddenly looked his way. This was Zachariah's first encounter with the master since he arrived in this world, a moment that left a deep impression. In the silent gathering, the atmosphere grew even quieter with the master's appearance. The evaluation was to be conducted in strict confidentiality, maintaining silence as the norm. Moments later, the master arrived via flying sword, radiating an air of serene strength and wisdom. All present bowed. After nodding acknowledgement, the master gazed directly at Zachariah. Their eyes met, an unexpected yet intense moment for Zachariah, setting the stage for events to come. Chapter 29, Cutting Meat. When the Joseph's gaze fell upon him, Zachariah couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. There was no hostility in that look, yet it made Zachariah feel as if needles were pricking his back. This was the aura of a powerhouse, he thought. Zachariah quickly lowered his head, pretending nothing had happened, and the Joseph's gaze soon withdrew from him. Truly a bold lad, the Joseph evaluated in his heart. Anwar had already briefed him on Zachariah's background, with his approval allowing Zachariah to participate in this assessment. Now that everyone is gathered here for the Demon Locking Tower law enforcement evaluation, I'll get straight to the point. There are some rules you must remember. The Joseph didn't waste time on formalities, diving right into the important points about the assessment. Any form of cheating during the assessment was strictly prohibited, and anyone caught would be disqualified, possibly even demoted from their current rank. The rules were indeed stringent. Passing the assessment would not make one a disciple of the Demon Locking Tower, but rather an enforcer, a role of much higher status than ordinary disciples. Furthermore, becoming an enforcer came with significant benefits. If you become a Demon Locking Tower enforcer, the treatment you will receive will be far better than what you have now, said the Joseph. After all, it was no easy task, and without tangible rewards, it would be unrealistic to expect so many disciples to volunteer. In summary, once inside the Demon Locking Tower underground, the Dair would surpass that of purple-robed Gyaosipals, but remain below that of red-robed Gyaosipals. Since there were no red-robed Gyaosipals present, saying the benefits were better was accurate. Note, the term Dair should be replaced with treatment or benefits for better fluency. Revised version. Passing the assessment would not make one a disciple of the Demon Locking Tower, but rather an enforcer, a role of much higher status than ordinary disciples. Furthermore, becoming an enforcer came with significant benefits. If you become a Demon Locking Tower enforcer, the treatment you will receive will be far better than what you have now, said the Joseph. After all, it was no easy task, and without tangible rewards, it would be unrealistic to expect so many disciples to volunteer. In summary, once inside the Demon Locking Tower underground, the benefits would surpass those enjoyed by purple-robed Gyaosipals, but remain below those of red-robed Gyaosipals. Since there were no red-robed Gyaosipals present, saying the benefits were better was accurate. This offer was naturally highly attractive to blue-robed Gyaosipals, evident from the large number participating. Even some purple-robed Gyaosipals joined in. Of course, these purple-robed Gyaosipals were those who knew they had little hope of advancing to red-robed status. To improve their benefits, they either needed to earn merits or participate in this enforcer selection. For Zachariah, this was also an upgrade beyond compare. However, he wasn't overly focused on the benefits. What he really wanted was to enter the underground of the Demon Locking Tower and harvest experience mercilessly, which smelled sweeter than any benefit. After explaining the rules and benefits, the Joseph moved on to the official start of the assessment. Everyone was led to an open area with neatly arranged stone tables. On each table lay a black lump, resembling dried ham, though obviously not real ham, but pieces of flesh from demons. The first round, cutting meat. It seemed simple but was deceptively challenging. These lumps came from the body of a single giant demon known as the Goldstone Giant Beast. Its body was like the hardest metal and stone, and its flesh equally indestructible. This test aimed to evaluate one's skill in inflicting punishment. The Demon Locking Tower housed ferocious demons, inevitably including hard bones like the Goldstone Giant Beast. Dealing with such hard cases was the primary criterion for assessing potential enforcers. Without sufficient skills, attempting to punish these demons would be laughable, akin to scratching them with a knife for days without breaking the skin. The first round simulated punishing a hard-boned demon. Rows of racks held various torture tools, ranging from common ones to magical artifacts ranked from 9th to 7th grade. Higher ranks weren't provided. Using a 7th grade artifact to fail at cutting the meat would signify disqualification. The lower the tool's grade, the less one relied on it, similar to how sharper knives revealed less about the user's strength. If everyone used blunt knives, skill levels would be clear. 7th grade tools were the minimum requirement. Final results would be ranked by scores based on tools used, time taken, and cut depth. A joss stick on the table timed the process, lit at the start and extinguished upon completion. Failure within the burning period resulted in elimination. Seeing the array of knives and the meat, Zachariah almost thought he was at a chef selection. Choose your preferred torture tool. Mid-process changes can be made, but time won't stop. Choosing wrong would waste time and affect the score. Standing before the variety of tools, Zachariah could use ordinary tools for high scores, but chose an 8th grade blade like most other disciples. I have no need to stand out, he thought. Showing only 2nd or 3rd level true essence power matched expectations among blue and purple-robed Gyaosipals. Standing out too much might raise suspicion. Glory was fleeting. Mistakes led to disaster. 60 is perfect. More is wasted. With this mindset, passing the first round sufficed. Zachariah found an empty table, indifferent to his choice as the meat's hardness was uniform. He prepared the knife, lit the joss stick, and began cutting, a process reminiscent of cooking. Infusing true essence into the blade, touching the meat felt like slicing iron. Instead of rushing, Zachariah observed others. Most chose 8th or 9th grade artifacts, a few 7th grade ones, and only 2 purple-robed Gyaosipals dared with ordinary tools, confident in their abilities. Their outcomes varied. One purple-robed Gyaosipal gave up after half a joss stick, failing to impress. Time passed quietly, unnoticed by many. ##### Chapter 30. Just lucky. I've finished. A rugged voice broke the silence. The first to chop the beast meat into minced pieces was a purple-robed disciple with a robust and towering figure, undoubtedly a burly man from his appearance. He wielded a 9th grade magical artifact, a confident choice indeed. Anwar, responsible for the Demon Locking Tower, acted as one of the judges this time. After examining the result, he nodded approvingly. Very good, high completion rate. Both the choice of instrument, the time taken, and the fineness of the chopped pieces were impressive. He then announced a score of 285 out of a perfect 300. This score was definitely a high one. Upon seeing his score, the robust disciple cast a provocative glance at the 2 other purple-robed disciples who had chosen ordinary instruments. One of them had switched to a magical artifact midway, thus losing any chance to vie for first place. The other might have an advantage in the instrument category but had lost precious time. I've also finished. One of the purple-robed disciples using an ordinary instrument declared completion when the sandalwood incense still had nearly half left. Anwar inspected it and gave him a score of 280, just short of the first completing disciple. I'm done too. I'm finished as well. As time passed, more and more people completed the first round. Scores were revealed, and rankings gradually emerged. Anwar glanced at Zachariah, noticing that he seemed unusually calm, not displaying much tension or haste. However, he didn't have time to keep watching Zachariah. The opportunity had been given, and it was up to Zachariah to seize it. Zachariah figured that if he could secure one of the last 10 spots, he would be fine. So, when the sandalwood incense was down to a quarter, he decisively slashed the heavily scored meat block into 2 halves. He observed the situation around him. Those who hadn't announced completion yet clearly couldn't manage to cut the large piece of meat into multiple smaller pieces. Even splitting it into 2 was their ultimate goal. Time wouldn't allow them to do more. After Zachariah chopped the meat, several other disciples followed suit, rushing to declare the completion of the first round. Anwar assessed each submission and announced the results. First place Emil, second place Roy, third place Brigham, 49th place Pamela, 50th place Zachariah. The results were declared. Zachariah scored 240 points, placing him exactly at the 50th spot. How close? Zachariah was secretly startled. He almost failed the first round. Other disciples also finished around the same time, and they chose 9th grade magical artifacts, slightly better than Zachariah's 8th grade one. Their scores were slightly higher, almost pushing Zachariah out of the top 50. I shouldn't play it so close next time. Zachariah felt lucky. The blue-robed disciple ranked 51st looked at his lower score in disbelief, his face turning pale. I actually lost to a gray-robed disciple. He stood frozen, unable to accept his defeat. Losing to another blue-robed disciple would have been tolerable, but losing to someone he deemed insignificant was a heavy blow. The 50 advancing disciples regrouped. Zachariah looked around, noting the significantly reduced number. Initially, there should have been over 100 participants, but now only about half remained. I didn't expect you to make it through the first round. A female voice behind Zachariah spoke, somewhat cutting. Turning back, Zachariah was momentarily surprised. He recognized her. The blue-robed female disciple who had brought out the lust demon for the trial earlier. She had been impatient and quite arrogant then. He had even mocked her for being overly prideful. Now, it seemed his assessment was accurate. She was still as haughty as ever. However, Zachariah's mindset had changed. He didn't care about her harsh words, nor did he regard her highly. Even though Zachariah didn't take her seriously, he didn't respond rudely. Instead, he said calmly, just lucky. Her casual attitude irritated the blue-robed woman, making her feel ignored. She sneered coldly. Not surprising that you're Anwar's chosen disciple. I hope you stay this lucky. With that, she turned and walked away. Another blue-robed disciple approached Zachariah, speaking with a mischievous grin. Junior brother, did you offend Melanie? Zachariah glanced at the blue-robed disciple, surprised. It was Brigham, who ranked 3rd. The others in the top ranks were usually aloof, so this sudden friendliness was unexpected. To be honest, senior brother Zhang, I only learned who's senior sister's name today. We've only met twice. How could I possibly offend her? Brigham laughed and whispered, it's no surprise if you offended her. In the sect, which man doesn't get on her bad side? Zachariah sensed a story here. Oh, why do you say that? Brigham covered his mouth and scanned the surroundings before whispering. She has a bit of disdain for men, allegedly. Cough. An Isaiah voice interrupted them. Anwar coldly remarked, talking behind someone's back is not a good habit. Brigham stiffened, quickly shutting his mouth and scurrying away. Don't hang around Brigham. That guy isn't serious. Hearing this, Zachariah rubbed his nose and nodded. However, if Brigham insisted on chatting about gossip, Zachariah wouldn't object. Anwar seemed to notice Zachariah's disinterest and sighed. You did well in the first round. Keep it up. I will, Zachariah nodded, thinking privately that perhaps Anwar should have praised his luck instead. Maintain a positive attitude. Don't let others affect you. Making it to the top 50 isn't just about luck. Strength is the most important factor. Zachariah realized Anwar was concerned about the impact of Melanie's words. At that moment, Zachariah felt touched. Previously, he thought Anwar always promised without delivering. Now he saw that Anwar wasn't merely offering empty promises. He even helped Stanley indirectly by shielding him from the brutal truth of his insufficient talent. If Stanley hadn't overheard those conversations, he probably wouldn't have abandoned his hopes and lived positively. Go. The second round is about to begin. ###Chapter 31. Lucky you two? The second round of the evaluation tested willpower. In the demon locking tower, many demons were adept at manipulating and deceiving people. If a disciple guarding the tower lacked strong willpower, they could easily be exploited by these demons. Especially in the underground levels of the tower. The demons there were even more powerful and posed threats on an entirely different level compared to those above. If the enforcers below were deceived, the danger would extend far beyond the confines of the demon locking tower. It might even jeopardize the safety of the entire sect. Therefore, testing willpower was crucial. Zachariah followed the group into the depths of the rear mountain. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a valley. In the valley was a dense forest shrouded in white mist, with lush greenery barely visible through the haze. All he could see was a vast expanse of obscurity. The second test required them to pass through this mist-covered forest. Zachariah didn't understand how this related to testing willpower, but since the sect leader had decreed it, he couldn't argue. Thus, upon the sect leader's command, the 50 disciples surged into the misty forest together. Upon entering the forest, his vision seemed to be cut off, as everyone around him disappeared from sight. Unable to see anything, it feels like walking through darkness, inevitably leading to anxiety and restlessness. Is this how they test willpower? It seems a bit too simple. Isn't it just about walking straight ahead? Despite not being able to see, maintaining a straight direction should lead him to the exit eventually. As for not seeing anything, he had long gotten used to relying on instinct due to the perpetual darkness inside the demon locking tower. As he walked along, a figure suddenly appeared before him, almost within arm's reach. Zachariah almost collided with the person. On closer inspection, the figure was Jameson Ruai, the very person who made Zachariah feel guilty. Why are you here, junior sister Jameson? But why was she here? Hadn't Anwar said she left the sect? Senior brother Sue, am I really so unbearable? Jameson Ruai asked sorrowfully. Suddenly feeling something indescribable trying to invade his consciousness, Zachariah fell silent, shocked. Fortunately, he had developed some mental resistance and managed to repel this intrusion. At that moment, Zachariah realized that this misty forest was far from simple. Indeed, such a strict examination wouldn't have an easy phase. Senior brother, answer me. Why aren't you speaking? No, he mustn't respond. A warning bell rang in Zachariah's mind. This is an illusion. He realized. This forest had been cast under a large-scale illusionary spell, and they were now in a dreamlike state. Illusions amplify one's deepest desires infinitely, and once you fall into them, you may never pull yourself out. This was the true test of willpower. Zachariah chose to ignore the figure and pushed forward, only to hear Jameson Ruai let out a soft cry as she fell to the ground. He also felt himself collide with something soft. So real? Zachariah was startled but kept walking, determined not to be swayed. When dead Stanley and Miles appeared before him, Zachariah finally confirmed he was in an illusion. Ignoring their pitiful pleas, Zachariah remained unaffected. You had to be heartless at this moment. However, the next scene nearly affected more than his heart. That seductive demoness from the xuanhuan sect appeared. She gazed at him with enticing eyes, twisting and turning her body to lure him, even undressing in front of him. Who can resist such a temptation? Zachariah walked past calmly, clenching his fists tightly. He resisted the urge to lash out. He knew that responding to any of the illusions meant he had already fallen in. Even if you knew it was false, it was too late. Just like in dreams, knowing you're dreaming but unable to wake up. Similarly, this scenario played out repeatedly in the misty forest. Some noticed and ignored like Zachariah did. Others simply closed their eyes, blocking everything out. But the hallucinations invaded their minds, pushing them towards mental breakdowns. At that moment, Anwar floated above the misty forest. While inside the forest visibility was limited to 3 meters, from above Anwar had a clear view of everything below, ready to rescue any disciple who couldn't escape the illusions. And being rescued meant losing eligibility for the next round. Melanie cautiously walked on the grassy slope. Although she acted arrogantly, especially in front of men, she wasn't overconfident. She took care where necessary. When she realized this was an illusion, she raised her guard. Her journey was smooth until she saw a slender man in white. Tall and handsome with delicate features. Her steps halted, and her body stiffened. Melanie, I'm sorry. The man spoke softly, extending his hand toward her. I regret it. Can you forgive me? Struck by his words, Melanie took an involuntary step back, trembling slightly. The man smiled hopefully and reached for her face. Please forgive me. Finally unable to contain herself. Forget forgiveness, you filthy scoundrel. Take this. She drew her sword and lunged at the man. Of course, she knew this was all fake. But even if it's fake, I'll kill you. Scoundrel, disappear from my sight. Her hatred soared high. Not long after, Zachariah emerged from the misty forest smoothly. There was no need to hold back this time. He also wasn't the first one out, so he received little attention. As he exited, he heard the sound of a sword slicing through air. Turning around, a familiar figure wielded a sword, shouting as she stormed out of the forest. It was Melanie. Zachariah looked oddly at her. Senior sister who, it seems you two got lucky getting out this time? #### Chapter 32. 3rd level, Practical Combat. The reason Zachariah said this was because he had immediately seen that Melanie was entranced by something in the illusion. Otherwise, how could she have been attacking empty air so fiercely? He called it luck precisely because despite being deeply immersed in the illusion, she managed to fight her way out of the misty forest. If not for luck, what else could it be? At this moment, Melanie finally no longer saw the figure of the man. She leaned on her sword, panting heavily. Of course, she was aware of what had happened just now. She also knew that what Zachariah said was correct. It really was a matter of luck. She had managed to escape from the misty forest before Anwar came to rescue her. At the time Anwar was busy rescuing someone else. Had she stayed any longer, waiting for Anwar to free her, she would have been eliminated. Therefore, for Zachariah's sarcastic remark, she couldn't refute him at all. Her slightly bitter face instantly turned dark. I volunteered. I'm not like you. It was true. At that time, she did realize it was an illusion but couldn't control her inner anger. Even though what she said was true, it sounded like she was trying to justify herself. Zachariah chuckled and walked away. That chuckle was more effective than any aggressive words. It directly shattered Melanie's defenses. She glared at Zachariah's back, even gripping her sword tightly, wanting very much to teach him a lesson. But at this moment, she didn't dare to act against Zachariah. You'd better not give me a chance, or you'll see what happens. Melanie thought, her eyes cutting through him with sharpness. Although Zachariah wasn't clear about her specific thoughts, he had anticipated that he would be resented. Zachariah didn't regret it. He wasn't the type to take things lying down. His principle was simple. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do offend me, I will repay tenfold. Soon, after counting the number of people who passed this level, only 29 out of the original 50 remained. The 21 who didn't pass were filled with regret. Among them was a purple-robed Gyosipal who also failed to come out of the misty forest. Embarrassed, he left as soon as he regained consciousness, not daring to stay long in front of the other blue-robed Gyosipals. Zachariah noticed Brigham was still there, always looking nonchalant. As Anwar had mentioned, he seemed undisciplined. However, Zachariah saw through his disguise. He believed Brigham's strength was no less than the purple-robed Gyosipals participating in the evaluation. The 3rd round will retain at most 10 people, the sect master announced. 10 people at most means fewer may actually pass. The remaining 29 felt the immediate tension. Less than 1/3 probability. Not a high chance at all. The 3rd level evaluates your insight. Insight is also a critical ability for enforcers. When interrogating demons who aren't afraid of pain, traditional torture becomes ineffective. Here, a strong insight becomes essential for victory. People always have weaknesses, and demons are no different. They might not fear pain, but they surely have other vulnerabilities. Strong insight helps identify these weak points, exploiting them for maximum effect. Evaluating insight involved actual combat. The sect master brought everyone straight to the first underground level of the Demon Lock Tower's interrogation rooms. There were many such rooms, each containing demons who hadn't cracked under repeated torture. These demons were reserved for the test, requiring the candidates to personally interrogate them. Because these demons were stubborn, they needed not only physical punishment but also keen insight to uncover other weaknesses, attacking their soft spots to extract useful information. These demons all have secrets. If you can pry anything useful from them, you pass, the sect master explained. No restrictions, any means available. Zachariah hadn't expected this evaluation to be real combat without drills. Demons were already here. No procedures required, direct action. Only those who could make the demon talk would qualify as enforcers. Zachariah sighed internally. This is real battle. Making demons reveal information was far more challenging than any previous test. Before, it was simulation. Now, it was serious business. With the sect master's announcement, others were equally stunned. For a moment, silence reigned. Even seasoned enforcers struggled with these demons. Candidates were unfamiliar, making it extremely difficult to get them to talk. I know it's hard. So, you have one day to gather useful information, the sect master clarified. Seeing the difficulty on disciples' faces, Anwar nearby said, enforcers went through the same process. If you can't handle it, you can quit. This remark spurred everyone into focus. Having come this far, how could they not fight? To ensure fairness, everyone will draw lots to choose which demon they interrogate. Zachariah drew a slip labeled, Jia 16. Finding Jia, 16 interrogation room, he pushed the door open. Inside was a giant demon with tusks, covered in grass-green skin except for his black hair and eyes, muscles bulging, more beast-like than human. Clad in loose pants, his bare upper body was crisscrossed with scars like blood-filled ravines. Yet, his expression was excited, seemingly immune to pain, as if unharmed. Seeing Zachariah enter, the demon laughed loudly, full of disdain and mockery. Is Sichuan sect out of people? Sending a kid to tickle grandpa? Clearly, Zachariah was underestimated. Zachariah smiled, closing the door and checking the soundproofing. Good insulation. I can work without restraint. Upon hearing this, the green-skinned demon tensed up. His already green face became greener. What are you going to do? Hashtag chapter 33. Not really? He's serious? Don't worry. I'll make it quick for you. Zachariah smiled as he approached the beast man. To the beast man, that smile was akin to the grin of a devil. He only caught the words quick and swift. Recalling the sensation of pain mingled with pleasure, his eyes filled with terror. It was as if his face read, don't come over here. Of course, Zachariah wouldn't grant him that wish. What puzzled Zachariah was how this demon wasn't supposed to be stubborn and fearless of death. Why did it now seem different from what he imagined? Zachariah circled around the beast man. As he walked behind the creature, it became visibly frightened. It feared Zachariah would throw something forward and make it pick it up. Zachariah noticed the taut muscles trembling slightly, deepening his confusion. Was this guy really so afraid of death? If he feared death, why was he so resilient? While pondering this, Zachariah began selecting from the torture implements on display. The rack had all kinds of weapons, from daggers to spears, better in both quality and quantity than those found on the floor above. Picking up a stick, Zachariah thought of his broken demon-subduing rod. Any random stick here seemed like a magical artifact far superior to his easily shattered weapon. The beastman didn't know what Zachariah was thinking. All it saw was Zachariah picking up a long rod, causing it to break out in cold sweat. Not this. He can't possibly use such an item. As the beastman grew tense, Zachariah put down the stick, easing its breath. Thank goodness. Next, Zachariah picked up a blade and examined it closely. The sharpness was almost painful to look at. Sharp and quick. This was an 8th rank blade. Though not exceptionally high-ranked, Zachariah, who hadn't seen many superior blades before, felt it was incredibly sharp. Killing this demon with this blade should be no problem. Yes, that's right. He just needed to kill the demon. There was no need for interrogation. Once dead, the demon chronicle would reveal the creature's past. Zachariah could examine it for any secrets directly. That would provide the most authentic information without worrying about being deceived or made a fool of. Besides, killing the demon would reward him too. Why not go for it? As for any tests of insight, they were irrelevant. With his external advantage, he didn't need much insight. Luckily, no one outside knows what's happening in here. With great soundproofing, I can freely slay him. From the beginning, Zachariah planned to kill the demon. The creature misunderstood. Fearing Zachariah wanted to do unspeakable things to it, causing it to tremble. Only when Zachariah picked up a knife did it realize he wasn't planning anything outrageous. Like previous enforcers, he was simply trying to force compliance through brute strength. Completely unoriginal. So, the beastman started provoking Zachariah again. It claimed Zachariah's blade couldn't even scratch its skin. You smelly little kid, go home and drink your milk. It hoped to drive Zachariah away after embarrassing him. After all, the longer Zachariah stayed, the more uneasy it felt. Who knew if he'd launch a surprise attack? Unaware of these thoughts, Zachariah focused solely on killing the demon. But he didn't underestimate it. Once a formidable local lord, it had profound cultivation, likely reaching at least the core formation stage. Despite falling from grace and suffering numerous torments, it remained a formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, Zachariah channeled his spirit energy into a single strike. Let's see how this works. Pouring nearly half of his spirit energy and using his physical strength to the utmost, he aimed a powerful slash at the demon's right shoulder. Slash. Like lightning, the blade cleanly severed the beastman's arm. Blood spurted like a fountain. Initially stunned by Zachariah's speed, the beastman screamed, "Ah, my arm, my arm." It never imagined Zachariah would target its arm, or that the blow could sever it completely. Were these still the same inept enforcers? Who was this guy? The beastman roared like a wild animal. Despite the agony, it had always endured silently. It knew visible signs of pain would encourage further torment. Pretending to be unaffected ensured the enforcers kept it alive. Now, where is it? Will you tell me? Zachariah's voice was cold. Before entering the room, he had reviewed the demon's crime. It had stolen a significant treasure from Mount Shu. Although captured, the treasure was missing, hidden somewhere else. The task was to get the location from it. If a simple blow forced it to talk, his job would be easier without arousing suspicion. But it underestimated Zachariah. Despite the agony, it dared to taunt. You can't kill me, and your Mount Shu will never find that treasure. The beastman laughed maniacally. Oh, is that so? The demon clearly tested Zachariah's limits. Unmoved, Zachariah poured all his remaining spirit energy into the blade. The gleaming edge emitted enough blade chi to slit a James Realm cultivator's throat. The beastman remained casual, assuming Zachariah only postured to scare it. Only when the blade slashed toward its head did it realize its mistake. Its gaze froze on Zachariah. He seemed serious. How could this happen? Isn't he here for the treasure? Filled with questions, the beastman could only take them to the afterlife. No. Chapter 34. His profound insight. The orc demon's roar abruptly ceased. Zachariah's single strike split his head wide open. The blade's energy burst through the back of his skull, utterly destroying his brain. The demon lost consciousness immediately and was as dead as could be. In an instant, a new page appeared in the demon codex. 2 rewards were claimed, but this time, Zachariah did not rush to claim them. Instead, he started reviewing the orc demon's past. He quickly skimmed over some events of the orc demon's life. Zachariah wasn't particularly interested in the demon's growth, especially for a pure demon. Being born one without any reason left nothing much worth knowing. Blame could only be placed on heaven and earth for treating all beings like straw dogs. It took nearly half an hour before Zachariah understood why the orc demon had stolen the treasure from the Shu Mountain Sect. The treasure was called Yin-Yang Mirror, with miraculous abilities to reverse yin and yang. It was one of the rare treasures within the Shu Mountain Sect. Logically speaking, an orc demon should have no use for the Shu Mountain Sect cultivators' treasures. And indeed, that was true. He stole the Yin-Yang Mirror not for himself, but as a gift for someone else, the sacred maiden of the Xianxia sect, to express his love. Yes, this fool was bewitched by a woman from the Xianxia sect. Repeatedly, his confessions of love to the sacred maiden were rejected. According to his temperament, if it were any other woman, he would have kidnapped her and had his way first. But against the sacred maiden of Xianxia sect, he could not win. So he became her devoted beast, tirelessly serving her side. However, she considered him an annoying pest, a bothersome fly. She set an almost impossible task for him, stealing the Yin-Yang Mirror from the Shu Mountain Sect. The Yin-Yang Mirror had been coveted by the Xianxia sect for a long time, but when they heard it had ended up in the Shu Mountain Sect's hands, their ambitions vanished due to Shu Mountain Sect's strength. But even something the Xianxia sect dared not touch, the sacred maiden asked this inferior orc demon to steal. Her intentions were too obvious. She never expected the orc demon to return alive from Shu Mountain Sect. She simply wanted to get rid of him, sending him to certain death. But the orc demon, blinded by love, didn't consider any of this. He went straight to steal it. Most critically, he succeeded in stealing it. When the sacred maiden received the Yin-Yang Mirror, she was extremely excited and said she would give herself to him after he washed off his stench. After the orc demon came out from washing, the Shu Mountain Sect disciples already appeared downstairs at their residence. At that moment, the sacred maiden looked flustered and pitiful, asking what to do. His blood boiled once more. Righteously, he declared, "I'll draw them away." Then he agreed on the next meeting place and jumped out the window. Then there was nothing else. He was caught by the Shu Mountain disciples and thrown into the underground level of the demon locking tower. Facing cruel tortures repeatedly, he refused to betray the location of the Yin-Yang Mirror. For 2 reasons. First, he was bewitched by the woman, and second, he believed revealing the truth meant his death. Seeing such absurd events made Zachariah shake his head. What a tragic figure, truly. How dare you trust a woman from the Xianxia sect? Perhaps those Shu Mountain Sect disciples were intentionally lured by her while you were bathing, still foolishly protecting her? Isn't this helping her count her loot? But the women of the Xianxia sect are really not picky, seducing. Wait, an orc man? Zachariah thought to himself, inwardly adding more disdain towards the Xianxia sect. Subconsciously stepping out, Zachariah opened the door, then realized he acted too quickly. He was the first one out, while other interrogation rooms remained closed. Bored by waiting, the Jerry and Anwar had started playing chess using spirit energy as pieces. Seeing Zachariah exit, both of them paused slightly in surprise. Less than an hour? They glanced at the sandglass. The Jerry showed some astonishment. Jayad, you fail? Putting aside their game, they both approached Zachariah's room. Witnessing the orc demon's dead body inside, Anwar blazed with anger. You failed to get anything and killed him instead? A flicker of disappointment crossed the Jerry's eyes. Anwar had praised Zachariah highly for his skills in interrogating demons, raising the Jerry's expectations. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. With the orc demon dead, the Yin-Yang Mirror's whereabouts were forever lost. Though displeased internally, the Jerry maintained composure. It's all right. I told them there's no limit to means. Inevitably, demons might suffer or die in the process. If not this time, there will be opportunities next time. I found out about the Yin-Yang Mirror. Zachariah suddenly spoke. Both froze. What did you say? Anwar's face lit up instantly. I didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat that? They hadn't told Zachariah specifically about the treasure, yet he accurately mentioned Yin-Yang Mirror. This meant he truly obtained the secret. I said, I learned the Yin-Yang Mirror's whereabouts. He gave it to the sacred maiden of the Xianxia sect. Zachariah revealed everything bluntly. Xianxia sect. Anwar's face darkened with anger. The Jerry's expression became complex, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, the Jerry glanced at the orc demon's fallen arm and asked Zachariah calmly, How did you find out? Zachariah explained seriously, Upon entering the room, I felt previous interrogators may have held back. Therefore, I decided to kill him if necessary. I severed one of his arms first, showing my resolve, but he still wouldn't talk. So I truly resorted to violence. Only when he was close to death did he finally speak. However, I couldn't hold back the blade, so I killed him. The Jerry and Anwar fell silent at his explanation. It seemed somewhat far-fetched, yet checking the scene confirmed it matched his account. Anwar recalled Zachariah's last demon interrogation also ended in the demon's death. Why twice? Though demons' deaths were not regrettable, 2 consecutive deaths raised suspicion. Was there a particular reason for these two demons to die? Despite suspicions, Anwar didn't voice them. Instead, he turned to the Jerry and said, "This test is for insight." Zachariah's approach seems unrelated. No, the Jerry shook his head. Noticing this demon feared death reflects profound insight. Chapter 35, The 7 Candidates. Anwar's words, though seemingly critical, were actually a praise that led the sect master to make the final judgment. This settled the nature of Zachariah's interrogation. It also meant that Zachariah had successfully passed the third round of the evaluation. "You have excellent discernment," the sect master said to Anwar. A gray-cloaked disciple successfully passing the enforcer's 3-stage evaluation was unprecedented. Work hard and try to catch up with that legendary figure. The sect master smiled. He was merely making small talk, as that legendary gray-cloaked disciple was an exception. Even red-cloaked disciples would find it difficult to reach that level. After saying this, the sect master and Anwar continued their game. Zachariah could only stand by his punishment, while no other disciples had come out yet. At this moment, he regretted coming out too early. Staying in the interrogation room would have been better than standing awkwardly here. Zachariah could only watch their game. They were playing Go, Weiqi. Seeing the two manipulate black and white stones using spiritual energy, Zachariah felt awed. This kind of effortless control was truly terrifying. They had reached a realm where they could freely control the spiritual essence within them, acting at will. I wonder what realm is this? Zachariah could only speculate in his mind, but did not dare test their strength, especially not the sect masters. "Zachariah, what do you think of this board?" Suddenly, the sect master turned to ask Zachariah. Caught off guard, Zachariah was momentarily stunned. "I don't understand, Go. How can I have any opinion besides what my eyes see?" To cover up his ignorance, Zachariah solemnly said, "A wise man observes a game without comment. Thus, it's best if I remain silent." Fortunately, someone came to Zachariah's rescue at this point. The second person to come out from the interrogation room was Brigham. He strode out confidently and arrogantly, but froze upon seeing Zachariah. He didn't expect Zachariah to be the first one out and standing beside the sect master and Anwar. This meant Zachariah hadn't been eliminated, but had passed the evaluation. When how seems quite hit. The sect master chuckled. "That rascal needs to be knocked down a peg or two." Anwar seemed to revel in it. "He's your nephew after all. Don't you think you're being a bit strict? If he weren't related to me, I wouldn't care about him." Upon hearing their conversation, Zachariah realized Brigham had a relationship with Anwar. No wonder Anwar told Zachariah to stay away from him. Family knows family. Anwar clearly understood Brigham's unrestrained personality and hoped Zachariah would be more mature and steady. Brigham approached, sizing up Zachariah. "Let's get reacquainted. I'm Brigham," he said, because previously he believed Zachariah's success involved luck, but now he doubted it. Could anyone rely on luck to pass 3 rounds? Impossible. So, he thought he should reconsider this gray-cloaked disciple. "I'm Zachariah." Zachariah laughed in response. Only Brigham could say something so unconventional. "How did you do it so quickly?" Brigham wanted to ask but was interrupted by Anwar. "Enough." Impatient, Anwar asked if Brigham had obtained anything useful. Brigham nodded. "Would I come out if I hadn't gotten anything?" "That's not certain. Your thick skin is well known," Anwar retorted as he walked back to the interrogation room. There was nothing Brigham could do about this stern uncle. As the day neared its end, more than 10 people emerged from the interrogation room, but fewer than 10 succeeded in extracting secrets from the demons. So far, only 6 had made it. Those who failed found it hard to look at Zachariah, who stood victorious. Though they didn't say anything aloud, their gazes revealed complex emotions. A gray-cloaked disciple had surpassed all blue-cloaked disciples, almost as if slapping them silently. At this point, there wasn't any trace of contempt in their eyes. Although brought by Anwar, a gray-cloaked disciple like Zachariah originally had no qualification for the evaluation, but Anwar only gave him a chance. If Zachariah lacked the capability, he wouldn't have made it this far. Besides, the sect master presided over this examination personally. Anwar couldn't favor Zachariah under such scrutiny. Thus, the evaluation was fair to everyone, and no one dared to question Zachariah's success. Melanie was the last one to come out, barely making it in time. She finally got the demon to reveal its secrets, becoming the 7th to pass the 3rd round of the evaluation. Initially, she felt pleased, but upon seeing Zachariah among the successful 6, her mood soured. How did he pass? Others hesitated to think about foul play, but Melanie did and was certain of it. How could a gray-cloaked disciple compete equally with blue and even purple-cloaked disciples and win? But in front of the sect master and Isaiah's, she knew better than to speak her thoughts. Instead, her disdain for Zachariah grew deeper. The sect master announced the 7 enforcer candidates. The term candidates was used because there was one last phase, a form of verification, not an evaluation. It was added due to recent events like the Star Bannerlord incident to prevent future impersonation cases. Hearing this, Zachariah felt targeted. It seemed this phase was designed specifically for him. The sect master didn't want to appear distrustful or cause suspicion among peers, so this phase was added to verify everyone together. Thus, everyone went through identity verification together. Chapter 36, The Spirit Venerable's Inspection. Zachariah was still unsure about the specifics of this procedure. The sect leader had not clearly explained it either. He only led them away from the demon-locking tower and back to the rear mountain. In the rear mountain valley, there was a massive cold pond. The water appeared blue-green, its depth unknown. Mist visibly hovered on the surface, chilling anyone it touched to the bone. This artificial pond in the Shu Mountain Sect, known as the Emerald Cold Pond, was now where the sect leader hovered above the waters. He chanted with his hands in a seal position, sending an arcane hand seal into the pond. Soon after, he returned to the shore. After a moment, the waters of the cold pond suddenly stirred and quickly formed a large, downward spiraling vortex. At the center of the vortex, a colossal beast emerged. Startled, Zachariah looked closely. It had the body of a Jameslin, the head of a dragon, thick limbs, a powerful tail, and a body covered in hard green scales, much like dragon scales. Is this a spirit beast? Zachariah couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Spirit beasts were born with the essence of heaven and earth, naturally able to absorb the elemental energies for cultivation. Powerful spirit beasts could rival immortal beings. This was Zachariah's first encounter with a spirit beast. However, others around him did not share his surprise, indicating they had long been aware of its existence. It's not just any ordinary spirit beast. It is our sect's venerable spirit, existing since the founding ancestors' time, having lived for many years. Its status is even higher than that of the sect leader. Brigham whispered in Zachariah's ear, explaining further. Zachariah nodded gratefully. Indeed, Brigham was far more attentive than others who didn't bother explaining at all, and might have even mocked Zachariah for being inexperienced. As the venerable spirit flew out of the pond, landed on the shore, and shook off droplets of water, some disciples were splashed but dared not breathe heavily due to its imposing aura. The sect leader bowed to the venerable spirit and said, "Please inspect these disciples." Turning towards the 7 law enforcement candidate, he added, "Now, stand still while the venerable inspects you." Confused, Zachariah wondered how the inspection would be conducted. Brigham, sensing his confusion, offered more explanation. The venerable is highly sensitive to demonic aura. If someone has the slightest trace, it can detect it. No matter how well you disguise, you cannot escape its nose. Thus, it simply sniffs each person. Due to its high status, however, it doesn't always comply. Cough. Anwar coughed lightly, giving Brigham a stern look, signaling him to keep quiet. Zachariah reflected on this. Wouldn't it be simple if the venerable inspected new disciples upon their entry? Yet, given its exceptional status, summoning it casually or for inspecting mere novices was unacceptable, thus making it impractical even for the senior leaders. As the venerable approached, Zachariah felt a chilling force rush toward him. Yet his body soon warmed up under his robust blood circulation. The 7 candidates stood in a row for inspection. The venerable moved leisurely, sniffing near each one. It had enormous nostrils larger than a human head. Its breath was like frost, freezing the hair and eyelashes of those breathed upon. Having passed 5 candidates without anomaly, the venerable paused before Zachariah, deeply inhaling. Suddenly, it began shaking its head vigorously and squinted as if under stimulus. This sudden change caught everyone's attention. The tension mounted. Zachariah's heart raced. Until then, he hadn't thought he'd be problematic. After all, he was human. But now, seeing the venerable's reaction, doubts crept in. Could learning demon martial arts leave demonic aura? Panicking, he considered what plausible reason to give if confronted. Running away was unrealistic with the sect leadership present. At this tense moment, the venerable let out a loud sneeze. The venerable, achoo. Everyone. Silence fell. Zachariah's mouth twitched furiously as he internally screamed, "Scared me to death. You sneezed? Could you move away next time?" The last candidate, splattered by mist from the sneeze, also twitched, thinking, "Don't sneeze towards me again." Others couldn't help but giggle at the sight, except Zachariah, whose nerves had barely calmed. The venerable sniffed Zachariah once more, seemingly pondering, then finally turned away to inspect the last candidate. Anwar secretly sighed in relief while Zachariah was drenched in cold sweat. In any case, avoiding demonic martial arts proved wise. Had he practiced solely such techniques, he wouldn't pass the venerable's inspection. Once the last candidate passed, the venerable promptly submerged itself into the pond. "Congratulations, you've all passed the inspection," announced the sect leader. "From today onward, you are enforcers of the demon locking tower." This translation preserves the original tone and style, ensuring coherence and natural flow while adhering strictly to English usage. Chapter 37. Sorcery. Beastkin Bloodline. The best day for action is tomorrow. You should all return and rest tonight. Before truly entering the underground level of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, Zachariah had half a day of free time. When he returned to the pagoda, his colleagues had already heard that Zachariah was leaving. They only knew that he was being promoted, but were unclear about the specifics. What they didn't know was that although Zachariah was leaving, he wasn't fully leaving. He still had to stay in the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, just changing from working above ground to below it. Faced with his colleagues' reluctance, Zachariah laughed and said, "I'm gone, so no one will be restraining you anymore. Isn't that better? Maybe you'll step on me in the future." Though these words were teasing, they weren't wrong. After all, if Zachariah worked underground while they remained above ground, wouldn't they be metaphorically stepping on him? Unfortunately, this humor fell flat. Everyone seemed too low-spirited to appreciate jokes. Regardless of whether it was genuine or not, they clearly didn't want Zachariah to leave. Unconsciously, they had begun to see Zachariah as a pillar of strength. Without him, if the pagoda faced any chaos, they would lack someone decisive and influential at crucial moments. Due to Zachariah's past displays of valor, everyone admired and respected him. He was the most suitable person to lead them. Others attempting leadership would undoubtedly face opposition. This was the difference in prestige. Prestige was not easily earned. It took time and opportunities. It was after the event where Zachariah had bravely confronted the 100-faced celestial star alone that everyone finally regarded him as a spiritual leader. After drinking farewell wine with his colleagues, Zachariah finally broke free. Back in his resting room, he thought about leaving tomorrow and felt a twinge of nostalgia. He did not forget his main task and splashed water on his face to stay alert before starting to extract the rewards from the Beastman demon's belongings. A flash of golden light appeared, captured by the demon compendium. New reward. Aura concealment technique. 9th rank sorcery. Zachariah was suddenly surprised. Sorcery. This is actually a sorcery. Sorcery was rarer than first-rank cultivation methods. The higher a cultivator's realm, the more they sought out sorcery. Without sorcery, it was hard to gain the recognition of true powerhouses, a veritable pass for the strong. Zachariah hurriedly checked the function of this sorcery. As the name suggested, it's an invisibility technique. Using this sorcery, one could hide their form and completely conceal all aura, virtually undetectable even by those with powerful divine senses. No wonder the beast man could sneak into the Xuanhuan sect and steal the yin-yang mirror, having such sorcery at his disposal. However, there were limitations to using this sorcery. It required maintaining a calm state both mentally and physically. Frantic movements were obviously out of the question. If the beast man hadn't been trying to distract Xuanhuan disciples to let the Helena escape, the disciples would have had difficulty catching him with this sorcery. After being captured by the Xuanhuan disciples and losing his abilities, he never had the chance to use this sorcery again. This isn't demonic sorcery, I can learn it, Zachariah pondered, uncertain how the beast man had acquired this skill. But this sorcery seems not particularly useful to me. This sorcery suited thieves or perverts, but Zachariah planned to spend his days in the Demon-Sealing Pagoda underground. Apart from the fact there wasn't much worth stealing in the pagoda, Zachariah had no intention of thievery. Gaining experience and growing stronger through legitimate means was the way forward. Why indulge in sneaky deeds when stealing within Xuanhuan posed enormous risks? As for peeping, Zachariah wouldn't stoop so low. To ease boredom, reminiscing about certain demons past sufficed. Despite the immediate practicality being uncertain, Zachariah immediately learned the sorcery. It couldn't be refined into personal attributes, so it would go to waste otherwise. Why miss out on learning something for free? Learning sorcery was similar to learning cultivation techniques, just slightly more time-consuming, maybe just a dozen breaths more. Upon mastering the sorcery, Zachariah extracted the remaining reward. New reward, Beastkin Bloodline. Another bloodline force. The Troll bloodline granted him exceptional strength. What would this new Beastkin bloodline bring? Since bloodline fusion removed impurities and only retained the essence parts, leading with Zachariah's own bloodline, even its demonic nature would be eliminated. So Zachariah hesitated not and fused the Beastkin bloodline right away. Moments later, the fusion completed, granting Zachariah a natural ability called Berserk. After berserking, the Beastkin's strength, defense, and speed would significantly increase. But the beast characteristics would also become more pronounced, with increased body hair. Post-berserk, they would become weaker for a while, and prolonged berserk states led to loss of rationality. All these side effects would be eliminated in Zachariah, who only became stronger using the berserk ability. There would be slight weariness afterward, but far less severe or lengthy compared to actual beastmen. With this bloodline ability, Zachariah's explosive power had reached new heights. Experimenting with the berserk ability, he felt surging energy throughout his body, agile movements causing whirlwinds in the not-so-spacious room. Throwing punches sent gales roaring with almost thunderous sounds. His bronze-colored skin hinted at further transformations. This berserk ability is truly formidable. Zachariah's expression brightened. Though he was 9th stage spirit transformation realm, his instantaneous burst rivaled spiritual sea realm experts. Cleaning himself off, he collapsed into bed, fast asleep. The next morning, including himself, 7 law enforcers gathered at the underground level of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Chapter 38. New Law Enforcers. The entrance to the underground level of the Demon Locking Tower was not inside the tower but in a dense forest outside it. Concealed within this forest was an inconspicuous little hut, which contained the entrance. The forest itself was shrouded by a maze-like formation, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to locate the hut. Zachariah had visited this place once during the 3rd stage of the evaluation. However, back then, they were led by the sect master, who guided them to find the entrance smoothly. After successfully becoming law enforcers, they received identity badges that could temporarily disable the maze formation, allowing them to enter the first underground level of the Demon Locking Tower. Inside the enforcement hall of the first underground level. Look, our new recruits have arrived, and all 7 of them at once. It's going to be lively from now on, remarked one of the individuals inside the hall. Zachariah noticed 3 figures dressed uniformly in black upon entering. A middle-aged man with a beard sat directly opposite them, his complexion rosy and his forehead prominent. Next to him was a slightly plump man with small eyes that squinted into slits when he smiled. Speaking was a young man with a scarred face, who leaned against the wall with a thin blade of grass in his mouth, looking defiant. Welcome to our team. From today onwards, we are comrades in arms, said the seated middle-aged man as he stood up. He introduced the 3 of them to the 7 newcomers. Elon, head of enforcement for the 1st level, Jensen, an enforcer for the 1st level, and Carter, another enforcer for the 1st level. The 7 new recruits also introduced themselves. Roy, Emil, Brigham, Emily, James and Wanjua, Melanie, Zachariah. Elon and the others glanced at Roy and Zachariah more than the others because only their attire stood out in the group. Roy wore purple, which wasn't unusual given his status. But Zachariah, dressed in gray, looked particularly striking. Taken aback for a moment, Elon didn't immediately comment, but Carter spoke up with a mocking tone. Have the standards for selecting enforcers dropped? Or is nobody willing to join anymore? How did even a gray-robed disciple get in? Upon hearing this, Melanie secretly felt schadenfreude, wishing to see Zachariah's downfall. Before Zachariah could respond, Brigham interjected in his defense. That's unfair. Zachariah got here based on merit. Others dared not offend these veterans and chose not to speak up for Zachariah. Only Brigham wasn't about to let this slide. Melanie inwardly gritted her teeth, wondering why Brigham was so supportive of a mere gray-robed disciple. Despite her dissatisfaction, she couldn't do anything since Brigham was among the top blue-robed disciples and had connections to Anwar, a genuine connection figure. She couldn't provoke him. Anwar helps him, and Brigham does too. What kind of background does this guy have? Melanie wondered, almost suspecting familial ties, though that seemed implausible. If Zachariah had such connections, even if he lacked talent and became a servant disciple, he wouldn't have been posted as a tower guard at the ground level of the Demon Locking Tower, where danger lurked around every corner. Although the lower levels housed more dangerous demons, the enforcers stationed there were far stronger than those above, thus making it relatively safer for disciples. Just as Melanie speculated, Carter sneered in response to Brigham's rebuttal, feeling quite humiliated. These new recruits are becoming increasingly arrogant. He intended to put the newcomers in their place by belittling Zachariah, not expecting Brigham to stand up without fear. Don't act like you're above everyone. You couldn't interrogate the demons, but we succeeded. Don't tell me you weren't slacking off. Giant, the sect master sent us here for a reason? Brigham retorted sharply. Although directed at Carter, his words stung the other two as well, for he criticized them indirectly. Indeed, this new round of recruitment was initiated by the sect master after several enforcers were reassigned. The remaining few, including these veterans, were inefficient. Thus, the sect master added fresh recruits to eventually replace them. When the sect master brought the disciples to interrogate demons, he excluded the old enforcers, signaling they weren't valued. Carter's hostility stemmed from this unspoken reality. Surprisingly, Brigham disregarded this, stomping right on the proverbial thorn in their sides. Seeing this, the others shifted away from Brigham, fearing involvement. Elon, more sensible than Carter, intervened to prevent a conflict on the first day, potentially prompting the sect master to remove them. Ignoring Brigham's comments, Elon turned to Zachariah, saying, Carter means no harm, just has a foul mouth. I hope you don't take it personally. Zachariah glanced at Brigham, who whispered, Why are you looking at me? Are you going to say I have a bad mouth too? To which Zachariah replied softly, He's giving you a chance to defuse the situation. Take it if you want. None of my business. He's apologizing to you. Brigham suddenly realized Zachariah's intention. If Zachariah took the offer and rebuked Brigham, it would undermine Brigham's support, making him look foolish. No one else could criticize Brigham for defending Zachariah, except Zachariah himself, whose criticism would dishonor the good deed. What a dirty trick from Elon. Brigham narrowed his eyes. Realizing Elon's attempt to sow discord, he replied with a smile, coincidentally, I have a foul mouth too, but my heart is pure. Please forgive my naivety, senior brother Carter. This response made Carter's temples throb more intensely. Elon chuckled, seating Carter down. The potential confrontation ended in an apparently harmonious setting. Through Elon's narration, Zachariah gained a clearer understanding of the demon locking tower's underground levels. There were 8 levels underground as well, but each had designated enforcers. Their numbers varied but rarely exceeded 15. And the deeper the level, the higher the requirements for interrogation experience and ability. This was not difficult to understand. After all, the deeper one went, the more troublesome those demons became. Of course, the deeper the level, the better the benefits and treatment. However, if one wanted to go deeper, their performance had to be outstanding. Within an evaluation cycle, those with the most outstanding performance would move down a level. Conversely, those with the worst performance at a lower level would be transferred upwards. In this way, personnel turnover was maintained, and enforcers were motivated. However, level 1 underground was a special place. The enforcers here could either be those transferred up from lower levels due to poor performance, new recruits, or even those who muddled through in the middle without causing trouble. It was a very mixed group. Being stationed at level 1 underground was the least stable position, because once at level 1, there was nowhere else to fall back to. You couldn't retreat to the surface levels, could you? So those who didn't make significant progress interrogating demons over a long period of time would be reassigned by the sect, either on missions or back to their original positions. What was said to be optimization was actually being eliminated. With my interrogation performance, I should be able to reach level 2 before too long. Zachariah never considered the possibility of being eliminated. He was already imagining how soon he would be heading to level 2 underground, but it was just imagination for now. He hadn't fully acclimatized to level 1 underground yet. Thinking about deeper levels was indeed premature. After explaining the underground secrets and rules, Elon led them on a tour of the entire level 1. It must be said, this person in charge was commendable. Despite Brigham offending him earlier, Elon behaved as if nothing had happened. He did not treat them coldly or strictly. This left a good impression on the other disciples. Consequently, this further deepened others' dissatisfaction with Brigham. To the others, Brigham suddenly seemed very harsh. Brigham noticed this. He inwardly sneered. He didn't care. He never befriended fools. If someone couldn't see through such simple tricks and was easily deceived by appearances, they were as stupid as pigs. He looked at Zachariah, who remained calm, revealing no thoughts. Brigham leaned closer and whispered, Here, only you and I are the smart ones. Is that so? Zachariah neither confirmed nor denied it, which meant he understood Brigham's intentions. Inside, Brigham felt pleased. The layout and structure of level 1 underground differed significantly from the surface. There weren't as many complicated corridors. Those tricks could sometimes work on ordinary demons above ground, but for demons below, it would insult their intelligence and power. If the demons below lost control, building the demon locking tower into a maze wouldn't help. They'd just break through the upper rock layers and escape. Who would play by the maze rules? However, it was far harder for demons here to escape. The probability was too low, because there were more powerful suppression formations underground, firmly controlling these demons' cultivation. The source of the formation's power came from the 6th floor of the surface layers. Through the formation, the demon's strength on the 6th floor was refined into array power to suppress the demons below. It was a classic case of using magic to defeat magic. On top of the suppression formations, demons underground had various restrictive magical tools on them, like demon-subduing flags and soul-sealing nails, just standard equipment, ensuring clear-cut restrictions. Thus, under normal circumstances, the probability of demons escaping from the underground levels was almost zero. Hearing this, Zachariah finally felt at ease. He feared any chaos inside. His ultimate goal was to live quietly and stably. Previously, chaos often provided opportunities to reap demons. But things were different now. He was an enforcer now. He needed no longer rely on chaos for reaping demons. Furthermore, because of the Demon Chronicles, he could completely eliminate demons during interrogation. After eliminating the demon, he could obtain the desired clues from its memories. Legitimate, reasonable, and legal. Reap rewards while completing interrogation tasks. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. So Zachariah felt being an enforcer was tailor-made for him. At this point, he was grateful. When offered the opportunity to become an enforcer, he immediately agreed. Otherwise, he would have picked up peanuts but lost watermelons. Anwar has done me a great favor. Thinking of Anwar, Zachariah patted Brigham on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle. Brigham. Wait, why are you thanking him? Why tell me? Since they were limited to level 1 for now, everyone dispersed after the tour. The 7 new enforcers returned to their residences. Though they walked together, they appeared united only superficially. They vaguely divided into 3 groups. Roy stood alone, being a purple-robed disciple. He naturally didn't mix with these lesser disciples. Zachariah, as a gray-robed disciple, couldn't possibly fit in with them. Only Brigham, a blue-robed disciple, willingly associated with him, forming a 1-2-4 dynamic. Zachariah didn't mind this. He wasn't here to make friends. Brigham talked to Zachariah only because he was approachable. The first day familiarizing themselves with the environment and rules ended quickly. Returning to his rest area, Zachariah found it surprisingly improved compared to the upper levels. There was a package on the table. Under the package was a note saying, "For Zachariah only. Do they give out welcome kits?" Zachariah laughed. This was undoubtedly a welcome kit for new enforcers. Eagerly opening it, he found 2 bottles of pills, a book, a sword, 2 black enforcer uniforms, and some miscellaneous items. Zachariah opened the porcelain bottles containing the pills, smelled them. The aromatic fragrance was soothing. One bottle contained hemostatic great return pills. To improve fluency and consistency, it would be better to translate it as. One bottle contained hemostatic life-saving pills. This adjustment maintains the meaning while ensuring the name sounds more natural in English. Another contained true essence restoration pills. The translation has been adjusted for fluency and natural reading in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. For Zachariah, only the true essence restoration pills were useful. But not very much since, at his level, spirit essence restoration pills would be more appropriate. That was just wishful thinking though. Spirit essence restoration pills were worth hundreds of times more than true essence restoration pills. Given Zachariah's apparent true essence realm, the sect would not provide him with spirit essence restoration pills. Putting away the pills, Zachariah focused on the book. Mount Shu Sword Heart Technique. This is the sword cultivation technique of Mount Shu. Zachariah's eyes lit up. Mount Shu was renowned worldwide for its sword cultivators, and their sword cultivation technique was one of the best in the world. Only those who became white-robe disciples were allowed to cultivate this technique. Although Zachariah had not become a white-robe disciple, his new status as an enforcer granted him access to this prestigious technique. The accompanying saber was also provided to aid in his practice of the sword cultivation technique. Though it was only a 9th grade weapon, it was still a magical artifact, a far cry from the demon-subduing staff he previously used, which wasn't even a magical artifact. Zachariah opened the manual and began cultivating the sword technique. Since this was not a reward bestowed by the Devil's Codex, Zachariah found that his progress with this technique was much slower. This is Mount Shu's sword cultivation technique. Zachariah's eyes lit up. Mount Shu was renowned worldwide for its swordsmen. Their sword cultivation techniques were unmatched. Only white-robe disciples could practice Mount Shu's techniques. Zachariah, not being a white-robe disciple, couldn't access these techniques. Now, as an enforcer, his status changed. Thus, he obtained the technique. The sword was equipped specifically for practicing sword cultivation techniques. Though only a grade 9 artifact, it was still a magical tool, unlike the non-artifact demonic subjugation staff he previously used. Opening the sword cultivation manual, Zachariah began practicing. Since it wasn't granted by Demon Chronicles, progress was slow, because his innate cultivation talent was inherently low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a servant disciple. Even the Demon Chronicles couldn't change that fact. Zachariah knew his own limitations, but didn't lose heart. This is just a foundational technique. Given enough time, I can learn it. Only after mastering this sword technique can I truly be called a sword cultivator. Though his current progress was slow, persistence could eventually wear through anything. Zachariah had confidence in himself. The next day, after washing up, Zachariah changed into the fitting black uniform of an enforcer. After tying his belt, he glanced at the bronze mirror. Tall and dashing, exuding youthful vigor. Indeed, a matchless young master. It had to be said. The saying, "A Buddha relies on gold, a person on clothing," held true. He was naturally handsome, and the black uniform only enhanced his appearance. Compared to his gray robes, this felt like the difference between legendary attire and plain skin. Zachariah stepped out of his room. His colleagues looked at him with surprise, as if seeing him for the first time. Even Melanie was momentarily stunned, but she quickly recalled something. Immediately, her expression turned sour once more. Brigham sized up Zachariah from head to toe and whistled. "You're almost as handsome as me." Zachariah ignored him. They dispersed, each heading toward their assigned demon holding areas. Each held a file documenting information about the demons incarcerated within each cell, along with the crucial intelligence the Xianxias hoped to extract. Newly appointed enforcers compared these files with the plaques outside each cell. To know oneself and the enemy ensures victory. Although the known information about these demons was limited, deducing more details from this would provide deeper insight into their backgrounds and potential weaknesses, ultimately leading to successful intelligence extraction. For others, this was an essential skill, but Zachariah didn't need such complexities. His method was straightforward: kill. Of course, he wouldn't slaughter all the demons in one sweep. That would be too outrageous. It would not only snatch the livelihoods of his colleagues, but also raise suspicions. He already noticed Anwar's altered gaze after the last evaluation. To avoid suspicion, he needed to act cautiously. Moreover, killing a demon immediately risked losing cultivation experience points if the reward wasn't an infusion of strength. He needed much more cultivation experience to break through to the spirit transformation realm. The 1000 Devil Locking Tower provided him with around 1000 experience points daily, making the gap seem insurmountable. He needed more income. So, Zachariah only gave the files a cursory glance, then opened a cell door and led a demon to the interrogation room. Other enforcers, upon witnessing this, were quite astonished. Some even doubted their own abilities. He found a breakthrough so quickly? They assumed Zachariah had found a weak point from the demon's file. These newbies are really efficient. Elon watched Zachariah enter the interrogation room and remarked calmly, his thoughts unreadable. Just showing off. Carter sneered, unconvinced that Zachariah could glean any useful information so quickly. He just got lucky and thinks he's something special. Among the three, only the fattest colleague remained silent. Inside the interrogation room, the demon Zachariah brought in was a fiend who enjoyed gnawing on human bones, dubbed the bone-eating fiend. Countless lives ended within his jaws. Women, children, old and young, all fell prey. Especially infants, the most helpless victims. A true scourge, merciless and evil. Do you think you can touch Grandpa with just your newbie status? The bone-eating fiend saw Zachariah's unfamiliar face and immediately scoffed. 2 rows of blood-stained fangs flaunted his grim history. Without a word, Zachariah picked up a spiked mace and struck straight for the demon's face. Chapter 39. The Inner Struggle. Zachariah's strike with the cudgel directly smashed Floyd's face. The Wolftooth Club left behind a series of pitted and bloody cavities. Blood was splattered everywhere. Floyd froze, feeling an odd sensation on his face as if something was flowing down. A roar of anger erupted from Floyd. He hadn't expected Zachariah to possess such strength that could breach his defenses. What's going on with this guy's strength? Such a frail body, how could it unleash such power? That blow made him feel like he wasn't facing a mere human but a giant. However, Floyd did not experience profound pain deeply piercing into his bones. Flesh wounds were trivial for him. Seemingly aware of this fact, Zachariah proceeded to crush his flesh until white bones were visibly exposed, creating a ghastly sight. Following this, Zachariah struck another blow on its bones. The pain felt like arrows piercing his soul. Ah! Floyd roared in extreme fury. Bastard! I will kill you. Ignoring his meaningless threats, Zachariah switched torture instruments, picking up a bone-scraping knife. For a demon like this, any amount of torment was insufficient. Even 10,000 cuts wouldn't atone for his sins. Seeing Zachariah's intent to finish him off, Floyd began to panic. Are newbies nowadays all this ruthless? Wait, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you. With a thoughtful look, Zachariah responded. I do have a question. Have you eaten? Floyd. You spent so long thinking just to ask that? Are you messing with me? His head spun. This newbie played by his own rules and didn't bother asking any real questions. Other enforcers would have been overjoyed upon hearing his words, yet this guy showed no reaction. Does he know I won't tell the truth? You son of a bitch, pray you never fall into my hands, otherwise. Sharp screams of agony echoed out of the interrogation room. The room's soundproofing was intentionally poor to instill fear in other demons awaiting their turn. After about an incense stick's time, Zachariah brought Floyd out. Bloodied and half his face torn apart exposing white bones. He looked horrific, but wouldn't die easily. Floyd had strong vitality. Unless dismembered and pulverized, he wouldn't perish. Others saw this scene. Jai, did you get anything out of him? Brigham immediately asked. Shaking his head, Zachariah replied, no, his mouth is as hard as his bones. Floyd raged internally, wanting to complain but unable due to the mangled mouth. He needed weeks to recover. Hearing Zachariah's words, Melanie snorted. She'd always thought Zachariah's first interrogation was just for show. Now it seemed she was right. Other rookie enforcers sighed in relief. Had Zachariah succeeded, they'd be under immense pressure. I said he was only putting on a show, just as I thought, Carter sneered. Only Elon noticed Zachariah's depth. He beat Floyd so badly. It wasn't just for show. Elon, who wasn't sure he could do the same, looked solemn. If it were you, forget about extracting information. Could you beat Floyd that way? How hard can that be? Carter scoffed. I just restrained myself to avoid killing them. Elon shook his head, knowing Carter was just talking tough. Meanwhile, Zachariah returned Floyd to captivity. A new page of demon record turned. Demon, Floyd, Realm, Heavenly Realm Tier 6. Cultivation Techniques, Bone Crushing Claw, Bone Dissolving Demon Art. Daily Extractable, Bone Qualification *20, Cultivation Experience *800. Seeing bone qualification among the rewards, Zachariah lit up. It heavily influenced cultivation talent. Better bone qualifications equated to higher cultivation talent. Now Zachariah understood why Floyd had achieved such a high realm. His bone-dissolving demon art converted human bones into nourishment to boost his bone qualification. With thousands of bones, including some young geniuses, his cultivation talent skyrocketed, Zachariah sighed. Thankfully, Mount Shu had imprisoned him in the demon lock tower, or countless more would have perished, allowing him to become terrifyingly powerful. If left unchecked, within a century, Mount Shu wouldn't be able to handle him. With this thought, Zachariah continued, bringing out neighboring demons for questioning. You're really pushing yourself, it's only day 1, Brigham remarked. Others felt the pressure. A team member's intense efforts made staying calm difficult. Hurry up or be washed away by the next wave. Elon walked away, heading towards the demon cells. Due to Zachariah's zeal, underground level 1 soon became intensely competitive. Zachariah systematically completed interrogations. His process was simple. Drag out and beat them, then lock them back up. This earned him more cultivation experience. By the end of the day, he questioned 5 demons, setting a record. This was Zachariah holding back. Otherwise, he could have done 10. The results were clear. He got nothing. His goal wasn't extracting information, but merely creating the appearance of interrogation. If he truly dragged out and locked up without investigation, he could have listed all demons in the tower within a day. But that would raise suspicion. He's just showing off. He'll burn out soon, Carter scoffed. Previous eager newbies gave up after a few days of failure. He assumed Zachariah wouldn't be different. Unexpectedly, for 5 straight days, Zachariah interrogated more demons each day, growing increasingly enthusiastic. Chapter 40. Informant? Not me. Over these 5 days, Zachariah's number of interrogations each day kept increasing. Each day it grew by 1, and by the 5th day, the number had doubled to 10. Even the demons that others had already interrogated were pulled out for another round. This couldn't help but breed resentment, especially since Zachariah wasn't getting any useful information from the interrogations. From the results alone, it seemed he was only torturing the demons again. Many began to question Zachariah's character. Isn't he a natural sadist? Can't go a day without tormenting someone? No wonder he scrambled to become an enforcer. This is why. Due to Zachariah's overly aggressive behavior, his reputation suffered. Even Elon came to speak with him. He said Zachariah was being too hasty, and that this method wouldn't yield any valuable information. If brute force could get the job done, the sect wouldn't need enforcers at all. They'd simply offer them lavish treatment. An enforcer can't just rely on torture. This should have been clear during your evaluation. Elon's face was serious, as Zachariah's actions made him appear reckless, causing him to doubt how this young man passed the test. Unfortunately, he hadn't been present then and knew little about these new recruits. Upon hearing Elon's warning, Zachariah, humbly, agreed without argument. Because at this point, he had already finished collecting data from the level 1 underground demons. It was time to slow down the interrogation process. Enough cultivation experience to break through. Zachariah checked his cultivation experience progress. It had exceeded 50,000. He returned to the rest room to begin his breakthrough. Advancing from the spirit formation stage to the spirit aperture stage required opening up spirit apertures in the body. These spirit apertures are akin to hidden treasures within the body, capable of storing more spirit energy. There are 9 major spirit apertures in total: celestial spirit aperture, eye aperture, heart aperture, palm aperture, dantian aperture, foot aperture, with the eye, palm, and foot areas each having 2 apertures. Opening the first spirit aperture officially signifies entering the spirit aperture stage. All 9 apertures open mark the peak of the spirit aperture realm, at level 9. Originally, opening a spirit aperture was no easy feat. It required immense perseverance and strong intuition. The process also involved considerable pain. It was almost like being slowly flayed with constant holes being dug into the body. That kind of pain was unbearable. Without great willpower, no one could endure it. Many cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit formation realm had obtained opportunities for advancement, but due to the excruciating pain, they would faint mid-process, resulting in failure. Many failed multiple times before successfully advancing to the spirit aperture stage. For Zachariah, using cultivation experience for infusion presented no difficulty, directly forming the first celestial spirit aperture at the top of his head. While he did have to endure some pain, this level of agony was insignificant to his current physical strength. Finally advanced to the spirit aperture stage. Zachariah reviewed his attribute panel. Host, Zachariah, cultivation level, first rank of spirit aperture, 0/100000. Mind method, Ame basic cultivation technique, Ame sword heart method. Techniques, heart crushing palm, mind forging body method, shadow killing art, 10,000 transformations mystic skill. Abilities, concealment technique. Constitution, primordial body, blood James fullness, peerless agility, immunity to all poisons. Bloodline, giant demon bloodline, beastman bloodline. Extractable rewards, cultivation experience *1782, bone root potential *100. Now, advancing each level requires 100,000 cultivation experience points. Zachariah was somewhat shocked. Unlike before where the amount needed to break through matched the experience needed to advance each rank after the breakthrough. Though the required experience increased, so did his daily gains. After gathering all the level 1 underground demons, Zachariah now accumulated around 10,000 cultivation experience points daily. 100,000 would only take 10 days, so my cultivation speed won't be much slower. Zachariah wasn't worried about his cultivation level. What was most urgent was his lack of powerful combat techniques. As his cultivation improved, his combat skills didn't keep pace. Moreover, he couldn't learn demonic attack methods. Currently, he only had heart-crushing palm as a combat skill. Too limited, and it required close combat, which higher-level cultivators wouldn't allow. If unable to get close, it would be a waste. Furthermore, heart-crushing palm wasn't of high quality. While in Ame sect, I must learn swordsmanship. Zachariah thought carefully. If he stayed in Ame without learning swordsmanship, he'd waste the opportunity. Many endured years of menial labor for this very chance, lacking talent but seeking such an opportunity through effort. Zachariah had this chance. Wasting it would be criminal. However, even though he was willing to delve into swordsmanship, his talent was limiting. Achieving excellence on his own was next to impossible. Luckily, he could extract bone root potential from the bone-eating demon, enhancing his cultivation talent. This would also aid in cultivating sword techniques. Extract bone root potential. Zachariah infused 100 points of bone root potential into himself, curious about the improvement and whether it would significantly benefit his sword technique cultivation. Infusing this potential into his body, he felt a subtle change, but it wasn't significant. Presently, there wasn't a noticeable difference. Realizing he was being impatient, talent isn't easily enhanced. If 100 points made him a prodigy, the bone-eating demon would have long surpassed ordinary humans. Talent improvement takes time. Zachariah calmed down. Since talent wouldn't improve quickly, he needed to work harder to narrow the swordsmanship gap with other disciples, practicing sword techniques overnight in his room. More diligent than reading classics all night. Early in the morning, Zachariah, drowsy, went to interrogate demons, barely awake, leading to disoriented states. Just pulling a demon out, he threw it back. Wrong one. Demon. Forget it, you'll do. Demon. This moment, the demon cursed everything in its mind. Too tormenting. Originally terrified upon being pulled out. Upon hearing Zachariah say it was a mistake, relief followed. But then Zachariah came back with another attempt, finishing the demon off. Now, every demon in level 1 knew Zachariah and hated him because they had all been tortured by him. Their murderous intent was undeniable. Zachariah wasn't bothered by this. What fear the hate of demons? As long as a maze stood firm, these demons wouldn't rise. Following Elon's advice, Zachariah reduced daily interrogations from 10 to 3, averaging out. Seeing Zachariah's change, Carter mocked mercilessly, saying he finally couldn't keep up the act, but Zachariah ignored him, never engaging in arguments. Carter felt defeated over time and stopped. Just as Zachariah exited the interrogation room, he received a summons from Elon. Rushing to the enforcement hall. In the enforcement hall, all the enforcers from the first underground level had gathered. Among them was a man with an unfamiliar face, a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary attire, whose identity was unknown. Upon seeing Zachariah arrive, he finally spoke. Since everyone is here, I will announce something on behalf of the sect leader. The sect leader hopes to dispatch one person from among you for an external mission. The task is to infiltrate the Xuanhuan sect as a mole and retrieve reliable intelligence. In return, a substantial reward will be provided. If you successfully retrieve the information, the reward will be even more generous. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? If not, I will designate someone. To infiltrate the Xuanhuan sect? Upon hearing this, Zachariah frowned and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. This was simply too much. The Xuanhuan sect was like entering a den of tigers. Would an ordinary man come out with his bones intact? How could he be a mole when he'd likely never get out of bed if sent there? Zachariah was quite comfortable staying in the demon-locking pagoda. He did not want to suffer unnecessarily. Even if they offered the richest rewards, it wouldn't change his mind. At this moment, Elon's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Why does the sect leader want to send someone to be a mole in the demon sect? He asked. The middle-aged man explained. According to our intelligence, our sect's supreme treasure, the Yin-Yang mirror, has possibly been stolen by the Xuanhuan sect. Therefore, we need a mole to confirm the veracity of this information. If the Yin-Yang mirror can be recovered, it would be best. The sect will provide at least half the value of the Yin-Yang mirror as a reward. The Yin-Yang mirror was an absolute grade treasure. A reward equivalent to half its value was undoubtedly extremely generous. Everyone in the room took sharp breaths. There was only one person who remained unmoved by the reward, Zachariah. He was now feeling the chills down his spine, because the intelligence mentioned by the middle-aged man was precisely what he had provided. Now, someone needed to verify the authenticity of this intelligence. But why come to the first underground level of the demon-locking pagoda to catch people? What did this mean? He said if no one volunteers, he will designate someone. Could he possibly choose me? Zachariah began to panic. After all, this intelligence was his doing. What if he said, whoever provided the information should go and verify it? Zachariah would have exploded right there. Meanwhile, others had entirely different thoughts from Zachariah, especially the three Isaiahs including Elon. Zachariah thought the mole mission was aimed at him, but they believed it was aimed at them. They had already felt threatened. They suspected that the sect leader would find an opportunity to remove them from here. And now, wasn't this a perfect opportunity? The reward sounded appealing, but they needed to survive to receive it. The Xuanhuan sect was different from other sects. It was notorious for being ruthless. To survive and gather valuable intelligence would be extremely challenging. First, one would need an exceptionally fit body. Second, another fit and strong body. In short, one's physique needed to be exceptional, far beyond normal standards. And such a physique, Elon believed he did not possess it. The sect leader finally made his move against us, Elon chuckled bitterly, still unwilling to give up. Why are we chosen for this? We are enforcers, skilled in interrogation, not in being moles. You have the most experience dealing with demons, the best understanding of them, and sufficient strength. You are the most suitable candidates. Despite the praise, Elon had nothing to say. It would be career suicidal to refuse after being praised so highly in front of the sect leader. How about it? Is there anyone willing to take on this heavy responsibility? The middle-aged man asked again. After a moment of silence, someone raised his hand. I'll do it. It was Brigham. Female demons prefer handsome men. If you were to pick the most dashing one here, I'd be the obvious choice. Everyone was silent, but secretly looked towards Zachariah hiding at the back. Brigham's face changed. What do you mean? Why look at me like that? Zachariah also changed his expression. Damn, why look at me? So being handsome is wrong now? Is it a crime to be attractive? The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. Brigham was the nephew of Anwar, whom he did not wish to antagonize. As for Zachariah, he indeed looked handsome, the type roses would favor. However, the sect leader had instructed that new recruits should continue training in the demon-locking pagoda. For this infiltration mission, experienced enforcers were preferred. So he coughed lightly and said to Brigham, you lack experience. Stay here. Then his gaze turned to Elon and the others. You've been here long enough and have far more experience with demons. Shouldn't a task like this be handled by someone more seasoned? This was clearly a public challenge. Elon and the others knew they would be the ones selected for this mission. I'll go. Suddenly, the usually quiet fatty spoke up. Elon opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself. Even the talkative Carter fell silent. The middle-aged man inspected the fatty, thinking it might be challenging for him to be a mole in the Xuanhuan sect due to his appearance. If I lose weight, it won't be an issue, the fatty calmly admitted, already used to being teased. Hearing that fatties are hidden potentials, once I lose weight, I can carry out the mission. Seeing his sincerity, the middle-aged man nodded. All right, it's you then. Pack your things and follow me. The fatty left. Originally, there were 10 enforcers in the first underground level. Now there were 9. That day, 2 older enforcers frantically chased performance metrics, and the interrogation room echoed with wails of agony. Chapter 41. Torture. Due to Elon and Carter's vengeful actions, the 2 demons they interrogated were on the brink of death. They ceased the questioning since it was clear no further results would come from it, and continuing might simply kill the demons. The demons knew that revealing any secrets meant certain death. Keeping silent at least gave them a sliver of hope for survival. As long as they lived, there was hope. Enduring pain was insignificant in comparison. Driven by strong resolve and hatred, their vengeance accumulated within them, waiting for the day they could escape this prison and repay all their suffering to Mount Shu. With this belief, they remained tight-lipped and refused to speak. However, after encountering Zachariah, everything changed. The previously effective method of staying silent to protect their lives didn't work on Zachariah. Zachariah glanced into one of the cells. The demon inside was in a pitiful state, with almost no unharmed flesh on his body. The tormentor was none other than Elon. Zachariah entered this cell, where the imprisoned demon named Hayden had a penchant for devouring hearts, especially human ones. He had killed thousands over 3 years, harming many Mount Shu disciples, some of whom he abducted, their fates unknown. Only last year did Mount Shu learn of his whereabouts and sent elite enforcers to capture him. Given his heinous acts and killings of Mount Shu disciples, Hayden had no reason to be kept alive except to find the missing disciples, including several top talents. Abandoning these disciples would dishearten others, but Hayden wasn't about to divulge their whereabouts easily. He only confirmed they were still alive and would only reveal their locations if he were released first, a demand Mount Shu could not meet. Thus, he was confined to the demon lock tower for continuous interrogation. Enforcers believed the captured disciples likely had no chance of survival. Hayden's words were merely to save his life. However, following higher orders, they continued interrogating him. Up until now, Hayden remained tight-lipped, giving nothing away. His injuries from Carter's torture were severe. Anyone else would have perished within an hour. But as a demon, without fatal heart damage, he couldn't die. "Today, you're my unlucky one," Zachariah murmured to himself, standing at his cell door. The old enforcer being sent undercover to the Happy Union Sect reminded Zachariah of his need for performance metrics here, unlike in the Demon Lock Tower, which lacked such pressure. Taking cultivation experience is easy, but I need to consider my performance too. In this place, poor performance could lead to reassignment. Unlike the tower, where he could stay indefinitely without worrying about relocation. Zachariah escorted Hayden to the interrogation room. Despite his bloody smile, the demon showed utter disdain. "If we were outside, I could crush you with just one finger. Here, you insects find your dignity, right?" Zachariah replied, "You're right." He didn't argue, acknowledging the truth in the demon's words. Without power restrictions, these demons would have devoured the enforcers long ago. "But," Zachariah continued, "since you're here, you must accept reality, don't you think?" Zachariah began polishing a sharp spike torturer. In reality, it needed no sharpening, being a refined magical tool, but the grating sound unnerved Hayden. Hayden felt increasingly uneasy, unsure how long Zachariah would keep polishing. Eventually, Zachariah stopped, and before the demon could sigh in relief, the spike plunged into his chest. After reaching the spirit aperture realm, Zachariah found torturing these demons effortless, using minimal effort. As the spike penetrated deeper, cold sweat poured down Hayden's forehead. Unlike previous interrogations, facing Zachariah brought an eerie dread. "You've dug out countless hearts, but never experienced it yourself, right?" Zachariah's chilling smirk seemed more demonic than the demon itself. The real and fierce killing intent made Hayden shudder. "What are you doing? Don't you want to know their fates?" Seeing the spike approach his heart, fear flickered in his eyes. "Their lives mean nothing to me," Zachariah said, startling the demon. If Mount Shu heard this, it would provoke outrage. Yet here, no one cared about rebellious words, nor would they believe any complaints. "You don't care, but the sect leader and Isaiah's do. You dare defy them openly?" Hayden tried to intimidate Zachariah with the authority figures. "If I die, those people will remain lost forever. Do you think I'm joking?" Zachariah looked at him as if he were a pathetic worm. "I genuinely don't care." Just as Zachariah was about to end Hayden's life. "Hold it." The door opened abruptly. Elon strode in, his face grim. Seeing the spike halfway into Hayden's chest, he twitched. "You really want to kill him?" Zachariah, interrupted during his interrogation, felt annoyed, especially by Elon's unauthorized intrusion, a violation of boundaries. Elon knew this was improper, especially as a responsible official, making it appear as abuse of power. But he ignored protocol and pulled the spike out. Seeing the blood on the spike, he looked directly at Zachariah. "Do you realize you nearly made a grave mistake?" Hayden smirked. "Such a pity. Elon, meddling so much." Chapter 42. The second Xuanhuan ability. "You, come with me for a moment." Elon pulled Zachariah out of the interrogation room. Although Zachariah was annoyed, he suppressed his temper. He wanted to hear what explanation the other party had first. Elon took a deep breath and said, "First, I apologize for interrupting your interrogation without notice. I hope you don't hold it against me." Zachariah remained indifferent. If the other party couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, then this incident wouldn't just be swept under the rug. Seeing Zachariah's cold expression, Elon sighed. "The reason I stopped you from continuing is that I was afraid you would make a mistake. Because the demon's heart, in a certain sense, isn't really his own." "His heart isn't his own?" Zachariah didn't understand. Elon hesitated before continuing. "The Joey connected his heart to the missing disciples through some method. This way, he can transfer any damage inflicted on his heart elsewhere at will. That means, if you had stabbed him just now, the one who would have died wouldn't have been the Joey but one of the Shu Mountain disciples. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Zachariah finally understood and was indeed quite surprised. "Why wasn't this recorded in the files? I just obtained this information from the interrogation. The records haven't been updated yet. Knowing you were interrogating him, I feared something might go wrong here, so I came to check." In fact, if Elon hadn't learned about this clue from the interrogation, he wouldn't have needed to care how Zachariah acted. If Zachariah had made a mistake, that would be on him. However, knowing this information, he also knew he could not escape blame if it came to light later. "I understand, thank you for informing me." Zachariah's attitude softened. Regardless, Elon had genuinely helped him out. Zachariah no longer cared about the unauthorized interruption. If that's the case, does it mean we're powerless against this demon? Hearing Zachariah's words, Elon nodded helplessly, though it's hard to admit, it indeed appears so. But Zachariah refused to believe this. Being led around by the nose by a demon was not his style. Since I can't touch his heart, then I won't touch his heart. Zachariah walked back into the interrogation room, locking the door behind him this time. Elon wanted to advise Zachariah not to waste effort, warning that hurting the demon's heart would be tantamount to killing a fellow disciple. He raised his hand to knock, but dropped it. He had said all he could. If Zachariah insisted on going forward, then any problems arising wouldn't be his concern. When the Joey saw Zachariah return, a smug smile spread across his face. He had almost tricked Zachariah into killing one of his own. Had it not been for Elon's timely arrival, he would have succeeded. How did I do? My acting skills weren't bad, right? The demon grinned widely at Zachariah, extremely pleased with himself. Indeed, excellent. Zachariah affirmed his performance wholeheartedly. With such talent, surely even with only a heart, you wouldn't die, right? Zachariah asked rhetorically. Instantly, the demon's grin froze. What do you mean? From the rack of instruments, Zachariah selected a gleaming dagger, about half an arm's length, resembling a slightly longer dagger. Since I can't touch your heart, surely I can still touch other parts, right? With these words, a flash of knife light appeared, and a chunk of flesh from the demon's shoulder flew off. Realizing Zachariah's intentions, the Joey's smile vanished. No one had ever thought of this approach before. Could anyone survive with only a heart? It was clear Zachariah was mocking him. Stop, bastard. If I die, they die too. But what if I keep your heart alive? Zachariah could do something others couldn't. By injecting blood and flesh essence into the heart, he could deceive it, making it believe the body was still intact, thus maintaining its activity for some time. And as long as within that time frame, he found the missing disciples and removed the curses on them, this problem would be solved. Within such a short period, Zachariah had discovered a solution. At that moment, the Joey felt as if he'd seen a ghost. For the first time, a chill ran down his spine. Never before had anyone made him feel like this. Not because of overwhelming power, but because he felt completely seen through by Zachariah. What use is keeping my heart alive for a while? You'll never find those people. Over time, my heart will lose its vitality, and they'll still die. What you're doing is pointless, the demon roared, which wasn't far from the truth. Zachariah was well aware of this too. But unknown to anyone, Zachariah possessed the trump card known as the Demon Chronicle. And what makes you think I can't find them? As Zachariah spoke, the knife fell again. Outside the interrogation room, Elon suddenly felt uneasy, with a foreboding premonition. He hadn't left yet, wanting to see the final outcome. Inside the room, the demon's screams gradually faded until silence reigned. His unease grew even more intense. Did Zachariah truly disregard everything and kill the demon? What did he hope to achieve? Just as Elon doubted, the door opened. Zachariah emerged carrying a box. Elon looked past Zachariah into the room. What met his eyes shocked him. Blood and bones covered the floor in disarray, and there was no sign of the demon on the interrogation frame. Did you really kill him? What's in the box? His head? Elon was visibly shaken. He'd never encountered an enforcer like this before. At that moment, he really wanted to ask Zachariah, are you sure you're an enforcer and not an executioner? Among the Demon Lock Tower disciples, he had never seen anyone as ruthless and stubborn as Zachariah. He had already warned Zachariah not to take the demon's life, yet he hadn't listened at all. It's not the head, it's the heart, Zachariah replied calmly as if stating a mundane fact. The heart? Elon was taken aback, unsure what to think. Dead is dead. What use is leaving behind just a heart? He's not dead. His heart beats very vigorously, Zachariah explained. Indeed, the Joey wasn't entirely dead. This was within Zachariah's expectations. Given the peculiarities of this demon's heart, it differed from other demons. As long as his heart wasn't harmed and he continued receiving nourishment and energy, he hadn't died biologically. Under favorable conditions, he could still revive. From appearances, however, he seemed dead. Even the Demon Chronicle had marked him as deceased. Zachariah was betting on this precise point. If the Demon Chronicle hadn't declared his death, Zachariah planned to reconstruct his flesh and bind it up for slow recovery. However, the Demon Chronicle didn't have such strict criteria. Zachariah had bet correctly. Yet, Elon still didn't understand what Zachariah was up to. Now with the demon reduced to this state, even if not fully dead, what purpose did it serve? A single heart. Did he expect the demon to communicate using just that? I don't care if he's dead or not. What about the intel? What about the most crucial information? I've already obtained it. Don't worry, Elder, Zachariah replied before walking away with the box, leaving Elon standing there in disbelief. What did he say? The intel? He already got it? Doubt, frustration, even jealousy filled Elon's mind at this moment. Zachariah delivered the intelligence and the demon's heart to a different Isaiah responsible for handling it. Anwar seemed to be out on other business, leaving the matters of Demon Lock Tower to other Isaiahs. This Isaiah was encountering Zachariah for the first time and wasn't familiar with his methods. Therefore, when Zachariah handed over the first box claiming it contained a demon heart, his expression turned strange. Zachariah immediately explained and instructed him to preserve the heart carefully since it related to the lives of the other Shu Mountain disciples. He also provided an address. Those disciples are being detained in a self-built demonic den he constructed, serving as his life substitutes. Due to this prison's obscure location within the demon's own lair, no one else knew of its existence. This made the Joey confident that they would never be found by Shu Mountain. The Isaiah nodded seriously upon hearing this. I will ensure this heart is well preserved until we find those disciples. The Isaiah left without much discussion or promising any reward to Zachariah, rushing off to organize rescue efforts. Zachariah didn't linger on this. As an enforcer, extracting intelligence from demons was part of his duty. Returning to the basement level of Demon Lock Tower, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally completed his first performance. He was also the first among the new enforcers to obtain intelligence. However, the truth of this information still required validation over time. Zachariah returned directly to the rest room. He was set to claim the 2 rewards left by the Joey. Picking up rewards. Zachariah thought inwardly. A golden light flashed. New reward. Heartworm secret art. Divine ability. This is the heart substitute method used by the Joey? Another divine ability. Zachariah was slightly surprised. This divine skill allowed manipulation of someone's heart through a planted heartworm for personal use. An extraordinary effect indeed. Without question, this divine skill was quite sinister. Mastering this could mean having multiple extra lives. After all, the heart is one of the most vulnerable and fatal points of a human body. During combat, attacks generally target the heart. So, being able to immunize oneself from one potentially fatal wound in a fight-to-the-death scenario was a significant advantage. One could even use this knowledge gap to perform a direct counterattack. Only problem, there doesn't seem to be an appropriate substitute. Fellow disciples within the same sect couldn't be used as hosts for heartworms. What would differentiate him from a demon then? Moreover, the higher-ups now knew about this capability of the Joey. If Zachariah really used fellow disciples as substitutes, and if discovered by leadership, he wouldn't survive either. Using it on other demons might work? Zachariah considered the imprisoned demons, his lips curling into a small smile. They were the perfect candidates. With his mindset, Zachariah continued picking up the second reward. New reward. Heart Bodhi. Heart Bodhi? What's that? Zachariah was initially bewildered at seeing this reward. However, upon understanding its effects, he was shocked. Consuming Heart Bodhi can permanently enhance heart technique cultivation and perceptiveness? Zachariah almost leaped from where he stood. His current dilemma was the slow speed of sword cultivation techniques. After all, it was not awarded from Demon Chronicle. Now, with Heart Bodhi, this issue could be solved. It was like asking for a pillow when you're sleepy. Timely assistance. Zachariah didn't waste a moment and extracted Heart Bodhi immediately. However, upon seeing its form, his face darkened. Why does this thing look like a human heart? Heart Bodhi was indeed a miniature heart, not larger than a palm. Except for the lack of heartbeat, it resembled a real heart in every aspect. How am I supposed to eat this? Raw. He had assumed it would be a fruit. Instead, it was this unsettling shape. Eating something resembling a raw heart. For someone who couldn't stomach even raw fish in his previous life, this was truly challenging. What should he do? Boil it before eating? No. If I go to the kitchen and people see me cooking this, who knows what they'll think? People would surely view him as deranged, maybe even a demon. Who would normally eat such things? Swallowing saliva. For the sake of sword cultivation, here goes nothing. Closing his eyes, Zachariah couldn't even recall how he managed to take the bite. Yet, within mere moments, he devoured it. It wasn't as revolting as he imagined. It even tasted sweet. Rushing to drink water, he tried forgetting the taste. Then, using the Shu Mountain sword heart technique for practice, his spirit instantly felt refreshed as if a clear stream flowed through his mind. Immersed in sword practice, images danced in his head. Flashing blades, flying swords, first level of sword heart technique, completed. Zachariah snapped back, amazed. There were 9 levels in total for sword heart technique. Based on his original talent, mastering the first level alone would have taken many years. But now, less than an hour? 2, incredible. Zachariah couldn't help but exclaim. 2 days later, the Isaiah who oversaw the rescue operation came down to the basement hall with a delighted face, announcing Zachariah's intelligence to be true. Zachariah's intelligence saved many fellow disciples this time. Great credit is due. Following this announcement by the Isaiah, other enforcers looked at Zachariah differently. He took my glory. What an outrage. Chapter 43, Implanted Heart Marshal, New Demon. Seeing Zachariah become the center of attention, a little devil in Elon's heart began to scream in anger. But soon, his reason suppressed this emotion. Reason told him that such feelings were not beneficial. Although he did not think that Zachariah entirely deserved all the credit, if it hadn't been for his timely correction of Zachariah's first mistake, Zachariah wouldn't have obtained the genuine intelligence so smoothly. But in the end, the Isaiah only praised Zachariah and made no mention of Elon. On the contrary, Zachariah said, "This isn't just my doing. Senior Knorring was crucial. Without him, I might have made an irreparable mistake." Zachariah still understood human relationships and social niceties. However, the elder didn't pay much attention and just paid lip service. Historically, only the top one received attention and recognition. Who remembers the second place winner? So Elon still felt unbalanced. He forced a smile and congratulated Zachariah. "You did great, old Sue." Brigham patted Zachariah on the shoulder. Among these people, he was perhaps the least jealous of Zachariah. "You're impressive, but I'll surpass you soon." Roy came over with a cold expression. It was evident that this former purple-robed Giosipal wasn't quite convinced by the outcome. Zachariah smiled lightly and replied, "I'm waiting." Others also offered insincere congratulations to Zachariah. As for Melanie and Carter, they remained completely silent. Their faces were as bad as they could be. "Boss Knorring, can you really swallow this?" "If it were me, I couldn't." Carter looked furious, filled with righteous indignation. This statement lacked context, but Elon knew what he meant. He believed Elon had been robbed of victory by Zachariah. You put in the most effort, yet he reaped all the benefits. Carter hit right at Elon's pain point. However, unexpectedly, Elon defended Zachariah. The amount of effort is merely part of the process. Interrogating demons requires results. Since Zachariah succeeded, naturally the credit belongs to him. There's nothing to debate about that. Giant, you agree with this rule before? Why can't you accept it when it comes to Zachariah? Elon's words were meant for Carter and himself. "I'm just standing up for you. I'd accept it if it were anyone else. But this guy interrogates the demon again after we've done our work, clearly looking for loopholes. I just can't stand it." Elon glanced at him. You've done similar things too, Carter retorted. Does he get to do one thing while others can't? Does that help anything? Carter was speechless. If it helped, he wouldn't have brought it up. Damn, why was that guy so lucky? Talk less, work more. Leaving those words behind, Elon turned and went back to his room. Interrogating demons was a duty of enforcers, and Zachariah didn't receive any additional rewards immediately. However, his contributions would be reflected in his monthly salary. Indeed, there was a performance-based reward system here too. Truly a fate-dictated worker, Zachariah grumbled inwardly. However, this trip wasn't without rewards. Within days, he received numerous gifts from the rescued disciples, expressing their gratitude. The gifts mainly consisted of elixirs, talismans, and refining materials, none particularly valuable. Considering how long they had been imprisoned by demons, it was understandable that they had few precious items left. The only item that stunned Zachariah was a spirit essence pill. Zachariah specially noted the name of the person who gifted him the pill. Jenna. From the name, it seemed to be a young lady. A wealthy benefactor? Zachariah was genuinely surprised. Even the sect hadn't given him a spirit essence pill, yet Jenna was so generous? The pill has 5 danwen. This must be a high-grade spirit essence pill. Elixir grades ranged from 1 to 9 danwen, with higher danwen indicating better quality. A 5 danwen spirit essence pill could restore at least 50% of Zachariah's spiritual essence during critical battles. Zachariah deeply remembered her name. He would definitely thank her whenever possible. After all, he had only provided information, which was his duty. The real rescue efforts were carried out by the Isaiahs and elite members of the sect. The fact that these rescued individuals thought to gift him was already very thoughtful. Receiving such valuable gifts made him feel a bit embarrassed, but Zachariah accepted them without hesitation. In the following days, Zachariah systematically interrogated demons. After obtaining the first piece of intelligence, his pressure eased significantly. Other disciples also extracted information, and Roy had already gathered 2 pieces, surpassing Zachariah as he claimed. However, Zachariah wasn't worried. He purposely avoided the limelight, as being the first to successfully extract information made him feel like a target. It was unnecessary to be the frontrunner, just maintaining a middle position was fine. Each demon interrogation usually resulted in near death for the demon. Letting them live longer gave Zachariah more cultivation experience. During this month, Zachariah opened his 3rd spirit aperture and reached the 3rd level of the spirit aperture realm. His practice of Shushan sword heart technique also progressed to the 2nd level. During demon interrogations, he also implanted heart goo into the hearts of demons. The implantation process required the demon to be incapacitated, making it difficult outside but easy within this setting. Each time before implantation, Zachariah would torture the demon until unconscious, then implant the heart goo. So far, he had completed 3 implants, giving him 3 extra lives from a certain perspective. Of course, this came at a cost, draining large amounts of blood and essence. 3 in a month was Zachariah's limit. Any more would harm his foundation. Moreover, it was pointless if enemies knew about this method. They would find ways to kill him thoroughly. It relied on the element of surprise. One day, Zachariah walked out of his resting room when Elon approached. Zachariah, help escort a demon. Curious, Zachariah asked what kind of demon it was. Elon's expression was grim as he responded quietly. The Alita of Xuanhuan Sect. ##### Chapter 44. Alita of the Joy Sect. When he heard the words Alita of the Joy Sect, Zachariah froze for a moment. Joy Sect's Alita? Giant Senior Luo succeed? The Senior Luo Zachariah referred to was none other than Jensen, the chubby man. Previously, he had volunteered to infiltrate the Joy Sect to uncover the whereabouts of the Yin-Yang Mirror. Zachariah was very certain that the Yin-Yang Mirror was in the hands of the Joy Sect's Alita. As long as she hadn't handed it over to the Joy Sect, it would still be with her. Now that the Alita had been captured, shouldn't they have retrieved the Yin-Yang Mirror? Giant Senior Luo bring back the Yin-Yang Mirror? Zachariah immediately asked. Elon's face remained expressionless as he replied, you're only half right. Upon hearing this, Zachariah suddenly had an ominous feeling. Senior Luo. He made the ultimate sacrifice. As Elon spoke these words, it was visibly evident that there were strong emotional fluctuations in his eyes. After all, they had entered during the same period and had worked together for so many years. To say they didn't have any feelings for each other would be false. Even though Elon pretended not to care, Zachariah could still sense his profound sorrow from within. Zachariah fell silent. Although he had known beforehand that the Joy Sect was a place filled with dangers akin to entering the dragon's lair, going there as an infiltrator was extremely perilous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was almost certain death. But none of them, as enforcers, wanted anything to happen to Jensen. In the underground enforcement team, Jensen had always been quiet, good-natured, and never criticized others or showed disdain for anyone. He was completely different from Carter, who was easily provoked and always sharp-tongued. Zachariah didn't dislike him either, so upon hearing about his sacrifice, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If Senior Luo hadn't stepped forward at the time, would the mission to go undercover have fallen on me? Zachariah wasn't sure, but thinking about it added more respect towards Jensen in his heart. How did Senior Luo meet his end? Zachariah's voice grew heavy. The higher-ups didn't explain clearly, just saying he sacrificed himself on duty. How simple, huh? Elon couldn't help but sneer at the end of his sentence. Zachariah could feel the dissatisfaction in his tone and agreed that a life should not be treated so lightly. However, what could one do when the higher-ups said nothing? Zachariah followed Elon out of the first underground level. The Alita of the Joy Sect, who had been brought under escort, had disheveled hair but could hardly hide her exquisite beauty. Just looking at her face could easily captivate anyone. She had a naturally alluring appearance that emitted an irresistible charm, drawing men irresistibly close. This was due to her accomplished skill in enchantment techniques, which had become passive. Her bewitching face, combined with her seductive figure, white skin, and charming curves, made her truly dangerous. Such a woman, Anyone would believe she was dodgy reincarnated. Almost all men, upon seeing her, would be drawn to her like iron filings to a magnet. However, Zachariah forcefully tore his gaze away from her, refusing to look. Focusing on escorting demons is the righteous path. Women would only slow down his sword-drawing speed, let alone enchantresses. This woman was far more dangerous than Alicia before. Following Elon, they locked the enchantress in the prison. Immediately, a page about the Alita of the Joy Sect appeared in the Demon Chronicle. Enchantress, Abby, cultivation, 5th tier celestial being, martial art, Joy Sect secret techniques, skills, enchantment technique, shadowy movement, soul-stealing hands, daily extraction, Yang Essence *100, cultivation experience *600. This enchantress lives up to being Alita. Alicia can't even compare. Both in terms of Yang Essence and cultivation experience, the difference was tenfold. But what use do I have for so much Yang Essence? Zachariah couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His current body, unlike before, was robust and full of vitality, producing Yang energy continuously like a furnace. He didn't lack Yang energy at all. Even if he wanted to release it, he had no outlet. Supplementing more now would be like burning with lustful fire. After imprisoning the enchantress, Zachariah was about to leave when he suddenly felt someone staring at his back. He turned around to meet the enchantress's captivating gaze. She looked at him, smiled seductively, and complimented him. "You are really handsome." Her voice was bone-meltingly soft, her gaze loving and filled with admiration. At this moment, she couldn't fully utilize her enchantment skills, yet every move was mesmerizingly natural, etched into her very being. How could any man withstand such a test? However, Zachariah's gaze remained as calm as deep water. "Thank you. Everyone says so." He wasn't buying into it. As a steel-hearted man, his willpower was unshakable. "Just to mention, any mental attack on me will be useless." Abby was slightly surprised. This was the first time she encountered such a man. "Could it be that you prefer men?" Zachariah dismissed the absurd question without answering and left. Watching Zachariah's departing figure, Abby's eyes flickered. "Anwar, how did Senior Luo really die?" The next day, Zachariah met Anwar and immediately inquired about Jensen. Anwar had led the team to arrest the Alita of the Joy Sect and would know how Jensen died. "In fact, we didn't deliberately keep it hidden. You might think we handled his death coldly, but the truth is his death was dishonorable." Anwar narrated the entire sequence of events to Zachariah. After infiltrating the Joy Sect, Jensen unexpectedly became quite popular despite his ordinary looks. Though he lost weight, he didn't suddenly appear handsome. However, his capabilities shone through, winning the affection of many female disciples of the Joy Sect. He successfully became a playboy undercover and gathered much information about the Alita from these women. One day, he overheard the Alita casually mentioning the yin-yang mirror to the sect leader. The Alita seemed somewhat anxious then, but the leader didn't suspect anything. Jensen, however, noted the importance of this information. He deduced that the yin-yang mirror must be with the Alita and that she had not informed the sect leader. So, when the Alita went out alone later, Jensen secretly followed her. Upon confirming her location, he immediately sent word to the Sichuan leadership to capture the enchantress. Later, Anwar and his team arrived at the designated spot, capturing the Alita and retrieving the yin-yang mirror successfully, but Jensen was nowhere to be found. Anwar tried contacting Jensen, but discovered he had secretly returned to the Joy Sect. Jensen, he actually indulged in debauchery with the Joy Sect enchantresses and refused to return to the sect. Chapter 45, The Trial of Abby. Upon hearing this, Zachariah's expression turned strange. Bogdan was lost in debauchery, which was unexpected. He was supposed to go undercover, but instead, he chose to fall into depravity and hide within the demon sect, refusing to come out. No wonder Anwar was so angry. Then how exactly did Senior Lu sacrifice himself? Sacrifice? Calling it a sacrifice would be too kind. He died from excessive indulgence. Anwar had people guarding near the Joy Sect. They were hoping to catch Bogdan if he came out. Instead, they found him being thrown out. He was already dead when thrown out. After detailed examination, it was concluded that he died from overindulgence, drain dry. Zachariah didn't know what to say. Such a death was indeed unsuitable for public announcement. The informed kept silent to preserve his dignity. "I only told you, don't spread it around. After all, it's a shameful matter that tarnishes the sect's reputation, unbecoming." Zachariah nodded in agreement. Since the Isaiah requested it, he would certainly keep it to himself. Not long after Zachariah returned to the underground level, Elon asked about Bogdan's cause of death when he saw him. Because Knorring knew Zachariah had met Anwar, and also knew Zachariah was on good terms with him, he asked Zachariah to inquire about Bogdan's death from Anwar. Zachariah was curious too, so he helped. But remembering Anwar's warning, he lied about the true cause of Bogdan's death, claiming that Anwar did not explain it to him. Anwar said this involved some secrets and advised me not to ask further. Of course, Zachariah made up this line for Elon, trying to discourage further inquiries. Giles' appointment flashed across Elon's eyes. However, soon, he smiled as if relieved. "Since Elder said so, I will comply." When he turned away, his smile vanished instantly. Zachariah reviewed the file of Demoness Abbey. He wondered why Mount Shu still kept this Demoness since the yin-yang mirror was retrieved. Most demons here are kept for information extraction. 4 high-level demons like these, without any useful information, they would typically be transferred to upper levels, left in a barely alive state, then refined through an array. The file required interrogating the weaknesses of the Joy Sect's charm techniques. Mount Shu disciples have suffered from their charms before. Previously, Tower Martial Artian Stanley nearly caused disaster due to a Demoness manipulation. Later, Spy Bogdan fell into the Demoness allure, refusing to return until he met his end. To prevent future disciples from suffering similarly, the sect wanted them to uncover the weaknesses of the charm techniques, preparing them against temptation. Zachariah glanced at Abby. Since her imprisonment, no one dared interrogate her. given her powerful allure. Male enforcers lacked courage. After all, no one knew what sound she might make under torture. Could they resist such enchanting voices? Unsure. As for female enforcers, Melanie showed no particular interest either. Zachariah thought it best to deal with this hazard. He also wanted to know the counter to these charm techniques. What if he encountered stronger ones later? Would his spirit withstand them? With this thought, Zachariah prepared to take Abby for interrogation. At that moment, Elon appeared behind him, saying, "Give her to me first." His tone resolute. Zachariah paused. Elon passed by him, watching helplessly as Elon took Abby into the interrogation room. Zachariah remained silent. He sensed something amiss with Elon. Refusing just now might have offended him thoroughly. Though Zachariah wasn't concerned about offending Elon, avoiding trouble was better. If Knorn wanted to go first, let him. A successful interrogation wouldn't be bad. In the interrogation room, Elon's gaze was sharp, almost tangible. The charming demoness looked like red powder-coated bones to him, affecting him not at all. In here, you know the consequences of non-cooperation, don't you? Elon sternly stated. Abby laughed coldly. I do. Don't worry. I have nothing to hide. Elon was stunned. He expected it to be hard to get her talking. Yet she surrendered so easily? Before any torment began? He grew cautious, pulling out a painting in front of her. Do you recognize him? The man in the painting was Bogdan. Elon slightly minimized his face, recalling the fat man once said he intended to slim down. Yes, he's a recent Outer Sect disciple. Despite his plain looks, he was surprisingly popular. Several sisters flocked around him daily. I wonder if they were blind or bewitched. At this point, Abby realized something wrong, widening her beautiful eyes. How do you know him? Is he related to you? Elon didn't answer, his voice hoarse. How did he die? Dead? He died. Abby looked puzzled. Elon stared at her intently, checking for lies. From her expression, Elon saw no deception. Having interrogated countless demons, discerning lies was simple for him. Abby wasn't lying, but Elon never doubted the sect. He believed Bogdan's death was real. The sect wouldn't joke about such matters. Thus, Bogdan wasn't killed by this demoness for exposing her location. The lead was cut off, while Elon fretted over the broken lead. Abby was thinking furiously. She roughly understood how her whereabouts were revealed. There was a spy within the Joy sect, and the spy was the man in the painting. She was initially confused. How did Mount Shu find her? Was there a guidance mark on the yin-yang mirror? Now she knew. The Joy sect had a spy infiltrated into Mount Shu. That guy. Abby gritted her teeth. Is he your spy? Elon glared coldly. I'm asking the questions. Abby laughed. Good riddance. Spies deserve death. Hearing this, a sinister look flashed across Elon's eyes. Chapter 46. The Demoness Secret. The door to the interrogation room suddenly opened. Elon walked out with a dark expression. Upon seeing Zachariah not far from the door, he said indifferently, if you want to continue the interrogation, you may do so. If you want this credit, go ahead and take it. Those words explained everything. He had failed to extract the information that the sect desired from the demoness. However, Zachariah didn't quite understand the meaning behind his last sentence. What did go ahead and take it mean? Was this achievement something he didn't want? Before Zachariah could ask, Elon had already passed by him without saying a word. Zachariah did not try to stop him but turned around and entered the interrogation room. On the rack, Abby was unconscious. Zachariah noticed a clear handprint on her neck. Apart from that, she had no other injuries. It seemed she had been choked, causing her to faint from suffocation. Was there no use of torture? Zachariah felt puzzled. He wasn't sure what Elon had done. Choking someone certainly didn't seem like a method to encourage speaking up. But Zachariah wasn't particularly interested in delving too deep into that. He directly picked up 2 iron rods from the rack and struck them together loudly next to Abby's ear. Clang! The sound of metal resonated sharply next to Abby's ear, waking her up with a startled scream. After some time, she gradually regained her hearing and only then did she hear Zachariah's words, "You're awake? Then let's continue." Upon hearing Zachariah's cold voice, Abby almost ground her molars into powder. This man looked handsome yet showed no tenderness or sympathy toward women. But she dared not lose her temper with Zachariah and instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Sir, don't be so serious. Let's talk things through. I will cooperate as much as possible. I have delicate skin and cannot withstand pain. Please show me mercy. Zachariah scratched his ears as if listening to something filthy. He started sharpening his knife. Abby's face turned pale. What are you doing? Jai and I say that I would tell you whatever you ask? Zachariah replied, but I no longer want to ask. By killing you, I can know everything. Abby felt utterly hopeless. What was wrong with these enforcers? Wasn't leniency for those who confessed supposed to be the basic rule in prisons? In this critical moment, Abby clenched her teeth and said, I'm just small fry. Keeping me alive might help you catch bigger fish. Bigger fish? Hearing this, Zachariah finally became somewhat intrigued. Elaborate. Abby took a deep breath. If you spread the news of my imprisonment here, the sect master of the Bliss sect will surely come to rescue me. At that point, you can capture him directly. Doesn't that count as a big fish? Hearing this, Zachariah chuckled. Are you really counting on him to save you? You've really planned this well. Abby spoke seriously. Do you lack confidence in the Xuanhuan sect? The Xuanhuan sect is several times stronger than the Bliss sect. As long as you set up a perfect trap early on, catching their sect master will be like catching a turtle in a jar. Why fear they will come to your rescue? Zachariah was surprised by her words. How loyal you are, even willing to betray your own sect master. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Abby's mouth. He keeps me only for greater ambitions. Zachariah remained noncommittal. Do you really have such confidence in yourself? What if he simply chooses to abandon you? Although the Alita holds a lofty position, selecting another one wouldn't be too difficult, right? Abby shook her head. It's not like that. The position of Alita is trivial. My true value lies elsewhere. With a firm gaze, Abby said, my importance to him is akin to half of his life. Zachariah gave an odd look. Oh, are you his lover? Lovers mean nothing. Even couples scatter when disaster strikes. I am the one he absolutely cannot give up because I possess a primordial constitution. He keeps me for his grand plan. A moment ago, Zachariah thought she was unfathomably confident. But upon hearing the term primordial constitution, it all made sense. A primordial constitution was the best cauldron physique. A single dual cultivation session could grant a huge amount of cultivation energy, greatly aiding breakthroughs in cultivation realms. When Abby mentioned that the sect master kept her for a greater plan, he realized that it was likely part of his strategy to achieve a breakthrough. So that's how it is. Zachariah sized her up. Since she possessed a primordial constitution, it meant, seeing Zachariah's gaze, Abby blushed shyly. Yes, sir. Though I'm from the Bliss sect, I haven't been deflowered. For a primordial constitution, maintaining virginity was crucial. Once broken, the significant effects diminished. Zachariah couldn't understand why she was blushing. After all, both were seasoned foxes. Why the pretense? To save your life, you've truly put in an effort. Zachariah commented on her actions. Abby raised her head, her cheeks still flushed. After all, life is one's own. If one doesn't cherish it, can they hope for others' pity? Isn't that right, sir? Zachariah nodded. Correct. But he did not put down the knife in his hand. Now, just tell me one more thing, and I'll spare your life. Sir, feel free to ask. How does one counter the Bliss sect's allure technique? Before Abby could respond, Zachariah preempted. This matter involves the Bliss sect's secrets. Only if you reveal the counter method can I truly trust your sincerity, understand? Zachariah's intention was simple. Only if you expose the Bliss sect's secret can I believe you are willing to betray your sect to save your life. It was undoubtedly putting her in a difficult position. If she didn't speak, all her previous efforts would be wasted. If she did, there would be no turning back. I'll tell. Abby's eyes revealed a sense of humiliation. At this moment, she had no choice. There are only two ways to counter the Bliss sect's allure technique. 1. Having a strong enough mental will. These individuals are usually those who have trained in spiritual cultivation techniques or truly abstinent people from Buddhist monasteries. 2. Possessing a treasure that restrains mental control. Since, strictly speaking, the Bliss sect's allure technique is also a form of mental control. She described the second method vaguely, but Zachariah wasn't going to let it pass easily. Be clear, what exactly is that treasure? Biting her silver teeth, Abby answered. That treasure is held only by the sect master. I only know it's a bead, but where it comes from and what materials it's made of remain unknown. That secret is known only to the sect master. So, we must spare your life and wait until we catch your sect master to ask? Chapter 47. The Senior Enforcer's Secret Discussion. After all the twists and turns, they were back to Abby's request. To find out what object can resist enchantment spells, they had to capture the head of the Joy sect first, and to catch her, they needed to keep her alive. Zachariah smiled. He had to admit that this woman had come up with an irresistible reason to stay alive. If he could imprison a greater demon in the demon-locking pagoda, it would be highly beneficial for him too. Without saying more, Zachariah went over and released her from the rack. Abby whispered in his ear, once you catch the head of the Joy sect, I am willing to give myself to you. If you don't disdain me. Enough. Zachariah knew what she meant and understood her calculations. Once the Joy sect's leader was captured, Abby would lose her value and face even worse circumstances. So, she wanted to gain his protection by offering herself to him. She believed she was good at reading men. Although Zachariah appeared indifferent and showed no tenderness toward her, she saw through his cold exterior and believed he had a warm heart. Becoming his woman would mean better treatment. You have more hope relying on the Joy sect's head saving you than counting on me. Zachariah shattered her illusion. To grow stronger, he only needed to bide his time here. Why take such a huge risk getting involved with a rose? Any entanglement could give her leverage over him. Xuanhuan definitely wouldn't tolerate disciples having relations with demons. If Zachariah did that, she would hold a critical point against him. Of course, Zachariah could kill her afterward, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. His rejection caught Abby off guard. Why turn down such an offer? Abby didn't doubt her charm. She only questioned Zachariah's preferences. Zachariah silently locked her back in the cell and reported the information obtained. This way, the rule that every piece of information extracted required killing a demon was broken. Although Anwar hadn't mentioned the interrogation results last time, Zachariah sensed he wanted to ask. Now, with the new information and Abby still alive, it could clear some doubts. In Elon's restroom, Elon sat at a table, another person standing beside him, clearly aggrieved. Boss, that credit should have been yours. Why did you give it to him? This was Carter, lamenting how Elon so easily let Zachariah claim another victory. The last time, we can overlook. But this time, I heard that Rose confessed everything just to save her life. You should know this is a great thing. Why did you let it go? Even if you must let it go, why not consider me? Why let Zachariah benefit? Carter felt both anxious and agitated. Other new enforcers had accomplishments recently, but he, an old enforcer, had none. Jensen had already been reassigned and died outside. Would he be next? Elon, as the head, wouldn't be moved anytime soon, as new enforcers needed guidance. Boss, you are fine, but I have no guarantees. We've worked together for years, shouldn't you think about me at least once? Carter played the sentiment card. Elon remained silent, and Carter's tone softened. Boss, what are you thinking? Elon slightly raised his head. Even if I give it to you now, can it guarantee your safety forever? Carter froze. What did he mean by temporary safety? Why not quit and return as a disciple? Not everyone ends up like Jensen being sent on missions. Elon shook his head. You're too naive. Once you become an enforcer, there's no turning back. This role grants privileges and benefits but also comes with a price. When you leave because of poor performance, you will be assigned to extremely risky tasks. Who else would do these dangerous jobs if everyone lived comfortably in the sect? These words were a wake-up call. Carter paled. Boss, who told you this? Elon replied, no one. The higher-ups won't tell you. Think about those reassigned people before us. Do you hear from them anymore? Carter was speechless. Indeed, he never heard from them. They were likely sent on high-risk missions, their fates unknown. This is the fate of eliminated enforcers and an invisible test. Only surviving such missions can prove your worth. Carter looked grave. What should we do? Silence followed. Elon spoke again. See if you want to leave or stay. Needless to say, Carter wanted to stay. Being an enforcer held power over demons and offered unmatched satisfaction and high monthly pay. How could he give this up? To stay here, we need to use some means. Without action, we will be eliminated. Today's demons aren't like before. Elon's expression was calm yet cold. We must show the sect our value. Carter suddenly realized Elon's implication. They planned to do something hidden, hence the vagueness. Carter paused, then said slowly, Boss, we've worked together for years. You know me well. Whatever you order, I'll follow without question. Just command me, and I'll lead the way. Chapter 48. Head of the Hedonist Sect. Hedonist Sect. Deliberation Hall. Facing the main door, on the grand seat, sat a man. He was the current leader of the Hedonist Sect, Atman. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating his skin, which was as fair as a woman's, almost blindingly so. His dedication to and care for his appearance rivaled that of even the most vain women, perhaps surpassing them. The main seat was both wide and long, almost like a bed. Atman often lounged on this grand seat with several female disciples serving him on either side, massaging his shoulders and back. But now, he had no such mood. Alone on the grand seat, he lowered his head, rubbing his forehead as if burdened by a significant worry. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the hall. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming. Have you found the whereabouts of the Alida? As soon as the person entered, Atman asked immediately, revealing his anxiety. The Hedonist Sect's Alida, Abby, had been missing for several days. He was naturally very worried. Abby was meant to be prepared as his alchemical vessel. Logically speaking, he should have restricted her entry and exit from the sect. However, he did not do so. He did not limit the Alida's freedom for fear that she might give up her growth altogether if pushed too hard. Like plucking an unripe fruit, it wouldn't end well. Moreover, he was confident that Abby wouldn't truly leave him, because he had placed a poison on her body. Without receiving antidote pills regularly, she would suffer excruciating pain akin to ants gnawing at her heart, and it could be fatal. He knew that the Alida absolutely couldn't bear that kind of pain. Thus, he was always confident in letting her leave the sect. This way of controlling someone was much like flying a kite. It was enjoyable knowing they could fly far, yet he always held the string and could pull them back whenever needed. But at this moment, it felt like the kite's string had broken, drifting further away. Something unusual was happening. He didn't believe Abby had the audacity to defy him. So something must have happened to prevent her from returning to the sect. Over these past few days, he had dispatched all available disciples to search for the Alida without any news. Finally, someone came to report. The person who arrived was a woman in tight clothing. In the Hedonist Sect, female disciples were predominant. Even messengers were chosen for their beauty. Men, aside from the leader, could only serve as outer sect disciples, doing rough jobs that women couldn't handle or assisting female disciples in cultivation. While bowing to Atman, the messenger replied immediately, We have received news. The Alida. She has fallen into the hands of the Xuanhuan sect. Xuanhuan sect? Atman's eyes widened instantly. The next moment, he flew into a rage. Those old dogs of the Xuanhuan sect. They haven't provoked us, yet they secretly captured our Alida. It's outrageous, simply outrageous. Upon hearing that the Alida was taken by the Xuanhuan sect, Atman felt utterly devastated. This was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. The Xuanhuan sect has always prided itself as the beacon of righteousness, taking the mission of slaying demons and monsters seriously. Meanwhile, the Hedonist sect's philosophy embraced all kinds of beings, welcoming both humans and demons alike. Therefore, the Xuanhuan sect kept a watchful eye on them. They had been long-standing enemies. Each side wanted to eliminate the other, but neither dared to start a full-scale war lightly, because such a conflict would result in thousands, or even tens of thousands of casualties. Even with its profound resources, the Xuanhuan sect lacked the audacity to initiate such an event. The larger the sect, the more concerns it had. One action could affect the whole structure. A war between sects could lead to the decline of an ancient and powerful sect that had stood for millennia. So, no one wished to see a real battle break out, especially since the Hedonist sect was visibly weaker than the Xuanhuan sect. Over the years, Atman frequently instructed his disciples to avoid Xuanhuan sect members and not provoke them. If he couldn't fight them, he could still evade them. Despite his efforts, the Xuanhuan sect still went too far, capturing the Hedonist sect's Alida. Is the information reliable? Atman couldn't quite believe it and sought confirmation again. The news comes from the Xuanhuan sect themselves, so we can't be certain of its authenticity. The disciple lowered her head deeply. Atman clenched his fists. They kidnapped someone and then told him personally. Clearly, they did not take the Hedonist sect seriously. Why? What reason did the Xuanhuan sect give for capturing her? Since the Xuanhuan sect had dared to announce the capture publicly, there must have been a seemingly righteous reason, even if they fabricated it. But at this moment, Atman wanted to know, what reason did they give? We heard that the Alida stole the Xuanhuan sect's treasured artifact, the Yin-Yang mirror. Upon hearing this, Atman almost jumped up. The Yin-Yang mirror. That thing was clearly stolen from me, yet they claim it is their treasure. Thinking about it made him seethe with anger. Years ago, in a secret realm, he had obtained the Yin-Yang mirror initially. Then the Xuanhuan sect came and snatched it away. At the time, he was not strong enough to fend off multiple attackers. Reluctantly, he abandoned the treasure strategically to save his life. He still felt the sting of loss whenever he recalled that scene. The memory had faded until today, when it resurfaced, causing his breathing to quicken. He calmed himself down and thought rationally. This reason doesn't seem false. But if Abby really stole the yin-yang mirror, why didn't she tell me upon returning? Atman narrowed his eyes. Suspicion toward the Alita began to grow in his heart. He muttered under his breath, if I find out you've concealed this from me, you will regret it. Atman despised being deceived. Of course, deceiving others gave him no qualms. At this moment, another figure entered the hall. She was a tall, slim woman with long hair reaching her waist, exuding a cold and authoritative demeanor. She was the vice leader of the hedonist sect, Kira. Leader, maybe we should just let this go? Let it go? Atman sneered. They've stepped all over our face. How can we possibly let it go? We must rescue the Alita no matter what. Unlike Atman's agitation, Kira remained calm and collected. This is clearly a trap set for the hedonist sect, specifically targeting you. Since they've dared to make this announcement, they aren't afraid of rescuers. They may even be waiting for you to come. Please think carefully and don't fall into those old villains' trap. ##### Chapter 49. The Spiritual Ear Mystic Ability. At the Grand Hall of the Bliss Sect. After Xena finished speaking, Atman immediately fell silent. Did he not know the intentions behind Mount Shu releasing this news? But he had no other choice. He had to save Abby at all costs. She was key to whether he could achieve immortality or not. If he couldn't obtain immortality, what difference did it make when he died? Don't say any more. Atman interrupted her. My decision will not change. Xena seemed to understand that once the sect leader made up his mind, it was final. She nodded and said, since the sect leader insists on saving her, let me take charge of the rescue mission. The sect leader is the pillar of our sect and cannot risk getting involved personally. She knew the sect leader wanted to act personally and didn't plan on bringing many people along. If the rescue operation escalated into a direct confrontation between sects, it would be the least prudent and efficient method. A direct attack by the Bliss sect on Mount Shu would be akin to an egg hitting a rock. She believed the sect leader wouldn't gamble with the entire sect's future. To Atman's surprise, the deputy leader who opposed his personal involvement in the rescue now volunteered for the mission. For a moment, he hesitated. After all, Xena's sudden shift in stance was considerable. Leader, please don't worry. I will do my utmost to save her. My earlier objection was solely for your safety. As long as you agree to this request, I will spare no effort, even if it means exchanging my life for hers. Her solemn promise carried great weight. Atman trusted her to some extent, otherwise, he wouldn't have appointed her as deputy leader. So be it. Entrust this task to you. Upon hearing this, Xena immediately responded. Please await good news here, sect leader. She left the hall without hesitation. Shortly after she departed, Atman followed suit, unable to fully set his mind at ease. He didn't want any surprises during this rescue operation. In the first underground level of the Demon Lock Tower, Zachariah was assisting in clearing a demon corpse. This demon looked rather ordinary except for slightly larger ears, nothing special about him otherwise. His most remarkable ability stemmed from those ears. They could hear sounds beyond human range, both wide-ranging and distant, almost like the divine ear. However, his ears were now ruined. Before dying, the last person to interrogate him was Elon. During the interrogation, Elon struck a brass gong near his ears, amplified by spiritual energy. The sound wave attacked his ears with tremendous force, piercing them like two steel needles, instantly causing bloody ruptures and destroying his hearing completely. No one knew why Elon harbored such deep hatred. He executed the demon even without obtaining any intelligence. Of course, no one felt sympathy for the dead demon, but this incident still counted as misconduct by the enforcer. Elon was experienced and should not have made such mistakes. Zachariah found it a bit odd but didn't dwell on it, assuming Elon was simply in a bad mood due to poor performance. Zachariah and others used a cart to drag the demon's body out of the lower secret tunnel towards the forest outside the Demon Lock Tower. There was a pool there called the Corpse Gyosolution Pool where bodies would quickly dissolve into pus, disappearing entirely. It functioned much like an acid bath, supposedly constructed by a sorcerer invited by Mount Shu. Upon nearing it, Zachariah indeed smelled sulfur, which increased his respect for this world's sorcerers. Although they didn't know sulfur, their methods achieved similar results, remarkable indeed. Keeping a safe distance from the pool, they tossed the body in. Hissing sounds filled the air as the flesh sizzled, releasing an unbearable stench that assailed everyone's senses. Despite being mentally prepared, they found it physically taxing each time. Returning to the underground level, Zachariah immediately used the chance to claim the demon's relics. New reward received. Spiritual Ear Mystic Ability. Zachariah was pleasantly surprised. This Spiritual Ear Mystic ability was the demon's strongest defensive skill. According to records, it made his capture extremely difficult because he could detect approaching strangers far ahead. Just getting close to him was incredibly challenging. Even when finally cornered, his unique ability nearly allowed him to escape. His Spiritual Ear Mystic ability allowed him to judge an attack's trajectory from the sound of the strike. So unless one engaged him head-on, it was almost impossible to touch him. Only an organization like Mount Shu, with its wealth of talent, could apprehend him. For weaker sects, capturing him would have been an insurmountable challenge. This mystic ability offers predictive advantage in combat. Predictive advantage had immense potential in battles. The eavesdropping aspect was secondary but perfect for espionage. Zachariah chuckled, thinking how this ability would be great for covert operations. But interfering with other sects wasn't feasible. Jensen was a cautionary tale. As Zachariah passed by Abby's cell, her gaze seemed to hook him, as if trying to ensnare his soul. Smiling slightly, he remarked, feeling itchy? Want me to stretch your bones in the interrogation room? Hearing this, Abby hastily lowered her head, muttering under her breath, I told you, you're definitely into men. Despite her attempt to whisper, Zachariah, with his enhanced hearing, caught every word. Arrogant girl, claiming you're so confident about yourself that someone else must be gay for not liking you? Abby's expression changed. You could hear that? Zachariah smirked coldly, then shifted topics. So many days have passed. Will your sect leader come? Abby's demeanor softened. Why are you more eager for him to come than I am? Zachariah laughed. Absolutely. Such a valuable experience. Who wouldn't love it? Chapter 50. The Gyrodisturbance in the Demon Locking Tower. In the lounge, Zachariah lay quietly on the bed. Restless, he found it difficult to sleep. For some reason, he couldn't fall asleep. Well then, let's try out the wonders of this spiritual ear skill, he thought. He wanted to listen and see what kinds of sounds could be heard in the Demon Locking Tower at such a quiet hour of the night. At this time of night, many people had shed their daytime pretenses. Sounds at this hour often revealed one's true feelings more accurately. Although eavesdropping like this felt a bit sneaky and not very gentlemanly, Zachariah rationalized that it was all for his future work. As long as he kept his lips sealed and didn't spread around what he overheard, everything would be fine. Snore, snore. As soon as he activated the spiritual ear skill, Zachariah heard snores coming from the next room. He rolled his eyes. Next door was Emil. That guy's snoring was like thunder. It was insane. Most people were already asleep by now. The enforcers worked hard during the day interrogating demons. It was physically demanding. Busy all day, they weren't any less tired than the demons themselves. Once they could rest, most of them fell asleep immediately. Passing over the snores, Zachariah heard an even breathing rhythm. Breathing during sleep wasn't usually regular due to dreams and other factors. This kind of breathing indicated that the person wasn't sleeping at all, but was more likely meditating or cultivating. Roy. Zachariah determined it was Roy's room. Sure enough, there's a reason he became a purple cloak Gyosipal, working so diligently, still cultivating at this hour. Zachariah continued listening. Suddenly, he heard sharp sounds of swords cutting through the air. They seemed to be coming from Brigham's room. Brigham wasn't asleep either, still practicing swordsmanship. This guy looks lazy normally, but it turns out he's secretly working hard behind closed doors. All top students indeed. Listening to his colleagues didn't yield anything useful or interesting. Rather boring. Zachariah switched to hearing the demon prison cells. The sounds from these cells were more varied. Of course, snores were also diverse, with different rhythms and pitches. It sounded almost like a band playing. But Zachariah was about to pull each of them out and give them a beating. Block everything. The world finally quieted down. Apart from those irritating snores, there were chains being dragged, furious cries, coughs, eerie laughter, wall banging. Wall banging? Zachariah was slightly alert, but he soon calmed down. The inner walls of the demon locking tower were impenetrable. These demons dreaming of escape by smashing the walls was just wishful thinking. Hey, do you think we'll ever get out? Out? You should think about how to survive tomorrow. Sigh, I miss the days outside. If I got another chance, I'd never attack a Shu Mountain Isaiah again. You attacked a Shu Mountain Isaiah? Bold. What about you? How did you end up here? I attacked the Shu Mountain Sect master. Some demons in adjacent cells were bragging to each other. Bragging wasn't illegal. Zachariah ignored these pointless conversations and listened deeper. Suddenly, he heard sultry sounds from a woman. Zachariah's face reddened slightly. This sound is unusual. With his limited experience, around 100 G of videos, Zachariah understood the implication of these sounds. This demoness, really? The woman making the sounds was none other than the Alita of the Bliss sect, Abby. Zachariah didn't know exactly what she was doing since he couldn't see, but judging from the noises inside her cell, she was alone. There was no second person. But soon, Zachariah heard footsteps approaching Abby's cell. She quickly resumed normal breathing, silent as if nothing had happened. You, Alita of the Bliss sect, are truly useless. How did you even get that position? If I'm not mistaken, your Bliss sect must be extinct by now, said the newcomer. Zachariah instantly recognized her voice, Melanie. She wasn't intentionally mocking Abby, but was on patrol duty tonight. Abby naturally felt uncomfortable hearing this. Facing Melanie, another woman, Abby stopped trying to use her charm. She worried that Melanie might lash out in jealousy over her allure. So, Abby dared not respond to the taunts. Melanie, however, wasn't done. You're so stupid. Do you know who caused your downfall? Leaning closer, Melanie asked, don't you want to know why the Shu Mountain Sect knew the Yin Yang Mirror was with you? Hearing this, Abby remained calm. Of course I know. It was the Beast Man who betrayed me. Only the Beast Man knew about the Yin Yang Mirror. Who else could it be? Do you know who extracted that information from the Beast Man? Melanie asked. Abby's eyes lit up. Initially, she blamed only the Beast Man. Now, hearing Melanie's words, she realized her resentment should extend beyond just the Beast Man. The one who judged the Beast Man is Zachariah. With those words, Melanie left. Abby stood frozen at the door of her cell. Hearing this, Zachariah inwardly exclaimed, wow. Was she reporting him? He hadn't expected Melanie to tell demons about him. What was her motive? Zachariah couldn't understand. If there were conflicts between sect members, wouldn't it be better to resolve them face to face? What was the point of these underhanded tactics? Regardless, Zachariah was indifferent. He had no intention of getting entangled with the demoness. Even if Abby hated him, it didn't matter to him. This incident made Zachariah realize even fellow disciples could have ulterior motives and shouldn't be easily trusted. If not for his spiritual ear skill, he wouldn't have known Melanie held such deep-seated resentment towards him. She even wished for his death. Deliberately saying these things to Abby during this sensitive time, aimed to make Abby seek revenge against Zachariah if she ever escaped. At that moment, Melanie was marked dead in Zachariah's mind. Shaking off the thoughts, Zachariah cleared the first underground level sounds and extended his hearing to the second underground level. He had never been there before, naturally curious about its differences from the first level. Chapter 51. Dark Moon Cult Evil Cultivator. Zachariah's hearing extended downward, but encountered a barrier. Is this a soundproofing formation array? The space between the first and second underground levels had been equipped with a soundproofing formation, preventing any sounds from easily passing through. However, Zachariah did not give up. He infused spiritual energy into his ears and attempted to break through the obstruction. Before long, a pop sounded. It was as if a bubble had burst. Zachariah's auditory senses finally penetrated the formation. Yet, just as he prepared to listen in on the activities of the second level, a powerful voice abruptly reverberated in his ears. Who was attempting to tamper with the formation? The voice was like thunder, filled with raging anger. Zachariah was startled and immediately withdrew his skill. His ears still buzzed. Fortunately, he promptly used his spiritual energy to protect them. Otherwise, being bellowed at like that, his ears would have been ruined on the spot. There must be an extraordinary person below. A chilling thought rose within Zachariah. He had merely found a weak point in the formation and broken through it. It was akin to poking a needle-sized hole through a sheet of paper. Even such a tiny hole had been detected. This indicated that there was indeed a powerful guardian from Mount Shu down there. Better not to take rash actions. There were many taboos concerning the demon-locking pagoda. He should refrain from interfering to avoid drawing unwanted attention. If investigated, things could get complicated. Thus, Zachariah quickly lay down, closed his eyes, and let his mind go blank. Before long, he truly fell asleep. Not long after he dozed off, a faint divine consciousness swept over him. Zachariah subconsciously felt it and nearly woke up. Fortunately, he forcefully suppressed the urge, and the divine consciousness slowly withdrew. The next day, when Zachariah arrived at the council hall, he noticed Elon looked rather serious. We've received word that someone attempted to tamper with the lower-level formations last night. The Isaiahs below speculate that there might be demons in our lair with some mobility. We need to be more cautious during interrogations. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale, feeling secretly alarmed. What did it mean for the demons in this lair to gain mobility? The weakest demon imprisoned here was at the heaven-human realm. If such demons regained their strength, they would undoubtedly turn the tables. Their own situation would become extremely dangerous. Zachariah's expression also changed slightly, though his concerns differed from others. He feared being discovered as the one Elon mentioned who might possess some mobility. Elon scanned the faces of those present, aware of their worries. While we should remain vigilant, there's no need to panic. Based on the extent of the formation's disturbance, even if the demon has regained some strength, it won't be much. Proceed with interrogations as usual. Just stay alert and report any findings promptly. Everyone acknowledged and left. Brigham whispered to Zachariah, "Junior brother Sue, I find this situation suspicious. What do you think?" Zachariah replied, "Report to senior brother. I shall see with my own eyes." Brigham was taken aback. "So, having only extracted 2 pieces of information, you already feel superior?" "Just joking. To be honest, I'm at a loss too. Just focus on our tasks." "You're right," Brigham agreed. Zachariah returned to Abby's cell. He wanted to see how she would react after Melanie's report. Surprisingly, when he stood before her cell door, she continued to look at him affectionately. There was no sign that Melanie's words affected her. That was the most frightening thing. The more secretive a woman, the more dangerous she became. Who knew what sinister intentions lay beneath that bright smile? Zachariah turned to the adjacent cell. Imprisoned there was a middle-aged man with white eyebrows, Marshal Saintess, a hall master of the Dark Moon cult. The Dark Moon cult did not originate from central China but was based on a remote island overseas. It was a notorious cult known for its merciless practices. Often raiding passing ships, it left many seafarers with traumatic memories. Mentioning it elicited fear. Due to their unchecked raids and brazen behavior, the Dark Moon cult faced no real resistance at sea. One day, Marshal Saintess's raiding team targeted a ship carrying disciples of Mount Shu. The outcome was predictable. In a bloody battle, Marshal Saintess's team was wiped out by the Mount Shu disciples, and he was captured. He was directly sent to the main branch of Mount Shu's demon-locking pagoda. According to records, the enforcers needed to extract information about the Dark Moon cult's base. Since Mount Shu lost disciples to the Dark Moon cult, they vowed retribution. To plan their attack, they sought alliances with victims or sects affected by the Dark Moon cult. However, without knowing the location of the Dark Moon cult's base, it was impractical to search the vast sea. So, this plan was currently stalled. Extracting information from Marshal Saintess was the only way forward. Yet, Marshal Saintess remained silent. From the moment he entered the demon-locking pagoda, he didn't utter a single word or syllable. Even under severe torture, he held steadfast. Other demons in the same layer showed signs of pain under torture, but he always wore a smile. Considered the toughest bone in this layer, no enforcer could crack him. Even Zachariah couldn't break him. No matter the tortures inflicted, he didn't flinch. Such resilience left no choice but execution to extract information. Seeing Zachariah open Marshal Saintess's cell door, Brigham remarked in disbelief, "You plan to interrogate him? Isn't it obvious?" "Bold move." Brigham gave a thumbs up. He had interrogated Marshal Saintess before, using ruthless methods, yet achieved nothing. It was his first defeat by a demon. Others, while unyielding, weren't as unsettling as this man, whose indifferent demeanor deeply frustrated enforcers. "I'm curious about your method. May I watch?" Chapter 52. Secret Plot. This request seemed excessive, but Zachariah couldn't refuse it. Refusal would make him look guilty. Fine. After agreeing, Zachariah had already made up his mind. This time, he definitely wouldn't kill Marshal Saintess. He'd just put on a show. However, during the interrogation, an unexpected event occurred. Zachariah applied the same torture as before. The punishment was the same as before. Previously, Marshal Saintess hadn't even flinched, but this time, he fainted directly and lost consciousness. Zachariah checked his breath and found that he no longer had any signs of life. Dead. Zachariah's brows furrowed. Brigham, who was standing nearby, hurriedly came over to check. He also frowned. "Really dead? You were too rough?" Zachariah hastily denied it. "I had restraint. The level of torture was the same as last time, and he didn't react at all." Zachariah spoke the truth. With Brigham watching, He originally planned to just pretend and end with an inconclusive result. So, his actions were lighter than last time, and there was no reason for them to be fatal. Yet, this man had no pulse. Brigham also felt something was strange. Looking at what Zachariah had done, it wasn't any worse than before. How could Marshal Saintess not have withstood it? Maybe due to accumulated injuries from past punishments. He's been holding on, but finally collapsed? Brigham concluded, but Zachariah didn't agree or disagree because his attention was now focused on the page in the demon record dedicated to Marshal Saintess. That page dimmed down in this moment, indicating Marshal Saintess really died. Oddly, only one reward showed up on the demon record for Marshal Saintess's remains. That's not right. If I killed him personally, there should be 2 rewards. Zachariah was puzzled. It wasn't logical. Unless, he didn't die because of me. Thinking about this, Zachariah narrowed his eyes. Things got mysterious. If Brigham was right, and Marshal Saintess's death was due to past injuries erupting under Zachariah's hand, then Zachariah should still be credited with the kill. Previously, Zachariah learned how demon record determined deaths. Only if a demon died through Zachariah's hands or significantly related to him would it credit Zachariah with a kill and give 2 relic rewards. But here, Marshal Saintess's death gave only 1 reward. Did this mean Marshal Saintess's death had nothing to do with Zachariah? This is getting interesting. Since he's dead, we'll notify someone to remove the body, Brigham said helplessly beside him. Zachariah nodded as he delved into Marshal Saintess's memories. He wanted to find out what this guy was hiding. Marshal Saintess was born on a small island overseas called Devil God Island, where residents worshipped a mysterious evil deity. Growing up in such an environment naturally made Marshal Saintess ruthless. Later, the Dark Moon Sect noticed his exceptional talent and brought him to their base, training him to become one of their hall masters. From this point on, he became one of the most loyal believers of the Dark Moon Sect. So, this is the location of the Dark Moon Sect, Zachariah thought, understanding from these memories the true whereabouts of the sect. It turned out that the Dark Moon Sect resided on the back of a giant sea beast controlled by them, which looked like an isolated island from afar but was actually more like a massive ship. No wonder few people could find their hideout. It wasn't stationary at all. Unless you were part of the Dark Moon Sect, finding their lair would be nearly impossible. But being a hall master, Marshal Saintess knew how to locate it, and now so did Zachariah. However, Zachariah had no intention of sharing this information. Skipping over Marshal Saintess's piracy days, which were essentially just fantasy pirate adventures, he focused on the moments leading up to Marshal Saintess's capture by the Demon Lock Tower. Slowing down as he reached the part when Marshal Saintess was imprisoned. Before Zachariah arrived, Marshal Saintess's imprisonment had been uneventful. Zachariah specifically examined what happened after he came to the underground level. At this moment, Elon and others arrived. How did he die? Did you get the intel? Elon asked, frowning. Zachariah's mind played back Marshal Saintess's memories as he replied, I didn't apply much force, but he died anyway. As for the intel, naturally, nothing useful. Elon vouched for Zachariah. I can testify that I was in the room, and Zachariah's torture didn't reach lethal levels. Your word isn't everything. Remember, Zachariah accidentally killed a demon the first time he obtained intelligence. Admit your mistake. The sect won't punish you for losing control and killing a couple demons. Elon's tone was stern but paternal, which made sense from a mentor's perspective. However, Zachariah's face changed abruptly as his pupils dilated slightly, not because of Elon's words, but because of him. In Marshal Saintess's memories, Zachariah saw Elon. Inside the interrogation room, he whispered some instructions to Marshal Saintess, handing him a black pill. This pill creates a false appearance of death. Take it before the next interrogation. Its effect lasts half an hour, and I'll stall as long as possible to wake you before you fall into the corpse gyosolution pit. Then you can wreak havoc. Remember, release more demons. Only by causing enough chaos will you escape the demon lock tower. These words from the memory stunned Zachariah. He never imagined the enforcement officer would help Marshal Saintess fake his death, essentially committing internal theft. A question arose in Zachariah's mind. What was Elon's goal? Why release this evil cultivator and increase unrest in the demon lock tower? Watching the stern-faced Elon, Zachariah suddenly felt a deep sense of hypocrisy. Chapter 53, Cause Trouble? Seeing Zachariah's expression, Elon thought that Zachariah was still unconvinced. He never would have thought that Zachariah already knew everything he had done. So what, do you find my words hard to listen to? Elon was still engrossed in playing the role of a strict teacher. Seeing this, Zachariah pulled the corner of his mouth into a bright smile. How could I? Senior's criticism is very apt. I am happy to accept it. Melanie looked delighted at Zachariah's setback. And the reason why Zachariah was still acting along with the other party was that it was impossible for him to expose Elon's true colors at this time. First, he did not have any evidence to prove that Elon had done such things. Secondly, how could he know about these things? It would be an unexplainable flaw. So, Zachariah had to pretend he knew nothing. And at this moment, as promised to Marshal Saintess, Elon prepared to delay time. He proposed to conduct a detailed examination of the corpse. After all, this guy died suspiciously, and we must proceed cautiously. But then Zachariah spoke up. Senior, are you suspecting there's another reason behind his death? Caught off guard by Zachariah's words, Elon smiled subtly. Well, not necessarily. Just checking will make me feel better. Although he said so, he did not want to take on this responsibility himself. Therefore, he designated Brigham to do the examination. That way, if anything went wrong, he could pass the blame to Brigham. Brigham didn't think much of it, and was about to step forward. However, Zachariah held him back, saying, Brother Zhang and I have already checked in the interrogation room and found no issues. We, new recruits, lack experience in corpse examination. Would it be better if a senior took a look? Although Brigham felt strange about Zachariah holding him back, he didn't ask further at this moment. Carter, who usually loved arguing with Zachariah, remained unexpectedly silent. Zachariah glanced over and noticed he seemed distracted, but Zachariah ignored him and soon turned his gaze away. Elon's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Zachariah's comment, "We, new recruits, lack experience," excluded all the new enforcers, inevitably pushing him and Carter to the front, akin to putting them in the spotlight. However, someone from the crowd spoke out, "Your lack of experience doesn't mean everyone lacks experience. Let me do it." Melanie, unwilling to be grouped with Zachariah, stepped forward. Zachariah was speechless. Looking at Melanie's face made him think she had slapped herself with words like moron or idiot. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? "Since you like sending yourself, there's nothing I can do," Zachariah shrugged off her action. Relieved that Melanie stood out, Elon happily agreed. Melanie meticulously examined Marshal Stavis's body, mainly wanting to attribute Marshal Stavis's death to Zachariah. But after the examination, she found no clear fatal wounds. Most of Zachariah's punishments were on the arms and legs. Claiming Zachariah deliberately killed him was far-fetched. Thus, Melanie shook her head and walked away. Zachariah estimated the time. It had only been around 15 minutes. Elon had said the fake death pill's effects lasted half an hour, leaving roughly 45 minutes. By normal progress, from the entrance of the demon lock tower to the corpse transformation pool, 45 minutes was sufficient. So Zachariah knew Elon wouldn't let them leave yet. Sure enough, Elon asked Carter to check again. Gyrostracted, Carter agreed, showing signs of absent-mindedness. Carter's check also found no problems. Now only 15 minutes remained. Normally, 15 minutes wasn't enough. Marshal Stavis would wake up midway and start killing. Although crippled, without the suppression of the demon lock tower array, killing a few blue-robed disciples would be easy. The script was set. Only which unlucky ones would be picked. Elon surveyed the crowd, then asked, "Is there anyone who wants to dispose of this corpse in the corpse transformation pool?" Zachariah replied, "Senior, since we don't know how he died, might I suggest 2 more stabs to ensure he's completely dead? No problem, right?" Though unable to expose Elon directly, annoying him a bit was possible. Indeed, upon hearing this, Elon frowned. There's no need for that. Throwing him into the corpse transformation pool finishes it once and for all. Elon hastily cut off the conversation. He couldn't let Zachariah say more. "Alright, anyone volunteering? If not, I'll designate people." Everyone lowered their heads. Who'd willingly volunteer for such a thankless task unless forced? Without hesitation, Elon named 3 people, Zachariah, Melanie, and Emil. Zachariah wasn't surprised. He expected being chosen. After all, he talked too much. Elon surely wanted him gone. Initially, Zachariah planned to refuse, but realized that if Marshal Stavis woke up and killed everyone, refusing would cast suspicion on him. Marshal Stavis died during his interrogation but revived while being moved. Refusing to move the corpse would raise too many suspicions. This is a chance to clear my name. Thinking so, Zachariah didn't refuse. Others also reluctantly agreed but clearly weren't happy, especially Melanie, whose face darkened ominously. Knowing this was due to his presence, Zachariah didn't care. The 3 carried Marshal Stavis's body onto a stretcher and headed out. Zachariah deliberately chose the front position because from there, he could control the pace. Elon watched them leave with a slow grin. Very good. Everything follows my script. Exiting the forest hut, Zachariah sped up, knowing he had only 15 minutes left. As long as I run fast enough, you won't wake up. Yes, Zachariah planned to throw Marshal Stavis into the corpse transformation pool before he awoke. Once inside, the body would instantly corrode. Even gods couldn't save him. His sudden acceleration surprised the others, who subconsciously sped up to keep up. Emil was fine with it, but Melanie, already irritated with Zachariah, was furious. "What's your problem? Running so fast to meet your doom?" Zachariah retorted coldly. "You think I want to be in the same group as you?" His meaning was clear. He didn't want to be with Melanie and rushed ahead to finish the task quickly and part ways. Melanie understood perfectly, and her face darkened further. Emil was caught between them, feeling awkward. Knowing they disliked each other, Zachariah's actions made sense to him. He was willing to cooperate. After all, he didn't want to stay in the awkward atmosphere between the two any longer. As both were accelerating, Melanie had no choice but to speed up as well. But she was unwilling to do so. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more she thought about it. Almost there. With the 3 moving quickly, it wasn't long before the corpse transformation pool came into view. However, at this moment, Melanie threw a tantrum. She abruptly flung the stretcher to one side. Due to the sudden loss of balance, Marshal Stavis's corpse flew off and rolled onto the grass. Zachariah and Emil both froze. "You've arrived at the spot. You 2 throw the corpse away yourselves." Melanie turned around and walked off, epitomizing stubbornness. Zachariah was immediately enraged. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Stupid woman. After instinctively cursing her, Zachariah ignored her. His top priority was to throw Marshal Stavis into the corpse transformation pool. However, just after Melanie had taken a few steps away, she heard Zachariah's evaluation of her as a stupid woman. Her anger flared up instantly. She ignited like a firecracker lit with fury. "You dare to insult me?" Suddenly turning back, Melanie already had another magic tool in hand. It was a whip, entirely dark green. Its material was unknown. Just as Zachariah was about to touch Marshal Stavis, Melanie lashed out with the whip. It wrapped around Zachariah's hand and pulled him away. Being messed with like this, even a statue would flare up with some anger. Zachariah was outright furious. "What do you think you're doing?" Melanie glared fiercely. "You insulted me, and now you ask what I'm doing? You won't leave today until you kneel and apologize." At that moment, Zachariah almost wanted to kill her. If only they were the 2 present, Zachariah might have really acted on his impulse. However, since Emil was also there, Zachariah forcibly held back the urge to beat her up. Seeing the tension escalate, Emil tried to mediate, hoping to be the peacemaker. "Hey, don't be like this. Let's talk it out." However, he was cut off by Melanie, who retorted irritably, "This has nothing to do with you, so shut up." Leaving Emil speechless. You're an incurable idiot. Wanting an apology from me? Dream on. Zachariah, always tough, wouldn't back down. He countered her words while using his other hand to swiftly pick up Marshal Saintess and throw him towards the corpse transformation pool. Melanie could be foolish, but he couldn't afford to be foolish. Engaging with this stupid woman wasn't wise. Firstly, dealing with Marshal Saintess was the most urgent task. However, Melanie, now nearly irrational, wanted to oppose Zachariah at every turn. She didn't want Zachariah's intentions to succeed. So, just as Marshal Saintess's body was about to fall into the corpse transformation pool, she lashed out again, pulling Marshal Saintess back from the brink. Zachariah stood there stunned for 3 seconds. He truly had never seen someone behave so ridiculously. Apologize to me. Melanie glared coldly at Zachariah. If you don't apologize, you won't leave here today. Emil, somewhat annoyed, said, your personal feud shouldn't delay me. Let me handle the corpse and leave first. You can keep chatting later. Offering to deal with the corpse, Zachariah finally sighed in relief. To prevent Melanie from continuing her antics, he could only keep her firmly in sight. Melanie only targeted Zachariah. As for what Emil did, she didn't care. Seeing Zachariah refuse to apologize, she directly attacked him, claiming to teach him a lesson to respect his senior disciples. But each move was ruthless. Far from a mere lesson, it could be considered murderous. Zachariah really wanted to punch her haughty face with all his might. If not for being within Shu Mountain Sect and with Emil present, he would have personally sent this fool to hell. Why are we peers acting like this? Emil saw them fight and felt absurd and speechless. From his perspective, between peers, unless they harbored deep enmity like avenging their father's death, what conflict couldn't be resolved? Escalating to physical confrontation would bring punishment upon both if discovered by the sect. Especially as enforcers, the stakes were higher. You two should remember your positions. Emil advised earnestly, but Zachariah didn't want him wasting time, shouting, stop interfering and finish the mission, then leave. Emil couldn't believe that the usually reasonable Zachariah would react this way. His genuine efforts were dismissed as unappreciated. Fine, I don't care anymore. Emil angrily turned around, grabbing Marshal Saintess's leg to throw him into the pool. However, at that moment, Marshal Saintess's eyes suddenly opened. Emil was startled. In that instant, his heart seemed to miss a beat. Ah! Next, Emil screamed, releasing Marshal Saintess's leg as if touching something filthy. His hand flicked uncontrollably. Was this reanimation? All Emil could think of at that moment was this. Whoosh! Marshal Saintess's body flipped oddly upright. No, this isn't reanimation. This guy was faking. Despite Marshal Saintess's strange movements, Emil suddenly woke up at the contact with Marshal Saintess's eyes. Realizing the situation was off. This isn't a zombie. Convinced it wasn't a reanimation, bravery surged within him. Emil kicked out at the opponent. Behind Marshal Saintess was the corpse transformation pool. Geo. Emil kicked with full force, but Marshal Saintess didn't budge. His foot sank into Marshal Saintess's abdomen. Huh. Emil was inexplicably shocked. Then, Marshal Saintess struck back with a punch. Crack. Emil's leg bone snapped. Aya. Chapter 54. The Art of Pretending to be Dead. Emil's piercing scream immediately drew Zachariah and Melanie's attention. Zachariah felt his heart sink, sensing impending trouble. On the other side, Melanie saw, revived, Marshal Saintess directly. The two separated their combat stances temporarily. After breaking Emil's leg bone with a punch, a cruel expression flashed across Marshal Saintess's face. He swiftly followed up with a palm strike aimed at Emil's neck. At this critical moment, Zachariah decisively unsheathed his sword, releasing a wave of sword chi that hit Marshal Saintess's arm, leaving a sword mark. Bright red blood slowly dripped from the wound. Marshal Saintess looked at Zachariah with a somewhat surprised gaze, seemingly not expecting to be injured by him. Despite having lost most of his cultivation, dealing with cultivators below the core formation realm was still an easy feat for him. Yet he didn't anticipate being slashed by a mere disciple. Meanwhile, seeing Zachariah injure Marshal Saintess, Melanie confidently swung her sword as well. However, not even a scratch appeared on Marshal Saintess. Her complexion instantly changed. This can't be. She had always believed Zachariah got selected as an enforcer due to luck and favoritism. She also firmly believed her strength far surpassed Zachariah's, especially in the Tao of the sword. She thought she must have been far ahead of Zachariah since she started practicing the sword art upon joining. She had been training for at least 2.5 years already. As a tower guard in gray robes, Zachariah had no such qualification. He only began learning after becoming an enforcer. How could he possibly surpass her in such a short time? But now, this scene thoroughly embarrassed her. At this point, due to the time Zachariah and Melanie bought for him, Emil finally pulled himself together despite the excruciating pain. Sweat soaked his entire body. Without any hesitation, he severed his trapped leg. He had no choice. His leg was lodged into the opponent's belly like it was clamped by a powerful suction force. Furthermore, the bones in his leg were completely shattered by the opponent's punch. It was entirely useless. Despite his inner unwillingness and despair, to survive, he had to make this drastic move. He severed his own leg and retreated backward. Blood gushed from the wound above his knee, draining all color from his face. Just as Emil thought he could escape after making this sacrifice, the next moment, Marshal Saintess approached again, moving so fast he seemed like a shadow. Lifting Emil's severed leg as a weapon, Marshal Saintess struck it against Emil's skull. Red and white substances spurted out together. Melanie was utterly terrified. She had never seen such vicious monsters before. She was like a flower raised in a hothouse, never exposed to the real cruelty of the world. Monsters she previously encountered were weak and docile. Thus, she lost her respect for them. But now, Marshal Saintess's terrifying power and ruthless methods made her fully awaken. These creatures were merciless killers. Zachariah also showed a solemn expression. But he did not panic. Instead, he immediately sent out a distress signal. A firework exploded directly over the dense forest. It was prepared long beforehand. A chill appeared in Marshal Stavis's eyes. Zachariah's sudden signal caught him off guard. Remaining calm in such a situation was uncommon. An ordinary disciple would have been petrified like Melanie. Next, Melanie suddenly screamed and turned to flee. But how could Marshal Stavis let her escape? In a flash, he grabbed her hair and yanked her back violently. Ryup! A large chunk of Melanie's hair, along with some scalp, tore off. Blood streamed down her head, and the intense pain nearly drove her mind into collapse. Her whole body trembled incessantly. Immediately, Marshal Stavis gripped Melanie's neck. Melanie, sinking into despair, reached out to Zachariah. Save me. Though asking Zachariah for help hurt her pride. The fear of death overrode everything. Like a drowning person, she clung to the last bit of hope available. Despite their unresolved conflicts, even if she wished Zachariah dead, she still gave him a pleading look. But Zachariah barely glanced at her before turning and running. The last shred of hope in Melanie's eyes died. If I become a ghost, I won't let you go either. In her final moments, her hate towards Zachariah intensified. Zachariah didn't know her thoughts and wouldn't care even if he did. He roughly understood Melanie's type. They had peculiar thinking patterns. Saving her wouldn't earn his gratitude. Not saving her would only fuel deeper resentment, as if the killer wasn't Marshal Stavis, but Zachariah. Her hatred for Marshal Stavis was less than what she felt for Zachariah. With this overwhelming hatred, she breathed her last. Marshal Stavis tossed her aside like trash, then chased after Zachariah. Zachariah had already sent the distress signal. Elder monks from outside the demon-locking pagoda would arrive soon. He had to kill Zachariah before those old men came. He couldn't let Zachariah reach the pagoda, or he'd lose his chance. Though Zachariah's sword skills weren't weak, Marshal Stavis was confident he could still control the situation. A few breaths later, Marshal Stavis caught up to Zachariah. Not bad. Without using techniques, you can achieve this level. Impressive. But it ends here. Marshal Stavis, who had been silent, finally spoke, praising Zachariah. He sensed Zachariah was different from other enforcement disciples in both strength and character. Deepening his murderous intent, eliminating a promising talent from the Shu Mountains was absolutely gratifying to him. Just as he felt elated, Zachariah suddenly accelerated. He circled behind a massive tree that took 3 people to embrace. Marshal Stavis sneered. He slapped out. Spiritual energy surged like a flood, instantly reducing the tree to dust. But then, his smile vanished. Zachariah was gone. No matter where he looked, Marshal Stavis couldn't see Zachariah. Even his senses detected nothing. How is this possible? How could a living person just vanish under his very eyes? Actually, Zachariah hadn't disappeared. He used the conceal James and form technique right after hiding behind the tree, completely erasing his traces. Suspicious and uncertain, unable to find Zachariah, Marshal Stavis had a suspicion. Had this guy master some divine skill? His face darkened. Marshallessing Zachariah might have used a form-concealing divine ability. For a moment, his curiosity about Zachariah deepened. This guy can't be an ordinary enforcer. Ordinary enforcers possess divine skills? Impossible. Though the Shu Mountain Sect was a major faction, divine skills weren't open to everyone. Only core disciples could possibly access them. The demon-locking pagoda enforcers were more honorary titles. Actually, these people weren't among the sect's focus of cultivation. Truly focused disciples needn't endure these hard tasks and enjoyed better treatment than enforcers. Translation provided maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring fluency, coherence, and accurate character names. And serving as an enforcer in the demon-locking pagoda. Unless one could stand out, it was unlikely they would return to being a core disciple again. Marshal Stavis's gaze turned fierce as he unleashed countless beams of energy from his body, resembling flashes of knives and swords. He knew Zachariah must still be nearby, attempting to force him out through this indiscriminate attack. However, he had underestimated Zachariah. After unleashing a barrage of attacks, only the vegetation in that area was destroyed. Zachariah's figure remained unseen. Enough, I must go to the demon-locking pagoda. Whether Zachariah escaped or not didn't matter much to him. As long as Marshal Stavis reached the lower levels of the pagoda first, there wouldn't be any problems. Marshal Stavis rushed full speed towards the entrance to the lower levels. Soon after he left, Zachariah reappeared near the corpse pool. He glanced at Emil and Melanie's bodies. There was no point in checking Emil's body further. As for Melanie, Zachariah confirmed if she was truly dead by examining her protruding eyes and the chilling coldness that indicated physiological death. Satisfied, Zachariah sighed near Emil. He felt pity for him. Recalling how Emil had been among the top performers during the initial enforcer selection, now lying lifeless here was heartbreaking. This can all be blamed on that foolish woman. If not for her, things wouldn't have escalated like this. Now that she is gone, if you encounter her in the underworld, please don't let her off easily. After uttering these words, Zachariah looked down at his chest. Then, he infused spiritual energy into his palm and thrust it directly into his own chest. His hand passed completely through his body, just short of piercing his heart. Zachariah spat out a mouthful of blood, but smiled grimly. At least now I'm not completely unharmed. This makes things more believable. If he appeared undamaged after 2 enforcers were killed right before his eyes, people would surely ask questions. How did you survive? Why are you not injured? How did you manage to escape? Similar interrogations would follow, and Zachariah couldn't explain everything clearly. So, he chose self-harm to create a convincing injury and avoid unnecessary inquiries. After ensuring his hands were clean, Zachariah lay flat on the ground, waiting for rescue. He intentionally prevented his chi from healing his wounds naturally. Under this operation, his wound continued to bleed profusely, draining color from his face. Fortunately, reinforcements from the Shu Mountains Sect arrived just before Zachariah lost consciousness. Upon hearing footsteps, Zachariah felt relieved. You guys should have come earlier. I'm afraid I would have bled out. Consciousness fading and breathing labored. When someone checked his pulse, his appearance revealed genuine weakness that could not be faked. Here, he's still alive. A sweet voice sounded beside Zachariah. Stop the bleeding first. Apply medicine. Soon, Zachariah felt a cooling sensation on his chest as someone applied medicinal powder to his wounds. The bleeding stopped almost immediately. He has lost too much blood. What do we do next? I'll give my blood to him. But another voice intervened. No, sister. I have a high-grade blood revival pill. That will work. You're so righteous, brother. Internally, Zachariah felt the brother was being unnecessarily helpful. The sweet voice sister wanted to give me blood. Why are you being so generous? Though Zachariah mentally grumbled, he could only let others take charge in reality. The high-grade blood revival pill dissolved upon contact, accelerating blood regeneration within Zachariah. In truth, with Zachariah's strong constitution and abundant chi, given enough time, he could recover on his own without wasting a valuable pill designed for emergencies. Yet, since they offered, Zachariah couldn't refuse. With the aid of the blood revival pill, Zachariah's complexion rapidly improved. Not bad, high-grade blood revival pill indeed works well. The sweet female voice expressed satisfaction. That's unusual. This recovery seems too fast. The Isaiah brother felt something was odd. Even a high-grade blood revival pill shouldn't act so quickly. Only a few breaths had passed, and already Zachariah looked nearly recovered. Seemingly too fast to be true. But the Isaiah brother dismissed it, more focused on understanding what happened. Brother, are you feeling better? Brother, wake up. In response to the repeated calls, Zachariah figured it was time to wake up, so he slowly opened his eyes. A beautiful face greeted him, delicate features and fair skin with dimples appearing when she smiled, eyelashes trembling slightly due to their proximity. Indeed, she was the pretty and kind senior sister. Seeing Zachariah awaken, Saintess smiled warmly. Brother, you finally woke up. Meanwhile, the Isaiah brother wasted no time getting to the point. Brother, what exactly happened here? Chapter 55. Crisis beneath the devil-locking pagoda. Zachariah's gaze swept over the two figures. Both wore standardized purple attire, purple-robed disciples. In the next moment, Zachariah put on an extremely agitated act, pointing towards the direction of the devil-locking pagoda. Hurry, hurry to the devil-locking pagoda. There's a demon from the Dark Moon Sect feigning death. Now it has returned and is causing havoc. Saintess immediately calmed him down. Don't get too upset. Rest assured, someone has already been dispatched to the devil-locking pagoda. 3 enforcers lay dead here. Without needing much thought, it was clear something had gone wrong at the devil-locking pagoda. Most people would rush there first. Only these 2 remained to check if any disciples had survived. Zachariah now understood. No wonder only 2 people were here. The main group had already rushed there. Did you send out that distress signal just now? Saintess asked cautiously, as if afraid to further upset Zachariah and provoke another extreme reaction. It was me. Then take your time. Explain what happened, okay? Saintess said softly. Zachariah nodded and began recounting the sequence of events. Of course, he deliberately omitted some of his own actions. He simply claimed that when they were about to move Marshal Stavis's corpse near the corpse disposal pond, Melanie suddenly threw a tantrum and refused to continue. This resulted in Marshal Stavis's body not being disposed of in time. Originally, this incident was Melanie's fault, and he could blame her freely without worrying about her refuting it. Melanie even attacked me, preventing me from dealing with Marshal Stavis's body. Later, when Emil went to handle the body, the supposedly dead Marshal Stavis suddenly woke up. Enrico, who was about to process the corpse, became the first victim. Afterward, Marshal Stavis attacked us. We weren't his match, so we... Zachariah finished with a look of regret and sorrow. Saintess consoled him. It's the cunning of demons. Don't blame yourself too much. Her fellow disciple didn't like this one bit. Was his junior sister being overly kind to this fellow disciple? Given the situation, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Senior Axel, you should head to support at the devil-locking pagoda. I will take care of this junior brother. Upon hearing this, Senior Axel became more alert. Could his junior sister have taken a liking to this junior brother? Why was she so proactive in staying behind to care for him? Though Sister G had a kind heart, he had never seen her care for a male classmate this attentively before. Senior Axel's mood instantly turned sour. This junior brother seems fine, doesn't he? Senior Axel's gaze was full of warning, as if roaring at Zachariah. Quickly say you can take care of yourself. Zachariah felt that if he lied and said he couldn't take care of himself, the senior might actually beat him until he couldn't. Although having a beautiful companion was enjoyable, to avoid unnecessary exposure, Zachariah chose to be alone. Axel is right. I can take care of myself. After taking a blood recovery pill, my injuries are almost healed, Zachariah said. Hearing this, Saintess hesitantly agreed. All right then. Meanwhile, Senior Axel was slightly stunned. How did he know it was a blood recovery pill? Wasn't he unconscious just now? While he was puzzled, he didn't ask more questions. His mind was entirely focused on his junior sister, urging her to leave quickly. Saintess stood up, her graceful figure captivating all eyes. What a kind senior sister. Zachariah inwardly praised her kindness, not her beauty or sweet voice. You should leave now and wait for our good news. With this instruction, Saintess left without hesitation, disappearing from Zachariah's view. Suffering such severe injuries, a May wouldn't force him back into battle. Thus, Zachariah could stay away from the battlefield guilt-free. The only thing that bothered him was, would Brigham be alright? He should be fine, Zachariah thought. Since Elon hadn't sent him to dispose of the corpses, Brigham must still be safe. Those tasked with corpse disposal were likely marked by Elon for execution. Brigham avoided this fate because of his good uncle. Elon certainly didn't want to face Anwar's wrath. If anything happened to Anwar's nephew, Elon, as the supervisor, wouldn't fare well either. Reassured by this reasoning, Zachariah considered Santana's advice. Instead of leaving the forest directly, he headed toward the devil-locking pagoda. With severe injuries, he wouldn't face punishment for retreating. But Zachariah couldn't help but want to see the underground situation. With the Conceal Aura skill, he needn't worry about significant danger. Moreover, leaving now would mean no immediate repercussions, but future assignments to the devil-locking pagoda might be questioned. If someone deliberately blamed him for fleeing, returning now would show dedication, strengthening his position in the pagoda. For these reasons, Zachariah stealthily ran towards the entrance. Finding no one at the small house entrance, Zachariah hid cautiously. Better safe than sorry. Despite his enhanced power, caution was necessary in chaotic situations. He tossed a stone inside, ensuring no one lay in ambush before using Conceal Aura skill. Pushing the door open, he slipped into the secret passage. Inside the devil-locking pagoda's first underground level, before external reinforcements arrived, Marshal Stavis wreaked havoc among the enforcers, easily eliminating 2. Doors to holding cells were unlocked, spells restraining demons shattered, and vicious demons roamed free like wild beasts. Some attacked the second level, not fleeing recklessly. They knew their numbers and strength weren't enough to escape Amay Mountain. Many powerful Amay Isaiahs would soon arrive to suppress them. Seeking allies and uniting stronger demons was their only hope for survival. Thus, under Marshal Stavis's lead, they attacked the second level, quickly breaking through its defenses. Not all demons entered the second level. Some stayed behind, hunting remaining enforcers, preparing to stall external reinforcements, buying time for others. After descending, Zachariah's movements merged into the chaos of the fight. Unnoticed amidst the clamor, Zachariah looked around. The Amay disciples who had come to provide support were locked in combat with the demons on the first level. He didn't see Senior Sister Santana. He felt a bit disappointed. Then his gaze was drawn to an Isaiah with red hair. Among those who came for reinforcements, there was only one Isaiah. This red-haired Isaiah. Anwar might have been delayed by something and hadn't arrived immediately. Apart from the red-haired Isaiah, the others were all purple-robed and Addisons. Not even a single blue-robed disciple was among them. This was because the distress signal Zachariah had released was exclusive to enforcers. Enforcers were supposed to be at the level of blue-robed disciples. And once an enforcer of such caliber encountered trouble and sent out a distress signal, it was not something disciples of this stage could handle. Therefore, it warranted the arrival of an Isaiah leading the team. However, upon entering this level, the Isaiah was horrified to discover that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. These demons are trying to overturn the devil-locking pagoda. The red-haired Isaiah roared, "Quickly go fetch Anwar Wansheng. Summon more people, hurry." Jia Wansheng was Anwar. He was the main person in charge of the devil-locking pagoda. The red-haired Isaiah did not specify how many people to call. For issues serious enough to warrant Anwar's personal intervention, Anwar would know what to do. More people were always better. As many as possible should come. After giving these instructions, someone promptly relayed the message outside. Thereafter, the red-haired Isaiah led several Addisons through the enemy lines. Without any delay, they directly rushed toward the second underground level. The remaining disciples continued to battle fiercely against the demons. Zachariah skirted past these people and demons engaged in fierce combat. He had no intention of helping. Once he intervened, it would undoubtedly expose his presence. That would be extremely disadvantageous to him. He wouldn't do anything that pleased others, but harmed himself. Zachariah quietly bypassed the barriers set up by the demons, walking casually deeper inside. Inside the first underground level, many wandering demons were searching everywhere for any surviving enforcers. All of them were in hiding. Originally, there were 7 new enforcers. 4 of them had been killed by Marshal Stavis. Now only Zachariah, Roy, and Brigham remained. Roy was hiding under a bed in the resting room, holding his breath and concealing his aura. No demons had discovered him yet. On one hand, he felt fortunate. On the other hand, he felt frustrated and humiliated. Thinking of himself as a distinguished purple-robed disciple and now an enforcer, he found himself trembling in fear, hiding under a bed from demons. "I can't help it. There are just too many demons outside. In a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid. It's not cowardice, merely avoiding futile sacrifice." He reproached himself while also consoling himself. His emotions were very conflicted and uneasy. What exactly did those 3 do? Why did Marshal Stavis come back to life? He blamed everything on Zachariah and the others. Finding no suitable outlet for his frustrations, he made them the scapegoats. Just as he thought this, the door to his resting room, which was slightly ajar, suddenly opened. Instantly, his nerves tightened. Another demon entered? Earlier, demons had already been in this room, but none had noticed him. Almost his entire body was beneath the bed, nearly invisible unless someone flipped the bed over. This sneaky maneuver had helped him avoid multiple searches by demons. For a long time after, no demons passed by again. Even if they did, they wouldn't push his door open. But now, the door was pushed open again. He glanced towards the entrance and was surprised to find, although the door was open, there wasn't even a shadow at the doorway. "It's just the wind." Roy breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, as he exhaled, Zachariah instantly detected his presence. Indeed, the one who opened the door was Zachariah, concealed and hidden in form. Not just the wind. Initially, Zachariah had assumed no one was inside. However, Roy's exhale alerted him to the fact that someone was hiding under the bed. For a moment, Zachariah's expression was somewhat strange, but he understood. If it were him, facing such an overwhelming situation, he would also find a place to hide. Not everyone had the courage to confront those demons head-on, risking their own lives. Zachariah left, closing the door behind him. Roy. Wasn't this wind a bit eerie? Leaving the door slightly ajar was best, indicating that demons had been here. Usually, subsequent demons passing by wouldn't bother coming in again. but a closed door would make passing demons likely to reopen and inspect. After Zachariah left, he found Brigham's room, examining every gap. He finally confirmed that Brigham was not in the room. Zachariah then searched the entire first underground level. Still, he found no sign of Brigham. Elon and Carter were also nowhere to be seen. Their fates unknown. Should Brigham take this opportunity to rush to the second underground level? This thought suddenly crossed Zachariah's mind. Other people might not dare to do such a thing, but considering Brigham's character, it wasn't surprising if anything happened to him. With this thought, Zachariah quickly reached the entrance to the second level. Ordinarily, this area was sealed by an array formation. Sneaking down wasn't possible. But now, the formation had been destroyed, allowing anyone to descend anytime. I'll just go down to take a look without doing anything. Zachariah quickly convinced himself. Although this sounded as unreliable as saying, I'll just peek, not enter, he couldn't resist his inner curiosity. He directly sneaked down. Chapter 56. Confident fellow Taoist Connor. The demons imprisoned underground in the demon-locking pagoda were at least at the celestial human realm or above. Despite enduring one round after another of torment, even a dead centipede does not stiffen up immediately. Many demons still retained astonishing resilience. Even if their bodies were incomplete, once their cultivation and strength returned, they would recover very quickly. This was the difference between the celestial human realm and below. Cultivators of the celestial human realm had initially exhibited an almost non-human state. Demons of the celestial human realm were also not ordinary demons. Once released, their destructive power could be truly alarming. After the demons from the first underground level surged in, they were like locusts passing by, leaving devastation wherever they went. The enforcers on the second level were no match for the swarm of these demons rushing towards them. Though they resisted with great effort, casualties were heavy. The prison cell doors on the second underground level were largely destroyed by the rampaging demons from the outside. The formations confining the demons inside were either shut down or violently destroyed. More powerful demons were released. When Merrill rushed in with his people, dozens of cells had already been opened, and demons were wreaking havoc everywhere, wantonly destroying the basic infrastructure of the demon-locking pagoda. They vented their pent-up anger. Being confined here, losing their freedom and enduring all kinds of torture, resentment had been accumulating in their hearts. In that moment when they regained the ability to act freely, it was all unleashed without reservation. Merrill was livid, but he knew the immediate priority was to prevent the demons from continuing downwards. He made an immediate decision, leaving some people behind to handle the rampaging demons on the second floor. Then, he led the main group towards the entrance of the third level. He knew these demons wouldn't stop at the second underground level. Their ambitions were clearly greater. They would surely try to break through to deeper levels. Therefore, they had to block the entrance to the third level before those demons got there. Fortunately, when they reached the entrance between the second and third levels, the demons had just broken through the restraining formations. They hadn't managed to enter the lower levels yet. Thus, Merrill led the team directly into the demon ranks. For a moment, sword lights rained down one after another. So, there's not much difference between the second level and the first. Brigham cautiously moved in the shadows, his gaze scanning around and making such an assessment internally. Far off in his sight, Elon and Carter had just vanished around the corner at the end of the hallway. He hurriedly followed them. In the underground first level, he saw these two people trailing the demons into the second level without colliding with them. As enforcement officers, instead of stopping the demons, it seemed they intentionally wanted to use the demons to enter the second underground level. What exactly did they plan to do? Because he found their behavior strange, he had quietly tailed them, to see what their true intentions were. Now, seeing the two disappear around the corner at the end, he hastened his pace. However, when his gaze peered around the corner, he no longer saw the two figures. Huh? Where are they? Just as he wondered, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of impending danger sent his hairs standing on end. He was about to turn around, but it was too late. A palm blade struck directly at the back of his neck. It was as if a massive force impacted his soul. His eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Behind him, two figures emerged from the shadows. They were none other than Elon and Carter. Glancing at Brigham lying on the ground, Carter drew a silver dagger from his waist, ready to finish him off. But he was stopped by Elon. What are you doing, boss? Cut all roots. This guy already suspected us. Why keep him? Elon shook his head firmly. He can't die. If I intended to kill him, I wouldn't have just knocked him out. Elon patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I used a trick. When he wakes up, he won't remember anything. Carter grunted, displeased. Connections really are disgusting. Brigham's identity was special. Unlike other enforcers, he was Anwar's nephew, and Anwar was the main person responsible for the demon-locking pagoda. He entered the pagoda not for any particular achievement. He merely considered the pagoda a place for training, earning experience without needing much effort. Later, he could still advance to higher-ranking disciples easily, nor would he be sent on dangerous missions. Such people irked Carter deeply, because they effortlessly obtained things he might never achieve in his entire life. Though somewhat reluctant, Carter silently put away his dagger. Elon didn't rush to leave. Instead, he hid Brigham to ensure that roaming demons wouldn't easily find him before finally departing. Of course, this left Carter brimming with complaints. He thought Elon was treating Brigham too well. Anyone who didn't know better might think Brigham was Elon's nephew. In a corner of the second level, a demon was devouring a corpse. This was a corpse-eating demon. Not only did it feast on the corpses of enforcers, it didn't even spare fellow demons' corpses. While it savored its meal, covered in bloody crimson, a streak of sword light suddenly slashed, directly decapitating it from behind. The corpse-eating demon's body remained crouching, its head rolled to one side. Its bulging eyes flickered momentarily before going still. At this moment, two figures walked over from behind the corpse. They were the very rescuers of Zachariah, fellow Taoist Connor and Santana. Fellow Taoist Connor held a 3-foot-long sword that emitted a bright blue glow. Bloodstains adorned the sword tip, adding a sinister beauty. That sword slash was precisely delivered by him. Sister G, everyone says the demons underground in the demon-locking pagoda are terrifying, but now it seems they're nothing much. Fellow Taoist Connor remarked, flashing a confident smile. These demons had reputations built on fear, but couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Fellow Taoist Connor, don't be careless, Santana cautioned. After all, that strike was successful due to surprise, hardly something worth boasting about. But fellow Taoist Connor was at the peak of confidence. Santana, being kind-hearted, was hesitant to reveal the truth. Suddenly, the severed head of the corpse-eating demon started moving again. It laughed with a gaping mouth, revealing rows of frightening teeth clattering like they were fighting. You kid, your unused brain must taste delicious. Both fellow Taoist Connor and Santana were startled. How could the demon's head move after being severed? Fellow Taoist Connor's face turned pale. This demon was clearly mocking him. Could he endure this? The blue glow of the sword descended again. However, this time, the headless body rose abruptly, kicking directly at fellow Taoist Connor's chest. The sword hadn't fallen. Yet, he was already flying backward. Chapter 57. The moved Senior Axel. Crack. A bone-chilling sound of breaking bones echoed instantly. Senior Axel's figure collided with the rock wall, as hard as steel. He spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground. Pain was etched across his face. He didn't know how many ribs were broken. Meanwhile, Santana's complexion paled slightly. But she wasn't just a helpless vase who would only tremble in fear. Clang. A green sword was drawn from its scabbard. Santana raised her white arm and flicked her wrist, forming sword flowers that thrust directly at the corpse demon's heart. The tip of the sword gleamed like frost, freezing air into thin sheets of ice which rushed towards the corpse demon along with the swirling blade. The surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Santana aimed for the corpse demon's heart. In truth, she had no idea how to kill this demon. It could live even if its head was severed, so stabbing other areas wouldn't do much either. Only the heart was universally known as a vital spot. Santana decided to shatter the corpse demon's heart. If it still lived after this, they would have no choice but to retreat first. As Santana's sword easily pierced the corpse demon's body, "Did I succeed?" She felt immediate surprise. Her sword hit the target dead on, piercing through the corpse demon's heart, emerging from the back. But soon, she sensed something was wrong. It went too smoothly. The sword penetrated the demon's body effortlessly, as if slicing through tofu rather than flesh. There was almost no resistance at all. Moreover, critically, after being struck, the corpse demon showed no sign of severe injury. This didn't make sense. Just as Santana pondered this, she suddenly smelled a foul odor that made her stomach churn, almost making her vomit. This smell, like that of a long-dead animal carcass, emitting a stench of decay. Santana suddenly understood. This was rotten flesh. He had turned his entire body into rotten flesh. Rotten flesh was fluid-like, allowing internal organs to freely move positions without issues. No wonder Santana's stab to his heart did nothing. Apparently, he had moved his heart elsewhere. The corpse demon's head on the ground floated up, laughing mockingly at their incompetence, like a cat playing with mice. "Junior sister, let me help you." Unable to bear it, Senior Axel endured the intense pain and charged at the corpse demon again. But he didn't attack the body, aiming instead for the corpse demon's head. He planned to tear the head into pieces. "I won't believe you can still be so arrogant after I tear your head apart." Senior Axel was truly enraged. His sword skills were unleashed without restraint. Azure sword light surged like waves toward the corpse demon. However, the corpse demon remained calm, spitting out a cloud of green gas. This green gas passed through the surging sword light and headed straight for Senior Axel's face. Senior Axel faced a formidable opponent. Though he didn't know what this gas was, he knew it was dangerous. He hastily avoided it, yet he couldn't completely evade it. And the green gas grazed his right arm. Instantly, his entire right arm stiffened. He couldn't move it anymore. Corpse James. Senior Axel looked terrified. The green gas contained shocking corpse chi. This chi made the living body stiffen like a corpse. Moreover, once infected by corpse chi, it was extremely difficult to dispel and very troublesome. Since Senior Axel held his sword in his right hand, with his right hand stiffening, he could no longer grip the sword. Thus, the power of the surging sword light diminished significantly. The corpse demon's head easily dodged. On the other side, Santana deeply understood the strength of this demon and didn't become discouraged. Spiritual essence infused into the long sword, generating countless sword chi, stirring and destroying within the corpse demon. It was like trying to find a fish hidden underwater. Since she couldn't pinpoint its location, she began to bomb the lake. Though this might seem dishonorable, Santana wasn't so kind as to adhere to such principles. She was kind but not foolish. Against a merciless demon, she wouldn't show courtesy. The corpse demon finally felt threatened. He swung a fist towards Santana's face. She withdrew her sword and retreated. But as she retreated, she didn't abandon the attack, sending out hundreds of sword chi. If these hundreds of sword chi pierced through his body, it could likely injure the heart. Even the corpse demon dared not underestimate it. He immediately returned his body to normal state, bracing against the onslaught of sword chi. Bloodstains immediately covered his body. Holding a high-grade sword and possessing cultivation at the 7th level of the profound child realm, Santana's instantaneous burst of power was formidable enough to force a celestial mortal realm expert to retreat. Yet the corpse demon bore the brunt of her attack. The corpse demon was thoroughly enraged. He felt he had played enough and flew his head over to reconnect perfectly onto his torso. Seeing this scene, Senior Axel felt a wave of despair and shame. Earlier, he had been overly confident and looked down on these demons, resulting in the demon merely toying with them. A single corpse demon had them spinning around like fools. Cutting off this demon's head has absolutely no effect. Should have stabbed its heart directly. Senior Axel felt immense regret now, but there was no pill for regret. Only facing this cruel reality. He took the sword into his left hand. Then a determined expression appeared on his face. Junior sister, we can't defeat him, run away. I'll hold him off. At this moment, Senior Axel fully grasped the gap between them and the demon. They had no chance of winning. No hope. Their only option was for one of them to escape. He decided to stay behind, giving his junior sister a chance at life. Pity, I haven't expressed my feelings to junior sister yet. Senior Axel felt regret, but also hope. If I confess now, will she accept me? If I get a positive response, dying wouldn't be regrettable. Thoughts raced through his mind, but he hesitated to speak. Behind him, Santana's eyes revealed a more resolute look. Senior Axel, I will not leave. At this moment, Senior Axel was profoundly moved. Is junior sister determined to die with me? He couldn't help but think. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of pride and courage filled his heart. She does care about me. Senior Axel said joyfully, Junior sister, you're willing to share life and death with me? Brother is very happy, but forgive my selfishness. I want you to live. Santana, ? Someone hiding in the dark, ? Chapter 58, The Fusion of Man and Sword. There was something strange about Santana. When did she ever say she would live or die with Axel? She didn't understand why Axel spoke like this. She wanted to stay simply because she wished to. She knew that Axel intended to sacrifice his life to hold back the demon, but she felt guilty and could not accept such a great sacrifice from him. This guy really knows how to move himself? Muttered Zachariah, who was hiding in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the dramatic display. Axel wasted no more time after his speech, swinging his sword directly towards the corpse demon. Despite being right-handed and less adept with his left hand, he was skilled enough not to miss wildly. The corpse demon sneered sideways, opening its mouth once again to release another green gas cloud, which formed into a blade-like shape. The clash of blades occurred as their weapons met. Immediately, corrosive marks appeared on Axel's sword, as if it had been eroded by a strong acid. My sword! Exclaimed Axel painfully as he watched his weapon decay before his eyes. This sword had accompanied him since the day he entered the sect, forming a bond over the years. At that moment, another beam of sword light suddenly flashed, and Santana joined the fight. Axel shouted, Sister, listen to me. Run away. The green necrotic blade of the corpse demon instantly struck Axel's chest. What kind of hero are you pretending to be? None of you can escape. With one slash, Axel was hurled several meters away. Then another strike was aimed at Santana's weapon. Her figure abruptly shifted, leaving behind only an afterimage. The corpse demon, taken aback, tried to dodge as Santana appeared behind it. Despite its efforts, Santana managed to cut off half of the demon's shoulder, causing a surge of energy that destroyed part of its upper body. Too bad. Santana thought inwardly, her face turning slightly pale. Such a good opportunity. Just a little more and she could have destroyed the entire upper body of the demon. Although it could move its heart around freely, it surely wouldn't transfer it to its lower half, right? Finding such an opportunity again would be incredibly difficult. You, woman, are much stronger than that man who only boasts of heroism, laughed the demon mockingly. The sound pierced the air, particularly hurting Axel's heart. There was no doubt the demon referred to him. Who else would it be here? Feeling as though he'd been stabbed in the knee, Axel struggled even to move his legs. Damn! Driven by anger, Axel raised his sword once more. Infusing his spirit essence into the blade, his fury turned the sword ablaze. A blazing blue sword danced with crimson flames. Flame God slash, he yelled, releasing a fiery slash that tore through the stifling air, striking the corpse demon. Instantly, the creature screamed as huge flames enveloped it. Axel paused, realizing he'd stumbled upon the demon's weakness. The demon's body bore many characteristics of corpses, including decaying flesh and corpse chi, all susceptible to fire. Furthermore, it harbored plenty of necrotic oil within and outside its body. Once touched by flames, it ignited immediately. Brother, you found its weakness, said Santana joyfully. It was clear that the damage the demon suffered from the fire far exceeded any wounds inflicted by previous strikes. Yes, I suspected it feared fire. Thanks to Sister for holding it off, my flame god slash could find its mark. Axel felt elated by Santana's praise. However, in the next moment, the demon roared with laughter and rushed towards Axel engulfed in flames. Axel's expression changed drastically as several sword strikes proved ineffective. The demon leapt up, embracing him. Ah, get off you dog. As Axel was tightly held, raging fire snakes wrapped around his body. Initially cursing, he soon let out agonizing screams. Santana's fair face paled as she frantically waved her sword, attempting to extinguish the flames, but they grew bigger fueled by necrotic oil. If this continued, Axel would surely die, whether or not the demon did. On the brink of death, Axel hugged the demon tightly and yelled with all his might, Sister, use Thunderbolt sword style. Kill it. Understanding Santana's determination not to leave, he stopped trying to persuade her to go and instead urged her to seize the chance to kill the demon. Santana gripped her sword firmly, knowing that Thunderbolt sword style consumed immense energy but was her most powerful technique. Using it meant either her or the demon's end. Attacking the demon also meant killing Axel who was intertwined with it. But if she did nothing, both would die. And there was a high chance the demon would survive too. If she acted, she might have to bear the consequence of killing her brother in arms. Kill it. No one will blame you. You're doing it for the sake of slaying the demon, shouted Axel in his final breaths. Zap. The next moment, countless sparks flickered on Santana's top-grade sword like lightning snakes dancing frenziedly. Thunderbolt sword style. The sword beam transformed into a thunderous bolt, aiming to land a fatal blow. However, the demon broke Axel's arm and swiftly separated itself from him, not intending to die together. Santana redirected the thunderbolt, avoiding Axel and hitting elsewhere. Zachariah, hidden nearby, almost became collateral damage, narrowly escaping with disbelief. Why would you strike me with lightning just for watching? Across from Zachariah, Santana's face turned pale, showing the strain of using thunderbolt sword style. Yet Zachariah admired its incredible power. Her single strike split the indestructible wall of the demon-locking pagoda, creating a 3-inch deep gash surrounded by fine fractures, indicating the thorough destruction caused by the thunderbolt. If the demon hadn't dodged in time, even if it moved its heart below, it couldn't have escaped the impact. Zachariah was awestruck. When can I practice sword styles? Zachariah currently focused only on cultivating the heart method, needing to learn complex sword techniques from the hidden sword pavilion. Entry required advancing to the second level of sword heart technique, which he was still struggling to achieve. He was close but needed a final breakthrough. As Zachariah pondered, the demon counterattacked Santana, laughing maniacally as it charged forward, ablaze. Santana felt immense unease, recognizing the demon's resilience exceeding her expectations. Originally, they had thought that since fire attacks were so effective, it must be one of its weaknesses. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. The demon was still full of vigor despite the flames on its body. Where was the sign of fear for fire? Santana gritted her teeth but did not retreat a single step. Even though the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, she stood firmly in front of Axel's charred body. She dared not retreat. Axel's breath was already very faint, and he couldn't endure any more torment. Even out of camaraderie as fellow disciples, she had to do her best to protect her senior brother's life, even if it meant her own life was under threat. She never entertained any thoughts of evasion. This was Santana's character. She didn't want to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, especially one that could never be repaid. Such a debt would burden her with guilt for the rest of her life. To avoid owing such a debt, she was willing to risk her life. Santana struggled against the demon's attack by sheer willpower. That last strike, Thunderbolt sword style, had already consumed a significant amount of her spiritual essence. Her strength now fell far short of its peak level. Facing a demon that was inherently stronger than her, she felt stretched thin. Santana slashed with her sword, releasing a majestic sword beam. The corpse demon deftly avoided it and rolled on the ground several times before finally extinguishing all the flames on its body. Its entire body was blackened and scorched. It exuded a smell that was a mix of decay and burning, making it even more nauseating, but the demon seemed unaffected. Those blackened parts of its skin peeled off like snake skin. After peeling, it restored its original form. Their previous efforts were declared futile at this moment. If Axel saw this, he might have been furious enough to get up again. Burnt corpses don't taste good. The demon's eyes scrutinized Santana from head to toe. That look was akin to a starving wolf eyeing an extremely delicious meal. Santana felt a sinking feeling in her heart. The reason the demon had put out the fire was not because it couldn't withstand the heat. It only feared burning Santana, ruining the taste. That was all. Santana felt deeply humiliated. At that moment, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. Her gaze became firm and decisive. Her expression grew grave as she concentrated, breathing in sync with an indescribable rhythm. She suddenly exhaled, and 2 bolts of lightning flickered in her eyes. Not just her eyes, but also her hair, shoulders, arms, and feet. All had bolts of lightning dancing around. The smile on the demon's face vanished. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Santana, like a sword hanging over his head. It could drop at any moment. Zap. Santana's superior sword was now wrapped in countless bolts of lightning. Really? Using your body to wield lightning, achieving Manzord oneness? The corpse demon's gaze showed surprise. This woman disciple from Shushan had reached the realm of Manzord oneness. Manzord oneness is a state in swordsmanship. Rarely does a swordsman achieve it. Only those with sufficient talent in swordsmanship can attain this level. Once in a state of Manzord oneness, the power of original sword moves increases dramatically, almost doubling. This enhancement cannot be considered small. Of course, there is a price. Manzord oneness means you also bear what your sword bears. When you use Thunderbolt sword style with lightning wrapped around your sword, you yourself must endure the pain caused by the lightning entering your body. After his shock, the corpse demon let out a bizarre laugh. So, you're a genius too. Great, great. The corpse of a genius tastes better. He still didn't take Santana seriously. Manzord oneness is strong, but what if I attack your sword with necrotic chi? What then? Just then, Santana suddenly tightened her throat, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. They hadn't formally engaged yet, but Santana experienced this situation. The demon was slightly taken aback. So your Manzord oneness isn't complete? To force it through like this? If you suffer backlash, wouldn't it be a failure? Santana was naturally not convinced being lectured by the demon. She shouted, second form of Thunderbolt sword style. Her superior sword, now entwined with lightning, struck the demon's upper body at lightning speed. She no longer cared about the consequences, even if this Thunderbolt sword style in a state of Manzord oneness would harm her. To make the demon back off, she had to use her final trump card. She didn't seek to kill the demon. As long as it backed off, they could be safe. Safety came first. Without safety, how could they accomplish their mission of slaying demons? Facing the Manzord oneness Thunderbolt sword style, the demon wisely chose to evade. He didn't engage head-on. However, things didn't go as planned. This time, Santana learned from previous mistakes. She targeted its lower body first. Struck by 2 thunder sword beams, the demon's legs went numb, and it immediately fell to its knees. In the next moment, Santana wasted no time and launched a full-blown attack toward the corpse demon. A burst of thunderous light illuminated the dark area of the second floor as if it were daytime. The demon roared fiercely. Its body exploded, spraying large patches of green necrotic gas. Due to the extensive coverage of necrotic gas, and Santana being close by, she was caught off guard. Her sword was corroded by the necrotic gas first, in a state of man-sword oneness. If her sword broke or suffered damage, she would also be affected. Santana's body instantly stiffened. At that moment, a demonic claw emerged from the necrotic gas, straight for Santana's throat. Santana felt powerless, filled with despair. Am I going to die? Santana almost closed her eyes. Yet, the demon's claw stopped less than 3 centimeters from her neck. ##### Chapter 59, Corpse Ghost Bloodline. For a long while, there was no movement. Santana, who had thought she was doomed to die, regained focus in a daze. The demon's blackened claws hovered just before her eyes, but remained motionless. The green corpse aura slowly dissipated, revealing the demon's true appearance. The demon's body appeared frozen in place, showing signs of being ravaged by lightning as it remained poised in an attacking stance. It was as if time had halted. The eyeballs in its eye sockets seemed ready to pop out, filled with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness to accept its fate. Is he dead? Santana could no longer sense any presence from the demon. In the next moment, the demon's body collapsed straight down, rapidly turning into decaying flesh and then oozing pus, replicating the process of rapid corpse decomposition. Startled, Santana instinctively took a few steps back. At this point, she realized that her body, which had been immobilized by the corpse aura, had regained mobility. Seeing the demon fully decayed, Santana confirmed that the demon was indeed dead beyond any doubt. For a moment, she felt bewildered. Did I kill him? She couldn't help but be skeptical, doubting whether she could have accomplished such a feat. She had acted with the intention of dying alongside the demon, never expecting it to perish without unleashing its power. Looking around, she saw no one else present. Thus, she concluded that her mansword fusion and the thunder slash technique might have played a critical role. Perhaps it wasn't my time to die, Santana mused. Despite trying to convince herself it was luck, a part of her still felt something amiss. After searching fruitlessly, her gaze fell once more to where the demon's body had been, now revealing a heart beneath the decomposed remains. Staring intently, Santana felt a jolt. This heart. She noticed countless fine yet dense cracks covering the demon's heart. Although it retained its shape, Santana was certain it was shattered inside. He didn't die because of me? Now thoroughly convinced, Santana knew someone else had killed the demon. The condition of the heart indicated that it wasn't due to her thunder slash technique, which would have left a far more chaotic mess. Lightning force was violent and would cause extreme spasms instantly, causing extensive internal damage to the heart. The resulting destruction would look like broken tofu, not this relatively intact state. From her previous experience using the same technique against other demons or beasts during her trials, she knew this heart shouldn't look like this. Convinced it was not by chance, Santana felt it resembled a heart shattered by some powerful force. This force had immense penetration and equilibrium, hitting the heart from all sides simultaneously to cause internal fragmentation while preserving the external structure. Santana scanned the surroundings again. Though still no one in sight, she was sure someone had aided her. Perhaps for some reason, this person chose not to reveal themselves. Santana clasped her hands together and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. There was no response. The helper had already slipped away quietly. Indeed, it was Zachariah who had intervened. He couldn't bear to see his beautiful and kind senior sister die right before him. Fortunately, he had acquired poison resistance from the zombie, making him immune to corpse toxins. The fatal blow to the demon came from Zachariah's heart-shattering palm, enhanced by shadow kill technique. Using the Ling ear ability, he pinpointed the exact location of the demon's heart, achieving a single fatal strike. Anyone else would have found it much harder. His success was also owed to his senior's earlier attacks on the demon, especially Santana's mansword-fused Thunder Slash, which greatly restricted the demon's movements, leaving it vulnerable to Zachariah's attack. After killing the demon, Zachariah immediately concealed himself, continuing to suppress his presence. Zachariah stopped in a corner to claim the demon's rewards. As for the demon's memories, he ignored them. Likely, a corpse-eating demon wouldn't have anything interesting to offer. Claim reward. Zachariah thought silently. Since the demon was truly killed by his hand, he received 2 rewards. The first was experience transfusion, boosting him directly to level 7 Spirit Aperture Realm, surprising even him. No wonder these second-layer demons were valuable. A second reward caught his attention, Corpse Ghost Bloodline. Ah! Zachariah paused, puzzled. What did this mean? Would it turn him into a half-human, half-ghost monstrosity? Recollecting, he remembered that fusing bloodlines wouldn't come with such side effects. Moreover, this Corpse Ghost Bloodline allowed acquiring experience through consuming corpses, a crucial path to strength for the demon. Eating corpses, though disgusting, was a daily human activity. Eating meat was eating animal corpses. Normally, meat is just a source of energy, making one stronger but not necessarily enhancing cultivation. For cultivators, abstaining from food was common. Meat contained impurities harmful to cultivation. But with the Corpse Ghost Bloodline, meat could be completely refined into essence, greatly aiding cultivation. The quality of the meat determined the amount of essence. Ordinary animals yielded limited essence, while demonic beasts provided better results. Demons, well, they were unpalatable. And humans? Psychologically impossible. He wanted to grow strong, not become a monster. Fusing the Corpse Ghost Bloodline also granted control over corpse aura and toxins, highly effective against enemies. Chapter 60. Go back to being your bait. Although Zachariah had walked a bit far, he kept his spiritual ear technique activated and was quietly monitoring Santana's movements. Santana, having been invaded by corpse chi, had temporarily regained some mobility, but her strength had definitely dropped significantly. Zachariah was worried she might encounter other powerful demons. Therefore, he continued to monitor her. Fortunately, Santana was still aware of her situation. She didn't lose her senses and rushed to the underground third-level entrance where demons gathered. Mainly because Senior Axel was critically injured, she had to prioritize getting him out for treatment first. If it were just her alone, whether or not she would have charged ahead recklessly was uncertain. Hearing that Santana had left the second level and was heading toward the exit of the first level, Zachariah finally felt somewhat relieved. He also learned that the rebellion on the first level had largely been quelled. While some demons had perished, most were captured alive and returned to confinement. These demons weren't without value, so they were spared if possible. Due to these demons' deaths, Zachariah had accumulated a fair amount of rewards, but each demon only offered one lottery opportunity. Although he considered finishing them off for more rewards, he knew revealing himself could lead to complications. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he restrained himself. At this moment, through his spiritual ear technique, Zachariah had an unexpected discovery. So this demoness is playing such tricks. A smile curved at the corner of his lips. He heard the voice of the Alida of the xuanhuan sect and immediately imagined a scene in his mind. In this scene, the Alida Abbey had enchanted a male disciple from Mount Shu, knocked out another female disciple, stripped the outer clothes from the unconscious girl, and put them on herself. She then pretended to be the injured female disciple, being carried away by the male disciple as a plan to escape the demon lock tower. Switching places, escaping like the cicada shedding its shell. Under such tense combat conditions, the Mount Shu disciples guarding the exit might not be overly vigilant against her method, increasing her chances of escaping. However, since Zachariah discovered this, he wouldn't let her succeed. It wasn't personal for him, he just didn't want to let an experience point source get away. Moreover, he planned to use this holy maiden as bait to catch the greater fish, the grandmaster of the xuanhuan sect. Letting the bait run now would make catching the bigger fish impossible. He couldn't let her slip away. Of course, Zachariah wouldn't confront her directly. Using the myriad transformations mystic art, he transformed into Senior Axel's appearance, sped up, and returned to the underground first level. Before long, he caught up with Abby and the enchanted disciple. The disciple carrying Abby couldn't possibly be faster than the unburdened Zachariah. Zachariah glanced at the male disciple, dressed in purple robes with ordinary looks, not extraordinary like Marshal Tianla. The disciple looked up and saw Senior Axel. Connor brother, please step aside. Linger is injured, and I need to take her out for immediate treatment. Oh, seriously injured? Let me see, Zachariah said nonchalantly. Connor brother, there's no time. Her injuries are severe, and we must leave now. Zachariah noticed blood on the disciple's hands and Abby's waist, a convincing act of injury. But the blood probably wasn't hers. The female disciple whose clothes she took was likely already harmed. Zachariah shouted, how can you be so foolish? With such serious injuries, you did nothing to stop the bleeding. I have a high-grade recovery pill. Give it to her quickly. Startled by Zachariah's roar, the male disciple froze momentarily. Meanwhile, Abby clenched her teeth in frustration. Why did we meet someone who meddles? Giving a high-grade recovery pill without hesitation. Do all Mount Shu disciples show such generosity? As Zachariah approached, the disciple became hesitant, unsure how to respond. His nervousness made coherent speech difficult, making it hard for him to articulate any valid reason to refuse. Rejecting the offer seemed too suspicious, suggesting ulterior motives. Accepting meant exposing their plan since Senior Axel recognized Nikita. When Zachariah came close, Abby faced him to receive the pill, but she instantly used her enchantment technique as her face turned towards him. Zachariah felt a slight numbness but quickly recovered, his mental resistance proving strong enough. Smirking, Zachariah said, Demoness, still pretending? In an instant, Zachariah struck both the male disciple's forehead and Abby's chest with both palms. The disciple collapsed, only stunned, not killed. Abby fell too, unable to get up, spitting out a trace of blood. Zachariah's blow had directly damaged her heart meridians, turning her fake injuries real. And Zachariah had even held back. Full force would have left her no better than a corpse demon. Shocked and enraged, Abby stared at Zachariah. Shocked because her enchantments had never failed except before Zachariah, which was inexplicable to her. How did you discover this? She couldn't understand why such a perfect plan was seen through instantly. Zachariah was clearly prepared to attack when he approached, implying he knew she was faking. Most puzzling was how he knew in advance. No one should have noticed her move at that moment. Zachariah squatted down and smiled, patting her head. Knowing too much serves no purpose, just go back to being your bait. Chapter 61. Are you really going to pretend here? After throwing Abby back into the cell, Zachariah hurriedly returned to the second underground level. He had no intention of participating in the conflicts there. Instead, he stayed hidden, hoping to find some opportunities amidst the chaos. At the same time, he used his spiritual ear ability to track Brigham's whereabouts. Where on earth has this guy gone? Zachariah couldn't detect Brigham's voice and wasn't sure if he was even on the second underground level. I hope nothing bad happened to him, Zachariah thought with a hint of unease. Brigham was one of the few friends, or more accurately, the only friend, he had made here. If anything happened to him, and Brigham was Anwar's nephew. Nobody knew what actions Anwar would take if something were to happen to Brigham. Could it lead to all the demons being executed? No one could be sure. Hey, why is there an unfamiliar presence here? Suddenly, Zachariah heard a demon speak up, which immediately caught his attention. I can't miss any possibilities. Zachariah quickly pinpointed the demon's location using its voice and rushed over. The demon was standing before a wall, its emaciated form covered in dark, shiny skin, marked by visible scars. But most striking was its dog-like head. This wasn't an insult. The demon literally had a dog's head. Known for its sharp sense of smell but exceptionally violent nature, once it entered combat mode, it became a mad dog, unleashing incredible destruction. The doghead demon had come from the first underground level. Zachariah recognized it well. It had bitten 10 Amei disciples, severely maiming them. Although captured and tortured by Amei sect, it wasn't immediately killed. They kept it alive to use its keen sense of smell to locate missing disciples. But the doghead demon refused to cooperate, preferring harsh punishments to aiding Amei. Zachariah had no way to make it comply since Amei needed its cooperation, not information from it. Therefore, killing it would be pointless. At that moment, the doghead demon sniffed closely at the wall, suddenly narrowing its eyes as if sensing something. It reached out a hand, then punched the black rock wall. Crack. Rocks crumbled, revealing a human figure inside. Brigham. Zachariah's heart sank. He quickly activated his spiritual hearing. Hearing Brigham's steady breathing relieved him. No wonder I couldn't hear him. Someone must have hidden him here. Given Brigham's character, hiding himself in a rock was absurd and embarrassing. Looking at his state, it seemed he had been sleeping. Indeed, someone hid here. My nose doesn't lie. The dog-head demon grinned wickedly, raising its claw toward Brigham. Doggy, think twice. Are you really going to do this? A sudden voice startled the dog-head demon, causing it to whip around. Its pupils contracted when it saw who stood before it, Anwar. Many demons called Isaiah's old dogs, but the dog-head demon realized it shouldn't call him that, because that would include itself in the insult. Remembering the fear it felt under Anwar's capture, it instinctively backed away. Facing Anwar offered no hope of victory. It had nearly died back then. So seeing Anwar now, it didn't think of revenge or honor. Escape came first. Nope, the old ghost's here. Must leave. It vanished into shadows instantly. This Anwar was actually Zachariah in disguise. He didn't want to fight this crazy dog since these demons were tough opponents. Using the transformation skill to look like Anwar, whom the dog-head demon feared deeply, allowed Zachariah to scare it off. A quick and easy way to save Brigham. As Zachariah pondered what to do with the unconscious Brigham, Brigham suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Zachariah. Who are you? You're not my uncle. Brigham was certain Zachariah was an imposter. Surprised, Zachariah realized Brigham had somehow seen through his disguise. In truth, it wasn't about Brigham's sharp eye. He had woken up during the dog-head demon's attack and overheard Zachariah's conversation. Just one sentence raised suspicions. If it were the real Anwar, he wouldn't have let the demon go. Meanwhile, the fleeing dog-head demon began to realize something was amiss. If it was truly Anwar, he wouldn't have let me escape. Reflecting further, it understood the real Anwar would have rescued the hostage easily. Unless, it wasn't Anwar at all. Realizing this, the dog-head demon turned back in fury, intent on confronting the imposter. Zachariah quickly freed his hand from Brigham's grip. Shocked, Brigham hadn't expected such strength. Don't go. Answer me. Trying to grab Zachariah again, he found him already gone. How fast? Who is this guy? Brigham wondered, unsure if it was a demon or a fellow disciple. Just then, steady footsteps approached. Lifting his gaze, he saw Anwar's figure emerging. To be continued? The distance between them seemed considerable, but Anwar took only a few steps and was already in front of Brigham. Before he could speak, Brigham preempted him. Why did you come back? Did you realize something and want to tell me who you are? Anwar gave him an odd look at that. Brat, what nonsense are you talking? Who I am? I'm your uncle. Anwar tapped him on the head. What are you doing here? Do you have a death wish? That was more like it. This was his real uncle. Only then did Brigham confirm that the Anwar before him was genuine. You're really my uncle? Hearing this, Anwar furrowed his brows. What do you mean by that? Is there a fake one? Anwar's face was filled with suspicion, and just as Brigham was about to respond, a strange shout came from behind. Damn it, you dare to trick Dog Grandpa? It was the dog-head demon. Having turned back, Brigham's expression was peculiar. At this moment, the dog-head demon didn't notice Brigham's expression. His eyes were fixed solely on Anwar. His gaze was filled with anger, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Anwar frowned deeply. If you smarten up, you'll crawl back to your cell. The dog-head demon spat contemptuously. Still pretending. Dog Grandpa has seen through you. Impersonating Uncle Geo to trick me. Asking for trouble. The dog-head demon immediately transformed into a mad dog state, charging at Anwar like a black arrow. Anwar remained calm, suddenly swinging a fist. Bang! The dog-head demon flew backward, crashing into the rock wall and heavily falling to the ground. Foam dripped from his mouth. He was completely unconscious. With just one punch, Anwar had neutralized the dog-head demon. Now, Brigham had no reason to doubt Anwar's identity anymore. He knew how powerful his uncle truly was. Now, explain what happened. Why did he say I was an imposter? Anwar asked about the whole situation. After Brigham explained, Anwar's frown deepened even further. Someone dared to impersonate me, and even saved you. Based on Brigham's description, Anwar thought of by xuanhuan, the many-faced Star-Lord. As far as he knew, it seemed that among those in Mount Shu, only the former spy, by xuanhuan, possessed the ability to change appearance. But by xuanhuan was dead. Dead as confirmed by Anwar himself. Forget that for now, let's first address the demon turmoil. Since the imposter hadn't harmed Brigham, it tentatively proved that they might be an ally rather than an enemy and could be set aside for now. By the way, you haven't answered why you came to the second level. Facing Anwar's question, Brigham was momentarily speechless. He couldn't even remember why he came to the second level. Why did I come here again? He knocked on his head. It felt as if something had struck it, causing severe pain. Anwar saw that he didn't seem to be faking it, but wasn't entirely sure. After all, his nephew was very cunning, with top-notch acting skills. Never mind, go back. Anwar waved him off to return to the first level. Brigham wanted to follow, but Anwar glared at him. That's not a place for you to be involved in. Don't make things worse, go back. Anwar gave a stern command. No matter how reluctant Brigham was, he had to comply. After confirming Brigham's safe departure, Anwar hurried toward the entrance connecting the second and third levels. A moment later, after confirming no one was spying on him, Zachariah's figure appeared. His eyes fell on the foaming dog-head demon lying on the ground. Anwar didn't bother to imprison the demon immediately. He was confident that one punch would keep the dog-head demon unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. And within a day, the demon turmoil would be completely quelled. Imprisoning them all at once afterward would be the same. But for Zachariah, things were different. This was the only chance he currently had to reach the second level. To advance here in the future, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Therefore, He wouldn't let any demons slip away if he could imprison them. They were precious experience providers after all. Demon, Doghead Demon, Cultivation Level, Celestial Realm Tier 9. Technique, Extreme Shadow Frenzy Art, Insane Claw, Daily Extract, Scent Enhancement, *10, Cultivation Experience, *1200. After imprisoning the demon, Zachariah successfully gained the coveted cultivation experience. Although the Doghead Demon wasn't among the elite on the second level, the experience gain wasn't too extravagant either. However, Zachariah was quite satisfied. The scent enhancement was an unexpected bonus. With his spiritual ear technique, he had already discovered numerous advantages. Just enhancing his hearing provided immense benefits. If other senses were also enhanced, it would greatly assist him. It could fill in the blanks where hearing falls short. For instance, his spiritual ear technique couldn't find Brigham. But the Doghead Demon used its sense of smell to precisely locate him. This was something hearing couldn't achieve. Scent enhancement could well complement it. After enhancing his sense of smell, Zachariah headed towards the entrance of the third underground level. He heard fierce battle sounds coming from there. However, due to excessive noise, he couldn't discern which side held the upper hand. Thus, it was better to check it out personally. At the entrance to the third underground level, blood covered the ground. A strong stench of blood hung in the air. There were severed limbs of demons and corpses of Mount Shu disciples scattered around. The battle between the two sides had escalated to a fever pitch. The intensity of this fight had surpassed many people's imagination. Chapter 62. Staging one's own heroic deed. At the entrance of the third level, the bloody battle continued to rage on. Anwar had encountered two disciples nearly killed by demons and took time to save them, causing a slight delay. Therefore, when Zachariah arrived at the main battlefield, Anwar was not yet there. Zachariah immediately noticed the imposing figure, the red-haired Isaiah. He was battling several powerful demons alone. Although he hadn't shown any signs of defeat, he was struggling under their assault, unable to gain the upper hand in the short term. Especially since a few of these demons had reached the xuanhuan intent realm, making them among the most formidable demons in this second level. Under their combined attack, the red-haired Isaiah also felt some pressure. Is that Truman Geo not coming? The red-haired Isaiah was irritated by the demonic tactics. These demons were unpredictable and difficult to counter. As he hadn't fought with these types before, he didn't know their tricks and thus found himself bogged down. With the strongest figure being tied up, other demons found more opportunities to act. Marshal Stavis defeated a blocking disciple from Mount Shu, then directly rushed towards the third level entrance's formation. Killing more Mount Shu disciples wasn't his goal. He aimed to break through the formation restrictions and enter the underground third level. Speed was now crucial. Entering the third level would give them a significant advantage. The third level demons were even more powerful than those in the second level. Almost every stone could crush a xuanhuan intent realm demon. Though each second level demon was proud, they knew relying solely on themselves wouldn't get them far beyond Locked Demon Tower, let alone out of Mount Shu. Thus, they needed more powerful allies. Marshal Stavis's charisma united them all, despite him not being the most powerful. He had become the spiritual leader of these demons. Marshal Stavis directed the demons to launch frenzied attacks on the formation's restrictions. Under relentless assault, the formation's light began to dim, looking precarious. Just as Marshal Stavis gloated, a beam of sword light approached, growing infinitely large in his sight. With a sneer, Marshal Stavis merely waved his sleeve, shattering the sword light, and the swordswoman retreated hurriedly. She breathed deeply, her face flushed with frustration and anger. Alejandro, don't be rash, you're no match for him. A distant female disciple shouted in warning. Hearing this name while observing from the side, Zachariah paused momentarily. So, she is Alejandro. Zachariah had once provided information on Piaoxin demons, helping rescue a batch of detained disciples. Later, some disciples, or their relatives, gave gifts to express gratitude. Among them, Alejandro had gifted Zachariah a 5-pattern xuanhuan pill, showing great generosity and leaving a deep impression. Looking closely, Alejandro was not only wealthy but exceptionally beautiful, her porcelain-like skin and slender waist giving her an innocent look. Ignoring her colleagues' warnings, she focused on defeating the demons. Her brother had suffered horribly after being captured by demons, fueling her hatred. Normally, these demons were locked in the tower, reserved for certain purposes. She couldn't just kill them whenever she wished, so she kept her hate buried until the recent issue with the Locked Demon Tower. She volunteered to participate, hoping to slay as many demons as possible during the chaos. Such chances were rare, and Marshal Stavis, the leader among the demons, killing him would be like killing 10. Seeing her approach, Marshal Stavis sneered, puzzled by her audacity. However, ignoring her as he focused on breaking the formation, Alejandro's rage grew. Another demon stepped in front of Marshal Stavis, leering at Alejandro. Let's play, Adria. Get lost. Alejandro yelled. Despite the sudden interference, Alejandro's verbal assault continued relentlessly, berating Marshal Stavis mercilessly. Within moments, she had left Marshal Stavis fuming. Marshal Stavis's anger flared. He'd never been insulted so. Though Alejandro didn't use foul language, her words stung worse than insults. Feeling this might lead to disaster, Zachariah considered intervening. Gyostracting Marshal Stavis could help the situation but would spell trouble for her. Shut up. Marshal Stavis finally snapped, rushing toward Alejandro with lethal intent. Seeing her danger, Zachariah's heart sank. Other disciples were too busy to assist. As Zachariah hesitated whether to intervene, a whoosh sound interrupted. A figure appeared beside Marshal Stavis. In an instant, the figure punched Marshal Stavis's head with a loud thud, sending him crashing to the ground. Then the figure drew a sword, driving it straight into Marshal Stavis's chest, piercing his heart. Marshal Stavis stared at the figure, trying to speak, but nothing came out. His arm fell, lifeless. The entire scene froze. The formerly arrogant Marshal Stavis lay dead. All eyes turned to the mysterious savior. Recognizing the figure, Zachariah's eyes narrowed. It was Elon, the law enforcement officer of the first underground level. And then, Anwar arrived on the scene. Chapter 63. You're still alive? Anwar, upon arriving at the scene, witnessed Elon's heroic moment. He was momentarily taken aback, but then gave a nod of approval. Roberto was not as restrained as Anwar. He immediately praised aloud. Great job. Elon, affirmed by both Isaiahs, concealed his inner excitement and modestly claimed it was just part of his duty. I never thought this guy would end up being the hero. Zachariah sighed from the shadows. This scene was far beyond his expectations. Only he knew what really happened. Marshal Stavis's fake death escape was entirely his doing. Yet now, he had personally killed Marshal Stavis. It was indeed perplexing, but facts were undeniable. From his current reality, the benefit he received was that he accomplished a significant feat, and a major one too. Marshal Stavis was the organizer of this group of demons, almost their temporary spiritual leader. Once the leader fell, it was like an army without a commanding general. They easily crumbled into chaos. This strike heavily demoralized the demons. Could it be that he had this in mind from the very beginning? Using Marshal Stavis to achieve his ambitions for credit? Upon closer reflection, this possibility wasn't out of the question. The critical point was Marshal Stavis's strange actions when Elon appeared. It was as if, for that instant, Marshal Stavis made no effort to resist Elon's attack. That didn't seem rational. As a demon with a normally functioning brain, why wouldn't Marshal Stavis dodge a lethal attack? What if, in that moment, he simply couldn't move? Zachariah considered this possibility. While thinking, he suddenly recalled that Elon had given Marshal Stavis a pill capable of creating a false appearance of death. Is it possible that Elon tampered with that pill, causing Marshal Stavis to be immobilized at the crucial moment? Zachariah pondered this idea. It suddenly seemed very plausible. However, even if this was true, Zachariah had no evidence to prove Elon's involvement. This guy is truly meticulous. Zachariah gained a deeper understanding of Elon's scheming nature. Poor Marshal Stavis believed he had a chance to escape, never realizing he was merely a pawn in Elon's game. Due to Marshal Stavis's demise and Anwar's arrival, the remaining demons went berserk. They knew that failing to fight now meant even less chance of survival. However, with Anwar's arrival, victory tilted swiftly toward Mount Shu. Zachariah finally saw Anwar take action. Indeed, there were differences among the Isaiahs. The few major demons that Roberto struggled to handle collapsed instantly under Anwar's thunderous assault. Anwar's attacks were overwhelming, shattering the last hopes of the demons. Before long, several key demons lay on the ground, barely alive. Roberto, now free, dealt with other demons similarly. Within less than 3 incense sticks time, all the escaped demons, save those already dead, were returned to confinement. Specialists were summoned to repair the third-level entrance's restrictions and magical formations. At this moment, Anwar and Roberto approached Elon. Roberto rarely visited the demon-locking tower, so he was unfamiliar with Elon. Smiling at him, he asked, "Are you the enforcer of the underground level?" "Yes, I am the head enforcer of the first underground level, Elon." Elon maintained a humble attitude. "Elon, isn't it? You did well, managing to kill Marshal Stavis. It required both luck and strength," said Anwar. Anwar didn't comment further. Based on his understanding of Elon, achieving such a remarkable victory was hard to imagine. Though he was the head enforcer, he was only slightly outstanding among previous enforcers, just one step above the rest. However, Anwar did not doubt it. After all, people have lucky moments. Thus, Anwar unusually praised him and advised him to continue working hard. In this moment, Elon felt the world belonged to him. This feeling was indescribably exhilarating. All his machinations weren't in vain. With this feat, promotion was just a matter of time. Zachariah quickly left the main battlefield. Returning to the demon-locking tower's underground level, he used his Ling Ear skill to find a hiding demon barely clinging to life. The demon was hiding between rocks. When Zachariah found him, he was shocked. "You found me here? Surprised? Unexpected?" Zachariah grinned. Without hesitation, he punched the demon down, dragged him out, and walked towards where others were gathering. Elon had played the hero, so Zachariah had to create a brave image too. Zachariah. The first person Zachariah encountered dragging the demon was Brigham. Approaching Zachariah, he saw him clutching his abdomen while dragging a demon. His shock was indescribable. "Are you crazy? Not dead yet, and still coming back? What for? Do these demons need you, a wounded man, to catch them?" As one who carried Marshal Stavis's corpse, due to Marshal Stavis's dramatic return, Brigham initially believed Zachariah was dead. There was even some sorrow in his heart. Now seeing him again, he was naturally pleased. But witnessing Zachariah's stubbornness in returning to capture demons, he found it utterly foolish. "I was lucky. Connergang brother gave me a blood-restoring pill. I'm fine," Zachariah replied, unperturbed. Brigham was speechless, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Anwar and others also returned to the first level. Seeing Zachariah again, none were more astonished than Elon. He's still alive? Marshal Stavis shouldn't have left anyone alive. Elon was shaken, bewildered. He didn't think Zachariah could survive Marshal Stavis. So subconsciously, he thought Marshal Stavis might have spared him. Why would Marshal Stavis spare him? Did Marshal Stavis tell him everything? Elon began to speculate wildly. Is it possible Marshal Stavis told him everything, keeping him alive to counter me? Elon speculated that Marshal Stavis suspected the pill was problematic, leaving him as a fallback. If he survived, he could kill Zachariah afterward. If he died, Zachariah would live, revealing all secrets, ruining Elon's reputation, becoming the loathed pest of Mount Shu. The mere thought caused Elon to break into cold sweat. Chapter 64. Interrogation and Concerns. Zachariah lifted his eyes to look at Elon. Elon forced a stiff smile. "Zachariah, it's truly fortunate that you're unharmed." Zachariah nodded indifferently. "It's infuriating. The other two who went with me all died at the hands of demons. Such an accident is something no one wants to see, Elon continued to comfort Zachariah. No, what you probably don't want to see is that I'm still alive, Zachariah thought in his heart. Now tell me, how did this happen? Anwar's expression darkened as he asked about the whole event. Elon immediately took over and began recounting the entire incident. Of course, he remained completely ignorant regarding how Marshal Stavis had feigned death. Through Elon's account, Anwar learned that Marshal Stavis had died during Zachariah's interrogation. Brigham was also present at the time. Afterwards, Carter and Melanie had examined the body. Now that Melanie was dead, there was only Carter left for corroboration. Where is Carter? Bring him here. I need to ask him some questions, Anwar instructed, then called for Zachariah and Brigham. After Carter arrived, the three of them followed Anwar into the interrogation room. Uncle, are you interrogating us like demons now? Brigham said teasingly. Be serious. Anwar's face turned grim, and suddenly a tremendous pressure descended upon the trio, as if a mountain were pressing down on their shoulders. Zachariah's eyes widened in shock, instinctively preparing to resist. However, reason prevailed over impulsiveness. He quickly reined in his rebellious thoughts and, along with the other two, fell to the ground, pretending to be overwhelmed and unable to stand up. Uncle, uncle. Brigham kept calling out, but Anwar did not let up. Calling me father won't help you now. If I call you father, wouldn't that solve the problem? Do you still have the nerve to joke around? Anwar instantly increased the pressure. Zachariah grabbed Brigham's clothes, pleading, stop talking. Brigham's face flushed red, finally quieting down. All right. Now I'm going to ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I find any of you lying, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anwar's tone was resolute. The seriousness of this incident forced him to pay attention. Everyone related to Marshal Stavis's death must be handled with utmost caution. The Isaiah started questioning one by one, beginning with Zachariah. Why did you choose to interrogate Marshal Stavis? Any specific reason? Just wanted to crack that hard nut? So, did you deliberately try to kill him? No, I knew my limits when I applied force. Brigham interrupted. I can vouch for that. Shut up, it's not your turn yet. Anwar scolded, then resumed questioning Zachariah. What do you think about Marshal Stavis's death? Zachariah frowned and replied. I always felt his death was suspicious. I didn't believe he died during my torture, but at the time, all signs indicated he was dead, and I couldn't detect anything unusual. Anwar stared at him for a moment without comment before turning to Brigham. Observing Zachariah's interrogation was your own wish, right? Yes. Why did you suddenly want to observe? Because everyone knows this guy is tough. I wanted to see how Zachariah would handle him, Brigham explained frankly. He had indeed been curious about Zachariah's methods. Anwar neither showed belief nor disbelief. His gaze then shifted to Carter. Carter, did you conceal anything during your examination of Marshal Stavis's body? Anwar's voice carried more weight while questioning Carter. Zachariah was his promising disciple, and Brigham was his nephew. There was naturally some trust, but suspicion toward Carter was the strongest. Carter, trembling, replied, No concealment. I really didn't notice anything abnormal during the inspection. Anwar caught his evasive glance and shouted furiously, You're lying. Caught off guard, Carter stammered, Elder, please forgive me. I was unwell and couldn't recall clearly. Anwar's gaze grew icy cold. Lying nonsense. Remember, if you lie, you will suffer like the demons. Do you want to experience it? Carter hurriedly bowed, apologizing. Elder, forgive me. I just feared punishment and thus hid the truth. Indeed, I was negligent because of my illness. I didn't take the examination seriously. A dead man, I thought, wouldn't cause problems. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Anwar asked the other two, Is this true? Recalling Carter's dazed state back then, Zachariah thought, this is his excuse to dodge responsibility. By saying this, Carter could at most be blamed for negligence and wouldn't be linked to Marshal Stavis's fake death. They all saw his condition at the time. Even if Zachariah and Brigham didn't speak the truth, Roy would reveal the fact since he was hiding during the incident. Thus, both Zachariah and Brigham affirmed Carter's words to avoid suspicion. Despite not getting along with Carter, they had to support his claims. Brigham, unaware of the deeper truths, felt irritable. Why should he vouch for such a person? Zachariah knew that Carter and Elon were likely working together, making him even more uncomfortable. He had almost died because of their scheme but couldn't expose them. Anwar believed their testimony and released the pressure. You two go, Brigham, stay. Thank you, Elder. Carter left without looking back. Zachariah glanced at Brigham and silently exited the room. Alone with Anwar, Brigham felt puzzled. Uncle, anything else? Anwar's gaze was calm, but he appeared slightly distant. Brigham, tell me truthfully, what were you doing in the second underground level? Anwar hadn't forgotten Brigham's previous failure to explain his presence there. Uncle, you suspect me? Brigham realized he was being suspected by his own uncle. Right now, you're the biggest suspect. Anwar's stern tone hinted at the possibility of acting against family loyalty. Uncle, you're confused. Brigham held his cheeks, speechless. After leaving the interrogation room, Carter found Elon immediately. Elon asked what Anwar had questioned and how he responded. Carter recounted everything, all according to your plan, but, toward the end, Carter couldn't hide a hint of resentment. I did everything as you instructed, Head. Now, you're about to receive commendation for your efforts, but I might still be blamed for negligence. This is not what you initially promised. Carter's meaning was simple. We were supposed to rise together. You moved up a step first, while I seem to be falling behind. This isn't what you originally promised. Elon also felt somewhat displeased upon hearing this. Are we not on the same boat? Do you think I would abandon you? Rest assured, this is merely part of my plan. Bitter now, sweet later. Better days are ahead. Elon's words calmed Carter down slightly. Hutching thought about it. Indeed, they were in the same boat. Elon surely worried about him revealing all out of anger and imbalance. Therefore, he wouldn't leave him hanging. Since that's the case, I'll wait for good news from you, head. Elon nodded, his gaze flickering. He patted Carter on the shoulder. I have some business to attend to outside. Zachariah had returned to his room, preparing to count his gains when a knock came at his door. It's me. Elon's voice came from outside. I'm coming to see you. To Zachariah, this sounded like a yellow weasel paying respects to a chicken, a clear sign of ulterior motives. Reluctantly, he couldn't refuse him in trance, as doing so would raise suspicion and reveal his hostility. Opening the door, Zachariah said with forced politeness, Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm fine, just need some rest. He practically spelled it out. He needed rest. But Elon ignored it and stepped into Zachariah's room. Zachariah was speechless but unsurprised. A man expected to die has survived miraculously. Elon must want to know how. Elon glanced around, feigning interest in Zachariah's injuries. Zachariah gave vague answers, attributing his survival to luck, a response that clearly didn't satisfy Elon. After all, Marshal Stavis had promised him no survivors. Luck? Not possible. Elon forced a smile. Did Marshal Stavis say anything to you? Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Elon asked this crucial question. Zachariah paused, remembering the demon's tight-lipped nature. Why would I tell him anything? Zachariah thought, pondering the intent behind Elon's question. Knowing Elon's involvement in the plot, this question seemed calculated. He must be worried about something, Zachariah deduced. Is he afraid Marshal Stavis slipped? Considering further, Zachariah realized it was plausible. Some demons like their victims to die enlightened. Elon might fear Zachariah heard something before his death. Therefore, he anxiously questioned Zachariah about the details. Understanding this, Zachariah responded. He did mention some bizarre things, but they were too absurd to believe or take seriously. A flash of anxiety crossed Elon's eyes, though he maintained a calm facade. What did he say? Did you tell Anwar about these words? Zachariah acted nonchalant. They were nonsense. Why would I waste time telling Anwar such absurdities? Relief visibly eased Elon's tension, but he continued probing. Don't force yourself if it hurts to recall. Elon faked concern, adding, Your injuries require peace and quiet. Don't worry about trivial matters. Zachariah agreed. I'll focus on resting. I have no interest in those details now. It wasn't wise to confront Elon openly. Elon could easily claim Marshal Stavis fabricated lies and dispose of evidence implicating him. Accusing a superior without proof wouldn't serve Zachariah well. Understanding this, Elon finally left after saying, I won't disturb your rest anymore. Once outside Zachariah's door, Elon's smile vanished, replaced by icy coldness. Chapter 65. Indestructible Golden Body. Well, finally some peace and quiet. Zachariah closed the windows and doors tightly, starting to claim the rewards from the chaos caused by the demons this time. Each time such chaos occurs, Zachariah reaps considerable rewards. However, he doesn't wish to gain rewards this way. After all, it's more advantageous for him to personally finish off these demons. Moreover, demon unrest poses immeasurable hazards. This time they almost reached the 3rd underground level. What if they reach even deeper next time? If something formidable were released, destroying the demon-locking pagoda, that would truly be counterproductive. Therefore, Zachariah is on high alert towards Elon, the instigator of this disturbance. He will inevitably have to monitor this guy closely, preventing further issues. Zachariah knew in his heart that the man definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Once a person strays onto the wrong path, they tend to keep going down it, with very few turning back. Calming his mind, Zachariah began extracting rewards one by one. On the first floor, 5 demons perished. On the second floor, besides the corpse-devouring demon killed by Zachariah, 4 others also died, 3 of whom were taken down by Anwar. In total, Zachariah received 10 instances of relic rewards. Sequentially claiming them, Zachariah obtained 5 cultivation essence infusions. He extracted all 5 at once. Instantly, his aura soared wildly. The 8th and 9th spirit orifices opened up in succession. With 9 orifices open, this marked the 9th level spirit orifice realm. Then the 9 spirit orifices connected, forming a spiritual vortex within the Danteon. This vortex expanded into a vast ocean, the Spirit Sea. Using the 4th infusion, Zachariah smoothly broke through to the 1st level Spirit Sea realm. The 5th infusion pushed him further to the 2nd level Spirit Sea realm. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zachariah calmed himself after a moment and shifted focus to other rewards, 3 cultivation methods and a demon core. The 3 methods included an incomplete version of 9 layers heavenly demon body, reaching only the first 5 layers. The demon had mastered only 3 layers but could already wreak havoc like a late-stage celestial realm expert, even holding off against the red-haired elder. Only when Anwar came could it be defeated. Pity, it's an incomplete method. If this 9 layers heavenly demon body were complete, it would certainly surpass Class 1, being an extremely precious, possibly supreme, cultivation method. The other 2 were Killing Arts, ranked Class 2 and Class 1 respectively, Demon Killing Fist, and Savage Spirit Demon Claw. Though stronger than Heart-Shattering Palm, Zachariah couldn't learn them due to their high demonic content. The assimilation of these 2 methods instantly boosted Zachariah's basic physical attributes and added some proficiency experience. Surprised, Zachariah noted that previously only basic attributes improved. Now there was additional proficiency experience. Could it be that only higher-ranked methods grant extra proficiency? He speculated, eager to enhance his own methods. Previously, methods learned via the system could only reach mastery. To attain the ultimate realm of proficiency required much effort. Now with proficiency experience, direct enhancement was possible. Currently, he had 4 methods: Heart-Shattering Palm, Mind-Forging Body Method, Shadow Slaying Technique, and 10,000 Transformations Profound Art. Of these, only the Mind-Forging Body Method hadn't reached mastery. Therefore, Zachariah injected proficiency experience directly into this method. As the orthodox forging method of Mount Schwaz, it was crucial for him to excel. Later, if his exceptional physique raised suspicion, he would have an explanation. Soon, the mind-forging body method reached mastery, then transcended into proficiency. Instantaneously, Zachariah felt his muscles tightening, filled with robust power, bones resonating powerfully with every slight movement. Through the mind-forging body method's refinement, his body transformed further. Originally a bronze-like physique now shone with a golden hue, an indestructible golden body. An indestructible golden body is the hallmark of Buddhist arhats and the ultimate pursuit for many body cultivators. Although not the end goal for them, it's unattainable for most within their lifetimes. Yet Zachariah achieved it within a year. He felt that with just his physical prowess, he could hold his ground against profound embryo realm attacks, even confront a celestial realm opponent. Next, Zachariah considered the 9 layers heavenly demon body. If cultivated to proficiency, how strong would it become? Nonetheless, Zachariah merely thought about it. Apart from potential risks of cultivating demonic arts, this method was incomplete. Even if he did cultivate it, it wasn't the right time. An incomplete method has numerous flaws. Pursuing it might lead one astray. So Zachariah decided against it for now, but didn't rush its assimilation. Perhaps obtaining the missing half later would make it whole and far more valuable. Hope wasn't lost as Zachariah could check the demon's memories for clues. But for now, finishing proficiency use was more pressing. After achieving proficiency in mind-forging body method, little remained for the rest of the methods. Upgrading heart-shattering palm or 10,000 transformations profound art isn't necessary. Heart-shattering palm's rank was low with limited attack range. Enhancing shadow slaying technique was more beneficial. Strengthening it provides direct and broader results. As for 10,000 transformations profound art, it currently served cosmetic changes, having less importance. Thus, Zachariah focused remaining proficiency experience on the shadow slaying technique until it reached proficiency, tripling its effectiveness during combat. And this effect would increase as his cultivation advanced. With shadow slaying technique at proficiency, the proficiency experience was depleted. Checking his status. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation, 2nd level Spirit Sea Realm, 0/500000. Cultivation methods, Mount Shu Basic James Cultivation, Mount Shu Sword Heart Method. Techniques, Heart-Shattering Palm, Mind-Forging Body Method, Proficiency, Shadow Slaying Technique, Proficiency, 10,000 Transformations Profound Art. Abilities, Concealment Technique, Heartworm Secret Art, Xuanhuan Ear Ability. Physique, Indestructible Golden Body, Blood James Overflowing, Peerless Agility, Immune to Poisons, Keen Sense of Smell, Insightful Perception. Bloodlines, Giant Demon, Beastman, Zombie Ghost. Extractable Rewards, Cultivation Experience *12378. Considering the enormous amount of cultivation experience needed for each level now, Zachariah could only sigh. Due to the deaths on the first underground floor, and personally detaining a dog-headed demon on the second. Note. Maintain the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring grammatical correctness and natural English expression. Overall, he was still short of 4 experience sources. As a result, Zachariah's daily cultivation experience income drastically decreased. Relying solely on the current daily intake, it would take months to advance 1 level in the Spirit Sea realm. Looks like I still have to strive for deeper levels, Zachariah mused, feeling the increased difficulty of leveling up and realizing he should consider descending further. Thinking this, Zachariah picked up the last reward, a demon core. A demon core is an extremely rare item formed by innate demons at the core formation stage after death. It encapsulates the demon's cultivation and inherent abilities. In suitable conditions, even a rebirth might be possible using the preserved demon core. Other demons can also gain part of the demon's cultivation and abilities by consuming the core, provided they are stronger. Otherwise, they risk counterattack from the demon soul within the core. This demon core held considerable value, attracting many demons fatally. However, for Zachariah, it was of little use. If he swallowed the demon core, he'd be immediately assimilated into a demon. Increased cultivation would then be meaningless. He certainly wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Stowing away the demon core, Zachariah began delving into the memories of the demon, who possessed the 9 layers heavenly demon body, searching for ways to complete the method. The demon's name was Demon-Subduing, hailing from the Sky Demon clan, which wasn't particularly powerful among demons, but possessed exceptional physical attributes, standing atop the genetic pyramid of all demons. The illustrious ancestor of the Sky Demons created the 9 layers heavenly demon body, tailored to their formidable physique, maximizing their potential. From then on, the Sky Demons rose, becoming prominent among demons. But later, they were besieged during internal strife with other demons. The great ancestor was sealed in the netherworld abyss, while many others either died or fled. Demon-Subduing's ancestor was the guardian of the Sky Demon ancestor and escaped with the complete scripture to prevent its loss. Unfortunately, during their flight, they were ambushed at 10,000 Caves Mountain, splitting the text into 2 parts. Desperately protecting half the text, his ancestor barely escaped, preserving half of the legacy. The latter half remained unretrieved, seized by local factions. Demon-Subduing naturally aimed to avenge his ancestors and reclaim the second half. Initially, he lacked the strength to do so, leading him to recruit demons, forming a formidable group. This group was flourishing until some members provoked Mount Shuas, resulting in its swift disbandment. Captured as a leader, Demon-Subduing refused to divulge any information about his motives or connections, fearing exposure could lead to destruction of the lost half of the 9 layers heavenly demon body. Consequently, he endured severe torture from the demon-locking pagoda enforcers. 10,000 Caves Mountain, Zachariah muttered, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. This complicates things. 10,000 Caves Mountain was both far away and inhabited by fiercely territorial entities. Its treacherous terrain made it difficult to attack. Few dared challenge these residents. Without absolute certainty of success, Zachariah wouldn't contemplate the venture. Therefore, he set aside thoughts of the 9 layers heavenly demon body for now. The next morning, Zachariah woke up. Walking down the empty corridor, he found himself among only 3 remaining enforcers, himself, Brigham, and Roy, out of the original 7. The high mortality rate highlighted the perilous nature of their occupation, deeply impressing upon Zachariah the fragility of life. Feeling powerless to change this reality, he silently honored the fallen. Pacing eastward through the prison wing, Zachariah wasn't merely patrolling. He was planting heartworms. 2 previous hosts had perished among those demons killed, leaving him short of proxies. So, he took time to implant more. Note: the translation aims to maintain structure, tone, style, and coherence with previous content, ensuring natural English expression. #####Chapter 66, New Assignments. ####Day 2. The rewards and punishments for the level 1 enforcers were announced. Elon made significant contributions this time, but was also held accountable for inadequate supervision. His merits outweighed his faults, so he was promoted to level 2 enforcer. As for others like Carter and Roy, they had only faults and no merits. They should have been punished, but because of the heavy losses suffered by the level 1 enforcers, higher-ups chose not to punish them harshly to stabilize morale. Zachariah's performance was noted by Anwar and others, but it was not encouraged to engage in dangerous actions after sustaining severe injuries. Therefore, he received neither rewards nor punishments. As for Brigham, he did not receive any rewards either, and was interrogated for 2 additional hours by Anwar. Finally, unable to endure it, he lashed out in the interrogation room, declaring that if they doubted him, they should transfer him away from the demon-locking pagoda. Whatever they wanted to do with him was up to them. Later, Anwar indeed took him away, and there was no news about him afterward. The new group of 5 enforcers for level 1 of the demon-locking pagoda included Zachariah, Roy, and Carter, along with 2 transferred from level 2. These 5 hardly communicated at all. They had no common language among them. The 2 who were bumped up from below were in terrible moods and remained silent. Roy continued to be as cold as ever, while Carter, once a chatterbox, now said nothing at all. Zachariah didn't find the atmosphere difficult to handle. He just needed to focus on his own duties. What others thought didn't concern him. When Zachariah arrived at the Alita of Millennial Sect cell, he saw her eyes vacant, as if she had lost her soul. Zachariah could understand her frustration. This demonic disturbance was a perfect opportunity for her to escape, yet her nearly flawless plan was somehow foiled. She still couldn't figure it out. Is this the will of fate? At this moment, Abby doubted everything in her life. Her hate flashed across her eyes when she saw Zachariah. Not only did he put her in this situation, but he also rejected her when she was willing to let go of her resentment and offer herself to him. For her, this wasn't just a humiliation. It was a deep wound to her pride. Abby had always been obsessed with beauty. Men who weren't extraordinarily handsome never caught her attention. Now, the man who had betrayed and humiliated her seemed monstrous to her despite his good looks. Zachariah noticed her hatred but didn't care. Here, every demon hated him. Enforcers and demons were natural enemies. Whether they hated him or not made no difference to Zachariah. In the resting room, Zachariah sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating. In reality, his mind was filled with flashing swords and danger. He was practicing the sword Dao mind art. An imaginary opponent appeared in his mind, engaging him in intense practice. The heart Bodhi fruit he consumed enhanced his understanding of mind arts and allowed him to multitask. He could now split his focus to train against an imaginary opponent while deepening his comprehension of the sword's mysteries. After an unknown period, Zachariah suddenly opened his eyes, and sharp flashes of sword intent shot out from his gaze. Second level. The xuanhuan sword heart technique had reached its second level. Practicing sword Dao mind arts was more challenging than learning sword techniques. It formed the foundation of sword Dao. Each advancement represented a qualitative change, like the foundation of a building. The firmer the foundation, the taller the structure could be. Without mastering mind arts, one would only mimic the form without capturing the essence. Like focusing only on external strength while neglecting internal cultivation, one would never become a true master of sword Dao. With heart arts, practicing other sword forms became far more efficient. The xuanhuan sword heart technique, refined over generations by Su Shan's genius swordsman, was unrivaled. Level 1. Entry into the sword gate, marking the beginning of genuine sword Dao cultivation. Level 2. Enlightened sword heart. At this stage, one could develop a special connection with their sword, enhancing the power of sword moves. Level 3. Manzord Unity. Cartier Msgo had just touched this realm, unlocking immense potential in both practitioner and weapon. Level 4. Transparent sword heart. Level 5. Supreme sword intent. Each subsequent level represented a leap in sword Dao mastery. Only 1 in 10,000 could achieve Manzord Unity. Reaching the 5th level meant having the potential to become a sword immortal. Higher levels were unreachable for now. Exhaling deeply, Zachariah had now reached the 2nd level, establishing a connection with his sword. Unfortunately, his sword's quality was low, with almost negligible spirituality, limiting the benefits he gained. Higher grade swords possessed greater spirituality, enhancing the effectiveness of the 2nd level of the technique and thus increasing the sword's power. Obtaining a high-grade sword was impossible for Zachariah at present. Swords like Cartier Msgos were undoubtedly high-quality treasures, but she was an elite purple cloak disciple with considerable influence. As a core disciple, such treatment was reasonable. Zachariah decided not to worry too much. He focused on cultivation, confident that with enough effort, a fine sword would eventually come his way. Days later. Snow began to fall outside like willow fluff. Unnoticed, Zachariah had spent a season underground in the demon-locking pagoda. Being an enforcer here wasn't entirely devoid of freedom. There were 4 annual breaks corresponding to each season. During these breaks, enforcers could move freely but needed to report and record their whereabouts. Leaving the sect required special approval, so freedom was limited but manageable within the sect. I want to visit the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Seizing this opportunity, Zachariah planned to visit the Hidden Sword Pavilion to learn a few sword techniques after seeing Cartier Msgo use the Thunderbolt sword technique. With his mind art now at the 2nd level, it was time to try out some sword techniques. Leaving the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah headed straight for the xuanhuan hidden sword pavilion. Chapter 67. The Old Keeper's Surprise. Although the sword archive was called as such, it did not house swords. Instead, it stored various sword techniques from Shu Mountain. Zachariah walked up to the entrance of the sword archive. The old keeper didn't even raise his gaze, but directly extended a hand to block Zachariah's path. Because Zachariah was a stranger, the keeper would not easily allow any disciple who had never been here before to enter. The keeper asked, "What's your name? Have you reached the first level in Sword Heart Decision?" There were prerequisites for entering the sword archive. One must have at least a first-level proficiency in the Shu Mountain sword technique. This rule aimed to prevent students from forsaking the route for superficial things, chasing after sword moves without mastering the core principles first, which Shu Mountain discouraged and prohibited. Zachariah truthfully replied, "Junior Zachariah, I've attained the second level of Sword Heart Decision." Second level? The keeper raised his eyes, re-evaluating Zachariah with slightly furrowed brows. Zachariah's attire indicated he was an enforcer of the Demon-Sealing Tower. However, he seemed skeptical about Zachariah's claim. "It's not just a matter of saying second level makes it so. Show me some moves, attack with a strike." Hearing this, Zachariah hesitated immediately, which caused dissatisfaction from the keeper. "What, are you afraid that your attack might hurt me?" "Not dare, just fearing disrespect towards senior." "Don't worry, I permit you to be disrespectful." The keeper gestured for Zachariah to attack. Knowing that procrastination would genuinely upset him, Zachariah drew his sword. Seeing the sword in Zachariah's hand, the keeper roughly understood Zachariah's status in the sect. With such a grade of sword, his position wouldn't be high, further fueling his doubts. This boy is probably exaggerating. He regarded Zachariah as one of those shameless disciples claiming the second level, while still at peak first level. Many were like this, driven by vanity. The keeper initially categorized Zachariah as one of them until Zachariah made a move. A direct slash aimed at his face sent a round arc of sword light whistling through the air. The keeper originally intended to shatter the light with sheer aura, but as the sword light approached, he realized he'd slightly overestimated his own abilities and hastily blocked. Upon contact, the sword light shattered instantly. Zachariah inwardly marveled, silently thinking Shu Mountain truly harbored dragons and tigers. Even an ordinary archive keeper possessed hidden depths. Just a flick of his wrist to dispel a strike without a scratch. While this sword light was meticulously controlled by Zachariah, limiting its power within reasonable limits for a true essence realm cultivator at second level, the ease with which the keeper handled it still surprised him. Unbeknownst to Zachariah, the keeper was also taken aback. "What's your cultivation realm?" After learning Zachariah was a fourth-level true essence cultivator, his shock only grew. He knew well how potent a fourth-level true essence cultivator's sword strikes could be, yet Zachariah's far exceeded this. Closing his eyes, lost in thought, relishing the force of that strike. This lad truly has cultivated the second level of Sword Heart Decision, and there's even a hint of reaching third level's Mansword Oneness. Otherwise, impossible for such strength, such potential, yet given just this blade, which Isaiah overlooked him? Opening his eyes, he calmly stated, "You may enter. Go to where you should, don't wander or aim too high." "Yes." Bowing gratefully, Zachariah entered under the keeper's watchful eye. Shortly after, a beautiful figure appeared. Although the keeper didn't stop her like he did Zachariah, he didn't let her off easily either. "Martha, looking for more sword techniques again? You already know so many. Remember, precision trumps quantity. Desiring too much leads to confusion." Repeatedly explained, "Yet you still don't understand?" Facing ridicule, Martha neither felt annoyed nor embarrassed. Instead, she lifted her chin proudly. "Keeper, no need to remind. Martha believes more skills never harm." Shaking his head, the keeper found her insufferable yet charming. Inside the sword archive, shelves lined up neatly holding countless manuals of sword techniques, vast as an ocean. They weren't strictly arranged by grade, but according to the practitioner's level of sword technique cultivation and their realm. Various recommended sections catered specifically to these criteria. The keeper reminded newcomers to choose appropriately and avoid being overly ambitious. Misplaced confidence led many to failure and loss of self-confidence. Zachariah headed toward the second-level recommendation zone. Aware of his limits, he chose wisely. However, concerning realms, his decision changed. Though he reported fourth-level true essence to the keeper, he was actually second-level Spirit Sea realm, a considerable gap leading to different recommendations. Pausing, Zachariah skipped the true essence section, heading for the Spirit Sea instead. Martha noticed this from a distance. "Who's that?" she wondered. Anyone entering this area shouldn't be anonymous within the sect. Yet Zachariah was unfamiliar. Facing shelves of sword manuals, Zachariah felt excitement stir. Though simplicity held the greatest truths, and immortal swordsmen perhaps didn't need complex techniques, what new sword cultivator wouldn't crave an impressive technique? Chapter 68. You chose this? The mountain-severing sword technique, when perfected, allows one to cleave through mountains with a light and effortless slash. The golden feather sword technique, when perfected, has sword energy as sharp as golden feathers, making killing as easy as drinking water. The shadow-falling sword technique, where the sword moves like fleeting shadows, striking down foes without a trace. Zachariah's gaze swept over the various sword technique manuals. To avoid missing out on a suitable technique just because of its unappealing name, Zachariah paused briefly before each manual. He would flip through the contents and carefully examine them before moving on to the next one only after confirming it was unsuitable for him. Just as Zachariah was engrossed in examining the sword manuals, a woman's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Hey, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Hearing this, Zachariah looked up. On top of the bookshelf sat a young girl with a delicate face like a porcelain doll. She wore a purple outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her slender waist could be encircled by 2 fingers, and she had an elegant and composed posture. Her long boots swung freely in the air. Recognizing her instantly, Zachariah saw Marley, the once extravagant benefactor. Slightly lowering his head, It wasn't because he felt awkward looking at her, but rather due to the somewhat embarrassing angle, he responded. Do you not think it rude for me to look at you that way? Zachariah said. Only then did Marley realize the implication, and a flush of embarrassment spread across her cheeks. She thought, this junior is actually quite proper. She immediately hopped down from the bookshelf, standing a head shorter than Zachariah, yet he still respectfully addressed her as senior sister. Zachariah then introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Marley was pleasantly surprised. You're Zachariah, the enforcer of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda? Of course, she remembered that name. That's right, senior sister Jimmy Sue. You once gave me a spirit essence pill, which was incredibly precious. That's nothing, Marley replied, not thinking her gift was valuable at all. Instead, she felt it wasn't enough. If not for Zachariah interrogating the demon, her brother wouldn't have been rescued so quickly. Who knew if they could save him any later? Thus, she always remembered his kindness. Even giving a spirit essence pill felt inadequate compared to her brother's life. You saved my brother. Even countless spirit essence pills can't repay such a great favor. Dare not take credit, Zachariah said. It was the efforts of the sect Isaiahs and disciples who contributed to his rescue. I merely conducted the interrogation, no real credit. Seeing Marley pull out a porcelain bottle to give him, he hastily refused. No, senior sister, please don't. Not being hypocritical, he refused while also ensuring he didn't keep something undeserved. He hadn't put much effort into saving her brother. If others learned he received more rewards than those who truly contributed, it would create resentment. So, Zachariah declined Marley's gifts. I've never seen anyone push away what I offered before. Surprised by Zachariah's rejection, Marley felt a bit curious about this humble individual. Why didn't I see you before you became an enforcer? Marley recognized most enforcers and blue-robe disciples prior to entering the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, but Zachariah left no impression on her. Zachariah explained that he was previously a gray-robe disciple stationed in the upper floors of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Marley was astonished. You were a gray-robe disciple? And now your cultivation is already at the Spirit Sea realm? Since Zachariah was browsing the Spirit Sea section, Marley naturally assumed he had reached that level. Though Zachariah avoided admitting it, saying, not yet. I'm just curious about these high-level sword techniques here. His true rank was still only True Essence realm. Oh, I see. Marley sighed in relief, patting her chest as if saying, I almost got scared there. But still, you're impressive. I've never seen a gray-robe disciple accomplish this much. She meant it. Becoming an enforcer from a gray-robe disciple was beyond her imagination. Gray-robe disciples usually lacked confidence, unlike Zachariah who exuded an unidentifiable quality and mysterious aura. She felt Zachariah was trying to mask this characteristic, but since this was their first meeting, she dismissed it as a mere illusion. After some humility, Zachariah returned the sword manual. Uninterested? Marley asked. Who am I to be picky? These techniques are too advanced for someone like me. Zachariah's reply made Marley chuckle. Your sense of humor is refreshing. Want me to recommend a sword technique? Senior sister, do you have any recommendations? Initially intending to refuse, Zachariah reconsidered, deciding to see what she suggested. Perhaps her insight was unique. But the technique Marley recommended, Dominant True Sword, left Zachariah speechless. Marley seemed oblivious to Zachariah's disbelief, praising the technique. Isn't it powerful? I wanted to learn it. Your master was right, Zachariah replied, imagining how ridiculous it sounded. Confused, Marley wondered if only she found the technique appealing. Ultimately, Zachariah didn't choose the Dominant True Sword, despite its emphasis on power, deeming it unfitting. Though it might align with his current status, he questioned why he should stick to sword techniques if only brute strength mattered. Wouldn't wielding a cudgel be better? Seeing her recommendation rejected, Marley felt a bit disappointed, but focused on selecting her own technique. Browsing the True Essence section yielded no satisfactory results for Zachariah. Reluctantly, he ascended to higher realms, Spirit Essence and Spiritual Aperture sections, but found nothing promising. Finally reaching the Core Formation section, with fewer but rarer manuals, Zachariah grew genuinely hopeful. He inspected the Core Formation manuals closely, hoping to find the perfect technique for himself. In the second section dedicated to cultivation techniques, the Core Formation realm was already the highest level available. Only in the third and higher sections were there recommendations for the Profound Child realm. Thus, if Zachariah couldn't find a satisfactory sword technique here, he would have to settle for something less. He flipped through one secret manual after another, but put each one down after a brief moment of contemplation. As he continued, his options dwindled until only 3 manuals remained. By now, he felt somewhat indecisive, almost overwhelmed by the choices before him. The myriad of sword techniques left him unsure of what exactly he sought. The world of swordsmanship was vast and varied, with countless styles and changes. Finding one that perfectly suited him was no easy task. Unless someone had reached divine proficiency with the sword and could create their own style, it was nearly impossible to find one that fit them flawlessly. Thus, even Zachariah couldn't help but feel a bit lost. However, as his gaze fell upon the last 3 manuals, he managed to regain his composure. His eyes landed on a simple yellow-bound book tucked away in the corner. Among the last 3 manuals, it was the least eye-catching, yet its unremarkable nature strangely resonated with him, reminding him of himself when he first started out. Without hesitation, Zachariah reached out and picked up the manual. Meanwhile, Marley had already chosen her preferred sword technique and turned to look for Zachariah to see which technique he had selected. Surprised not to find him where she expected, she wondered aloud, where did he go? She assumed he might have already finished choosing and left. Unbeknownst to her, Zachariah had already moved ahead of her. The sword that severes gods. When Zachariah saw the title on the cover, his eyes widened in shock. Severing gods? He thought. What an audacious and domineering technique. Why are you here? Suddenly, Marley popped up beside him. Thankfully, her beauty made the abrupt appearance less startling. Zachariah didn't respond immediately, still trying to process his thoughts and collect himself from the initial shock. This technique, why is it here? Marley's attention shifted to the manual in Zachariah's hands. She quickly forgot her earlier question, instead puzzling over the presence of this specific technique in this location. Hearing this, Zachariah realized there must be some story behind it. After collecting his thoughts, he asked, "Is there something unusual about this technique?" "This technique isn't practiced by anyone anymore. Just look at the name. It sounds far-fetched." "Such techniques should have been removed long ago," Marley explained. She noted that the difficulty of mastering the technique was extraordinarily high. Even achieving partial mastery was practically useless, as its power paled in comparison to other sword techniques. According to legend, the true potential of this technique only unfolded after reaching full mastery, but very few managed to reach that stage. Many gave up after achieving partial mastery because the path became increasingly arduous. Some practitioners pushed themselves to the brink of mental collapse without further progress, ultimately abandoning the technique in frustration. After numerous validations, it was concluded that the technique might have flaws, leading to its decision to be stored away temporarily. Who knew it would still be here for Zachariah to find? It might have been intended for storage, but hasn't been removed yet. "Junior brother, put it back. This technique isn't meant for human practice." Marley advised him kindly, knowing Zachariah had once saved her family. She didn't want him wasting valuable time on a futile pursuit, as many ambitious individuals had been demoralized and unable to continue their path after attempting this technique. However, Zachariah did not heed her advice. Instead, his gaze became resolute as he declared, "I will choose this technique." Upon hearing this, Marley nearly choked on her own words. "Why won't you listen to me? I'm not trying to harm you. I know you mean well, senior sister, but I also want to follow my heart's choice." "Is this really your heart's choice?"
"Yes."
Zachariah's answer was firm and decisive. Marley was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, she had admired his demeanor. Now she found him so stubborn and unyielding. "Forget it. You'll only hit a brick wall if you keep pushing like this. If you insist on banging your head against it, I can't stop you," Marley said, slightly exasperated. If Zachariah weren't her family's savior, she would have given him a thorough scolding by now. To avoid further interference from Marley, Zachariah quickly exited the room with the manual in hand. Outside the hidden sword pavilion, the old guardian greeted him with a smile, asking, "What did you choose?" He directed his question clearly at Zachariah, not at Marley, who trailed behind. Marley hesitated, thinking it best not to meddle further. But before she could decide, Zachariah had already openly displayed the manual. Seeing the title, "The Sword That Severes Gods," the old guardian's expression changed instantly. "That's not what I told you to do, right? Didn't I say you should choose based on your current capabilities? There are plenty of suitable techniques for your stage here. Why did you pick this one?" Zachariah's lips twitched slightly. Is there really a problem with this choice? There is. A big problem. #####Chapter 69. Breathing the air of unfreedom. This sword technique, you cannot learn. Go back and choose another. The old keeper of the tower seemed unwilling to explain much more, simply instructing Zachariah to return and select a different technique. Tiana also looked at Zachariah, curious about what he would do. Even the tower Isaiah did not approve of him learning this sword technique. Surely he should give up, right? Why does the senior disapprove of me learning this sword technique? Zachariah held onto the sword technique scroll tightly and refused to move. The old keeper sighed and said, "Apart from the creator of this sword technique, no one has ever truly mastered it." In other words, this was a highly personalized sword technique. The creator of this sword technique never intended for later generations to master it. The old keeper smiled bitterly, finding the predecessor's mindset hard to agree with. But that fits his character. He was always arrogant and dismissive of others. Zachariah was not surprised. He had already expected as much regarding the creator of this sword technique. If he wasn't crazy and arrogant, how could he dare name it xuanhuan? This sword technique is already ordered to be sealed away. I forgot where I placed it and didn't bother looking for it. Now that you've brought it out, hand it over to me and choose another. As he spoke, the old keeper extended his hand toward Zachariah, but Zachariah hesitated, unwilling to give the scroll to the Isaiah. "Senior, I feel a deep connection with it. Please let me try. If I really can't do it, I'll accept my failure completely. Otherwise, I'll have lingering doubts." Upon hearing the words, lingering doubts, the old keeper paused. This was no laughing matter. If forcing Zachariah to abandon this technique caused him heart demons, that would be a grave sin. "Fine, do as you wish. I only advised you because I care. If you insist on pursuing it, I won't stop you." The old keeper waved his hand, signaling Zachariah to leave. This sword technique was a high wall. Once the boy hit a dead end, he would willingly return it. Tiana sighed in an exaggeratedly mature manner, which made the old keeper chuckle. He said, "Shouldn't you be happy instead? Do you think I enjoy misfortune?" Tiana pouted, clearly unhappy. The old keeper remained silent. As Zachariah passed by the main square of the sect, he saw many disciples gathered together. He knew this area was the task board, where daily tasks were posted. Disciples could choose and undertake missions voluntarily, earning points that could be exchanged for rare items and special privileges. Points functioned like internal currency among the disciples, but this had little to do with Zachariah. As a gray-clothed servant disciple before, he hadn't qualified for the point system. Now as an enforcer, most of his time was spent at the Demon-Locking Pagoda, leaving him limited opportunities to earn points. However, now that he was no longer a gray-clothed disciple, he had the same rights as other official disciples. So, even if he wanted to take on tasks and earn points, it would be permissible. Of course, he wouldn't do so. Firstly, completing tasks was not without risks. Most of the tasks listed on the board required leaving the sect premises. Given the constant hostility between Mount Shu and demons, weaker sect disciples often became targets of demonic retribution. Hence, walking outside posed continuous danger. Secondly, his free time was severely limited. He had less than 3 days before returning to the Demon-Locking Pagoda. In points I might be interested, but my life is far more precious. His primary goal was to gain strength within the confines of the pagoda. Why venture elsewhere? Though Zachariah wouldn't partake, gaining knowledge of recent events in the sect was beneficial. Approaching the crowd, Zachariah learned they had gathered due to a disciple claiming to have spotted a dragon near Mount Shu's outskirts. This claim drew much attention and debate. That's true. I saw a dragon. Right under a cliff in the southeastern direction. The disciple exclaimed passionately, but few believed him. Many joked that he was either performing or suffering from delusions. Dragons were mythical creatures, almost extinct. Why would one appear now, especially near Mount Shu? Even if dragons still exist, they would never appear here. One Isaiah firmly stated, explaining the ancient animosity between Mount Shu and dragons. Due to these reasons, the disciple's claims were met with skepticism and ridicule until an Isaiah intervened. After examining the disciple, the Isaiah announced astonishingly, he isn't lying. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Really a dragon? A divine beast appears in Mount Shu? What does this mean? The Isaiah calmed them, saying, I can confirm he didn't lie, but whether it's a true dragon remains uncertain. Thus, a new mission appeared on the task board, to investigate the dragon's presence. Excitement erupted among the disciples. Everyone wanted to witness the legendary creature firsthand. The limited spots for the mission sparked fierce competition. Witnessing all this, Zachariah quietly slipped away. Though curious, he lacked the enthusiasm and desire to get involved. Just as Zachariah turned to leave, Anwar stood behind him. Zachariah's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed respectfully. Anwar. Anwar nodded. I heard you went to the sword vault. Suspecting Anwar might be probing, Zachariah kept his expression calm. Yes, I just came from there. What did you choose? Anwar asked casually. Pausing briefly, Zachariah replied, xuanhuan. Anwar was taken aback. After a moment, he commented with a hint of mockery, your ambition is admirable, but choosing this sword technique, it's unwise. Chapter 69. Breathing the air of unfreedom. Because this sword technique did not follow conventional paths, it was something an ordinary person could never learn. I want to give it a try. At that moment, Zachariah appeared somewhat stubborn. Anwar glanced at him but didn't say much. And Zachariah also didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he quickly shifted it by asking about Brigham's whereabouts. Since Brigham had been taken out of the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah hadn't seen him again. This time, when Zachariah came out of the pagoda, he originally planned to see what Brigham was up to, but ended up not finding him at all. He went to challenge the trial tower, Anwar casually mentioned. The trial tower was a tall structure in Mount Shu where disciples underwent trials. It contained numerous challenges aimed at tempering their hearts and minds, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Of course, the difficulty was quite high. While there was no risk to life, if one entered with a lackadaisical attitude, they might end up bedridden for half a month. Giosipals without significant power dared not attempt the trial tower. The ranking of disciples within the sect was determined by how many floors they managed to clear in this tower. Brigham's decision to challenge the trial tower was partly driven by resentment. Despite doing nothing wrong, he had been suspected by his own uncle, stripped of his enforcer status, and removed from the demon-locking pagoda. So, he switched towers, choosing the trial tower instead. Anwar naturally knew he was sulking but didn't intervene. Do you want to try challenging the trial tower as well? Anwar suddenly suggested to Zachariah. Zachariah immediately laughed bitterly. I think I'll pass. With my current abilities, I doubt I could even make it past the first floor. Anwar looked at Zachariah and smiled. If you lack even this much confidence, you wouldn't have chosen xuanhuan. Anwar saw through Zachariah's deliberate evasion. In reality, Zachariah genuinely did not want to pursue this meaningless accolade. Challenging the trial tower offered no substantial rewards. It only served to boost one's reputation if they reached a high floor. For Zachariah, it was simply more trouble than it was worth. As a former gray-clothed disciple, he preferred to keep a low profile. Those actions that highlighted one's strength were exactly what he wanted to avoid. Anwar did not force Zachariah. He merely wanted to gauge Zachariah's limits, always feeling like Zachariah held back. Zachariah, insisting on not going to the trial tower, bid farewell to Anwar and hurried back to the demon-locking pagoda. He felt a strange sense of reassurance whenever he returned to the pagoda, perhaps due to the familiarity after spending so much time there. The air of freedom outside seemed less appealing now. Just as he arrived at the second underground level of the demon-locking pagoda, Carter sneered at Zachariah as they passed each other. Some people start acting high and mighty after staying here too long. Clearly, he was referring to Zachariah. His behavior of ignoring Carter irked him. This guy seems to be back to his old self, Zachariah thought, remembering the initial impression Carter left on him. Though this wasn't the first time Zachariah ignored him, Carter had previously shown no reaction. Now, he was visibly irritated. Zachariah paid him no mind and walked away. Aside from Carter, Zachariah greeted everyone else. Even Roy, with whom his relationship was average, received a few words. After the chaos caused by demons and monsters, Roy's spirit wasn't as high as before. Perhaps feeling ashamed, he avoided standing up against the chaotic forces until more fellow disciples appeared. This cautiousness reflected weakness, but also a form of self-preservation. After getting injured, Roy struggled to face Zachariah, who bravely faced the demons alone. Though outwardly friendly, Roy harbored some jealousy towards Zachariah, whose remarkable performance highlighted his own cowardice and incompetence. Zachariah, unaware of these sentiments, would have dismissed them even if he knew. Back in his room, Zachariah began studying the new sword technique in detail. What was so peculiar about this xuanhuan that multiple people tried to stop him from learning it? Zachariah couldn't wait to find out. Immersing himself in its study, he began practicing the technique. Soon, however, a sharp pain shot through his brain, as if his soul was being slashed by a sword, vivid and excruciating. Does practicing this sword technique actually harm oneself? Zachariah was shocked. This technique couldn't be serious. What if he ended up dead before killing any enemies? But quickly, he realized he was overreacting. The pain, while real and sharp, vanished instantly without leaving any damage. Zachariah understood that he must have practiced incorrectly, causing the sensation as if a strict sword instructor was correcting him harshly, yet without inflicting actual harm. Reassured, Zachariah decided to stop practicing for now. But constantly feeling this pain isn't ideal. The experience left him with a slight mental scar. Stopping his practice wasn't because he wanted to abandon the technique entirely. Given his aptitude, mastering it would be nearly impossible on his own. I'll just wait until my skill proficiency and experience reach the right level. This was the true reason Zachariah chose this technique, confidence bolstered by his knowledge of skill proficiency. With enough experience, there would be no sword technique he couldn't master. Chapter 70. Into the Dream. Basement Level 1. The interrogation room was filled with incessant wails. After returning from the hidden sword pavilion, Zachariah seemed suddenly reinvigorated, launching into his relentless interrogations. None of the demons who entered his interrogation room left unscathed. To avoid raising suspicion that his interrogation results were linked to the demon's life and death, Zachariah did not kill his targets immediately upon locking eyes on them. Instead, he adopted a strategy of triad interrogation. This meant interrogating the demon 3 times within a day, focusing on both mental and physical torment. At this moment, in the interrogation room, a demon with 2 black horns on its head lay bathed in blood, its nearly dead fish eyes gleaming with hatred. Zachariah remained silent. After resting for a bit, he took down a knife from a rack and stropped it twice on a whetstone. The knife was already razor-sharp and didn't need sharpening, but these actions intensified the terror in the demon's heart. But the black-horned demon before Zachariah was not afraid. Instead, it laughed loudly. Come on, chop me up. You wish. Zachariah needed to control himself. He couldn't make it too obvious that he was killing the demons. An immediate execution was clearly unacceptable. After all, others weren't fools. Mistakes once or twice could be excused, but continually claiming mistakes would only make him look like an idiot. For now, no one had raised any objections. But Zachariah knew very well that Anwar was already beginning to suspect something. If Zachariah continued being so blatant, Anwar might invite him for tea sooner rather than later. So, it's not because I'm sadistic that I'm torturing you to death piece by piece. It's truly unavoidable. Zachariah spoke as he wielded his large blade, slicing through the demon's flesh as if it were fish meat. Slice after slice after slice. The demon almost gnashed its teeth to pieces. This guy, looking so human, was utterly merciless. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Ignoring the demon's roar, Zachariah stopped only when it fainted. Not dead yet, truly resilient. Zachariah sighed. Since this guy wasn't going to die today, he could always finish him off tomorrow. However, because of Zachariah's temporary decision, something strange happened. That night, Zachariah dreamed of vengeful spirits coming after him. The demons he had slain transformed into malevolent ghosts, attacking him en masse. In his dream, Zachariah swung his sword to cut down the ghosts, but their transparent forms slipped through his sword, grabbing him by the throat. Zachariah woke up abruptly, breathing heavily, instinctively touching his neck. His neck was smooth, with no signs of injury. Just a dream. Zachariah dismissed it as just a coincidence and tried to go back to sleep. But when he drifted off again, the ghosts returned. Zachariah woke up startled once more. This isn't right. Dreaming the same nightmare twice in a row was indeed abnormal. I don't believe it. Defying the supernatural, Zachariah closed his eyes again, only to be awakened for the 3rd time by a stranglehold. I can't sleep anymore. Seeing ghosts in dreams was one thing, but the feeling of real suffocation made it impossible for him to stay asleep. Not waking up could actually lead to death by asphyxiation, yet constantly waking up like this would drive him to mental exhaustion. Most likely it's that Blackhorn demon's doing. During the day, Zachariah had severely tortured the Blackhorn demon. The demon had vowed to haunt Zachariah even as a ghost. Though the words sounded menacing at the time, considering what was happening now, Zachariah was convinced the demon wasn't just making empty threats. He might really haunt him. Zachariah walked out of his room. He headed straight to the demon's cell. The Blackhorn demon lay sprawled in the corner, motionless, as if dead. But Zachariah knew he was still alive since the page dedicated to him in the Demon Compendium was still glowing. Zachariah reviewed the information about him again. Demon, Neil, Cultivation, Celestial Realm 8th level. Mantra, Nether Spring Art. Techniques, Nightmare Ghost Art, Possession Art, Ghostly Demonic Hands. Xuanhuan Ability, Nether Eye. Daily Extraction, Cultivation Experience *1000. This demon didn't play by the rules of the living world. He was a ghost cultivator. Sword Mountain and the lineage of ghost cultivators harbored a centuries-long feud. Ever since the founding ancestor of Sword Mountain inflicted a serious injury on the bar years ago, he had gone into hiding. No one knew where he was. Thus, when capturing this ghost cultivator, the Sword Mountain hierarchy suspected he was a disciple of the bar. They demanded he reveal the bar's whereabouts. But this Blackhorn demon remained loyal, never wavering. Approaching the cell, Zachariah asked, "Is making me see ghosts in my dreams your way of threatening me?" Zachariah understood this as a warning sign. It proved his interrogation methods were indeed effective. This demon was starting to fear him deeply. If not out of fear, why else would he try to scare Zachariah in his dreams? Hearing Zachariah's voice, the Blackhorn demon chuckled. Indeed, Zachariah's nightmares were caused by his nightmare ghost art. He wanted Zachariah to feel fear. Though he couldn't kill Zachariah, scaring him was possible. And if Zachariah wanted a good night's sleep, he'd have to stop the torture. At least now you know I'm not bluffing. If you really kill me, I'll become a malevolent ghost and never let you rest. Laughing wildly, the demon was exceptionally arrogant. He possessed the ability to invade dreams. Even as a ghost, he could still use this technique. A malevolent spirit that refuses to leave. Thus, Zachariah couldn't rid himself of the nightmare ghost art's influence even if he killed the demon. So, the demon felt secure. Assuming Zachariah wouldn't dare touch him again, As long as we're peaceful, I promise you won't see ghosts in your dreams again. Otherwise, you'll live your whole life haunted by malevolent spirits. While this threat might work on others, it only strengthened Zachariah's resolve to kill the demon. Pretending to be tough, Zachariah sat right outside the cell door. Tonight, he wasn't going to sleep. Tomorrow morning, he would kill this demon directly. Seeing Zachariah sitting silently outside his cell, the demon's arrogance vanished instantly. Though Zachariah said nothing, his action spoke volumes. The demon, who moments ago believed he held the upper hand, rushed towards Zachariah. With wide, glaring eyes, he roared hoarsely, "You really aren't afraid?" Chapter 71. Giant, you say you wouldn't let me go? Not until the next morning. At the sound of the morning bell, Zachariah took immediate action against the demon. Despite the black horn demon's frenzied shouts, without a word, Zachariah started with a barrage of punches and kicks. He beat the black horn demon until he could barely breathe, and then dragged him out of the cell like a dead dog. Roy had just walked out of his room. He saw Zachariah dragging the demon into the interrogation room with a dark face. Roy felt uneasy. This Zachariah was interrogating demons early in the morning. He was really pushing us to the limit. Motivated, Roy immediately followed suit. In the interrogation room, Zachariah directly flayed and tortured the black horn demon. Dare to play tricks on me? I'll turn you into a ghost myself. As for the threats from the other side, Zachariah paid them no mind. The black horn demon never expected Zachariah to take his threats so lightly. Each move became more brutal, already delivering fatal blows. Is this guy even human? Damn scoundrel, after I die, I will surely become a vengeful ghost and drag you to hell. The black horn demon still threatened, but Zachariah not only didn't stop but intensified his actions. Tear. With the sound of something being torn apart, the black horn demon gasped sharply, but he didn't exhale again. After his breathing stopped, Zachariah's demon compendium recorded 2 relics. Zachariah immediately extracted the relics. A flash of golden light. Zachariah obtained one of the black horn demon's signature skills, Ghostly Demon Hand. It is a first-rank combat technique. However, for Zachariah, it was merely experience for skill proficiency. Without hesitation, Zachariah immediately refined this technique, even before feeling the increase in physical strength. Zachariah poured all the proficiency experience into his own technique, God-Slaying Sword. Only after injecting all the proficiency experience, Giant God-Slaying Sword reached the beginner level. This technique is this difficult? Zachariah was inwardly shaken. The proficiency experience from refining a first-rank technique was enough to make God-Slaying Sword reach only the beginner level. He wasn't sure how much more experience would be needed to reach the next realm. Zachariah foresaw that it might be a bottomless pit, but Zachariah wasn't discouraged. The more difficult it was to improve, the greater the real power of the sword technique. No matter what, mastering this sword technique was paramount. Once reaching the beginner level, Zachariah gained a new understanding. Holding a sword in hand, a sense of heroic resolve filled his heart. An aura of slaying gods and Buddhas radiated from him. Truly worthy of being God-Slaying Sword, Zachariah secretly praised. Learning this technique instilled a sense of superiority over all others. But Zachariah also recalled what Jimisu Kuaer had said back then. When this technique reached a certain level, its actual power was not as strong as other sword techniques. At the time, Zachariah didn't understand. Now, he comprehended it somewhat. This technique primarily trained Qi at the beginning. To truly master it at its highest level, one must possess an overwhelming king's aura. You have to believe you can slay gods to actually do it. Because this technique focuses on training Qi, its early stage power is inferior to other sword techniques. However, once fully mastered, the power truly can slay gods and butcher demons. Zachariah collected himself and continued extracting the second reward. A flash of golden light. The demon compendium absorbed a golden orb. New reward. Spirit Transcending Eyes, Divine Skill. Upon acquiring this divine skill, a faint smile appeared on Zachariah's lips. Spirit Transcending Eyes. This divine skill allows the user to see normally unseen things through the eyes, such as spirits. It can also detect if someone is entangled by death Qi, using this to judge the lifespan of people. Simultaneously, activating this divine skill, one's attack can affect spirit entities. Normally invisible and untouchable ghosts can now be seen and attacked. Meanwhile, after dying, the black horn demon turned into a vengeful ghost, standing beside Zachariah, staring at him fiercely. His scarlet eyes brimmed with hatred. Tonight, he intended to make Zachariah experience true terror. Suddenly, Zachariah turned around, looking straight at him. The black horn demon froze momentarily. For a moment, he felt Zachariah could see him, but the next moment, he convinced himself it was an illusion. How could it be possible? He's not looking at me. There's no way he can see me. The black horn demon gave an awkward laugh, trying to console himself, until Zachariah smiled at him and greeted him. Hello. The black horn demon, despite being a powerful ghost now, subconsciously took a step back when facing Zachariah. Why, you can see me? His voice trembled slightly. Zachariah shrugged. Or what? Shocked, the black horn demon finally confirmed. Already conversing with him, this meant Zachariah could both see and hear him. What's going on? Isn't seeing ghosts the ability granted by Spirit Transcending Eyes? Why can he also? The black horn demon was bewildered. Do you also have Spirit Transcending Eyes? You're not too stupid. Zachariah rose, walking towards him step by step. The black horn demon's shock turned to fear, retreating backward constantly. Seeing the black horn demon retreat, a mocking smile formed on Zachariah's lips. Giant, you say you wouldn't let me go, even as a ghost? Why are you retreating? Faced with Zachariah's mockery, the black horn demon now felt nothing but bitterness. He couldn't remain defiant. As a newly formed ghost, despite having abilities in life, those didn't carry over into death. Now, he was just a newborn lonely spirit, weak and powerless, unable to harm anyone. To gain true power, he would need to gather large amounts of ghost chi to cultivate into a ghost soldier or general. Currently, he could only rely on memory, using nightmare magic, disturbing Zachariah through dreams. His advantage was Zachariah's inability to see him, leaving him helpless. But now, that advantage was gone. Zachariah advanced step by step, and he could only flee. Although he didn't know Zachariah had spirit-transcending eyes, he understood what it meant. It meant Zachariah could still touch him. What else was there to wait for? However, just as he started to run, next moment, he felt a punch hit his face. The force of the punch, like a mountain flood, like a tidal wave, directly halved his 3 souls and 7 spirits. He was suddenly dazed. Endless fear filled his heart. Don't kill me. Let me off. I can tell you all the secrets. Too late. Zachariah punched him again. The 3 souls dissipated. 7 spirits were left with only 1. This last spirit, filled with endless regret. If I had confessed earlier, could I have avoided complete annihilation? Zachariah landed his final blow, directly dispersing the ghost completely. Zachariah brushed imaginary dust off his hands, speaking softly. Maybe not. Hashtag chapter 72, the water dragon. After Zachariah extinguished the ghost of the black horn demon, he suddenly heard a scream. Looking up, he saw another ghost lurking in the corner of the interrogation room ceiling. Its limbs spread out like a spider clinging to the surface. Perhaps it had been frightened by Zachariah's brutal methods and couldn't suppress its fear, causing it to cry out. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have made such a fatal mistake. Zachariah silently drew his sword. A flash of light streaked across, and the next moment, the ghost was obliterated into ashes. He sheathed his sword and sat back down, gazing at the black horn demon's corpse beneath him. He began reviewing the demon's past. The black horn demon had originally been an average talent among demons, but his arrogant nature made him bully the weak and fear the strong, which eventually led to his downfall. He once tortured and humiliated a weaker cultivator, only to find out that this cultivator came from a prestigious immortal family. Consequently, he was hunted by members of the family, fleeing all the way to Xuanhuan Mountain where he inadvertently trespassed into the bar's territory. The bar wiped out the entire hunting party but surprisingly did not kill the instigator. Instead, the bar bestowed upon him immense power, turning him from a mere demon into the chief disciple at the bar's side. After being trained by the bar, the black horn demon became much more discreet. However, when he left Xuanhuan Mountain on behalf of the bar, his true nature resurfaced. He sought out the family that had hunted him, ruthlessly slaughtering them just to vent his anger. But here's the crucial part. He didn't kill everyone at once. Instead, he enjoyed tormenting his victims by killing some first, letting others die slowly in immense fear. This enjoyment of tormenting others ultimately sowed the seeds of his own demise. His arrogance compelled the immortal family to seek aid from Mount Shu. Though the family wasn't top tier in overall strength, they had disciples training at Mount Shu. Thus, Mount Shu sent a high-profile team to capture the demon. Predictably, the black horn demon paid the ultimate price for his overconfidence, ending up captured and confined within the devil-locking pagoda. Zachariah stood up and walked to the desk, jotting down the location where the bar was hiding. Then, dragging the demon's corpse, he left the interrogation room. Outside the room, Roy witnessed Zachariah dragging the demon out. Zachariah's expression was unreadable, but Roy had an intuition. This guy has likely extracted valuable information again. At this moment, Roy felt deeply defeated, having just experienced another failure. How does he do it? Roy was immensely curious about Zachariah's interrogation methods. Zachariah walked through the corridors. Under the influence of the spirit-seeing technique, he saw numerous dead demons whose spirits refused to leave, lingering due to their unresolved grudges. Some aimlessly roamed as wandering spirits, devoid of autonomous consciousness. These harmless souls posed no threat and weren't a concern for Zachariah. However, those with strong self-awareness and lingering resentments were different. These resentful spirits greedily absorbed the dark and malevolent energies within the devil-locking pagoda, gradually enhancing their ghostly powers. Given time, they would become truly formidable and dangerous entities. Should the enforcers become complacent, these ghosts could exploit any weakness, striking quietly and taking lives without a trace. Therefore, Zachariah dealt with these spirits to eliminate potential threats, clearing the path for future enforcers, even though he himself was unafraid of them. These two are still here. Zachariah spotted 2 familiar faces among the wandering spirits. They were the newly appointed enforcers who died within the devil-locking pagoda. Perhaps their dissatisfaction kept them from entering the cycle of rebirth. Seeing them drift by him blankly, Zachariah felt a deep sense of sorrow. They had entered the pagoda alongside him just recently, yet now they were separated by life and death. The unpredictability of life is just like this. Will senior brother Pei also be lingering in the devil-locking pagoda? Zachariah suddenly thought of Stanley, whom he met on the ground floor of the pagoda. He wondered if Stanley shared the same unfulfilled desires, remaining within the pagoda as a spirit. But after some consideration, he deemed it unlikely. Stanley's lifelong wish was to leave the pagoda and serve as a white-robed disciple within the sect. He longed to escape this place, which might as well have been a prison to him, merely without locks. Therefore, upon death, Stanley would most likely wish to see the outside world, perhaps lingering near the white-robed disciples' quarters, watching them day and night. Zachariah hadn't considered looking for him. After all, the past was the past. Even if he saw Stanley again, what could he say? After disposing of the demon's corpse, Zachariah submitted the intelligence gathered. During this process, he overheard discussions mentioning the word dragon. Recalling the dragon hunting mission many disciples eagerly competed for, Zachariah became interested and learned about the latest developments. Apparently, it's not a dragon but a ferocious water dragon, Jiaolong. It's exceptionally fierce, having already swallowed 3 Addisons of our sect, leaving their fates uncertain. Now, our Isaiah sect leaders are mobilized, searching the mountains to capture this Jiaolong. Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but feel alarmed. Although not a true dragon, a water dragon was capable of transforming into one and was extremely powerful. One must never underestimate such a creature. Earlier, the disciples had been excited thinking they'd encounter a true dragon, but now they were bitterly disappointed, hoping to skin and disembowel the water dragon. However, the sect leadership issued orders to capture the Jiaolong alive without using lethal force, as there were still 3 disciples inside its belly. Eyewitnesses reported that the 3 disciples were swallowed whole, thus providing hope that they might still be alive. Therefore, capturing the Jiaolong alive was essential to determine the fate of the trapped disciples. This directive made the participating Isaiahs cautious, preventing them from using full force lest they inadvertently harm the disciples inside the Jiaolong's stomach. None of this concerned Zachariah directly. Such a powerful opponent was best left to the Isaiahs to handle. If we managed to imprison the Jiaolong in the devil-locking pagoda, what reward would we receive? Zachariah mused over this thought but dismissed it, knowing he had no capability to assist. He understood his limitations. Such battles were beyond his current reach. For now, he treated it as mere gossip and returned to the underground chambers of the devil-locking pagoda. Chapter 73. One Sword Stroke. The magnificent white marble mountain gate stood majestically. Though weathered by time, it remained unyielding. The entrance of Shu Mountain Sect, much like the sect itself, endured and thrived through the ages. This place, abundant in talent and genius, had always produced extraordinary individuals. Even in times of turmoil, there were always those of remarkable talent who could stabilize the situation at critical moments. They would restore Xuanhuan to its rightful path. To this day, across the entire cultivation world, Xuanhuan's size and strength had reached a super first-class level. Under the Grand Mountain Gate, 8 guards stood on either side, their postures straight, clad in heavy armor. They protected the mountain gate and hadn't faced any incidents for years. They formed the first iron wall of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan Sect's reputation spread far and wide. But with such fame came troublemakers and demons. There were always reckless individuals who dared to challenge the mountain gate, attempting to storm into the sect, creating chaos wherever they went. However, before these 8 mountain gate guards, all such attempts were futile. For decades, no one or demon had successfully breached Xuanhuan's mountain gate. Today, however, an incident occurred. A dragon, emerging from an unknown source, suddenly flew up from the foot of the mountain, roaring loudly into the sky. Its roar shattered the serenity before the mountain gate, like thunder exploding in the guards' ears. The eardrums of the 8 guards burst instantly, blood flowing from both ears. At that moment, they heard nothing. Fortunately, their years of cooperation allowed them to quickly form defensive formations. Yet, just as their defenses were forming, they were scattered by the dragon's breath of lightning. The dragon charged forward after dispelling the guard's formation, directly heading towards the mountain gate. In the nick of time, the guard captain immediately activated the sect's defensive array. The dragon collided with the barrier of the defensive array. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain gate shook. The ground began to tremble. The first clash between the dragon and the sect's defensive array ended with the dragon's failure. The guard captain let out a deafening roar. "We must not let this beast inside. Attack!" Although the other guards couldn't hear the captain's voice, they could judge his intentions from his gestures and mouth movements, recognizing the order to charge. Thus, the remaining 7 guards also stood up again. Wielding their magical tools, they unleashed various attacks towards the dragon's body. 3 figures leaped high into the air, each raising a long spear towards the dragon's head. Without turning its head, the dragon swung its tail, hurling the 3 attackers several dozen miles away. Simultaneously, the tail strike created a loud crackling sound, releasing bursts of lightning, striking the remaining 5 guards. And then, the dragon sprayed a gust of icy breath, freezing part of the sect's defensive barrier, shattering the ice, and charging into Xuanhuan. Just as the dragon broke through the defense and entered, 3 Isaiahs along with a group of disciples finally arrived. They never expected the dragon to rush straight into Xuanhuan. Wasn't it walking into a trap? Leaving a few people to care for the injured, the 3 Isaiahs led the rest to continue chasing the dragon. "This beast actually rushed into our sect. What does it intend?" Another Isaiah, thinking of the gap in the sect's defenses, felt a hidden concern. This wicked dragon knows how to break through the barriers using cold breath. The Isaiah noticed that the dragon used cold breath to freeze part of the barrier, weakening it before crashing through. That dragon hasn't transformed into a true dragon yet. How can it possess such intelligence? For a moment, all 3 Isaiahs were puzzled, but what mattered more was the dragon's intent. What they really wanted to know was, why would the dragon go through such lengths to enter their lair? Outside, it was hard for them to catch it. Inside the sect, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. Its chances of escape were even slimmer. As soon as the dragon entered Xuanhuan, such a large commotion naturally caught the attention of the higher-ups. Orders were issued immediately to notify all sect disciples to seek shelter. Even red-robed Gyosipals were swallowed by the dragon, let alone others. Hiding was the wisest and safest move. Elders who weren't in seclusion poured out, forming a surrounding force around the dragon. "If not for this beast swallowing our 3 disciples, we wouldn't be so passive." An Isaiah with a beard sighed. He was one of the 3 Isaiahs who initially pursued the dragon. The beast's strength didn't warrant the mobilization of all Isaiahs, but due to concern for the disciples' safety, they dared not use too much force. Thus, it managed to escape several times. "Not good, the dragon's direction is wrong." Another Isaiah suddenly shouted angrily. Initially, the dragon seemed to be aimlessly wandering within the sect, but suddenly, it appeared to have found its target. It headed straight in a fixed direction, and that direction was the demon-locking pagoda. Its intention is the demon-locking pagoda. After the dragon set its direction, all Isaiahs knew its goal. This is truly exhausting. Anwar sighed. He couldn't help but feel that the demon-locking pagoda had recently faced many calamities. Thinking this, Anwar's speed increased dramatically. Inside the demon-locking pagoda, all was calm. No one knew what was happening outside. Zachariah was cultivating sword techniques in the resting room. Immersed in the rapid clash of swords and blades, suddenly, the ground shook violently. This jolted Zachariah awake from his cultivation state. What's happening? At this moment, Zachariah was as clueless as everyone else inside the pagoda. While others could only wait for information, Zachariah immediately used his spiritual ear skill to listen to the commotion above. The noise was clearly coming from above. Next moment, Zachariah heard a roar that sounded almost like a dragon. Dragon? No, it's a dragon. Zachariah's expression changed slightly. What was going on? Could the dragon they were pursuing have run into the sect? Was it colliding with the demon-locking pagoda just now? Boom. This time the shake was even stronger. Zachariah finally confirmed that there was indeed a dragon outside, relentlessly slamming into the demon-locking pagoda. Without hesitation, Zachariah rushed out of the room. Outside the demon-locking pagoda, the dragon continuously roared, using its huge and powerful body to attack the pagoda non-stop. Meanwhile, it spat out streams of frost and lightning from its mouth. Its intent was clear: to destroy the demon-locking pagoda. Once the pagoda's root foundation was destroyed, the restricting arrays on the demons inside would fail instantly. Unrestricted demons would wreak havoc on xuanhuan. Beast, stop right there. Zachariah suddenly appeared below the dragon on the left. His shout drew some attention from the dragon. Its gaze shifted slightly, seeing Zachariah holding a sword high above his head. An astounding sword aura radiated from the sword in his hand. Xuanhuan cutting sword. Chapter 74. The fourth person? Zachariah's sword descended. The sword light flashed, and this strike was neither grand nor expansive, yet it carried an astonishing momentum capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas, subduing gods and expelling demons. In the next moment, the sword light struck the dragon, failing to inflict any external damage. The dragon's scales protected it from this blow. However, a cut had been made internally. It kept slicing deeper and deeper. At this moment, a muffled groan came from within the dragon's body. This sound was extremely faint. An ordinary person would not have heard it, but Zachariah could hear it clearly with his spirit ear technique. Indeed, there is a fourth person inside this dragon. Zachariah had initially detected 4 breathing sounds inside the dragon. 3 of them were in the stomach area, steady and uniform. Clearly those 3 people had passed out. He recalled that 3 disciples had been swallowed by the dragon earlier. Without doubt, these 3 breathing sounds belonged to them. Another breath was erratic, sometimes hurried, sometimes calm, constantly changing. This proved that the person was still conscious. Moreover, this person's location was completely different from the other 3. They were located below the head, above the abdomen, in the middle part. So, Zachariah intentionally struck that position to test if someone was indeed hiding there. Through this test, he confirmed it. A person of unknown identity was indeed hiding there. Roar. The dragon roared fiercely in pain. Although the injury wasn't severe, Zachariah's strike undeniably caused significant pain. It considered Zachariah as insignificant as an ant, but was now wounded by this ant. How could it not be enraged? Next moment, the dragon launched a ferocious attack. A cold breath mixed with lightning spewed from its mouth, like a long rainbow piercing the heavens and earth, directly aiming at Zachariah. This moment, Anwar, who was coming from afar, saw this and widened his eyes. Decisively drawing his sword, he unleashed a fire dragon which flew swiftly to intercept the frosty, thunder-laden rainbow. Despite Anwar's attack interrupting this rainbow, the attack did not disappear. The broken arrow still aimed straight at Zachariah. Oh! Anwar's face changed dramatically. In his view, if that attack landed on Zachariah, Zachariah was surely dead. His body would freeze instantly and then be shattered into icy shards by the lightning and the frost. At this moment, he felt a wave of sorrow washing over him. Zachariah couldn't avoid it. As he was about to be overwhelmed by the lightning-infused cold breath, a sword suddenly fell from the sky, standing in front of Zachariah. Boom! The lightning-infused cold breath swept past Zachariah's side. Facing it, all the impact was neutralized by that single sword strike. The sword remained sheathed, ancient and mysterious. Zachariah's gaze lifted up. He looked towards the 8th level of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. It's that crazy predecessor from the 8th floor. He immediately recognized the owner of this sword. Anwar sighed in relief. In the next moment, he landed right in front of Zachariah, his expression unusually serious. Why did you come out? Giant, you know you almost died? Zachariah thought he might only suffer minor injuries. Certainly not death. How easy was it to kill someone with an indestructible golden body? Of course, facing Anwar's stern questioning, Zachariah could only nod and admit his mistake. Elder, please calm down. I just didn't want the Demon-Sealing Pagoda to be destroyed. That was indeed his honest truth. The Demon-Sealing Pagoda won't be destroyed. You worry less about it, and focus on your own duties. Anwar's sternness slightly softened. You deserve scolding. That strike had some flair, but did you consider your own strength? With this level of cultivation, you dared to run out here to play the hero? Truly tired of living. The voice of the Amen Senior Zachariah mentioned echoed from the top of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. He endorsed Anwar's reprimand of Zachariah and also gave him a bit of a put down. Zachariah knew he was tough on the outside but soft-hearted, so he accepted it humbly. Predecessor, your teaching is well taken. In the next moment, the sword embedded in the ground hummed and soared into the air. Anwar, worried it might accidentally kill the dragon and endanger the 3 disciples, called out hastily. There are 3 red-cloaked disciples inside that dragon, likely still alive. Please don't harm them. Upon hearing this, the voice from the 8th level paused briefly. Too troublesome. Handle it yourselves. The sword flew back to the 8th level. Anwar. Zachariah. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next moment, Several whistling sounds arose in succession. Other Isaiahs arrived one after another. Everyone formed a circle around the dragon. Zachariah watched this scene unfold before him. His breathing unconsciously intensified. This was the first time he had seen so many Isaiahs gather in one place. Currently, the sect leader should be in seclusion. If the sect leader were present, all of Mount Shu's strongest fighters would basically be gathered here. Anyone who didn't know better might think this was an epic dragon. Such was the powerful lineup it had drawn from Mount Shu. Is this dragon so smart? Can it devise such a plan to make the higher-ups of Mount Shu hesitate? Zachariah wondered. Before transforming into a dragon, it shouldn't possess such high intelligence. Considering the fourth person inside the dragon, Zachariah formed a hypothesis. The dragon was being controlled by someone, but Zachariah didn't voice his guess. Voicing it might bring him some benefits if it helped, but it could also invite suspicion. After all, if none of the numerous Isaiahs noticed it, how did a mere law enforcer discover it? Was there something wrong with him too? Based on these considerations, Zachariah kept silent. He quietly retreated behind the group, observing. The dragon continuously attacked the Isaiahs. All the Isaiahs worked together to primarily deflect the dragon's attacks without making preemptive strikes. The three red-cloaked disciples were still alive, and they feared killing them with their ultimate moves. They planned to wait until the dragon was exhausted before capturing it. The dragon seemed to sense their intention. It ceased attacking them and targeted the Demon-Sealing Pagoda again. Beast, how dare you? An irritable bearded Isaiah moved behind the dragon, raising his sword to behead the dragon. A thought occurred to him. If he swiftly decapitated the dragon, the three disciples would likely be saved. Why wait for it to tire out? However, at this moment, a female voice came from inside the dragon. If you dare to move, I will kill those three disciples immediately. Everyone froze in shock upon hearing this. Jaya the dragon speak? Confusion spread among the crowd. Zachariah realized it wasn't the dragon speaking. He knew there was a fourth person inside. Quickly, the Isaiahs caught on too. There was indeed a fourth person inside the dragon besides the three disciples. It was this person speaking. Suddenly, everyone understood why the dragon acted so strangely and exhibited such extraordinary wisdom. Because it was being controlled. Anwar approached the bearded Isaiah to prevent hasty actions. Then, squinting slightly, he spoke loudly. Your intention? Without waiting for a reply from the person inside the dragon, Anwar added, if you wish to destroy the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, I can only say it is a delusional fantasy. This is our bottom line. No one can threaten us into changing it. If you have this notion in mind, even at the risk of losing three disciples, we will surely slay you here. Anwar's words were resolute and powerful. Each word cut like a blade, sharp and decisive. It displayed his unshakable stance, and an unwavering determination as solid as steel. Inside the dragon, upon hearing Anwar's thunderous statement, that person fell silent for a moment before saying, I never intended to destroy the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. No one believed these words. She had clearly come with the intent to destroy the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, but she found out she couldn't destroy it in a short time. Additionally, Zachariah had delayed her. After the Isaiahs of Mount Shu arrived, she had even less opportunity. Thus, she reluctantly claimed she didn't want to destroy the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. I only need one person from inside the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. If you let me take that person, I guarantee your disciples will be safe. One life from the Demon-Sealing Pagoda in exchange for 3 lives inside the dragon. This deal should be quite profitable for you, right? Upon hearing this, the Isaiahs fell silent. The other party finally revealed their true intention. However, the conditions proposed were too dangerous to accept lightly. All eyes turned to Anwar. As the primary overseer of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, only he could make this decision. Anwar inwardly cursed. He was the one who had to make this difficult decision. If he agreed, it would mean yielding to the enemy. What if the person they asked to release was one of the most dangerous fiends in the deepest underground? Releasing such a fiend was out of the question. Even if it were 3 Isaiahs instead of 3 red-cloaked disciples, it would still be impossible to let that kind of fiend go. But if he refused outright, what about the lives of the 3 red-cloaked disciples? Would their deaths be on his conscience? Even if the sect leader weighed the pros and cons and didn't blame him, how would the other disciples view him? At that point, his reputation for being cold-blooded would spread throughout the sect. Therefore, this decision was extremely difficult to make. Who do you want me to release? Speak up first. Anwar asked sternly. First, he needed to know who the other party wanted to rescue. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from inside the dragon. The Alida of the Xuanhuan Sect, Abby. Chapter 75. He must Geo. When everyone heard the words Alida of the xuanhuan Sect, they finally understood. So, the person inside this dragon was from the xuanhuan Sect. Despite all our precautions, we never expected a member of the xuanhuan Sect to enter in such a way. Elder Jeremiah shook his head repeatedly. Ever since Zachariah had provided that information, the leaders of Shushan had been on high alert, waiting for the xuanhuan Sect's people to show up, but not in this unforeseen manner. Furthermore, the person hidden within the dragon wasn't the xuanhuan Sect's leader, which was common knowledge, a male. Who are you? Dare you reveal your name? The bearded Isaiah glared fiercely and shouted. The woman inside the dragon calmly replied, Deputy leader of the xuanhuan Sect, Tilda. She didn't fear exposing herself. Instead, it seemed like she was showing off. As if to say, look at me Tilda, forcing you to back down even though you wish to kill me 1,000 times over but can't. Upon hearing Tilda announce her identity, everyone could clearly sense her pride. They were irked, yet couldn't do anything about it. I agree, said Elder Jeremiah, conceding to her demands without any negotiation. Most remained silent with this decision. Even those who disagreed kept quiet. In the end, the Alida of the xuanhuan Sect wasn't important enough compared to the lives of 3 Addisons. Zachariah, go get Tosha, ordered Elder Jeremiah suddenly, catching Zachariah off guard. Without hesitation, Zachariah went to the underground level where Tosha was being held. Opening the door, he approached her. She immediately asked, "Is the sect leader here to save me?" Looking at her expression, Zachariah replied, "It's not the sect leader, there's quite a difference." Though only one rank lower than the sect leader, the deputy leader made all the difference. It might also be the reason why the Isaiahs decided not to act. If it were the sect leader, they would have tried their best to keep him. Losing a deputy leader versus a sect leader was incomparable. Hearing it wasn't the sect leader, but the deputy leader, Tosha's face fell. How could it be her? Given their history, she couldn't believe Tilda was rescuing her. Not wasting time, Zachariah bound her tightly and brought her out of the demon tower. Once outside, an Isaiah took over, restraining her and leading her to the dragon under Elder Jeremiah's control. As promised, let the disciples go, said Elder Jeremiah to the dragon. Tilda laughed coldly. Do you think I'm stupid? If I release them now, how will I leave? Of course, she wouldn't release them first. No hostages meant no safety against these old dogs. Elder Jeremiah solemnly promised, if you release them, I swear by my honor, you both will leave Shushan unharmed. Though Elder Jeremiah didn't trust Tilda either, as xuanhuan sect members disregarded reputation and honesty, especially known for devious methods. Just the Alita's safe departure is what I want. Rest assured, once we're both safe, I'll return them, responded Tilda, refusing to budge, trusting only herself. Aren't you worried about us trusting a mere woman? This question left the Isaiahs speechless, facing each other in silence. They neither trusted her nor could afford a stalemate, jeopardizing the three disciples' survival chances with every passing moment. If you dare harm my three disciples, it will be war. Elder Jeremiah threw Tosha towards the dragon. Swallowing her whole, the dragon exited swiftly through the opening created by the surrounding Isaiahs and flew towards Shushan's gates. The Isaiahs followed closely while Zachariah secretly tagged along, curious about the outcome. Knowing Zachariah was following, Elder Jeremiah didn't stop him, acknowledging Zachariah's earlier contributions. With so many Isaiahs present, Zachariah's safety was assured. Why is this dragon so obedient? An Isaiah whispered en route, puzzled by the dragon's compliance despite its arrogant nature and non-beast taming background of the xuanhuan sect. After contemplating, Elder Jeremiah guessed, the dragon's lustful nature might have succumbed to her deep enchantment skills. Shocked, the Isaiah widened his eyes at this explanation. Such abilities indeed posed a significant threat, stressing the importance of finding a countermeasure. Will we really just let these two xuanhuan women go so easily? An Isaiah expressed dissatisfaction. Letting them go would reflect badly on Shushan. Not capturing the xuanhuan sect's leader and freeing a captured disciple would surely invite ridicule if known. Do you think she'd let our people go that easily? Elder Jeremiah wasn't optimistic, suspecting the woman would prepare a contingency plan. After considering her actions, he firmly believed she wouldn't return the disciples without preparing for possible retaliation. Sure enough, reaching Shushan's gate, the dragon flew out swiftly. Hand them over, roared Elder Jeremiah. Watch carefully, said Tilda as the dragon spat out three figures mid-air. Rescue in action. Instantly, Elder Jeremiah's command rang clearly in everyone's ears. They had already secretly discussed this beforehand. Once the demonists returned the three disciples, they would immediately take action after rescuing them. The dignity of Shushan cannot be challenged. They absolutely could not allow these two demonesses to leave so easily. The three Addisons were caught by three Isaiahs each, but the remaining dozen Isaiahs leaped into the air all at once, launching an attack towards the dragon in the sky. Shushan old dogs, indeed do not keep your word. Tilda was filled with both surprise and anger. She hadn't expected that the Isaiahs of Shushan would disregard their promise, turning their back on her immediately upon retrieving their disciples. I only promised you safe passage off Shushan. Now that you've left Shushan, haven't you? Elder Jeremiah took the lead, his voice thunderous as he leaped above the dragon's head, pointing his sword at the sky, and released a flaming 100-meter-long dragon slashed downwards. The other Isaiahs also joined the fray, aiming to bring down the dragon in one decisive blow. Seeing this scene, Zachariah couldn't help but feel tense. These Isaiahs were formidable. Under their attacks, the massive dragon seemed as insignificant as a starlight. There was no way it could withstand the onslaught. This is the incredible combat power of the Shushan leadership, Zachariah marveled inwardly. At that moment, a light barrier appeared in front of the dragon, intercepting the incoming fierce attack for it. Boom. The next second, the combined assault from the Shushan Isaiahs clashed with the light barrier, causing immense spiritual fluctuations that unleashed hurricane-like winds in the sky. The light barrier shattered, and those attacks dissipated before they could touch the dragon. All the Isaiahs were stunned. Upon closer inspection, there was now a figure standing atop the dragon's head, a slim, pale-skinned figure resembling a woman. Aislinn. Elder Jeremiah's gaze turned icy sharp like a knife. Could that shadow be anyone other than the sect leader of the xuanhuan sect, Aislinn? Zachariah looked from afar. So that's the sect leader of the xuanhuan sect? He had an androgynous appearance, exuding an effeminate demeanor but with a cold aura and indifferent eyes, indicating someone who killed without hesitation. Leader, why have you come? Asked Tilda, emerging from the dragon's mouth, none other than the vice leader of the xuanhuan sect. Seeing her leader personally present, she felt a mix of shock and uncertainty. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you be in danger? Tilda nodded, bowing slightly. Luckily, the mission was not dishonored. I've brought back the Alita. You did well. Aislinn's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. On the side, Elder Jeremiah barked, since sect leader has graced us, please stay as our guest. Immediately, the Isaiahs prepared to strike. However, behind them, 3 screams of pain rang out. Startled, they turned back and saw that the 3 Addisons had awoken, but attacked the Isaiahs, helping them instead of showing gratitude. These screams came from 3 Isaiahs who were stabbed unawares by their own disciples, a deadly ambush from within. Are you 3 idiots mad? Thunderstruck, the bearded Isaiah was about to strike back. Elder Jeremiah was equally shaken, furious. Finally, he understood what kind of contingency plan Tilda had prepared. They're under the Demoness enchantment, don't kill them. Elder Jeremiah quickly warned. Without the warning, the hot-tempered Isaiah might truly have killed them in anger. You left a backup plan? Aislinn watched this, surprised and pleased. A faint smile flickered on Tilda's face, mixed with a touch of derision. Against these old dogs, one must always prepare extra measures. Well done, let's retreat. After praising her, Aislinn prepared to leave, wishing only to return Tosha to the sect and accomplish nothing else. Wait, sect leader, there's someone I believe we must kill right now. Tilda insisted. Aislinn frowned. Who must die right now? He had no intention of killing anyone. He only wished to complete his goals swiftly. Killing anyone under the pressure of so many Xuanhuan Isaiahs would be risky. But if we miss this chance, it will be harder later. Tilda explained the necessity of eliminating Zachariah due to his earlier injury to the dragon, showing the clear scar on her arm from Zachariah's powerful sword strike through the dragon scales. Healing the wound inside the dragon scales, such skill is rare. He's likely a century talent sword master. If we don't eliminate him today, he will become a great threat, Tilda said convincingly. Aislinn was impressed, realizing the urgency. He decided to act. In a flash, Aislinn vanished from the dragon's head. Elder Jeremiah, noticing this, became concerned. Not good. He saw Zachariah's impending danger. Zachariah, run. In this moment, he regretted allowing Zachariah to follow. Despite Zachariah's stealth, an observant person would still find him. He never thought the xuanhuan sect leader would target such an insignificant disciple. No. Elder Jeremiah swung his sword, sending a flaming dragon towards Aislinn. But it was too late. Aislinn appeared before Zachariah, a finger sword piercing effortlessly through his chest, striking his heart. Despite having an indestructible body, facing the xuanhuan sect leader, whose strength was incomparably greater, Zachariah had no defense. Even if he had activated his indestructible golden body, it would have been useless. Therefore, to avoid exposing his true strength, Zachariah forcibly suppressed his body's natural response. Next time you're reincarnated, be sure not to pick the wrong place, Atman said with a slight smile as he floated away just as the fiery dragon swept down. The fiery dragon crashed into the ground as Anwar landed. Zachariah's eyes were open, and he fell straight back. Witnessing this scene, Anwar's body trembled with intense anger. The fury in his eyes almost turned tangible. Boom. Anwar stomped the ground forcefully, launching himself into the air. His Qiyang sword danced in the sky, forming 300-meter-long fiery dragons that roared towards Kira's dragon from 3 directions. This mad Truman. Kira's face changed dramatically. Even before the fiery dragons arrived, she felt an almost unbearable heat approaching her. In the next moment, Atman flew over and cast a 300-meter-long light barrier to defend against the 3 fiery dragons. But besides Anwar's attack, other Isaiahs also decisively struck at this time. Feeling the pressure, Atman immediately ordered Kira, abandon the dragon and escape quickly. Kira hesitated reluctantly. This dragon was hard-won and well-trained, more powerful than any dog and utterly obedient. This mission would have been far less successful without its help, especially in drawing out the core disciples of Shushan initially. But she knew that in their current escape, the giant dragon would be a glaring liability, only complicating their flight. She made up her mind, ordering the dragon to expel Abby. Unaware of its fate, the dragon joyfully obeyed. Abby was spat out, unconscious. Neither cared about this minor detail. Atman prepared to take over, but Kira was quicker, carrying Abby by the waist. Atman didn't argue, and issued the retreat order. Retreat. As they fled, without Atman maintaining it, the light barrier shattered instantly under the combined attacks of multiple Isaiahs. The 3 fiery dragons descended with overwhelming power toward the dragon. Realizing its situation, the dragon stood alone facing the Isaiah's attacks, enraged, spitting out thunderous cold breath. However, against the overwhelming joint attack, its defense was insignificant. The fiery dragons engulfed the dragon, causing it to emit painful shrieks. Its massive form plummeted into the forest, igniting a wildfire. 2 Isaiahs rushed to extinguish the fire. By the time the flames died down, the lively dragon lay as a charred corpse. The 3 disciples who went berserk due to the charm were subdued. Although the situation was under control, Shushan suffered significant losses. Anwar stared in the direction the Xuanhuan sect leader fled, his gaze filled with extreme unwillingness. If not for rationality, he would have chased them right then. We lost, completely and thoroughly this time, Anwar sighed, looking immensely weary, as if aging several years in an instant. This wasn't his first failure, but it was the most frustrating one. Zachariah's death is entirely due to my carelessness, Anwar lamented, deeply regretting. Unconsciously, he viewed Zachariah like a disciple he personally trained. Zachariah's death greatly affected him. Walking toward Zachariah's body, each step felt heavy as lead. When he finally reached Zachariah, a sudden cough startled him. Zachariah, you're still alive? Far away, Kira suddenly stopped. Atman paused too, frowning. Why did you stop? Shushan could catch up any time. Now isn't the time to pause. Something feels off. Kira's face turned pale. Abby, she has no pulse. Chapter 76, A Substitute Death Technique. Enter Level 2 Underground. What did you say? When Atman heard that Abby had lost her breath, his body suddenly stiffened. He no longer cared about the risk of the Shu Mountain Isaiahs catching up and snatched Abby from Kira's hands. He extended his hand to check for breath and pulse. No breath, no pulse. She was truly dead. No, it's impossible. How could this happen? Atman's eyes turned red in an instant. He couldn't believe the reality before him. His excitement plummeted into despair. Atman whispered hoarsely, how did she die? Kira was also at a loss. She didn't know how Abby had died. The Shu Mountain Isaiah handed her over alive. The dragon wouldn't have killed her. Kira had made sure of that with those 3 Shu Mountain disciples as evidence. So, she was unsure what caused Abby's death. Atman, like a volcano about to erupt, restrained his inner fury. Let me ask again, how did she die? Did you kill her? Throughout the entire ordeal, he hadn't been near Abby. Only Kira had contact with her. Given their past conflicts, everyone knew about it. Atman always believed Kira was reasonable and prioritized the greater good, but now he began to doubt her intentions. Why would you suspect me? Kira's eyes widened, not believing the master would doubt her. Despite her devotion, she felt untrusted. This questioning sparked Atman's anger even more. He grabbed her neck and sneered, "Why can't I suspect you? You've always despised her, haven't you?" Choked by Atman's grip and stung by his words, Kira's suppressed emotions finally surfaced. "Yes, I despised her. Why should I not? Look at all I've done for you. Yet you never gave me a second glance. Every time I make a mistake, I'm scolded and punished. Yet, she freely wreaks havoc in the sect, commits grave mistakes, but still receives your favor and forgiveness. Why does she get treated so differently? How am I less than her?" Atman tightened his grip. "So, you envied her, thus killing her?" Kira's face turned crimson, her mouth curved in defiance. "Do I really look so despicable to you, master?" She indeed envied Abby, but wouldn't go so far as to murder her. Kira knew if Abby died, Atman would be devastated. Anyone else could kill her, but not her, as she didn't want Atman to hate her. If I wanted to kill her, why would I have put so much effort into saving her? Wouldn't it have been better for her to die in Shu Mountain? Her face turning pig liver red, breathing became increasingly difficult under Atman's growing grip. His mind, however, snapped back to reality hearing her words. He loosened his hold on Kira. She was right. If she wanted Abby dead, she had ample opportunities. With her intelligence, she wouldn't incriminate herself. Reflecting on her dedicated rescue efforts, Atman realized he might have misjudged her. Surviving the ordeal, Kira felt neither relief nor gratitude, only a growing coldness. She felt genuine lethal intent from the master just moments ago. He almost killed her over Abby. "Thank you, master, for sparing my life." Though cold inside, she maintained decorum, bowing respectfully. It was a lapse of reason, Atman admitted, albeit subtly. Unwilling to acknowledge his own fault, he remained focused on Abby's death. Kira, feeling colder than ever, quickly calmed down, placing her hand on Abby's chest to assess the cause of death, hoping to clear her name. Noticing her actions, Atman's mood eased slightly but remained agitated. "Found the cause yet?" Suddenly, Kira froze, collapsing to the ground with a look of disbelief. She died from a pierced heart. Unaware of the peculiarity, Atman demanded, "Who killed her?" Kira looked directly at Atman. "It was you." "Me?" Atman was taken aback, furious. "What nonsense are you spouting?" But Kira was firm. Her heart was pierced by Void-Piercing Finger. Void-Piercing Finger was Atman's signature move. Impossible. Grasping Abby's hand, he used his divine sense to probe her body. Shocked, he collapsed, losing composure. How could this be? Cough, cough. Outside Shu Mountain, in Anwar's astounded gaze, Zachariah sat up, coughing with blood foaming at each cough. Seeing Zachariah alive, Anwar was both shocked and relieved. "Quick, take this medicinal pill." The Truman hurriedly offered a high-quality blood-replenishing pill. Zachariah accepted it gratefully. "Many thanks, Elder." Swallowing the pill, Zachariah's vital energy rapidly recovered. Anwar inspected Zachariah's wounds, noting they no longer bled. But what mattered most was the wound leading straight to the heart. "How did you survive this?" Zachariah scratched his head. "My body is unique. My heart isn't on the left but on the right. Is that possible?" Anwar checked Zachariah's pulse. Using divine sense, he confirmed Zachariah's heartbeat on the right side. Indeed, it was true. Anwar burst into laughter. "You really have a big heart, kid." Zachariah had survived miraculously. Anwar was the happiest. If Zachariah had died, he would have blamed himself and regretted it for a lifetime. Zachariah smiled as well, but his smile was tinged with guilt from telling a lie. All that nonsense about his heart being on the right side was just made up. His heart was originally on the left side like anyone else's. It was only after fusing with the corpse ghost bloodline that he gained the ability to shift his internal organs like the necrophagus demon. At the time of being attacked by Atman, he hadn't shifted his heart either. His heart was indeed pierced through. However, he used the heart martial secret technique, a substitution death method. And the one who took his place in death was none other than the Bliss sect Saintess, Abby. Zachariah recalled how he had implanted the heart martial into Abby during the process of escorting her out. He did so because he didn't want the Bliss sect master's plan to succeed. Knowing Abby's secrets, letting her go free would be like letting a tiger back into the mountains. Despite her personal lack of threat, her existence would become a major problem for the Shu Mountain Sect. Originally, Zachariah planned to secretly stab his own heart after Abby was rescued, allowing her to die silently. But it was Atman who delivered the fatal blow. If Atman knew he had killed Abby with his own hands, what kind of expression would he have? Back at the Locked Demon Tower, the page dedicated to Abby in the Demon Beast Chronicle now showed 2 additional relic rewards. This was expected. Without Zachariah's heart martial, Abby wouldn't have died. Thus, she could be considered killed by Zachariah, which caused no dispute. Zachariah immediately claimed Abby's legacy rewards, a cultivation essence infusion and the Shadow Charm body technique. The Shadow Charm body technique, as a second-grade body technique, naturally had its unique aspects. However, since it belonged to the Bliss sect, Zachariah wouldn't cultivate it, opting to refine it into body technique attributes instead. Testing his new attributes, Zachariah leaped around, leaving behind 2 residual images. Apart from the body technique attributes, he also received some skill proficiency experience, all of which he injected into the xuanhuan slash. However, the proficiency experience of a second-grade skill was not enough to qualitatively improve the xuanhuan slash. Zachariah wasn't worried. Good meals aren't rushed. As long as he kept getting proficiency experience, he'd eventually reach mastery. Cultivation Essence Infusion. Using his last Cultivation Essence Infusion, Zachariah felt a hum as his Spirit Sea vibrated, pushing his cultivation level to the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation level, Spirit Sea 4th layer, 0/500000. Mind Technique, Basic James Cultivation Method, Shu Mountain Sword Heart Technique. Skills, Heart Crushing Palm, Enlightened Body Forging Technique, Mastery, Shadow Killing Technique, Mastery, 10,000 Transformation Profound Skill. Powers, Hidden Breath Concealment Technique, Heart Martial Secret Technique, Spiritual Ear Power. Constitution, Indestructible Golden Body, Full Blood James, Peerless Shadow, Immunity to Poisons, Clear Insight, Keen Sense of Smell. Bloodlines, Titan Bloodline, Beastman Bloodline, Corpse Ghost Bloodline. Extractable Rewards, Cultivation Experience *271272. 3 days later, Zachariah received a notice from Anwar. The hideout of King Ghost that he provided was verified to be accurate. Several Isaiahs practicing outside were notified and had arrived at Wu Kanoring Mountain, now surrounding King Ghost for the kill. For this, Zachariah had earned credit. Added to this was his brave action of stopping the dragon from crashing into the locked demon tower. Recognized for outstanding performance, Zachariah was promoted to the position of enforcer at the 2nd underground level of the tower. Zachariah was overjoyed upon receiving this news. He could finally continue expanding his experience stash. When this news spread throughout the 1st underground level, reactions varied. Those who weren't close to Zachariah greeted him with smiles and congratulations. After all, promotion meant advancement, and appearances had to be maintained. As for their true thoughts, only they knew. Roy locked himself in his room after hearing the news, feeling an immense sense of disparity. He had arrived here as the highest-ranking Purple Cloak Gyosiple, while Zachariah was merely a Gray Cloak Gyosiple. Yet Zachariah advanced before him, entering the 2nd underground level, surpassing Roy once more. To say he didn't mind was impossible. So, he stayed inside, trying to avoid dealing with his envy. On the other side, Carter grew anxious upon hearing the news. Even Zachariah made it to the 2nd level, while he remained stuck at the 1st. Feeling dangerously exposed, Carter's urgency grew. He approached Elon, already stationed at the 2nd level, and asked for advice on advancing. Elon, busy handling relations and interrogations, couldn't focus on Carter's issue. Initially thinking he had pacified Carter for at least a year, Zachariah's quick promotion sparked anxiety in Carter again. Elon laughed, signaling Carter to calm down. The plan is already in motion, but it needs time. Boss, can you give me a hint about what the plan is? Carter probed, sensing Elon might be hiding something. Smiling, Elon remained composed. If I tell you, it won't work. You need patience. Impatience doesn't lead to success. How long do I have to wait? Boss, can you give me a specific timeline? Just to have hope. Carter demanded, suspecting Elon might be making empty promises. Could be months or a year, Elon replied, realizing he needed to set a time frame or Carter wouldn't stop pressing. Upon hearing this, Carter felt the timeline was quite long. It'll take this long? A few months to a year wasn't much for cultivators, but each day here increased his anxiety. He wished Elon would make a move now. It's actually short. Too frequent moves can raise suspicions. Have some patience, okay? Elon continued to soothe him, but Carter expressed his concern. He feared that before Elon's plan materialized, he'd be dispatched on a dangerous mission. That won't happen. Once this rumor spreads, I will use my privilege to transfer you to assist me in interrogations, ensuring you're not sent out. Carter was elated. Really? Boss, you have such privileges? Elon nodded. Yes, I got them after my last contribution. Carter gave a thumbs up, almost shouting 666. After dismissing Carter, Elon's face turned grim. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. On the day the news was announced, Zachariah packed up his belongings, said goodbye to his colleagues on the 1st underground level except for Carter, and moved to the 2nd level. He had already been to the 2nd level once before, so it wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him. After organizing his personal items in his new room, Zachariah made his way to the enforcement hall on the 2nd level. He met briefly with the enforcers there, most of whom appeared more composed and serious compared to those on the 1st level. Of course, many were also colder and less approachable, exchanging few words after their initial greetings. The only familiar face was Elon, who greeted Zachariah with a warm smile and offered lavish praise about his youth and potential. However, Zachariah felt a chill hearing such praises, knowing full well Elon's true intentions. Yet he managed a forced smile in response to hide his real feelings. Without any special welcoming ceremony, Zachariah began his interrogation work almost immediately. Having been through the routine on the 1st level, he knew exactly what to do. All he needed was a brief review of the demon's information before diving right into the task. Zachariah didn't hold back. He started by questioning each demon individually. When someone inquired about his methods, he claimed it was his unique way to get acquainted with the demons. Each interrogator had their own style, after all. His interrogation methods are quite unconventional, remarked a middle-aged man with a potbelly to Elon. Elon chuckled. Indeed. He did the same thing on his first day underground. Funny enough, he was the first one to extract valuable intelligence from a demon. Oh. The man's small eyes widened slightly, a spark of interest in them. Looks like this young man has some substance. Yes, otherwise he wouldn't have made it here so quickly. We old-timers need to keep our guard up. Elon smiled, subtly setting up an opposition between Zachariah and the others. Zachariah could hear the whispers around him but wasn't bothered. He wasn't here to change people's opinions. He was here to gain experience. Within just 2 days, Zachariah had individually interrogated every demon, reprocessed and re-imprisoned them. As a result, he successfully harvested a new batch of experience points. Now, he could collect over 40,000 cultivation experience points daily, a significant jump from the 10,000 plus he used to get on the 1st level. No wonder everyone wants to climb the ranks. The experience boost is incredible. Zachariah couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Too bad a few key figures died. Otherwise, breaking the 50,000 threshold wouldn't be impossible. During the last demonic upheaval, Anwar had killed 3 top demons on the second level, causing Zachariah to lose 3 boss-level experience sources. Though he received compensation for the lost treasures, it still resulted in some loss of cultivation experience. Well, what's done is done. No point dwelling on it. One must always look forward. In the Demon Lock Tower, there were plenty of experience sources waiting to be exploited, especially with so many levels yet to explore. Soon, Zachariah settled into his routine on the second level. Elon frequently visited him under various pretexts, trying to probe whether Zachariah knew anything about his secrets. Elon kept asking because Zachariah had mentioned that Marshal Stavis said some absurd things before dying, and Elon wanted to know exactly what those things were. Little did Elon know that those absurd words were completely fabricated. He had taken Zachariah's statement seriously, leaving a thorn deeply embedded in his mind. Whenever he saw Zachariah, that thorn would prick at his nerves. Zachariah grew increasingly annoyed by Elon's relentless probing. He soon found a way to deal with it. To extinguish someone's fervent obsession, you just needed to instill fear. If he felt cold inside, the flames of obsession would fade. Sir, Marshal Stavis said he could fake his death because a powerful figure helped him. Doesn't that sound absurd? With this single sentence, Zachariah froze the smile on Elon's face. Chapter 77, Zachariah's Efficiency. Which great figure did Marshal Stavis mention? Elon stood in front of Zachariah, his smile frozen, eyes twitching uncontrollably as his heart raced. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Amidst this tension, Zachariah unexpectedly smiled and shook his head. He didn't say explicitly, but I know he's trying to create suspicion between us law enforcers. So, I won't take his words seriously. If we're talking about significant figures on the first underground level, who else could it be? For a moment, Elon's heartbeat seemed to slow down. I certainly don't dare to call myself a big figure. Elon laughed heartily, managing to joke with Zachariah even in such a situation, showcasing his impressive mental fortitude. To sum up, let's not bring this up again. It might affect our unity. Why would we believe what demons say? Indeed, we must never trust demon words. Elon quickly seized Zachariah's cue and avoided mentioning the matter again during their subsequent interactions, giving Zachariah some peace and quiet. 1 week passed. After accumulating and absorbing all the cultivation experience from recent days, Zachariah finally reached the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. On that very day, the notorious Bar was executed by the Shu Mountain hierarchy for refusing arrest. Zachariah felt quite regretful upon hearing this news. What a pity. Why did you resist? What good can come from resisting? If the Bar had been captured and then died in the demon locking tower, at least something could have been left behind for Zachariah. Now dead outside, not even a single hair remains for him. Zachariah felt somewhat helpless. His expectations were in vain. On that day, Shu Mountain Sect's Master Gerardo emerged from seclusion. This closure was crucial for breaking into a new realm, so important that he did not participate in either the turmoil in the demon locking tower or the invasion by the Vice Joseph of Hepping Sect riding a dragon. After all, those were not matters concerning the sect's life and death, which the Isaiahs could handle without disturbing the Master's seclusion. When Gerardo emerged, the Isaiahs came to congratulate him. Sensing an even stronger aura emanating from him and seeing his joyous expression, they knew his breakthrough was successful. A minor advancement is insignificant. Gerardo humbly responded before changing the topic. Anwar, please tell me about the recent important events in the sect. Anwar, responsible for the demon locking tower, held the second highest position in the Elders' Council after the Cole, who was currently away. Thus, Anwar bore greater responsibilities now. He promptly reported all significant happenings since Gerardo's seclusion. Gerardo listened without comment, showing no emotion. Upon hearing that the Master of Hepping Sect appeared outside Shu Mountain's gate, Anwar expressed indignation, saying, that shameless Atman, a distinguished sect leader, acted disgracefully against disciples. If not for Zachariah's unusually strong heart, he would have surely perished. Gerardo agreed, indeed, most despicable. Anwar apologized for failing to detain the Hepping Sect master and letting their Saintess escape. However, Gerardo did not blame him, saying instead, you did right. Our disciples are naturally more important than demons. Soon, a disciple outside the hall reported the return of the bar hunting team from Mount Wukanorng. The master personally received them and extended condolences. The lineup for capturing the bar was formidable. 9 Isaiahs and over 10 senior disciples participated. Trapped by everyone, the bar faced a dead end and chose to self-destruct rather than endure humiliation after realizing there was no escape. Pity we didn't gain anything valuable from him, Elder Chisu sighed, having led the operation and witnessed the bar's demise. Many in the Shu Mountain camp were injured, but thankfully no one died. Of course, this was because the bar hadn't fully recovered his peak combat strength. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. 2 months quietly slipped by. Zachariah walked through the long corridor. As he passed, demons and cells bowed their heads. They did not wish to, nor dared, meet Zachariah's gaze. Zachariah's record of victories had struck fear into their hearts. In just 2 months, Zachariah gathered 8 pieces of intelligence, averaging 4 per month, an amount others in the same level took half a year to obtain. Zachariah rightfully claimed the crown of intelligence extraction for these 2 months. This outstanding performance sparked envy among peers. More importantly, what truly terrified the demons wasn't Zachariah's efficiency, but that any demon who provided intelligence invariably met death. This was what puzzled and frightened them. Everyone knew this man was insane and merciless. Knowing they'd die anyway, why make it easier for him? Not only the demons but other enforcers also found this perplexing. Zachariah, however, remained silent when questioned. Those who failed to get answers stopped asking. Initially, Zachariah's efficiency wasn't this high due to caution. But having experienced much, he now operated under the guise of being highly skilled. Here in the second level, he allowed himself more freedom. Indeed, this was still restrained compared to what he could do. Truly going berserk, executing a demon daily, was not out of the question, though it would sacrifice too much cultivation experience. For now, he aimed for rapid advancement to the 3rd underground level to broaden his experience pool. In these 2 months, Zachariah also reached the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, just 1 step away from the next major realm. Looking at the last 2 relics rewards, remnants from a Millennium Old Tree Demon, he reflected on the 14 previous ones. From them, he gained cultivation points and techniques, all converting into base attributes and technique proficiency experiences. All proficiency experiences were added to the Jiavine/technique, advancing it to the proficient level with further enhancements needed. Achieving mastery now required refining a 2nd grade technique. As Zachariah turned to collect rewards, he heard murmurs above about a strange event in the sect recently. Chapter 78. The Sect's Anomalies. Zachariah would occasionally activate his spiritual ear Jiavine ability. Eavesdropping on events in this place, akin to a prison, added some amusement to his otherwise boring life. Otherwise, apart from cultivation and anticipation for the future, there was little else to alleviate the tedium. Through the spiritual ear Jiavine ability, Zachariah overheard people discussing recent mysterious deaths of disciples within the sect. The cause of death was unknown, but their state was extremely tragic, leading to an initial judgment of demon activity. Yet, there were no signs of demons at all. Suddenly, everyone was uneasy. The sect's high-ranking officials had already listed this matter as top priority, but it still couldn't stop the ongoing deaths. It was as if an unknown, unseen demon was challenging Mount Shu sect. Upon hearing this, Zachariah's heart sank. This wasn't something that had nothing to do with him. Although he was in the demon-locking pagoda, who was to say this unidentified demon wouldn't infiltrate here? Based on available information, the unidentified demon's target was clearly Mount Shu's disciples. He aimed to undermine Mount Shu's foundation. Such intent could not be tolerated. And while Zachariah was an enforcer, he also belonged to the category of Mount Shu's disciples. Not only could he not guarantee his absolute safety, but he felt that staying here was quite dangerous. If it is indeed demonic chaos, the demon-locking pagoda might not be spared. Not only did Zachariah have this thought, other senior officials, especially Anwar, felt that incidents in the demon-locking pagoda were highly probable. To avoid repeating previous chaos, Anwar immediately dispatched more manpower to guard the upper and lower entrances of the pagoda. With heavy reinforcements stationed, any suspicious individuals were strictly prevented from approaching. Under such stringent measures, even a fly trying to get in would be stopped. Hearing footsteps near the entrance, Zachariah knew more arrangements had been made, and he felt slightly relieved. However, relying on others always left one vulnerable. To ensure his safety, he needed sufficient strength. Only when his strength matched up could he protect himself. After all, not every enemy would be like Atman, piercing the heart and then turning back confidently. If a demon decapitated him, he'd meet a tragic end. Returning to his room, Zachariah closed the windows and doors, just in case Elon came again to cause trouble. Having prepared everything, he began extracting the 2 remaining heritage rewards. The first reward was cultivation infusion, exactly what Zachariah wanted. He immediately claimed it. At the moment of infusion, Zachariah clearly felt a massive surge of spirit energy flood into his spiritual sea, akin to raging waves. The spirit energy stirred wildly within the spiritual sea, which turned into a vast vortex. But as the density of spirit energy increased, the stirring slowed down. As the spirit energy solidified gradually, it eventually turned into something solid-like. Gradually, his spiritual sea became a half-sphere. Formation of a spiritual seed in the spiritual sea marked the core formation stage. Now, with half a sphere inside him, he was at half-step core formation. As spirit energy continued to flow in and solidify, an hour later, a complete spherical mass formed in Zachariah's Dantian, the hallmark of the core formation realm. Currently, the sphere's color was murky black. It would transform fully into gold, marking peak core formation. I didn't expect I'd become a core formation powerhouse, Zachariah couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, calling himself a powerhouse was based on his past perspective. In his previous view, core formation was a significant milestone, allowing dominance and bullying without restraint. He once dreamt of becoming such a power. Who knew life would turn out differently, bringing him to this realm in merely a year or so. Even though I'm at core formation, I must remain low-key. Zachariah reminded himself not to become complacent. Given his current situation, being at core formation was no longer considered profound cultivation. Levels 5 and 6 of the pagoda were filled with core formation cultivators, while floors 1 and 2 below ground housed celestial transformations and even Jiavine intent demons. His current cultivation was barely worth mentioning. He should stay low until he surpassed these demons. Then, flaunting wouldn't be an issue. Taking a deep breath, Zachariah shifted his focus to the second heritage reward. He held high hopes for this reward. At least give me a tier 2 cultivation technique. Zachariah murmured silently. Never before had he longed for a tier 2 technique as much as now. Just after praying, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Zachariah saw small words unfolding slowly. New reward. Springtime revival technique, tier 1. Tier 1 technique. Zachariah almost jumped from excitement. This reward exceeded his expectations. Thus, advancing Jiavine Blade Strike to mastery was now certain. Zachariah immediately checked the technique's introduction. Since it was a tier 1 technique, it deserved due respect before assimilation. After reviewing the details, Zachariah learned its uniqueness. It was a rare technique that enhanced physical recovery. True to its name, Springtime Revival, it revitalized the body through spirit energy, enabling vitality even after functional decay. Outside, many cultivators vied fiercely for this technique. For Zachariah, however, he already possessed exceptional recovery, somewhat overlapping with the technique's effects. Moreover, this technique required active spirit energy usage, unlike his passive and effortless recovery. If in a dire situation, with chaotic consciousness and exhausted spirit energy, the difference between the two would be clear. Incorporating this technique can enhance my recovery and provide abundant cultivation experience, a win-win, Zachariah decided. Assimilating this technique would amplify his recovery, aiding both offense and defense. Without hesitation, Zachariah promptly integrated the springtime revival technique. As expected, his body's recovery improved drastically, testing it by slashing his arm. The wound healed visibly within moments. Within less than 10 minutes, the injury vanished completely, skin as good as new. No trace left behind? Zachariah was astonished. Even top-tier healing potions couldn't match this effect. Potions at most stemmed bleeding and healed wounds, but couldn't make them vanish within 10 minutes. This was nearly miraculous. Combined with indestructible golden body and this recovery ability, Zachariah felt invincible unless faced with extreme foes. Gathering his thoughts, Zachariah poured all assimilated experience into xuanhuan Blade Strike. Note: this translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style while ensuring readability and coherence. This sword technique, which carried Zachariah's earnest expectations, finally reached the level of mastery under the infusion of proficiency experience. With a hum, in an instant, Zachariah's sea of consciousness trembled. Within his sea of consciousness, a figure and a sword appeared. The figure and the sword faced the vast universe. When that figure raised the sword's momentum was like a rainbow piercing through heaven and earth, as if it could split the world in two. At this moment, a divine shadow descended from the sky, carrying the might of the heavens, aiming to suppress this mortal sword. However, when that sword shadow fell, the divine shadow and the sky behind it were split into two halves by this one sword strike. Whoa! Zachariah took in a sharp breath. To slay gods and split the heavens. What kind of grandeur was this? How arrogant and mighty. Absolutely invincible. Truly worthy of being called God-slaying sword. Worth it. Zachariah praised inwardly. It was worth cultivating so many techniques just to feed this sword technique with experience. Indeed, it did not disappoint me. Although with his current cultivation, he couldn't achieve the level of splitting the heavens and earth, he was confident that if faced with the previous dragon again, he could easily slash it with one sword strike. All dragon scales would be nothing more than toys before him. Killing dragons effortlessly, no problem at all. Pity that the dragon has turned to ashes. Otherwise, I could have tested my sword on it, and maybe obtained some dragon materials. Reflecting on it, it was indeed a pity. Zachariah glanced at his attributes. Host: Zachariah. Cultivation: first level of Crystal Formation Realm, 0/1, 000, Mind Technique: Xuanhuan Basic James Cultivation Technique, Xuanhuan Sword Heart Technique. Skills: Heart Shattering Palm, Mind Clearing Body Tempering Technique, Mastery, Shadow Killing Technique, Mastery, 10,000 Transformations Mystic Art, God Slaying Sword, Mastery. Abilities: Conceal James Form Technique, Mind Worm Secret Technique, Spirit Ear Ability. Physique: Immortal Golden Body, Abundant Blood James, Peerless Phantom, Immune to all poisons, Keen Insight, Acute Sense of Smell, Unharmed Body. Bloodline: Giant Demon Bloodline, Beastman Bloodline, Corpse Ghost Bloodline. Extractable rewards: Cultivation Experience *94,345. Unharmed Body, because of strong recovery power, does not leave wounds for long periods. So it's called Unharmed Body? Zachariah smiled. If he continued to strengthen himself, he might eventually achieve true invincibility. By then, even the process of getting hurt could be bypassed. As long as my healing speed surpasses the damage rate, I wouldn't get injured at all. That would truly be an unharmed body. Changing his thoughts, Zachariah focused on the Cultivation Experience progress bar. Cultivation Experience per level is already reaching 1 million. Zachariah couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After enjoying such pleasure, he had to start another, long, journey of cultivation improvement. 1 million cultivation experience points roughly took a month to accumulate. So, at this pace, it would take about a year to reach the 9th level of Crystal Formation Realm. And how much experience would advancing to the profound core realm require? He wasn't sure yet, but it definitely wouldn't be less. It would likely double or more. Long road ahead indeed. Zachariah couldn't help but sigh. If others heard these humble brag words, he would likely be beaten up on the spot, waking up after a night's sleep. On the morning of the second day, Zachariah immediately started probing for external news. He learned that Anwar had dispatched people to stand guard in shifts around the clock, ensuring the safety of the devil-locking pagoda. Meanwhile, rumors outside grew increasingly bizarre. Initially, it was said that demons were causing chaos. Then it spread that there was an insider killing people. Because the sect leadership had thoroughly searched Mount Xuanhuan overnight multiple times without finding any trace of demonic activity, some believed it wasn't demons, but rather traitors or spies secretly committing murders. Such bold and heinous actions. Even in the long history of Shu Mountain Sect, such incidents were rare. Joseph Gerardo was also extremely enraged. Among the dead disciples were quite a few of his true disciples, but the enemy was hidden, while they were exposed. This put them at a disadvantage. Until now, more than 10 disciples within the sect had died, and the death toll was still rising. The people of Xuanhuan had no idea how the enemy was killing them. Joseph Gerardo rarely lost his temper in the main hall of the sect. He proclaimed this as a significant failure for Shu Mountain Sect, an extremely humiliating defeat. Over 10 disciples were killed within their own sect. Yet, not even a hint of the enemy could be found. Not even knowing the identity of the enemy. What else could this be but humiliation? In the main hall, everyone was frozen with fear. After the meeting, they rushed to join the search party for the enemy. Almost everyone in the sect was mobilized. It felt like the entire populace was engaged in warfare. Although Zachariah was inside the devil-locking pagoda, listening to the news outside made him feel the tense atmosphere and the heavy pressure. Without revealing its presence, the enemy had put the entire sect on edge. Zachariah couldn't imagine what kind of powerful existence this was. Outside, The search for the enemy was intensifying. The enforcers, including Zachariah, didn't stay idle either. They were instructed to compare records and count the demons in each cell, checking for any errors. This was also to confirm whether any demons had escaped from the devil-locking pagoda, helping identify the enemy. After completing the inventory, each floor had designated personnel report to the exit. Could you please make this trip? Elon suggested Zachariah do this, reporting with a smile. Despite Elon no longer being Zachariah's superior, Zachariah didn't decline. It wasn't a difficult task. Plus, he wanted to gather more information from outside, so he accepted the assignment. In an instant, Zachariah's consciousness shook. In his sea of consciousness, a figure and a sword appeared. One person with one sword faced the vast heavens and earth. When that figure raised the sword's momentum was like a rainbow piercing through heaven and earth, as if it wanted to stab right through them. At this moment, a divine shadow descended from the sky. Carrying the might of the heavens, it aimed to suppress this earthly sword. However, as that sword shadow fell, the divine shadow, along with the heavens behind it, was split into two halves by this single sword strike. SSS. Zachariah sucked in a cold breath. To slay gods and cleave the heavens. What kind of spirit? What arrogance? Absolutely invincible. Truly worthy of the name, God-slaying sword. Worth every bit of effort. Zachariah secretly praised in his heart. All the effort spent refining so many cultivation techniques to feed this sword technique paid off. Indeed, it hasn't disappointed me. Although at his current cultivation level, he couldn't achieve the realm of splitting the heavens and cleaving the earth yet. He had confidence that if he were facing that previous dragon now, he could easily slash it down with one sword. Dragon scales were nothing more than toys in front of him. Slashing dragons with ease would be no problem at all. Pity that dragon has already turned to ashes. Otherwise, I could have tested my sword on it, and might even have obtained some things from the dragon. It was indeed a pity. Zachariah looked at his attributes. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation, Core Formation Realm Level 1, 0/1000000. Heart Method, Mount Shu Foundation James Cultivation Technique, Mount Shu Sword Heart Technique. Cultivation Techniques, Heart Shattering Palm, Enlightened Bodybuilding Technique, Mastery, Shadow Kill Technique, Mastery, Myriad Transformations Mystic Art, God-Slaying Sword, Mastery. Giavine Abilities, Conceal Aura Technique, Heart Insect Secret Technique, Spiritual Ear Giavine Ability. Physique, Indestructible Golden Body, Blood James Overflowing, Phantom Shadows, Poison Immunity, Enlightenment Clarity, Sensitive Smell, Unharmed Body. Bloodlines, Ogre Bloodline, Beastman Bloodline, Zombie Ghost Bloodline. Available experience points, Cultivation Experience *94345. Unharmed Body? Because of strong recovery ability, no long-term injuries can remain, hence the name Unharmed Body? Zachariah smiled. If he continued to enhance himself, perhaps he would become truly unharmed. At that point, he wouldn't even need to go through the process of being injured. As long as his wounds healed faster than the damage inflicted, he wouldn't get hurt at all. That would be the true unharmed body, right? Thoughts shifting. Zachariah turned his attention to the cultivation experience bar. It already takes 1,000,000 experience points to reach each new level. Zachariah couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Just after enjoying the rapid advancements for a short while, he was back on the long path of cultivating again. 1,000,000 experience points would take nearly a month to accumulate. Meaning, following the current pace, it would take about a year to reach Core Formation Level 9. And how much experience would be needed to advance to the nascent soul realm? He wasn't sure. But it definitely wouldn't be less. At least double, if not more. A long road ahead. Zachariah couldn't help but sigh. If someone overheard his seemingly boastful words, they would probably beat him up on the spot. After waking up, the next morning, Zachariah inquired about the news outside. He learned that Anwar had already dispatched people to guard the demon-locking pagoda day and night. Meanwhile, the news outside grew increasingly bizarre. Initially, it was said that demons were causing chaos. Later, rumors spread that there was an insider killing people. Because the sect's higher-ups had already sent people to thoroughly search Mount Shu overnight, checking time and again, but they still found no traces of any demons. So some people thought it likely wasn't demons, but rather, there was a traitor or an infiltrator secretly killing people. Such audacious and heinous acts. It was hard to find precedent in the long history of the Mount Shu sect. Joseph Gerardo was also extremely angry. Among the disciples killed, there were his genuine disciples. But the enemy was in the dark, while they were in the open. It was too passive. By now, more than 10 disciples had been killed within the sect, and this number was still increasing. Yet the people of Mount Shu still didn't know how the enemy was killing. Joseph Gerardo rarely showed anger in the Grand Assembly Hall, declaring it a significant failure for the entire Mount Shu sect, a humiliating defeat. Over 10 disciples were killed within their own sect, without finding a single trace of the enemy, not even knowing the enemy's identity. What else could this be but humiliation? In the Grand Assembly Hall, everyone was silent as cicadas in winter. After the meeting, they urgently joined the hunt for the enemy. Almost everyone in the sect was mobilized. It felt like everyone was in the army. Although Zachariah was in the demon-locking pagoda, listening to the news from outside, he could feel the tense atmosphere and heavy pressure. This enemy hadn't even shown its face yet, but it made the entire sect uneasy. Zachariah couldn't imagine how powerful such an existence could be. Outside, the intense search for the enemy's trail continued. Meanwhile, Zachariah and other enforcers weren't idle. They received instructions to check against the records and inventory the demons in each cell, to ensure there were no errors. This move was to confirm whether any demons had escaped from the demon-locking pagoda, to determine the enemy's identity. After completing the inventory, a designated person reported at the exit of each floor. Please run this errand. Elon recommended Zachariah to do the reporting with a smile. Though Elon was no longer Zachariah's superior, Zachariah didn't refuse. It wasn't a difficult task. Plus, he wanted to gather more information about the outside. So he took the job. Chapter 79. The Horror in Plain Sight. The second level's demons have been accounted for, no discrepancies. Zachariah arrived at the entrance of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda and reported to the guard captain outside. The guard captain was one of the chief disciples, named Otto. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the xuanhuan intent realm. He was not far from the soul transformation realm and could be considered a role model among disciples. He listened silently to the reports from each level, his expression never looking good. Every report was essentially the same. There were no issues. If there were no issues inside, then there was a big problem. He wanted to catch the enemy as quickly as possible more than anyone else here, because one of his fellow disciples had already died in vain. The enemy was rampant, killing even direct disciples without hesitation. He would rather face the enemy now than wait in frustration. The enemy struck from the shadows, while he could only fret uselessly here. This feeling of being unable to do anything made him endlessly vexed. Seeing Otto's displeased expression, Zachariah hesitated but eventually asked cautiously, "Senior brother, how is the situation outside?" Despite his bad mood, Otto still answered, "The situation is not optimistic." Though this statement seemed vague, at least he did respond. Zachariah wanted to ask more detailed questions, but Otto immediately interrupted him. "As an enforcer of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, just focus on your duties. There's no need to ask about other matters for now." Otto thought it was pointless for Zachariah to ask so much. He didn't have the heart to listen to someone chatter either. Zachariah withdrew immediately. Back at the second underground level, the enforcers gathered together. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy and oppressive. Everyone seemed to lack the heart for interrogations. They wanted to discuss something, but didn't know where to start. The mysterious deaths of disciples outside the Demon-Sealing Pagoda affected the internal enforcers' emotions. After all, no one knew when misfortune would fall on them. Being inside the Demon-Sealing Pagoda was not much safer than outside, possibly even more dangerous. Fortunately, so far, there were no cases of mysterious deaths inside the pagoda, or they would be even more anxious. Sigh. Overthinking won't help. Everyone, let's get to work. The silence was broken by the leader of the second-level enforcers. Ultimately, the meeting hall cleared out. When people gathered, it was silent. After they left, the hall became completely quiet. Zachariah walked to a cell. Inside the cell was an Isaiah man, pale and emaciated with prominent cheekbones. He was nothing but skin and bones, his skin as dry as tree bark. Yet, the Truman always wore a smile, appearing kind-hearted. But if you truly believed this was a benevolent grandfather, you'd be terribly mistaken. This Isaiah was named Christopher Shang, known as Elder Devil Christopher outside. He was notorious for his evil practices, having consorted with demons, drinking demon blood, and willingly degenerating into a demon. To prove his loyalty to demons, he committed countless massacres and atrocities, earning him the title of a living human demon. Captured, he remained unrepentant, believing he was on the right path. He once said, "In cultivating the Tao, I had no hope for immortality in my lifetime. Only by becoming a demon could I achieve eternal life." The demon blood indeed granted him extraordinary strength, unlocking his potential and rapidly advancing his cultivation. Most importantly, it greatly extended his lifespan. Feeling that his end was near, he had prolonged his life for many years due to the demon blood. This alone made him diehard, willing to serve as a subordinate to the demons. Originally, such misguided cultivators would not be kept by Mount Shushan. However, some higher-ups believed it was crucial to uncover the demon behind him. The demon who gave him blood clearly had the ability to assimilate humans. Such demons were extremely dangerous. If allowed to continue wreaking havoc, more demons would surely arise. The Truman, who had lived so long, couldn't resist the benefits of becoming a demon. Younger, less experienced cultivators would easily fall into despair and lose themselves. Therefore, to eliminate the demon behind the Truman, they imprisoned him. Despite half a year of imprisonment, he refused to talk. Chuckle. Zachariah passed by when the Truman suddenly laughed. Lately, Zachariah's impressive record made him feared by demons in the second level. Few demons dared to speak in front of him. Some even held their breath as he passed, fearing being selected. But now, the Truman, either itching for punishment or tired of living, actually provoked Zachariah as he walked by, a sure sign of trouble. "Hail, why are you laughing?" Zachariah's gaze turned cold. "I remembered something funny," the demon replied arrogantly. "Oh, come to the interrogation room. I'd like to hear just how funny it is." One sentence silenced the demon. Zachariah, coldly, ordered, "Speak. What's so amusing?" "I laugh because you must be in chaos," Christopher Shang smiled. Zachariah was surprised. Might he know about the events outside? Impossible. How could demons inside know about external news? "Hail, your information is quite swift. Seems we really should interrogate you." Zachariah prepared to unlock the door. "I understand some divination techniques and calculated that Mount Shushan was destined for calamity." "Oh, did you calculate that you'd be captured here? Could you foresee your death today?" Zachariah sneered, knowing demons could be trusted to talk but not believed fully. The Truman coughed violently, finally speaking the truth. Through keen observation, he noticed every enforcer's worried expressions and increased patrols, inferring significant events. Zachariah coldly chuckled and released the lock. Just then, the demon offered, "Perhaps I can help. No one knows demons better than me." Zachariah glanced sideways. "Aren't you both in the same boat? What benefit do you gain by betraying them? When disaster strikes, who cares? I just want to live longer." "Then reveal the demon who gave you blood. It might save you." But Christopher Shang shook his head. "Not that I don't want to, but any intention to betray will cause instant death. Because the blood in me is his." Hearing this, Zachariah smirked. "Seems this information belongs to me alone." At this moment, at the Demon-Sealing Pagoda's underground entrance, an Isaiah approached. Red-haired and red-bearded, this Isaiah was instrumental in quelling past disturbances. Without him, demons might have breached more than the second level. He was also a key figure in the last bar's capture. Yoel. Otto greeted respectfully. How is the count going? Yoel asked concisely about the demon count inside the pagoda. None missing. Hearing this, Yoel frowned. Let me see. Otto instinctively wanted to stop him but, considering his status and the valid inquiry, gestured instead, please. Yoel stepped into the underground area, inspecting the first level before summoning all enforcers for a stern lecture. All enforcers bowed their heads. Yoel lectured like a teacher reprimanding students. It was more like a grandfather scolding his grandson. Not long after, the Isaiah arrived at the second level. Zachariah was standing in front of Elder Devil Christopher's cell, about to leave. As he turned around, he saw the red-haired, red-bearded Isaiah standing not far behind him. Do high-ranking experts walk without making any sound? Zachariah was startled for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Of course, he recognized this Isaiah and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Yoel? Yoel nodded and walked past Zachariah, leaving behind a back view with hands clasped behind him. He looked at the rows of cells and spoke not of demons but of Zachariah. You're Zachariah, right? Zachariah didn't expect Yoel to remember him. They had barely interacted before. They only met once during the last demonic disturbance. Yoel remembering me is truly an honor, Zachariah said, well aware of human relations, taking the opportunity to flatter him slightly. You have very high praise from Senior Geo. I hear him lauding you all the time. It's starting to get annoying, Yoel remarked. The Senior Geo Yoel mentioned was naturally Anwar. Does Anwar really think so highly of me? Zachariah had no idea that Anwar had praised him in front of others. Yes, he says you are quite skilled at interrogation. During the bar hunt, we also relied on the information you obtained through your interrogation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to find him. Zachariah scratched his head humbly. Just lucky, that's all. Yoel laughed out loud. You say, can one person always be this lucky? As Yoel laughed, Zachariah felt a strange sensation deep inside. Ever since he saw Yoel silently appear behind him, he had felt a faint chill. At the time, he didn't think much of it. But now, hearing Yoel's laughter and his ambiguous words, the chill grew even stronger. How could he feel this way in front of his sex Isaiah? This feeling, he only felt it when he was haunted by evil spirits in dreams. Subconsciously, Zachariah activated his spirit-piercing eye. The moment he activated it, he almost cried out. Right above Yoel's head, there was a completely black creature, crouching there. Chapter 80. Bar. The black creature had its legs hooked around Yoel's shoulders, its back arched like a bow, with its hands placed on Yoel's forehead. Yoel turned his head. In that instant, Zachariah got a clear look at the creature's face. The monster's mouth was stretched backward to the roots of its ears, its eyes narrowed into slits, a high-bridged nose, deep-set eye sockets, and fist-sized eyeballs rolling in their sockets. This kind of appearance was not unfamiliar to Zachariah. He had seen it in the demon's memories. It was the bar. A tumult surged within Zachariah, but his expression remained calm. He mustn't let the bar know that he could see it. At this moment, Zachariah had roughly figured everything out. So, the mysterious deaths of disciples within the sect were all caused by Yoel. More accurately, by Yoel controlled by the bar. Zachariah believed that Yoel would never do such a mad thing. The only explanation was that the bar had taken control of Yoel's thoughts and actions. As for what exactly happened on Wu-Kanoring Mountain, Zachariah did not know. What he knew was that the bar wasn't dead, or more precisely, hadn't completely died. He existed in some other form and could influence people in reality. So this is the power of the bar? When alive, the bar couldn't withstand the Isaiahs of Xuanhuan. Yet, after death, it could easily control Yoel. Did this mean that after death, the bar became even more terrifying? No wonder the bar committed suicide. It turns out he had another motive. When Zachariah heard that the bar had ended his own life in desperation, he thought it was beneath the dignity of a mighty bar. Who could have guessed that it would return this way for revenge? In an instant, Zachariah's thoughts raced wildly, controlling his gaze to focus solely on Anwar, never looking at the bar on his head. But the bar seemed to sense something. Opening its mouth wider, it asked, "Can you see me?" Zachariah acted as if nothing happened. "Yoel, I believe luck eventually runs out. But before it does, one must seize every moment tightly. Otherwise, when luck runs out, regret will be useless." Before Yoel could reply, the bar, still doubtful, stretched its neck directly in front of Zachariah. "Can you see me?" Zachariah's expression remained calm and composed, his gaze unwavering. It wasn't because his acting skills were superb. He had retracted his spirit eye vision. Now he really couldn't see it. Only then did the bar shake its head and retract its elongated neck, wearing a strange expression. Just now, it clearly felt Zachariah's gaze directed at it. Yet now, no matter what it did, Zachariah showed no reaction. Even when its face nearly touched Zachariah's, he didn't blink. Such a physiological response was almost impossible to control, so it could only give up. "Fine, I'll spare you for now, but you won't have many good days left, hee." Yoel laughed and said, "Luck is part of strength too. With fortune on your side, your future accomplishments will surely be extraordinary." Praising Zachariah, he patted him on the shoulder and then turned to leave. Watching Yoel depart, Zachariah considered attacking him with a decisive strike. Using spirit eye vision, he was confident this ambush would severely injure the bar. But he ultimately suppressed this impulse, just as Yoel hadn't killed him right here. If Yoel attacked him now, there would be a great risk of exposing himself. The same applied if Zachariah attacked Yoel. To seriously injure the bar, he would have to go all out. But once he used his full strength, his capabilities would be revealed. Moreover, once they started fighting, he couldn't explain why he attacked Yoel. Claiming there was a bar on Yoel's head? Who would believe it? Yoel could counter that he was suspiciously attacking the higher-ups and justifiably kill him. Therefore, no matter what, Zachariah couldn't be the first to make a move against Yoel. At least not openly. How did he kill those people? Once Yoel disappeared from sight, Zachariah pondered deeply. Suddenly, he sensed something like fish sliding into his heart. What's that? Zachariah focused inwardly, vaguely sensing a gloomy aura condensed in his heart. That was when Yoel patted my shoulder. Zachariah immediately realized this gloomy aura was left behind by Yoel. That's ghost chi. Zachariah was shocked. Without Zachariah's corpse demon bloodline, he wouldn't have detected this ghost chi. This ghost chi was like a time bomb inside his heart, exploding anytime, instantly taking his life undetected. Now I understand why those disciples died so horribly. Those who die from ghost chi outbreaks appear ghost-like. This much Zachariah could infer from Black Horn Demon's memories. Understanding how Yoel operated, Zachariah fell into hesitation. Ghost chi didn't frighten him. He could absorb this ghost chi via his corpse demon bloodline, enhancing it. Worst case, he could use Heartworm's secret technique, letting another demon take his place. But others in the sect lacked this ability. That meant, after leaving, Yoel would continue killing. His method was invisible, impossible to guard against. Who would think their Isaiah greeted them warmly, giving encouragement, yet secretly set a deadly trap? However, Zachariah had no idea how to alert the sect's higher-ups about investigating Yoel. While he tried to figure this out, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Right, the spirit venerable. Its sense of smell was excellent. Initially passing their enforcer tests, the sect master specifically requested the spirit venerable to verify their identities, checking for any ties to demons. If its nose is as keen as they say, it should be able to smell the bar's presence on Yoel. Zachariah thought, but a problem arose. According to the Isaiahs, the spirit venerable couldn't be summoned at will. It also had to consent. Furthermore, with so many people in Shushan and Yoel being high-ranking, verification would likely start from the bottom up. Given how hard it was to summon the spirit venerable and its temperamental nature, would it patiently verify each disciple? Would it patiently get to Yoel? This was a significant issue. This plan was quickly dismissed by Zachariah. Forget it. The higher-ups will discover it. Why worry about it? Zachariah abandoned the thought. But just as he sat down, upon further reflection, he realized he couldn't stay idle. Because he couldn't remain uninvolved. He might survive the ghost chi this time. But next time? The bar already knew he was the informer. Zachariah was definitely on the bar's hit list. Surviving once wouldn't save him forever. A few days later, if Yoel didn't hear of his death, he would surely come again. Would Yoel use stronger means to kill him then? Definitely. So hiding here was impossible. Realizing this, Zachariah could no longer sit still. He walked briskly to the underground entrance of the demon-sealing tower. I want to see Anwar. Zachariah directly made his request to the guard at the door. Otto walked over and asked, do you have something urgent? You can tell me. It's the same thing. Zachariah shook his head. This matter can only be discussed with Anwar. Only he can make the decision. Hearing this, Otto was already somewhat displeased inside. But he was after all a direct disciple of the sect leader. He wouldn't lack the tact to handle such a situation. Seeing Zachariah's insistence, he had no choice but to send someone to inform Anwar. You'd better have a real reason, Otto said coldly, warning Zachariah. If one dared to waste an Isaiah's time for no reason, they would certainly face punishment. Especially at this critical juncture, when the Isaiahs were already overwhelmed with responsibilities. If you didn't have something truly important and still sought them out, you'd find yourself in trouble very quickly. Zachariah remained silent until Anwar arrived. What do you need? At this moment Anwar, just as Otto had imagined, was deeply preoccupied with finding potential enemies. He really had no energy to deal with trivial matters. Therefore, despite considering Zachariah as his own disciple, he now approached him with furrowed brows. I feel an extremely uncomfortable presence within my body. Zachariah didn't mince words, directly pointing the finger at Yoel. Yoel just came by, praising me highly after our meeting. But ever since he patted me on the shoulder, I felt off. So, I suspect there might be something wrong with him. Upon hearing this, Anwar was startled, his eyebrows arching immediately. Do you know what you're saying? Anwar's tone was almost accusatory. Suspecting that an Isaiah had issues was no small matter. If it turned out to be a false accusation, Zachariah would definitely suffer severe consequences. I know. I only dare say this to you, Elder. But I'm not making random claims. I genuinely feel something is off with my body. Just as Zachariah finished speaking, Anwar immediately grabbed his wrist, using his spiritual perception to probe into Zachariah's body. In the next moment, Anwar's expression changed drastically. How did so much death chi end up inside your body? Chapter 81. I killed Anwar. The so-called dead chi, corpse chi, and ghost chi. They were just different names for the same substance. Originally, Zachariah's body did not contain this kind of energy. Only within his heart was ghost chi hidden, extremely hard to be detected by others. Once the ghost chi burst forth, it vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. This was also why people from Mount Shu still didn't know the reason for those disciples' mysterious deaths. To shift suspicion towards Yoel, Zachariah expelled the ghost chi from his heart, guiding it to expand until it was on the brink of eruption. Thanks to him having assimilated necrocorpse bloodline, he was able to manipulate the ghost chi in such a way. This was indeed a risky move for Zachariah. Before the ghost chi erupted, he could absorb it, but after the instant outburst, he wasn't confident that his necrocorpse bloodline could completely absorb it. But to ensure Anwar could perceive it accurately, he had no other choice. Anwar indeed sensed the anomaly coming from him and instantly changed his expression. Is it truly because of Yoel? He no longer doubted the authenticity of Zachariah's condition, but remained skeptical about whether it was related to Yoel. Involving a senior Isaiah required caution, especially since Christopher had a good relationship with him. During the previous demonic underground disturbance when he hadn't managed to calm the situation promptly, it was Yoel who took the initiative, leading many disciples to quell the disorder. For this, he felt grateful. Now, Zachariah accused him of something which both shocked him and made his mood complicated. Let me remove the dead chi from your body first, he said. In the next moment, Zachariah felt an enormous wave of vitality power flood into his body, driving out all the dead chi inside him. After performing this task, although Anwar's demeanor appeared calm, Zachariah keenly noticed a hint of fatigue in his gaze. Even though Anwar's cultivation was extremely high, removing the ghost chi cost his own vitality, effectively shortening his lifespan slightly. Despite it not being much, Zachariah felt somewhat guilty toward Anwar. However, to point fingers at Yoel, he had to resort to this stratagem. After thoroughly clearing Zachariah's body of ghost chi, Anwar left without lingering. Upon exiting the demon lock tower, Anwar's mind was preoccupied. He was quite conflicted. Should he report this matter directly to the Patriarch? This posed a dilemma for him, yet ultimately, he decided to find Yoel first. Anwar considered him a friend. Reporting suspicions about him before confirmation would feel like stabbing a friend in the back. When Anwar found Yoel, he was encouraging a disciple by patting him on the shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Anwar's face darkened immediately. He went over and pulled the disciple away from Yoel, using his divine sense to probe the disciple's internal condition. Initially, he didn't detect anything similar to Zachariah, but he now firmly believed there was something wrong with this disciple's body. Recalling that the most concentrated area of dead chi in Zachariah was in his heart, he extended his divine sense into the disciple's heart. Next, Anwar's body shuddered violently. His expression turned terrifyingly grim. Although the sensation was faint, he distinctly sensed a strand of dead chi inside the disciple's heart. Realizing Anwar's actions, Yoel felt alarmed as well. Anwar, what is the meaning of this? The disciple, unsure of the situation, seeing Anwar's stern face, assumed he'd committed a mistake and dared not speak. At this moment, Anwar looked up at Yoel. Do you have nothing to say to me? By now, Yoel sensed the icy tone in Anwar's words. Thoughts raced through his mind, but he showed confusion on his face. Anwar, what has gotten into you? Anwar closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and reopened them. Must you force me to expose you before admitting the truth? Hearing this, the disciple began to understand. With accusations of murder swirling within the sect, anyone would associate the word expose with that context. Yoel's complexion shifted abruptly. What do you mean? Suspecting me? Feeling the sudden tension, the disciple grew nervous. Should I be here? Shouldn't I leave? But Anwar held onto his hand tightly, preventing him from slipping away. Why? Why attack these disciples? What are your intentions? Could you be a mole from another sect? Anwar's questions threw Yoel off guard. He wondered how Anwar figured him out but insisted, I don't understand what you're saying. Meanwhile, Anwar removed the ghost chi from the disciple and pushed him back. Go! Unaware of his brush with death, the disciple fled upon Anwar's order. Marshalling what happened, Christopher realized the ghost chi in the disciple's body was eliminated. Surprised, Christopher wondered how Anwar uncovered his method of killing. There's still time to make amends. Come confess to the Patriarch about your crimes against the disciples. At this point, Anwar understood Christopher's killing technique. Embedding ghost chi into disciples via touch which would lead to fatal collapse days later. This allowed him to spread killings over time, misleading everyone into thinking the killer acted immediately. Christopher chuckled. We've known each other for years. Isn't my character clear to you? Anwar breathed deeply. It's precisely because I know your character that I'm more distressed. How did you turn into this? Are you allied with demons? Anwar believed he knew Christopher. Cold-faced but warm-hearted, kind of both peers and disciples, ruthless only towards demons, never betraying comrades due to personal reasons. Thus, Anwar concluded that either Christopher's mind was corrupted by demons, or he had fully become one to act so ruthlessly. Regardless, Christopher must be apprehended and taken to the Patriarch for judgment. With that thought, Anwar summoned the Red Sun Sword. Flames roared around it without visible effort. If you care about the sect, don't force me to take action. Surrender now. If I've wronged you, ask whatever apology you want. Anwar still hoped Christopher would submit, proving the possibility of exoneration. He even wished to apologize to Christopher if he was proven innocent, kneeling if necessary. But Christopher didn't cooperate. He sneered, You always think highly of yourself, assuming Christopher fears you? These words shattered Anwar's hopes. If it were the old Christopher Elder, he would never have said such things. At this moment, Anwar finally gave up any remaining illusions. The Red Sun Sword instantly slashed out, creating 3 fire dragons. The 3 fire dragons opened their massive mouths and descended toward Christopher Elder's head. This was a classic case of the deeper the friendship, the more ruthless the blow. As soon as he acted, it was with full force. Christopher Elder swung his sword upward, using a powerful sword aura to barely block Anwar's attack. At this moment, the bar perched on Christopher Elder's head started scratching its ears and scalp wildly. Although Anwar's attacks didn't directly harm him and Anwar hadn't noticed his presence, the bar could still feel the terrifying power of the Yang Flame Sword aura. For creatures like the bar, such sword auras were extremely lethal. Fortunately, Anwar had not detected his presence. Otherwise, if the Yang Flame Sword aura struck him, it would have caused excruciating pain. Unacceptable. A person like this cannot be left alive. The bar resolved that Anwar must die, as keeping him around would eventually result in his own demise. With determination, the narrow eyes of the bar gleamed with cunning. In the next instant, he suddenly leaped from Christopher Elder's head, landing directly atop Anwar's head. Then, a horrifying ghostly force surged into Anwar's crown. By the time Anwar realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Caught off guard, his mind was overwhelmed by the bar's ghostly force, leading to a loss of control over his spiritual defenses. His consciousness plunged into chaos, enveloped in darkness. In that darkness, countless voices of vengeful ghosts circled his ears, assaulting his senses, making him see nothing but hear only the wailing of spirits and howling wolves. Due to the collapse of Anwar's mental defenses, his attacks faltered, and the 3 fire dragons instantly dissipated. Without resistance from Anwar, the sword aura released by Christopher Elder surged forward, striking Anwar's body entirely. Anwar's body shook violently. In the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At this point, Christopher Elder seemed to suddenly awaken. He stared at Anwar with almost vacant eyes, which then welled up with tears. I killed Anwar. I killed Anwar. However, in the next moment, Anwar's voice, though low, echoed through the air. Don't be shameless. You think this weak attack could kill me? Not even close. For ghosts, this kind of sword aura was immensely deadly. Fortunately, Anwar had not detected his presence. Otherwise, if the red sun sword aura struck him, it would definitely hurt so much that he'd scream in agony. No way, such a person can't be left alive. This Anwar must die. Keeping him around would eventually mean his own downfall. With this resolve, a cunning light shone in the bar's slit-like eyes. In the next instant, he suddenly leaped from Christopher Elder's head and landed atop Anwar's head. Then, a terrifying ghostly force directly poured into Anwar's crown. By the time Anwar realized something was amiss, it was too late. Caught unawares, his mind was overwhelmed by the bar's formidable ghostly force, causing him to lose control over his spirit platform. His consciousness suddenly turned murky, falling into darkness. In this pitch-black void, countless grudge spirit voices swirled around his ears, greatly assaulting his hearing. For a moment, he couldn't see anything, and all he heard were the wails and howls of ghosts. Please note that Yuan grudge spirits, has been translated as grudge spirits to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. The parenthetical explanation was removed for fluency. Due to Anwar losing his mental fortitude, his offensive immediately faltered. The 3 fire dragons vanished in an instant. With nothing blocking them, the sword aura released by Christopher Elder surged forward, striking entirely onto Anwar's body. Anwar's body convulsed. In the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At this point, Christopher Elder seemed to suddenly awaken. He stared at Anwar almost blankly, tears welling up in his eyes. I killed Anwar. I killed Anwar. However, in the next moment, a low voice from Anwar echoed. Stop being shameless. Thinking you can kill me with such an attack? Not even close. Chapter 82. Lock me up. Yoel had been sure that Anwar, caught off guard, would be killed by his sword. Who could have thought? There was just a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. In reality, it wasn't much of an issue. What truly made Anwar wary was the filthy thing that had just attacked his soul. Anwar's mental energy suddenly transformed into a colossal axe that split the heavens and the earth. He then slashed straight through the darkness in front of him. The darkness was torn apart. Light shone through. Anwar saw the scenery outside again. At the same time, the bar let out a miserable cry. His figure retreated backwards, directly crouching back on Yoel's head. Black liquid continuously dripped from his body. The bar's face resembled that of a roused beast. The slash that had come from Anwar's mind had directly injured him. A wound that wouldn't heal easily appeared on his body, and ghost power slowly leaked from the wound. When the bar returned to crouching atop Yoel's head, Yoel resumed his expressionless state. This scene did not escape Anwar's eyes. At this point, he already knew that Yoel was being controlled by something. Not only did he not get angry, but he felt somewhat relieved. This indicated that Yoel's transformation wasn't voluntary. Rather, he was clouded by that filthy thing. And guessing what that filthy thing wasn't difficult, considering Yoel's previous involvement in hunting down the bar, and combining it with the death aura left on those disciples. In the next moment, Anwar said confidently, "You're the bar, right?" Anwar couldn't see the bar, but he firmly believed in his existence. Those who participated in the bar's hunt all claimed he was dead. Yet no one knew that he existed in a more terrifying form. Perhaps this was the true ultimate form of the bar, invisible and untouchable, taking lives without a trace. Although the bar was enraged now, he still retained his sanity. He hadn't expected Anwar to be so powerful. His consciousness was also so keen. After only one attack, his identity was known. In the next moment, the idea of retreat sprouted in his heart. Anwar had already discovered his presence, though currently, he still had the advantage of being invisible. However, within Mount Shu, countless treasures were hidden. Among them were artifacts that could reveal spiritual entities. If other people brought these artifacts onto the scene, he would lose all advantages. Even just dealing with Anwar alone was beyond his capacity. If he became besieged, this time, he might really perish for good. Realizing this, Yoel immediately acted. Retreat. Yoel instantly pulled back, but Anwar didn't move. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Yoel, blocking his path. It was none other than the master of Mount Shu, Gerardo. He looked like an immortal, his long sleeves flapping in the wind. Anwar was aware that he had arrived. So, he refrained from further action. Soon after, multiple rushing sounds followed. Several other Isaiahs rushed to the scene. Anwar clearly hadn't notified the master or anyone else. Yet they all came. It could be that the disciple he had chased away earlier had informed them. Of course, it could also be because of his full power attack, which had alarmed everyone. Regardless, now that they had arrived, there was no chance for Yoel to escape. At this moment, the bar realized this too. He tried to make Yoel leave, but Yoel's body couldn't move, as if pressed by an extremely strong pressure, like carrying a huge mountain, unable to budge even slightly. This overwhelming pressure undoubtedly came from Mount Shu's master Gerardo. At this point, I can only sacrifice you to save myself. Though Yoel was an excellent vessel for the bar, now trapped in such a dire situation, even the best vessel wouldn't matter if it couldn't be preserved. Indulging in hesitation would only drag him deeper. So, when necessary, sacrifices must be made. Master, the bar is trying to escape. At this moment, Anwar shouted ahead of time, revealing his intention. Damn it, if I want to escape, can you stop me? The bar was almost driven mad with anger. This old dog repeatedly thwarted his plans. It was intolerable. But now, he didn't want to risk killing Anwar in anger. Escape first. With life, there would always be hope. If he could protect himself, future opportunities were endless. Finding chances to kill this old dog wouldn't be hard. Immediately, the bar leaped up from Yoel's head. Just then, Gerardo heard Anwar's warning. His gaze flickered, and his palm flipped, producing a mirror. It was precisely the yin-yang mirror reclaimed from the Alita of xuanhuan sect. The yin-yang mirror possessed magical properties to reverse yin and yang. One of its wonders was, through certain methods, the light reflected by the yin-yang mirror could expose dark spirits in the living world, leaving nowhere for them to hide. Naturally, Mount Shu's master possessed this technique. As the light from the yin-yang mirror scanned the air, an ugly shadow immediately appeared. The shadow's appearance was horrific, neither human nor non-human, with a smile-like, but not quite smile-like expression, mouth stretched to the ears, eyes nearly slit into lines, rolling pupils the size of an adult's fist. Bar. Recognizing this creature, several present recognized it instantly. Several Isaiahs had participated in the hunt against the bar before. They naturally weren't unfamiliar with this bar. It turns out that the deaths of our disciples over this period were all due to this beast. One Isaiah spoke with indignation. Meanwhile, those who had joined the hunt remained silent. Collectively they fell quiet. Their faces flushed red with embarrassment, because what they considered a great victory turned out to be a total defeat. They thought they had completely eradicated the bar, but never imagined he would bring such immense disaster to the sect, leading indirectly to the violent and wrongful deaths of many disciples, including the master's own protégés, promising talents, who were now extinguished in their prime. How could they not feel distressed? All felt ashamed, especially when the master welcomed and praised them upon their return. It now made them feel utterly humiliated. Almost simultaneously, these several Isaiahs took action, desiring to make amends for their failures. They all exerted their utmost efforts, without holding back. Now that they could see the bar, they each used their strongest mental attack methods, all aimed at the bar. With wide open eyes, the bar turned to defend, but immediately felt the difficulty of resistance. In his pre-death state, he couldn't withstand these Isaiah's combined assault, and although his power increased post-death, first wounded by Anwar's strike and now facing several Isaiah's full force, he was struggling. Mount Shu's master had been observing silently, his face unreadable. But those familiar with him knew, the calmer his exterior, the fiercer his inner turmoil, sufficient proof of how deeply he detested the bar, daring to commit so many murders under his nose, and even claiming the life of one of his beloved protégés. Such provocation had crossed his line. Seeing the bar barely holding against several Isaiahs, suddenly, his figure flashed. His fingers formed the shape of a blade. A flash of sword light passed before the bar's eyes. For a moment, his eyes glazed over. In the next instant, his hands blocking the attacks exploded into countless pieces. This explosion effect wasn't truly an explosion. It resulted from enduring thousands of slashes in an instant, living through being chopped into myriad fragments. The pain from his shattered hands hit him with a delayed jolt. Although he had no physical body, the bar still endured an excruciating pain that pierced straight into his soul. It wasn't over yet. With his hands shattered, the bar could no longer withstand the assault of the several Shu Mountain Isaiahs. In the next moment, all of their attacks landed on him. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the air. The bar's figure was engulfed by the torrent of mental energy, disintegrating under their combined onslaught. He was completely reduced to countless black fragments. These black fragments floated in the air and instantly turned to powder, like a cloud of black dust and smoke. It was the bar's last breath of grievance. This grievance, carrying the bar's will, clung stubbornly to existence. It rapidly descended, distancing itself from the scene. He intended to infiltrate the mind of a disciple, take control of their consciousness, and continue existing in another form. None of the others present noticed this. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Yoel. Through questioning Anwar, they learned that Yoel was the mastermind behind this atrocity. Though he was influenced by the bar, he was the one who carried out the actions. This fact couldn't be erased. Some people might overlook it, but for others, the thorn in their heart was hard to remove, especially the sect leader. One of his personally chosen disciples was killed, murdered by Yoel's hand. The bar had used Yoel as a tool to commit these murders. This beast, he deliberately made us suffer. By manipulating others to kill, the bar ensured they would face the pain of fratricide even after discovering the truth. Yoel now realized what he had done. He slumped to the ground, weakly. His hands tightly gripped his head. Suddenly, he began hammering his own skull like an amen, as if trying to shatter it. What are you doing? Anwar couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed his hands. At this point, what good does harming yourself do? Anwar sighed inwardly. He didn't know how to resolve this situation. I will pay for my sins with my life. Just as Yoel roared uncontrollably, the figure of Gerardo, the sect leader, descended. This is not your fault, Yoel. There's no need for excessive self-blame. Gerardo approached Yoel, gently speaking as he helped him up. This action clearly showed his stance. Tears welled up in Yoel's eyes. Master, please lock me away in the demon lock tower. Chapter 83, Yoel's decision. When Yoel spoke, all the Isaiahs present were taken aback. They had never expected that after the sect leader had already expressed his stance, he would volunteer to lock himself in the demon locking pagoda. What kind of place was the demon locking pagoda? It was where demons, evil cultivators, or traitors to the sect were imprisoned. Was he preparing to be punished as a traitor? Yoel, why are you making things so difficult for yourself? Before the sect leader could speak, the other Isaiahs remained silent, but Anwar held nothing back and voiced his thoughts directly. He couldn't bear to see his old friend lose his dignity by being imprisoned at such an advanced age. At this moment, Gerardo also spoke up. Yoel, this calamity was caused by demons, not by your will. Your inner torment and self-reproach are punishments enough. You should also give yourself a chance. Gerardo did not agree with Yoel's request. Whether to punish him or not posed a real dilemma. If they didn't, it might lead to resentment among the disciples. Some might think he escaped punishment simply because he was an Isaiah. This would create adverse divisions within the sect. But punishing him heavily due to demonic control could seem merciless and might dishearten other Isaiahs. After weighing the options, Gerardo decided that it would be better not to impose punishment. The other Isaiahs quickly followed suit, urging Yoel to abandon his intention to imprison himself. However, Yoel was resolute. Sect leader, please do not try to dissuade me any further. The deaths of our disciples are my fault. Due to my weak will, I allowed the demon to take advantage of me and cause such a disaster. I can't live with this guilt. Thinking of those innocent souls makes my heart ache like being cut by a knife. If sect leader does not lock me in the demon-locking pagoda, I will have no choice but to die to atone for my sins. Yoel's resolve surprised everyone. Only now did they realize he genuinely wanted to be imprisoned. Anwar shook his head. He knew there was no persuading him otherwise. Gerardo, with a calm face but complex eyes, asked, Yoel, have you truly thought this through? Being locked in the demon-locking pagoda was no small matter, especially for an Isaiah. Once imprisoned, his reputation and standing would greatly diminish, and even if he ever emerged, he wouldn't regain his former prestige. Elder, I cannot face everyone if I am not punished, Christopher stated solemnly. All he wanted was to atone for his mistakes in the demon-locking pagoda, so he could find some peace. Otherwise, his inner agony would haunt him endlessly. Gerardo saw how adamant he was and nodded. Yoel's voluntary confinement was enough to placate the disciples. This nod also signaled that the matter was beyond negotiation. Since Yoel chose to punish himself, the others had little to say. They felt he was being too hard on himself. Everyone makes mistakes, but since Yoel was determined, they felt there was no point in further persuasion. Thus, Yoel's sentence was decided, imprisonment in the demon-locking pagoda. Old friend, let's go. Anwar personally escorted him, while the others quietly dispersed. They chose to leave, wanting to preserve what dignity Yoel had left. Anwar led him toward the underground entrance of the demon-locking pagoda, the leaves rustling underfoot. Both walked in silence, former confidants now distant strangers. Not because Anwar lacked feelings, but words seemed insufficient at the moment. Anwar, when the demon controlled me, some things I said, don't take them to heart, Christopher suddenly remarked. Anwar hesitated before realizing Christopher indeed had said harsh things during his possession. Perhaps these reflected deep-seated thoughts from his subconscious. Under normal circumstances, he would never have uttered such hurtful remarks. Aha, I forgot about that. Anwar laughed lightly. He hadn't held those words against Christopher, but Christopher cared deeply, perhaps realizing their relationship couldn't return to what it once was due to those harsh words. Soon, they reached the underground entrance. Logan, having received the sect leader's message, had left beforehand to spare Christopher further embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zachariah activated his Ling ability on the second floor of the demon-locking pagoda, hearing the footsteps approaching. Seeing Yoel arrive with Anwar, Zachariah felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Activating the ghost eye ability, he confirmed no ghostly entity hovered over Yoel and finally relaxed. Then, he greeted the two Isaiahs respectfully. Both noticed him. While Anwar remained quiet, Christopher asked, your suspicions leading to me, was it because of him? Seeing Zachariah reminded Christopher that he only sought out one person before meeting Anwar, Zachariah, and had left ghost chi within him. Anwar knowing must have been thanks to Zachariah. Though unclear on details, Zachariah was undoubtedly crucial. Yes, Anwar confirmed but wondered another thing. Did you help cleanse the ghost chi inside him? Christopher looked concerned until assured by Anwar. This young man has potential, commented Christopher. Why was the Ghost King's chi inside him much stronger than in another disciple? Anwar asked, intrigued. Chapter 84. Elon's calculations. What puzzled Anwar was that when he had encountered Zachariah earlier, the ghostly aura within Zachariah had already spread beyond his heart. Later, when he encountered another disciple, the ghostly aura was confined only to the heart area. This left him somewhat confused. When Yoel heard this, he was unable to provide an answer. While he knew what he had done, he did not have a detailed understanding of the process. Although the ghostly aura was released through his hands, it was ultimately under the control of the bar. What he was certain of was that the bar harbored intense hatred towards Zachariah. After all, the information about the bar's whereabouts was obtained through Zachariah's interrogation. Perhaps it's because the demon hates him deeply, was the only explanation Yoel could think of. Anwar nodded. Though the explanation wasn't very convincing, he didn't press further on the issue. The two Isaiahs continued their journey deeper into the tower. Naturally, Yoel would not remain on this floor. Zachariah didn't know which level Anwar would take him to. I never thought Yoel would be imprisoned here, Zachariah said, surprised by the fact that Yoel was locked in the demon-locking tower. Yoel had been controlled by the bar, and Zachariah assumed the sect leader would only mildly punish him. He never expected that Yoel would be imprisoned directly. However, this had little to do with Zachariah. After all, Yoel was not a demon. Even if he were imprisoned, it remained uncertain whether he would be included in the demon records. Inside the demon-locking tower, in a dark corner of the second underground floor, a black mist blended perfectly with the darkness, completely undetected by anyone. This mist was the lingering resentment left behind after the bar's soul dissipated, essentially its residual will and energy. The ghostly resentment couldn't kill anyone. Despite being near Zachariah, it was helpless. It was also aware that Yoel was now imprisoned there, but dared not try to control him again after the previous failure. Hadn't the last attempt been painful enough? He considered Yoel a bad omen. One doesn't fall into the same trap twice, let alone a ghost. Of course, the main reason was that it now only existed as a single breath. Trying to control an Isaiah again would be an overestimation of its power. Moreover, Yuel's hatred toward him must have reached its peak. If he knew that the bar hadn't completely died, he would certainly fight to finish him off. Therefore, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Now, I can only start from the bottom, the bar thought, resilient and adaptable. Since he couldn't manipulate anyone here, he would seek opportunities higher up in the demon locking tower, slowly accumulating strength for future plans. However, just as it emerged from the corner, a powerful suction force from a nearby prison cell immediately pulled it in. What's happening? No. The bar felt immense fear and struggled against the pull, but his efforts were futile. The black mist was sucked into the nearest prison cell. Inside sat an Izali man, the senior demon master. With a deep breath, he absorbed the bar's resentment like a whale sucking water. Then he smacked his lips, revealing a satisfied smile, as if he had just tasted a delicious meal. Truly rejuvenating. With the mysterious death of the Shu Mountain disciples and the destruction of the bar's soul, along with Yoel's imprisonment, the incident finally came to a close. The demon locking tower suffered minimal impact from this event. Perhaps the bar had never anticipated being exposed, too confident. Consequently, before he could do anything significant to the tower, he met his end. Once the matter was concluded, the tower quickly returned to normal. The enforcers resumed their interrogations, and Elon escorted the demons back to their cells. He rubbed his neck afterward. If one looked closely, they would see a strangulation mark on his neck. If someone saw this, they might wonder whether he was interrogating the demons or being interrogated by them, since he appeared injured. But Elon didn't seem to care. Instead, he had a cryptic smile on his face. He then raised his collar to cover the mark and returned to his room. The next day, he found Carter, claiming to have a way to help him get promoted. Carter had been waiting anxiously and was on edge during the sect's turmoil, feeling like he would be used as cannon fodder. Even if Elon hadn't come to him, he would have sought Elon soon. Thankfully, Elon arrived with the news Carter had longed for. Elon explained that the plan involved interrogating a demon whose weakness he had discovered. As long as Carter followed Elon's instructions, the interrogation would succeed, leading to a promotion to the second floor. For your promotion, I've used my privileges and given up an opportunity myself. Please don't disappoint me. If you fail this time, there may not be such a good chance again. Carter confidently assured, don't worry, boss. I'll complete the task. Soon, Elon cleared the way for Carter to enter the second underground floor, stating that Carter volunteered, claiming he could extract the necessary information. After explaining the difficulties, he insisted on helping me, promising success and willing to give up his enforcer status if he failed. Elon took responsibility for Carter's promise, causing Carter to feel a bit uneasy. However, since Elon promised success if he followed his instructions, and knowing they were in the same boat, Carter felt reassured. Determined to advance quickly, he reluctantly agreed. At this moment, Zachariah, standing nearby with crossed arms, raised an eyebrow at the two. Seeing Elon's smile and Carter's excitement, Zachariah felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, what is Elon plotting? Chapter 85. The plot comes full circle. Before Zachariah had time to ponder, Carter entered the interrogation room as designated by Elon, with Elon waiting outside. Zachariah immediately activated his spirit ear technique. At first, Zachariah remained calm, but what he heard increasingly disturbed him. The sound of bones being cut and Carter's relentless curses filled the room. Is this guy deliberately provoking the other party? A peculiar thought crossed Zachariah's mind. Although goading was a common tactic in interrogations, there should be limits. Its purpose was to eventually make the demon submit, not to drive it completely mad. Sure enough, after Carter had thoroughly provoked the demon, the latter suddenly extended an extra hand from its body, directly strangling Carter. Caught off guard, Carter slashed at the demon with the torture instrument in his hand. But following Elon's advice, he held a saw-like instrument which was practically useless for slashing. Thus, it caused no significant harm to the demon. This demon still has more power hidden. Zachariah felt a tremor inside. Hearing Carter's breath suddenly become disordered, he instantly visualized the scene of Carter being ambushed. Though not entirely accurate, it was mostly true. At that moment, Zachariah understood Elon's intentions. He didn't believe Elon wasn't aware of this beforehand. It appeared that Elon intended to have the demon kill Carter. Plotting against his own people. Carter had been a loyal comrade for many years, someone who faithfully served under him. Yet Elon showed no mercy, orchestrating the demon's attack on him. His cruelty towards his own men made him almost indistinguishable from a demon. Observing Elon's expression, a mix of calmness and anticipation, Zachariah concluded how well he acted. Inside the interrogation room, Carter's face had turned red from suffocation. His whole body seemed about to faint. His legs kicked wildly in the air while his hands struck at the demon without causing any real harm. Eventually, exhausted, the instrument slipped from his grip. Strangled by the throat, he couldn't even call for help. Zachariah hesitated, but ultimately decided not to act. He wasn't a saint. Carter had always been antagonistic towards him. If Zachariah were in trouble, given Carter's character, even refraining from delivering a lethal blow would be considered an act of conscience. Therefore, Zachariah saw no reason to save him. Taking unnecessary risks wouldn't benefit him and could lead to suspicion. With Elon setting numerous traps, involving himself would be counterproductive. Just as Zachariah was contemplating, Carter's eyes rolled back, showing signs of suffocation. At that moment, the demon released him. Zachariah heard Carter hit the ground and his faint, rapid breathing post-suffocation, confirming he was still alive. The demon must know this too. If it intended to kill him, Carter wouldn't have been left breathing. Reflecting, Zachariah deduced the demon's mindset. While it hated Carter, it dared not kill an enforcer since it wanted to live. If an enforcer died by its hand, it too would surely meet death. So, it punished rather than killed Carter. Confusion arose within Zachariah. Did Elon overlook this? Or did I misjudge him? He even wondered if Elon had any intention of killing Carter. Why is it quiet in there? Suddenly, Elon exclaimed in alarm, shouting, "No good! before kicking open the door. Inside, Carter lay curled like a shrimp on the floor. "Carter, what happened?" Elon cried, rushing over to support Carter. In that instant, Zachariah noticed Elon's hand pressing against Carter's neck. Next came a surge of spiritual energy and Elon's enraged roar. "You beast! How dare you kill one of my Shu Mountain enforcers?" Zachariah realized Elon's plot. Upon Elon's roar, the demon looked bewildered. How could Carter be dead when it left him breathing? Other enforcers rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Carter pale and lifeless, they became furious. The demon seemed to understand something, pointing at Elon, trying to speak. But Elon cut it off. "You bastard! Give me your life!" Elon unleashed his sword, infused with spiritual energy. As the demon tried to block, Elon severed the extra arm and decapitated the demon. The head fell, mouth opening as if trying to speak, but nothing came out. After killing the demon, Elon maintained a grieving demeanor, holding Carter's body and weeping dramatically. Such incredible acting skills wasted, Zachariah mused internally. Checking the demon's pass through spiritual perception, Zachariah understood the entire sequence of events. Apparently, Elon had previously suffered at the hands of this demon, learning of its hidden limb. Not wanting to record it, he instead hatched a plan. He lured Carter into reenacting the provocation until Carter was unconscious, then delivered the fatal blow, framing the demon and executing it to cover all evidence. Chapter 86, Gambit of Degeneracy. This plan was not to be considered anything but meticulous. Who would have thought Elon had so many tricks up his sleeve? He even utilized demons and monsters to pave the way for his murderous intentions. If it weren't for Zachariah knowing Elon's character beforehand and having the spiritual ear ability to assist him, he would likely be in the dark like everyone else. However, what puzzled Zachariah was why Elon wanted to kill Carter. If they indeed had unresolved conflicts, Carter wouldn't foolishly follow Elon's every command. Considering this, perhaps Elon killed Carter to eliminate a potential witness who knew about his past actions. He eliminated Carter. Do I count as half a witness now? The thought struck Zachariah. Suddenly, he felt like he too was on the edge of danger. After all, when Marshal Stavis regained consciousness and rambled, it had already raised suspicions and fears within Elon. If this guy goes completely insane, there's a chance he might come after me to cut off all ties, Zachariah pondered. At that moment, Elon was consoling Carter, uttering cliched phrases such as, "Brother, I avenged you, rest in peace." It made Zachariah feel like sneering. The others, influenced by his act, also appeared grieving. Not wanting to participate in this farce any longer, Zachariah turned and left immediately. Back in his room, he started extracting rewards from the demon's death. A golden light flashed, and Zachariah received a cultivation technique. It was a standard demonic path technique, which allowed one to transform into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms when mastered. Facing multiple opponents, this significantly amplified one's strength. This technique was also of the first-grade quality. Zachariah didn't consider cultivating this technique, but didn't rush to assimilate it either. With xuanhuan sword reaching an advanced level, he wasn't desperate to enhance his skills just yet. Carter died this way. Under Elon's exceptional acting, everyone believed it was an accident. For 5 days, Elon acted as if he had lost a close relative, not just a colleague. Watching others express condolences, Zachariah felt mocked. However, he did not taunt Elon. The latter was already frenzied, and Zachariah preferred avoiding any unnecessary contact for now. In front of Christopher Laumaw's cell, Zachariah stopped and glanced inside. His expression changed slightly, revealing suspicion. Christopher Laumaw noticed Zachariah standing at the door and forced a smile. "Elon, let me off. I'm old and just want to live out my days in peace." Zachariah almost laughed. Having chosen the path of demons, having killed countless people, and filled with sins, he still dared to ask for mercy. Unbelievable. Ignoring his words, Zachariah studied his complexion closely before frowning. "Hale, why does your face look better?" Hearing this, Christopher Laumaw's heart sank as if his secret was exposed. Since absorbing the bar's grievance energy, his power had grown, and some of the locked demon tower's seals on him were weakened. Although he wasn't back at his peak strength, he could now handle a few enforcers. With the improved flow of qi in his body, his appearance also seemed better. Note, Yuan qi is translated as grievance energy to maintain consistency and provide clarity in English. Other demons, under total suppression, including their qi, looked pale and sickly. But Christopher Laumaw appeared slightly rosy, naturally raising Zachariah's suspicions. Despite this, Christopher Laumaw managed to keep his composure. He chuckled bitterly. "Elon, stop joking. I don't eat or sleep well here. How can I look better?" Even though Christopher Laumaw put on a pitiful act, Zachariah remained skeptical. This guy is definitely pretending. Having witnessed Elon's acting, Zachariah found Christopher Laumaw's performance awkward. Immediately activating his spirit communicating eyes, he saw a large black shadow surrounding Christopher Laumaw. Countless faces struggled within it, silently roaring. What is that? For a moment, Zachariah thought Christopher Laumaw was a master at binding souls. But soon, he realized these were vengeful spirits. He identified the Ghost King's face among them, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The Ghost King's soul shouldn't be here. No, this isn't the complete Ghost King's soul. It seems fused with other souls, controlled by Christopher Laumaw. Based on the scene, Zachariah deduced that Christopher Laumaw absorbed the Ghost King's soul. Understanding why the Ghost King's soul was with Christopher Laumaw wasn't hard. After dying, the Ghost King transformed into a vengeful spirit, infiltrating the locked demon tower, intending to reincarnate, possibly through body possession or reanimation. But Christopher Laumaw intervened, using a secret method to absorb and fuse with the Ghost King's soul. Is he using this grievance to cultivate? If true, this was alarming. Being confined here provided Christopher Laumaw endless grievance energy to feed on. With time, he could become overwhelmingly powerful. Luckily, his absorption range seemed limited. Within a 10-foot radius around him, no vengeful spirits existed, while outside, they floated freely. Probably not coincidental. This meant anyone within 10 feet was within his absorption range. Hence, explaining why Christopher Laumaw hadn't gained immense power instantly. If he could absorb grievance throughout the tower, he'd have escaped long ago. But this cannot continue, Zachariah mused. Vengeful spirits wandered the layers, potentially passing by Christopher Laumaw's cell. Over time, hundreds of spirits would be absorbed, making him a formidable presence in this layer. The direct threat to this level, and possibly the entire demon-locking tower, was becoming increasingly apparent. Truly, one wave hasn't even subsided before another rises, Zachariah sighed inwardly. All I want is to live a peaceful life, just minding my own business for 10 or 8 years. Is that so difficult? This enforcer job really isn't suitable for humans. Zachariah finally realized the harsh reality of being an enforcer. Initially, it seemed exciting. You could strengthen yourself by simply fighting demons without doing much else. Now, however, he spent his days solving cases, facing colleagues and demons with hidden intentions, never knowing from where danger would strike. There were only two types of enforcers who faced the highest mortality rates here. One type was the naive rookies who remained clueless and oblivious, thinking it was an easy retirement job. The other type knew a bit too much, enough insider information but lacking the corresponding strength to protect themselves, like Carter. Zachariah snapped back to reality. Seeing him not speaking, Christopher Laumaw's eyes flickered slightly with panic. His hands, hidden behind him, clenched into fists, and his body tensed up. At this moment, Zachariah's reaction became crucial. It determined whether Christopher Laumaw would act now or continue to endure. Christopher Laumaw was confident in his ability to kill. Since absorbing the bar's grievance energy, his power had surged dramatically. The cultivation technique, grievance decision, had reached perfection. He could now absorb grievance spirits without risk of backlash, and he felt capable of taking down any enforcer. Once he killed Zachariah, he could escape the cell and start absorbing all the grievance spirits on this floor, then move on to the entire tower, amassing unimaginable power. However, acting prematurely posed risks. He wasn't fully recovered yet. If he faced unexpected obstacles, such as an ambush, his plans might fail. So he hesitated, waiting to see if Zachariah truly understood his newfound power. Meanwhile, Zachariah scrutinized Christopher Laumaw. After a tense moment, he shook his head. I must have imagined it. You Truman seem to be holding up quite well. Where, little brother, you flatter me, Christopher Laumaw responded, loosening his fists, feeling relieved. He decided it was wiser to bide his time until he was strong enough to eliminate everyone effortlessly. Since learning his lesson from past recklessness, Christopher Laumaw embraced the philosophy of playing it safe, understanding that those demons had failed due to impulsive decisions. Zachariah couldn't know what Christopher Laumaw was thinking, but chose to wait and see. Rather than making a move himself, he planned to incite someone else to deal with Christopher Laumaw, a former superior who wouldn't be missed if killed, Elon. Instead of returning to his room, Zachariah went to the conference hall, which was empty. Sitting alone, he pretended to write quickly on Christopher Laumaw's file. As Elon passed by, noticing Zachariah working diligently, curiosity stirred within him. With Carter out of the way, Elon felt a great weight lifted. However, a lingering uncertainty about Zachariah still gnawed at him. He didn't dare test Zachariah again, leading to an uneasy stalemate between them. Elon started devising plans against Zachariah, unwilling to let his position be threatened. Zachariah, what are you recording? Elon approached, forcing a smile, peering over Zachariah's shoulder at the file. Chapter 87. Elon's suspicion. Elon glanced at the record Zachariah had made. Rarely had he seen Zachariah take notes like this, because usually, in Zachariah's interrogations, no clues were found in the first few sessions. The conclusive intelligence always came out only towards the end. Elon believed that Zachariah must be holding something back, but there was no evidence proving that Zachariah was not withholding any information. Thus, seeing Zachariah making a note, his curiosity was piqued, wondering what kind of information Zachariah would leave. Zachariah let him see it with complete openness. This record was indeed written for Elon to read. Elon just took one look and suddenly his eyes widened. On the file of the Lanny, Zachariah had added several sentences. Their meaning was roughly, Lanny said that his body contained cursed demonic blood, and if he attempted to reveal anything about that demon, he would die from the curse. He did not want to die, so he wouldn't disclose the whereabouts of the demon. However, he also knew that if he lacked value, Xu definitely wouldn't keep him alive. So, he spoke of the one valuable trait he possessed, a hidden supernatural power allowing his soul to wander outside his body during meditation. Thus, he had seen many secrets within the demon-locking pagoda. He knew virtually everyone's secrets. Zachariah showed his disbelief, demanding that he state his own secret. Lanny replied that Zachariah had none. Zachariah took this as nonsense and beat him half to death right there. The record stopped abruptly. It ended right here. And looking at such a record, Elon felt a chill down his spine. Does that old demon know everyone's secrets, including mine? Elon instantly felt nervous. Hardly had they resolved the issue with Carter. Now there was another potential informant, Zachariah. And now, an additional one. Lanny? Elon felt an oncoming headache. I can't take risks. I can't let this threat linger. Regardless of whether what Lanny said was true or false, he had to find a way to deal with him. After all, if Lanny really had such abilities, it was highly possible that he knew his secrets. He shouldn't be talking nonsense either. Talking nonsense to save his life will only get him killed faster. Why bother? Thinking of this, the reasons to eliminate Lanny became more compelling in Elon's mind. Initially, a demon with the spirit ear ability, worried that it might overhear his and Carter's plots, Elon decided to execute the demon after concluding plans with Carter. Now, he would not spare Lanny either. Otherwise, once Lanny revealed several truths and they tied to himself, the situation could spiral out of control. Although he had almost made up his mind, he still wanted to consult Zachariah's opinion. So, he asked Zachariah smilingly what he thought of Lanny's words. whether he believed them or not. Zachariah waved his hand naturally, firmly saying he did not believe. Everything had to wait until the next interrogation. It would all become clear then. Before leaving, it seemed Zachariah remembered something. He turned back and gave Elon a meaningful look. Elon's smile immediately froze. What is it? Nothing. Zachariah shook his head and left. Precisely because of Zachariah's action, suspicions rose greatly in his heart. What did Zachariah mean by that look just now? Is he planning to ask me about my secrets next time? Elon's heart sank. He began to sense something ominous. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Other secrets might be unknown to Zachariah, but regarding his own, Zachariah might have heard from Marshal Stavis. Zachariah mentioned that Marshal Stavis had exposed that a big figure collaborated with him. Yet, he didn't believe it. If Zachariah asks Lanny about my secrets and they align with what Marshal Stavis has told, wouldn't that confirm Lanny's honesty? Suddenly, he thought Zachariah's backward glance just now was considering this very problem. Otherwise, why would he show that deep-meaning gaze? No, if Lanny reveals my secrets, everything could go south. Elon's eyes narrowed slightly. Dangerous light flashed in them. I absolutely cannot let this happen. I must silence him before Zachariah gets to interrogate him. Elon quickly followed Zachariah's path. Seeing Zachariah enter the rest room, he composed himself, then swiftly headed toward Lanny's cell. Arriving at Lanny's cell, he coincidentally met other enforcers who were preparing to interrogate Lanny. That moment, Elon didn't ponder why Lanny didn't seem to have been tormented by Zachariah recently. If he had, he'd have noticed problems. But because he feared being preempted, his mind went blank. Directly, he rushed ahead to unlock the door. Enforcer Castor saw Elon pushing in front of him and frowned. Hey, I was here first. His tone was rather cold. Castor wasn't fond of Elon from the first level. They kept their distance, distinct and separate. Yet, now Elon preempted him. How could this not make him upset? Even though who goes first doesn't matter much. He didn't believe Elon could pry any useful information out of Lanny. Still, he felt uncomfortable being outshone by someone he didn't respect. Then, Elon turned around. While turning, he blocked the doorway with his back. Facing Castor, clasped hands respectfully, and said, Brother Luo, please allow me to take over this time. I've gotten a lead. Please forgive my abruptness, I beg you. Elon showed utmost respect, giving Castor sufficient face. Being previously an enforcement captain in the basement, his position differed somewhat from regular enforcers. Castor was about to snap, but Elon's respectful attitude dampened his anger. An old saying goes well, don't hit a smiling face. Elon's humble smile was showing goodwill to Castor. Seeing him unwilling to leave, considering the low stance of a former captain, Castor felt immensely satisfied. Thus, he waved his hand, fine, this time it's yours. Next time don't do this or don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Elon maintained respect. Of course, won't happen again. After Castor left, Elon turned. His gaze pierced into the cell like an arrow. Get out, immediately unlocking the door. While Lanny inside the cell was confused, why he was suddenly so sought after, but he wasn't worried. He sensed that when Zachariah was nearby, he got extremely nervous. He even prepared to attack Zachariah. However, with other enforcers, he felt nothing. Even getting interrogated was fine, perhaps because Zachariah killed more demons, therefore had a fearsome aura. Lanny obediently followed Elon into the interrogation room, his face carefree, unaware of what was coming next. After Elon pushed him onto the torture platform, the array on it bound him immobile. Elon locked the doors and activated soundproofing arrays. Then, with cautious eyes, he approached Lanny, staring intently, as if trying to decipher something from his face. And Christopher Lalamo felt extremely uncomfortable. This gaze was just like the one Zachariah gave him when he suspected something. In the next moment, Christopher Lalamo instantly became alert. Elon took a large knife from the torture rack. He directly set up to use the most severe method of torture. Rumor has it, you know many people's secrets. Elon did not sharpen the knife but dragged it on the ground, producing an ear-piercing screech that made one's scalp tingle. Christopher Lalamo didn't understand the implications behind Elon's words. After all, what Zachariah had written in the records were fabricated. However, Christopher Lalamo was adept at speaking differently depending on whom he was with. He knew how to deflect conversation smoothly. He laughed and said, just slightly, I am good at divination and naturally can uncover many people's secrets. It was pure nonsense, similar to what he previously told Zachariah. Elon frowned. This differed somewhat from what Zachariah had mentioned, but overall, it wasn't too far off from what Zachariah had said. Christopher Lalamo indeed admitted to knowing many secrets. Therefore, Elon didn't dwell on these minor discrepancies. After confirming this result, a strong urge to kill arose in Elon's heart. He carried the knife around Christopher Lalamo, talking to relax his vigilance. His aim was to catch Christopher Lalamo unprepared and take his life in one swift strike. Christopher Lalamo sensed Elon stopped asking substantive questions after the first one, instead asking trivial matters. Instantly, his vigilance skyrocketed. Because of his partially recovered strength, his ability to predict danger improved significantly. For a brief moment, the hair on his back stood on end. He suddenly broke free from the restraining array, dodging Elon's slashing knife. Christopher Lalamo, enraged, shouted, "You scoundrel, dare you try to kill me?" Compared to Christopher Lalamo's rage, Elon was utterly shocked upon seeing Christopher Lalamo break free. His face instantly lost its color, turning pale. How could you still have cultivation? Elon stammered, completely astonished. The current situation far exceeded Elon's expectations. He never thought Christopher Lalamo would have hidden strength. A cruel smile curled Christopher Lalamo's lips. This is all you're doing. Christopher Lalamo harbored deep resentment. Originally, he intended to continue lying low. As long as Elon played by the rules, those tortures He could endure. But Elon unexpectedly tried to kill him without warning. That was unbearable. At that moment, Elon snapped out of his shock and immediately prepared to flee. He had no intention of confronting Christopher Laumo alone. He didn't know how much of his strength Christopher Laumo had regained. For safety's sake, he must call for help. If he could get outside and call for help, he would be safe and have a perfect reason to kill Christopher Laumo. After all, the escape of a demon was enough reason for execution. But Christopher Laumo wouldn't let him escape so easily. He flashed forward faster than light, appearing before Elon, delivering a sweeping kick that sliced through the air. Elon, terrified, raised the large knife to block. Clang. Suddenly, a sharp sound of metal breaking rang out. Following this sound, the large knife shattered into two pieces, falling to the ground, while Elon was thrown against the wall, then slid down to the floor. Elon felt indescribable shock. The magical torture weapon he used was snapped clean in two by Christopher Laumo's kick. What terrifying power! Struggling to rise from the ground, Elon felt numbness in his hands, his arms trembling uncontrollably. If he hadn't used the knife to block, his hands would have been broken already. At this moment, Elon deeply realized the gap between them. Elon wanted to shout for help, but recalling that he had activated the soundproofing array himself, he regretted bitterly. I cut off my own way to survive. Elon was filled with bitter tears, wishing he could slam his chest. Christopher Laumo walked towards him step by step. Why did you want to kill me? You obviously haven't gotten anything useful from me. Even if you're trying to silence me after using me, isn't it too early? Christopher Laumo was genuinely puzzled. From Elon's reaction, he clearly had no idea about his concealed cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so startled. So, why did he decide to kill him so decisively? You know my secret. Even if I don't kill you, revealing it means death for me too. Elon roared, his voice full of reluctance. Christopher Laumo was surprised. Not really, you actually believe it? Then why don't you ask what I know about you? Christopher Laumo was speechless, being forced to reveal his true strength by such a person. You mentioning this makes me curious now. What secret could you possibly have that makes you risk everything like this? Upon hearing this, Elon froze. You don't know? Of course not. If I knew, why would I ask you? Elon was on the verge of despair. Giant Q claimed to be able to separate your soul from your body and thus know everyone's secrets in the demon-locking pagoda? Christopher Laumo laughed. Who said that? Upon hearing this, Elon felt struck by lightning. His heart instantly collapsed. Zachariah, you bastard deceived me. He finally realized he had been fooled by Zachariah. Chapter 88, Death. Elon finally realized that the Lanny's claim about being able to separate the soul from the body and knowing everyone's secrets was nothing but a baseless lie. Everything was fabricated by Zachariah as a ruse to deceive him. But why would he deceive me? What was his motive? If there was no reason, why would Zachariah need to lie to him? Moreover, did Zachariah know about the hidden power of the Lanny? Zachariah, does Zachariah know about your concealed strength? Elon could not let go. He had to figure out if he had been set up. Upon hearing Elon's question, the Lanny pondered for a moment. He indeed suspected that Zachariah knew his secret, but Zachariah never exposed it. Perhaps because Zachariah was smart enough to know that once revealed, he would die. Seeing the Lanny in deep thought, Elon immediately said, he knows, doesn't he? The Lanny smiled. Why should a dead man know so much? As he spoke, a powerful suction force erupted from his palm, capturing Elon and grabbing his neck. At the moment he was seized, Elon retaliated, striking at the Lanny's heart with a hidden short sword. However, the Lanny anticipated this and blocked the blade with his palm. The ding sound echoed as Elon's blade hit what felt like an impenetrable wall. In that instant, Elon felt despair. Even though the Lanny had only partially recovered, the gap between their powers was vast. This was his all-out attack aimed at one decisive blow, yet to the Lanny, it was insignificant. The Lanny sneered, you so-called enforcers, who bully us daily, really think you're something now, don't you? To be honest, this place is where people swell with pride the most easily, and you are just a swollen ant. The Lanny tightened his grip, causing Elon to choke, his face turning red from suffocation, veins popping out on his forehead. You despicable demon, release me? Elon's words were muffled in rage, but the Lanny laughed maniacally, increasing his grip. He relished this torturous process. Previously, he was always tortured by these enforcers. Now, he finally got to enjoy torturing someone else. Elon's consciousness was slipping away. In this moment, his hatred wasn't directed at the Lanny but at Zachariah. Zachariah, Zachariah, it's you who have ruined me. Elon roared internally. On the brink of death, his mind became clear. He was certain that Zachariah knew he had helped Marshal Stavis fake her death. Otherwise, Zachariah had no reason to frame him. He meticulously planned everything, even predicting Elon would check his records. How meticulous and terrifying Zachariah is, Elon thought amidst his anger and regret. He regretted not going further after realizing Zachariah had survived, planting the seeds of today's calamity. I hate this. While Elon's internal scream continued, his body stopped moving, suffocation taking over. The Lanny cackled. So soon, very good. What strong resentment. Come on, all of it. The Lanny sensed profound resentment from Elon, feeling elated as absorbing it would restore some of his power, giving him a better chance of escaping later. Snap. Seeing Elon lose consciousness, the Lanny snapped his neck, ending his life. As Elon died, his intense resentment exploded, catching the Lanny off guard. Normally, souls remain unadapted for a while after death, allowing the Lanny to absorb them easily. But Elon's soul instantly burst through the ceiling and out of the interrogation room before the Lanny could react. The Lanny was too late. Elon's vengeful spirit had already fled, disappearing much faster than anticipated. Such strong resentment, such a clear goal. Where is he heading? The Lanny assumed Elon's strongest resentment was towards him, never expecting he would run away. Thinking further, the Lanny guessed his destination. Meanwhile, Zachariah was calmly cultivating in his room, seemingly oblivious to Elon's situation. Actually, he listened to every move in the interrogation room. Despite the soundproofing array, Zachariah's spiritual irritability bypassed it, hearing everything. Zachariah prepared to intervene if things went wrong, mimicking Elon's actions against Carter. But he heard enough to know intervention was unnecessary, thus continuing his cultivation calmly. With no more sounds from the interrogation room, Zachariah knew a battle loomed. Elon must die. Otherwise, the hidden threat would eventually target Zachariah. Zachariah didn't want to constantly watch his back. A permanent solution was best. Additionally, the Lanny must also be exposed. If hidden, he would grow stronger. Exposing him now was better than letting him become an ultimate threat to the demon-locking pagoda. The Lanny, having learned caution, needed to be cornered by someone. That person had to die. Better for the cunning Elon than an innocent enforcer. This way, both goals were achieved. However, this ideal outcome was Zachariah's wishful thinking. The vengeful Elon's spirit standing before Zachariah thought otherwise. Seeing Zachariah calmly cultivating, Elon was furious. Zachariah, the architect of his demise, dared to act indifferent. Despite having betrayed and almost killed Zachariah twice, Elon believed he spared him, making Zachariah's actions seem unforgivable. Standing before Zachariah, eyes red with deep resentment, this was exactly what the Lanny coveted most. Suddenly, Zachariah stood and walked out. Elon instantly followed. Though powerless to cause real harm, being possessed by a resentful spirit often causes respiratory difficulty, rapid heartbeat, and panic attacks. If only he could make Zachariah uncomfortable, he would feel a little better himself. So, like a shrew, he immediately stretched out his hands and started scratching at Zachariah non-stop. Note, the term puofu is colloquially used to describe a woman who is aggressive or quarrelsome, similar to the English term shrew. For smoother reading in English, it's directly translated as shrew here. Zachariah frowned. Elon's actions were utterly ineffective against him. Yet, Zachariah felt something was obstructing him. Ordinary people couldn't perceive this, but Zachariah, with his corpse demon bloodline, could clearly sense a spirit attacking him. Far from being afraid, Zachariah smirked slightly. He knew exactly who was attacking him. Immediately, Zachariah activated the ghostly inside eye. Suddenly stopping and turning around, his eyes emitted two beams of sharp light. Startled by Zachariah's intense gaze, Elon instinctively withdrew his hands. Then, as if coming back to his senses, he snarled in anger. What's there to be scared of? He can't even see me. Oh, really? Zachariah's eyes pierced through him as he spoke. It felt like thunder had struck Elon directly on the forehead. He felt dizzy, instinctively thinking Zachariah was talking to someone else. He looked around, finding no one behind him. Stop looking. I'm talking about you, Senior Knorring. The term, Senior Knorring, shattered any delusions Elon had left. His soul trembled instantly. You can see me? His voice suddenly became high-pitched, almost like a eunuch's, filled with shock, anger, and countless other emotions, twisting his face completely. It's impossible. How can you see me? You're not human. You're a demon. Elon assumed Zachariah must be a demon. Normally, only demons or natural yin-yang masters could see such malevolent beings. Zachariah couldn't possibly be a yin-yang master. If he were, the sect would have known and utilized him long ago. Elon remembered that Zachariah used to be a gray cloth disciple at the ground level of the demon-locking pagoda. A talented yin-yang master would never serve as a miscellaneous disciple. Although rare talents might slip through unnoticed, the odds of it happening were infinitesimally small, smaller than the chance of Zachariah being a demon. Therefore, Elon firmly believed Zachariah was a demon. It has to be true. He must be a demon. How else did he survive under Marshal Stavis's attack? Elon recalled his puzzlement earlier. Marshal Stavis usually made sure her targets wouldn't survive. Why had she spared Zachariah? If Zachariah were indeed a demon, everything made perfect sense. Marshal Stavis would naturally choose a kindred spirit as leverage. At this moment, Elon felt both fear and excitement. Fear came from Zachariah's demonic nature, while excitement stemmed from discovering Zachariah's vulnerability. You're finished. I will spread the news, and you won't get away easily. Elon didn't plan to confront Zachariah head-on. He was no match for Zachariah right now. His only thought was to escape and train until he gained enough power to expose Zachariah's secret to the sect's higher-ups. However, he underestimated the situation again. Just as he planned to use the same trick to leave Zachariah's room, a sudden sword light blocked his way. This beam of sword light was so powerful, it sent even spirits fleeing in terror. Even just brushing past it, Elon felt his soul nearly exploding. Being affected by the sword energy, his entire soul suffered immensely. This is the God-slaying sword technique? As a seasoned disciple of Mount Shu, Elon knew exactly what this technique entailed. It was one of the most formidable slaying techniques of Mount Shu. While serving outside as a disciple, he heard high-ranking members talk about it and personally witnessed its stone engraving. Experiencing its might firsthand, the experience matched precisely with what he was feeling now. At that time, he was completely awestruck and had once yearned to learn this technique. However, after several attempts without success, he gave up reluctantly. After him, no one had reportedly mastered it either, barely getting through the basics. But now, from Zachariah's sword swing, he sensed an even more terrifying aura than the stone engraving. That meant, Zachariah's level of the God-slaying sword technique exceeded the master who left the engraving. No, this can't be. Elon felt his beliefs and worldview shattering. He realized he had been wrong, utterly wrong. If Zachariah were a demon, how could he have learned this technique? But if he wasn't a demon, how could anyone reach such a profound level of mastery unless they were a prodigy among geniuses? Elon's soul shook wildly. He wished this were all a nightmare. A terrible nightmare. Zachariah not being a demon was harder for Elon to accept than Zachariah being one. He couldn't accept Zachariah as a genius, let alone a peerless swordsmanship prodigy who could achieve such mastery of the notoriously difficult god-slaying sword technique at such a young age. It hurt more than death itself. He wanted to ask desperately, why, with your talent, did you come to the demon-locking pagoda to meddle with us? Chapter 89. Celebrated too early. Due to Zachariah's astonishing sword strike, Elon's will collapsed completely. Suddenly, his heart turned into ashes, and he lost all thoughts of resistance. When the thought that Zachariah might not be a demon crossed his mind, the excitement in his heart quickly vanished like receding tides. If he had gone through all the trouble to expose Zachariah, only for the sect to discover he was not a demon but an unparalleled genius, that would utterly shatter him. Elon stared intently at Zachariah with bloodshot eyes, demanding, "Tell me, who are you really?" Enforcer Zachariah. Zachariah held his sword, pointing its tip towards the ground. Though the sword was not directed at Elon, he felt its sharpness enveloping everything around him, as if the sword's gaze was relentlessly watching him from every angle, leaving no place to hide, making his skin crawl with fear. This was the intimidating power exclusive to the xuanhuan slash. You possess such skills, the sect would pour all resources into your cultivation. Why do you willingly stay here? He could not fathom it. Zachariah did not resemble Brigham, who came from a powerful background merely for training. He had even served as a gray-clothed miscellaneous disciple, clearly proving he lacked connections. If he were an illegitimate child of some high-ranking official, meeting the standards for miscellaneous disciples would have meant starting at least as a white-clothed disciple. Such is the way of the world, no different anywhere. Zachariah replied, "I like it here." Like? Elon found it absurd. How could someone like this place? Yes, everyone here is talented. Zachariah smiled faintly, knowing he wouldn't reveal the contents of the Demon Chronicle even if the other became a ghost. It was his foundation, and he must be wary of hidden ears. Elon knew Zachariah wasn't telling the truth, but had no recourse. At this moment, due to Zachariah's sword strike, he had already abandoned his stubborn insistence. He knew there was no hope left for him. "Can you honestly tell me how much you know about my actions?" Elon bowed his head, looking like he was pleading to Zachariah. "I knew it was you who made Marshal Stavis fake her death. I knew you deliberately made me transport her body, wanting me to die by her hand. And I also know that Carter, who accompanied you in your elaborate performance, was killed by your own hands." Zachariah calmly listed Elon's crimes. Upon hearing this, Elon was greatly shaken. Though he had anticipated Zachariah might know something, he didn't expect such detailed knowledge. Every misstep he took was watched by Zachariah. How ridiculous. Trying to scheme against Zachariah, he ended up ensnared himself. "Since you already know everything, why didn't you directly report me?" Elon was already remorseful inside, but what good was it? One wrong step led to more. Since taking the first wrong turn, he had no way back. "I prefer to handle things personally." Zachariah's reply caused Elon's expression to become extremely bitter. Handling things personally? What a supremely confident, almost arrogant response. From Zachariah's demonstrated abilities, he certainly had reason for his arrogance. Such a response further proved Zachariah's record on the senior demon was undoubtedly false. That record was a bait to lure him into confronting the senior demon and use it to eliminate enemies. "I am really unwilling to give up." Knowing he was about to perish completely, Elon still harbored resentment. After so much planning, selecting Zachariah ultimately led to his downfall, ending up dead and soul dispersed. He did not beg for mercy, knowing it was futile. Zachariah had no more words for him. Saying so much was already giving the deceased maximum respect. With one swift strike, Elon's spirit instantly dissipated. Now only the senior demon remains. Zachariah stepped out of the room, vanishing instantly. Meanwhile, the interrogation room door where the senior demon resided remained closed. The demon greedily absorbed the surrounding spirits to strengthen himself. Now that Elon was dead, having killed an enforcer, he had no choice but to fight his way out, needing formidable strength. Absorbing these spirits granted him fragments of memories about their failed escape attempts. None truly succeeded. These facts confirmed that rallying other demons to join forces against Mount Shu was no easy feat last time. Nearly all demons from the lower levels attacked en masse but were subdued by Mount Shu. To achieve any significant breakthrough required strategy, not brute force. Just as the senior demon pondered his next move, Zachariah arrived at the door. Sensing someone, the senior demon looked up as the door suddenly opened, revealing no one. The door then slammed shut before a figure slowly emerged. The face was unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar at first glance. Then, it seemed entirely alien. Instantly alert, the senior demon sensed something off about this man, possibly hiding his true form and exuding a calm demeanor, as if aware of the situation beforehand. Shocked by this, the senior demon asked, "Who are you?" The man standing opposite slowly drew his sword. "I'm here to kill you." "Kill me?" The senior demon laughed mockingly. "You dare claim you can kill me?" Perceiving no threatening aura from Zachariah, the senior demon considered him just another enforcer, ridiculously overconfident. Attempting to draw Zachariah closer, he unleashed immense suction from his palm. But Zachariah remained unmoved. Their powers were pitted against each other. His opponent's immobility under this attack indicated far superior strength. "You?" An ominous feeling surged within the senior demon, causing frustration and anger. "I, senior demon, aim to conquer the world, not be intimidated by you." Ignoring him, Zachariah had altered his appearance using the xuanhuan xian gong technique, ensuring no one could recognize him. Using concealment spells throughout his journey, he silently approached to exterminate this old demon. Eliminating the senior demon would sever the last link in the evidence chain he designed against Elon. "I'll deliver one strike." Zachariah spoke softly, his sword poised, aura intensifying. "One strike? To kill me with one strike?" The senior demon felt insulted and enraged. Yet, at that moment, translation continues from this point based on previous instructions. He sensed an astonishing sword aura rising from Zachariah. The sword aura wasn't emanating from the sword itself. It was coming from Zachariah. Man and sword as one? Lanny had dealt with the Isaiahs of Mount Shu before and naturally knew about their ability to achieve man and sword as one. This was a hallmark of the talented and gifted strong individuals among Mount Shu. He wasn't mistaken. Zachariah's sword heart decision had indeed reached the third stage, man and sword as one. And he had only just accomplished it. Just now, when Elon's vengeful soul appeared, he had completed his cultivation, because he had achieved the realm of man and sword as one. He had the confidence to come here alone to face Lanny, who had escaped the binding array. He raised the sword in his hand high. At this moment, he concentrated all his most potent killing moves into this one strike. Man and sword as one. Shadow killing technique, perfected realm, xuanhuan slash in perfected form, buff fully stacked. No. Despite being a ruthless demon, Lanny still possessed a strong sense of danger. He could feel the earth-shattering power contained within this strike. Unstoppable. This strike is unstoppable. Lanny tried to escape. However, this strike was faster. In a flash of light, this strike, imbued with Zachariah's resolute killing intent and supreme sword chi, landed precisely on Lanny. Splat. A sound akin to slicing through a melon echoed. Lanny's body instantly split into two halves, falling in opposite directions. The upper half of Lanny's body showed an expression of disbelief on its terrified face. He glanced down at himself, only to see half his body, then his gaze shifted to his lower half. He saw that the lower half of his body, including the legs, were trembling uncontrollably, as if electrocuted. Soon, the trembling stopped. Lanny's breathing became increasingly difficult. No. How can this be? How can this be? At this moment, Lanny felt immense fear. It filled his entire heart, but the rhythm of his heartbeat slowed too. No. I don't want to die. How can I die here? Lanny nearly fell into a state of madness. Who wouldn't go insane faced with this? He had already started planning a grand scheme in his mind, ready to stage a massacre feast and escape, ultimately free as a bird. Instead, a mysterious person came in, with one inexplicable strike, directly cutting him in two. Who could accept this? From heaven to hell, it couldn't get worse than this. Lanny's eyes suddenly widened. What is the name of this strike? One strike to slain gods. Zachariah sheathed his sword. This strike to slay you should make you feel honored, experiencing what it feels like to be a god before death. Indeed, he should feel honored. To have been human, demon, and god. It's like achieving a grand slam in life. One strike to slain gods, gods. Lanny's voice cut off abruptly. Scarlet blood flowed everywhere. His face had completely lost all color. His breath also ceased entirely. Zachariah kept his spirit sight ability active. At this moment, he saw. As soon as Lanny died, countless black vapors emerged from his head. It was all the resentment he had absorbed, dissipating. Simultaneously, his soul left his body. Lanny, still dazed and defiant, looked up to see Zachariah smiling at him. Hi, we meet again. Zachariah greeted his soul. Lanny. His soul subconsciously retreated, his expression full of horror, as if he were human, and Zachariah was the ghost. Now I'm dead, and you still won't let me go? At this moment, Lanny was utterly baffled. Too much, this was really too much. Killing the person was one thing, but now he wanted to kill the soul, to erase him entirely. Can we negotiate? Spare my soul. I'll tell you everything I know. Lanny's soul knelt directly before Zachariah. He didn't care about dignity anymore. Without the body, what use was dignity? As long as his soul remained, he wasn't completely erased from existence. Future reincarnation was still possible. But Zachariah would not spare him. I already know everything you know. Zachariah smiled faintly. What? Lanny didn't understand what Zachariah meant. Zachariah's sword left the scabbard. No. A resonant sound echoed. Lanny's soul dispersed, vanishing completely from this world. Having done all this, Zachariah finally sheathed his sword. Throughout the process, his sword remained untainted by a single drop of blood. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Because Elon had been inside for too long. Someone passing by knocked out of concern. Seeing Elon's corpse with a glance, Zachariah immediately concealed and vanished. Outside the door, after knocking for a while. With no response or movement from inside, people felt something was wrong and gathered more people. They decided to break the door down. Upon entering, they were met with a strong smell of blood. Looking at the ground, they all turned pale. Two corpses lay on the ground, one belonging to Elon, the other to the interrogated demon. Did they kill each other? At this moment, someone shakily voiced the thought. It looked like they had fought and killed each other, since there was no third person present. Meanwhile, unnoticed, a faint dust ripple moved. Someone had walked away from the doorway. Chapter 90. This sword strike, stronger than me. The violent incident in the interrogation room quickly alarmed all the enforcers. Zachariah returned to the lounge to change his appearance and only emerged from his room after someone knocked on the door, then followed them to the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, the deputy in charge of the underground second floor arrived. Seeing the gruesome scene on the ground, his expression turned grim immediately. He only said one sentence. Report this to Anwar immediately. Anwar was the overall supervisor of the demon-locking pagoda. Given the severity of the situation, it was appropriate to inform him. Not long afterward, Anwar arrived swiftly. Initially, it was thought that the messenger would only relay instructions from Anwar, but surprisingly, Anwar came in person. This showed how serious he was about the matter. It wasn't because he cared much for Elon, but any disturbance in the demon-locking pagoda inevitably made him anxious. Within less than a year, the number of incidents in the demon-locking pagoda had surpassed the total of the previous 5 years. Though the sect leader didn't say anything, His offhand remarks hinted at disapproval. So when Anwar heard the news, he rushed over to check the specifics. He must prevent further incidents. Otherwise, he couldn't face the sect leader. Upon Anwar's arrival, the other enforcers immediately made way for him. When Anwar saw the two corpses, he furrowed his brows immediately. First, he examined Elon's corpse. Then the corpse of Lanny Christopher. He then fell into deep thought. The deputy in charge of the underground second floor saw his prolonged silence and spoke first. Some say they died together. What do you think, Elder? Those who speak up are often the first to get shot down. He was immediately scolded by Anwar. Are you brainless or blind? Anwar pointed at Elon's body. He was strangled to death. Then at Lanny Christopher's body. And he was cleaved in two by a sword. How could they die together? The deputy carefully thought about it. Such a scenario indeed seemed improbable. If Elon could have slashed Lanny Christopher free from control, he shouldn't have been strangled to death either. And if Lanny Christopher could strangle him to death, he wouldn't have been beheaded by a sword either. Indeed, upon closer inspection, this scenario lacked logic. But they said no third party was present. The few who opened the door initially were firm that no third party was there. Not seeing it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Anwar shook his head and re-examined Lanny Christopher's body. He felt that the fatal slash on Lanny Christopher's body was the key. He picked up a knife from the instrument rack. Anwar sliced through Lanny Christopher's waist with the knife edge, as if cutting through metal. His physical strength was exceptionally robust. Presumably, he had trained it specially during his lifetime. Even so, he still couldn't escape being cleaved in two. At this moment, the others were bewildered seeing Anwar slicing through Lanny Christopher's body with a knife. Why cut him now that he was dead? Did Anwar have such a peculiar habit? Anwar didn't know their thoughts, and if he did, he would surely berate them for stupidity. He then carefully inspected the cross-section of Lanny Christopher's wound. The next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. This sword strike, not simple. Everyone knew the sword strike wasn't simple, but specifically what was unique about it, they couldn't tell. Neither could Anwar discern everything from just a cut. Without witnessing the event, it was impossible to accurately determine which sword technique killed Lanny Christopher. However, he had some inklings in mind, just not voiced yet. Bury Elon respectfully and dispose of the demon's body in the corpse pool. For this mysterious event, even Anwar couldn't find any clues. Who killed the demon? There were almost no leads. Could it be that person? In the demon-locking pagoda, the only swordmaster Anwar could think of was the one on the 8th floor. But why would he know the inside story here and come down to deal with it? Previously, even when demons rioted en masse, he didn't come down. This time, it was just one demon. Would he specifically come down to slash once? It seemed highly unlikely. Anwar turned and glanced at Zachariah, who remained silent throughout like a tool. Wasn't Elon your superior before? Anwar asked. Zachariah nodded. Yes. Now he's dead. How do you view this incident? Why ask me? What can I see differently? Zachariah mentally complained but wore a pained expression. I'm very troubled, unsure when a tragedy like this will fall on me. Do you want to quit? No. Zachariah quickly expressed his stance. He was just venting. If Anwar really took him seriously and reassigned him, it would be a big loss for him. Anwar also asked casually. Hearing Zachariah's response, he simply nodded indifferently. In fact, he thought if Zachariah wanted to leave, it wasn't impossible. But since he insisted on staying, Anwar couldn't say much. After all, he was responsible for the demon-locking pagoda and should prioritize it. Zachariah's presence significantly helped the pagoda's situation. The amount of intelligence he provided alone equaled several others combined. Since you've decided to stay, work hard. Anwar patted his shoulder. All understood without words. Zachariah suddenly felt his promotion to the 3rd level wasn't far off. An unexpected joy? Zachariah believed Anwar's hint earlier was conveying this message. It wasn't convenient to announce Zachariah's promotion in a place where someone just died, so he deliberately postponed it, but subtly informed Zachariah through encouragement. Zachariah got the message, remaining calm on the surface while nodding in response. Returning to his lounge, Zachariah wasn't very interested in Lanny Christopher's past, just glancing over the information briefly to know whose blood flowed in him before losing interest. Mingling demon. Zachariah murmured the name of the demon who provided Lanny Christopher's blood. He wouldn't search for this demon nor share this intelligence with the sect, so paying attention to it held little meaning. Immediately, Zachariah focused on the reward. Claim the legacy reward. Zachariah silently intoned. A flash of golden light. New reward. Soul-devouring constitution. This soul-devouring constitution was the origin of Lanny Christopher's ability to absorb those grudges. But Lanny Christopher's soul-devouring constitution was actually incomplete. He possessed this constitution due to having mingling demon's blood in his body. However, the incomplete soul-devouring constitution could only absorb a specific type of soul. Like Lanny Christopher could only absorb resentful souls. Poor Lanny Christopher didn't know the truth. Mingling demon didn't tell him it was an incomplete soul-devouring constitution. Instead, he told him it was a cultivation method named Grudge James technique. So Lanny Christopher thought he faced backlash because the Grudge James technique wasn't perfected yet. Actually, it was because his body hadn't fully integrated the soul-devouring constitution. A complete soul-devouring constitution could not only devour vengeful spirits but various other types of souls, enhancing one's spiritual power and strength. What a domineering constitution! Zachariah marveled. But at the same time, he wondered, why would Mingling Demon give his demon blood to humans, allowing others to inherit this soul-devouring constitution? Such a domineering constitution, why share it instead of keeping it for himself? Was Mingling Demon doing charity? Clearly not. Zachariah pondered deeply. Zachariah vaguely guessed at a possibility. Perhaps he was raising fish. The Mingling Devil gave his demonic blood to those believers willing to fall into demons, granting them the soul-devouring constitution as well. Despite it being an incomplete version, it still had the ability to devour souls. By manufacturing these believers with the soul-devouring constitution to strengthen their own spirits and letting them grow to a certain extent before wiping them out, it would allow for easy harvesting of their big fish, the fruits of labor. This was a standard raising fish tactic. How pitiful that proud Lanny Christopher never knew he was nothing more than a fish waiting to be slaughtered in someone else's pond. Mingling Devil didn't fear these people escaping because their bodies carried his demon blood, so it would be inevitable to locate their whereabouts. Moreover, according to what Lanny Christopher said, Mingling Devil could easily control their life and death through the demon blood in their bodies. What was this if not raising fish? If Lanny Christopher had known he was actually a fish, one wonders whether he'd have regretted dying at Zachariah's hands. Dying in battle at least meant an honorable death. Being harvested like a fish would mean dying foolishly. For a demon with considerable abilities, a heroic death is preferable to a foolish one. Shaking his head, Zachariah immediately extracted the soul-devouring constitution. Inheriting the soul-devouring constitution wouldn't subject him to Mingling Devil's influence since his body did not carry Mingling Devil's demon blood. Furthermore, the extracted soul-devouring constitution was the complete version, not the castrated incomplete one Lanny Christopher possessed. Just after extracting it, Zachariah felt an insight come over him. He immediately activated his netherworld eye and walked out of the room. An unconscious stray spirit passing by his door hadn't even time to scream before Zachariah absorbed it. After absorption, his body gained a pure energy source. This energy, when absorbed by his flesh, strengthened his physical body. Absorbed by the soul, it reinforced his mental strength. Initially, Lanny Christopher chose to strengthen his body, leading to his nearly impenetrable physical form. Zachariah's physical strength was already formidable. The additional energy could only slightly enhance his already powerful physique. So without hesitation, Zachariah infused all the energy into his soul. Suddenly, he clearly sensed a significant enhancement in his mental power. The effect is excellent. After devouring all the spirits on this floor, my soul strength will increase by several times, becoming impregnable, Zachariah mused. His mental power was originally not weak. It allowed him to resist the seductive arts of two demonesses from the xuanhuan sect. But if he faced the charms wielded by a high-ranking figure such as the deputy sect leader of the xuanhuan sect, his mental power might falter. Improvements in this area had always been slow and steady until now, with the acquisition of the soul-devouring constitution providing a fast way to enhance. After the trial, Zachariah didn't rush to devour any more spirits, but opted to extract the second reward, a cultivation method called absorbing palm, a second-grade technique. Lanny Christopher learned this cultivation method before he turned into a demon, thus it wasn't demonic in nature. Being a supportive type of cultivation method, Zachariah decided to learn it for its potential usefulness. An enemy caught off guard by this absorbing palm would suffer significantly. Moments later, Zachariah fully comprehended the cultivation method, reaching proficiency level. On the 8th floor of the demon-locking pagoda, Anwar stood outside a barrier, hesitating about entering. A lazy voice suddenly came from inside the barrier, sounding as if just woken up. Don't come in. Speak quickly, then leave quickly. Not inviting anyone inside was quite rude, but Anwar knew that was how this person operated, following whims and despising formalities. Anwar pondered his question. Have you ever gone down to the underground second floor and killed a demon? Silence followed inside for a moment before a derisive laugh echoed. Do you think I work for you? I don't have that kind of free time. Running to the underground second floor to kill a single demon. Are you underestimating me? If I wanted to kill, it wouldn't be just one, but all underground. Though these words sounded arrogant, Anwar didn't consider it mere boasting. Not many demons, even underground, were a match for this individual. Thank you for your information. Since it wasn't you, I'll take my leave, Anwar said respectfully and prepared to depart. Then, the voice inside spoke again. Why do you think it was me? Anwar replied cautiously. Because the sword strike that killed the demon was extremely strong. Yet we couldn't find the person who made that strike. How strong? How strong exactly? Stronger than me, said Anwar. Initially, he intended to compare it to the listener, but changed his mind for propriety's sake. Anwar's words piqued the person inside's attention. What nonsense are you talking? The voice questioned sharply. In the sect, those stronger than Anwar could be counted on one hand. None likely to stealthily enter the demon-locking pagoda to kill a demon. Such behavior would diminish their dignity. At their level, killing a lower-floor demon would be trivial. Just a word. Seeing his mistake in phrasing, Anwar explained. Ignore the strength aspect. Just regarding the mastery of that sword strike, I must admit, I'm inferior. Well put. I'm curious to see that demon's body now, came the reply. Anwar was momentarily speechless. It may already be in the corpse pool. The person inside fell completely silent. Chapter 91. Is there something wrong with this sword technique? Anwar's investigation returned empty-handed, but it stayed on his mind constantly. After all, there was a powerful individual unknown to him hidden within the demon-locking pagoda. Even if this person might not harbor any ill intentions and even assisted them in slaying demons, the lack of knowledge about their identity made Anwar uneasy. However, Anwar couldn't stay inside the pagoda forever. He could only instruct those inside to be vigilant and report any unusual circumstances promptly. When Zachariah heard Anwar's footsteps leave the demon-locking pagoda, a smile finally spread across his face. Anwar's departure meant that this matter would be set aside for now. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, kept a low profile, and time passed, fewer people would remember this incident. Eventually, even the name Elon might become unfamiliar. A few days later, during a regular meeting in the council hall, Anwar had someone deliver a letter of appointment. It announced Zachariah's promotion to enforcer of the underground third level. His colleagues were surprised but quickly congratulated him one after another. They envied him. How long had Zachariah been here? From the first to the second, then to the third level, he advanced twice within a year, something not everyone could achieve. Zachariah thanked everyone profusely. Regardless of whether their congratulations were heartfelt or just formalities, he played along properly. Afterward, Zachariah bid farewell, returned to his room to pack, and took the enforcer appointment directly into the underground third level. The same routine, meeting the third level enforcers, exchanging brief pleasantries. Zachariah could clearly feel that the atmosphere here was different. Everyone seemed quite laid back, friendly, and harmonious. No one mentioned Zachariah's previous status. From the general vibe, it seemed everyone was mature and understanding. Each floor of the demon-locking pagoda gave Zachariah a slightly different impression. This floor, so far, felt the best to him. Days passed, and Zachariah fully integrated into the circle of enforcers in the underground third level. He wasn't hard to get along with. As long as others didn't have ulterior motives, he was pretty easygoing. During this time, he documented all the demons on the third floor in the Demon Chronicles. Daily experience gained rose to 80,000. This rate was twice as fast as before. Zachariah was amazed by this increase and more determined to delve deeper into the lower levels. Thus, Zachariah stayed stable on the third floor for 2 months. During this period, he ascended 5 stages, reaching the 6th stage of the Crystal Formation Realm. Zachariah glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation level, Crystal Formation 6th stage, 0/1, 000, Meditation techniques, Shu Mountain Basic James Cultivation Method, Shu Mountain Sword Heart Method, 3rd stage. Martial arts, Heartbreaking Palm, Enlightenment Body Tempering Technique, Mastery, Shadow Killing Technique, Mastery, Myriad Transformations Mystic Power, One Sword to Sever Gods, Mastery, Absorption Palm. Supernatural abilities, Conceal Aura Technique, Mind Worm Secret Technique, Spirit Ear Ability. Physical attributes, Indestructible Golden Body, Abundant Blood James, Unmatched Phantom Form, Immunity to all poisons, Keen Sense of Smell, Impervious Body, Spirit Devouring Body. Bloodline, Titan Bloodline, Beastman Bloodline, Corpse Ghost Bloodline. Available rewards, Cultivation Experience * 10,268. Since coming to the 3rd floor, my realm advancement hasn't been too slow. Previously, while on the 2nd floor, he estimated it would take nearly a month to advance 1 stage. Now, after 2 months on the 3rd floor, he had already advanced 5 stages. At the Crystal Formation Realm level, advancing 5 stages in 2 months was an astounding achievement. Although Zachariah desired faster cultivation and more experience, he understood the drawbacks of standing out too quickly. The old saying guns don't shoot birds that stick their heads out resonated with him. Therefore, Zachariah slowed down the interrogation process for demon information, biding his time. I need to change my sword technique. One day, after practicing sword techniques for some time, Zachariah encountered a bottleneck. He thought he should diversify his efforts to avoid fixating too much on sword techniques and possibly driving himself crazy. Indeed, his sword technique hadn't improved recently. The borrowed, One Sword to Sever Gods technique still hadn't been returned. Though it was a copy, copies are limited in number, and learners who cannot master it must return it promptly. Despite borrowing it for so long, the keeper of the pavilion, although not urging him, probably cursed inwardly. It had been 3 months since he last went out, which coincided with his holiday, allowing him to leave the pagoda. After leaving the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah rushed straight to the sword pavilion. The Isaiah keeper was as spirited as ever, his gaze sharp, indicating he was certainly an expert. Could someone guarding the core of Shu Mountain be anything but extraordinary? Seeing Zachariah, the Isaiah's expression wasn't too welcoming. He remembered this disciple well. Not listening to advice, stubbornly choosing One Sword to Sever Gods, only returning it after 3 months. He must be embarrassed. The Isaiah believed Zachariah had delayed returning it due to pride, unable to admit failure. So, upon seeing Zachariah again, he had his doubts. You came. How's the learning going? Have you mastered One Sword to Sever Gods? The Isaiah's tone was sarcastic, intending to provoke him intentionally. Hadn't Zachariah ignored the Isaiah's advice? Now he suffered the consequences. Wasting 3 months like that. If anyone else spoke this way, Zachariah wouldn't tolerate it. But facing an Isaiah, and a benevolent one, Zachariah didn't hold a grudge. Respectfully bowing, he returned the copy of One Sword to Sever Gods. He said, Giosipal is clumsy and couldn't master One Sword to Sever Gods. I wish to choose another technique. The Isaiah huffed. If you'd listened to me, you wouldn't have this problem. I told you, not everyone can learn One Sword to Sever Gods. Suddenly, a figure landed behind Zachariah, exclaiming, One Sword to Sever Gods? Zachariah turned respectfully to greet Anwar. Anwar waved him off. Coming over, he glanced at the sword technique copy in the Isaiah's hand and remarked, Ah yes, I recall you mentioning wanting to learn this technique. Recalling Zachariah's past request, Anwar had forgotten until now. His expression changed slightly. Jai, did you learn it? Anwar looked seriously into Zachariah's eyes. No. Zachariah shook his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Anwar watched without issue. Go choose another one. Without further words, Anwar let Zachariah enter the sword pavilion to pick a new technique. After Zachariah left, the Isaiah asked, Why do you care so much if he learned the technique, Anwar? Is he your nephew? Of course not. Anwar immediately dismissed the suggestion. Briefly explaining the interrogation room incident from 2 months ago, he then shared his thoughts. I considered several sword techniques and people within the sect, but none seemed plausible. The matter was dropped. However, hearing One Sword to Sever Gods just now, I realized the wounds caused by this technique matched the injuries of the demon remarkably. Previously, he hadn't thought of this sword technique because it was too obscure, and few people could practice it close to the level of its creator, so he hadn't even considered it. But just now, as he passed by, he overheard the old keeper mentioning this particular technique. He suddenly realized that the Isaiah demon likely died from this very sword technique. However, the Isaiah keeper shook his head after hearing Anwar's speculation. Judging from your serious look earlier, you must have suspected that young man. What level would he need to be at with this sword technique? Profound Realm? 3 months for him to reach Profound Realm with One Sword to Sever Gods? Do you really think it's possible? Upon hearing the Izali keeper's words, Anwar also shook his head, realizing how absurd he had been to suspect someone who had only recently acquired this sword technique. Even if Zachariah had exceptional talent and reached an introductory level in 3 months, such a novice level wouldn't be enough to unleash the true power of one sword to sever gods. Killing an Isaiah demon with a beginner level, one sword to sever gods was absolutely impossible. As for reaching profound realm in 3 months, that was simply ridiculous. This thought, Anwar felt that this clue had led nowhere again. He sighed deeply and turned to leave, not even caring what sword technique Zachariah might choose next. In the sword pavilion, Zachariah arrived at the 3rd level cultivation area designated for the Crystal Formation Realm practitioners. His gaze scanned across the shelves, comparing various sword techniques. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a corner. Seeing Zachariah, the figure paused slightly. "Junior brother, are you lost?" It was a red-robed Gyosipal. This section was where some red-robed Gyosipals came to find their preferred sword techniques. Amongst red-robed Gyosipals, they all knew each other. Clearly, Zachariah wasn't one of them. Zachariah calmly replied, "No problem, I'm just looking around." Hearing this, the red-robed Gyosipal's expression changed slightly. Evidently, he wasn't too pleased. He disliked those who lacked boundaries. "Junior brother, a person should know their place. Blurring lines might lead to significant trouble," he advised sarcastically. Zachariah naturally understood the ridicule in his words. He gave a light smile and asked, "Who says I can't be here?" The red-robed Gyosipal pointed to the wooden plaque hanging on the shelf. "Can't you see the writing there? This isn't a rule but a suggestion. I chose not to follow this suggestion. Is there a problem with that?" Zachariah's reply immediately left the other speechless. Indeed, as Zachariah said, these areas were categorized based on the function, utility, and difficulty of practicing the sword techniques, making it easier for disciples to find suitable techniques. But these weren't mandatory zones. It varied from person to person. Otherwise, they would use walls to separate these areas and restrict free access. The red-robed Gyosipal was left speechless by Zachariah's retort. Finally, he muttered, "What's your name?" Zachariah answered truthfully, "Sui-Chen, huh? I'll remember you." With one last glare at Zachariah, the red-robed Gyosipal stormed off, visibly upset. After all, other lower-ranking disciples always treated him respectfully. If he offered advice, those disciples would be grateful. But Zachariah didn't just ignore his advice. He argued back. This was the first time he encountered such a thorny junior brother. Ignoring this minor disturbance, Zachariah continued picking sword techniques. This one. Zachariah picked up a book about a certain sword technique, becoming more intrigued as he read. This technique was named Xuanhuan Spirit Sword, requiring spiritual power to drive it. The stronger the spirit, the greater its power. Not only could it slay the enemy's physical body, but it could also attack their soul. When practiced to perfection, it could directly transform divine spirit into a sword, injuring the enemy's soul silently and lethally. Its ferocity was self-evident. Zachariah saw the potential in this technique because of his spirit-devouring body, which constantly enhanced his spiritual power. After absorbing almost all the 2nd and 3rd layer soul bodies, his current spiritual power far exceeded that of his peers. Cultivating this technique would thus suit him perfectly, like adding wings to a tiger. "I'll take this technique." Zachariah promptly closed the book and exited the sword pavilion. Meanwhile, the red-robed Gyosipal also chose his desired technique. Passing by where Zachariah stood moments ago, he glanced over and noticed that the spot meant for Xuanhuan Spirit Sword was empty. He snorted coldly, daring to take Xuanhuan Spirit Sword, truly putting on airs. When Zachariah exited the sword pavilion with Xuanhuan Spirit Sword, the old keeper stared as if seeing a ghost. "Are you reincarnated as a stubborn ox? Unmovable as before, huh? Pulling another stunt?" He couldn't help laughing, albeit mockingly. He originally thought Zachariah would have learned from the one sword to sever gods experience. Unexpectedly, he chose another difficult, high-level sword technique completely unsuitable for his current strength, practically unrealistic. Xuanhuan Spirit Sword demanded extremely stringent requirements for spiritual power. Moreover, cultivating spiritual power was even harder than advancing in realm, and it greatly depended on one's talent. He seems to have a touch of fantasy disorder. At this moment, the red-robed Gyosipal slowly walked out of the door, casting a glance at Zachariah while mocking. When one constantly imagines being a genius, eventually they believe it. Zachariah ignored him and turned to the keeper, saying, "My sword heart technique is already at the 3rd level. Isn't it acceptable for me to choose this sword technique?" "What?" Chapter 92. Probing. Upon hearing Zachariah's words, both the archive martial artian and the Addison were taken aback. The Addison's first reaction upon regaining his senses was disbelief. In the original text, this sentence is phrased as a rhetorical question from the perspective of the red-clothed disciple doubting Zachariah's claim. To maintain accuracy and fluency in English, it should be rephrased to clearly convey this context. Did Zachariah really think that reaching the 3rd layer of sword heart technique was something one could just casually mention? In the red-clothed disciple's understanding, only red-clothed disciples generally reached the 3rd layer, along with a few highly potential purple-clothed disciples. The latter were key cultivation targets within the sect, and their eventual promotion to red-clothed disciples was merely a matter of time. This edit ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed while reading naturally in English. It also maintains consistency in terminology and style, aligning with the tone of the surrounding narrative. In his understanding, only Addisons generally reached the 3rd layer, and a few exceptionally talented purple-robe disciples could achieve this level. Those few talented purple-robe disciples were all heavily cultivated by the sect, with their future ascension to red robes being only a matter of time. However, Zachariah was a name he had just heard for the first time. An unknown disciple claiming that he had reached the 3rd layer of sword heart technique simply sounded unbelievable. Though the archive martial artian also harbored doubts, he was better than the Addison in this regard. After all, He knew that Zachariah had already reached the second level of sword heart technique when he came here a few months ago. Reaching the third layer after merely 3 months did sound quite shocking indeed. Come on, give me a strike. The archive martial artian still requested Zachariah to strike at him as before. However, Zachariah had no intention of attacking him and instead looked at the Addison, saying, attacking seniors is impolite. Why don't you try receiving a strike from me? Why should I? The Addison immediately expressed his displeasure. Why should he be stabbed for no reason? But Zachariah's next words ignited his competitive spirit. Aren't you afraid to accept it? The Addison knew Zachariah was goading him, but couldn't swallow this insult. Fine, let me see what you're made of. Zachariah achieved his goal, smiled slightly, and struck with his sword. A fierce sword beam pierced the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The Addison's pupils instantly dilated. From this strike, he could clearly sense its considerable power, which sent a chill down his spine. Initially, he hadn't planned to draw his sword, thinking he could block Zachariah's attack barehanded. That moment, he didn't dare to underestimate it, and subconsciously drew his sword to defend himself. Clang! The Addison's sword hummed and shook, causing numbness in his arms. He involuntarily stepped back several steps. Shocked. What's your cultivation? Zachariah replied, just true essence 9th layer. The Addison lowered his proud head, true essence 9th layer, yet comprehending the 3rd layer of sword heart. Back then, he had struggled with the 1st layer at the true essence stage. That moment, his pride was utterly shattered. Without reaching spiritual essence realm, your sword can possess such power. You truly have grasped man's sword as one. The archive martial artian nodded in satisfaction. Zachariah's move confirmed this fact. Moreover, in the recommendation area of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, the lowest recommended area for the 3rd floor was also at the core formation realm. Everyone basically agreed that sword heartjia could only be cultivated to the 3rd layer once the cultivation reached around the core formation realm. Note, sword heartjia seems to be a specific term or technique name in this context, and might better be translated as sword heart technique, or similar to maintain consistency and clarity in the text. Everyone basically agreed that the sword heart technique could only be cultivated to the 3rd layer once the cultivation reached around the core formation realm. However, Zachariah was an exception. This rare talent in swordsmanship will indeed be wasted in the demon-locking pagoda. The archive martial artian sighed. An untarnished pearl covered in dust. He's actually an enforcer in the demon-locking pagoda? The Addison was even more shocked. He never imagined Zachariah to be one of those unseen enforcers. Although the position of an enforcer was higher than ordinary servants, they weren't valued by the sect. After all, questioning demons in the demon-locking pagoda wasn't a normal way to cultivate core disciples. Although the higher-ups didn't explicitly state this, everyone knew it well. And as the peak of the disciples, the Addison naturally looked down on enforcers. But now, he felt thoroughly humiliated by an enforcer. You may leave. Focus on cultivating. Given your special situation, I cannot give blind guidance. The archive martial artian waved Zachariah off. The Addison remained dumbfounded, not recovering for a long time. The archive martial artian ignored him and fell into deep thought. Since this boy has cultivated sword heart technique to the 3rd layer, logically speaking, with such comprehension, he shouldn't have failed to master the god-slaying sword strike after 3 months of practice. The archive martial artian's eyes flickered, then he shook his head, mockingly thinking, why shouldn't Truman like me meddle in the affairs of the young? I should focus on my duties. Not long after Zachariah left the Hidden Sword Pavilion, as he passed through a bamboo forest path, a fierce sword wind suddenly attacked from behind. Zachariah's heart skipped a beat as he dodged sideways. That sword wind was agile like a snake, swiftly following up. Zachariah caught a glimpse of the figure attacking him, completely wrapped in black clothes and mask-covered, leaving no visible features. Who wants me dead? Zachariah was puzzled. He didn't have any mortal enemies, right? Could it be that Addison from earlier? Wouldn't he be too petty? I merely dampened his arrogance. Would he resort to killing a fellow disciple over this? But soon, Zachariah dismissed this guess, because the masked person gave him a sense of overwhelming power, which the Addison definitely lacked. Zachariah blocked the attacker's assault with his sword but was instantly pushed back dozens of meters, his sword falling to the ground. Zachariah suppressed the internal turmoil and stared intently at the attacker. Who are you? Why do you want me dead? But the attacker didn't answer Zachariah's question, responding in a muffled voice. I don't kill unarmed people. Pick up your sword, show your full strength, or else, the next strike will surely kill you. These words raised Zachariah's suspicions. If the attacker intended to kill him, now would be the perfect opportunity to finish him off. Yet, they insisted on principles, making him pick up his sword and show full strength. A true assassin wouldn't adhere to principles while aiming to kill someone. From this point alone, Zachariah judged that the attacker wasn't a genuine assassin. At least, not with the sole purpose of killing. What does he intend? Suspicions welled up inside Zachariah as he picked up his sword from the ground. It didn't break under the fierce attack. This sword wasn't of high quality. Zachariah hadn't expected it to withstand so much. Or perhaps, the attacker was intentionally holding back. There was no time for deeper thoughts. Zachariah picked up his sword and prepared to defend seriously. Just then, the black-clothed person attacked first, stabbing towards Zachariah's chest on the right side. Immediately, Zachariah grew suspicious. Why would he stab at my right side? Normal people would attack from the left side, because the heart is on the left side. But the attacker aimed at the right. Zachariah recalled telling Anwar about his unique heart position, and he only told this secret to Anwar. This action made Zachariah suspect that the black-clothed person was Anwar in disguise. At that moment, Zachariah decided to test the identity and intentions of the black-clothed person. So he wouldn't use his full strength since using it wouldn't defeat the attacker anyway. He was aware of his limitations. If the test went wrong and the sword pierced his right side, it wouldn't be fatal. If the sword turned to attack his left side, he had the heart insect secret technique to ensure a demon would die in his place. so there was nothing to worry about.
Thus,
Zachariah also launched a sword strike, the force almost matching the one against the Addison. Compared to his real full-strength strike, it was like comparing a speck of rice to the moon. When the two sword beams collided, the disparity in strength was evident. The sword light Zachariah had slashed out couldn't last even a single breath before it completely shattered. The opponent's sword, on the other hand, tore through everything and stabbed directly in front of Zachariah. In the end, the tip of the sword pressed against Zachariah's flesh. However, it didn't penetrate any further. At this moment, Zachariah knew he had made the right gamble. The black-clothed person gave him a deep look, then sheathed his sword, turned without saying a word, and disappeared into the woods. Once out of the bamboo forest, the black-clothed person removed the hood, revealing Anwar, just as Zachariah had guessed. This boy, did he truly use all his strength, or did he already guess my identity and know I wouldn't really harm him? Anwar shook his head and chuckled bitterly. He attacked Zachariah because he always felt that Zachariah was hiding something about himself. When people encounter life and death crises, they generally reveal all their cards. He wanted to see if he could force out Zachariah's true abilities. Indeed, he saw the brilliance in Zachariah's sword strike, but it was still quite far from what he truly wanted to see. He chose to attack Zachariah's right side rather than the left because he knew Zachariah's heart was on the right side. If he attacked the left side, it wouldn't be fatal for Zachariah, and therefore, Zachariah might choose to continue hiding his bottom card. Thus, he had no choice but to attack the truly fatal right side. Now it seemed he might have inadvertently revealed his identity, causing Zachariah to hide even more. This kid is like a slippery loach, but I will make you confess, Anwar mused, unsure why he held such high expectations for Zachariah. Perhaps it was because Zachariah was so impenetrable? At his age, having comprehended Mansword as one, comprehending God-slaying sword shouldn't be strange either. Maybe this brat even lied about his cultivation. Zachariah thought this matter was over, but it only deepened Anwar's suspicion. However, Anwar couldn't understand. If this kid really has such great abilities, why doesn't he want us to know? If Zachariah truly had the ability to slay an Isaiah demon with one sword strike, he would receive significant attention from the sect. The sect would pour resources into cultivating him, and his future would be boundless. It would be much better than staying in the demon-locking pagoda. This is why Anwar couldn't be certain Zachariah was hiding anything. After leaving the bamboo forest, Zachariah didn't rush back to the demon-locking pagoda but reported the attack. Everything appeared flawless, including his facial expressions, which reflected relief at surviving a close call. Then he came to the sect square and stopped in front of the task board. Of course, he wasn't there to sightsee but to take on a mission outside the sect. He planned to find places where soul bodies gathered. Although the demon-locking pagoda had many soul bodies, the number was limited, and he could leave them for slow absorption later. Since he had come out, he couldn't waste this opportunity. He needed to find mass graves, graveyards, or battlefields. By using his soul-devouring body, he could cultivate his mental power and strengthen his divine soul. If his divine sense could become equally powerful, it would also greatly benefit the cultivation of the spirit perception sword technique. Perhaps he could master the spirit perception sword technique to a level of mastery without relying on technique proficiency experience. With this idea in mind, he didn't hesitate further. After all, he now had some self-preservation skills. As long as he didn't go to truly dangerous places, he would be safe. So, he began selecting missions at the task board. At this moment, a sweet voice lowly tapped Zachariah on the shoulder and said, "Zachariah, it's been a while." Zachariah turned, lowered his gaze slightly, and smiled. "It's been a while, Senior Sister Marley." The person who approached was indeed Marley. The last time Zachariah came out, he met her at the Hidden Sword Pavilion. He didn't expect to meet her again this time. Marley smiled sweetly and asked, "How's the sword technique you took last time?" She obviously paid attention to Zachariah's affairs, remembering even the sword technique he had taken 3 months ago. Of course, mainly because Zachariah's choice had surprised her, leaving a deep impression. Zachariah laughed bitterly. "I should have listened to Senior Sister. I didn't learn it." "It's fine. It's not too late to listen now," Marley said with a knowing smile. "What are you choosing this time?" God-slaying sword. When Zachariah mentioned God-slaying sword, Marley froze momentarily. A moment later, she recovered and shook her head. "Junior brother, don't listen to me anymore. I can't teach you." Marley decided not to dwell on this topic. This junior brother was hopeless when it came to choosing sword techniques. Once he suffers enough setbacks, he'll know to back off. Saying anything now is futile. "Junior brother, are you looking at missions? Have you decided what to choose? Do you need Senior Sister to help you?" "I'm still looking," Zachariah replied, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer outright, as he hadn't decided yet. In fact, he hadn't found a suitable mission. "Hey, this one's good." Zachariah picked a mission board. Marley glanced at it and immediately stepped back. "No way." Chapter 93, The 8 Tombs Mountain. When Xandra saw the mission card in Zachariah's hand, her little face was full of rejection. The reason was that the task Zachariah had taken involved going to a place named 8 Tombs Mountain. Legend has it that this place was once an ancient battlefield where 8 great sages defended their country against foreign invaders and ultimately sacrificed themselves for the nation. To commemorate them, 8 large tombs were built on the mountain, hence the name 8 Tombs Mountain. This mission wasn't particularly difficult. It merely required finding a herb called Night Tomb Fragrance at 8 Tombs Mountain. This herb, known as Night Tomb Fragrance, was a specialty of the mountain, only appearing at night. The key difficulty in this mission lay not with the Night Tomb Fragrance itself, but rather with being at the 8 Tombs Mountain at night. It was rumored that countless cultivators had fought there during wartime, leading to many falling. Therefore, every night, spirits roamed freely, making it extremely terrifying. Naturally, Xandra did not want to come into contact with such ghostly entities. Why would you take on such a mission? This task has been hanging around for a long time without anyone willing to go. Zachariah smiled and asked, "Senior Sister, is there any problem with this? We practitioners surely won't be afraid of monsters and demons, right?" Who said I'm scared? I'm just not keen on those things because they're disgusting. Seeing Zachariah was determined to undertake this mission, Xandra quickly changed her tone, saying, I just remembered. I can't join you on this task, brother. I have a very urgent matter to attend to. I almost forgot. She muttered, look at my absent-mindedness, while walking away hastily. Seeing Xandra sneak away, Zachariah felt relieved instead of disappointed. He didn't want her tagging along since having an extra person could limit his actions, yet he couldn't refuse gracefully. Now, Xandra leaving on her own accord suited him fine. Zachariah proceeded with the paperwork to leave the sect. While processing, he saw Anwar walking toward him. I heard you were attacked? Zachariah thought, you know well if I was or not, but he formally replied, yes, someone attacked me in the bamboo grove, and I lost. But oddly enough, he didn't truly harm me. Despite both knowing the truth, they continued playing dumb. I will investigate this matter, Anwar brushed it off. Then, noticing the passage token in Zachariah's hand, he casually asked, are you leaving the sect? Yep, preparing to do a mission. I also want to contribute to the sect. With such a grand reason, Anwar had no grounds to refute him. How could he say, don't go, the sect doesn't need your contributions. Where are you headed? 8 Tombs Mountain. Anwar's brows slightly knitted. That place is frequented by strange occurrences. Are you sure you want to go? He intended to dissuade Zachariah, not wanting anything to happen to him. A sense of unease gnawed him when Zachariah mentioned leaving. But Zachariah was resolute. My righteousness protects me from the bazaar. Anwar hesitated. Seeing Zachariah's determined look, he knew Zachariah wouldn't be swayed. Be careful then. They weren't family or master-student. Anwar couldn't control much more than that. Zachariah's departure was inevitable, so he let him go. Anwar patted Zachariah's shoulder and left. Without hesitation, Zachariah walked towards the gate. Stepping out of the sect stirred complex emotions within him. This was his first time leaving since joining Shu Mountain Sect, akin to a bird escaping its cage. Of course, if staying here could one day turn him into a majestic pung bird, Zachariah would happily remain. Without overthinking, Zachariah left the sect. Shortly after Zachariah exited, a pair of eyes locked onto him. This figure was similarly dressed in black with a covered face but had a slim build, clearly a woman. Pulling out a portrait, she confirmed the man she saw matched it. Her eyes immediately lit up. She then stealthily followed behind Zachariah, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. Arriving at 8 Tombs Mountain as dusk fell, people began descending the mountain while Zachariah went against the flow. Since Zachariah concealed his presence upon entering, no one noticed his unusual behavior. The one who had been following Zachariah earlier saw him vanish before her eyes, causing her great surprise. After searching fruitlessly, she quickly relayed this information. Not long after, Zachariah's figure reappeared among the graves. This area was a forest of stone monuments for the warriors who died in battle. The tombs of the 8 sages were sealed off in another location. These stone tablets were erected by the descendants of the fallen soldiers, unable to locate their ancestors' remains due to the brutal warfare. Over time, more families joined in, forming the current cemetery. As Zachariah emerged before these stone tablets, he suddenly felt a punch to the face, a kick to the stomach, and a scratch on his back. Such sudden attacks in such a place would drive most people insane, especially under multiple strikes. Yet Zachariah remained calm. These ghosts can cause real harm, indicating some level of cultivation, at least on par with lesser spirits. However, these attacks meant nothing to Zachariah. He wouldn't stand idly by either. Activating his spirit-penetrating eyes, he saw 2 twisted specters menacingly boasting before him. Looking further, countless ghostly figures floated together, practically indistinguishable from each other. A nightmare for those with arachnophobia. Turning, he spotted another specter. Realizing Zachariah could see them, all the specters simultaneously opened their mouths wide, expecting him to flee in terror. But Zachariah calmly reached out, activating his spirit-devouring body, absorbing the closest specter, converting it into nourishment. The remaining 2 specters were shocked, attempting to escape. But Zachariah moved faster, pinching their necks and devouring them instantly, vanishing without a trace. Their agonized screams drew even more attention to Zachariah. To these spirits, Zachariah was like a wolf entering a sheepfold, a ravenous one at that. Zachariah began his feast but didn't absorb all the spirits indiscriminately. For the loyal warriors who perished defending their homeland, he let them be. The rest provided ample sustenance for him. Under the moonlit sky, 3 figures wandered through the sparse forest of 8 Tombs Mountain. We've searched for 3 days. Is there even a netherworld vine here? The tall and skinny figure on the right complained with a hint of resentment. They patrolled the mountain at night, looking for the elusive herb. They were here to search for a treasure known as netherworld vine tendrils. The netherworld vine is an aggressive, living vine. After slaying it, its root tendrils could be used in medicine. It was an ingredient in various high-grade elixirs. Someone at the foot of the mountain was offering a high price for them. And rumors had spread that this mountain harbored this treasure. Since the netherworld vine thrives in places wherein energy gathers, it wasn't strange for it to be found on 8 Tombs Mountain. Given that someone claimed to have seen it and was willing to pay handsomely, it naturally drew many people to search the mountain. This trio was one such group. The 3 were siblings, eldest brother Hendrik, second brother Baron, and youngest sister Karina. But the netherworld vine proved harder to find than they had anticipated. After 3 days and nights of searching, they hadn't found even a trace of it. Baron, the most impatient, showed signs of frustration first. Be patient. If it were easy to find, why would the bounty be so large? Hendrik said, clearly displeased with his brother's temperament. He wouldn't have brought him along if not for Baron's insistence. He worried Baron might come alone out of spite, so he reluctantly took him. When the second brother insisted on coming, the youngest sister also refused to stay behind. With no choice, he brought them both up the mountain. Chastised by his Isaiah brother, Baron quieted down. He dared not be too insolent in front of his brother. Continuing forward a bit, Hendrik suddenly held up his hands to stop them and made a gesture for silence. Baron and Karina fell silent. Baron's question was silenced with a stern look from Hendrik. Hendrik signaled for them to follow quietly as he moved forward cautiously. Pushing through a thicket of brambles, a thick black vine came into view. The black vine's roots plunged deep into the earth, but its other end stood tall, writhing like a serpent under the moonlight. Precisely the elusive netherworld vine they had been seeking for days. Baron, filled with excitement, almost rushed out. However, he was stopped by Hendrik's firm grip. While the netherworld vine wasn't very intelligent, it did possess some awareness. If it sensed danger, it would flee underground swiftly, impossible to track even by digging deeply. Yet, Baron grew anxious. What if it escapes while we wait? That sentence startled the netherworld vine, causing it to react. With such a clumsy partner, Hendrik had no choice but to let go and charge out with the others. Realizing it couldn't match their numbers, the netherworld vine attempted to escape underground. But then, a flash of yellow sword light pierced the air. Hendrik led the way, hurling his fine sword talisman which accurately impaled the netherworld vine, pinning it to the ground. Hold it down and pull out its roots. Under Hendrik's command, the other two sprang into action. Together, they seized the netherworld vine and forcefully pulled it from the ground. Though the netherworld vine emitted chilling energy during the process, they shielded their hands with spirit power, avoiding severe harm. Once freed from the ground, they dismembered the netherworld vine without hesitation. Cut into numerous segments, each piece twitched and oozed black sap before finally losing all vitality. Hendrik breathed a sigh of relief, glancing angrily at Baron. You nearly ruined everything. Baron argued back. Acting sooner catches it off guard. I think that worked fine. Giant, we kill it successfully? Hendrik retorted. If I hadn't acted quickly, it would have already escaped. How could you have killed it? Luck played a significant role just now. Even the slightest mistake in Hendrik's timing would have let the netherworld vine vanish without a trace. You're always so impulsive. One day it will get you in trouble. Still unconvinced, Baron grumbled until Karina intervened. Elder brother, second brother, stop arguing. She calmed her Isaiah brother. Elder brother, don't be upset. We got what we came for, the netherworld vine tendrils. Her words softened the tension. As the eldest, Hendrik had always taken on a fatherly role after their parents' early death. Maintaining respect for his authority kept their family together. Realizing his error, Baron lowered his head without further protest. Hendrik, recognizing their familial bond, took a deep breath and let it go, hoping his advice would help Baron. They bent down to strip the root tendrils from the netherworld vine. It was a bountiful harvest. Holding a box full of netherworld vine tendrils, their earlier disputes faded away in the joy of success. But as they reveled in their accomplishment, a sinister voice abruptly echoed in their ears. Tiny insects like you dare steal my food? Startled, they looked up. Before them loomed a ghost clad in armor, wielding a long spear, topped with a skull and eyes burning green flame. A Guido. Go, Guido. This translation continues the story seamlessly, maintaining the tone, style, and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as requested. Chapter 94. Crisis and Redemption. A ghostly figure of the Guido level suddenly appeared before them. Only Guidos could manifest in front of humans. A graveyard area usually produced only one Guido. The reason being, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. For a ghost to grow into a Guido, it had to undergo ruthless battles, devouring weaker ghosts and absorbing their soul essences to finally achieve its goal. Indeed, a single general success was built upon countless bones. It was incredibly difficult, but once successful, it would undergo a transformation. Its power was no less than that of a peak Shinying realm expert, comparable to the Tianren realm. The three were taken aback. Hendrik reacted first. He handed the box containing the netherworld vine tendrils to his younger sister. At the same time, he shouted loudly, pushing the two back. You both, get out of here. I'll hold him off. Brother. Behind him, Baron and Karina almost cried out in unison. Go, or none of you will escape. In an instant, Hendrik drew his saber and charged forward. A silver streak of light from his saber slashed diagonally toward the Guido's head. The Guido's eyes flashed with a sinister glow as he swung his long spear, shattering the saber light with a single strike. Then the spear pierced like a rainbow, aiming straight for Hendrik's throat. Hendrik blocked with his saber, retreating several steps but immediately charging forward again without hesitation. Baron looked at his younger sister, seeing she had no intention of leaving. He immediately lowered his voice. Little sister, go. I'm not leaving. If anyone should go, it's you. I want to help brother. As she spoke, she handed the box containing the netherworld vine tendrils to Baron and threw her silver ring weapon into the fray. Seeing this, Hendrik roared angrily. Little sister, why are you here? Giant, you hear what your brother said? Karina stubbornly bit her lip, saying nothing. She guessed that brother intended to sacrifice himself so they could escape. This Guido's strength was beyond what even brother could handle alone. Even if all three fought together, their chances of winning were slim. Thus, Karina decided. This time, she would not listen to her brother. She couldn't let him fight while she lived on guilt-free. Meanwhile, Baron watched the two struggling against the Guido. Internally, he felt torn. He thought back to when brother told them to leave and handed the box to the little sister instead of him. In brother's heart, am I the least trustworthy? He looked down at the box in his hands. This netherworld vine tendril is hard-won by all three of us. I must keep it safe. However, the Guido wasn't after the netherworld vine tendrils. It hated them for ruining its meal. These tendrils were meaningless to the Guido. Even if thrown before it, it wouldn't give them a second glance. Yet, how could Baron think of that now? Even if he did, he might pretend not to notice. Biting his lip, Baron turned and fled. At that moment, Karina was knocked backward by the aftershock of the Guido's spear light, spotting Baron leaving. Her eyes instantly grew complicated. Although she and brother asked Baron to leave, she never expected he would really go. The three siblings depended on each other, always advancing and retreating together. She thought they shared life and death, but now realized only she and brother did. Baron, sensing something, turned around, meeting Karina's gaze, feeling guilty immediately. Brother told me to go. I just listened to him. His voice came over. A bitter smile crossed Karina's lips. She thought, now you remember to listen to brother. Before, you always argued with him. Karina understood. Second brother was merely finding a justification for abandoning them and fleeing. She didn't say more. After all, having one survivor was better than all dying here. Just as Karina stood up, Hendrik was already overwhelmed by the Guido, its spear piercing through his shoulder. Brother. After Hendrik fell, the Guido immediately turned its gaze towards Karina, cackling. You look more delicious. Since you ruined my meal, you'll become my food. It normally ate only living netherworld vines. Dead things had no taste. Only by eating these two fresh people could it make up for its loss. Karina, filled with fear and anger, hurled her silver ring weapon, which drew a crescent arc behind her to attack the Guido unexpectedly. But the Guido seemed to have eyes on its back. It deflected the weapon with its spear. Under the influence of Yin energy, the weapon's light dimmed instantly, and Karina lost her mental connection to it. Without her weapon, panic surged within her. The Guido approached step by step. Get lost. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Hendrik leaped from the ground. Despite his severe injuries, he couldn't stand by and watch his sister be threatened. With his right arm injured, he wielded the saber with his left hand. Twisting his body midair, he lunged at the Guido's face. Seemingly enraged by Hendrik's action, to the Guido, they were mere ants. Ants dared defy it? Instantly, the ghostly green flames in the Guido's eyes burned fiercer. It thrust its spear forward, a thicker rainbow shooting from the tip. Upon impact, Hendrik fell directly at Karina's feet. Flush-faced, he spat blood on the spot. His grip on the saber weakened. Unable to hold it with either hand, his combat ability dropped to the lowest point. Brother! Tears brimmed in Karina's eyes as she bent to support him, but Hendrik pushed her away, his eyes pleading. Run! Despair filled Karina's eyes. No? The Guido cackled. None of you can escape. It flashed beside Karina. Among the three, the one it refused to let go was the girl. Her scent was intoxicating. It must be very delicious. Grabbing her neck, seeing this, rage surged in Hendrik. Let her go. Unable to support himself with his arms, he bowed and used his knees to stand again. Impatient, the Guido aimed its spear at Hendrik's heart, sending a piercing beam. No! Karina screamed. That moment, a sword light suddenly struck from Hendrik's side. But its target was not Hendrik, but the Guido's spear beam. Both lights vanished upon collision. Hendrik's imminent death was averted. Who? Green flames flickered in the Guido's eyes. From the darkness, a figure emerged, walking into the moonlit area. Actually a Guido? Very impressive. Chapter 95. The power of the xuanhuan will sword. Very nice. The Ghost General froze at this, never having heard anyone associate Ghost General with very nice before. He was momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? What do they think I am? At that moment, Hendrik and Karina also looked toward their benefactor. Karina had initially hoped it was her second brother, Baron, returning. However, upon seeing the person, her eyes dimmed slightly. The focus of Fong's siblings and the Ghost General's gazes was Zachariah. He walked through the forest of steels, his mental strength at least tripled compared to before. His spiritual awareness covered a wider area. Cultivating the xuanhuan will sword became increasingly effortless. In this short period, he had already mastered its basics. The streak of sword light just now was his manifestation of the xuanhuan will sword. Just moments ago, he was still 10 miles away. His spiritual awareness detected what was happening here, and his spiritual irritability picked up their conversation. Every place his spiritual awareness could reach was within the range of his xuanhuan will sword. Therefore, from 10 miles away, he effortlessly used the xuanhuan will sword to resolve Hendrik's crisis. Saving him was just a gesture. It was because Hendrik was a man with righteousness and loyalty that Zachariah saved him. Thank you for saving me. Unable to lift his hands, Hendrik bowed deeply, and tears rolled down this tall, burly man's face. I beseech you to help save my sister. Though young-looking, Zachariah's prowess in that single stroke impressed Hendrik. With Zachariah's assistance, their chances of success would greatly increase. Zachariah shook his head, plunging Hendrik into despair. Brother, can't you? Hendrik thought Zachariah wouldn't help. After all, helping was an act of goodwill, not an obligation, so he couldn't demand anything from Zachariah. Zachariah said, You're in no state, don't risk it. I alone can handle him. Upon hearing this, both humans and the ghost were stunned. Hendrik hesitated. Truthfully, he feared Zachariah might be overly confident and impulsive. While Zachariah had demonstrated some skill, Karina was still in the Ghost General's grasp. Any mishandling could endanger his younger sister's life. He wanted to urge Zachariah to be cautious but reflected. What right did he have to say anything? If Zachariah hadn't intervened just now, he'd already be dead. And with him gone, Karina would surely meet a tragic end. In a sense, Zachariah had already saved them twice. At this moment, the Ghost General laughed. You alone can kill me? How amusing, truly amusing. Ignoring the mockery, Zachariah infused spiritual essence into the sword. In an instant, his figure flickered. The next moment, he appeared behind the Ghost General. He sheathed his sword. The move was quick, smooth, and elegantly executed. Looking back, the Ghost General seemed unable to comprehend Zachariah's actions. You gave up on killing me? It's done. As the words fell, the Ghost General's body began to split from the skull downwards. A straight line extended from head to toe. He tried to speak, but couldn't form a word. Feeling the grip around her neck loosen, Karina kicked the Ghost General, splitting him in two. Karina was startled. But once she realized, she understood. This wasn't her kicks doing. It was Zachariah's strike. But I didn't even see him move. Karina was profoundly shocked. Too fast, brother, just too fast. Hendrik also couldn't follow Zachariah's movements, so he lavished praise upon him. Yet Zachariah felt somewhat awkward. Who wants to hear someone comment on how fast they are? Hastily, Zachariah interrupted the praise. That sword wasn't fast due to sheer speed, but because he used the xuanhuan sword. Moreover, it was empowered by shadow kill technique, enhancing both power and speed. Thus, the bizarre and unpredictable effect. Due to underestimating Zachariah, when he acted, it was too late for the Ghost General to react. Now, the eerie green flames in the Ghost General's eyes slowly extinguished. They eventually disappeared completely, transforming into pure soul energy. Taking a deep breath, Zachariah absorbed the soul energy entirely. His mental strength surged again. Refreshing. Zachariah inwardly praised. One Ghost General was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of wandering souls. If only there were more of these, Zachariah thought wistfully, but that was wishful thinking. Ghost Generals aren't common as cabbage. How easy is it to encounter them? At this point, Hendrik and Karina approached. Hendrik offered all their Yin Yang vines harvested this time to Zachariah to thank him for saving their lives. But the Yin Yang vine currently belongs to my second brother, so please come with us to find him, and I will give all the vines to you as gratitude. Seeing Zachariah puzzled, Hendrik quickly explained the value of Yin Yang vines and mentioned the premium price people were willing to pay for them in town. Hendrik held nothing back to express his gratitude. However, Zachariah wasn't interested. All he wanted was to gather enough souls to obtain the night grave incense required for his sect mission. Yin Yang vines meant little to him, and money was trivial since he had the record of demons. Besides, finding the brothers would waste time. Wouldn't absorbing more soul energies be better? If he waited too long, souls would disappear, and night grave incense couldn't be collected. That sesame seed isn't worth losing the watermelon over. I won't go with you. I have things to do. Keep those, earned at such great peril. Though unaware of the details, Zachariah guessed they went through considerable effort to find the Yin Yang vines. Perhaps meeting the Ghost General was related to acquiring them. Seeing Hendrik's current state, Zachariah couldn't bear to take their last resource. Zachariah started to leave. Hendrik called out, "Big brother, your kindness is unforgettable. May I ask your name?" "A disciple of Mount Shu, Zachariah." After speaking, Zachariah turned and vanished into the darkness. So, a Mount Shu person, no wonder. Hendrik exhaled. The fame of Mount Shu was well known to them. Heard Mount Shu disciples are ranked, with the highest being red robe Gyosipals. Surely he is one of them. Translation maintained the paragraph structure, style, tone, and ensured coherence with previous content while ensuring natural English fluency. Chapter 96, Slaying the Enemy. The path down the mountain was as calm as when they came up. But Baron's heart was far from peaceful, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, making his steps heavy and labored. Despite the weight pressing on him like lead, he did not stop. There was a resolute determination to move forward despite carrying 1,000 pounds. I can't betray the efforts of elder brother and little sister. Baron thought this, his face twisting with emotion. Partly it was due to guilt. But on the other hand, there was a hidden excitement bubbling within him, and this excitement only intensified his sense of guilt. Deep inside, it felt like two little devils were fighting each other. How could I be such a person? Abandoning my siblings and escaping alone, even feeling proud of it? Don't be silly. You are who you are, and what's wrong with that? No one will control you anymore. The sky is high and the birds can fly freely. Just as Baron was caught in this internal struggle, two figures suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Baron was taken aback, but quickly reacted. They had malicious intent. He had run into bandits. These two people looked fierce, their eyes filled with venom, clearly long-time bandit cultivators who preyed on travelers. Baron immediately bellowed. Daring to rob me? Are you tired of living? No matter what, he couldn't lose his composure. If he lost his composure, he would only lose worse. The two bandit cultivators, hearing his sharp words, hesitated, unsure of his strength. A tall, thin man spoke first, coldly saying, "Since we've met, leave everything you have behind, and we might spare your life." Almost every bandit started the same way. But Baron wasn't naive. He wouldn't fall for their tricks. "Now, both of you roll down the mountain from in front of me, and I'll spare your lives too." Upon hearing this, the two bandit cultivators exchanged glances. They both broke into knowing smiles. "Elon, you're showing your fear, aren't you?" They grinned at Baron with eerie smiles. This kid was still too young. If he truly had skill, he should have attacked right away. But he told them to leave, which was obviously a sign of nervousness. In the next moment, they pounced on Baron like starving tigers rushing toward food. After taking a healing pill, Hendrik, under the protection of Karina, rapidly descended the mountain. Due to his severely injured arms, Hendrik was almost helpless, his combat ability reduced by at least 90%, relying solely on his little sister's protection. Luckily, the descent was unusually peaceful. On the way up, they encountered some strange occurrences. But now, descending the mountain was unobstructed, with no hindrance whatsoever. This surprised and puzzled the two of them. Feels like those things are gone. Those things naturally referred to the malevolent entities in Baifeng Mountain. Although Karina didn't say it aloud, she harbored some fear towards these entities. Thankfully, they hadn't encountered any trouble from them, a fortunate outcome amidst their misfortune. They thought they were just lucky. But how lucky were they really? It was simply because Zachariah had cleared all the spirits from the area. He had already traversed most of Baifeng Mountain. Wherever he went, those spirit entities dissipated, unable to harass passers-by. Wait. As they moved along, Hendrik suddenly stopped. Karina, about to ask why, heard a faint sound of battle coming from the right. She could vaguely hear cries of pain. "Someone is fighting," Karina whispered, her heart suddenly pounding with unease. A deep-seated anxiety stirred within her. This is the only way down the mountain. Could it be second brother? Worried lines appeared on Karina's face. Hearing this, Hendrik also became uneasy. At that moment, the sounds of battle abruptly stopped. Karina asked, "Elder brother, should we go check?" Without hesitation, considering that Baron was his brother and it was he who sent him away. Go carefully. Thus, Hendrik and Karina cautiously approached the source of the sounds. Moments later, they arrived at a clearing beside the mountain path. There, they witnessed a sight they would never forget. Baron lay in a pool of blood, his body cut in half. His eyes wide open, unseeing, unaccepting of death. Struck by this shocking sight, Karina staggered back, dizzy and overwhelmed. Hendrik quickly steadied her, and after several deep breaths, she regained her composure, tears welling in her eyes. Elder brother, second brother. Hendrik's forehead was etched with veins, his heart filled with pain and regret. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go alone. We should have faced life and death together as siblings. Tears streamed down Hendrik's face. Men don't cry easily unless they're deeply hurt. This isn't your fault, elder brother. Karina also felt guilty, as she had allowed Baron to leave alone. If she had insisted on staying with him to help elder brother, things might have turned out differently. Who killed my second brother? Hendrik roared in anguish. Meanwhile, far off, Zachariah's ears twitched, hearing Hendrik's roar. He paused, then heard more voices nearby. Huh, did you hear that? There's someone behind us. I heard it. Sounds like the Isaiah brother of the guy we just killed. He mentioned his second brother. Interesting. Isn't this a big fish delivering itself? That guy had a box of netherworld vine tendrils. Maybe his Isaiah brother has even better loot? Let's go settle this one too. With that, Zachariah only heard footsteps. Without much hesitation, Zachariah moved toward the direction of the voices. He knew the identity of these two. Clearly, they were bandit cultivators who robbed and killed. Most bandit cultivators were also evil cultivators. Zachariah wondered, if he killed these evil cultivators, how many rewards would the Demon Beast's Chronicle give him? In the Demon-Locking Pagoda, evil cultivators were imprisoned and recorded in the Demon Beast Chronicle. Therefore, if these two were evil cultivators, killing them was necessary. Hendrik's roar had barely faded when two sounds of breaking wind came closer. Two figures eventually appeared before him. Are you that guy's Isaiah brother? The tall, thin man sneered. Then he glanced at Karina beside Hendrik, speaking lightly, oh, there's a girl too, and she's quite pretty. Hendrik instantly recognized these two as the murderers of his second brother. The other man, with a pointed face like a monkey's, looked at Hendrik's hanging arms and sneered sharply. You had a way to heaven, but chose death. Your arms are useless, and you still dare to make a scene here. At this point, Hendrik realized his actions were indeed foolish. In the heat of emotion, he hadn't considered the reality of the situation. His combat ability was negligible, and Karina was the weakest among the three siblings. Even second brother couldn't escape these killers. How could they, with one nearly crippled and one the weakest, hope to avenge their brother? Hendrik took a step forward, shielding his sister, and whispered, find that brother. He might save your life. I beg you, leave this time, don't stay. Live on and remember what these two look like. Wait until you have achieved enough cultivation, then avenge your brothers. Hendrik noticed the lecherous look in the tall, thin man's eyes. He knew that if his sister stayed behind, nothing good would happen to her. The situation now was different from when they encountered the Ghost General. The Ghost General killed swiftly and cleanly, but these two were unpredictable. If his sister fell into their hands, she might be worse off than dead. When Karina heard her brother's words, it felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body. Losing both of her brothers in one day would be devastating for her, especially her eldest brother, whom she respected and depended on most. If he died, she wouldn't know how to live on. You don't need to find me. I've already arrived. At this moment, Zachariah's voice suddenly rang out. Ordinary words, but to Hendrik and Karina, it was like heavenly music. Hearing Zachariah's voice, they felt as if they had taken a tranquilizer. Brother, did you follow us the whole time? Zachariah's timely arrival surprised Hendrik. Karina was also amazed. She almost thought Zachariah had been secretly protecting them all along. But on second thought, it seemed impossible. What could Zachariah gain from them? When Hendrik offered him all the netherworld vine tendrils, Zachariah refused. So what else could he want? While Karina still had some confidence in her appearance, she wasn't vain enough to think Zachariah had taken a fancy to her. His gaze when he looked at her had been very calm, showing no ripples, not like the look someone gives someone they desire. So she didn't let her imagination run wild. As the two Fong siblings were momentarily distracted by Zachariah's arrival, the expressions on the faces of the two bandit cultivators suddenly became sharp. They couldn't gauge Zachariah's true strength, and the composed aura Zachariah exuded made them uncertain whether he was bluffing or truly confident. Do you really wish to meddle in this matter? The tall, thin man spoke first, his tone full of threat. Zachariah remained calm. He had secretly observed these two earlier. With his powerful divine sense, he could roughly determine their strength levels. Both were around the 9th level of the Profound Ying realm. Against such opponents, Zachariah felt quite confident. Note, Infant Profound Realm doesn't make much sense in English. I removed Ying to make it more fluent and natural in English. If you want to keep a literal translation, please let me know. Moreover, after activating his heaven-linking eyes, Zachariah saw black vapor emanating from the tops of their heads. Clearly, these two practiced demonic cultivation methods. This gave Zachariah even more reason not to let them go. Without answering, Zachariah showed his intentions through action, drawing his sword. In an instant, two divine will swords shot out. Before the sword left its scabbard, the two divine will swords were already in front of the enemies. Even though they were prepared, they never imagined Zachariah's attack would come so fast. It was practically incomprehensible and untraceable. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, they would have lost their lives. Zhong. Both managed to react at the limit, blocking Zachariah's initial attacks. However, Zachariah's second strike followed immediately, seamless and fluid. Xuanhuan's severance sword. Poochie. The pointy-faced man had no time to react or use any techniques before being instantly slain by Zachariah's sword. After killing him, Zachariah immediately activated his spirit-devouring body. The enemy's soul, just freed from its flesh, was instantly absorbed by Zachariah. It was a smooth process, making Zachariah seem like a professional hunter. The tall, thin man only just regained his senses as his partner was killed. His face turned pale with fear. What was that last sword strike? Hendrik and Karina were stunned too. That final move by Zachariah was even more terrifying than the sword technique he used against the Ghost General. That unstoppable, seemingly heaven-splitting strike was chilling and utterly indomitable. Even as bystanders, they could feel the shocking power of the blade. It was as if they faced not a mere beam of light, but a colossal sword descending from the sky, leaving no escape but death. How hopeless must the one who received that strike feel? You're from Shushan. The tall, thin man suddenly cried out, recognizing Zachariah from his sword strike. Zachariah didn't confirm or deny it. Why say more to the dead? Wait, I'll give you everything I have if you spare my life. If you refuse, I'll destroy my storage bag and you'll get nothing. The netherworld vine tendrils are on me. Again, it was about the netherworld vine tendrils. Zachariah was speechless. What they considered treasures were like grass to him. However, Zachariah seemed to hesitate briefly because of the man's words. Hendrik wanted to tell Zachariah to kill the man, but he knew he couldn't say it. The decision to kill or not was Zachariah's. Whether he wanted the man's possessions or not was also up to Zachariah. So Hendrik held back, even covering Karina's mouth when she tried to speak. He understood what she was thinking. She wanted Zachariah to kill the man to avenge Baron. Fine, hand over the items, and I'll let you go. Zachariah extended his hand. Without another word, the tall, thin man took a storage bag from his waist and approached Zachariah. Here. As he neared Zachariah, his hand suddenly transformed into a black dagger, stabbing straight for Zachariah's throat. Chapter 97. Assassination. An ambush at such close range. There was no time to react defensively at all. The lanky man instantly revealed a triumphant smile, as if he could already foresee Zachariah being instantly killed by him. As a bandit cultivator, one had to risk their life. His storage bag was his lifeline. How could he easily surrender his lifeline to others? However, when the blade on his arm touched Zachariah's skin, his expression suddenly changed. He did not hear the anticipated sound of the blade piercing flesh. Instead, he heard the clanging of metal. It was as if what he was cutting was not Zachariah's flesh and blood, but an impenetrable wall of copper and iron. Suddenly, his pupils dilated instantly. This was because he saw Zachariah's neck emitting a golden hue. Golden yellow. Indestructible golden body. The face of that bandit cultivator instantly turned ashen white with fear, almost losing his soul. Those who could cultivate the indestructible golden body were far rarer than those who reached the profound core realm. Many years ago, he had plundered another body cultivator who achieved the indestructible golden body. That person seemed unremarkable and had no aura of a powerhouse, yet it ended up being a hard nut to crack. At the time, it nearly caused his downfall, leading to a lingering psychological shadow whenever he encountered such cultivators. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the bandit's momentary shock, Zachariah snatched the storage bag from his hand. Without holding back, he landed a punch on the bandit's face, blasting off half of it. Ah! The bandit let out a tanjiao, and Zachariah didn't hesitate further. He drew his sword and sent him to the afterlife in one stroke. Note, tanjiao should be translated as agonized scream, or cry of pain, for better fluency in English. Revised. The bandit let out an agonized scream, and Zachariah didn't hesitate further. He drew his sword and sent him to the afterlife in one stroke. After beheading the opponent, Zachariah's heart stirred. A new page flipped open in the demon bestiary. This lanky man was named Bolivar, and he was an evil cultivator. As for the sharp-mouthed and monkey-cheeked man Zachariah had slain earlier, there was no reaction from the demon bestiary, clearly indicating no relation to demons or monsters. Having personally slain Bolivar, Zachariah gained an extra large amount of cultivation experience. In addition, he received 2 chances to draw legacy rewards. Indeed, there is a difference between this demon killing itself and being captured by others before being killed inside the demon locking tower. However, Zachariah didn't have too much attachment to this. He wouldn't favor roaming outside just because killing demons here had higher returns. After all, risk and reward coexisted. Higher returns outside came with higher risks. Outside, there was no protection from the array formations of the demon locking tower, nor any sect Isaiahs to rely on. Killing demons alone would eventually encounter bad luck. Like the 2 bandits who just died, they were cautionary tales, no matter how smoothly their previous plundering went. Meeting someone like Zachariah this time caused them to meet their downfall unexpectedly, and Zachariah couldn't guarantee he wouldn't encounter terrifying demons either. Once he met truly powerful demons, his current cultivation was still somewhat inadequate. Therefore, he maintained a good mindset. At this moment, the Fong siblings walked towards Zachariah. They exchanged glances and knelt down in front of Zachariah simultaneously. Zachariah was taken aback by the sudden deep bow, which indeed caught him off guard. You two don't need to do this. Zachariah hurriedly helped them up. Hendrik felt that serving Zachariah as an ox or a horse would not be too much, let alone merely expressing gratitude through kneeling. Brother Sue, you have saved my life and my sister's twice, and avenged my second brother's death. This kindness is like rebirth. Please accept my respects. Hendrik insisted on completing the bow before standing up. Zachariah was helpless. There's really no need for this. If you continue like this, I will leave. Upon hearing this, they quickly got up. Zachariah knew they were not in a good mood. Although Zachariah did not recognize Baron, he couldn't say bad things about him in front of Baron's Isaiah brother and sister. Based on basic human courtesy, Zachariah still comforted them, advising them to take it easy. Then, he searched Bolivar's storage bag and found a box, handing it over to Hendrik. Is this yours? Only this box looked like it could contain ginseng, making it reasonable for storing netherworld vines tendrils. Hendrik shook his head. This thing now belongs to you. Hendrik knew very well that without Zachariah, he would have lost his life, so how could he ask Zachariah for anything? Take it. From his reaction, Zachariah knew this was something precious to them. For Hendrik's character and temperament, Zachariah had a lot of respect. So, Zachariah kept to his previous promise. He wouldn't take what wasn't his. These things you risked your lives for, I don't need and have no reason to take. Seeing Zachariah wasn't joking around, Hendrik asked Karina to take the box. They needed this now indeed. After all, it was exchanged for their second brother's life. Despite wanting to smash the box on the ground fiercely at this moment, reality forced him to be rational and calm. Regardless, he at least still had his younger sister to look after. These netherworld vines could help alleviate their current predicament temporarily. Brother Su's great kindness, we truly don't know how to repay you? Hendrik wasn't the type to accept others' favors easily. He believed in repaying kindness and vengeance equally. No need, I didn't come here specifically for you. Zachariah spoke truthfully. He mainly targeted those two bandits. Saving them was merely incidental. But while Zachariah thought this way, Hendrik couldn't think this way. He wasn't the kind to forget favors, but he didn't know how to repay Zachariah. He and his sister had nothing particularly valuable. Knowing Zachariah didn't value money either, it made him even more perplexed on how to reciprocate. Brother Su, is there anything specific you need? I am familiar with this place and might be able to assist you. Hendrik took another angle, aiming to see if he could help Zachariah based on the purpose of his journey. Though he wasn't from this area, he had been to 8 Burial Mountain multiple times, gaining considerable experience. While Zachariah, being a disciple of Mount Shu, was likely visiting for the first time. Zachariah perked up upon hearing this. Indeed, he hadn't found the mission item Night Tomb Incense during his extensive exploration of the mountain, so Zachariah told Hendrik what he was looking for. Hendrik showed delight, excited to be able to help Zachariah. I know where the Night Tomb Incense is located. With that, Hendrik led Zachariah to a certain location within the valley. Hendrik pointed to a cave midway up a cliff and said, that cave contains a large tomb with Night Tomb Incense growing inside. However, it is often frequented by beast monsters, and Night Tomb Incense is highly attractive to them. Wherever beast monsters gather, Night Tomb Incense is bound to be present. We lack the capability to deal with the beasts inside, but Brother Su should have no problem. Seeing Hendrik so confident, Zachariah didn't say much. He directly flew into the cave. Karina frowned worriedly. Brother Su, will everything be alright? Hendrik shook his head, smiling bitterly, knowing this young lady was probably worried about Zachariah. He will be fine. Brother Su's abilities are far greater than we imagine. Just then, Zachariah came out empty-handed. Not inside. Hendrik was somewhat astonished. Zachariah returned so quickly that he assumed he didn't find the Night Tomb Incense. Thanks for leading me there. I already obtained it. Zachariah smiled. The item was already in his storage bag. That's wonderful. It went so smoothly. No beast monsters inside. There were indeed attacks, but I handled them all as soon as I entered, Zachariah said with a smile. Hendrik and Karina stood there speechless. This efficiency. Was it really that fast? Truly worthy of Brother Su. You act decisively. Zachariah chuckled. Although decisive action was close enough in meaning, as long as they didn't say you're so fast, they could still be friends. I'll escort you two down the mountain. I'm heading down as well. By now, dawn had arrived. The few lingering souls in 8 Burial Mountain would disappear with the sunlight. Zachariah had already obtained his mission item and saw no reason to stay any longer. He hadn't decided whether to return directly to the sect or wait another night. He'd think about it after catching some sleep during the day. One sleepless night left him feeling a bit drowsy. The Fong siblings readily agreed. With Zachariah by their side, their journey down the mountain was mostly smooth sailing. This time, they encountered no bandits. However, there was a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness, watching the three of them as they descended the mountain, especially Zachariah. So, you're here. The figure hiding in the shadows smiled slightly. After arriving safely at the foot of the mountain, Zachariah bade them farewell once again. This farewell might be the last time they'd ever meet. Zachariah himself felt no particular attachment, but Karina gazed at his departing back with a dreamy look in her eyes. Hendrik sighed helplessly at the sight. Their distance from Zachariah was like the heavens apart from earth. It was destined that his little sister couldn't become a Dao partner with him. In their minds, Zachariah was a core disciple of Mount Shu, one of its top geniuses, with limitless potential. A person like him, even if he were to seek a partner, would need someone as grand as a phoenix, not an ordinary sparrow. Cough. Hendrik coughed lightly, breaking Karina's unrealistic dreams. Yet, he couldn't bear to shatter her illusions nor see her unhappy. So he tried to console her. Little sister, although Brother Su has left, you might have a chance to see him again. Hearing this, Karina's eyes lit up. Can I really meet him again? Of course. Hendrik said confidently. Big Brother will definitely help you become a Mount Shu disciple. Then you'll have a chance to meet him. Karina's eyes sparkled. Become a Mount Shu disciple? Can I really do that? Leave it to Big Brother. I'll give it my all to help you. Though he made this promise, Hendrik himself wasn't sure. Becoming a Mount Shu disciple was far from easy, but time would tell. Letting her feel happy for the moment was fine. Maybe she'd forget all about it later if he didn't bring it up. Zachariah was unaware that someone had resolved to become a Mount Shu disciple just to catch a glimpse of him. If he knew, he would surely tell her that it wasn't necessary. Even as a Mount Shu disciple, meeting him would be rare. As an enforcer of the demon locking tower, he rarely ventured outside and spent most of his time within the tower. Moreover, Zachariah had no feelings for her. So, if he knew about her thoughts, he would certainly try to stop them immediately. The first ray of dawn fell on Zachariah's face as he arrived in town. He found a nearby inn to rest. Lying on the bed, he first extracted all the cultivation experience from slaying Bolivar, 3 million points. 3 million points of cultivation experience. Upon extracting it all, his power instantly surged from the 6th level of core formation realm to the 9th level, just one step away from the profound core realm. I didn't expect to gain so much from this trip, Zachariah thought. Not only did his spirit force increase tenfold, but his cultivation also reached the threshold of the profound core realm. It was more than worthwhile. Next, he extracted the remaining 2 legacy rewards. But these didn't particularly excite Zachariah, a mind technique and a body movement technique. Body movement techniques were standard for bandit cultivators, and Zachariah had seen and refined quite a few already. This one wasn't particularly outstanding. Without much hesitation, Zachariah refined this technique into skill proficiency experience and body attribute experience. The mind technique was called transformation magic skill. According to the description, when mastered, it allowed one to transform their body into weapons. For instance, turning a hand into a blade. And not just a blade, but various types like spear, stick, and staff. Such transformations were indeed surprising. If Zachariah hadn't had the invincible golden body, being ambushed like that would likely have ended in death. However, this mind technique was too bizarre and clearly considered an evil practice. So Zachariah wouldn't cultivate it. Refining it gave him new experience, mind technique proficiency experience. This gave Zachariah a pleasant surprise. Mind technique proficiency experience was something he had never gained before. Could this mean his sword heart technique could be further enhanced? Without delay, Zachariah poured all the mind technique proficiency experience into his sword heart technique. Unfortunately, even after injecting all the experience, his sword heart technique still didn't break through. Just a bit more. Zachariah shook his head. Enhancing sword heart technique wasn't that simple. Drowsiness crept over him. Zachariah closed his eyes and lay down without thinking much further. He wasn't sure how long he slept when he suddenly awoke sharply. Traveling outside, he couldn't afford to sleep soundly. His divine sense remained vigilant, sensing any movements inside and outside the room. Suddenly, he felt a strong killing intent right outside his door. Chapter 98 Exposure. Who's there? Zachariah instantly entered a state of high alert. He had only sensed the murderous intent, but could not perceive the assailant's exact appearance with his divine sense. His divine sense detected that the area outside the door was shrouded in a mist, making it impossible to discern what lay hidden within. This meant that whether in terms of divine sense or cultivation, the opponent was far stronger than Zachariah. In the next moment, the room's door was smashed open. As soon as this happened, Zachariah immediately leaped out of the window and fled. He didn't even care who the attacker was because he knew whoever came wasn't friendly and possessed much higher strength. Fleeing at this moment was the best choice. Just as Zachariah jumped out the window, a hand almost grabbed him. The opponent, upon seeing Zachariah escape, slightly narrowed his eyes. Fascinating. So you really aren't dead. But can you truly escape? In the next moment, the figure vanished from the window. Zachariah pushed his speed to its limit while rapidly considering all possibilities, trying to guess the identity of the enemy. Could it be those 2 tribulation cultivators' accomplices? Thinking that he hadn't offended many people and had merely killed 2 tribulation cultivators on this trip, Zachariah concluded that the most likely person to want to kill him would be someone connected to those 2. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zachariah did not forget to conceal his form. Even after using the conceal aura and shape skill, he continued to flee forward without stopping. However, to his dismay, he realized that despite using the conceal aura and shape skill, he still couldn't shake off the pursuer. He felt an aura consistently locked onto him. The conceal aura and shape skill could block divine sense perception. However, this person's cultivation was too powerful, perhaps having methods of locking onto him that Zachariah couldn't comprehend. This made Zachariah realize that the conceal aura and shape skill wasn't infallible. Suddenly sensing danger, Zachariah felt all the hair on his body stand up. He braked sharply and retreated swiftly. In the next moment, a figure appeared 3 feet ahead where he had just stopped. The opponent punched the ground, the shockwave disrupting Zachariah's conceal aura and shape technique. Upon focusing, Zachariah's pupils contracted violently. It was none other than Atman, the sect master of the Joyful Union Sect. Zachariah's heart sank. Kid, you've really surprised me. I never expected to find such a formidable individual like you hidden within the Amay sect. Atman looked at Zachariah with complex eyes. Ever since discovering that the fatal wound on the Alita was caused by the cave emptiness finger, Atman suspected Zachariah hadn't died. Knowing of some methods to transfer fatal injuries, he suspected that Zachariah had transferred his injury to the Alita. The Alita was imprisoned in the demon-locking pagoda, and Zachariah was wearing the enforcer's uniform of the pagoda. It was plausible, but Atman could only suspect, not prove it. He sent skilled disciples to watch near Amay sect's entrance, hoping they might catch Zachariah leaving one day. To his delight, they finally did. Atman approached Zachariah with boiling murderous intent. Do you know how important Abby was to me? All my plans were ruined by you. Despite his burning desire to kill Zachariah, Atman advanced step by step, enveloping Zachariah in a terrifying pressure that immobilized him. This is the power of a true expert, Zachariah thought, realizing he had no means to retaliate against an expert like the sect master of Joyful Union Sect. His realm must have already reached transformation of God's realm, Zachariah mused, his heart pounding. Thinking furiously about possible ways to break the deadlock, he found none. A desperate situation indeed. Zachariah began regretting his actions. Should he have left the sect in the first place? Despite being immobile, Zachariah's divine will remained unbound, surging powerfully. Seeing Atman approach within 7 feet, Zachariah's eyes gleamed sharply. Xuanhuan will sword. Enhanced by shadow killing technique, the xuanhuan will sword pierced Atman's skull, directly striking his soul. Facing such a strong opponent, Zachariah dared not hold back, channeling almost all his mental energy into this single strike. Caught off guard, even Atman's soul suffered from the intense pain, losing focus momentarily. The training of the soul was far more challenging than the physical body, thus weaker. Zachariah's sudden spike in mental energy, fueled by devouring nearly an entire mountain of souls, made this attack effective. Atman grunted in pain as Zachariah felt the pressure around him lessen. Indeed, the damage to Atman's spirit made it impossible for him to maintain the oppressive aura. Zachariah seized this opportunity to prepare a daring move. Finish him while he was vulnerable. Wasn't the god-slaying sword learned for moments like this? Zachariah poured all his spiritual essence into this final strike, going all in this critical moment. This translation adheres to the guidelines. It's in English only, maintains pinyin names accurately, preserves the original tone and style, ensures natural flow and grammar, and aligns logically with the previous content while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. He aimed for Atman's neck, assuming the posture of a mortal slaying a deity, and slashed down with his sword. This slash, he poured everything he had into it, because he knew there wouldn't be a second chance. Thus, he swung his sword down with the resolve that it would either be his death or his opponent's. In an instant, Atman felt a chill pass over his neck, as if it were being electrified. This was his body's instinctive reaction to sensing imminent danger. This sensation told him that if he didn't take any defensive measures, disaster would strike. This sense of impending crisis made Atman's heart tremble. He couldn't believe it. A mere disciple of Mount Shu could actually instill in him a sense of danger? Who are you underestimating? At this moment, Atman instantly flew into a rage. After all, he was still the sect master of the Blissful Union Sect. How dared a mere Mount Shu disciple attempt to fight him to the death? In a flash, Atman waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy like a bolt of lightning, instantly submerging Zachariah's sword strike. It seemed as if invisible waves surged through the heavens and earth. The wind howled fiercely, toppling trees. Moments later, the gale ceased, leaves covered the ground. Zachariah's slashing streak of light had been neutralized by Atman. The disparity in strength is still too great. This strike of Zachariah's, even a heavenly human realm powerhouse would undoubtedly have perished. If Atman hadn't reacted in time, Zachariah believed he could have inflicted a severe blow, but against a prepared Atman, all these hopes were just illusions, unrealistic. Zachariah couldn't help but feel a pang of despair. Now, his internal spiritual essence was depleted, his mind exhausted, and he truly lacked the strength to continue fighting. His peak self could not have dealt with the opponent, let alone now, when his strength was nearly spent. There was no hope. Could it be that I really die here today? At this moment, Atman's gaze towards him was completely different from before. After his anger subsided, he calmed down, starting to reassess Zachariah anew. Genius, simply an unrivaled genius. Seeing Zachariah's various moves, Atman finally realized the astonishing talent that Zachariah possessed. Such talent, in any sect, would be treated like a crown prince, nurtured with unlimited resources. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. You're very useful. Join my Blissful Union Sect and serve me. I will make you the Saint's son, second only to me and above 10,000 others. Blissful Union Sect had never had male disciples enjoy such high status and benefits. Even in the past, he himself had only become a personal disciple. Saint's son? That was unheard of. But he was willing to make an exception for Zachariah, as long as Zachariah agreed to join under his tutelage. Of course, Zachariah only had one choice, agree or die. Atman would never let such a world-class genius return to Mount Shu. If he were to let him go, it wouldn't be letting a tiger back into the mountains. It would be releasing a dragon into the depths. Upon hearing Atman's words, Zachariah hesitated for a moment. Refusing meant certain death. Agreeing could save his life, and he'd likely enjoy considerable favor. But he would lose his freedom, bound forever by Atman, and without the locked demon pagoda to easily slay demons and enhance his strength. His power wouldn't rise as rapidly as before. When Atman realized his power wasn't increasing fast enough, he might even decide to kill him out of frustration. So, this path was also a dead end for Zachariah. But at least it was a slightly longer dead end, temporarily preserving his life. For Zachariah, facing life and death at this critical juncture, this was still important. Just as Zachariah was about to speak, suddenly, an Isaiah voice rang out. He is a disciple of Mount Shu, Sect Master Een, so forget about it. Hearing this voice, Zachariah's heart shook. Anwar. Zachariah abruptly turned to look. Beside him, an oval mirror-like portal suddenly appeared, and a figure stepped out of it. It was Anwar. Seeing Anwar, Zachariah felt a significant calmness descend upon his heart. But Atman's expression turned extremely grim. Anwar, the old dog? Anwar, upon being called thus, looked displeased. Don't push your luck. Calling you Sect Master Een shows respect. Don't be ungrateful. Atman sneered coldly but stopped calling him old dog. Jayad, you come alone to die? Anwar snorted coldly. To deal with you, I alone am sufficient. With that, he glanced back at Zachariah. His expression was rather complex. It wasn't easy to force out your true abilities. The demons killed in Elon's interrogation room were indeed by your hand. At this moment, Zachariah could only bitterly smile. Anwar must have left something on him to track him. Every move Zachariah had made was likely known to him already. Zachariah recalled Anwar patting his shoulder before he left the sect. Probably then, he had left some sort of marker within his body. That was how Anwar managed to find and appear before him so promptly. Actually, Anwar's intention was to ensure Zachariah's safety. Unable to persuade Zachariah to stay within the sect, Anwar could only use this method to look after him better. Primarily for Zachariah's protection. Secondarily, he wanted to see if Zachariah was hiding anything. And now, the truth was revealed. Anwar had already discovered. Zachariah not only hid a trump card, but too many hidden cards. This translation adheres to the guidelines provided. It is solely in English, uses pinyin names accurately, maintains the original tone and style, ensures natural flow and grammar, and aligns logically with previous content while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 99. Sudden Changes. Anwar was filled with mixed emotions. This time, If he hadn't left a divine sense on Zachariah, he wouldn't have known the entire truth. Initially, it was merely for protecting Zachariah that he left this divine sense. It could perceive external threats and relay them to Anwar. When Atman exerted pressure on Zachariah, Anwar had already sensed it simultaneously and used the space-dodging talisman to traverse 10,000 miles of void and arrive here. That is to say, he had already arrived long ago. But to see what cards Zachariah truly held, he did not appear immediately, and because of his decision, he witnessed Zachariah's true face. Finally, seeing almost all of Zachariah's hidden strengths fulfilled his wish, but his feelings were very complicated. On one hand, Zachariah's talent in swordsmanship was simply breathtaking, defying reason. Naturally, this made him exceedingly happy, but on the other hand, beyond achievements in swordsmanship, Zachariah had other aces up his sleeve. Where did these methods come from? This was something that puzzled Anwar and vaguely unsettled him. But these questions couldn't be answered now. He would wait until matters were settled before questioning Zachariah thoroughly. Now that Zachariah's secrets had been fully uncovered, trying to deny them further was impossible. You go back to the sect first. Rest assured, I'll keep your secrets, said Anwar while reassuring Zachariah to leave. He was still somewhat worried that Zachariah might choose not to return to the sect due to the secrecy issue. Such a possibility existed. So Anwar reassured him immediately to prevent Zachariah from defecting. Zachariah had no other choice. Staying there longer made no sense. With his current strength, he couldn't help much. He might even become a burden. This level of combat was beyond his involvement. He hadn't thought about defecting either. The cost of such an act was too high. Since Anwar promised to keep his secrets, he decided to trust him. Without hesitation, Zachariah turned and left. But how could Atman let him go easily? Stop! Atman moved to chase, but Anwar coldly snorted, unsheathed Qiyong, and slashed with a single sword strike. Atman became enraged. You're courting death. Their attacks clashed violently, almost shaking the earth. Zachariah knew he wasn't a match for the sect master of the Happy Union Sect yet, so he dared not linger. Though he trusted Anwar and believed he had a chance to win, Zachariah's presence on site would distract and influence Anwar's performance. Worrying about Zachariah's safety would make him divided in a battle between experts, a grave mistake. Therefore, after Anwar told him to leave, Zachariah didn't hesitate to depart. However, after traveling nearly 100 miles away from their combat zone, he suddenly felt someone following him again. Instantly, his intuition led to the most accurate reaction. He immediately used the concealment technique. Originally, he planned to return directly to the sect, but now, it seemed returning wouldn't be as simple as he thought. Anwar came alone, but the sect master of the Happy Union Sect might not be alone. Events proved Zachariah's guess correct. More than just the sect master came from the Happy Union Sect. Deputy Sect Master Kira also arrived. However, she received the message when she wasn't at the sect, and she was farther from 8 Graves Mountain, taking her longer to get here. Atman originally thought he was enough, and didn't ask her to follow. Yet, she insisted, wanting to support him despite Atman not treating her differently. Just moments ago, she messaged the sect master asking about progress, and was instructed to catch Zachariah and given directions. Thus, after full-speed pursuit, she faintly saw Zachariah's silhouette. Delighted, she noticed Zachariah's remarkable agility but realized hers, being a deity realm cultivator, was superior. Seeing the distance rapidly closing, she felt uncontrollably excited. Capturing Zachariah would undoubtedly be a great achievement. Her importance in the sect master's eyes would significantly increase. However, Zachariah suddenly vanished into the forest and disappeared from sight. Not only from her vision, but from her spiritual perception too. This guy has a method to conceal his trail. Kira expanded her spiritual senses to the maximum range and intensity. Vaguely sensing some traces, apparently Zachariah was heading deeper into 8 Graves Mountain. Just you wait, I'll catch you. Determined, Kira swiftly chased after the traces. From this point, one could see the gap between her and Atman. If Atman had arrived, he would have instantly perceived Zachariah's escape route without hesitation. Sect Master, rest assured, I will capture this person for you. Kira was quite confident at this moment. In concealed form, Zachariah rushed deep into 8 Graves Mountain. Given his poor condition, only 8 Graves Mountain could save him now. Some souls still existed here, providing him additional strength against enemies. But to gain true power against foes, these low-level ghosts weren't sufficient. What Zachariah yearned for were the 8 sealed tombs. 8 sages' graves must contain their spirits. Using their power, he might stand a chance against the enemy. His heart raced as he hurriedly took an essence pill given by Jenna. Otherwise, depleted internal essence would make even moving difficult. That guy is still following me. Despite running swiftly in concealment, he couldn't fully shake off the tracker, though the tracker wasn't precisely locking onto him. The distance was mere kilometers. If Zachariah exposed himself, he'd be caught immediately. Soon, Zachariah found the entrance to the 8 great tombs sealed by an array. To prevent intentional destruction, these tombs reportedly contained no valuable burial goods. To deter crazy cultivators from tomb raiding, I can't wait here. Perceiving the array's strength, he doubted if he could breach it under any circumstance. More importantly, he lacked the opportunity to do so. Any move would expose him, leaving no hiding place. Even if he breached the array and entered the tombs, unfamiliar with the layout and situation, plus pursuing enemies, things would be dire. Hence, Zachariah discarded the idea. Who could break the array instead? An idea struck him. He turned, leading the enemy in circles within the mountains. He waited for nightfall, his advantage. Meanwhile, Kira grew increasingly anxious in pursuit. Each time, she felt close to capturing Zachariah, but the sensation vanished. It was as if, when fishing, you clearly saw fish bubbling at the water's surface, but every cast of the net missed. This feeling was truly infuriating. She felt like she was being toyed with. Don't let me catch you, or I'll flay you alive first. Kira hated Zachariah to the core. Xuanhuan's death was because of Zachariah, nearly making her carry the blame. And now he was leading her on a wild goose chase through 8 Graves Mountain. This couldn't be tolerated. But just as Kira grew increasingly irritated, dusk slowly turned into night. The sun set, night fell, and the starry sky offered no light. Zachariah found it far more convenient to move in the darkness compared to daylight. The plan begins, he silently recited. So, as he passed by the tomb gates, he slipped several night grave incenses into the door cracks. The strange fragrance emitted by the night grave incense had an immense allure to many beasts. Zachariah wanted to use this to lure beasts to ram the tomb gates and disrupt the restriction arrays. He didn't expect or hope for the beasts to completely destroy the restriction array. He only needed a momentary lapse in the restriction. Once the array wavered, he could take advantage of the opportunity to slip into the tombs. Soon after Zachariah secretly planted the incense, the beasts in the mountains, smelling the fragrance, started moving erratically. In moments, beasts of all sizes rushed toward the 8 virtuous tombs in hordes, almost forming a considerable beast tide. This time, Zachariah was already 3 kilometers away from the tomb. The commotion caused by the beast tide, hitting the tomb gate quickly alarmed Kira. She, having been led on a chase and wasted much effort and willpower due to Zachariah, had her patience wearing thin. Moreover, she had just lost perception of Zachariah. Upon hearing the chaos of the beast tide, she hurriedly turned back toward the tombs. Seeing this, Zachariah, still invisible, smiled slightly. Half of his chance had succeeded. Next, I just need to lead the beast tide back. Zachariah worried that the beast would smash the doors, which wouldn't be good for him staying inside. Additionally, to prevent Kira from knowing he had entered the 8 virtuous tombs, he had to draw her back. This was his 2-pronged strategy. Thus, Zachariah placed more night grave incense in a rocky crevice. From this trip to 8 Graves Mountain, he had harvested a lot of night grave incense. Even after using some to lure the beasts, there were still plenty left for his mission. Having placed most of the incense, Zachariah began waiting. The wait wasn't too long. Rumble. The ground beneath Zachariah started shaking. They're here. As the beast tide rushed over, Zachariah quickly took a detour back to the 8 virtuous tomb. Earlier, Kira had just reached the tomb entrance but hadn't seen any sign of Zachariah. Just as she felt puzzled, the beast tide collectively changed direction and rushed off again. Kira was bewildered, not understanding the situation. What was going on with these beasts? She suddenly felt like she was being toyed with, but she had no choice but to chase them, because she sensed a faint trace of Zachariah, heading in the same direction as the beast tide. Not chasing might mean losing a crucial chance to catch Zachariah, so Kira had no choice but to run again. That faint trace, of course, was intentionally released by Zachariah. A feint, to lure Kira, while he sneaked back himself, to come in under the cover of night. Zachariah returned to the entrance of the 8 virtuous tomb. The array has indeed loosened, but it's also repairing itself. This array actually absorbed natural energy to repair itself. Daring not to waste time further, Zachariah pushed open the gate a crack against the array's pressure, slipping inside. Only his imperishable golden body allowed him to bear the restriction while pushing the gate. An ordinary person doing this would have been crushed and flung away. Of course, it was only because the array had loosened that Zachariah managed this step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared get close to the gate. Entering the tomb, Zachariah restored the gate to its original position. For now, he had no plans to leave, so he ignored that problem and sought refuge inside. When Zachariah closed the gate entirely, his connection with the outside world was severed. This perception blocking effect, combined with his concealment technique, basically made him vanish without a trace. Unless someone guessed he was inside, no one would find him. Zachariah took a deep breath. Sitting down randomly, after catching his breath, he carefully examined the interior structure of the tomb. Despite the night, luminous pearls lit up the enclosed tomb, bright as day. The tomb was large, with 8 graves arranged in a ring, located in the center of the tomb. Step by step, Zachariah walked toward the center, simultaneously activating his ghost-piercing eyes. Scanning around, however, to his surprise, he saw not a single soul in this entire tomb. At this moment, concern welled up within Zachariah. Could it be they didn't die here? Is this just a fake grave? A fake grave used to deceive the public. If it were a decoy grave, then the souls of the 8 virtuous wouldn't be here. Zachariah's heart sank. If so, then hiding here would merely be temporary shelter, offering little meaning. For a moment, Zachariah sighed helplessly. Had he calculated everything, only to miss that the descendants of the 8 virtuous had built a fake grave here? However, soon after, this thought wavered, because he noticed a clue on the tombstones. Chapter 100, The Tragedy of the 8 Virtuosos. Kira stared blankly at a group of demonic beasts fighting over several night grave incenses, her face contorted as if she had eaten a fly. Did I just get tricked? Kira felt both humiliated and frustrated. She could no longer sense Zachariah's presence at all. Clearly, she had been toyed with by a mere disciple from Shushan. Where did that guy go? Kira was startled and enraged. If she hadn't come on this trip, it would have been better. Now that she was here, she had to achieve something. If Zachariah managed to escape, the sect leader would be furious with her. He can't have gone far. Even if I turn the entire mountain upside down, I'll find you. Standing on the ground, Kira slapped the earth, her eyes turning red instantly. At this moment, the entire 8 Grave Mountain was enveloped in a layer of red barrier. Those attempting to leave saw the sudden appearance of the red barrier and exhibited various expressions of shock and suspicion. What's going on with this barrier? Is someone trapping us here? Damn, who's the arrogant one doing this? Soon, the first brave ones chose to directly attack the barrier to get out of the mountain. Their attacks were repelled, almost killing them instantly. After those trying to break through the barrier suffered head wounds and bloody noses, no one dared to try again. Among these people were some astute observers who identified the source of the barrier. This is the shield produced by an ultimate-grade magical tool called Blood Wheel Heavenly Light. The person using this tool must be at least as strong as a Xuanhuan realm expert to cover the entire 8-grave mountain. Why would such a powerhouse trap us here? Won't he refine us or something? No, I don't even have a partner yet. More and more people began feeling inexplicable anxiety due to being trapped in 8-grave mountain. Of course, their concerns were unnecessary, because Kira, who created the barrier, wasn't targeting them at all. She only wanted to trap Zachariah. As long as she confined Zachariah tightly, he would be a sitting duck and would eventually fall into her hands. After doing all that, she started searching for Zachariah's traces in the mountain. At this time, Zachariah was in the tomb of the 8 virtuosos, looking at the tombstones as if in a trance. Mystical runes were carved on the tombstones, emitting a golden glow under the moonlight. Zachariah found it strange. If this were a decoy tomb, why carve golden runes on the tombstones? Zachariah's gaze scanned the 8 tombstones but couldn't decipher any of the golden runes. What did these runes mean? Could they be some unknown language? After watching for a while, Zachariah gave up helplessly. But just as he was about to walk away, an idea struck him. He used his divine soul to perceive the text on the tombstones. Instantly, his consciousness seemed to be pulled into another world. In this world, he saw a blood-red sky. Beneath the blood-red sky, a battlefield dyed crimson stretched out. Crowds of people were fighting in the crowded battlefield. The light of duels flashed continuously as lives were extinguished one after another. In the air, Zachariah saw 8 luminous figures, bathed in golden light like celestial warriors. They were locked in battle with formidable enemies. Who are their enemies? Zachariah couldn't see the enemies' faces clearly. They were covered in shadows, resembling people wrapped in black cloaks. Their bodies exuded an alarming aura of malevolence, making them seem utterly evil. These guys didn't look like demons or monsters. Zachariah had dealt with plenty and could tell that they weren't giving off demonic energy. Yet, their aura was different from ordinary cultivators or evil practitioners. The malevolent aura around them differed from what an evil cultivator would develop through cultivation. Without results, Zachariah continued to watch. The 8 virtuous figures faced off against a single enemy. This enemy emitted malevolence that pierced the heavens and earth, terrifying beyond imagination. For 3 days and nights, this cataclysmic battle raged on as day turned to night and vice versa. The situation for the side of the 8 virtuosos was not optimistic. By the dawn of the 4th day, their remaining numbers had drastically dwindled, revealing a bleak outcome. But the 8 virtuosos sacrificed themselves to turn the tide of battle. Through self-sacrifice, they combined their powers in a ritualistic sacrifice, delivering a devastating blow to the strongest enemy. The enemy's leader, suffering from this attack, was gravely injured. The injury posed a serious threat to his life. With no choice, he raised his arm. He led the remnants of his forces to retreat. The defense battle ultimately ended in victory for the side of the 8 virtuosos. But the cost of this victory was heavy. All 8 guardians perished. The countless deaths of other fighters large and small added to the great toll of the battle. It wasn't even a complete victory. They didn't annihilate the enemy completely. The enemies fled with remnants, their whereabouts unknown. When they might return was uncertain. However, that was something for future generations to deal with. The 8 virtuosos had now found eternal rest here, though the duration of the battle spanned a considerable amount of time. Seeing the entire battle unfold took much less time for Zachariah. Time flowed differently in the spiritual realm compared to the outside world. 3 days and nights in the spiritual realm might pass in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick in reality. After imprinting those scenes in his mind, Zachariah suddenly felt his consciousness go dark. Next moment, the appearances of the 8 virtuosos appeared in Zachariah's spiritual realm. It was as if they were standing right before him. They gazed at Zachariah intently with scrutinizing looks. Despite being watched by so many ghostly-like gazes, Zachariah remained expressionless. Moments later, someone spoke in Zachariah's spiritual realm. How many years have passed? Finally, someone has come here and seen everything we experienced in our lifetimes. Pity it's just a kid. He won't be of much use, probably got lucky and sneaked in. Young heroes arise in every generation. Don't underestimate the young. I think this young man has great potential. The speaker was a woman with almond-shaped eyes and a charming appearance. Every good-looking man to you has great potential, another man said jealously. Enough, stop talking so much. You're scaring him. Little brother, scared? Don't be tense. We're just old fellows who are no longer alive and won't harm you. They thought Zachariah was standing there dumbfounded because he had been frightened. But Zachariah surprised everyone, slightly lifting the corners of his mouth, then respectfully addressing them. Greetings to all venerable predecessors. Your junior intrudes here and seeks assistance because of some difficulties, hoping the 8 predecessors won't withhold their help. Upon hearing this, the 8 virtuosos were astonished by Zachariah's composure. This young man has excellent mental resilience. How many of his age could remain as calm when encountering them in the spiritual realm? Since you've come here, it must be destiny. If you need help, feel free to say so. One of the virtuosos was warm-hearted. Since Zachariah asked, he willingly offered assistance. Whatever he could help with, he would do his best. However, some expressed pessimism. We are just 8 lonely spirits. How can we assist you? After paying respects to each of the 8 in the spiritual realm, Zachariah said, I want to borrow the souls of the 8 predecessors. The instant Zachariah spoke, the 8 virtuosos were shocked instantly. Borrow our souls? Do you even know what you're saying? Now we are only left with our souls, and you want to borrow them. You have quite the appetite. Young in age but big in talk. Of course, there were also those whose attitudes weren't so radical. One smiled and said, what do you mean by borrow, exactly? He couldn't figure out how Zachariah intended to borrow their souls. Zachariah smiled wryly. Borrowing is just a euphemism. Actually, I intend to absorb the souls of each of you predecessors. I have a technique that allows me to enhance my divine soul through the absorption of souls. These words had the effect of a bomb being dropped. Even the sage who had been smiling at Zachariah was completely stunned. You are too arrogant and audacious. This method of yours doesn't seem to come from an orthodox source. What is your background? Could it be that you are a demon? The 8 sages all began to rebuke Zachariah. It was only natural. After all, no one would laugh and say go ahead upon hearing someone wanted to absorb their soul. I am not a practitioner of the demonic or evil path. I just have some special opportunities. I come from the prestigious Shu Mountain Sect. Zachariah invoked the name of Shu Mountain Sect. However, the expressions on the faces of these 8 sages were filled with confusion. The Shu Mountain Sect? Which sect is that? We haven't heard of it. Are you sure it's a prestigious sect? None of the 8 sages recognized the Shu Mountain Sect. This situation was somewhat unexpected for Zachariah. Could it be that when these 8 sages were famous, the Shu Mountain Sect was still an unknown small sect, not yet well known? Or perhaps the Shu Mountain Sect had not even been established yet. If that were the case, then these sages must belong to a much earlier era. Zachariah continued to explain. I am currently facing a major crisis. Outside, there's a powerful cultivator chasing me. In terms of cultivation level, I'm far inferior and cannot match her at all. There's no way for me to quickly improve my cultivation within a short period. However, my divine soul is not weak. At present, the only way for me to compete with her is to use a secret technique to absorb soul bodies and try to strengthen my divine soul. Zachariah could force his will on them, but out of respect for these predecessors, he squashed the idea of acting rashly. After Zachariah finished speaking, the 8 sages fell silent. They had initially thought Zachariah needed a small favor that they could easily fulfill. Who would have thought Zachariah wanted to extinguish the last traces of their will in this world? Such an outrageous request. Who could easily part with their souls? One must admit, your request is quite absurd. One sage began shaking his head. Another sage continued. Even if we were willing to help you, what about us? What would we get out of it? One sentence summed up what all 8 sages were thinking. You absorb us and benefit from it, but what happens to us? Are we supposed to vanish completely? Zachariah paused for a moment before replying, I will inherit the will of each of you predecessors and fulfill any unfulfilled wishes you may have. Upon hearing this, the 8 sages fell silent once again. Had they been breathing, their breaths would have quickened. With this one sentence, Zachariah struck right at their pain points. Indeed, they had regrets and unfulfilled wishes in life. Specifically, they did not manage to completely kill the enemy leader during that battle, allowing him to escape. The enemy escaping meant there was always a possibility of a resurgence. The nation they protected no longer had their guardians. Who knew if the future generations could resist another attack? Seeing their silence, Zachariah continued. As far as I can tell, the souls of the 8 predecessors cannot leave here, correct? To be precise, due to certain reasons, their souls couldn't even leave those 8 tombstones. That's why Zachariah didn't see them when he entered. You're very perceptive, that's correct. None of the 8 sages denied this point. After death, they refused to leave this land or enter reincarnation. Their souls too damaged from the sacrifice ritual to cultivate further. They could only linger in the tombstone that nourished their souls, barely surviving. But even so, they did not wish for their last traces in this world to disappear. We indeed have regrets, but you cannot fulfill them. You saw our past battles. You should understand how powerful our enemies were. You are young. As you grow stronger, so do they. When they return, they will be at an even higher peak. You won't be able to defeat them, and thus, you can't fulfill our wishes. These words echoed the sentiments of the others. It wasn't that they looked down on Zachariah. The enemy was already a rare peak force in this world long ago. After centuries of rest, they would return as even greater peaks. Even if Zachariah was an unprecedented genius, he lacked the time to catch up. The difference isn't in talent or effort, it's time. Facing the doubts of the 8 sages, Zachariah seriously said, Forgive my bluntness, predecessors, but staying here won't accomplish anything. When the enemy returns, you'll only watch as everything turns to ashes. If so, why not take a gamble? Just bet on me that I can obliterate them. Chapter 101. The Final Decision. When Zachariah spoke, the 8 virtuous souls fell silent. Some began to shake their heads. It's understandable for a young man to be a bit sharp, but how dare you say you can crush them? Do you know who they are? Zachariah naturally did not know. At this moment, another great virtuous soul spoke up. Their strength surpasses your imagination. To be honest with you, they are from an alien world, an evil race. Moreover, that is not even all of the evil race from the other realm. The group we encountered is largely just one of their vanguard squads. This was the first time Zachariah had heard the term alien evil race, but he was still not afraid. I don't know what evil race means, but I can slay gods if necessary. Why would it matter if they were merely an evil race? In this statement, Zachariah revealed ample confidence. However, in the eyes of the 8 virtuous, it was arrogance. They believed Zachariah was merely spouting nonsense to resolve his current predicament. After all, there was no punishment for boasting. Respected seniors, I understand it's normal you wouldn't trust me upon our first meeting, but I still wish to prove myself. How can you prove yourself? The 8 virtuous souls did not believe Zachariah could achieve what he promised, yet they wanted to see how much substance this braggart truly had. Zachariah's performance would directly influence their decision. The seniors may choose one to directly attach to my body. I will prove that what I say is true. Upon hearing this, the 8 virtuous exchanged glances. One of them, an Isaiah with white hair and beard, looked venerable and nodded slowly. All right, we'll give you this opportunity. We stand united. If you can truly convince one of us, the others will support you unconditionally. After the Isaiah spoke, the woman with a charming appearance laughed softly. Then let me be the one to attach. She hadn't finished speaking when another interrupted. I can hear your calculations even if I'm deaf. Let me do it, lest you get swayed by him and favor him unfairly. Exposed by others, the woman remained unperturbed and smiled. That's not who I am. I'm quite strict. This isn't a trivial matter after all. Since you've spoken so firmly, let her go ahead. The Isaiah's words finally settled it. She truly understands me. Smiling brightly, she then floated into Zachariah's spiritual world, nearly merging with his soul. Giggling, she said, handsome little brother, big sister is coming in. Zachariah blushed. What kind of bold language is this? Next moment, her soul attached to Zachariah. Not resisting, knowing there was no danger, he allowed her to share his senses. Zachariah felt no particular sensation, just better communication with her consciousness. But the woman felt wonderful. Long time since I felt such a strong physical form. Chilled to the bone, Zachariah thought. Do you have to listen to yourself? Sensing Zachariah's emotions, the woman giggled again. Don't be shy, little brother. I won't really do anything to you. Others felt embarrassed, shaking their heads. Don't think I'm lying. His physique is indeed very powerful. Suddenly serious, the woman answered another Isaiah's question. It's just slightly weaker than yours. Upon hearing this, the Isaiah's spirit trembled. Just weaker than mine? My body has already acquired divine status. He's just weaker than me. Isn't he practically immortal? Nodding, Zachariah willed gold light to appear on his skin. Shaken, the 8 Isaiahs fell silent. Finally, the Isaiah said, truly awe-inspiring, each generation surpassing the last. His soul is also powerful, his mental power vast like the ocean. The woman's soul, touching Zachariah's sea of consciousness, was shocked again. Such soul strength and abundant mental power were breathtaking. Recalling Zachariah's claim about a method to enhance divine sense by devouring souls, combined with this terrifying mental power, proved his words true. The woman thought if she harbored ill intentions now and tried to possess his body, she'd be instantly killed, leading to eternal damnation. Feeling the woman's inner turmoil, Zachariah smiled. That was the effect he aimed for. Calming down, Zachariah raised his sword without saying much. His spirit energy was almost restored. Pouring it into the blade, it vibrated and hummed, radiating sharp white light. As Zachariah manipulated his spirit energy, the woman judged his cultivation to be late core formation realm, likely 8th stage, possibly 9th. Through Zachariah's bone age, she deduced his true age, no more than 30. Not bad, reaching late core formation at such a young age. This level of talent is indeed rare. None of them had achieved such levels of cultivation at Zachariah's age. Late core formation? Yes, indeed remarkable. He is a rare genius, yet this level of cultivation still falls far short of a true powerhouse. Another shook his head. Even if Zachariah's talent was excellent, time waited for no man. They all had a strong premonition that the alien evil race would return soon within a century. Could Zachariah grow enough in 100 years to match them? Impossible. It was a wild fantasy. Just cultivation alone wasn't convincing enough. Zachariah hadn't expected changing their minds to be that simple. Breathing deeply, Zachariah filled with overwhelming sword pressure. Leaping high, he struck a powerful slash. God-slaying strike. Using every means possible, Zachariah unleashed his strongest slash. A terrifying sword beam slashed the ground. Where the sword landed, the ground split into two, as deep as a chasm or abyss. Zachariah breathed deeply, satisfied. Though he damaged the tomb's surface, he could only release it downward. Upward might destroy the array formation. If irreversible, he'd be hitting himself with a stone. What is this sword technique? Seeing this, the woman exclaimed in Zachariah's mind. She was completely stunned. Never did she imagine a core formation cultivator could burst out such a powerful slash. Such an attack would overwhelm not just spirit infusion cultivators, but even celestial ascension cultivators. Are you really just a core formation cultivator? For a moment, she doubted her perception. My cultivation is late core formation 9th stage. Zachariah honestly replied. There was nothing to hide. With her soul attached, any secrets beyond his cultivation methods were exposed. After Zachariah precisely stated his cultivation, the 8 virtuous fell into a long silence. Immortal physique, core formation cultivation, yet rivaling celestial ascension attacks, along with vast ocean-like mental power. Each aspect gave him an edge to fight above his rank. With his current resources, if given more time to grow, Zachariah might indeed have the capability to stand against the alien evil race. Zachariah quickly seized the opportunity and continued. By inviting you predecessors to attach to my body, I wanted to assure all of you that I hide nothing from you. If you are willing to help me this time and let me escape unharmed, I will certainly fulfill your long-held wishes afterwards. While it may not be a win-win decision, at least we can each achieve what we desire. Zachariah's words struck firmly into their hearts. The woman slowly withdrew from Zachariah's consciousness, sighing softly. I have no objections, let big sister assist you. The eldest Isaiah also spoke up at this moment. We 8 act together, we all agree to help you. The others naturally had no objections either. Their souls had languished within the soul-nourishing steel for years, without any purpose. If they could genuinely help Zachariah grow and fulfill their unfinished wishes through him, they would feel no regrets. Thank you, seniors. Zachariah said gratefully. Hold your thanks. Before you devour our souls, we need to guide you in cultivation to enhance your strength. Though we are outdated, some of our experiences will still be beneficial to you, one added. Upon hearing this news, Zachariah felt elated. Then thank you even more. After respectfully bowing to the 8 tombstones, Zachariah sat down under the guidance of the 8 virtuous souls, starting to receive training from each one of them. In life, they were top-tier cultivators of their realm. Though their previous cultivation system might differ from the present, many methods shared fundamental similarities. Some ancient practices lost over time proved even better than current ones. Zachariah never expected such a windfall, listening intently to the advice of his mentors like a diligent student. Not even at Mount Shushan did he receive such treatment. At Mount Shushan, no one guided his cultivation. Without the appearance of the Chronicle of Demons, he might still be an inconspicuous disciple tending to the pagoda, a cannon fodder who vanished with the pagoda when trouble erupted. As Zachariah delved into cultivation, outside the 8 Graves Mountain Cemetery, chaos reigned. The blood-colored barrier prevented outsiders from entering and insiders from leaving, particularly causing those trapped inside increasing anxiety as time passed. Sometimes, the unknown is far more terrifying. They didn't know why the barrier appeared or what its creator intended. Especially concerning were the cultivators who had obtained treasures and planned to sell them, now frantically pacing back and forth. Compared to those with nothing to lose, they feared their treasures might become targets. What if hidden enemies ambushed them to seize their valuables? Their only conceivable explanation was that some audacious and arrogant cultivator attempted to capture everyone on treasure-seeking mountain. This growing agitation spread like an epidemic among the people, turning everyone wary, suspecting anyone could be responsible for the barrier. Unavoidably, conflicts broke out. Others tried attacking the blood-colored barrier until they were bloodied and bruised before giving up. Meanwhile, Hendrik and Karina, having sold their ghostly vine's tendrils, felt satisfied, hoping to find more treasures at the mountain's periphery but instead encountered the barrier. Luckily, they hadn't reached the mountain's entrance, or they'd be stuck inside like birds in a cage. Hendrik realized someone must be behind this, emphasizing the importance of strength. A powerful cultivator could truly do as they wished, seal off the mountain with just a command. Every move affected thousands below, driving countless to despair, collapsing without needing direct action. Most infuriating was their powerlessness against this adversary. We should leave. This place isn't safe for us to linger. Inside, something significant had definitely occurred, and staying now would be foolish and fatal. Karina nodded in agreement, but glanced back inside one last time, her expression complex. Under her brother's urging, she snapped out of it. Karina, what are you thinking? That man has probably left already. Zachariah, come out here. Impatient wasn't just those trapped inside but Kira, who created the barrier. She searched repeatedly, nearly digging every inch of the mountain, but found no trace of Zachariah. Whoever sealed us in here has really gone too far. Did someone offend the spirits of the 8 virtuous? Overhearing nearby whispers, inspiration flashed in Kira's mind. No, there's still one place I haven't checked. Chapter 102. The formation is broken. Kira had always believed that the sealed tomb, which Zachariah could not possibly have entered. Of course, she had been keeping an eye on the tomb too. Since the formation seals were still intact, she naturally assumed Zachariah had no way of getting inside. But now, after searching through the entire Boffin Mountain without a single trace, she began to doubt. Is Zachariah hiding in that tomb? After all, it was the only place she hadn't searched yet. Once this thought arose, she made up her mind instantly. Let's go and see. Kira moved with lightning speed, disappearing from her spot. Before long, she arrived at the perimeter of the tomb entrance. At this moment, several people had already gathered outside the tomb. They knelt towards the direction of the tomb, praying for forgiveness from the 8 sages. They believed that the source of calamity in Boffin Mountain was because someone had offended the will of the 8 sages. Seeing these ignorant people, Kira sneered coldly. What use is there in kneeling before the dead? Truly foolish to the extreme. The moment Kira spoke, a commotion broke out. All eyes focused on Kira, their expressions filled with fury. They were the original residents of the area, revering the 8 sages in the tomb as deities. How could they let anyone insult their deities? In an instant, someone shouted at Kira, "You woman have quite the audacity, saying such outrageous things here." No sooner had the words left his mouth, Kira's eyes turned icy. In the next moment, without any visible movement, her figure vanished on the spot. A sword flash flickered before the man. Then Kira reappeared in her original position. The man who had cursed at her was now decapitated. Everyone gasped in shock. Kira's decisive action, killing without provocation, caused an uproar. Kira snorted coldly, "Let me tell you the truth, I set up this barrier." The crowd was stunned. What? Kira's cold gaze swept over them. "My target isn't you fools. I advise you not to meddle. All of you get lost. Otherwise, I'll leave you no grave." Her powerful aura made everyone break into cold sweats, involuntarily retreating. Many turned and ran immediately, doing so without hesitation. However, some chose to stay behind, watching from a distance, curious about what this woman intended. With these annoying flies gone from her sight, Kira's expression improved slightly. She examined the array formation at the tomb gate, pondered for a while, then decided to force it open. She possessed other treasures that could undo formations. But those treasures were too rare to use just for this non-top-tier formation. Besides, if Zachariah wasn't inside, it would be a huge loss. Thinking this, Kira swung her sword, unleashing dozens of sword beams continuously attacking the formation. Boom. Because of Kira's violent approach, the entire tomb ground shook constantly. It felt like an earthquake. Those observing, upon seeing this, looked as though they wanted to rip their eyes out. The tomb of the 8 sages was a sacred, untouchable place in their hearts. Now, this woman was attempting to destroy their sacred site. "Stop it!" Someone cried out in anguish, but his shouts were clearly futile. Kira proceeded regardless, continuing to bombard the tomb's sealing array. Moments later, the formation's power was significantly weakened. On the verge of collapse, Kira's eyes lit up, and she intensified her attacks. At that moment, suddenly 3 figures lunged at Kira from behind. Unable to bear her destruction of their sacred site, they attempted a desperate fight. Naturally, desperation meant ambush. Facing her head-on would ensure certain defeat. However, every move was within Kira's spiritual perception, even though they hid their auras. Their cultivation realms were far below hers. Kira could faintly sense Zachariah using concealment art. How much more these 3 who simply tried to mask their auras? Kira knew their every move. An ambush was now a joke. "Do you think I give a damn?" Kira's anger surged, and she instantly unleashed 3 strikes. Kira was too fast. And due to their offensive stance, they didn't even have time to defend themselves, being hit squarely by her strikes. They were cut down like vegetables. Each body split into 2 halves. Those still watching fell silent in terror, looking as if they feared startling the heavens. They had considered ambushing her to stop her from destroying the tomb's array, but seeing how quickly these 3 met their end, they understood a cruel reality. No matter their numbers, it would be futile. Rushing forward together would only result in more cannon fodder. Seeing the grim fate of the 3 attackers, no one dared step forward. They could only watch helplessly as Kira destroyed the tomb's formation completely. Bang! Instantly, the formation shattered with a sound like breaking glass, disintegrating into fragments. Originally, its power was already diminished due to its age. Coupled with Kira's relentless assault, it couldn't withstand the pressure and failed its mission prematurely. Those hidden in the shadows mourned inwardly. Some wept openly, hating their own incapability to stop this woman's evil deeds. Kira paid no heed. The moment the formation broke, she took a few deep breaths, then strode into the tomb entrance. As she crossed the threshold, her spiritual awareness enveloped the entire tomb. In the next moment, her face showed surprise and joy. Indeed, he's here. Her spiritual awareness detected Zachariah's presence. In the next instant, she vanished, appearing before the 8 great tombs. Zachariah sat calmly in the center of the 8 tombs, as if meditating. Seated there, it seemed as if the 8 tombs guarded him. Kira gritted her teeth. You've certainly given me quite the chase. She had searched frantically, while Zachariah hid here, leisurely cultivating. Why aren't you running anymore? Run. Let's see where you run to. Kira laughed heartily. Just then, Zachariah slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 103. The Golden Sea of Consciousness. You actually managed to hide in a place like this. I underestimated you. A hint of surprise flashed across Xena's eyes. A normal person wouldn't think of hiding in such a place. Moreover, most crucially, before she destroyed the array formation protecting the cemetery, everything was intact. How did Zachariah get inside? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she recalled the frenzied actions of the group of demonic beasts that night. Instantly, she gained some understanding. Perhaps Zachariah used those demonic beasts to create favorable conditions for his concealment. Truly smart, but even the smartest have their powerless moments. I can understand your situation now, Xena thought. From her perspective, she naturally assumed Zachariah had realized there was no way out. Even his last hidden refuge had been found, so he had given up hope, abandoning all pretense of escape. Since he had given up, he didn't bother hiding any further. Zachariah remained silent. He knew everything Xena had done, including when she attacked the formation's restriction. It wasn't possible he didn't know. But he had reached the critical juncture of his final cultivation lesson, so he did not respond to Xena's actions. At this point, even if the formation was completely destroyed, it would be inconsequential. After all, from now on, these 8 grand tombs were nothing more than ordinary graves, only symbolically significant. The souls of the 8 sages within had already been fully absorbed and fused by Zachariah. Zachariah's sea of consciousness was undergoing a dramatic transformation, from its original white misty state gradually becoming speckled with golden particles, the golden sea of consciousness. This metamorphosis marked the entry into the divine sense realm. Initially, after absorbing numerous soul bodies from Out Baifeng, his divine sense had far surpassed the profound child stage, reaching the middle to late stages of the celestial human level. Now, after absorbing the souls of the 8 sages, he had surpassed the threshold of the celestial human stage, transforming into the golden sea characteristic of the Divine Sense realm. The Divine Sense realm was also known as the Divine Variation realm. It signified that cultivators at this realm possessed various miraculous abilities, effectively placing one foot through the gates of divinity. At this level, both physical and mental transformations occur, making the metamorphosis of the Sea of Consciousness a crucial milestone. After becoming a golden Sea of Consciousness, the range and strength of perception significantly improved beyond comparison. Thus, even while being locked onto, Zachariah, despite using conceal form technique, could not completely evade a Divine Sense realm powerhouse like Xena. The golden Sea of Consciousness is indeed extraordinary, Zachariah inwardly marveled. He had just scanned Xena with his divine sense, which no longer felt clouded and unclear but distinctly clear. He now had a clear perception of Xena's cultivation level. Facing Xena, he no longer felt any fear and wouldn't have to flee for his life as he did initially. Xena's smile slightly faded. Just now, she seemed to detect a powerful divine sense sweep over her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Was there another divine sense realm expert lurking here, preparing to strike? But quickly, she dismissed it as an illusion. Her divine sense had swept the mountain many times. The cemetery's area wasn't large enough to escape her notice. If there truly was a peer-level expert, she couldn't possibly be unaware. Zachariah, I admit your talent is exceptional, but alas, you've offended the wrong person. You've come to your limit, Xena said. Without wasting time, her figure flashed instantly towards Zachariah's throat. In that instant, her pressure descended like a mountain upon Zachariah. Under the overwhelming pressure of a Divine Sense realm powerhouse, Zachariah's movements were restricted, a manifestation of higher cultivation levels suppressing weaker beings. Fortunately, Zachariah's true trump card did not require physical movement, just spiritual intent. With a flicker of spiritual intent, the sword slashed out. This was the sword of spiritual intent. Cultivating the sword of spiritual intent became incredibly efficient with his current golden sea of consciousness. Zachariah muttered, and suddenly a bolt of sword light shot out from before him. Xena's hair stood on end, sensing imminent danger. Using an extreme maneuver, she barely avoided the attack. What? From that strike, she distinctly felt a shiver of terror through her soul. If struck, it wouldn't be merely physical injury. It would gravely wound her soul. Who? Xena looked around warily, sweeping her divine sense everywhere. Initially, she wouldn't think it was Zachariah attacking. Instead, instinctively believing a powerful expert was hidden here, striking at her. Yet, she couldn't find anyone. Is it one of the ancient spirits buried here? Xena's face paled slightly. Given that her divine sense detected no others, she associated it with ghosts. Could she have angered the ancestral spirits by desecrating and destroying the formations? Seeing her changing expressions several times, Zachariah found it amusing. What are you looking for? Isn't your opponent me? Xena's gaze revealed a cold disdain. With someone like you, how dare you call yourself my opponent? Zachariah smiled faintly. 3 more swords of spiritual intent launched. Xena's heart trembled, but this time, instead of dodging, she swiftly blocked the 3 swords. Although she defended successfully, each defense left her feeling as if her divine platform shook, her soul momentarily dazed from the impact of the sword chi vibrations. Now can you consider me your opponent? Hearing Zachariah's words, Xena's pupils dilated, almost disbelieving. Impossible! How can this be? It was absurd. Only 2 days apart, yesterday Zachariah was fleeing from her. Today, he possesses the strength to contend with her, and that unpredictable strike threatens her life. How could this be believed? Zachariah didn't waste time explaining. With a thought, the sword of spiritual intent flashed repeatedly, continuously slashing at Xena. Due to the urgency after absorbing the 8 sages' souls, he hadn't practiced the sword of spiritual intent. So now, he treated Xena as a live target to practice on. As the swords of spiritual intent continuously struck, Zachariah's understanding rapidly deepened, while Xena, facing these unpredictable and traceless swords from all directions, found herself at a disadvantage. Chapter 104. Intimidation. As Zachariah's proficiency with the Xuanhuan thought sword increased, his strikes grew ever more powerful. Lightning-fast sword cuts raked through the air from every conceivable angle, each one targeting Xena with deadly precision. This was one of the many benefits of wielding the Xuanhuan thought sword. If he had to swing a physical sword, he would constantly need to reposition himself to find various angles of attack. Oftentimes, these angles might even be slightly off. However, with the Xuanhuan thought sword, it only required a shift in his thoughts for precise attacks to come from all directions. Xena had already expended quite a bit of energy breaking through the formation. Now that she had passed her peak state, she found herself barely able to keep up with Zachariah's relentless assault. At this moment, a mix of shock and fury coursed through her mind. I am the esteemed deputy sect leader of the Joy sect. How dare you, a mere child of Mount Shu, play with me like a toy? In an instant, Xena swiftly swallowed a vermilion pill, designed to temporarily enhance human potential. She usually reserved this medicine for those encounters where her opponent's cultivation exceeded her own. But now, faced with Zachariah's formidable offense, she felt a real threat. To avoid being overwhelmed, she had to raise her combat readiness beyond its peak to counter him. She deliberated. I wonder from where he learned such a move. His aura hasn't changed at all. It's just that his swordsmanship is utterly unpredictable. As long as I evade his strengths and attack his weaknesses, I must be able to bring him down. A fierce look flickered in Xena's eyes. From the start, she hadn't planned on using the Joy sect's specialized seduction techniques on Zachariah. Apart from the fact that using such arts on a disciple by the esteemed deputy leader of the Joy sect would be laughable, could such methods work given Zachariah's formidable mental power? What if they were ineffective? Would she not be humiliating herself? In a flash, Xena tossed out a talisman from her palm. Heaven-shaking talisman. Following the launch of Xena's talisman, blue light swarmed the entire graveyard. Soon after, a terrifying pillar of blue light descended directly from the sky, crashing down upon the whole burial ground. With no place to hide within the graveyard, Zachariah could do nothing but endure. Outside the graveyard, those who hadn't left, witnessing this scene, trembled in shock. A wave of sorrow swept over them. The 8 virtuous graveyard. It's ruined, completely destroyed. Meanwhile, down the mountain, some descendants of the 8 virtuous also rushed to the outskirts. Realizing that the direction of the descending light beam pointed to the location of the graveyard, everyone went mad instantly. They began to recklessly attack the bloody curtain surrounding the entrance. This enemy action was equivalent to desecrating their ancestors' graves. How could they tolerate it? Among the crowd, someone with keen eyes looked at the blue pillar of light and the floating secret symbols in the sky. He murmured, "This seems like the heaven-shaking talisman of the Celestial Sigil sect." Heaven-shaking talisman. Once activated, it possessed world-shattering power, an extremely destructive large-scale killing move. But it also required a very high level of cultivation. Without a sufficient supply of spiritual essence, it couldn't be activated. Clearly, Xena possessed such means. The blue light pillar continued pounding for several dozen breaths before slowly ceasing. After the blue light faded away, smoke rose everywhere. Around Xena appeared a blue protective barrier, keeping her unscathed. Before her, however, the graveyard lay flattened to the ground. The main gate and surrounding walls were gone, and a huge circular pit formed directly beneath. People outside could now clearly see the devastation inside, but it wasn't what they wished to witness. Watching the destruction of the 8 virtuous tombs filled them with anger and sorrow, causing some to clutch their heads in inaudible weeping. Meanwhile, sensing numerous people wildly destroying her blood wheel heavenly light barrier from the perimeter, Xena's face turned grave. A bunch of death-seeking fools. Wait until I get out to deal with you properly. Her gaze then shifted towards Zachariah's position. As the smoke cleared, Zachariah was lying on the ground, motionless. His clothes were tattered, but his visible body parts showed no severe injuries. This physical body remains undamaged. Xena was somewhat surprised but didn't think too much about it. The true strength of the heaven-shaking talisman lay not just in its surface power, but in its shockwave. Such a powerful shockwave could crush internal organs into mush. Even if Zachariah's exterior was unharmed, His organs inside had likely suffered immense damage. Death was inevitable. Seeing this scene, Xena finally smiled. Now you understand the gap between us? Cultivation is the foundation of strength. Your flashy tricks are nothing but paper tigers. As Xena approached Zachariah, a xuanhuan thought sword suddenly flashed towards her. Due to the close proximity and Xena's recent expenditure of a lot of spiritual essence, her mental fatigue caused her reaction time to slow down. Thus, she failed to respond to this xuanhuan thought sword in time. Trying to dodge, her body moved too slowly. Splat! The xuanhuan thought sword sliced through her shoulder, severing one arm. Aya! Blood splattered everywhere as Xena let out a blood-curdling scream. Unbelievably staring at the severed arm on the ground and the neat wound on her shoulder, her soul seemed slashed open, causing excruciating pain, almost making her bite through her teeth. Although the bleeding stopped quickly, the loss of her arm was truly unbearable. Xena nearly lost her sanity. Why aren't you dead yet? Zachariah got up from the ground, his figure flashing momentarily. Next moment, he stood before Xena again, dressed in a new set of clothes. Zachariah smiled. Thank you for helping me cultivate the king body. Just one strike from you gave me the final push, so thanks indeed. Enraged to the point of spitting blood, Xena screamed, King body? What kind of monster are you? The king body belonged to the pinnacle of physical body cultivators, whose bodies remain imperishable, lasting through eternity even after death. Wasn't Zachariah merely a tower guard of Mount Shu? Why did he have such a godlike physique? How many secrets does Mount Shu still hold? Her body started trembling involuntarily. At this moment, she dared not underestimate Zachariah any longer. Instead, deep fear surged within her. No, this man is too strange. He isn't normal. If I continue like this, I will die. At that moment, Xena's thoughts turned towards retreat. Then Zachariah took a step forward, and that single step became the last straw breaking her resolve. The next second, Xena grabbed her severed arm, unfolded her agility, and quickly vanished like a ghost. You just wait. Leaving with a threatening word, her figure disappeared from Zachariah's sight within moments. Zachariah confirmed she was truly gone via his divine sense, then collapsed on the ground, hurriedly using the technique to conceal his presence. Meanwhile, those around were preparing to witness which mighty being had frightened the wicked woman away. They barely caught a glimpse of Zachariah before he vanished from their view. Huh. Everyone rubbed their eyes in bewilderment as Zachariah had already disappeared from his original spot. After walking some distance, Zachariah found a secluded cave to hide in, finally unable to hold back the mouthful of blood he'd been suppressing. In reality, he hadn't cultivated the king body. It was just that under the guidance of one of the sages, he had gained some insights into further enhancing his physical body. The words he forced himself to say were also meant to intimidate her. With a severed arm from one strike, Xena had already been like a bird frightened by the bowstring. Being scared again by Zachariah's king body, she directly fled with her head down and tail between her legs. Zachariah found a comfortable place to sit and began waiting for his physical body to recover. Even though he possessed an indestructible golden body, the gap in cultivation between them was real. And that heaven-shaking talisman clearly turned their cultivation difference into a direct confrontation. At the time, looking back on the situation afterward, it seemed there weren't too many waves. But in reality, it was filled with extreme peril. His cultivation level was far behind hers. The spirit essence within his body quickly crumbled under that attack. Only his body kept holding on. In the end, he even used mental energy to form a substantial shield around him, protecting his entire body to survive that attack. However, while he withstood the surface assault, the shockwaves still invaded everywhere, directly injuring his internal organs and flesh. He even had to use a heart secret technique to replace the fatal injury caused by the damaged heart. Therefore, the danger involved was evident. This outcome was actually within Zachariah's expectations. While he was confident, he wasn't blind. He never thought that after leaving the 8 Virtuous Graveyard, he could certainly kill Xena. Inside the 8 Virtuous Graveyard, he displayed such confidence, partly to act it out for them. After all, if you didn't show enough confidence, how could you convince them to entrust everything to you? What Zachariah promised wasn't just empty talk. He would indeed fulfill them, but not now. At least until he became invincible and had enough assurance. After staying in the cave for 3 hours, Zachariah slowly got up, stretched his limbs, and immediately produced crackling sounds like frying beans. His body finally recovered. This injury was much more severe than ever before, almost costing him his life. This woman really isn't easy to deal with. Her background seems not that simple, Zachariah murmured to himself. Although she was clearly from the Xuanhuan sect, her methods didn't seem like those typically used by the sect. Just take the so-called heaven-shaking talisman. Would someone from the Xuanhuan sect use talismans? He hadn't seen or understood this before. Based purely on intuition, the opponent wasn't as simple as they seemed. However, his achievements were quite impressive. A 9th stage foundation establishment realm cultivator, not only surviving under a spirit realm powerhouse, but even severing an arm and scaring her away in fear. If told to others, no one would believe it. They'd think it was like telling tales without any proof. Of course, for Zachariah, while this achievement wasn't embarrassing, it wasn't something to be proud of either. After this battle, he deeply felt that his cultivation level had become the weakest link in his strength structure. Cultivation needs to improve as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to return to the demon tower in the sect, kill a couple of demons, and see if it could help enhance his cultivation. However, Zachariah still had concerns about Anwar. How did the lone Anwar fare against the Xuanhuan sect's leader? Although he had absolute confidence in Anwar, even if Anwar didn't match up, escaping should not be a problem. Still, even so, Zachariah couldn't feel at ease returning to the sect. If his strength was still the same as before, he wouldn't dare have other thoughts and would turn back. But now, his strength was entirely different from before entering the 8 Virtuous Graveyard. Now, he could sever the limb of a spirit realm cultivator. Of course, not because his strength had grown and he started becoming arrogant. Rather, with enhanced power, if he left now, he would feel guilty. If you could at least offer some help, wouldn't it be too selfish to escape only for yourself? Caught in hesitation, Zachariah had already walked out of the cave and quietly left 8 Graves Mountain. Outside 8 Graves Mountain, when the fleeing Xena retracted her blood, wheel heavenly light barrier, angry crowds poured in, and those who came out pointed out the direction Xena had fled, mentioning that she had lost an arm and was now severely weakened. Everyone together, we must kill that evil woman. Absolutely cannot let our ancestors' honor be tarnished. In the collective rage, Xena quickly sensed being surrounded. She just needed an outlet for her frustration. These people offered themselves. Naturally, she wouldn't hold back. Since the 8 sages passed away, perhaps their luck ran out, their descendants grew weaker generation by generation. Until now, no prodigious talent emerged. Occasionally, a few talents appeared but didn't stay here, instead, joining other sects, thus, having fewer ties with the path of cultivation. So, the cultivators remaining here were naturally mediocre. Despite outnumbering her, despite Xena being heavily injured, they still couldn't capture her. Soon, Xena carved a bloody path through, straight toward where the sect leader was. Chapter 105, Trust in the New Generation. 10 miles away from where Anwar and Atman had their intense battle, a figure stealthily approached. This person was Zachariah, who had altered his appearance and suppressed his aura, scanning the area ahead only with his divine sense. However, he did not find the figures of Anwar or Atman. Instead, he unexpectedly sensed the arrival of Kira. Perhaps anxious to find Atman, Kira seemed uneasy and did not notice Zachariah's divine sense passing over her. After searching fruitlessly for Atman, Kira vanished towards the southeast direction. Zachariah did not move closer to the battlefield either. He simply turned around silently and hurried in the opposite direction. When Kira returned to the Bliss sect, the disciples were all shocked when they saw the severed arm in her hand. Who cut off the deputy sect leader's arm? The disciples were bewildered, but dared not ask due to Kira's grim expression. The sect leader has already returned, but as soon as she came back, she went into seclusion. After finding out about the sect leader's whereabouts, Kira felt slightly relieved, but thinking about her own future, deep worry engulfed her heart. How long is the sect leader going to seclude herself? She didn't say. She returned very hastily and brought back someone else too. Who? Seems like an Isaiah from Mount Shushan. As the gates of Mount Shushan reappeared before him, Zachariah suddenly felt as if a lifetime had passed. Upon landing, he eagerly asked the gate guards, "Has Anwar returned?" The guards shook their heads simultaneously. A sinking feeling welled up in Zachariah's heart. He hasn't come back yet? Although previously he was confident in Anwar, now the signs stirred anxiety within him. Anwar's battle with the Bliss sect leader should have ended. Why hasn't he returned right away? Could it be that he was severely injured and couldn't make it back on time? Doubts flooded Zachariah's mind as he entered the sect with a wooden expression after handing in his missions. Deeming the matter significant and unsure if Anwar had informed the sect leader beforehand, Zachariah could only entrust a messenger to inform the sect leader and report this issue. Then, he returned to the 3rd underground level of the demon-locking pagoda. "Brother Sue, were you on vacation?" A colleague teased after several days of not seeing Zachariah. Zachariah wasn't in the mood to joke around and replied indifferently, "Encountered a bit of trouble." Sensing Zachariah's bad mood, the man stopped teasing him. Just then, someone came looking for Zachariah, saying the sect leader wanted to see him. The colleague froze in shock. If even the sect leader personally summoned him, this couldn't just be a minor issue. It must be a huge problem. Zachariah nodded and followed the messenger. In the forest outside the demon-locking pagoda, the messenger led Zachariah to the sect leader and promptly withdrew. At this moment, the sect leader turned around, her expression serious and earnest as she said, "What exactly happened? Explain clearly to me." Because this matter was significant and Zachariah was directly involved, Gerardo wanted to hear direct and accurate information from him. Zachariah recounted his journey to Baofeng Mountain, Anwar's timely rescue, and omitted mentioning his severing of Kira's arm. "Why would Atman, as the head of the Bliss sect, target you?" Gerardo asked, confused. "I don't know. Maybe because he failed to kill me last time and coincidentally met me again," Zachariah replied, pretending not to understand. "Is it really so coincidental?" Gerardo didn't quite believe such a coincidence. Unable to think it through, he didn't dwell on the matter further. Zachariah then mentioned his concern for Anwar's safety, prompting his return to the battlefield, which turned out empty. Back at the sect, he learned that Anwar hadn't returned yet. Hearing everything Zachariah had said, Gerardo furrowed his brow immediately. "You shouldn't have gone back. If something happened to you, it would have betrayed Anwar's intentions." Gerardo disapproved of Zachariah's decision to return. "Anwar has praised you often. He risked his life to save you, so you should remember his kindness." Upon hearing this, Zachariah suddenly felt a strange unease in his heart. "Anwar is so powerful. He wouldn't," Zachariah started but was interrupted by Gerardo. "Don't underestimate Atman. No matter what, he earned his position as the Bliss sect leader by his capabilities and is in his prime. Despite Anwar's strength, he had been at the peak of the soul transformation realm for a long time. Prolonged stagnation in a realm would cause physical functions to gradually deteriorate over time. A natural rule no one could resist. Atman, on the other hand, was at his peak, one step away from breaking through. There was a clear disparity in power between them. Zachariah fell silent instantly. At this moment, he began to understand the sect leader's meaning. Anwar's solo confrontation with Atman to save him might have resulted in a dire outcome. "Go back." Gerardo said no more, his face unreadable. He also planned to leave, unable to bear seeing Zachariah any longer, fearing he might explode in anger. For a moment, he wanted to interrogate Zachariah. What qualifications did he have that warranted Anwar risking so much? Giant Anwar know this? Zachariah couldn't help but ask the sect leader, despite knowing the answer but unable to accept reality. How could he not know? To save you from tens of thousands of miles away, he had to use a spatial transmission talisman, which can only carry one person per use. The sect only has 3 such talismans. 3. Spatial transmission talismans are rare resources that can traverse tens of thousands of miles instantly. Even Mount Shushan has very few in reserve. Gerardo possessed one, Anwar another, and the last one stored in the sect's treasure vault. Zachariah fell silent again. Anwar chose to risk himself rather than waste 2 precious talismans. It was unrealistic to mobilize 2 spatial transmission talismans for a single disciple, with both the sect leader and elder coming together. Did he, Zachariah, possess such qualifications? Zachariah didn't know how he walked back to the demon-locking pagoda, his mind restlessly unsettled. Faced with colleagues' inquiries, he shook his head silently, unable to find words. In his room later, Zachariah lay on the bed, lost in thought. If the worst-case scenario played out, if Anwar died because of him, he truly didn't know how he'd handle it. Lying there motionless all night, his eyes never closed. Early the next morning, he got up, silently left his room, and started reviewing demons, acting as if nothing had happened. Yet, everyone noticed a different aura around him, a cold, unfriendly presence. The demons he reviewed were especially unfortunate that day, with continuous screams echoing in the interrogation room. Within a day, Zachariah killed 3 demons, submitting 3 pieces of intelligence. Yet, his inner turmoil remained unresolved. The deaths of those 3 demons awarded Zachariah 6 relics. Indifferently, he claimed each one. 2 rewards increased his cultivation, while the other 4 were martial cultivation techniques. Zachariah used the cultivation rewards directly, successfully advancing from 9th level core formation to 1st level profound child. However, peace still eluded his heart. Inside his body, the essence core transformed into a human shape, resembling a newborn baby. Breaking through to a new realm was originally something worth celebrating. But Zachariah just couldn't bring himself to feel happy. As for those 4 martial cultivation techniques, they naturally all converted into technique proficiency experience. His divine sense sword had already reached the proficient level through his own practice and was not far from the realm of mastery. However, further enhancement of his mental energy now faced considerable difficulty. Advancing the divine sense sword required time and gradual refinement. Zachariah directly injected the technique proficiency experience into it, elevating the realm of the divine sense sword to mastery. Instantly, he gained deeper insights in his mind. Within the Bliss sect, Kira finally waited several days until the sect leader emerged from seclusion. The newly released Atman's face appeared somewhat pale, and his footsteps even seemed unsteady. It was evident that the recent battle was not easy for him. Seeing his expression, Kira immediately showed concern and asked, "Sect leader, are you alright?" Atman noticed the bandages on her arm, frowned and retorted, "I should be the one asking you this. What happened to your hand? Jai and I tell you to chase down that disciple from Mount Shushan? Where is he?" Kira lowered her head. "I am unworthy, sect leader. I failed to capture him, and my arm was severed by him. Are you joking?" Atman was immediately agitated. Such words sounded absurd to him. Who would believe that? You were cut off by a disciple from Mount Shushan? Atman clearly did not believe it. Kira only lowered her head lower, not daring to look at him. "If I lied, may I be struck by lightning and meet a miserable death." "Look up at me," Atman shouted angrily. Kira then raised her head but avoided making prolonged eye contact with Atman. "Have you become weaker?" Atman could not understand why Kira would fail. She was the undefeated champion of their sect for nearly 2 decades, having never failed in missions. But now, she failed to capture a disciple from Mount Shushan and even lost an arm. Even if Zachariah had some skills, he was already at the end of his rope before escaping. No matter how Atman thought about it, he couldn't imagine Kira losing to Zachariah. "Were you about to lose your life if you hadn't fled quickly?" To this, Kira nodded. "Haha, my undefeated general, what a joke you make." Atman sneered, inwardly furious. His joy over defeating Anwar was dampened by this news Kira brought back. Kira felt slightly disheartened. While her arm was severed, the sect leader showed no concern but kept questioning her truthfulness. In essence, the sect leader never fully trusted her. "Sect leader, everything I said is true. I even used the heaven-shaking talisman, but that guy is simply monstrous." Kira then recounted her battle with Zachariah to Atman in great detail without missing anything. Atman listened with growing frowns. By the end, his brows were knitted tightly together. "What you say really contains no lies? If I lie, I accept death, and after death, eternal suffering." Kira swore heavily. Suddenly, Atman had a revelation. No wonder Anwar went to such lengths to save him. So there is indeed a hidden gem within Mount Shushan. When Anwar personally came to rescue Zachariah, Atman could not understand why. Moreover, using a precious spatial transmission talisman indicated a huge investment. For one disciple, was it worth risking his own safety? This was Atman's question after defeating Anwar. Anwar then simply replied, "I trust in the new generation. Old replacing the new, of course, it's worth it." At the time, Atman mocked this response, thinking the Truman's mind had slipped. But reflecting now, perhaps he was wrong. And badly so. "You can go rest. Let's leave this matter here for now." Atman didn't say much more, but his dissatisfaction with Kira's performance was obvious. An impatient expression showed on his face as Kira respectfully left. Atman stood in the hall for a long while before suddenly walking out. He headed towards the prison of the Bliss sect, which differed greatly from the demon-locking pagoda of Mount Shushan. Here, things looked quite simple because generally, people who offended the Bliss sect were directly eliminated rather than imprisoned. With no need for bones or prisons, this area was more of a temporary holding place for undecided cases. Anwar was currently held here. After defeating him, Atman didn't kill him directly because executing a high-ranking Isaiah from Mount Shushan would surely incite revenge. A war between the two sects might ensue, something Atman had to weigh carefully, especially without Abby as his furnace. Without her, his plan for advancement was delayed, making direct confrontation with Mount Shushan less favorable. Therefore, he chose to imprison Anwar temporarily. His steps halted as he looked at the defeated Anwar and softly said, "Long time no see, old dog." Chapter 106, Please save him. Anwar's eyes slightly lifted. Imprisoned in this dungeon, his limbs were pierced by divine sealing nails and bound with heavy gold chains, a treatment undoubtedly reserved for the highest-ranking prisoners. Humph. Even as a captive, Anwar did not bow down to Atman. "If you have the nerve, kill me now. Quit your pretentiousness." A pale smile crept onto Atman's lips. "You are Gerardo's top general. If I kill you now, wouldn't Gerardo fight me to the death?" Atman paced back and forth before him. "What makes that disciple worth risking your life to protect?" Anwar replied coldly, "Any Ame disciple in distress should receive my help. My stance is consistent for everyone." "Nonsense." Atman cursed aloud, then sneered, "The more you defend him, the more I believe he's an unparalleled swordsmanship genius." Atman was naturally suspicious. The less Anwar spoke well of Zachariah, the more he believed Kira's words. "If I tell you that boy almost beheaded my deputy head, do you believe me?" As Atman spoke, his eyes were fixed on Anwar's reaction. However, no emotion could be discerned from Anwar's expression, no hint of belief or disbelief. Anwar remained calm. "Is that so? What a pity. How splendid it would be if he had succeeded." He wasn't afraid of offending Atman with these words. Already prepared to die here, he had nothing left to lose. Thus, his words became even more brazen. Atman, getting no useful information from Anwar's expression, said coldly, "I plan to trade your life for that boy. Do you think it's worthwhile?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Anwar's face. He slowly closed his eyes and spat out 3 words. "You forget it." Atman saw through Anwar's intention and instantly cast a spell into his body. Anwar's eyes opened wide, glaring fiercely. "Want to commit suicide? Not that easy. You are my very important chip. How could I let you die? Even if you want to die, wait until after I've used you as a bargaining chip." Atman chuckled evilly and walked out, instructing a disciple to send this message to a Ame sect, demanding a prisoner exchange. The news first caused significant unrest within the Joyful Union Sect. Anwar's capture had initially boosted morale among the sect members. This was a resounding victory. The sect split into 2 factions. One advocated executing Anwar to showcase the might of Joyful Union Sect. The other sought substantial benefits from a Ame sect in exchange for Anwar. But none expected the sect leader to choose neither path, to trade Anwar for an Ame disciple. They were shocked by this decision. Only Kira knew the reason. Other senior members tried to persuade her to withdraw the decision, but she insisted it was not a loss. She dismissed all objections and asked them to leave without further debate. Those senior members shook their heads and left, deeming her position greatly diminished in their hearts. They saw her as lacking independence, always flattering the sect leader instead of offering constructive criticism. Leaders make mistakes, and someone needed to remind them of that. But Kira's unconditional obedience was looked down upon by others. Kira understood all this but didn't care. Her sole purpose in coming to Joyful Union Sect was for sect leader Atman. Others' opinions meant nothing to her. At Ame sect, the news caused a similar uproar. In the Elders' Pavilion, what? Anwar was captured by those scum from Joyful Union Sect? Let me tear them apart. Hold it. Don't act rashly. It'll be worse if you get caught too. What do you mean? The truth is, can you defeat Anwar? He couldn't match Atman. How can you bring back his head? If I can't bring back his head, I'll leave mine there. That's enough. Stop arguing. Second Elder waved a hand to restore order. With Finian absent and Anwar captured, Second Elder took charge. Who exactly is the disciple Atman demanded? Second Elder had no impression of Zachariah. Someone answered, checked. He's a newly appointed Demon-Sealing Tower Enforcer, previously just an ordinary servant responsible for the upper floors. Upon hearing this, silence fell over the room for a moment. Then someone couldn't resist speaking up. To me, there's nothing to hesitate about. Hand over that disciple and rescue Anwar. Say what? Who knows if Atman is playing us? Besides, submitting to a demonic sect would tarnish our reputation. Yes, such actions would severely damage our prestige. We must deliberate. Opinions varied among them. Clearly, they weren't unified, but their focus was clear, on Anwar and the sect's prestige. Zachariah's name wasn't mentioned at all. Seemingly, they'd readily sacrifice Zachariah to save Anwar without harming the sect's image. That was understandable. After all, they knew little about Zachariah and didn't see why a demon-sealing tower enforcer mattered. Ultimately, sects valued practicality. Anwar's importance far outweighed that of a demon-sealing tower enforcer. Without consideration for Zachariah's perspective, they continued deliberating. Before Second Elder could speak further, sect leader Gerardo entered. Everyone stopped chatting and greeted. Greetings, sect leader. Gerardo waved off formalities. Second Elder briefed him on the current debate. After all, sect leader held the final say. Despite much discussion, the final decision rested with Gerardo. To their astonishment, Gerardo calmly spoke. You may not know, but Anwar left the sect specifically to rescue Zachariah. Do you think Anwar would agree to such terms set by Joyful Union Sect? What? Gerardo's words immediately sparked chaos. After the initial shock, everyone seemed speechless. But why? If it was Anwar's nephew, Brigham, being endangered, risking everything for him would be understandable. But Zachariah was unrelated and not even a disciple. Why make such a huge sacrifice? It baffled them. Gerardo also couldn't explain. Perhaps only Anwar knew the true reasons. So, should we trade or not? Adding this factor made the decision even more complicated. Brigham, you cannot enter. Let me go. Suddenly, 2 shouts came from outside the door, followed by a loud bang. The grand door of the Elders' Pavilion was forcefully pushed open. A figure broke through the guards at the entrance and barged in. It was none other than Brigham. After emerging from the trial tower, his strength had significantly increased. Yet, He hadn't even had the time to brag when this shocking news hit him like a bolt from the blue. At first, he naturally refused to believe it. His uncle possessed extraordinary strength and divine power. How could he possibly be captured by members of the Joyful Union Sect? Determined to find out the truth from the sect leader, he rushed over without hesitation, ignoring all protocol to confirm the news. That moment, the guards quickly followed in, apologized for their dereliction of duty to the sect leader and Isaiah's, and then moved to escort Brigham out. Gerardo waved them off and gestured for them to leave. Once the guards were gone, and Isaiah immediately coldly huffed, "Brigham, you have some nerve to disrupt our meeting here at the Elders' Pavilion." Brigham knew he was in the wrong but couldn't help being anxious and uneasy. Ignoring protocol, he bowed deeply and apologized before asking directly, "Please tell me, sect leader, is Anwar really in the hands of the Joyful Union Sect?" Gerardo sighed, "Yes. Because he went to save Zachariah?" He had overheard the conversation between Gerardo and the Isaiahs earlier. Gerardo didn't deny it, "Yes." Brigham's heart sank to its lowest point. He continued, "Is what the Joyful Union Sect demands true?" Gerardo replied honestly, "That's what the messenger said." Brigham fell silent, maintaining his bowing position for a while before straightening up with an unreadable expression. "Thank you for telling me. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and left. One Isaiah complained immediately, "This child, he has no respect at all." Another defended him. "Considering his concern for Anwar, it's understandable. Don't be too harsh on him. Who wouldn't be anxious? Is he the only one who cares? Actually, you probably can't match his level of anxiety." The discussion in the Elders' Pavilion continued. Meanwhile, Brigham arrived at the entrance to the lower levels of the Demon Locking Tower. Returning to this familiar place, his face did not show any joy. "Please inform Zachariah that I'm looking for him." He waited near the entrance in the clearing of the forest after entrusting someone to find Zachariah. In the underground third floor, Zachariah, who had been preparing to interrogate a demon, heard that Brigham was looking for him. For the first time, a ripple appeared on Zachariah's previously calm face. So, he finally came. He seemed to know that Brigham didn't just come to catch up. Coming. Zachariah threw the demon back into its cell. The demon felt as if it had been given a new lease on life. Walking out of the underground entrance, Zachariah saw Brigham standing nearby. Seeing Zachariah approach, Brigham instantly smiled. "Brother Sue, it's been a long time." "It's been a long time, Brother Zung," Zachariah replied with a smile. But both their smiles were visibly forced. They suddenly fell into silence. Even the usually eloquent Brigham didn't know what to say. His smile gradually faded. "Zachariah, let's fight." Brigham spoke, his voice low, as if it struggled out from his throat. Zachariah didn't want to do something meaningless and was about to refuse, but Brigham spoke first. "I want to test my training results in the trial tower. Can you help me?" Zachariah paused and nodded. "All right." Brigham laughed genuinely this time. "Then I'll attack. Watch out." Brigham suddenly sprang forward, moving like the wind, and instantly stood before Zachariah. Swinging his fist, he aimed for Zachariah's face, but Zachariah remained motionless. At the last moment, Brigham changed his move, aiming for Zachariah's abdomen instead. Zachariah was sent flying 10 meters away. Brigham's expression turned slightly angry. "Why didn't you counterattack?" Zachariah coughed lightly as he got up. "I'm far from your match." Hearing this, Brigham became even more irate. "Stop treating me like an idiot. That's not your real strength. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, I'll really look down on you." Next moment, Brigham charged at Zachariah again. This time, he drew his sword and attacked with full force. The sword light flashed fiercely. The sword cut through the air, sharp and unstoppable, causing pain even before it reached Zachariah's face. It was like being sliced by a blade. Man and sword is one. Brigham's sword heart technique had also reached the realm of mansword harmony. Undoubtedly, he was a true prodigy. Facing Brigham's fierce sword thrust, Zachariah still stood still. Just before the blade pierced his body, he extended his hand and grabbed the blade. Then, with a flick of his finger against the sword, a violent tremor ran up Brigham's arm, making his sword slip from his numb hands and land inverted in the ground. A simple, effortless grasp and flick, and Brigham's powerful attack was easily neutralized. Moreover, Zachariah's hand showed no trace of injury from the blade. That moment, Brigham was utterly shocked. "I see why Uncle saved you." Brigham's eyes filled with complexity as he looked at Zachariah. Suddenly, he knelt before Zachariah. "Please, Brother Sue, save my uncle." Chapter 107. Rescue. Brigham's sudden kneel took Zachariah by complete surprise. He hurried to help him up, but Brigham stubbornly refused to move. His meaning was clear. If Zachariah didn't agree, he wouldn't get up. Zachariah paused for a moment and then said, "Anwar is in danger because of me. It's only right that I go to exchange myself for him." Although confined within the demon locking tower, Zachariah had been closely following external news, especially regarding Anwar. He knew about the exchange demand from the Harmony sect. At first hearing this demand, Zachariah wasn't sure whether he should be happy or worried. Did he hold such high status in the Harmony sect leader's eyes? More important than Anwar? But soon, Zachariah understood. With his current standing in the sect, it was highly likely he would be traded. After all, Anwar was the supervisor of the demon locking tower, while he was merely one among many enforcers. For the sect, their relative importance was obvious. "You don't have to beg me. Even if you hadn't come, I would still go." "You don't need to." Zachariah's words were cut short as sect leader Gerardo suddenly appeared nearby. Both men bowed respectfully. Zachariah hesitated before saying, "Sect leader, I'm going voluntarily. This isn't a matter of your willingness." Gerardo thought, without that object, he'd have no choice even if Zachariah unwilling. "Follow me." Gerardo led them to Anwar's room. On the table lay a jade stone. This jade contains Anwar's message through his separated consciousness. "Take a look." After Gerardo stepped aside, both of them looked at it. Brigham's face instantly paled, stepping back almost falling over. Zachariah also showed great shock. The jade bore only 2 characters, no exchange. Anwar left a trace of his mind on this jade before leaving to convey his wishes. Perhaps he foresaw this calamity. Gerardo sighed. You know Anwar's personality. Once he makes up his mind, not even I can change it. With these words, Gerardo's stance became clear. He respected Anwar's decision and wouldn't trade. However, he warned that attacking Anwar would be a declaration of war against Shu Mountain. Despite Gerardo's commitment, Brigham remained gloomy, unable to alleviate his worries. Back in the underground level of the demon locking tower, Zachariah's colleagues seemed to understand his situation and tried to comfort him. Zachariah could only respond with a bitter smile. Retreating to his room, he fell into deep thought. Had he lost his chance to repay Anwar's great kindness? Zachariah wasn't heartless. He knew gratitude was a basic principle. If he acted ungratefully, he would despise himself. What should I do? This was the first time Zachariah felt so lost and powerless. News reached the Harmony Sect. No exchange? Gerardo refuses so easily? Harry, upon hearing this, was equally shocked. Was Anwar less valued than an ordinary disciple? Or did Shu Mountain simply pride itself too much to yield? Upon further inquiry, Harry heard no explanations, just threats from Shu Mountain. To hand over the old dog unharmed? Or risk war? Harry sneered. Wei must be getting too arrogant. While he expected this outcome, hearing such threats still infuriated him. Let them come if they dare. If they step foot here, they won't return. Though Shu Mountain was stronger overall, attacking another sect's territory was different. Harmony Sect was hard to assault and enjoyed home field advantage. Shu Mountain's attack would come at a heavy cost. This scenario benefited neither side. Worse, Shu Mountain had many enemies due to their widespread demon hunts. If Shu Mountain dispatched many elites to attack Harmony Sect, demons might take advantage when Shu Mountain was vulnerable. This fear explained why Shu Mountain never initiated direct wars. Harry saw this essence and grew bolder. How should we respond? Asked a subordinate. Harry, with a scornful smirk, replied, we won't respond. They're the ones anxious. Let the old dog stay longer until the right moment comes. At that moment, Harry was planning something significant. Back in the underground level of Shu Mountain's demon locking tower, Zachariah spent the afternoon contemplating but found no perfect solution. He considered using the myriad transformations mystic skill to infiltrate Harmony Sect, locate Anwar, and rescue him. It seemed feasible. However, practical challenges loomed. How would he leave the sect? Seeking Gerardo's permission directly was futile. Even getting past the sect leader, how would he rescue Anwar once in Harmony Sect? Killing his way out seemed nearly impossible. Thus, this path seemed a dead end. But it was the only option Zachariah could think of. Try it, he decided finally, knowing failing to attempt it would haunt him mentally. Walking to the door, a page in the monster compendium dimmed. A demon died, not by Zachariah's hand. He received a single relic reward. The Illusion Demon. This demon, known as Illusion Demon, created convincing illusions that entrapped anyone weaker. Though uninterested in illusions given his mental strength, Zachariah continued pondering. This illusionary ability itself lacked lethal power and ultimately wasn't the great Dao, so Zachariah's interest wasn't very high. However, the reward relic was there for the taking. One might as well take it if it's offered. Standing firm at the door, Zachariah began to extract the relic reward. After a flash of golden light, new reward, Phantom Clone Technique, precious. Zachariah was slightly taken aback. It turned out to be a precious grade cultivation technique. After reviewing its description, Zachariah immediately understood. As the name suggested, this was a technique to create clones. The higher one cultivated in this technique, the more clones could be created, and the closer their abilities would be to the users. Up to 3 clones could be created, each capable of manifesting 60% of his power. Of course, these clones had no thoughts of their own. They needed to be controlled by the master's spiritual power. Thus, this technique had strict requirements for the practitioner's spiritual power. If the practitioner's spiritual power didn't meet the criteria, they wouldn't even have the chance to start cultivating. For Zachariah, however, he had no worries about his spiritual power. Understanding the use of this technique, his eyes instantly lit up. Seems like I don't need to see the sect leader. Taking a step back, with this technique, Zachariah could send out clones to leave the sect quietly and then proceed to Harmony Sect without personally going. Even if the clone were accidentally destroyed, he would only lose a bit of spiritual power, which could be replenished by devouring a few more souls. There would essentially be no loss. So, Zachariah wasted no time in beginning to cultivate this technique. He didn't care about the origins or history of the technique. To him now, this technique was like timely help or a heavenly aid. He firmly believed that any technique that could assist him was a good one. Soon, Zachariah mastered this technique, reaching proficiency level, but he felt it still wasn't enough. Since he intended to use this technique to rescue Anwar, he needed to reach the highest standard possible. Therefore, Zachariah continued injecting experience points into this technique until the Phantom Clone technique reached the ultimate mastery level. With just a thought from Zachariah, his figure blurred and split into 2 identical copies. Looking at his clone, Zachariah noticed not a single difference between them, except for a somewhat vacant expression since the clone had no consciousness and must be controlled by Zachariah himself. Before attaching his mental power, it wouldn't move or show any expression or emotion. When Zachariah projected a thread of his consciousness onto the clone, its eyes flickered with life. Very good, Zachariah nodded, feeling some relief. Though he hadn't seen Anwar yet, he had taken the first step. Controlling his clone, Zachariah used the conceal form technique, making it instantly vanish from sight. Due to the highest level Phantom Clone technique, the clone possessed all of Zachariah's abilities. Naturally, it couldn't replicate his physical form since it was made of phantom energy. But precisely because it was a phantom clone, ordinary attacks couldn't harm it. Thoughts racing, the clone left through the gate of Shu Mountain unseen. Using both the Phantom Clone technique and unparalleled movement skills, it disappeared like a gust of wind, unnoticed. Traveling swiftly, the clone arrived at the location where Harry had fought Anwar. Zachariah wasn't sure where the Harmony Sect headquarters was located, but he knew the direction Kira had left. So, he followed her path. This should be the territory of Harmony Sect. Looking down from the sky, he saw disciples in Harmony Sect attire scattered around. They moved in and out of the valley, indicating that the Harmony Sect headquarters was hidden within. Quietly descending and following a disciple, the clone traversed through the valley until finally reaching the entrance to the Harmony Sect. The sect was hidden deep in the valley with natural geographic advantages, making it nearly impossible to expose unless someone with great power used the mountain-moving divine technique. Entering effortlessly, Zachariah's clone roamed around inside, searching for any place that could be holding Anwar. During this search, he encountered an old acquaintance, Kira. Upon seeing her enter his line of sight, Zachariah quickly hid further away. This woman's awareness was extremely sharp, so it was best not to get too close. Despite knowing the clone's destruction wouldn't matter much, Zachariah didn't want to spoil his plan. Failure this time would make future attempts far more difficult. Kira sensed something and looked up, but Zachariah's clone had already hidden in a dark corner. Her gaze swept the area, using her senses to scan but finding nothing unusual. She muttered to herself, dismissing her suspicions before continuing on. Avoiding Kira, the clone wandered around most of Harmony Sect. Seeing a prison that seemed too simple for Anwar to be held, Zachariah approached cautiously, wary not to reveal himself. At the end of the corridor, Zachariah stopped abruptly. There, shackled and disheveled, was Anwar locked in the largest cell. He had found whom he was looking for. Chapter 108. A Sly Switch. Is this prison only holding Anwar? Zachariah didn't rush to see Anwar but instead observed his surroundings. The Joyful Union Sect's prison held only Anwar and looked rather shabby. Despite its simplicity, it still provided the basic conditions for confinement. At that moment, chains attached to divine sealing nails pierced through Anwar's limbs, with the other ends of the chains distributed at the four corners of the cell. These divine sealing nails were a type of restraint capable of blocking cultivators' meridian spirit energy pathways, indirectly sealing their cultivation levels, and suppressing their divine souls. This prevented the practitioner's spiritual awareness from functioning. Seeing this scene made Zachariah feel very uneasy. Anwar was like a strict teacher in Zachariah's heart, silently paying attention to him despite not saying much. Now, seeing Anwar imprisoned for saving him, Zachariah felt heavy-hearted. Anwar. Zachariah approached Anwar's cell, speaking softly. Anwar, like a sleeping tiger awakening, opened his eyes and scanned around, stopping suddenly on the door. Though no one was visible at the entrance, Anwar found the position of Zachariah's doppelganger by instinct. But he clearly hadn't reacted to who was hidden there, so there was uncertainty in his expression. Anwar, it's me. I'm Zachariah. At the sound of Zachariah's voice, Anwar almost jumped up, eyes wide open, revealing not joy but surging anger. He lowered his voice and said in a deep tone, Zachariah, have you gone mad? Who told you to come here? At this point, he had no time to question how Zachariah had hidden himself. He only wanted Zachariah to leave quickly. Go away. Zachariah naturally wasn't going to leave. I came here to bring you out, Elder. This is impossible. Don't be foolish. Do you want to infuriate me to death? Anwar felt as if he had two heads after dealing with one headache. He had worked so hard to get Zachariah away from Atman's clutches, and now Zachariah was delivering himself right back. Elder, rest assured. This isn't my true body, Zachariah explained immediately. Hearing this, Anwar frowned. Where did you learn these abilities? Besides Zachariah's sword skills, all his various methods puzzled Anwar. Because Mauname didn't have such techniques recorded, where had Zachariah learned them? At this moment, Zachariah hesitated. He didn't know how to explain the demon beast records to Anwar. Anwar also noticed the hesitation behind Zachariah's silence and asked, Tell me seriously, will you harm Mauname in the future? No. Zachariah answered resolutely. Will you betray Mauname? This question made Zachariah hesitate for a moment. In cases not threatening my life, I won't betray. Zachariah answered honestly. He wasn't a saint. What if Mauname wouldn't tolerate him someday? It was inconceivable for him to sit idly and await execution. So, I won't ask further. Hearing this answer, Anwar was satisfied. He was indeed curious about Zachariah's secrets, but as long as Zachariah didn't endanger Mauname, there was no need for thorough investigation. Even the part that Zachariah would not betray under non-life-threatening situations made Anwar feel that it was the most genuine response. After all, Zachariah came from the bottom, without a strong sense of belonging to Mauname, unlike the higher-ups who treated it as home after many years of service. Valuing his own life over all else was understandable for Zachariah. Elder, how can I save you? Zachariah asked, but Anwar could only sigh helplessly facing his current predicament. Even if you untie these restraints from me, I cannot break out of the Joyful Union Sect in my current state. The injuries from battling Atman were severe. Atman still lacked color in his face even after days of seclusion, let alone Anwar who lacked the opportunity to recuperate, making his condition worse. I probably can't even beat you now, Anwar said somewhat bitterly. Zachariah felt somewhat embarrassed hearing this. Elder, you flatter me. However, Anwar's words indicated the severity of his injuries and inability to break out from there. If breaking through internally isn't possible, we must introduce support externally. Zachariah's gaze flickered. His clone's strength couldn't hold against Joyful Union Sect's experts for long. Escaping with severely wounded Anwar was almost impossible. No, absolutely not getting Mauname's people involved. External aid could only come from Mauname, but once Mauname got involved, it would mean declaring war on the Joyful Union Sect. If Mauname could declare war based on the present situation, we would have already done so. Mauname showed prosperity and momentum, ideal for enhancing its foundation. Declaring war now, especially initiating an attack, would interrupt Mauname's growth. Another critical point was that while Mauname appeared splendid, unseen dangers and numerous enemies lurked in the shadows, eyeing it eagerly. Any sign of weakness or vulnerability from Mauname could invite opportunistic demon attacks, particularly the subordinates of the demon overlord, whose ambitions never waned. Therefore, Zachariah's suggestion was immediately rejected by Anwar. Zachariah understood that Anwar cared deeply about the sect and would rather die than see it fall into Kunjing. To improve fluency and consistency in English, Zachariah understood that Anwar cared deeply about the sect and would rather die than see it plunged into difficulty. Or more naturally, Zachariah knew that Anwar was so devoted to the sect that he would rather die than see it fall into trouble. If both paths are impassable, then we must take the third path. The third path? I will free your restraints first. Zachariah appeared, forcibly broke the prison doors, and severed the 4 chains with finger-like swords. Then he pulled out the divine sealing nails from Anwar's limbs one by one. During this process, Anwar remained silent, but the cold sweat on his forehead showed the immense pain he was enduring. Zachariah couldn't lessen his pain and could only speed up removing the nails to minimize suffering. When the last nail was removed, Anwar groaned, almost falling over. Zachariah's worry was evident as Anwar's condition was dire. Once Anwar's breathing stabilized slightly, Zachariah revealed his plan. To use 10,000 transformations technique to change Anwar into a Joyful Union Sect disciple, while his clone transformed as Anwar to draw attention, allowing Anwar to escape amidst the chaos. This is the final solution I can think of. After Zachariah explained, Anwar's first question was, do you have any relation with Ellis? Because the transformation mentioned by Zachariah matched the deceased Ellis's ability in the locked demon tower. Elder, understand that I stole his ability but will not use it for evil nor become a demon. Believe me. Zachariah spoke sincerely, meeting Anwar's gaze without hesitation. After a few breaths, Anwar sighed, I'll trust you this time. Note: adjustments have been made to ensure the story maintains a consistent tone and style in English. Anwar carefully considered Zachariah's proposal. Your plan indeed has merit and can be attempted. Zachariah hadn't expected Anwar to agree so easily. He thought it would take much more persuading, especially considering that it required Anwar to impersonate a member of the Joyful Union Sect. He was concerned that Anwar's strong sense of pride might prevent him from doing such a thing. I'm not that rigid. Anwar seemed to read Zachariah's thoughts as he continued, appraising Zachariah's clone again before asking seriously, you are truly just a clone? This couldn't be taken lightly. If Zachariah had lied to save Anwar, it would cause immense regret later on. It is a true clone, Elder, rest assured. I cherish my life greatly, Zachariah smiled, reassuring him. Recalling Zachariah's promise not to betray Mauname unless his life was threatened, Anwar felt a bit relieved. Elder, please wait here. I need to go capture someone first. For Anwar to successfully impersonate a member of the Joyful Union Sect, that person could not be seen within the sect, or their meeting could blow the cover. To ensure no activity from that individual, there was only one way, making them dead. Zachariah flashed out, in search of his target. Headmistress Marshallan, how is your hand feeling? In front of Kira stood a short and stout man with a beaming smile. Yet this smile in her eyes was nothing but fawning and greasy. It made her internally repulsed. He was her new subordinate named Casper. Male disciples were rare in the Joyful Union Sect, and none could stay without having some notable skills. Casper won over the female disciples' favor through his silver tongue, aiding their cultivation. Having him as a subordinate made Kira feel nauseous. But this was an arrangement by the headmistress, perhaps intentionally set up to annoy her, knowing full well how she detested Casper. Though in the Joyful Union Sect, Kira did not rely on dual cultivation techniques for advancement. She had already achieved remarkable cultivation before joining. I don't need your concern. Go check on the Truman in prison. Kira expressed her disdain openly, dispatching Casper to the prison holding Anwar. Despite some reluctance, Casper still agreed with a laugh, aiming to build rapport with his new superior. Not long after, while en route to the prison, Casper encountered Zachariah who had just left the prison. Of course, Casper couldn't see Zachariah, but Zachariah saw him heading towards Anwar's location. A quick decision was made. Zachariah locked onto Casper with his gaze. It will be you then. Given the abundance of women in the Joyful Union Sect, finding a suitable female to impersonate wouldn't be appropriate for Anwar. The first male disciple Zachariah encountered after leaving the prison was Casper, coincidentally heading in the same direction. Thus, he became the perfect candidate. Just as Casper entered the prison, Zachariah appeared behind him. A flash of sword light in the dark, a swift slash across his throat. Casper's eyes widened as his body stiffly fell back. He died without knowing his assailant. Zachariah disposed of Casper's body, then approached Anwar, transforming him into Casper's appearance while changing himself to resemble Anwar. Inside the prison, they exchanged a few words privately. Then at the prison entrance, the figure of Casper flew out, crashing down while screaming, he's escaped. The Truman has broken free. Moments later, Anwar emerged from the cave mouth, swiftly flying toward the mountain gate of the Joyful Union Sect. Instantly, everyone was alerted. Alarms rang, and they quickly surrounded the area. Even Master Ottman in the main hall was alarmed. How could that old dog escape? Doubting the truthfulness of the report, Ottman still took immediate action, leaving the main hall. Hearing this news, Kira's reaction was less frantic. So, shortly after I sent Casper to check, the Isaiah from Mount Amay escapes? Intuition told her something wasn't right. Next, her figure vanished from the spot. Zachariah's clone activated all his agility skills, darting between buildings, distracting them. He needed to buy time for Anwar. Therefore, he didn't think about fighting back, but focused on evading. Unexpectedly, the fake Anwar showed remarkable speed, surprising many who pursued him. Was this the same heavily injured Isaiah from days ago? Almost everyone chased the false Anwar while the real Anwar, now disguised as Casper, neared the Joyful Union Sect's gates. Remembering the direction since being brought in, joy flickered in his eyes as he saw the gates ahead. But suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Casper, what are you doing here? Chapter 109. Surprise and suspicion. A sudden cold voice interrupted the moment. Casper froze, his body stiffening. He estimated the distance from the main gate to his current position. Given his current state, it would take a considerable amount of time to break through the gates of the Xianxia sect directly. The person who had called him back was none other than Vice Sect leader Kira. He slowly turned around. In that instant, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Finally, he managed a somewhat awkward smile. I was just taking a stroll. I got injured by that Truman who escaped. I couldn't possibly chase after him. Each word in Casper's sentence was carefully weighed. He wasn't entirely sure about the identity and relationships of this person and didn't want to say something wrong that might arouse suspicion. Is that so? Kira's gaze bore into him. Are you really not involved with the escape of the Shu Mountain Elder? Casper feigned innocence. How could I be involved? I don't know why he suddenly escaped either. Only for the sake of escaping the Xianxia sect did Anwar use all his lifetime acting skills. But Kira wasn't ready to let him off easily. She had originally intended to use this incident to punish Casper, sparing herself the sight of his loathsome presence. Though he was appointed by the sect leader, if he committed treason, she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. At this thought, Kira let out a sneer. Casper, upon seeing Kira's expression, instantly sensed danger. His instincts as a powerful cultivator were finely tuned, warning him of impending peril. As soon as Kira's expression changed, he went on full alert. Sure enough, in the next moment, Kira struck at Casper. In an instant, she launched a green talisman while declaring, Casper has betrayed the sect and aided the escape of the Shu Mountain Elder. I will cleanse the sect of traitors now. As she spoke, the talisman enveloped and lightning streaked towards Casper. If Casper were still the original Casper, he likely wouldn't have evaded this fatal blow. But being Anwar, he certainly wouldn't fall for such a trap easily. Dodging to the side, the lightning talisman grazed his face, its power causing numbness and loss of sensation. Seeing Casper evade her attack, Kira was momentarily taken aback but didn't consider any deeper meaning, assuming he was concealing his true strength. Good, you treacherous dog. Now we have solid proof against you, Kira muttered, while Anwar ignored her completely, sensing intense killing intent from her. This killing intent clearly meant she wouldn't let him off easily. No words could change that. Feeling rather unlucky, Anwar realized his assumed identity seemed to have a strained relationship with this vice sect leader. Clearly, she was using this opportunity for retribution. Zachariah's avatar must be holding up well. I can't waste the time he bought me. Determined, Anwar decided that even in his current weakened state, he must drive back this vice sect leader to honor Zachariah's efforts. With a decision made, Anwar instantly summoned his sword and slashed towards Kira. Whoosh! The air grew scorching as a massive flame dragon emerged from the sword, aiming straight for Kira's head. Even if Kira were foolish, she now realized something was amiss. You're not Casper. On the other side, Zachariah's avatar led a group of people through the sect, darting crazily as constant attacks rained down upon him. However, Zachariah's agility allowed him to evade each assault. After a while, some began to notice something odd. The Truman, initially blocked at the main gate, now zigzagged aimlessly within the sect, moving further away from the entrance. Did he intend to escape? Yet they had no time to ponder further as they tried to intercept him. Initially, Zachariah moved effortlessly, but as more people joined the chase, dodging became increasingly difficult. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Raising his eyes, he saw the figure approach. Atman. Upon Atman's arrival, the immense pressure immediately slowed Zachariah. Gio, how did you get out? Who freed you? Atman demanded. But Anwar remained silent, responding only with a wave of his red phantom sword. The swinging sword was merely a feint. The real attack came from his spiritual sword released via his mental force. To avoid revealing it as a spiritual sword, he used the feint. His actual target was the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Fighting Atman directly was neither feasible nor sensible with his avatar's capabilities. Attacking the disciples would distract Atman effectively. As Zachariah's mental sword slashed indiscriminately, screams filled the air, and many disciples perished. To these ordinary disciples, Zachariah's mental sword was lethal. Fall back. I'll handle this. Atman ordered the surrounding disciples who hoped to earn credit by finishing off a weakened Anwar. But their rashness cost some their lives. Atman's pale cheeks flushed with anger. Gio, you're asking for death. A furious palm strike from Atman descended like a mountain. Bang. Though Zachariah's avatar nearly dissipated, it lacked true corporeality. Despite the tremendous force, no external damage occurred. This stunned Atman. Sensing something odd about Anwar, he wasn't convinced yet. Striking again faster, Zachariah failed to dodge once more. Surprisingly, not even a drop of blood appeared on Zachariah's lips, a far cry from the expected signs of grievous injury. Atman scanned Zachariah several times with his senses, finally realizing the truth. You're not Gio. Who are you? Chapter 110. Identity exposed. The fire dragon slash fell from above. Kira's body temperature rose sharply. The firelight illuminated her stunned face. But she did not lose her composure or her ability to defend. As the deputy sect leader of the Unity sect, how could she simply wait for death? Her slender fingers grabbed at the air, then flipped her palm, instantly revealing 3 talismans. Without any visible movement, in that split second, the 3 talismans automatically flew upward. They formed a green light barrier, blocking Casper's slash. You are the true elder of Mount Shu. Kira was not stupid. At this moment, she finally realized. The Casper before her was the true Anwar of Mount Shu. She had seen Anwar use this move before, and it left a deep impression on her. No wonder this Truman hurriedly rushed towards the mountain gate. It turned out he was the real Anwar. So the one inside the sect now must be the fake one. A good ploy indeed. Using a feint to lure me away and escaping like a cicada shedding its shell, truly ingenious. Kira let out a cold laugh. One had to admit, this trick was well played. If she hadn't intended to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Casper first, Anwar might have already left the sect. their plan would have succeeded. Anwar's face was grim. He had no time for words. His face was slightly flushed with anger. His sword strike had been solidly blocked, which caught him off guard. It seems my injuries are worse than I thought. Anwar sighed inwardly. In his prime, or even if he hadn't been injured, Kira wouldn't have been his match, let alone block his full attack. As Anwar lamented, Kira also realized that the current Anwar was nothing but a paper tiger. From the last battle against the sect leader, he was promptly imprisoned in that dark place, his cultivation sealed, unable to heal his internal injuries, worsening day by day. Now, he couldn't even unleash 30% of his strength. Initially apprehensive, Kira now felt fearless. Hail, you're just out of luck. Kira flicked her arm, sending a blue streak arcing toward Anwar from his side. It was a blue talisman. Anwar dodged sideways, but the blue talisman suddenly emitted a powerful suction force, pulling him closer. Anwar's expression changed as he stuck the Crimson Sun sword into the ground, barely stabilizing himself. His instincts told him that if that blue talisman touched him, he'd be in serious trouble. Why do you, clearly not from the Unity Sect, willingly collude with them? Judging by Kira's methods, she was likely from the Joyful Talisman Sect. According to what Anwar knew, the Joyful Talisman Sect was a respectable major cultivation sect. They wouldn't ally with demons, nor had he heard of any ties between them and the Unity Sect. These words struck a sore spot for Kira. She reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, both shocked and enraged. What I do has nothing to do with you. Why must an old fool like you meddle? Instantly infuriated by Anwar, her identity and origins were always her Achilles heel. In the sect, only the sect leader dared to mention it. Anyone who did so risked severe consequences, nearly fatal in some cases. So in the sect, it was always taboo, never spoken of. But Anwar was unaware of these matters. He spoke his thoughts directly, hoping Kira might have a change of heart, that she might leave the demon sect and return to righteousness. However, his words backfired, completely enraging her. As the green light barrier from the 3 talismans above Kira weakened, Anwar's offensive also dissipated. Today, as long as I'm here, you won't leave this place. Suddenly on the defensive, Kira launched a fierce assault on Anwar, forcing him to constantly parry while retreating step by step. On the other side, facing Atman's doubts, Zachariah sneered. Attempting to salvage the situation, he taunted, "Little Een, is that all you've got?" Zachariah swung the manifested Crimson Sun sword at Atman, delivering a slash. A roaring fire dragon emerged. This was Anwar's famous technique, a self-created sword art. Crimson Flame Dragon Slash. While in prison, he taught Zachariah this sword technique. It helped make Zachariah seem more convincing. Due to time constraints, Zachariah only learned a simplified version. Though less powerful than the true Crimson Flame Dragon Slash, it was still enough to mimic the essence. Of course, Anwar imparted the complete incantation to Zachariah. Though Zachariah would need to practice it further. The moment the fire dragon roared, Atman was surprised. Could I have been wrong? The familiar sensation made it seem like it was truly Anwar. And Anwar was severely injured. The fire dragon was far weaker, merely a fraction of his prime, which matched Anwar's current state. Caught between surprise and suspicion, Atman acted quickly, though not at his peak. Taking on Zachariah's avatar was too easy. With a simple strike, he shattered Zachariah's fire dragon. Next, his figure vanished and reappeared before Zachariah. Snatching his throat, Zachariah reacted swiftly. After all, being an avatar, parts of his body could become insubstantial. As Zachariah made his neck intangible, Atman grabbed empty air. How is this possible? Atman was puzzled, but at that instant, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy. Indeed, you're not old dog Geo. You're not even human. This wasn't anger speaking. Atman knew Zachariah was not physical, merely a manifestation of spiritual energy. With years of experience, having fought many strong individuals, including those with formidable mental abilities, he immediately recognized Zachariah as purely a spiritual avatar. Dare to deceive me? Enraged, Atman's eyes flashed dangerously. Next moment, his spiritual energy burst forth, forming a glowing purple sword in his hand. He swung it toward Zachariah's head. Chapter 111, Death. Facing Atman's sword slash formed by concentrated mental power, Zachariah did not dare to be negligent and exerted all his efforts to defend. He could only do his best. This battle was inherently unequal. There was no way he could win. In the next moment, the Crimson Solar Sword materialized in Zachariah's hand, completely shattered under Atman's strike. And Zachariah's doppelganger was also split into 2 halves by this powerful purple light sword, formed from Atman's mental power. After reconstituting, his figure had become much more ethereal. At this point, everyone could see that he was no longer a solid entity. The surrounding Joyful Union Sect disciples all looked extremely grim. To think they were led around in circles within the sect by a decoy. It was humiliating. Just as they were about to advance and shatter Zachariah's clone to vent their anger, they were stopped by Atman. Everyone, disperse and find that old dog Geo. Under Atman's command, everyone dared not disobey and scattered throughout the sect. Atman thoroughly suppressed Zachariah's clone, then allocated some of his consciousness to rapidly spread out, searching for Anwar's presence within the sect. Meanwhile, Zachariah extended his remaining shred of consciousness toward the entrance of the Joyful Union Sect. Suddenly, both of their eyes widened in shock, as if they had sensed something. Boom. Anwar's attack collided with Kira's, forcing both of them to retreat several steps. Anwar's injuries flared up, his eyes hidden with pain, his complexion slightly pale. Hail, your strength is far from what it used to be. I advise you to surrender early. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. Kira sneered. She never thought there would come a day when she could thrash Anwar of Mount Shu. Back when she first intruded into the Mount Shu sect, she nearly lost to this Isaiah, and if not for the timely arrival of the sect leader, who knew whether she would be dead or alive now. Truly, Times have changed. Anwar maintained a calm appearance, even though he was unwilling to admit it internally. Each time he attacked, he increasingly felt the strain. Continuing like this, his defeat seemed inevitable. However, the calmer he became, it was as if what he was experiencing was nothing more than an insignificant matter. Anwar spoke. You should be from the Joyful Union Sect, right? I'm very curious why you betrayed your sect. Why did you leave a place with limitless prospects and come to a place that everyone despises? Anwar brought up this topic again, knowing full well that this would enrage his opponent. But he wanted to say it. His goal was to make Kira angry. Sure enough, the moment Kira heard these words, painful memories seemed to surface from deep within her heart. The previously suppressed anger once again burst forth from within her heart, like a jet of flame rushing straight to her brain. Shut up. Black mystic patterns appeared in the palm of Kira's hand, resembling talismans etched into her palm. Her figure instantly dashed in front of Anwar and slapped out. A full-strength attack filled with rage shot towards Anwar's forehead. However, this time, Anwar didn't dodge. When her attack landed on Anwar, Kira suddenly realized that he had deliberately let her hit him, deliberately infuriated her, just to seek death. However, realizing this at this point was too late, she couldn't retract her attack. Anwar made no defense, taking the blow directly on his head. A streak of black light struck his forehead and flew out from the back of his skull. Under such a fierce impact, Anwar's body trembled, his eyes wide open, but the sparkle in his eyes gradually faded. His soul was directly shattered, his vitality swiftly dissipating, like a dam breaking, water surging out. No. This moment, Atman, who had just arrived at the scene, and Zachariah's clone that Atman brought along, exclaimed angrily at the same time. They were still one step too late. Anwar fell straight down before their eyes. His eyes remained wide open, but he no longer breathed. His face was still in the guise of Casper, but everyone present knew his true identity. An Isaiah of Mount Shu had fallen. Zachariah's eyes instantly turned red. It was as if a dormant volcano inside him began to stir with magma, completely different from Zachariah's emotions. Atman's shock and anger were not due to grieving over Anwar's death, but because Anwar's death might trigger a series of chain reactions. This was what worried and troubled him. Indeed, he hadn't decided how to deal with Anwar yet, wanting to ensure stability. But now, Anwar was killed directly by Kira. Such an outcome caught him off guard. You stupid woman, who told you to kill him? All of Atman's accumulated dissatisfaction erupted at this moment. He cursed Kira, calling her a stupid woman, an extreme humiliation. After all, since Kira joined the sect, she had always been treated preferentially. She had never been humiliated or scolded by the sect leader like this. Even when she made mistakes in the past, the sect leader would just admonish her without insulting her dignity. These words, to Kira, were extremely severe. At this moment, Kira's body trembled slightly, her long-suppressed emotions approaching total collapse. However, she still retained a trace of reason, explaining, I didn't mean to. This Truman deliberately provoked me, seeking death. I didn't expect him to give up all resistance. Shut up. You were just stupid, making mistake after mistake and not realizing it. Get out of my sight. Enraged, Atman ignored Kira's explanation, directly ordering her away to avoid further aggravation. Kira abruptly turned around, tears streaming down her face. She forcibly endured her inner pain, walking away from the sect leader with heavy steps. Have I done so much for you, and this is how you treat me? I gave up my sect, my father severed ties with me, and this is how you treat me? Tears flowed from her eyes. Blood dripped from her heart. As the distance between them grew, this moment, Kira finally realized clearly that all her efforts were nothing but her own wishful thinking. Thinking that as long as she didn't mind too much and devoted herself wholeheartedly, he would eventually notice. One day, he would focus entirely on her. However, this moment, she understood. She had been too naive. Everything was merely her own obsessive fantasy. Sadness cannot compare to the deadness of the heart. At this moment, her heart was utterly dead. Atman took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. After his anger subsided, he realized that his previous attitude was indeed excessive. After all, Kira was also the deputy sect leader, assisting him for many years. Even without meritorious service, there had been effort. To insult a meritorious subject like this was going too far. Furthermore, after calming down, he acknowledged Kira's explanation. Anwar indeed sought death. Otherwise, how could Kira have killed him so easily? After all, even in his weakened state, Anwar could have lasted a few more rounds. It wouldn't have ended in instant death from Kira's single blow. It's fine, I'll console her later. Atman made his decision. He believed that with some consolation, Kira would behave as before, continuing to serve him diligently. After all, things had always worked this way before. There was nothing major to worry about. He could only do his best. This battle was inherently unequal from the start, with no chance of victory. The next moment, the red sun's word Zachariah conjured in his hand, completely shattered under Atman's strike. And Zachariah's clone was also sliced into two halves by the powerful purple light sword, formed by Atman's immense mental force. After reconstituting, his figure had become much more ethereal. At this point, anyone could tell that he wasn't a physical entity anymore. The surrounding xuanhuan sect disciples also wore grim expressions. Just thinking about being led around in circles by a fake body within their sect was like being treated as monkeys. They were just about to move forward to shatter Zachariah's clone entirely to vent their anger, when they were stopped by Atman. Everyone, disperse. Find that old dog Geo. On Atman's order, everyone scattered throughout the sect without daring to disobey. Atman suppressed Zachariah's clone completely, then extended part of his consciousness rapidly in search of Anwar. Meanwhile, Zachariah extended what remained of his consciousness toward the entrance of the xuanhuan sect. Both of their expressions suddenly stiffened as if they had sensed something. Boom. Anwar's and Kira's attacks collided, each retreating several steps. Anwar's injuries flared up, pain darkening his eyes, and his face turned slightly pale. Hail, your strength is far inferior to what it used to be. I advise you to surrender early. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. A hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of Kira's mouth. She never thought she would have the day where she could thoroughly beat the Xianxia. Remember, back when she intruded on Mount Shushan, she almost lost to this Anwar. Had the sect master not arrived in time, her fate now would be uncertain. As the saying goes, the world changes. It couldn't be any truer here. Anwar maintained a calm demeanor, although he was unwilling to admit it within himself. Every time he attacked, he felt increasingly powerless. Continuing this way, his defeat seemed inevitable. However, the calmer his expression became, the more it resembled someone experiencing nothing but an insignificant trivial matter. Anwar said, "You should be from the Joyful Union Sect, right? I'm curious, why did you betray your own sect? Why forsake a promising future for a place detested by all?" Anwar broached this topic again, knowing full well it would enrage his opponent. He persisted in bringing it up. His goal was to make Kira furious. Indeed, the moment she heard these words, memories that caused her pain surged from deep within. The anger that had been suppressed erupted once more, like a straight flame rushing towards her brain. "Shut up." Mysterious black patterns emerged in the palm of Kira's hand, like runes engraved within her palm. In an instant, she stood before Anwar, slapping him out. Her attack fueled by rage hit Anwar directly. But this time, Anwar didn't dodge or defend. When her attack landed on Anwar, Kira realized too late, it was intentional, deliberately provoking her to seek death. However, it was too late even after realizing this. The attack couldn't be recalled. Anwar made no attempt to defend. He endured the blow head-on. A black beam struck Anwar's forehead and flew out from the back of his head. Hit so forcefully, Anwar's body trembled violently, eyes wide open, but the sparkle in them began to fade away. His soul was instantly shattered, vitality slipping away like floodwaters breaking through a dam. No. This moment, just arriving on the scene were Atman and the clone of Zachariah brought by Atman, both emitting exclamations of shock and anger. They were one step too late. Right before their eyes, Anwar fell straight down. His eyes remained wide open, but his breathing had stopped. His face was still that of Hongping's. But everyone present knew his true identity. One of Shu Shan's had fallen. Zachariah's eyes instantly turned red. Inside him, it felt like a dormant volcano was starting to erupt lava. Completely different from Zachariah's emotions, Atman's shock and anger weren't out of sorrow for Anwar's death. It was because Anwar's death might trigger a series of chain reactions. That was his main worry. Actually, he hadn't decided how to deal with Anwar in the most prudent manner yet. But now, Anwar was directly killed by Kira. Such a result took him off guard. "You stupid woman, who told you to kill him?" Atman's accumulated dissatisfaction finally erupted. He cursed Kira, calling her a stupid woman, an extreme insult. Since entering the sect, Kira had always received preferential treatment from various aspects. She had never been publicly humiliated or cursed by the sect master. Even if she made mistakes in the past, the sect master might criticize her, but would not insult her character. These words were incredibly hurtful to Kira. Her body started trembling, long-suppressed emotions teetering on the brink of complete collapse. However, a last shred of reason kept her from losing control. She explained, "I didn't mean to. This Truman deliberately provoked me, seeking death on purpose. I didn't expect him to give up resistance entirely." "Don't talk. You're just stupid, making mistakes repeatedly without realizing it. Get out of my sight." Fuming, Atman wouldn't listen to Kira's explanation. He dismissed her from sight to ease his frustration. Tears slid down the corners of Kira's eyes as she abruptly turned away. She bit back her inner grief, dragging heavy steps away from the sect master. "I've done so much for you. Is this how you treat me? I gave up my sect, severed ties with my father for you. Is this how you treat me?" Her eyes shed tears, but her heart dripped blood. As the distance between them grew, Kira finally realized clearly that all her efforts were merely wishful thinking. She believed that if she forgave everything and devoted herself to him, one day he would see. One day he would focus all his attention on her. But now, she understood how naive she had been. Everything was nothing but her own delusional fantasy. Sorrow greater than heartbreak. At this moment, her heart was dead. Atman took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to settle slightly. Now, he also felt that his attitude earlier was somewhat excessive. After all, Kira was the vice sect master, who had assisted him for years. No effort went unnoticed. Publicly insulting such a loyal subject was indeed too harsh. Moreover, after calming down, he acknowledged Kira's explanation. Anwar truly sought death. Otherwise, Kira wouldn't find it so easy to kill him. Considering the resilience of even a declining Anwar, he could withstand several more rounds. He wouldn't have been killed by a single blow. "It's all right, I'll comfort her later." Atman made his decision. He believed a little comfort would make Kira return to her former self, serving him wholeheartedly as usual. After all, they had gone through similar situations before. Nothing too serious. It's quite troublesome that this old dog Geo is dead now. Atman shook his head slightly, glancing at Anwar's current appearance, and then at Zachariah who still looked like Anwar. He said nonchalantly, "These tricks of changing appearances, they're all you're doing, right? Who are you really?" Zachariah's gaze seemed somewhat dazed, and he didn't respond. Atman continued, "Now seeing him dead, I'm very curious about what you're thinking. Wanting to save him but instead causing his death. The feeling must not be easy to bear, right?" Atman mocked Zachariah's clone as much as possible, perhaps seeking relief from his own inner troubles through the taunting and provocation. Upon hearing the words, "he died," Zachariah seemed to snap out of his daze. He stared unblinkingly at Anwar's corpse. His lowered eyes raised up, revealing a coldness in them sharp as the sharpest blade. Looking directly at Atman, he spoke with unwavering determination. I will kill you myself, and Kira too. On that day, the Joyful Union Sect will cease to exist. That day is not far off. Every word Zachariah uttered made Atman laugh inwardly. Such a grand claim. Are you Etienne? Atman raised his voice slightly. Of course, he knew the figure before him had nothing to do with the leader of Mount Shu. If it were Etienne's clone, it wouldn't have spoken like that. Seeing Anwar die would probably cause Etienne to fly into a rage and declare war on him immediately. Saying that day is not far off clearly indicated he wasn't yet capable of attacking the Joyful Union Sect, which certainly didn't sound like something Etienne would say or do. A man who won't reveal his true identity dares to threaten me? Don't you find it laughable? Zachariah remained silent, but released the effects of the xuanhuan skill, revealing his true face. Seeing Zachariah's features manifest before him, Atman's mocking smile suddenly froze. It's you again. For some reason, at this moment, Atman felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was watching him, ready to devour him at any moment. But this sensation only lasted for a brief moment. A sardonic smile reappeared on his face. If you want revenge, come as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not get this chance in the future. Clearly using reverse psychology, Atman wanted Zachariah to seek vengeance quickly. Unbeknownst to him, he began to dread the future Zachariah. Zachariah, however, did not speak. He slapped his hand against his head. The clone instantly dispersed into fragments, vanishing into thin air. Witnessing this scene, Atman frowned deeply, his anxiety rising further. Mount Shu, underground level 3 of the demon-locking pagoda. Zachariah sat up abruptly from his bed, as if waking from a nightmare, gasping for breath. At that moment, his heart sank into an abyss of emptiness, engulfed by a swirl of negative emotions. He clutched his head, silent for a long time. After a while, he slowly released his hands, his expression returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes seemed different, deep and cold. A single glance felt like staring into an abyss. He left the resting room, acting just as usual. Only when a fellow disciple stopped him did anyone notice anything abnormal. The one who called him was an Isaiah sister named Fanping. Women tend to be more perceptive, especially someone as sensitive as her. She easily noticed a cold, unfriendly aura around Zachariah, which was different from before. Previously, Zachariah had been approachable and friendly, good-looking, and a nice junior brother. She often came by to tease him casually, but recently, Zachariah had seemed disinterested, so she hadn't disturbed him. Now, things seemed worse than a few days ago. Fanping noticed some unusual signs in Zachariah and wanted to ask if he had any worries and offer guidance to this younger brother. When she inquired, Zachariah smiled as he usually did but lightly brushed her off, saying, Nothing, senior sister, don't worry about it. Although he smiled while speaking, Fanping felt it was different. Zachariah's words lacked warmth, just like his demeanor now, cold and distant. Fanping wanted to say something more but found herself at a loss for words. Zachariah's attitude clearly showed he had closed himself off, not wanting anyone to enter his heart. So, whatever she said wouldn't help. Unless Zachariah opened up willingly, even the most eloquent speech couldn't move him. Feeling helpless, Fanping could only laugh bitterly. Little brother, I'm always here to listen to your thoughts. Come to me when you're ready to talk. Zachariah nodded and walked away. Passing by a demon prison cell, a muffled voice echoed out. Boy, have you encountered unresolved emotional turmoil? I can help alleviate your troubles if you're willing to listen. Zachariah paused, turned back, and spoke coldly. You want to die? Chapter 112. Return. The demon in front of Zachariah was known as Yudu Demon. He could make people indulge in the simplest pleasures with a mere breath. But after that fleeting joy, it left behind an even greater emptiness and pain. Eventually, in pursuit of a moment's pleasure, one had to beg the demon humbly, bowing low, completely losing all dignity and becoming a slave controlled by the demon. They would do whatever the demon said. Otherwise, they'd be tormented into madness by that pain. It was said that when the Isaiahs initially went to capture this demon, they faced significant resistance from the very people who were under the demon's control. They obstructed the Isaiahs' actions crazily, denouncing them as true demons trying to take away their only support. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the Isaiahs were at a loss for a while. Due to those people's obstruction, the demon nearly escaped. In the end, Anwar decisively deemed those people as having lost their humanity, serving as the demon's followers. No longer human, they should be dealt with as demons. Thus, the Isaiahs carved out a bloody path through the crowd, eventually capturing the Yudu demon, successfully. Now, although the Yudu demon's cultivation has been suppressed, unable to release extreme desire poison, his words still have great allure. If anyone let their guard down around him, he could easily take advantage. Especially those burdened with inner pain and unresolved grief were particularly susceptible. As a seasoned expert in reading people, Yudu demon immediately sensed Zachariah's troubled mind and unhappiness as he passed by. Zachariah seemed enveloped in negative energy, exuding a suffocating low-pressure aura. Therefore, he attempted to tempt Zachariah, hoping to stir his longing for pleasure. Unexpectedly, Zachariah was fully aware at this moment. Having lived 2 lives, he knew well about things like the extreme desire poison this demon had. Its harm was crystal clear to him. How many families had broken apart? How many people had met tragic ends chasing that fleeting joy? Consequently, this life, Zachariah understood the demon's tactics better than anyone else here. After being sharply rebuffed by Zachariah, the demon was speechless. He thought Zachariah, as a new enforcer on this floor, might serve as a potential breakthrough. However, he only succeeded in infuriating Zachariah, who dragged him to the interrogation room and sentenced him to death without a word. The demon never imagined a few words to Zachariah would lead to his immediate execution. The sect wanted intelligence on curing extreme desire poison from the demon, as an Isaiah was accidentally poisoned during a battle and remained in seclusion, suppressing the poison. Unable to find any cure, the sect imprisoned him in the Devil Lock Tower for forced interrogation. Yet, only Yudu Demon knew there was no antidote. One could only rely on willpower. Failing meant certain death. Of course, he kept this information to himself, knowing its revelation would mean his demise. Zachariah was taken aback when he learned the poison had no cure after executing the demon. Submitting the intelligence, Zachariah anticipated questioning from the higher-ups. However, 2 days passed without any response. At this moment, the upper echelons were preoccupied as they saw Anwar's soul lamp extinguished, a sign his life had ended. It meant the Joy Sect had ignored warnings and murdered Anwar. Instantly, the Elders' Hall erupted in tumultuous uproar and righteous indignation. Over half supported retaliating against the Joy Sect to avenge Anwar. A few remained indecisive, while rational voices expressed concerns about the sect engaging in war. They argued that with Anwar, responsible for the Devil Lock Tower, now dead, finding someone to replace him would take time, posing a significant risk. The departure of elite members for war would leave Shushan relatively empty, which could be disastrous given the existing issues at the Devil Lock Tower. The tower's fall would spell catastrophic peril for the entire Shushan sect. Hence, they urged everyone to stay calm and consider their arguments rationally. Yet, the sect leader, who could stabilize the situation, didn't appear. Seemingly knowing the Isaiah's heated debate, he stayed in the main hall without coming out, being the second person to learn of Anwar's death after Zachariah. Sitting on his chair, he was lost in thought for a long time, seemingly unable to believe such an effective Isaiah fell to a demon sect. He was unclear about the specifics, but blamed himself for warning Atman, believing it triggered the murder. Thinking the Isaiah's death linked to him. Only after disciples repeatedly called did Gerardo emerge from the hall, walking into the Elders' Hall where all the noise instantly ceased, as everyone looked expectantly at the sect leader. No need for words, they awaited his final decision. The demon sect murdering our Isaiah is a blatant provocation. If they want war, then let there be war. Gerardo finally decided not to endure it. To let this go unanswered. Would any demon fear Shushan again? Wouldn't it discourage loyalists within the sect? Thus, regardless of the risks involved, he decided to fight. To endure would also entail hidden dangers. So why swallow this insult? Leader, this must not happen. Just as Gerardo decided, a thunderous voice shouted from outside. Everyone turned toward the door, where a robust figure entered, revealing a steel-like resolve in his slightly tanned face. Some exclaimed, Elder has returned. Hashtag chapter 113. Rebellion. The person who entered through the door was none other than the Cole of Mount Shu, Balder. He had been away from the sect for many years, chasing down leads on a long-standing case. Now, he finally had some clues and hurried back to report. However, as soon as he arrived, he heard about Anwar's incident. Upon learning that Anwar had fallen to the Joy Sect, he immediately became enraged. But he quickly regained his composure, knowing that anger would solve nothing and might even drag Mount Shu into chaos. Without time to ask for details, he rushed to the council hall of the elders. Just as he reached the door, he overheard the decision to challenge the Joy Sect. Knowing the critical timing, he immediately stepped in to object. Once the decision to engage the Joy Sect was announced to the entire sect, it would be too late. Balder's arrival certainly startled the Isaiahs. Even more surprising was his opposition to the war. According to their understanding, Cole-in detested demons deeply and especially despised the Joy Sect for their degeneracy. Moreover, he had always been close to Anwar, both known as the right-hand men of the sect leader. For him to oppose a war after hearing of Joe's death left everyone bewildered. Gerardo also looked at Balder with surprise. Despite being the sect leader, he couldn't ignore the opinions of this Cole. What advice do you have, Eldarine? Gerardo's tone was somewhat stiff, having been so directly contradicted. Any leader would find it hard to stomach. Eldarine sighed, indeed, the Joy Sect is detestable, but I have news concerning the future of Mount Shu. Please reconsider your actions carefully. He then approached Gerardo, lips moving silently. He was using telepathic transmission. Whatever he said caused Gerardo's expression to change drastically. After a moment of stunned silence, Gerardo finally breathed deeply and said, let's postpone the battle for now. What? The pro-war Isaiahs were baffled. They didn't know what Cole-in had told the sect leader. Why did the sect leader suddenly change his firm stance? Urgently, they pressed Gerardo for an explanation, but he shook his head. My decision is made. No need to argue further. With that, Gerardo walked out of the hall. The pro-war Isaiahs turned to the Cole, demanding answers, but he only gave a cold snort. Respecting his authority, they could do nothing but let him pass. Reward for collecting relics. In the rest room, Zachariah indifferently collected the reward left by the Desire Poison Demon. A golden light flashed in the Tome of Demons. New reward, Fruit of Desire Poison. This fruit was a crystallized essence of all the toxins the Desire Poison Demon possessed. It ranked among the most lethal poisons in the world, extremely terrifying. Just breathing in its scent could cause desire poison, and consuming even a small amount would lead to a painful death after intense ecstasy. Even highly skilled cultivators found it hard to resist. The poisons were so potent that Mount Shu Isaiahs needed prolonged seclusion to counteract them, rendering them nearly useless for a long time. Zachariah, immune to all poisons, naturally wasn't afraid. He wouldn't dare consume it, but it could serve as a powerful weapon under certain circumstances. He put it away, then came the cultivation infusion reward. Zachariah felt an urgent need for cultivation improvement. Compared to other rewards, he preferred this one. Using the infusion, his cultivation advanced once more, but his face remained neutral. Still not enough? In the main hall of the sect, Gerardo sat in contemplation. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Brigham attempted to enter without announcing himself and was stopped at the door, leading to a conflict. Gerardo raised his eyes, unsurprised, expecting Brigham's arrival. Let him in. As the guard stepped aside, Brigham stormed in with bloodshot eyes, standing face to face with Gerardo. Without formalities or pleasantries, he demanded, "Why no war, sect leader? Why no war when he's dead?" Before hearing of Anwar's death, Brigham had been training frantically in the trial tower. Upon leaving, exhausted, he received the devastating news. Shocked and overwhelmed, he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he rushed to the council only to find the meeting concluded. After questioning a familiar Isaiah about the sect leader's decision to postpone the war, he felt utterly disappointed. Thus, he came to question Gerardo. Facing Brigham's rage, Gerardo kept his calm. "This matter is complicated. We must plan thoroughly. Calm down." "How can I calm down?" Brigham roared, for the first time challenging the sect leader. "I grew up without parents, and he treated me like a son. Now he dies at the hands of demons, and I can't avenge him. What's the point of living?" Gerardo frowned, his tone bitter. "It's postponed, not cancelled. We will avenge Anwar." Brigham asked sharply, "How long?" 3 years. "Give me 3 years." Brigham laughed bitterly. 3 years? My uncle's bones would be frozen after just 3 days. Turning away, he stormed out. "If you won't go, I will." "Stop. Remember your place. You are not just Anwar's nephew, but also a disciple of Mount Shu. Do not act rashly." Brigham halted, turning his head. "Is that so? Then from today, I am no longer." Note: asterisk names are transliterated in Pinyin, and the translation aims to maintain the original narrative style while ensuring clarity and fluency. Chapter 114. The Joseph's Decision. "Do you know what you are saying?" Gerardo looked at Brigham's determined face and, unusually, erupted in anger. "Are you going to betray the sect?" The patriarch's dignity was as formidable as a sword. If it were any other disciple, they would have been terrified out of their wits. However, Brigham showed no fear as he declared, "I can't stay in such a sect. If the patriarch wants to kill me, come and take my life." With that said, Brigham turned without hesitation and continued walking forward. By the time Brigham left the hall, Joseph Gerardo still hadn't made any move. He shook his head, his eyes revealing regret and sorrow. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't bring himself to harm Brigham. After all, Brigham was Anwar's only living relative. Punishing him for treason would either cost his life or leave him severely weakened. But if he let him go, driven by rage, Brigham might indeed launch a lone assault on the xuanhuan sect, a sure death sentence. Gerardo could see that Brigham had already made up his mind to die. "Bring someone here." As soon as the words fell, the Joseph's personal guards immediately appeared in the hall. "Joseph, please instruct." Gerardo sighed softly. "Do not let Brigham leave the sect, but do not harm him. Use whatever means necessary to keep him alive. Anwar is already dead. His nephew must not be harmed. Otherwise, he would feel too guilty towards that diligent Isaiah. If he threatened suicide to force his way out, Brigham was a star among disciples, and his personality was somewhat known even to the personal guards. Reminded by the guard, Gerardo also thought about this difficulty. After pondering for a moment, he slowly replied, "Then tell him, if he clears the trial tower, I will grant him one wish, any wish." Hearing this, the personal guard was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted and responded affirmatively before leaving to carry out the order. After the guard left, Gerardo sighed again. This was an unavoidable method. At this point, only giving Brigham hope could revive his will to live. And since the trial tower wasn't easy to clear, he didn't worry about Brigham achieving it quickly. However, based on his understanding of Brigham, this promise had a high chance of rekindling his fighting spirit. That boy, though seemingly carefree and nonchalant, was actually very competitive, always chasing after, and wanting to surpass, his uncle, Anwar. Gerardo left the hall and returned to the patriarch's residence. Soon after, the Fenian came upon being summoned to the patriarch's secret room. Only 2 people present, a secret conversation unfolded concerning the news brought back by the Fenian from outside. "Since the Kelvin's daughter is truly still alive, we must act proactively. We cannot wait for them to attack us first," Gerardo stated with deep concern. This revelation, that the invincible Kelvin had a daughter, would shock anyone hearing it. Fewer than 5 people in Mount Shu knew about this. Even fewer knew that the Kelvin's daughter possessed talents surpassing her father. Years ago, upon learning this possibility, the Fenian volunteered to investigate. Since then, the Kelvin's daughter had been in exile, hiding far overseas. The Fenian crossed the vast sea, searching tirelessly until he found clues leading to an island named Devil Dragon Island. However, he dared not set foot there, fearing to alert the enemy, especially because Devil Dragon Island was rumored to be the stronghold of the Sea Demon Sect, inhabited by surviving devil dragons. Realizing he couldn't infiltrate alone and kill the Kelvin's daughter, especially given the power of the Sea Demon Sect, Gerardo considered the situation deeply. The Sea Demon Sect was one of the most powerful demonic forces overseas. Even the Dark Moon Sect feared them. Once, the proud Dark Moon Sect challenged the Sea Demon Sect, suffering a devastating defeat, nearly leading to its extinction. Thanks only to the Dark Moon Sect master fleeing with 300 members did it survive. Despite now having significant power, the psychological impact of facing the Sea Demon Sect remained profound, deterring any revenge plans. Recently, intelligence suggested the Sea Demon Sect planned to enter the Central Plains, likely related to the Kelvin's daughter. If they targeted the Central Plains, their primary goal would be the Mount Shu Sect, which was why Balder strongly opposed the battle against the xuanhuan Sect. Any loss of strength at this crucial time would be disastrous should the Sea Demon Sect strike. Thus, Gerardo halted plans to attack the xuanhuan Sect, realizing the gravity of the Kelvin's daughter and the Sea Demon Sect. "How do we take the initiative?" asked Balder gravely. Indeed, sending too many people risked internal issues in Mount Shu, while too few meant low chances of victory against the powerful Sea Demon Sect. Bringing too many is impractical. Gerardo agreed, planning to go alone. "You remain to manage affairs here. I will seek an opportunity." Balder was alarmed. "Joseph, this is too dangerous." Though acknowledging Gerardo's unparalleled strength, Balder feared unforeseen circumstances. Should anything happen to the patriarch, what would become of Mount Shu? Mount Shu's current standing was hard won. Master Gerardo, at the very least, holds half the credit for the sect's stability. He is the bedrock of Mount Shu right now. If something happened to him, half of Mount Shu would collapse. The last time you said it was absolutely not advisable, I listened to you. This time, please do not obstruct me anymore. Gerardo had a faint smile on his lips as he patted Balder on the shoulder. Balder was rendered speechless by these words. He understood that the master had made up his mind and could not be dissuaded this time. Frustrated, Balder could only bow respectfully and respond, I will follow your orders, master. After speaking, he seemed to recall something and shifted the topic. That boy Brigham has really gone so far as to threaten to leave the sect? Balder had watched Brigham grow up. The boy initially had a reckless character, but later became more composed. But he was still someone who couldn't fully settle down. That rascal hasn't left yet? Let me go give him a thrashing. We'll see if he dares to utter such audacious words again. Gerardo silently thought that he shouldn't add to the chaos and quickly stopped him, explaining that Brigham had just lost his beloved relative and his impulsiveness was understandable. Understanding the master's intentions, Balder gave up. Gerardo also took the opportunity to mention to the Fenian that he had promised Brigham one wish if he passed the trial tower. Only then did Balder understand that the master used this method to retain Brigham. Admittedly, it was indeed the best solution available so far. Clearing the trial tower. How easy is that? It would both ignite Brigham's fighting spirit and keep him within the sect. By the time he truly cleared the tower, perhaps the threat from the Kelvin's daughter would have been eliminated long ago. Inside the demon-locking pagoda, level 3 underground. Although Zachariah wasn't inside the pagoda, he had been keeping an eye on the news outside. All decisions and movements were clear to him through his active inquiries and the discussions of others. He learned that the news of Anwar's demise had spread throughout the sect, and the master decided to delay the attack on the xuanhuan sect for unknown reasons. It was rumored that Brigham had reacted violently, directly rushing into the main hall and questioning the master face to face. Later, he even planned to defect from the sect. However, for some reason, he eventually stayed behind and returned to the trial tower, beginning his frantic ascent once more. Though Zachariah didn't know the exact reasons, Brigham was clearly striving to improve himself. Why should he slack off? To achieve the goal of avenging Anwar, he had a long road ahead. At present, cultivation was most urgent, but it couldn't be rapidly achieved. With his current second stage, Profounding Realm cultivation, it seems there is a slight issue with the term Profounding Realm. The character Ying might be mistakenly carried over from Chinese. Let's correct it. Here is the revised translation. With his current second stage, Profound Infant Realm cultivation, however, Profound Infant Realm doesn't seem to make much sense in English. If this is a specific cultivation level in the story's context, it would be better to either keep it as second stage Shenying Realm, or translate it to a more understandable term like second stage Spirit Ying Realm. Please confirm which one fits the context better. For now, I'll use second stage Spirit Infant Realm. With his current second stage, Spirit Infant Realm cultivation, the required experience points for breaking through to the next stage were already a staggering 3 million, at a daily acquisition rate of around 100,000 experience points. Quick advancement was impossible. Since there was no effective way to solve the problem of cultivation improvement temporarily, he had to start from other aspects. It was high time to activate the 8 great secrets left by the 8 sages. In the tomb of the 8 sages, Zachariah absorbed their precious memories. The benefits were immense, but he hadn't yet grasped the essence of those memories fully. That essence, the 8 great secrets, they were the pinnacle achievements of the 8 sages' lives. The 8 great secrets included the 5 element secrets, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the yin-yang secrets, and the body secrets. Cultivating the 5 element secrets allowed one to perceive and utilize elemental forces, potentially achieving the virtuous body. Once reaching the virtuous body, one could easily control the 5 elements of heaven and earth, fusing or dissolving them effortlessly, almost like a deity. Due to limitations of a cultivator's spiritual roots, simultaneously cultivating all 5 elements was generally impossible, making the virtuous body legendary. Zachariah didn't expect to cultivate the virtuous body either. He just aimed to cultivate suitable secrets to enhance his combat power as much as possible. The yin-yang secrets, independent of the 5 elements, allowed one to reverse yin and yang, transform life and death, and turn decay into wonder. Had Zachariah mastered the yin-yang secrets earlier, he might have saved Anwar's life. Even the 8 sages couldn't achieve this. One cultivated the yang secrets, another cultivated the yin secrets, hoping to combine their efforts for yin-yang reversal, but they found it unattainable. Practicing just one set of yin-yang secrets consumed all their energy. Simultaneously mastering both was too difficult, nearly impossible. Even with their exceptional talent, the 8 sages found themselves stretched thin. Lastly, the body secrets were easier to understand. These involved strengthening the physical body. One sage had reached the king body realm, having cultivated the body secrets, and based on his message to Zachariah, he was merely at the minor success stage of the body secrets. Imagine how terrifying someone who fully mastered these secrets would be. The 8 sages left Zachariah these secrets, intending for him to choose one suitable for cultivation. Secrets themselves had no hierarchy. Everything in the world interconnects and restrains each other. There is no absolute strongest, only better ones. What suited him was the best, but Zachariah planned to cultivate all 8. For him, whether it was cultivation techniques or methods, all could be enhanced by proficiency and experience, saving effort and time. Thus, he had enough time to cultivate all 8 secrets. So, Zachariah began his own seclusion, Xuanhuan sect. Beside an artificial lake, Kira stood, her cold face reflected in the clear water. Even the fish in the lake seemed to fear her icy expression, staying far away. Footsteps suddenly echoed. Kira didn't turn around but knew who it was. Atman slowly approached from behind. Kira turned, mechanically bowing and addressing him as master. Atman smiled and dismissed the formalities, turning his gaze to the lake before asking calmly as if nothing had happened. Several days have passed since Mount Shu should have learned about old Dog Joe's death. Yet, they haven't moved. What do you think? Kira lowered her eyes, emotionless. Those rats of Mount Shu are certainly afraid of us. Hearing this, Atman frowned slightly, displeased. When did you become so arrogant? Then he relaxed his brows, recalling something. Are you still angry over what happened earlier? Kira replied, I dare not be. Though she said so, her expression remained stiff. Atman tried to calm down, knowing he still needed Kira's assistance as the xuanhuan sect hadn't escaped danger entirely. My previous words were harsh, spoken out of anger. I hope you don't take them to heart. You are my able subordinate. I cannot do without you. Neither can the xuanhuan sect. As he spoke, he gently patted Kira's shoulder, a gesture he rarely made before. Previously, just a few kind words would make Kira grateful beyond measure. But this time, seeing her obvious resentment, he added this slightly affectionate gesture. Indeed, his actions softened Kira's attitude immediately. Kira said with a forced smile, How dare I be upset with the sect leader? It's all my fault. I failed in my duties. I humbly request your punishment. Seeing this, Atman's face lit up with satisfaction. Everyone makes mistakes. It's nothing serious. Even if the sky falls, we'll bear it together. That alone will make me content. These words immediately brought tears to Kira's eyes. She swore to dedicate her life to serving the sect leader no matter what. Atman was very pleased. The two conversed harmoniously. However, as Kira turned away, the tranquil lake water began to ripple. The ripples reflected Kira's face, a face so grim it seemed ready to drip with coldness. Kira gritted her teeth, nearly roaring inside. You deceitful man! Do you still think I'm as stupid as before? Due to Mount Shu's tranquility, the xuanhuan sect remained silent as well. Some senior members had suggested spreading the news of Anwar's death to demonstrate their might and demoralize Mount Shu. This would show other factions how weak Mount Shu had become and expose its vulnerability. But Atman quickly rejected this proposal. Doing so would be suicidal, a gamble with the xuanhuan sect's fate. Mount Shu's current silence might be due to the secrecy maintained by the xuanhuan sect. Once the news became public, pressure would mount on Mount Shu, possibly changing the dynamics rapidly. Even if other demons launched a surprise attack on Mount Shu, the xuanhuan sect would still bear the brunt of Mount Shu's wrath. If Mount Shu decided to fight a decisive battle against the xuanhuan sect, there was no guarantee that the xuanhuan sect could withstand it, especially now that Atman had lost Abby, an exceptional furnace partner, halting his cultivation progress. At this time, he truly did not wish for such a large-scale battle. Therefore, he overruled all objections and ordered strict secrecy around the matter. Any discussion would be punished as treason. As a result, the conflict between the two sects appeared to temporarily subside. However, both sides knew a battle was inevitable in the future. Mount Shu is left in your hands. The leader of Mount Shu announced a period of seclusion but was actually traveling overseas to confront the Kelvin's daughter. Before leaving, he entrusted everything to the Fenian, Balder. Balder felt a sense of foreboding, akin to receiving a mission under duress. This was not a good sign. Leader, can this decision be reconsidered? Gerardo laughed at this. What do you think? Of course not. Seeing no other option, Balder reluctantly agreed. This marked the transfer of authority from the master to the Fenian. Gerardo quietly departed without informing anyone except the Fenian. The rest of the sect only knew that the master was in seclusion, thus allowing the Fenian to naturally assume power. Even the Isaiahs were unaware of the situation. Upon assuming power, the first thing Balder did was visit the demon-locking pagoda. He wanted to see someone. Bring the enforcer named Zachariah to me. He intended to meet the person who made Anwar willing to sacrifice himself. Zachariah was still deep in the secret vault when he heard a knock on his door. Surprised by the Fenian's visit, he quickly composed himself before stepping out. Knowing about the Fenian's return, Zachariah wasn't particularly affected. After all, they had never met, and the Fenian had been abroad when Zachariah joined the sect. Greetings, Fenian. While Balder stood gazing at the grand demon-locking pagoda in deep thought, Zachariah had already arrived behind him. Turning around, Balder examined Zachariah closely. As he sized up Zachariah also scrutinized the Fenian. His weathered complexion and steel-like demeanor told Zachariah that this was not someone to be trifled with. I hear you are the one Anwar risked his life to protect. Can you tell me why he deemed you worthy? Translation notes *. 1. Names like Atman, Balder, Kira, and Gerardo are kept in pinyin as requested. 2. Maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the translation flows naturally in English. 3. Ensured continuity and coherence with previous content. 4. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text. Chapter 115. The test. What qualifications do you have? Balder's questioning was like a straight and sharp sword, piercing and direct. Someone with weaker mental fortitude might not be able to withstand it. Zachariah's gaze remained calm, his expression serene as he replied, Indeed, I feel unworthy. Surprisingly, Zachariah didn't argue back. This left Balder quite taken aback. This young man exuded an aura of maturity and depth that belied his years. Balder didn't particularly enjoy this trait. He preferred the impulsive energy of youth, much like Brigham. Yet if Zachariah were just another impetuous young man like Brigham, he'd find it unfair to Anwar and become even angrier. Balder stood with his hands behind his back, shifting his gaze away from Zachariah. I've heard about what happened to Anwar. Atman of the Demon Sect wouldn't dare provoke us by killing an Isaiah. If they dared to challenge us in such a way, they would have made it widely known by now. Instead, these past few days have been shrouded in silence. So, I speculate that Anwar likely had a death wish. Perhaps he couldn't bear the humiliation. Or perhaps he didn't want the Demon Sect to use him as leverage to trade for you, the law enforcement disciple. Zachariah fell silent, reflecting on what Balder said. Hadn't he considered all these possibilities? But ultimately, only Anwar knew his true intentions. What Zachariah could do was work harder to strengthen himself and destroy the Harmonious Sect. From now on, I'll take charge of the Demon Lock Tower. Show me what you're capable of. I don't want Anwar to have misplaced his trust. Upon finishing his words, Baldur glanced at Zachariah, who merely nodded calmly. Then he continued. I know you have your unique method for interrogating demons. It's rumored that any demon you interrogate ends up dead eventually. While I appreciate your thoroughness, excelling just slightly more than others in interrogation is far from enough. Do you understand? Zachariah certainly did. The difference between being a fairly competent enforcer and a highly trusted Isaiah, equivalent to the master's right-hand person, was significant. If Zachariah's skills were limited to this, Anwar's sacrifice would indeed be meaningless. I would like to request a special privilege from Senior Elder, Zachariah spoke up suddenly. I want the authority to freely enter all underground levels of the Demon Lock Tower and interrogate demons. This kind of privilege was not granted to ordinary enforcers. Only those in charge of the Demon Lock Tower or top-tier enforcers enjoyed such privileges. Senior Elder originally intended to ask Zachariah what qualifications he had to make such a request, but after thinking it over, he chose not to voice it so bluntly. This is a privilege reserved for those working on the 7th underground level. You are only on the 3rd level. Isn't it premature? Baldur felt a hint of dissatisfaction with Zachariah's request. I understand your eagerness to prove yourself, but being overly hasty isn't wise. I don't demand that you prove it to me right away. Senior Elder's message was clear. Rome wasn't built in a day. Confidence was good, but excessive arrogance was not. However, Zachariah seemed unmoved, his eyes firm, and his longing for this power evident. He knew the senior Isaiah wouldn't easily agree, but without trying, there would never be a chance. He had to wait and climb the ranks slowly. If not for Anwar's sacrifice, he might have followed the routine path of building his performance records. Now, however, his thirst for growth was more urgent. Seizing this opportunity was crucial. The enforcer system doesn't set precedents for such a request. However, since Anwar held you in high regard, there must be something exceptional about you. Let me see if you possess talents worthy of my recognition. Noticing the senior Isaiah's attitude softening, Zachariah hastily responded, Jayasipal will do my utmost. Interrupted by Senior Elder, hold on. I haven't agreed yet. Baldur added, you need to prove your capabilities to me before I can consider this unprecedented request. How can I prove it? Zachariah asked without hesitation. Baldur stated, let me make this clear. This task comes with dangers. Unfazed, Zachariah replied, please explain, Senior Elder. Finally, a glint of admiration appeared in Baldur's eyes. In the 6th underground level, there is a demon. If you can obtain the information we need from him, you'll have access to all levels above the 6th. Zachariah inwardly wondered about the 7th and 8th levels. Don't even think about the 7th and 8th levels for now. They aren't suitable for someone at your cultivation level. Senior Elder preemptively crushed Zachariah's thoughts. To access the 7th underground level, you need to reach the celestial human realm at minimum. Otherwise, going down there means almost certain death. As for the 8th level, forget it. Senior Elder kept the details of the 8th level shrouded in mystery. Summarized in 2 sentences. Anything above the 6th level could be negotiated. Everything below was off limits. Recognizing the futility of further pursuit on this matter, Zachariah ceased pressing. Being able to descend to the 6th underground level was already progress. Besides, his interrogation skills were unparalleled. Any methods are acceptable, as long as he gives out the information? Any methods except killing him? Zachariah froze. This restriction severely hindered his strategy. Without being able to kill the demon, he couldn't utilize the Demon Chronicles to retrieve past events and gain quick intelligence. Essentially, this blocked his cheat code. Is restricting my ability to kill limiting my potential? No. My methods generally involve torture until the demon can no longer endure, revealing the information, and then pleading for a quick death. This was Zachariah's first explanation for why demons always ended up dead after his interrogations. It was a fabricated reason, but logically sound. Whether Baldur believed him or not, Zachariah couldn't tell. Following this, Baldur provided information about the target demon on the 6th level and the specific intel required. Zachariah memorized every detail. Returning to the Demon Lock Tower underground, he used the temporary pass given by the senior Isaiah and headed toward the 6th underground level. Chapter 116, Benji. 6th subterranean level of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. The demons here were imprisoned after having committed heinous crimes, slaughtering countless lives, and causing immense harm. Most of them were at the Jiavine realm level before their capture. Every single demon's capture cost the Shu Mountain Sect a significant price. When Zachariah showed his pass token to the enforcers on the 6th underground level, they all looked at him with curious eyes. It was the first time they had seen someone from upper management suddenly descend with a pass token to interrogate demons on other levels. Zachariah did not explain much, merely nodded and headed straight for his destination. He stopped in front of cell Alpha 3. This was where the Isaiah demanded he interrogate for information. The layout and facilities of cells on this level were quite different from those above. In comparison, these cells could be considered luxurious versions, while those from the first level upwards were ordinary. Of course, luxurious doesn't mean they were more comfortable. Instead, there were more devices to suppress them. Zachariah glanced inside. Inside sat an emaciated Truman, short in stature, thin as a rail, with skin tightly hugging his bones. His face seemed almost devoid of flesh. His eyes closed, motionless like a mummified corpse. This little Truman appeared pitiful, even tragic. Yet anyone who underestimated or felt sorry for him based on appearances would soon find themselves dead. From the Finian, Zachariah learned that this man was known as Benji in the outside world. Countless souls perished under his sword. Once, he wiped out an entire sect single-handedly. And his reason for killing? Just to forge swords. He believed that swords were made for killing. To forge a sword, one must temper it with blood. Tempered by 3,000 spilt bloods, Through blood we form the supreme sword. Due to these insane words, he was branded as a heretic, and Xuanhuan sect decided unanimously to treat him as a demon. Initially, Xuanhuan sent a large number of elite forces to capture him but failed. Zachariah asked who finally captured him. The Fenian mentioned a swordsman of extraordinary skill. They agreed to duel. The loser submitted to the winner's will. Obviously, Xuanhuan won, and Benji kept his promise, surrendering peacefully. Zachariah further questioned about this swordsman, but the Fenian remained silent, only glancing towards the top of the pagoda. Atop the Demon-Sealing Pagoda lived a man who called himself Errol. So it was Senior Errol, Zachariah deduced, though Senior Errol might seem somewhat eccentric. Zachariah never doubted his strength. After all, he was the master's younger brother. Coming back to reality, Zachariah scrutinized the truman again. The Fenian tasked him to extract information about the sword tomb from him. The sword tomb is said to be an ancient burial site for legendary swords. The Tusu sword within Benji was one such mythical weapon. Rumors suggest Benji knows the way to the sword tomb, but whenever questioned by Xuanhuan personnel, he refused to speak. Zachariah squatted in front of his cell and said, "I heard you entered the Demon-Sealing Pagoda strong and vibrant, yet look at you now, an emaciated truman. It seems you've suffered greatly here." Zachariah's words did not cause Benji to open his eyes. He had heard too many similar jibes, numb and indifferent to them. Can you still hold a sword? Isn't your internal Tusu sword dissatisfied? Changing tactics, Zachariah addressed the sword within him. Suddenly, Benji's eyes shot open. Sharp light shot out from his eyes, piercing Zachariah's soul deeply. Now Zachariah understood why the Fenian warned it was dangerous to interrogate him. Just a glance was enough to cause intense pain to Zachariah's soul. If not for Zachariah's formidable mental power, this would have been too much for him. Not bad for someone called Benji. Even your gaze can kill, Zachariah murmured, noting the deadly, invisible sword intent in his gaze. Humph. Benji snorted coldly. Zachariah's words indeed touched a nerve. Admitting reluctantly, Zachariah was correct. The Tusu sword within him had protested long ago. However, it wasn't for the reasons Zachariah suggested. The Tusu sword desired something far simpler. Blood alone. The sword craved blood periodically. For ancient swords weren't mere objects. They possessed unique spirits and weren't easily controlled. Though Benji obtained the Tusu sword, he couldn't tame it. Failing to meet its demands would lead to severe repercussions. Previously, he satisfied this craving through relentless killings. Since his imprisonment, however, satisfying the Tusu sword became impossible. So, he offered his own flesh and blood to nourish the sword inside him, transforming into this ghostly state due to the Tusu sword's demands. Caught off guard, Zachariah inadvertently struck a sensitive spot. The truman couldn't remain calm any longer. "Do you know you're playing with fire, boy?" Zachariah smiled lightly, fearing the truman would ignore him completely. Now that he spoke, it was the first step toward success. Using the Enai technique, Zachariah noticed a wisp of death aura around the Benji. Observing the decay-induced death aura, it indicated his body had declined significantly, nearing the end. "Hail, don't tell me you're willing to take that secret to the grave?" Zachariah remarked. Just then, a hoarse voice emerged from a nearby cell. "Zachariah, don't waste your effort. This old stubborn won't speak even if you break his bones." Startled, Zachariah wondered how this level's demons knew him. Glancing into the neighboring cell, he froze at the sight of the figure within. It was unmistakably the Judah who had been possessed by a ghost king, causing carnage within the sect, and voluntarily confined himself in the Demon-Sealing Pagoda thereafter. Chapter 117. The Tusu sword betrays its master? Zachariah was taken aback, but immediately paid his respects to Giselbert. This gesture left Giselbert momentarily stunned, his expression turning somewhat complicated. Although he had willingly been imprisoned here, everyone in this place knew his identity. However, since becoming a prisoner, no one had shown him any form of respect, not even calling him Isaiah. They simply didn't treat him the same as the other demons, not giving him any special treatment either. To them, a fallen Isaiah who bore the weight of disciples' lives on his shoulders wasn't worth ingratiating. Giselbert had grown accustomed to being ignored. But now, receiving such formal respect from Zachariah made him feel uncomfortable. "I am no longer an Isaiah. You don't need to be so formal," Giselbert sighed. However, Zachariah maintained at least the most basic courtesies. Only Zachariah understood that Giselbert's killing spree was out of compulsion. At that moment, Benji's raspy voice came from his throat. "Your surname Su? My sword is named Tusu. Looks like you are destined to die by my hand." Zachariah glanced sideways and retorted, "Hail, you sure are superstitious." Giselbert laughed heartily, causing the Benji's face to flush with anger. Seeing Giselbert still able to laugh heartily, Zachariah hesitated to tell him that Anwar had already perished. Imprisoned here with limited information, Giselbert wouldn't know about external events unless they involved the demon locking tower. No one approached him, nor did he want to beg for news from the disciples. Thus, he remained isolated and oblivious. Giselbert and Anwar were old friends. If Zachariah revealed Anwar's death, he couldn't imagine how Giselbert would react. It would undoubtedly be devastating. Therefore, Zachariah kept quiet. He turned his gaze back to Benji, who, as Giselbert said, remained obstinately stubborn. No matter what Zachariah said, Benji sneered in disdain, insisting he would take his secrets to the grave rather than betray them. While escorting Benji in and out of the interrogation room, Zachariah pondered over strategies. The usual torture methods wouldn't work. Otherwise, Cole wouldn't have tasked him with this challenge. Benji didn't understand Zachariah's intentions, accusing him. "Boy, are you mocking me, or yourself?" Zachariah ignored him. He only intended to document Benji in the monster's register. Even if he couldn't extract information about the sword grave, acquiring cultivation experience was essential. Experience must be earned. Since getting down here wasn't easy, he couldn't return empty-handed. After imprisoning Benji again, a new page opened in the monster's register. Evil cultivator, Benji. Cultivation level, Giavine Synths Realm 2nd stage. Mental technique, life and death sword refining. Skill, pulse cutting sword, impermanent sword. Daily extraction, cultivation experience *50, 000, Tusu sword affinity *10. The 50,000 cultivation experiences startled Zachariah. These monsters truly were treasures. One monster could provide 50,000 experience points. If all combined, it would reach hundreds of thousands. Perhaps then his cultivation improvement wouldn't be distant. But what surprised him more was another item, Tusu sword affinity. What is that? Upon reflection, Zachariah realized something. Does extracting Tusu sword affinity make the Tusu sword inside the Truman more favorable toward me? If affinity reached a certain level, could it make the sword turn against its owner? Excitement flashed in Zachariah's eyes. Maybe I can give it a try. Without hesitation, Zachariah began extracting Tusu sword affinity. Instantly, an unusual energy surged into Zachariah's body, allowing him to sense the Tusu sword within Benji. He clearly perceived the sword's bloodthirsty desire. The Truman endured immense pain as Tusu fed on his flesh and blood essence. Tusu's thirst grew over time, while the Truman's weakened state and suppressed cultivation meant he couldn't regenerate quickly enough. His survival relied on exhausting himself. This cycle would eventually kill him, but Benji refused to let go of the sword, which he valued more than life itself. He preferred sacrificing himself to nourish the sword. Realizing this grim truth shocked Zachariah deeply. There existed such madness. He was truly driven mad by the sword. Only because of this, a plan formed in Zachariah's mind. As Tusu's sword affinity was extracted, Benji sensed his connection with the sword weakening, like an old friend growing distant. Ignoring this oddity as a mere illusion, Benji brushed it off. Shaking his head, Zachariah pointedly remarked, "Hail, suffering has no end, but turning back now may yet save your life." Benji rebutted without hesitation. "You ignorant brat, lecturing me?" Instead of anger, Zachariah smiled, secretly fearing Benji might suddenly come to his senses and abandon the sword. The more obsessed Benji remained, the better for Zachariah's plan. Leaving without further ado, Zachariah bid farewell to Giselbert and returned upstairs. Cole hadn't required immediate results. He gave Zachariah a month. Successfully extracting information within that time frame would grant him access to the underground 6th layer. Back on the 3rd underground level, Zachariah continued his routine. Daily visits to the 6th underground level to console Benji became part of his schedule. Benji found this infuriating, cursing Zachariah each visit. Unbothered, Zachariah merely extracted Tusu's sword affinity and left. Gradually, Benji felt a creeping unease. With frequent visits from Zachariah, he sensed his connection with Tusu weakening, almost as if the sword was about to leave his body whenever Zachariah arrived. Chapter 118. Acquiring information about the sword tomb. 10 days later, Zachariah's affinity with the Tusu sword had already reached 100 points. On this day, he once again approached the room where the Benji was imprisoned. Upon seeing him, the Benji immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "You little brat, when will you leave me in peace?" When he saw Zachariah, the Benji's eyes widened to an alarming extent. Right now, the last person he wanted to see was Zachariah. Yet, Zachariah appeared before him without fail every day. Though he wished he could devour Zachariah alive, there wasn't much he could do to Zachariah, because the sword intent emanating from his eyes did nothing to affect Zachariah. He was frustrated by this fact. None of the other enforcers on this floor dared to look at him, especially not directly into his eyes, for fear of being injured by his sword intent. Even during interrogations, they would try their best to avoid making eye contact with him. But this kid showed no such hesitation, meeting his gaze without reservation and remaining unharmed. Of course, that wasn't the most critical issue. The most crucial matter was that each time Zachariah came, the connection between himself and the Tusu sword seemed to grow more distant. Now, when he tried to summon the Tusu sword within his body, it remained unresponsive. After multiple attempts, he could even faintly sense the Tusu sword's growing impatience. This made him so angry that it pained his lungs. He inwardly cursed the ingrate. All those years he spent feeding it blood and flesh, fulfilling its desires, and now it dared to defy him? He couldn't understand why this happened. Initially, he thought it might be going through some kind of rebellious phase. People have rebellious phases. Perhaps this sword, with its human-like spirit, was also going through one. But he quickly dismissed this naive idea, because every time Zachariah arrived, the Tusu sword inside him showed signs of wanting to escape beyond his control. This frightened him as he hurriedly suppressed the Tusu sword, both shocked and furious. A foreboding premonition stirred in his heart. However, he didn't dare to imagine the worst-case scenario. Each time, he consoled himself that it was just an accident. The Tusu sword wouldn't betray him, until this very moment. When Zachariah returned again, he clearly felt that the Tusu sword within his body had become uncontrollable. This time, the resistance conveyed by the Tusu sword was extremely intense. It was as if its disdain for him had reached its peak. It desperately sought to escape his grasp. Zachariah stood before the Benji's prison cell and began with his daily greeting, "Long time no see." Halfway through, he was interrupted angrily by the Benji. "Can you stop coming here and saying long time no see? If you don't come, I'll be fine." Zachariah replied, "How can I do that? I'm here to negotiate with you. I have nothing to discuss with you." The Benji gritted his teeth, hating Zachariah's presence while struggling to suppress the Tusu sword's will to escape. In the neighboring cell, Roberto watched Zachariah with considerable surprise. Though he didn't know why Zachariah came here to tangle with the Benji, he couldn't help but admire Zachariah's perseverance. But what's the point of this? The Benji was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, and trying to get him to reveal information about Mount Shu was nearly impossible. Even if you pestered him every day, you'd only make him impatient for a while. Over time, he'd become numb to it. However, just as Roberto thought Zachariah was doing something futile, the Truman's face turned beet red. It was as though he were locked in a power struggle with someone. His face flushed and neck thickened, visible veins protruding from his forehead, making his withered skin appear even more terrifying. He was suppressing the chaos brewing inside him with the two-su sword. Suddenly, the Benji let out a miserable scream as he was thrown back. At the same time, a completely black, broad, and heavy longsword separated from his body and hovered in the air. It was none other than the two-su sword. No! The Benji scrambled to his feet, reaching out to reclaim the two-su sword. However, another hand moved faster. Grasping the hilt, it swiftly pulled the sword away. The Benji missed and, upon seeing Zachariah take his sword, his eyes almost popped out in fury. Give me back my sword. Are you sure this sword is yours? Zachariah held the two-su sword and gave it a swing, with the wind howling around it. It showed no sign of resistance, seemingly content to be wielded by Zachariah. Roberto, who had been nodding off, instantly perked up upon witnessing this scene. Although he didn't understand why the sword suddenly ended up in Zachariah's hands, his attention was now fully on the sword itself. As a swordsman, he couldn't resist the allure of a famous blade. So this is the two-su sword? Truly a remarkable sword. How disgraceful. The Benji's anger boiled over. His mind buzzed loudly, feeling like the greatest fool. Despite all he had done for the sword, years of feeding it blood and flesh, it had betrayed him within half a month. Could it be that my offerings aren't enough for it anymore? Little did the Benji know, everything happening to him was orchestrated by Zachariah, believing it to be his own fault. Endless sorrow welled up inside him. He felt like a desperate dog, who lost everything in the end. Now, can we talk? Zachariah, holding the two-su sword, curved his lips into a slight smile. Seeing the confident look on Zachariah's face, the Benji suddenly realized it might not be his fault, but rather Zachariah's scheme. Instantly, his heart raced with anger, his eyes blazing. It's you. You stole my sword. How can a swordsman's possession be considered stolen? Zachariah said calmly. He deliberately admired the two-su sword before the Benji, which was weighty and imposing, its sharpness piercing to look at, and ancient yet majestic. There was one imperfection, however, that could hardly be seen with the naked eye. Only after scanning it with divine sense did Zachariah notice. Due to his high affinity with the sword, he could use his divine sense to observe the blade more boldly. If it were anyone else, their divine sense would have been shattered by the two-su sword's sharpness. Even if it has some flaws, it remains an exceptional sword. Zachariah marveled internally, comparing his own sword, which seemed insignificant in comparison. If he used this sword for the God-slaying strike, he was confident its power would increase by at least 50%. That was frightening indeed. Only a top-tier sword could provide such a significant boost. Meanwhile, the Benji understood that Zachariah was intentionally taunting him, but despite this awareness, he couldn't control himself, his mind filled only with thoughts of revenge. Seeing the right moment had come, Zachariah spoke slowly. This is an excellent sword, and I'm reluctant to return it to you unless you tell me how to reach the sword tomb. Once I retrieve another sword, I'll give this one back to you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Roberto was surprised. He hadn't expected Zachariah to use the Benji's own sword against him. This tactic was something he'd never seen before. Though it seemed interesting, would it work? Though Roberto had lived alongside the Benji for quite some time, he didn't understand the Benji as well as Zachariah did. Through the two-su sword, Zachariah had comprehended the Benji's inner workings. He knew that this sword was the Benji's Achilles heel. To obtain this ancient sword, he had willingly offered his blood and flesh, nurturing it for years on end, treating it even better than his own son. Using this sword to threaten him would be far more effective than using his own son as leverage. Sure enough, the moment Zachariah spoke, the Benji immediately showed signs of anguish, clearly indicating that this was an extremely difficult decision for him. He did not want anyone else to obtain a unique blade like his two-su sword. But now, if he didn't comply, he would lose his own sword. He originally planned to die alongside the two-su sword, ensuring they were buried together in the same grave. At the very last moment of his life, he intended to destroy the sword through self-destruction, content to sleep eternally with it. However, now this sword was already far from him. This made him feel uneasy, lost, anxious. All these negative emotions wrapped around him like vines, almost suffocating him. My time is limited. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a refusal. Zachariah put the two-su sword behind him, saying calmly, once I leave, I may not come back. These words completely shattered the Benji's psychological defenses. As long as you tell me, you will really return the two-su sword? He leaned forward, unconsciously moving closer to Zachariah, his attitude much softer than before, practically worlds apart. Zachariah nodded. A swordsman doesn't lie. Roberto's expression was odd. Wasn't it supposed to be said differently? But the Benji believed it. He was now desperate for help. Even if he didn't believe it, he had no choice but to believe it, because once Zachariah left, that sword wouldn't come back. I'll tell you. Come over here. The Benji asked Zachariah to lean in so he could whisper the information only to Zachariah, though it was somewhat self-deceptive. Telling Zachariah was as good as telling the whole Shushan. Still, he insisted Zachariah do it this way. Zachariah wasn't afraid of him cheating. Given the suppression from the prison array and the control of the two-su sword, any fear would belittle the opponent. Reluctantly, the Benji recounted everything he knew. After hearing it, Zachariah remained non-committal. Seeing him standing there deep in thought, the Benji grew increasingly anxious. I've told you everything about the sword tomb. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise and return the two-su sword. Hearing this, Zachariah finally came back to his senses, acknowledging it with an "oh," then tossing the sword into the prison cell. Seeing this, the Benji rejoiced, ready to grab it when suddenly, the two-su sword flew backward and stuck to Zachariah's chest. Zachariah? Benji? Roberto? Why was the sword so intimate with Zachariah? Zachariah shrugged helplessly. You see, my hands didn't move. It's not that I'm breaking my promise. It's that the sword doesn't want to go back. I can't do anything about it. How can you possibly have no way out? The Benji instantly went berserk. This moment, he felt like a monkey being played with. He didn't believe Zachariah hadn't anticipated this or had no solution. He was convinced Zachariah was intentionally toying with him. In a fit of impotent rage, the Benji roared at Zachariah endlessly. Facing the Benji's meltdown, Zachariah's face turned serious, and he silenced him with a gesture. Stop making noise. Let's be honest. It'd be too rash for me to just return the sword based on what you just said. After all, how can I be sure you're telling the truth? What if you're lying? Besides, according to you, this sword is indispensable for entering the sword tomb. So, don't get mad at me. This sword will remain with me as collateral. Once I confirm the information you provided is true, I'll return it to you. At that time, I'll find a way to make the sword less attached to me so it can smoothly return to its rightful owner. Zachariah's words finally brought some light back into the Benji's eyes, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. Is this true? His trust in Zachariah was nearly depleted. But now, he was like a gambler at the end of his rope. If someone offered him a chance to win, he couldn't possibly let it go. In the neighboring cell, Roberto signaled crazily to Zachariah. Zachariah understood. Roberto was asking if he really intended to keep his promise to a villain. Zachariah turned and whispered confidentially to Roberto, Elder, rest assured. I'm just keeping him calm for now. After all, he still didn't know if the Benji's intel was genuine, so he couldn't act too hastily. Moreover, the Cole instructed that while obtaining the intel, the Benji must remain alive. Both conditions were essential. Therefore, he couldn't let him die. If Zachariah didn't pacify him and the Benji, under these successive blows, despaired and committed suicide, the Cole's task would fail. It wouldn't be worth it at all. Zachariah stowed away the two-su sword, and the enforcers on the 6th floor saw him walking lightly and swiftly, sensing that he might have succeeded. An older-looking senior brother approached Zachariah, asking for the results. Zachariah didn't hide it. After all, they might work together in the future, so maintaining basic courtesy was important. Seeing Zachariah nod, the senior brother showed surprise. You managed to break the Benji's tough shell? This metaphor. Zachariah didn't know how to respond. Another senior brother came up to congratulate Zachariah. Zachariah excused himself, citing that it was premature to celebrate until he verified the information's authenticity. After leaving the Spirit Lock Tower, Zachariah immediately asked someone to inform the Cole of his success. The Cole was somewhat surprised upon learning Zachariah sought him, having given him a month. He didn't expect Zachariah to come within half a month. What does he want to see me about? The Cole asked the messenger disciple, who shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Has he finally given up completely? The Cole wondered, losing interest. All right, you can leave. Only after finishing his business did the Cole head to the Spirit Lock Tower. Zachariah waited for 3 hours until sunset before the Cole arrived. But Zachariah didn't complain, nor did he show impatience. He assumed the Cole was just busy. Are you thinking of giving up? The Cole looked calm, but disappointment flickered in his eyes. Zachariah replied, I've already extracted the information. The Cole was momentarily stunned, unsure if he heard right. Confirming it wasn't a mistake, he didn't express joy, instead frowning slightly. Is the Benji dead? He's still alive. For such a matter, verification was necessary. Zachariah naturally couldn't lie. Tell me, what information did the Benji provide? The Cole seemed unwilling to easily believe Zachariah had truly obtained the Sword Tomb's information. Of course, he also trusted that Zachariah wouldn't dare fabricate on such a crucial matter. But he was cautious, suspecting Zachariah might have obtained false information. False information extracted by enforcers wasn't unprecedented, often leading to failed missions and casualties. Weighing his words carefully, Zachariah recounted every detail of what the Benji had said. Listening to this, the Cole fell silent, frowning deeply in contemplation. So you're saying, to enter the Sword Tomb, one needs to find its entrance and have some guiding object? According to the Benji, many people seek the Sword Tomb, but few manage to enter it. They lack the guiding object. Therefore, most people who found and entered were not the true Sword Tomb. What they entered were decoy tombs, designed to mislead. Initially, the Benji also entered a decoy tomb. Realizing there was an elemental fire within, he traveled far and wide in search of a way to enter the true Sword Tomb. Later, by chance, he did indeed find some kind of guiding object, a fragment of a broken sword from the Sword Tomb. With this fragment, after much hardship, he finally entered the true Sword Tomb and successfully retrieved the two-su sword. Since then, he understood that to enter the true Sword Tomb, one must possess a guiding object, and this guiding object had to be something that originated from within the Sword Tomb. The Cole, regaining his composure, asked, Where is the sword fragment he mentioned? Zachariah replied, He said it was stolen. Stolen? Yes, stolen. A muscle twitched at the corner of the Cole's eye, and he couldn't help but curse, What's the point now? At this moment, Zachariah hurriedly presented the two-su sword with both hands, saying, This sword was brought out by the Benji from the Sword Tomb. It can also serve as a guiding object for entering the Sword Tomb. The fact that the two-su sword had been taken was unavoidable, and Zachariah didn't plan on hiding it. Because only this sword could serve as the key to entering the Sword Tomb. If Shu Mountain Sect failed to find the Sword Tomb, Zachariah wouldn't have fulfilled the Cole's requirements. Naturally, he couldn't gain any privileges either. Compared to the privilege of free access to level 6 of the Spirit Lock Tower, this sword was insignificant. Upon seeing the two-su sword, the Cole was taken aback. How did you get this sword? Zachariah responded, Borrowed. Borrowed? He willingly lent it to you? He had no choice. I seized the sword first, then borrowed it. The Cole. What a case of seizing before borrowing. Is there any law left? Cole, explain in detail. Zachariah immediately recounted the situation, omitting the critical points. He only mentioned that the two Su swords suddenly separated from the Benji and was snatched away by him, which was used to force him into revealing information about the sword tomb. The Benji values the sword more than his life, so he told me everything. The Cole was speechless for a long time, looking at Zachariah oddly, thinking to himself, valued more than his life? Yet it was borrowed by you. Taking a deep breath, the Cole viewed Zachariah differently now. Good job. Reaching out to take the two Su sword from Zachariah. However, in the next moment, the sword trembled violently and buzzed, its hilt burning hot. The two Su sword broke free from the Cole's grasp and flew back to Zachariah's hand. Zachariah? All he could think about now was how to reduce the sword's affinity. The Cole was confused. What's happening? Don't know. This sword seems a bit clingy. The Cole blurted out. Is it a female sword? Zachariah didn't know how to respond. Realizing his words sounded absurd, the Cole coughed and recomposed himself, now aware that the reason the sword came out might be related to Zachariah. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, ancient swords possess spirits, and some even choose their owners. Perhaps this sword chose Zachariah? The Cole asked, can you resolve this issue? Zachariah replied, I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. Indeed, he wasn't confident. After all, once the affinity was established, it bound him tightly. Did the system have an unbinding function? He didn't know. How about this? I'll send someone with you to find the sword tomb. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Zachariah was slightly taken aback. Send me to seek the sword tomb? He hadn't expected this responsibility to fall on him. Unwillingly, having already experienced considerable psychological trauma from leaving the sect last time. Probably problematic. Zachariah expressed his true feelings honestly. He didn't want to overstate his abilities. His current goal was to survive in the sect quietly. To eliminate the Harmony sect, he couldn't afford any accidents. But the Cole merely asked coolly, are you afraid? Hashtag chapter 119. The thick of autumn. I am indeed afraid. Zachariah did not hesitate to express his true feelings. I fear that something unexpected will happen, and I won't get the chance to kill that bastard Atman. Hearing this, the elder Joseph glanced at him with some surprise, a hint of comfort in his eyes. You remember that you must avenge Anwar. You haven't let him down. He thought Zachariah was simply afraid of death. For a sword cultivator, if they were merely afraid of dying and lost their boldness and fighting spirit, they would have no future ahead. At that time, when we suppress the demon sect, the final blow can be left for you. The elder Joseph naturally assumed Zachariah was thinking about accompanying the sect in the future attack on the Xuanhuan sect. If the last strike could be left to him, it would be considered an act of avenging Anwar. However, he couldn't guarantee it since Brigham might want to personally execute the murderer even more than Zachariah. He had no way of knowing that Zachariah didn't need such help. He intended to go alone, but Zachariah did not say anything more. Having you leave the sect does indeed carry risks. Since that's the case, stay here and wait for news. After saying this, the elder Joseph directly took the Tusu sword. The Tusu sword struggled violently again, but this time, the elder Joseph did not allow it to escape. With supreme sword intent, he forcefully suppressed the sword's resistance. I'll be keeping this sword for now. Balder finished speaking, and then turned away from Zachariah. As the distance between Zachariah and the Tusu sword grew, its struggle weakened. Finally, the elder Joseph successfully took it away. Zachariah felt no sense of loss. After all, he had no particular fondness for this bloodthirsty sword. Just look at what happened to the Caesar. Unless Zachariah reached the 5th level of sword heart decision, which would give him supreme sword intent to subdue the sword's will, he dared not assume he could control it, regardless of how high the sword's affinity with him might be. There was even a risk that the sword might turn against its master. This sword was difficult to tame, like a wild beast. A person might get along well with a wild beast normally, but once the beast was famished and there was nothing else around to eat, it would lose its emotions and reason and instinctively turn on its owner. Therefore, Zachariah had no interest in the sword. Zachariah walked straight towards the 3rd underground level. After obtaining the intelligence, he saw no need to go all the way down to the 6th level. Now, his past still allowed him access, but only to interrogate the Caesar on the 6th level. He had no authority over other demons. The next step is to wait for them to verify the truthfulness of the information. On his way to the 3rd underground level, Zachariah unexpectedly encountered Roy, one of the law enforcers who had entered the 1st underground level with him. It had been a long time since they last met. Roy seemed much more dejected now. His physique had changed too. Of the batch of disciples who entered with him, some had died, and others had left. Only he remained on the 1st level. Initially, he was the leader among them, full of ambition, competing secretly with everyone. However, after he hid during a demon unrest and accomplished nothing, his morale suffered a significant blow. Later, as Zachariah advanced and Brigham left, only he remained among those initial disciples on that floor. At first, he wanted to make up for his failures, but with no goals around him, and surrounded by lackadaisical colleagues, he eventually succumbed to apathy. Over time, he lost his drive and just went through the motions. When he bumped into Zachariah after many days, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He believed he started higher than Zachariah, yet facing Zachariah again, there was a vast difference. Zachariah had soared beyond his reach, while he was still wallowing in mediocrity. Heard you've been promoted to the 3rd underground level. Congratulations. Roy managed to smile at Zachariah, but it looked forced. They weren't very close initially, and now working on different levels, there wasn't much to talk about. Zachariah responded humbly, and then bid farewell. Roy had expected arrogance from Zachariah, but found none. Instead, Roy felt a pang of disappointment because Zachariah never viewed him as a rival. When someone surpasses their perceived opponent, superiority shows in their demeanor. But Zachariah showed none. Watching Zachariah walk away, Roy clenched his fists tightly, then let them relax powerless moments later. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Roy, you consider him your rival, yet he never even cared. That gray-clothed disciple you once looked down upon has long surpassed you without notice. Forget it, forget it. Zachariah did not expect this meeting with Roy to be their final encounter. The next day, while using his Ling Ear technique, Zachariah heard that Roy was called out on a mission. He never returned. That same day, Zachariah learned that the sect had gathered people to head to the Sword Tomb. The elder Joseph stayed to oversee things, leaving the second elder in charge with 3 other Isaiahs leading a group of elite disciples. That night, Zachariah, someone is looking for you. Just as Zachariah was about to rest, a knock came at the door. It turned out to be Alejandra seeking him. She was waiting in the bamboo grove outside the demon lock tower. The colleague delivering the message gave Zachariah a puzzled yet envious look. Puzzled as if wondering if they were having a secret rendezvous, and envious as if admiring him. Ignoring the odd looks, Zachariah wondered why the wealthy young lady needed to see him late at night. With questions in mind, he ventured into the small bamboo grove. In the moonlight, shadows filtered through the bamboo, creating a soft veil over the slender figure standing there. Her delicate posture invited endless reverie. Not thinking much, Zachariah deliberately made noise stepping on bamboo leaves. Hearing the footsteps, Alejandra turned around and greeted him with a bright smile. You're here. Sister, so late. What do you need? Zachariah's words sounded a bit unsentimental in this romantic moment, indeed spoiling the ambience. Alejandra frowned slightly. Can I just come chat with you? Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the Sword Tomb and won't see you for a long time. Surprised, Zachariah replied. So sister is also part of the Sword Tomb expedition. Pausing for a moment, he added, Sister, must you go to the Sword Tomb? The dangers inside were unknown. The Caesar had vaguely mentioned that the tomb was perilous, but did not elaborate. Claiming no danger would have made no one believe him. Risk and reward were always proportional, a consensus in the cultivation world. Are you worried about me, brother? Facing her blooming smile, Zachariah had to admit she was incredibly beautiful, especially in her coquettish demeanor, making hearts flutter and swords slow. A vigorous young man like Zachariah couldn't remain unaffected. Taking a deep breath, he regained composure and clear-mindedness. Right now, he needed to avoid forming deeper ties with anyone. Chapter 120, a fateful meeting. Thus, Zachariah smiled faintly and said, Senior sister is so generous with your belongings. Of course, I want you to stay in the sect longer. Hearing this, Jenna's mouth pouted slightly. You only care about my things and not at all about my safety. How can you be so heartless? After Zachariah's words, her interest in teasing him faded. This time, it was my own request to join. I need a sword, one that suits me perfectly. I wish to find it in the Sword Tomb. Zachariah knew she was determined and stopped persuading her further. Jenna shifted the topic. I heard this intelligence was obtained by you? She looked at Zachariah with suspicion. TSK, junior brother, you really kept it hidden deep. Even the enforcers of the 6th underground level couldn't get this information, but you did. Just luck, Zachariah humbly replied. They talked for a while, falling into a brief silence. Moments later, Jenna broke it. Junior brother, do you blame me for not going on that mission with you back then? Jenna suddenly brought up old events. Back then, she agreed to go with Zachariah, but upon seeing Zachariah's task was to go to 8 Graves Mountain, she retreated in fear. A series of unexpected events followed. Zachariah was targeted by the Millennial sect. Anwar sacrificed himself to save Zachariah, and eventually perished. This must have been a huge blow to junior brother. Jenna thought of consoling Zachariah many times, but never knew how to start. Part of her reluctance also came from guilt. If she had been bolder and accompanied Zachariah, would the outcome have been better? She feared Zachariah might blame her, hence avoided him. However, Zachariah had no such thoughts. It wasn't related to Jenna at all. Attributing even a small part of the blame to her would be cowardly. Senior sister, don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with you. Zachariah earnestly said. Seeing his sincerity, Jenna's tensed face relaxed into a smile. I was scared you were mad at me because I felt like your attitude towards me changed. You misunderstand, Zachariah inwardly sighed. Being distant was to avoid deeper ties. Junior brother, don't blame yourself too much. That incident, nobody expected it. Zachariah nodded, appearing to have moved on, but only he knew whether he truly had. All right, I'll leave first. Expect good news from me. When I reach the Sword Tomb, I'll bring back a fine sword for you. Hearing this, Zachariah inwardly smiled bitterly. I don't need it. Please take care of yourself. Hee, so you do care about me. Zachariah. Bye-bye now. As Zachariah was dazed, the beauty left, leaving behind an alluring silhouette. Zachariah felt a pang of loss. Shaking his head, he walked back under the moonlight. In the depths of winter, heavy snow fell. A rare cold wave hit the land. The demon lock tower was covered in snow, resembling silver armor. Each step left a pit of melted water from his vigorous blood chi. Despite the extreme cold, each footprint quickly turned into ice. Now, even without clothes, Zachariah would feel nothing, wearing cotton clothes merely to hide his strength. Not only was his blood chi more robust, his body was firmer than before, his face chiseled with resilience. He was now more mature. His steps were steady, exuding an aura of mastery. He reached the 9th tier of Profound Infancy realm. Through 6 months of cultivation and rewards from defeated demons, his cultivation surged, just short of breaking through to Celestial Transformation realm. At this realm, facing peak 3rd-level demons of the Demon Lock Tower, he wouldn't fear them at all. Meanwhile, his Sword Heart technique, Mount Shu Sword Heart Decision, reached the 4th level, Clear and Enlightened Sword Heart. At this stage, his understanding of swords deepened. He could perceive the optimal angle to wield a sword for maximum power. When encountering a sword, he could instantly judge its strengths, weaknesses, and properties. Performing man-sword unification was near perfect. Understanding swords allowed him to tap into their potential, releasing a trace of sword intent. Though minimal, it was significant progress. Releasing sword intent marked the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Zachariah headed to the hidden sword pavilion. The old guardian saw him but didn't react as enthusiastically as before. Just lifting his eyes to glance, he then looked away, unwilling to see him. Clearly, Anwar's death left a thorn in his heart. Many still blamed Zachariah for Anwar's death. So, they disliked him. Zachariah ignored these gazes, their attitudes, and even certain remarks. He remained respectful to seniors, despite their coldness, accepting it calmly. Deep down, he knew Anwar's death was partly his fault. These were burdens he must bear. Spending less than half an hour in the pavilion, he emerged with a sword technique named 10,000 Sword Formation. This was a formidable technique, where one sword could become 10,000, forming a deadly formation. But its difficulty was exceedingly high. Zachariah enjoyed challenging such difficult techniques because using his proficiency experience on easy ones felt wasteful. The old guardian was already used to Zachariah's behavior. Initially, he tried to dissuade Zachariah, but now he simply didn't care. Upon seeing 10,000 sword formation, he sneered and threw the book aside. No words were exchanged, but it spoke volumes. Looking at the discarded book, Zachariah remained calm, though he found it disrespectful. He didn't get angry but calmly picked it up, dusted off the snow, and hid it. Finally, he spoke without any anger. How you treat me is none of my concern, but the sword manuals of Mount Shu should not be treated this way. This sentence shook the old guardian, filling him with shame. As the pavilion guardian, treating valuable manuals so poorly due to personal grudges was improper. He felt ashamed and guilty. Zachariah didn't let the Truman continue to embarrass him further and immediately turned to walk away. The old guardian lowered his head and noticed something peculiar. Where Zachariah had picked up the sword manual, a puddle of water was visibly freezing over into ice. The process was captured clearly by the old guardian. He looked at Zachariah's retreating back and furrowed his brow deeply. As Zachariah was about to return to the demon lock tower, he encountered the Cole on the way. Zachariah reined in his internal aura and greeted the Cole respectfully. Although the Cole's initial attitude towards him had been rather harsh, he was one of the few senior figures who still gave Zachariah a little smile when they saw him. Seeing Zachariah coming from the direction of the hidden sword pavilion, the Cole knew what he had been doing there. He wasn't interested in what specific sword technique Zachariah was learning. Instead, he casually said, "If you encounter any difficulties with your sword cultivation, feel free to ask me." Zachariah knew this was a formality. Even if he did encounter difficulties, would he actually seek help from him? The Cole now had countless matters to attend to and hardly had the time or inclination to teach disciples sword techniques. Still, out of courtesy, Zachariah accepted the offer. Just as they were about to part ways, the Cole suddenly seemed to remember something and called Zachariah back. A polite question mark formed on Zachariah's face as he paused. The Cole said, "In a few days, the sect will be holding a grand competition. Since you don't have to stay in the demon lock tower for the next few days, why don't you participate?" Upon hearing this, Zachariah's expression instantly became odd. The grand competition was a match among disciples. It was also a prime opportunity for them to reverse their status within the sect. Many disciples who usually lacked enough merit or stood out less could use this chance to shine and achieve fame in one stroke. The grand competition was absolutely an excellent opportunity to turn one's life around. In previous competitions, numerous disciples had achieved remarkable success, reversing their fortunes. Conversely, some high-ranking members had been demoted. Logically speaking, as an enforcer, Zachariah was independent of the disciple system and thus had no reason to participate in such a competition. Historically, enforcers rarely took part in the grand competitions. Therefore, Zachariah felt that the Cole's suggestion was somewhat rash. Moreover, Zachariah himself was not keen on participating in such events where he would be in the spotlight. "I think I'll pass." Before Zachariah could finish, the Cole cut him off directly. "This isn't a negotiation." Noticing Zachariah's hint of refusal, the Cole frowned and said immediately, "I will inform you when it's time. Don't be late." With that, the Cole stated he had other matters to attend to and walked off. However, after a couple of steps, he turned back. Zachariah thought the Cole had reconsidered because of his reluctance. But the Cole only added, "You'd better not hold back. Otherwise, you might end up getting thrashed." Zachariah's face darkened, unsure of what to say. Due to the continuous fallout from Anwar's death, many disciples in the sect harbored resentment toward him. While daily rules restrained their actions, these grudges were real. Ordinarily, these disgruntled disciples couldn't act openly against Zachariah beyond some glares or verbal jabs. Such actions were trivial to Zachariah. But in the competition arena, things would be different. Although killing wasn't allowed, thoroughly beating him up was a possibility. Feeling both bitter and helpless, Zachariah suspected that the Cole might be intentionally setting him up. However, before he could refuse again, the Cole left without looking back. Left with no choice, Zachariah returned to his room in the Demon Lock Tower and unfolded the 10,000 Sword Formation to begin cultivating. Inject proficiency experience. 10,000 Sword Formation. Entry level. 10,000 Sword Formation. Proficient. 10,000 Sword Formation. Masterful. Even after mastering the technique, he still had a considerable amount of proficiency experience remaining. Zachariah flicked his finger lightly, causing the sword in front of him to split. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the entire room was filled with sword shadows. Chapter 120. Return. The 10,000 sword array required a higher standard for its swords compared to other sword techniques. Zachariah's current blade was no longer adequate for his cultivation level. Under the discernment of his enlightened sword heart, this sword had virtually no redeeming qualities. It was almost entirely flawed. After all, it was only a 7th rank sword. When he first became an enforcer, he wielded a 9th rank sword, which was upgraded after descending to the 3rd subterranean level of the Demon Lock Tower. However, the upgrade from 9th rank to 7th rank was not substantial. It merely elevated the sword from the lower end to the fringe between lower and middle ranks. In practical use, it could be described as barely perceptible. Using this sword for the 10,000 sword array would not allow him to unleash its full potential. Perhaps, if I achieve a certain ranking in the clan competition, I can get a new sword, Zachariah thought. Considering the benefits, he felt less anxious about the upcoming clan competition. When the Cole informed him that he must participate, he truly felt overwhelmed. Achieving prominence in the clan competition went against his philosophy of staying low-key and developing quietly. He did not wish to be transferred out of the demon lock tower, so he wanted to avoid drawing attention. Yet, if he intentionally underperformed, he risked severe punishment from numerous disciples who already harbored resentment toward him. They collectively blamed him for at least half the responsibility in Anwar's death. Many disciples respected Anwar greatly, having received guidance from him, and would not hesitate to take revenge openly. Let's see how things go. I'll just show off a little, but not aim for a top ranking. Showing some skill might also reduce doubts within the clan regarding his abilities. The next day, while reviewing the demon record, Zachariah noticed that the page featuring the Benji appeared increasingly dim. Alarmed, Zachariah rushed to the 6th subterranean level with his pass and quickly reached the Benji cell. Inside, the Benji lay curled up like a shrimp in the corner, motionless like a piece of rotten wood. Zachariah inquired about the Benji's condition from the 6th level enforcers. A somewhat chubby senior, appearing rather honest, said, "Since you've already extracted information from him, we naturally won't interrogate him further until the results are in." This meant no one had tortured the Benji since Zachariah obtained the information. The senior shrugged, indicating it wasn't their concern now. Zachariah asked for some meat, walked to the Benji's cell, and called out to him a few times. Slowly, the Benji raised his head. Seeing Zachariah, his bloodshot eyes suddenly seemed to blaze with fury. Staring intensely at Zachariah, he shouted hoarsely, "Give me back my sword!" Zachariah placed the basin filled with meat in front of the Benji and said coolly, "Your sword has been borrowed by someone else and not yet returned. If you want your sword back, live long enough to ask for it." With that, Zachariah stepped out of the cell. "Will you return it to me?" The Benji stared at Zachariah, his eyes sharp and calculating. "If your information is genuine, why wouldn't I?" After all, the Benji wouldn't survive anyway. Fulfilling his last wish before death was not unreasonable. Seemingly understanding Zachariah's intent, the Benji's lips curved into a ghastly smile. "Thank you." He then lunged at the meat on the ground, devouring it ravenously. Seeing him willing to eat and regain strength gave Zachariah some relief. The Truman was severely malnourished. Without willpower or sustenance, his health would only worsen. The enforcers outside cared little for his fate. Just as Zachariah was about to leave, Elder Julius, seemingly just waking up, called out to him, "Zachariah, come here. I need a favor." Zachariah bowed respectfully. "Elder, please command." "I need you to find Old Master Geo. I want to speak with him." Hearing this, Zachariah fell silent. "Is there a problem?" Zachariah knew the truth couldn't be hidden forever. Elder Julius stared intently at him. "Are they telling the truth?" "Zachariah, tell me. Tell me yourself, did Master Geo really die?" Reluctantly, Zachariah nodded. "Yes." At that moment, Elder Julius seemed to lose all his strength, falling backward. His facial muscles twitched as he covered his grief-stricken face, remaining silent for a long time. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" His voice became raspy after prolonged silence. Zachariah chose his words carefully. "I didn't want you to be too saddened." "Is that so? Giant want to make me sad, or were you feeling guilty?" Zachariah responded calmly. "If Elder thinks that way, I cannot deny it." "Zachariah," Elder Julius rushed to the cell door. "No matter what, you must help me with this favor." Zachariah paused. "Elder, please continue. If the clan decides to attack xuanhuan Sect in the future, please request permission from the sect leader for me to join the battle." Elder Julius's resolve was firm, his expression serious. He had learned everything about Anwar from the enforcers here. Upon hearing the discussions, he even begged the enforcer disciple to explain the whole story despite losing his dignity as an Isaiah. The enforcer, seeing a former Isaiah pleading, revealed everything. Hearing the news was like being struck by lightning. He only learned 6 months later that his close friend Anwar was already dead. Overwhelmed with regret, sorrow, and pain, he fainted on the spot and remained unconscious for 3 days. Awakening upon hearing Zachariah's voice, he calmly asked for confirmation, hoping it was all a dream. But Zachariah confirmed it was real, shattering his hopes once again. "I will inform the sect leader of your wishes if the clan ever engages in battle with the xuanhuan Sect." Zachariah agreed on the spot, though he knew such a day might never come. Currently, the sect leader was in seclusion, and under the guidance of the Cole, the clan was preparing for something significant. Although Zachariah did not know the exact plans, he understood their decisions. He never sought a war with the xuanhuan Sect since the entire incident originated from him. He planned to resolve it himself. Leaving Elder Julius, Zachariah prepared for bed that night when there was another knock on his door. "Autumn Kue wants to see you." Opening the door, the messenger looked at him reproachfully. Half a year had passed, yet the same person still delivered messages from Autumn Kue to Zachariah. Has the little heiress returned? Zachariah felt a ripple of emotion, disregarding the odd look from his colleague as he exited the demon lock tower. The same bamboo grove awaited. However, tonight the moon was hidden behind clouds, with countless stars dotting the sky. When Zachariah saw the familiar figure, he momentarily didn't know where to start. But every time Autumn Kue picked this particular time to find him, it ignited his inner desire to rant. This timing was far too prone to misunderstanding. Late at night, a man and woman alone in a grove. Zachariah couldn't help but speak up. "Senior sister, why do you always choose such late hours to see me?" It had been half a year since they last met. To Zachariah's ears, Autumn Kue still sounded as she always did, ruining the mood. Autumn Kue seemed a bit angry. "I came straight to you upon returning to the sect. You say such things? Seems like I made a mistake coming." She turned to leave, but Zachariah couldn't let her go. He still had so many questions unresolved. With a bitter smile, he rushed to block her path, offering apologies until he finally calmed her down. Senior sister, have everyone returned? How did it go? Zachariah quickly steered back to the main topic. Hearing Zachariah's words, Autumn Kuei's expression suddenly dimmed. Seeing her face, Zachariah sensed that things were not good. Not everyone made it back. Some will never return. This time, second elder of Mount Shu led a large contingent to the Sword Tomb, but returned with only 3/4 of their numbers. The dangers within could be imagined. The intelligence you extracted was correct. We found the true Sword Tomb. Regardless, you've done great service this time. Autumn Kuei spared no praise for Zachariah. Zachariah humbly responded, relieved by this news. As long as it's true. These past 6 months had been filled with anxiety. He often worried that if the Binji's information had been false, leading to losses for Mount Shu, he would become the sect's nemesis. One Isaiah nearly made him an enemy of all. Another mishap would mean he couldn't stay in the sect. Next, Zachariah asked about details from the Sword Tomb. Autumn Kuei reflected deeply, saying, it was right not to bring you along. Inside, dangers abound. There are ancient sword spirits, combining sword intent with souls, who attack outsiders on sight, and powerful ancient beasts guarding within. Speaking of the dangers, her face paled slightly, but it wasn't obvious in the dark. Zachariah murmured softly, thank goodness you're back. What did you say? Autumn Kuei, seemingly hearing his whisper, asked immediately, little brother Sue, you care about your senior sister again, don't you? Zachariah smiled wryly. She was clearly a young girl yet insisted on being called senior sister. Jaya, do you find a suitable sword? Zachariah hurriedly changed the subject to avoid further discussion. Otherwise, she might press her advantage. Autumn Kuei harumphed, apparently dissatisfied with the abrupt shift. The transition was too blatant, lacking any finesse. I did find one, and there's good news. Little brother Sue, do you want to hear it? Of course, senior sister. No way. You get off too easy. I'm tired after rushing day and night, feeling uncomfortable all over. If someone could rub my shoulders or back when I feel better, I'll share the news. Upon hearing this, Zachariah knew her intentions were too clear. Senior sister, are you sure? Rubbing your shoulders here late at night might not be convenient. Maybe find a bed instead. I can do a better job then. Hearing this, Autumn Kuei blushed, spitting out, you wish. She realized how improper that might seem. Fine. It's your luck. Opening her pale hands, a sword appeared. Here, take it, she said, handing it directly to Zachariah. I got this for you from the Sword Tomb. I'm not sure what suits you best, but it's the best I could obtain. The sword was 7 feet long, less than half a foot wide, with a green light flowing like starlight. In the instant he touched the sword, Zachariah felt as though he were amidst a vast cosmos. Bathed in starlight, its wonders and mysteries were indescribable. Like someone uneducated saying, holy cow, Zachariah could only say 2 words. Excellent sword. Indeed, it was a rare masterpiece. Ancient swords couldn't be classified using current standards, especially those from the Sword Tomb, which inevitably had flaws due to age and wear. Some stars in the sword's world were fragmented, indicating the damage from years of battle and time. However, despite the imperfections, it still shone brightly. At least comparable to the finest swords of the era, it could even rival divine blacksmith's creations. Why didn't you keep such a fine sword for yourself? Autumn Kuei said it was the best she could get, meaning her own sword was slightly inferior. The best is what fits you. Why else would I go to the Sword Tomb? Autumn Kuei spoke a truth. Indeed, she wasn't exaggerating. Better swords existed, but each sword had unique properties. Only specific owners could unlock their full potential. Having seen the world kept her from craving renowned or praised swords, focusing instead on finding a sword harmonizing with her soul, a quest she had pursued for a long time before deciding to venture into the Sword Tomb. You make sense. Zachariah couldn't refute her logic. But this gift is too precious. He wanted to decline. Accepting this sword meant another significant debt. He aimed to avoid deep ties with others in the sect. Take it, or I'll be mad. Autumn Kuei acted fiercely. You saved my brother's life. Offering something doesn't seem too much for such a favor. Zachariah was helpless. He merely provided intelligence. Others truly rescued her brother. Moreover, he indeed needed a fine sword for the upcoming sect competition, known even to recently returned Autumn Kuei. Given that, receiving this sword seemed inevitable. Since you're participating, you need this more. Face any bullying with this sword. Unable to refuse, Zachariah reluctantly accepted. Seeing him accept, Autumn Kuei smiled satisfactorily. This sword has no name. What shall we call it? Ancient swords had names. For instance, the Binji's Butsu, inscribed on its blade. Zachariah's sword bore no inscription. Afterthought, Zachariah decided, let's name it Star Sword. Since Zachariah observed boundless stars from this sword, he directly named it Star Sword. Although it's simple, it barely works. Danica commented. She felt that Zachariah's skill in naming was not as good as hers. By the way, what is senior sister's sword called? Can you show it to me? Zachariah was indeed curious and wanted to see what her sword looked like. Top secret. You'll find out later. Danica smiled mysteriously. The later, she referred to naturally was the sect competition. They had just caught up with it. Now that I have achieved my wish, I have no regrets. Next is to prepare fully for the competition. The current me is no longer the same. Danica showed great confidence, even standing on her tiptoes to pat Zachariah's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Don't worry, senior sister will cover you. Zachariah. Back in his room, Zachariah examined the star sword in his hand, feeling a myriad of emotions. He had originally thought about avoiding entanglements. Yet, why did these entanglements still seem inseparable? Forget it. Overthinking won't help. Zachariah waved the star sword in his hand, familiarizing himself with every detail of it. Getting acquainted with a fine sword should be like savoring tea, slowly and meticulously. Until late at night, he lay on the bed, taking a long time to fall asleep. The next day, the first elder found Zachariah directly. Congratulations, you really fulfilled my requirements. The first elder's expression was serious, without much smile. Perhaps due to casualties, he couldn't express his joy too openly. According to the first elder, this time the second elder brought back over 100 swords from the sword tomb, all top-notch. Apart from those obtained by the elite disciples who followed, 36 swords remained. Those 36 swords could significantly enhance the sect's combat power. Though Zachariah already knew this information through Danica, he still listened attentively, just nodding, without comment. Finally, the first elder also knew it was time to get down to business, so he coughed lightly and said, I promised, and I won't go back on my word. Here it is. The first elder handed Zachariah a new pass token. With this token, Zachariah could freely enter the lower 6 floors and above, and interrogate the demons within. Receiving this token made Zachariah even more excited than getting the Star Sword. After all, obtaining the Star Sword brought him more burdens. The Star Sword was a gift from others, carrying their favors and emotions. But this token, he earned through hard work. He took it with peace of mind. You shouldn't be too happy yet. Take this token, but don't make any mistakes. If you commit any errors, I'll take this token back immediately. The first elder sternly warned. Zachariah nodded in agreement. He wasn't surprised by the first elder's condition. Privileges always come with limitations. As long as he kept a low profile and avoided trouble, it would be fine. I want to retrieve the Tusu sword. Leaving, Zachariah suddenly mentioned the Tusu sword. The first elder hadn't mentioned it throughout the conversation, so Zachariah had to bring it up himself. He had promised the Truman to return the sword after the matter was settled. If the Truman hadn't been near death, Zachariah might not have cared about this matter. That's not a fine sword, the first elder remarked. His meaning was that it wasn't a fine sword. The sword itself carried an evil nature. Such a sword should be sealed once stripped from a demon. Elder Mountain disciples shouldn't touch it. It's not for me. Zachariah quickly explained. I need to return it to the Benji. It's a promise I made. Hearing this, the first elder frowned deeper. Why must you keep your word to a demon? Demons were deceitful and often went back on their words. In the first elder's view, sometimes one should treat demons as they treated others, without being overly righteous. However, Zachariah responded, he's dying. I only want to keep my promise out of respect for that fact. Pitying a demon? That's unacceptable. The first elder corrected Zachariah's misguided thinking. Yet, looking at Zachariah's silence, he shook his head. Forget it. You've earned it this time. Just this once, not again. Remember to retrieve the sword after he dies. The first elder threw out the Tusu sword, which instantly flew to Zachariah. Zachariah. Hashtag chapter 121. Sword intent. Clan competition. 6 months had passed, yet the affinity remained undiminished. Zachariah put away the Tusu sword under the strange gaze of the Cole and proceeded straight to the 6th underground level of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. The Caesar was still huddled in the corner, but his complexion seemed a bit better than when Zachariah had last seen him. However, there was still no light in his eyes. It wasn't until he looked up and saw Zachariah that a flicker of life appeared in those dead fish-like eyes. You came. Where is my sword? His mind seemed unable to think about anything else, only fixating on this single thought, much like an addict. Zachariah didn't say much either. He directly took out the Tusu sword and planted it upside down into the ground of the prison cell, then moved a little distance away. He couldn't solve the affinity problem, so this was the only way to keep the Tusu sword temporarily in that cell. The Tusu sword violently trembled as if trying to break free from the ground. A look of intense yearning instantly flashed in the Caesar's eyes. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward and tightly grabbed the hilt of the sword, muttering incessantly, You're back? You finally came back? His expression was one of madness. Zachariah could see that his mental state was already unstable. The neighboring Julius elder said indifferently, Are you feeling soft-hearted again? Zachariah made no comment, just stating, Anyway, he's dying soon. Getting this sword will only hasten his death. As Zachariah spoke, a scream suddenly rang out from the neighboring prison cell. Due to the Caesar's relentless grip on the Tusu sword, the sword's resistance grew stronger. This led to a backlash, beginning to crazily consume the remaining flesh and blood of the Caesar. The sword had utterly betrayed him. Yet, despite the agony distorting his face, the Caesar forced a smile uglier than tears. I know, you still need me. Zachariah felt a chill run down his spine. The Caesar epitomized extreme servility. Servility upon servility, king of kings. But while others might lick for a woman, he licked a sword. Truly worthy of being called the Caesar, Zachariah sighed inwardly. The Julius elder also remained silent for a moment before grunting, Reap what you sow. Even as the last remnants of his flesh were drained, the Caesar's lips retained a faint smile. Zachariah leaned closer to observe. All that remained of the Caesar was a desiccated corpse. His eyes bulged grotesquely, seemingly ready to pop out of their sockets at any moment. The sight was truly terrifying. The page dedicated to the Caesar in the Chronicles of Demons quickly dimmed, granting 2 opportunities to pick up relics. Zachariah approached, retrieved the Tusu sword, and carried the Caesar's corpse with it. He discarded the corpse into the body dissolution pool, watching as it slowly vanished. Zachariah's heart remained unperturbed. Having witnessed so many lives and deaths, he seemed to have become numb to them. After spending some time by the dissolution pool, Zachariah personally returned the Tusu sword to the Cole. When the Cole took the sword, he remarked, Your efficiency is impressive. Before leaving, Zachariah asked another question. What will happen to this sword? This sword carries heavy evil energy and has a thirst for blood. It is an ominous object. I will seal it to prevent it from falling into the hands of evildoers who would use it for mischief. Zachariah nodded, unsurprised by this outcome. He too believed the sword should not be touched. If one were to wield it, they would need to perpetually commit murder. The moment one ceased the killings, they would be the ones to suffer. Who could bear such a fate? This sword was suitable only for merciless killers. For Zachariah, Even with his powerful physical form and exceptional regenerative abilities, he doubted he could satisfy the sword's insatiable demands without eventually damaging his foundation. Though there might not be immediate harm, over time, it would undoubtedly erode his physical core. Thus, for Zachariah, it wasn't a loss to stay away from this sword. From the start, he never intended to keep it. After Zachariah left, the Cole closely examined the Tusu sword, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes as he carefully stored it away. Although Zachariah obtained the passage permit for above the 6th underground level, nominally he was still a 3rd level enforcer. Therefore, his quarters remained unchanged, still on the 3rd level. However, ever since his colleagues on the 3rd level learned that Zachariah had gained unrestricted access to levels above the 6th underground, they began to look at him differently. No one had ever been granted such privileges before. Not everyone approved of Zachariah's newfound freedom. After all, he was still officially a 3rd level enforcer. If he interrogated demons from lower levels, it would amount to encroaching on the lower level enforcer's territory. Given the limited number of demons, every additional piece of intelligence extracted meant fewer opportunities for other enforcers. Could anyone really welcome such competition? Zachariah could feel the unease in the eyes of the lower level enforcers. They clearly resented his actions. Why should someone from the 3rd level come here and compete with us? Was the unspoken sentiment. Zachariah foresaw that even with his pass, future interrogations wouldn't go smoothly. But Zachariah didn't mind. He would take things one step at a time. Anyone who obstructed his investigation of demons was openly challenging him. Zachariah wouldn't hesitate to confront such individuals. No one would hinder his collection of cultivation experience. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Zachariah began extracting the reward from the Caesar's remains. The Chronicles of Demons emitted a crimson golden glow, which Zachariah absorbed. He was slightly taken aback. Crimson golden light? Was it better than golden? New reward, Yellow Spring Netherworld, sword intent? Sword intent? Is this a special type of sword intent directly obtained? Zachariah paused, surprised even by his usually calm demeanor. Special sword intents often have more unique effects than ordinary ones. Those who can comprehend sword intents are already rare geniuses in swordsmanship, let alone special sword intents. That was like having God serve you dinner. The Caesar did not seem to comprehend this special sword intent. Zachariah checked the Caesar's previous attributes and found no mention of this sword intent. I should review his past. Zachariah delved into the Caesar's memories. Time slipped by silently. Zachariah's expression became increasingly complex as he realized the Caesar indeed hadn't comprehended this sword intent. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly a natural talent for swords. Although he later became obsessed and turned demonic because of his sword, his innate talent was indisputable. If he hadn't been captured by a Mei or met his end in the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, based on his developmental trajectory, he likely would have comprehended such a sword intent. This was Zachariah's conclusion drawn from observing his growth pattern. Could it be that this crimson golden reward can even drop capabilities the demon itself hasn't fully grasped? Zachariah pondered this. The possibility was not small. Otherwise, there was no reason for a skill the demon lacked to appear as a reward. A faint smile spread across Zachariah's lips. This was an unexpected delight. Swinging the star sword, he summoned the sword intent of Yellow Spring Netherworld, also known as Yellow Spring Sword Intent. Invisible and intangible, yet capable of instilling the fear of the Yellow Spring underworld in those pointed at by the sword, causing one to lose courage even before the battle begins. Simultaneously, this sword intent directly affects the vitality and life force of the human body. If struck by a slash infused with this sword intent, the victim feels as if truly infected by the breath of the Yellow Spring. Their vitality wanes, and life force diminishes significantly. In short, this sword intent drains others' life force. It was a very tyrannical ability. When the strike is effective, this tyranny isn't so evident. But once the strike fails to inflict obvious injury, the direct depletion of life force becomes starkly apparent. For example, when an enemy's slash struck Zachariah, due to his exceptionally strong physical body, the slash itself did not injure him at all. But if that slash carried the Yellow Spring Sword intent, this intent would directly strip away Zachariah's vitality and cause him damage. In other words, as long as the number of slashes carrying the Yellow Spring Sword intent was sufficient, even those with incredibly tough physical bodies could not endure it. To put it simply, the Yellow Spring Sword intent was equivalent to real damage. No matter how strong one's defensive capabilities were, they would be useless. At such times, only having sufficiently powerful vitality could withstand it. Zachariah felt quite satisfied with this ability. This sword intent significantly boosted his combat power. It added another strong trump card for him to challenge higher ranks. From a certain perspective, it wasn't an exaggeration to say it represented a qualitative change in his strength. After calming down, Zachariah extracted the remaining relic reward. This time, it was the same golden light as before. Cultivation Infusion. Upon seeing the Cultivation Infusion reward, Zachariah couldn't help but smile widely. What level would he reach with the cultivation infusion dropped by the demons from the 6th level? Without hesitation, Zachariah accepted the reward. Instantly, a mysterious energy filled his body. The already mature mystic embryo inside him gradually turned transparent. Through the transparency, a thread of golden light emerged from within the mystic embryo and ultimately gathered at its brow center. The transparent mystic embryo, with its golden radiance at the brow, resembled a divine spirit. This was the hallmark of entering the celestial body realm. One cultivation infusion directly shattered the shackles of the mystic embryo realm, propelling Zachariah into the celestial body realm. The infusion continued until he approached the second stage of the celestial body realm, then stopped. Zachariah exhaled a turbid breath, feeling his celestial body clear and radiant, perfectly complementing his immortal golden body. My immortal golden body is also nearing a breakthrough. Zachariah sensed signs of advancement in his physical body. After all, during this period, he focused on cultivating his bodily secret arts, deepening his understanding daily. like a bamboo shoot growing inch by inch. It only lacked a pivotal moment to advance further, reaching the king's body. Participating in the clan competition next shouldn't end in a beating, right? Zachariah thought to himself. If anyone heard his thoughts, they would be terrified. Bro, you're not worried about getting beaten up when you can beat everyone else so easily? Over the next 2 days, Zachariah merely went patrolling the lower 3 levels without interrogating any demons. Not that he didn't want to. Rather, the enforcers below seemed not too welcoming and constantly obstructed him. Resolving the important intelligence from the Caesar in the 6th level had given many people invisible pressure. Naturally, Zachariah's arrival now easily led to their resentment. They all hoped Zachariah would interrogate demons on other floors and not come to theirs. So wherever Zachariah went, they followed. They tried every means to prevent Zachariah from completing interrogations properly. Zachariah had anticipated encountering some resistance, but he hadn't expected it to be so significant. He felt helpless. This issue needed a proper resolution. Otherwise, his work couldn't proceed normally. Initially, he thought only 1 or 2 floors, or just a few individuals would openly interfere. Unexpectedly, it was like they had collectively agreed to resist Zachariah, this outsider, uniformly. Facing such a situation, Zachariah felt a headache. Encountering a couple of troublemakers would have been easier to handle. Just dealing with the led ones could suppress others. But when everyone was leading the charge, Zachariah didn't know who to target. Offending everyone would be the worst option and a last resort. After the clan competition ends, I'll resolve this problem. Zachariah decided not to go to the lower 3 levels temporarily. Tomorrow was the auspicious day chosen by the higher-ups for the clan competition. To avoid unnecessary complications, he planned to thoroughly address these issues after the event concluded. 1 night passed. The next morning, Zachariah arrived at the clan competition venue on time. The clan competition venue was set in the central square. Apart from the middle standby area, there were 5 battlefields based on disciple status: white, blue, green, purple, and red. Each battlefield had 10 arenas. The top 10 from each battlefield received rewards. Low-ranking top 10 could challenge anyone from higher rankings. Successful challenges allowed identity reversal, a low-ranking disciple advancing to a higher rank while the challenged higher-ranking disciple demoted. For instance, a top 10 white-robed disciple could challenge any green-robed or higher-ranked disciple. If successful, the white-robed disciple advanced to green, while the green-robed disciple demoted to white. This rule encouraged lower-ranking disciples to strive hard. It also pressured higher-ranking disciples, reminding them constant effort and drive were essential. Complacency would result in being overtaken by younger generations. Thus, no matter which battlefield or arena, disciples showed excited faces. Seeing the excitement upon arrival, Zachariah felt somewhat awkward. He didn't know where he belonged. Enforcers were independent of the disciple system. If following his original rank, he should join the gray-robed disciples. But there were no gray-robed arenas here. Gray-robed miscellaneous disciples have no promotion paths. Zachariah smirked bitterly. Even the clan competition ignored gray-robed disciples, revealing their low status. For gray-robed disciples to advance to white-robed might be even harder than white to green or blue. Zachariah sighed, thinking of his guide Stanley when he first entered the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Stanley believed for years in eventual promotion but never achieved it. Now, reflecting on it, only sorrow remained. The cultivation world was cruel, valuing talent and strength above all. Many spent their lives as stepping stones for geniuses. Hey, are you Zachariah? Interrupted in his thoughts, Zachariah turned to see a handsome young man standing not far behind, looking serious and earnest. Zachariah confirmed he didn't recognize this fellow disciple and asked, "Who are you? Jayad, you take my sister's sword?" "My sister's sword?" Zachariah hesitated, then realized who stood before him. "Are you Danika's brother?" Adelard ignored Zachariah's words and repeated, "Jayad, you take the sword my sister brought out of the sword tomb?" Zachariah sensed a hint of hostility in his tone. However, he remained calm, stating, "Your sister insisted I take it." Adelard clenched his teeth, eyes fixed on Zachariah. "Though I could be saved thanks to your information, it was someone else who truly rescued me. I acknowledge your kindness, but as far as I know, my sister has already rewarded you. Now you taking her valuable item seems excessive." Adelard's words made Zachariah nod in agreement, acknowledging the fairness. Seeing Zachariah's understanding, Adelard's expression softened slightly. "Since you know the sword doesn't belong to you, hand it over." Zachariah nodded and walked away. Govind thought Zachariah was being unreasonable and turning his back on their agreement. His face darkened immediately as he barked, "Where are you going?" Zachariah turned around with a puzzled look on his face. "I'm going to return the sword to your sister. Is there a problem with that?" Govind let out a sigh of relief. "Let me keep it for my sister. It's the same thing." Zachariah shook his head. "That won't do. You can't represent your sister. What if you're not Alexander's brother at all, but just some rogue trying to trick me? Who are you calling a rogue? If you keep insulting me, I'll turn against you." Govind wasn't stupid and naturally understood Zachariah's deliberate provocation. Just as Govind wanted to say more, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Ouch. Alexander had launched a surprise attack, smacking him hard on the head. "Sis, what are you doing? You're asking what I'm doing? I should be asking what you're up to. Are you looking for another beating?" Alexander's little face looked unusually stern and fierce. "Do you think your wings have hardened enough to start questioning who I give my things to? Who I choose to gift is none of your business." Govind's face flushed red with indignation. "Sis, I am your real brother. Why would you give something as precious as the treasure from the sword tomb to an outsider instead of me, your real brother?" Alexander remained unmoved. "If you dare say one more word, then you're not my brother." Seeing her cold expression, Govind felt a heavy blow inside, stepping backward in shock. Why? Why go so far for an outsider? Govind couldn't understand, almost gritting his teeth. Why should he get these things when he doesn't deserve them? He's the one who harmed Geo. Smack. Before Govind could finish, Alejandra slapped him, interrupting him mid-sentence. If you dare speak nonsense again, from today onward, we are no longer siblings. Govind clutched his cheek, staring at his sister in shock, feeling a stranger before him now. To cut ties with me over an outsider, you really are my sister. In anguish, Govind yelled, Alejandra, you've lost your mind. One day you'll regret this. As he stepped back, his eyes coldly glanced at Zachariah. You'd better pray you don't meet me, otherwise, you will repay kindness with hatred? Zachariah spoke bluntly. Since they were already at odds, there was no point in beating around the bush. Govind didn't reply, just gave a cold snort and turned away, clearly revealing his attitude. Zachariah didn't take much notice. On the contrary, Alejandra felt ashamed and walked up to Zachariah to apologize sincerely. Little brother Sue, I'm sorry about my brother. Alejandra bit her lip. He wasn't like this before. Don't worry, I don't take offense. Zachariah spoke truthfully. He saw no need to quarrel with the child. However, some of his words do have merit. Zachariah planned to suggest returning the Starlight Sword, thinking it best to draw a clear line after such an incident. He preferred being independent, and carrying too many secrets made it unwise to stay close to anyone. But before Zachariah could speak, Alejandra seemed to sense what was coming and immediately tried to dissuade him. Please don't listen to his crazy talk. If you return the sword because of him, it means you don't want to acknowledge me as your senior sister. Zachariah smiled helplessly. This has nothing to do with anything. Alejandra quickly cut in. Whatever I've given you, keep it safely and ignore what others say. Otherwise, you'll be betraying me, okay? Seeing her determined stance, Zachariah sighed inwardly, realizing the sword was bound to stay with him. He also realized he couldn't truly distance himself. If he did, he might not even find someone to chat with in the sect. Forget it, let's talk about something else. I have a problem. Zachariah shifted the topic to his identity issue. Looking at the 5 battlefields, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Everyone has a place to sit. As an enforcer, where should I be sitting? Chapter 122. Autumn Kuei's Sword. The Cole did not inform him about the identity or faction details. Perhaps he was too busy to consider such specifics. This was also Autumn Kuei's first time encountering this situation, but with more experience, she said, look at your participant token. It should have the faction division on it. Each contestant receives a token that, apart from showing their name, points, and ranking, also indicates their faction by its color. Zachariah shrugged, indicating he didn't have that item. He had only received a verbal notification from the Cole, and the Cole did not give him any participant token either. Come on, I'll take you to get one. Zachariah could only follow her. Here, this is your token, hold it well, said the middle-aged woman distributing tokens, her face full of impatience. But she wasn't impatient with Zachariah specifically. She treated everyone indifferently, with an innate air of apathy. Zachariah paid no attention to the woman's attitude. He took the token and glanced at it. Compared to Autumn Kuei's, his token edge was blue, while hers was purple. Autumn Kuei, originally a purple-robed Gyosipal belonging to the purple-robe faction, naturally had a purple-edged token. So, I'm in the blue-robe Gyosipal faction then. Most participants in the enforcer examination were blue-robe Gyosipals, so Zachariah being assigned to this faction made sense. Looks like I can't spar with junior brother Sue. What a pity. A hint of disappointment flickered across Autumn Kuei's small face. Zachariah joked, it's not set in stone. Can't junior brother just challenge you? Autumn Kuei's eyes brightened slightly. You're that confident? Zachariah was about to say he was joking when someone heard him and sneered coldly. Some people talk without fear of losing face. Zachariah and Autumn Kuei looked toward the voice. A red-robed Gyosipal approached them. Zachariah paused briefly. This face wasn't unfamiliar to him. This red-robed Gyosipal was the one he encountered in the sword treasury while selecting sword techniques. Back then, Zachariah completely ignored the red-robed Gyosipal's suggestions and took a sword technique from an area he deemed unsuitable, a mental sword technique. That incident left the red-robed Gyosipal feeling embarrassed. Coupled with the impact of Anwar's event, seeing Zachariah and Autumn Kuei close now, his perception of Zachariah couldn't be worse. Does it concern you, Michael, what junior brother Sue and I talk about? Autumn Kuei picked up on the hostility in Michael's words. Although she didn't know the history between Michael and Zachariah, she naturally defended Zachariah. Seeing Autumn Kuei stand up for Zachariah and even call him by his name without addressing him as senior brother irked Michael. Autumn Kuei was a rare beauty in the sect, both in talent and appearance. Though she was still a purple-robed Gyosipal, many believed she would soon become a red-robed Gyosipal. Furthermore, she came from a powerful mortal cultivation family, ensuring a bright future. Consequently, she had many admirers among the talented and handsome higher-level disciples, all hoping to forge a beautiful relationship with her. Yet Autumn Kuei had always clearly declined each advance. Michael was one of her admirers, seeing her as his ideal partner but never explicitly expressing his feelings. He did not want to appear inferior. In his mind, pursuing a purple-robed junior sister as a red-robed disciple was already humiliating. He hoped Autumn Kuei would see reason and pursue him instead. Zachariah was unaware of these thoughts. Had he known, he might have sarcastically commented, though you're fantasizing, confidence is good. Keep it up. Autumn Kuei's obvious bias changed Michael's expression. After some hesitation, he finally said, Junior Sister Autumn, I only don't want you misled by this person. His arrogance caused Anwar's unfortunate demise. Upon hearing this, Zachariah remained calm, but Autumn Kuei's face immediately turned cold. She had almost let similar words from Govind slip through before slapping him. Being her brother, Govind allowed it. But Michael couldn't. Enough, Michael. You have no right to criticize junior brother Sue without knowing him. How dare you spread lies here? Autumn Kuei rebuked, not giving him any leeway, frost covering her brows. As a red-robed disciple, you should set an example for juniors, yet you stir trouble and sow discord. I can't respect you. She then grabbed Zachariah's hand. Let's go. We shouldn't waste time with him. Autumn Kue wasn't afraid to offend him or argue further, but didn't want Zachariah hurt by those remarks. After all, Anwar's death was a deep scar for Zachariah. Not knowing what else Michael might say, she thought it best not to continue engaging. As Autumn Kue dragged Zachariah away, he did not resist. Her earnest defense deserved acknowledgement. On the way, several gazes pierced through him. If looks could kill. Senior sister, that senior brother isn't following. Zachariah quickly interrupted Autumn Kue, who had drawn too much attention with her actions. Given the aftermath of Anwar's event, his reputation within the sect wasn't good. Autumn Kue walking so close added fuel to the fire. Feeling the hostile glares, it was as if they had a deep, irreconcilable enmity, ready to tear him apart. Hearing this, Autumn Kue stopped. Her anger hadn't dissipated, saying indignantly, "Junior brother Sue, not all sect members mean well. Don't take certain words to heart." "Got it, senior sister. But could you please let go of my hand?" Zachariah noticed Autumn Kue still holding his left hand. Realizing this, she released him, her cheeks blushing beautifully. Zachariah felt touched inwardly, but calmed himself down after repeating, "Concrete sealed heart," mentally. Suddenly remembering something, Autumn Kue pressed back her racing heart and said, "Junior brother Sue, my brother is also in the blue robe Gyosipal faction. If you meet..." Zachariah initially thought she wanted him to go easy. He understood, given her brother's familial relation and the fact that getting beaten by outsiders was different. "I understand. I will hold back." Being fellow blue robe Gyosipals meant they would inevitably meet unless one surrendered early or lost combatability quickly. Zachariah hadn't planned how to deal with Govind anyway. He considered Govind immature, making it undignified to confront him seriously. Unexpectedly, Autumn Kue said the opposite. "Junior brother Sue, don't hold back. Beat him up hard." Zachariah froze at this statement. Forgive me for asking, but he is still your brother? Who would do this to their own sibling? Translation ends here. Would you like to proceed with more chapters, or need any specific adjustments? Tiana, however, spoke with utmost seriousness. "You saw that brat's attitude just now, didn't you? He doesn't show any respect to his savior. Who knows who has bewitched him? But regardless of the reason, his behavior now clearly marks him as an ungrateful wolf. I detest such people most in my life. If he weren't my brother, I wouldn't even bother with him. So, if you encounter him on the field, please beat him up for me until he wakes up and realizes what he's doing. If one beating isn't enough, then two. I want that little rascal to snap out of it." Zachariah smiled wryly. "What if he ends up beating me instead?" Tiana glanced at him, her lips curling slightly as she said, "Brother Sue, though I don't know your exact strength, I believe you can defeat my useless brother without much trouble. You won't let me down, right?" With that, she winked at Zachariah. At this moment, the bell signaling the start of the grand competition rang out officially. Zachariah could only briefly bid farewell to Tiana and return to his group. For this year's sect competition, 20 Isaiahs had come to observe. Apart from observing the disciples' matches, they would also select some protégés with whom they felt a connection after the competition to be their personal disciples. Of course, this was limited to blue robe Gyosipals and white robe Gyosipals. Usually, choosing personal disciples starts from the time they enter the sect. But during the early stages, the disciples' strength is weak, and the Isaiahs might sometimes misjudge. And some disciples do indeed start performing well only after entering the sect. Therefore, to avoid missing out on potential gems, many Isaiahs choose to pick protégés after the sect competition. The clamor soon subsided. On the platform, the Cole ascended the steps and, once he stood still, simply explained the rules and precautions. Finally, he succinctly declared the competition open. Zachariah returned to his own camp at this point. In the blue robe Gyosipal camp, everyone gathered in small groups, chatting amiably, forming various cliques. Though on the field they would each show no mercy. Here, they remained harmonious fellow disciples. Only Zachariah stood alone in a corner, standing out against the boisterous crowd. But he was accustomed to being alone, and thus didn't feel odd about it. He naturally stood there, exuding an aloof grace. At this moment, several blue robe Gyosipals noticed him and started whispering among themselves, pointing in his direction. Zachariah could hear every word they were saying, but he chose not to listen. Of course, he knew they wouldn't say anything good about him, so naturally, he wouldn't use his spirit ear skill to eavesdrop on their criticisms. As the match progressed officially, people started climbing onto the tin platforms. Zachariah glanced at his participation token. There was no message yet. This indicated the first round hadn't reached him. Among the crowd, Zachariah spotted Tiana's younger brother, Adelard. He stood solemnly, lost in thought, not noticing Zachariah. Zachariah didn't go to greet him either, instead turning his gaze to the blue robe Gyosipal camp platform, but he wasn't particularly interested. Given his current cultivation and strength, watching the blue robe Gyosipals compete felt like watching children play fight, lacking appeal, almost putting him to sleep. He walked to a higher vantage point, shifting his gaze elsewhere. With his current eyesight, he could easily see the battles in other areas, simultaneously activating his spirit ears skill to listen to the upper echelons evaluations of the disciples. It seemed he wasn't here to compete, but rather to watch a show. Soon after, the first round of battles began across the various fields, with the 10 platforms gradually determining their victors. Naturally, some rejoiced while others grieved. Zachariah, detached from the outcome, remained unperturbed. As one pair finished, another pair immediately took their place. Only when everyone had faced off, once would the first round conclude. Zachariah still hadn't been called to compete. However, he noticed that Tiana was now on the field. Immediately, his attention was drawn to her. Tiana's opponent was a burly, broad-shouldered man with a robust build. Standing beside him, Tiana looked like a child next to an adult. The man was named Pang Dahai, born with incredible strength. He wielded an exceptionally thick and heavy sword. An ordinary person would turn into a pulp if struck by his sword. From a visual standpoint, this match already seemed one-sided. Though Tiana was many people's favorite prodigy, Pang Dahai was also an elite among Purple Robe Gyospals, and he had been one far longer than Tiana. Moreover, he had gained fame earlier within the Purple Robe Gyospals. Just the disparity in strength made many less optimistic about Tiana. Junior sister Jaemisu, you should concede. Your frail frame will make it difficult if you get seriously injured, and my senior brothers would have a hard time forgiving me. Pang Dahai naturally knew Tiana was popular in the sect, but he wasn't enamored with her. He found her too petite and preferred women with more curves. Because he didn't fancy her, his words held a mocking tone. Tiana was naturally angered by this. You should focus on yourself first. She extended her slender hand forward, and a translucent crystal-like long sword floated above her palm. The sword was very thin, almost transparent like crystal. Most importantly, various petals appeared and disappeared on its surface, making it look quite peculiar. Oh, is this the sword you brought from the sword tomb? Upon seeing the sword, Pang Dahai's eyes brightened momentarily, but after noticing its incredibly thin blade, a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. This sword looks as fragile as you, doesn't it? He believed that if her sword touched his heavy blade, it would shatter into dust instantly. You know nothing? Tiana retorted, unwilling to waste words on him, directly thrusting her sword toward him. Although Pang Dahai didn't want to cause trouble with his senior brothers, he definitely didn't want to lose the match. So he didn't hold back from the start. Wielding his heavy sword, which weighed thousands of caddies, it was like a toy in his hands, swung effortlessly. The wind howled as he brought his sword down toward Tiana. The audience below held their breath, hoping Tiana wouldn't come to harm. Fortunately, Tiana's agility allowed her to dodge Pang Dahai's heavy strike and slash at his legs. This slash was no ordinary attack. Instead, countless leaf-like blades erupted instantly. Clang clang clang. The leaf-like blades hit Pang Dahai's calves, producing sounds similar to metal clashing. Pang Dahai smirked confidently, so, that's all the sword from the sword tomb can do. His legs were already hardened like iron because he knew his larger size made his lower body a weak point, so he never neglected training them. However, Tiana showed no disappointment on her face, instead smiling slightly. You've already lost. Pang Dahai's smile froze, an uneasy premonition gnawing at him, stirring unease. This unease made him both angry and embarrassed. Foolish dreams. How can I possibly lose? As he tried to take a step, his legs were suddenly ensnared by something. Lifting them caused him to lose balance, falling heavily to the ground. The fall nearly knocked him out, startling him as he glanced at his feet. There, flower vines had mysteriously grown from the ground, binding his legs tightly in knots. Those are the sword leaves and flying flowers. At this moment, he naturally knew this was Tiana's doing, instantly feeling both shocked and furious. You should concede. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of your senior brothers. Tiana retorted with his own words. I won't concede. Pang Dahai, filled with shame and anger, began to tug at the vines, intending to break them. However, what shocked him was that the flower vines were incredibly hard. He could tear iron chains apart with his bare hands, yet he couldn't break these vines. What kind of nonsense is this? His mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend it. Don't pull anymore. You can't break them. Do you want to cheat? If this were a life and death struggle, I would have killed you 100 times over by now. Do you need to suffer before you concede? As she spoke, Tiana placed her sword against his neck. Pang Dahai's expression rapidly darkened. He looked at his heavy sword and sighed softly. The heavy sword lacks sharpness. That's its drawback. If this were a sharp sword, it might have cut through those bizarre vines. But he also felt that this was perhaps just wishful thinking. He had indeed underestimated Tiana and the sword she wielded. I lost. Although Pang Dahai conceded, below the platform, a wave of murmurs rose from the crowd. Tiana's sword moves truly astounded them. Who would have thought that the favored contestant Pang Dahai would be defeated so swiftly and cleanly, unable to last even past the second round against Tiana? This was simply unexpected. Everyone expected a tough battle, but instead, it was a one-sided domination by Tiana. Many disciples sucked in their breaths, feeling both envy and regret. From their perspective, Tiana achieved such success because of the excellent sword from the sword tomb. Seeing this, many began to regret not insisting on visiting the sword tomb themselves. If they had obtained a similar sword, their strength would surely have improved. They would have had a better chance at placing in the top 10, but there was no medicine for regrets, and no matter how much they lamented now, it was useless. On the platform, Pang Dahai looked dejected. This match, which he thought he shouldn't lose and couldn't lose, ended up in such a thorough defeat, leaving his face burning with embarrassment. Especially since he had boasted before the match, recalling it now made his cheeks scorch with shame. What's the name of your sword? Pang Dahai wanted to know what sword had bested him. My sword. Tiana's eyes sparkled as if filled with light. She was very proud of this sword, and especially its name. This sword is called xuanhuan. Far away, Zachariah burst out laughing when he heard this. xuanhuan, nice name. Those around Zachariah didn't know about the story behind Tiana's sword name. Thus, they found Zachariah's laughter strange, and shot him disapproving glances, especially given the tense and bloody battlefield where several people were already injured, making Zachariah's sudden laughter seem highly inappropriate. Zachariah quickly noticed the unfriendly gazes around him and immediately stopped laughing, pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Tiana was unaware that Zachariah had laughed at her sword's name. The others around her weren't reacting as strongly as Zachariah did. They thought the name xuanhuan was quite normal. Taking the Kue character from her name and combining it with the floating flowers on the sword, it made sense. Pang Dahai muttered several times, finally sighing long and deeply. Today, I am defeated by xuanhuan. In the blue robe Gyospal camp, after waiting for a long time, the participation token in Zachariah's hand finally lit up. It showed the character, Jia. This meant it was now his turn to compete. The arena was the Jia platform. The disciple whose token also showed Jia was his opponent for this round. Zachariah calmly walked onto the platform, waiting for his opponent. Before his opponent arrived, he heard an enthusiastic call from behind him. Go, Brother Sue. Tiana waved far away, becoming the brightest cheerleader, adding hundreds of hostile gazes to Zachariah's burden. Zachariah. Thanks, you're pretty good. These are the sword leaves and flying flowers. At this moment, he naturally knew this was Xandra's doing and was instantly shocked and furious. Admit defeat. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of our seniors. Xandra shot back at him with these words. I will never admit defeat. Pang Dahai, feeling both ashamed and angry, started to pull at the vines, intending to break them. However, what stunned him was that the vines were absurdly tough. Despite being able to break iron chains with his bare hands, he couldn't sever the vine under his feet. What kind of nonsense is this? At this moment, his mind buzzed, unable to comprehend the situation. Stop pulling. You won't be able to break it. Trying to cheat? If this were a fight to the death, you would have been killed 100 times over by now. Must you suffer a bit more before admitting defeat? With that, Xandra placed her sword against his neck. Pang Dahai's expression rapidly dimmed. Looking at his heavy sword, he sighed faintly. A heavy sword without an edge, that's its drawback. If I had a sharp sword, perhaps I could have cut through these bizarre vines. But deep down, he felt this might just be wishful thinking on his part. He had indeed underestimated Xandra and the sword she wielded. I concede. Although Pang Dahai admitted defeat, below the stage, there was an immediate uproar among the crowd. Xandra's display truly left everyone astonished. Who would have thought that Pang Dahai, favored by most beforehand, would lose so decisively, not even lasting past the second move under Xandra's sword? It was utterly unexpected. Everyone thought it would be a grueling match, but instead, it turned out to be a one-sided crushing victory for Xandra. Many disciples sucked in their breaths sharply, feeling both envious and regretful. To them, Xandra's success seemed entirely due to the excellent sword she had obtained from the Sword Tomb. Many began to regret not having persisted in visiting the Sword Tomb when they had the chance. If they too had obtained a similar fine sword, their strength would have improved by leaps and bounds. Their chances of placing in the top 10 would also have increased significantly. But there was no turning back time. Their current regrets changed nothing. On the stage, Pang Dahai looked disheartened. Losing this match, which he believed he should not have lost and could not possibly lose, made him feel quite embarrassed. Especially since he had boasted loudly before the match. Recalling it now made his cheeks burn with shame. What's the name of your sword? Pang Dahai wanted to know what kind of sword he had lost to. My sword, Xandra's eyes sparkled, clearly proud of her sword, especially its name, is called Sunflower. From a distance, Zachariah couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing this. Sunflower, what a great name. Those around Zachariah who didn't know about the sword's name found his laughter strange, drawing several disapproving glares. The situation in the arena was tense, with some competitors already bleeding and injured. Zachariah's sudden laughter sounded like mockery to others, which was highly inappropriate at the time. Noticing the unfriendly gazes around him, Zachariah quickly composed himself, pretending as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, on Xandra's side, she was unaware that her sword's name had just been laughed at by Zachariah. Those around her did not react as strongly as Zachariah did. They thought it was perfectly reasonable. Taking the Ku character from her name and adding the fact that the surface of the sword shimmered like flying flowers, calling it Sunflower, made sense. Pang Dahai murmured a few more times before finally sighing, Today, I lost a sunflower. Among the blue-robed disciples, after waiting for a long time, Zachariah's participant token finally lit up slightly. It displayed the character Jia, meaning it was his turn to compete next. The competition venue was at the Jia platform. His opponent would be the disciple whose token also displayed the character Jia. Zachariah calmly stepped onto the platform and waited for his opponent. Before his opponent arrived, he heard an enthusiastic cheer from behind. Go, junior brother Sue. Xandra waved from afar, drawing hundreds of hostile stares as she became the most eye-catching cheerleader for Zachariah. Zachariah. Thanks, you're actually quite nice. Chapter 123, Defeated in a Confusion. Not far away, Adelard, seeing his sister's actions, wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He couldn't afford this humiliation. Xandra's actions further fueled his resentment towards Zachariah. He glared in Zachariah's direction, gritting his teeth silently. You'd better pray you don't meet me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. That moment, on the platform where Zachariah stood, his opponent also ascended the stage. Sydney, an obscure figure among the blue-robed disciples. His appearance was unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd. However, in reality, he had been deliberately hiding his true abilities, waiting for the perfect moment to astonish everyone. Among the blue-robed disciples, his strength could easily place him in the top 5, but due to his overly low profile, he remained unknown even within the blue-robed disciple circle. No one believed he possessed such power. Whenever blue-robed disciples privately discussed rankings of strength, no one ever mentioned him. He was an exceptionally deep player. The current grand competition provided him with the ideal opportunity to display his true self. His ambition wasn't just to be among the top 10 blue-robed disciples. He aimed to use this chance to become a purple-robed disciple. When Sydney positioned himself on the platform, his gaze inadvertently landed on the stunning figure behind Zachariah. Damn it, senior sister Xandra actually came over to cheer for this guy. He couldn't say he wasn't envious. Sydney, of course, had heard of Zachariah. He held some animosity towards him as well. So, he decided to use this battle to climb the peak by stepping on Zachariah. Climbing to prominence by crushing an already despised competitor would certainly make him stand out. After being low profile for so long, it's time to reveal my true strength, Sydney thought to himself. Then, shifting his eyes from Xandra back to Zachariah, he smirked slightly. You sure have quite a lot of good luck, don't you? Not at all, Zachariah replied, bowing politely. Sydney's facial muscles twitched instantly. This guy, deliberately trying to provoke him? Sydney narrowed his eyes slightly. Swords and knives are unpredictable, junior brother. Please be cautious. Zachariah responded. Same goes for you, senior brother. Sydney's eyelids fluttered, and he could no longer hold back, drawing his sword. Sydney's sword was earth yellow, unimpressive in appearance, embodying every characteristic of a genuine underdog. Unfortunately for him, he faced Zachariah. In Zachariah's view, Sydney's attack was not only slow but riddled with loopholes. Dozens of counterattacks immediately sprang to his mind. Yet, he chose the most inconspicuous one. Zachariah parried with his sword but used the enforcement sword that had accompanied him for a long time, not the star sword given by Xandra. Upon witnessing this scene, Xandra's smile faltered, her expression turning slightly disappointed. Why isn't he using the star sword? Does it mean he still doesn't want to accept my gift? When she initially gave the sword to Zachariah, he had declined multiple times. Afterwards, with Adelard's interference, Zachariah had even attempted to return the sword. Naturally, Xandra speculated. Did Zachariah refuse her gifts? Although he did take the sword. If he never used the star sword, what difference did it make? While Xandra was puzzled by Zachariah's choice, a round of swordsmanship exchange had already taken place. Zachariah made an effort to perform more convincingly. Pretending to be equally matched was genuinely difficult, harder than winning. Meanwhile, the murmurs in the crowd grew louder. I didn't expect Zachariah to have some real skill. I heard he used to be just a gray-robed disciple. Yes, indeed. He's more than just a pretty facade. Some people disagreed. This Sydney isn't outstanding either. What does it prove that they're evenly matched? Isn't it obvious? It means their skills are both mediocre. To some, they were merely weaklings squabbling, nothing to boast about. Hearing this, Sydney's temper flared. After biding his time for so long, he aimed to surprise everyone. But now they said he was mediocre. Could he tolerate that? At that moment, Sydney decided to show no restraint and unleash his first ace. Just as Sydney prepared to launch a new wave of attacks, Zachariah noticed his unusual demeanor. This guy is going to burst out? Zachariah realized his energy had surged significantly. Clearly, another expert who liked to pretend to be weak. Zachariah anticipated that his next attack would stun everyone. Suddenly, his thoughts raced. He made up his mind immediately. He couldn't let this guy reveal any of his trump cards. Though Zachariah wasn't afraid of any of his moves, if this man displayed extraordinary strength, it would attract too much attention. With this realization, Zachariah's movements suddenly accelerated. This sudden acceleration thoroughly disrupted Sydney's rhythm. He had to stop to defend, his built-up momentum dissipating significantly. Trying again, he found Zachariah's blade splitting toward him at a crucial moment. It felt like having a spell interrupted. Sydney turned beet red with anger. He couldn't tell if Zachariah was intentional or just coincidental. Could it really be mere coincidence so many times? Each time his energy peaked, Zachariah acted eerily fast, forcing him to guard. If it wasn't coincidence, it meant Zachariah was way beyond him. That meant Zachariah was playing with him. Deep down, Sydney probably preferred believing it was coincidence. Get out of my way. Sydney lashed out furiously at Zachariah. Yet upon collision with Zachariah's sword, he clearly felt a powerful force surging back from Zachariah's blade. Sydney took advantage of this surge to quickly retreat. While retreating, he adjusted and gathered his strength, preparing a powerful killing move. Sydney, defeated. Zachariah, victorious. At this moment, the judge declared the result of the match. Sydney snapped back to reality, realizing he was already off the platform. There were 3 ways to determine the outcome of a match. 1. Voluntary concession. 2. Losing combat ability. 3. Falling off the platform. And Sydney fell into the third category. He stood there dumbfounded. All the built-up energy dissipated in an instant. K. I actually lost. Hashtag chapter 124. Why not use the starry sword? No matter how hard he tried, Sydney couldn't believe it. His first match had ended so absurdly. He had planned to shine brilliantly from the very first round. In the end, he didn't even manage to make a sound. He was forced off the arena. Sydney's frustration was unbearable. It hurt like hell. The spectators watching this match felt the same. This fight had no substance at all, and Sydney himself was just too much of a failure to actually fall off the platform while fighting. Such a miserable way to lose. How incompetent must one be to knock themselves out of bounds? Some people were more convinced than ever that they were watching 2 beginners clash. But in reality, only Sydney, who experienced it firsthand, knew how difficult his situation was at that moment. He had to defend against Zachariah's erratic attacks while simultaneously preparing his own moves, leaving him no time for anything else. Thus, he failed to notice being gradually pushed to the edge of the ring by Zachariah. His supposed clever tactic of retreating to advance only succeeded in sending him off the platform. At this moment, even he felt utterly stupid. It made him wish he could find a crack to crawl into. You wait, next time I won't give you another chance? With deep resentment, he turned away angrily. Zachariah descended from the platform. No one cheered or congratulated him on his victory. Tiana was no exception. She was still sulking because Zachariah hadn't used the starry sword. It left a bitter taste in her mouth. Of course, she had no mood to joke around with Zachariah. What's wrong, senior sister? Aren't you happy that I won? Zachariah saw Tiana's sulky face and looked confused. Tiana wondered if he was really dense or just pretending. Really don't know why I'm upset? As soon as Zachariah heard this, it sounded like something a pouting girlfriend would say. It made him a bit uneasy. Had this little rich girl gotten too into character? I really don't. How about you explain it to me? Seeing that Zachariah seemed genuinely unaware, Tiana muttered, pighead, and then said, why didn't you use the starry sword? Are you rejecting the sword, deliberately not using it? After hearing this, Zachariah laughed awkwardly and replied, what are you talking about? Isn't that the reason? No, of course not. Zachariah smiled and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Dealing with that opponent didn't require that sword. Besides, I was also afraid others might covet it after seeing it. After all, it's the sword you gave me. Many eyes are on it. Tiana's ears tingled as she caught the scent of fresh grass from Zachariah, her cheeks warming slightly. Is that really the case? Tiana, still retaining some sense, found it hard to believe. Zachariah hadn't exactly dominated Sydney. There was a back and forth. If Sydney hadn't accidentally fallen off the platform, it was unclear who would have won. Smirking, Zachariah said, "Of course, since getting the starry sword from senior sister, whenever I hold it, everyone seems easy prey, ready to be cut down." Hearing this, Tiana's face paled. "Don't be so overconfident. Forget it, better not use that sword yet. You'll get too cocky." Tiana gained confidence after receiving the sunflower sword but never became as inflated as Zachariah. Not treating others as peers was not good. Arrogance always leads to defeat. Excessive confidence was dangerous. Moreover, among the blue-robed disciples were those who even she found formidable. "Do you really think I shouldn't use it?" Zachariah looked slightly surprised. "Stick with your old sword." Tiana didn't want Zachariah to lose due to overconfidence. In her view, using the more familiar sword would help him gauge his true strength better. Using the starry sword, possibly due to insufficient bonding, might lead to an incorrect self-assessment. If it hindered him instead, she'd feel guilty. Nodding quickly, Tiana said, "Don't use it now. Spend more time bonding with the starry sword before using it." "As senior sister wishes." Zachariah smiled. Mission accomplished. He never intended to use the starry sword during this tournament. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, it would invite trouble. After all, besides Zachariah and Tiana, Adelard knew about its original owner. If that guy went berserk and shouted about it during Zachariah's match, Zachariah might never leave the square alive. To avoid this, Zachariah had no intention of using the starry sword. Now, Tiana suggested he stick to his old sword, a perfect solution. "Well, I'll go now, see you when I'm free." Tiana came and left in a hurry. Only after the scent of fragrance faded did Zachariah finally smile. Checking his token, it showed 1 win, 0 losses. Top 10 in each arena received rewards from the sect, including high-quality swords, even ancient swords from the sword graveyard. But with the starry sword, Zachariah didn't need them. Still, he aimed for a respectable score. After all, the Cole was watching. He specifically instructed Zachariah not to hold back. If Zachariah obviously underperformed and disappointed the Cole, he risked losing his special token. During the break, Zachariah watched the next matches expressionlessly. In reality, his mind was elsewhere. Brigham really didn't come. Scanning the crowd, he saw no sign of his former colleague. Knowing Brigham had been attempting the trial tower, but hearing nothing further, he presumed he hadn't succeeded yet. However, Zachariah felt a twinge of worry. Skipping the tournament and being stuck in that tower, fixating on passing, was worrying. Was this good or bad? Brigham was Anwar's last remaining blood relative. Zachariah hoped nothing would happen to him. After this tournament, maybe I should check on him? Chapter 125. I look forward to battling you. The moment this thought crossed Zachariah's mind, he made his decision. He still did not know what exactly the trial tower held. As a structure as renowned as the Demon-Sealing Pagoda in Xuanhuan, the trial tower indeed had a lower profile. After all, it was prepared for the disciples of Xuanhuan and served as a place for trials, whereas the Demon-Sealing Pagoda was where foreign demons were suppressed, essentially a prison. Outsiders often only knew about the Demon-Sealing Pagoda when mentioning the Shu Mountain Sect, unaware of another trial tower. Previously, Zachariah had also been invited to challenge the trial tower, but he didn't want to reveal too much about himself, so he declined without hesitation. Of course, now he wasn't planning to venture inside either. He just wanted to see how Brigham was faring now. Suddenly, an uproar broke out around him, interrupting Zachariah's train of thought. Looking over, the source of the commotion was clearly a battle on Platform A. The combatants were 2 geniuses with the highest popularity among the blue-robe disciples, one named Arden, the other Guillermo. Both were key cultivation targets of the sect, and had been personally tutored by Isaiah since joining. The intense clash between these 2 geniuses was nothing short of breathtaking, both in performance and visual appeal. These 2 were also on Martha's list of blue-robe disciples she found formidable. They each possessed the ability to challenge the purple-robe disciples, a fact acknowledged by everyone. No one expected these 2 to meet in the first round, yet here they were, elevating the excitement to its peak. Zachariah remained calm while others were wildly commenting and narrating, causing him to slightly frown and distance himself from the scene. He reacted differently from others. He couldn't understand why they were getting so excited. Was it really that spectacular? Of course, though Zachariah felt this way internally, he kept silent and did not interrupt anyone's passionate commentary. At times, he even worried about the commentator's mental state, afraid that the person might collapse from sheer enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the 2 fighters on stage paid no attention to the audience, exchanging blows relentlessly, their swords flashing in a display of evenly matched prowess. But Zachariah noticed something. Among them, one concealed a sharp edge, hinting at reserves of strength. He could already predict the outcome of this match. If only we could place bets, he mused regretfully, feeling that something crucial was missing without the element of gambling. At this point, several Isaiahs gathered in the high stands, watching Arden and Guillermo's battle closely, whispering amongst themselves. Who do you bet will win? I bet on Guillermo. I bet on Arden. I bet on Arden. No takebacks now. Zachariah listened intently through his spiritual ear technique, hoping to catch their evaluations. Instead, he caught wind of someone opening a betting ring. It seemed that wherever there was competition, gambling always followed. Unaware of the activities outside the arena, the 2 fighters continued their assault. Their figures clashed, sword chi slicing into the ground, leaving marks. After a half-hour of intense combat, involving thousands of exchanges, both reached their limits. Everyone anticipated that the final bout would end in mutual destruction, only to see who could stand back up with greater resolve. However, an unexpected turn occurred. In the final moments, Arden suddenly threw his sword towards Guillermo. Despite being exhausted, Guillermo managed to dodge using basic reflexes and muscle memory. Spectators were bewildered. Had Arden thrown away his own sword? To a sword cultivator, losing one sword was akin to a chef losing a spoon. Could he still fight? Guillermo, initially shocked, then ecstatically assumed victory. But then, more unexpectedly, Arden vanished from Guillermo's sight, replaced by his own sword in the previous position. Guillermo realized too late. He could only watch helplessly as Arden's fist loomed before him. The punch struck like a hammer from the heavens. Darkness engulfed Guillermo, and he lost consciousness. His sword fell, and he crumpled down. Arden breathed a sigh of relief, retrieved his sword, and basked in the applause and envious gazes of the crowd. Up in the stands, the victorious Isaiah reclaimed a jade vial from the losers, who all wore disgruntled expressions. Zachariah remained relatively calm. There was nothing particularly mysterious about Arden's win. It was simply an unexpected swap of positions at the last moment, taking advantage of an opponent nearing exhaustion. Such tactics worked best when both were almost spent. Otherwise, throwing away one sword at the beginning would be suicidal. More importantly, this was just a competition. In real-life combat, stakes involved life and death. Throwing away one's weapon and relying on brute force against an opponent was foolhardy, especially if facing someone like Zachariah. It would lead to despair. Without discarding his sword, Arden would have still stood a chance. Otherwise, he would be defenseless. Thus, Zachariah did not entirely agree with this strategy. Using it in competitions was acceptable, but glorifying it was excessive. Arden, basking in adoration, scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on a different pair of eyes, deep, serene, and unmoved by the surrounding fervor. This glance came from Zachariah. Stepping off the platform, Arden approached Zachariah, people parting to let him through. Stopping before Zachariah, he met his eyes and said, "You are Zachariah, right?" Confused about his intentions, Zachariah nodded. "Yes. I look forward to battling you. And incidentally, I once trained under Anwar." Translation note. The text maintains paragraph structures and tone, ensuring character names and setting elements remain accurate and coherent within the narrative context. Chapter 126, The Battle with Adelard. Zachariah remembered that Anwar seemingly did not have any personal disciples. However, since the other party had spoken like this, Zachariah clasped his hands and said, "So you are Anwar's personal disciple. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier." Arden's eyes twitched slightly. He would never dare to claim he was Anwar's direct disciple, or his current master would be quite displeased upon hearing it. Having once followed Anwar does not make one his disciple. Anwar dislikes being bound and doesn't accept disciples, Arden explained, and Zachariah finally understood. "Oh, so you wanted to follow Anwar as a teacher, but Anwar didn't take you in?" Zachariah thought this wasn't something worth mentioning, as it would only invite humiliation. However, Arden saw no issue with it. "Even though Anwar didn't take me as a disciple, he still gave me guidance, so I consider him as half a teacher." With that, Arden raised an eyebrow at Zachariah. His intention was clear. He intended to give Zachariah a good lesson on the field for having wronged his half-teacher. Zachariah smiled lightly but made no response. "I hope you don't get eliminated before facing me." Seeing Zachariah had no intention of responding, Arden found it boring and turned to leave after delivering his final words. Meanwhile, Zachariah noticed that Adelard was also looking at him from a distance, but he chose to ignore it. After 1 hour passed, the first round concluded, and the second round began. According to the competition rules of the sect, after 3 rounds of matches, the top 50 contestants would advance to the 4th round. Xandra won all 3 matches consecutively, taking the lead in each match and winning deservedly. She stood out prominently among all contestants. Zachariah also won 3 matches, but his victories seemed hard-won. Each win had elements of luck involved. This led to controversy, with most people believing that he was merely lucky and managed to climb through the rounds by chance. However, Zachariah didn't care what others thought. He only wished his ranking wouldn't be too noticeable. Though he won all 3 matches, his winning times were longer than those of others. If 2 contestants had the same number of wins, the time taken to win influenced their rankings significantly. So, my ranking probably won't be too high then. Considering everyone else's performances, Zachariah estimated his own rank should be beyond the top 20. If he could manage to place within the top 10 afterward, it would be enough to meet the Finian's requirements. And now, it was finally his turn to participate in the 4th round. Zachariah glanced at his token, then at the figure walking onto the arena, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiar surprise. His opponent was Adelard. Enemies do indeed meet. They had finally crossed paths. "I didn't expect you to make it this far, but your luck ends here." Adelard's lips curled up when he saw Zachariah stepping into the arena, radiating arrogance. Zachariah felt somewhat speechless about this guy. Xandra was such a smart and sensible girl. Why did her brother seem so less intelligent? Seeing Zachariah's indifferent face, Adelard snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "Dare you bet with me? If you lose this time, hand over the sword my sister gave you." Zachariah shook his head. "And if I win?" "You can't possibly win," Adelard said dismissively. "You're acting like you're really sick. Who makes a bet without specifying the stakes for both outcomes?" Hearing this, Adelard fiercely replied, "If I lose, I'll do whatever you want, anything." "That won't work." Zachariah shook his head. "A person and a sword are not of equal value." Adelard slightly smirked. "That sword is nothing compared to me. It's okay. I can afford to take some losses." Zachariah was startled. This guy had an extremely distorted self-perception, like he lived in his own little world. "Don't be foolish. I mean, your value can't be compared to the sword your sister gave you." Zachariah ruthlessly shattered his naive fantasy. Adelard's expression changed several times before settling on, "You are too much." In the next moment, Adelard charged at Zachariah full speed. Zachariah drew his 9th rank sword, sparks flying as the swords clashed. Adelard scowled and taunted, "Why not use my sister's sword? Do you know you're not worthy of it?" Zachariah retorted. You talk too much. Outside the arena, Xandra, who had just won the 4th round match easily, came to this particular arena. Upon seeing the 2 figures in the ring, she immediately cheered excitedly for Zachariah. Junior brother Sue, fight. Beat him hard. Don't be polite. The crowd turned their heads upon hearing her enthusiastic voice, and their expressions became odd. Which one was actually her younger brother? Everyone knew about the sibling relationship between Xandra and Adelard. Therefore, witnessing Xandra cheering for Zachariah and encouraging him to strike hard left them nearly speechless. What was going on? Was Xandra willing to forsake her own brother for Zachariah? The hearts of numerous male disciples shattered at that moment. Their hearts cried out, what qualities did Zachariah possess to gain such favor from Xandra? Before, they assumed Xandra was close to Zachariah because he provided information that saved her brother. They comforted themselves by thinking it was the sense of gratitude that made Xandra treat Zachariah differently. But now, seeing Xandra cheer solely for Zachariah during their match, even telling him to beat her brother harshly, could her closeness to Zachariah still be attributed to her brother? Anyone who thought that way now must be deluding themselves to an insane degree. Back in the arena, Adelard felt immense pain. His sister's support for Zachariah made his heart sink into despair. You're leaning towards him aside. Doing this in front of so many people deliberately ruins my reputation. People say a married woman is like water spilled outside, and you haven't even married yet, but already belong to someone else. Fine, very fine. Adelard laughed angrily, his furious slash emitting fire-like friction in the air, aimed straight at Zachariah's head. He struck with all his might, as if intent on splitting Zachariah in two. Xandra's expression changed suddenly, switching from cheering for Zachariah to berating Adelard. Jerk! How dare you treat your savior like this? However, Adelard's blade was already slicing down, too fast to retract. Suddenly, Zachariah extended his hand and caught the flaming sword bare-handed. Chapter 127. I'm not angry. As Zachariah reached out to grab the sword with his bare hands, everyone gasped in shock. They had already imagined all sorts of responses from Zachariah, but they never expected him to catch the furious blow from Govind bare-handed. Isn't this courting death? Does he not want his hands anymore? Jamis Sukur's face paled in fright, her eyes wide with terror. However, when Zachariah firmly grasped the sword, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Is this guy even human? Is this the legendary feat of catching a blade bare-handed? Zachariah can do this too? Jamis Sukur covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Zachariah's daring move left her on tenterhooks and trembling with lingering fear. The group of Isaiahs who were half asleep in their seats suddenly perked up. Has this disciple practiced this particular skill? Catching a blade bare-handed was not something one could easily witness. They definitely wouldn't believe he hadn't practiced if he managed this. On the other side of the platform, the elder Joseph narrowed his eyes. This boy indeed has some methods. On the arena, Govind's expression changed from initial panic to outright horror. When Zachariah first extended his hand to intercept, he was genuinely worried, afraid that he might actually kill Zachariah. After all, killing was strictly prohibited during trials. And it wasn't as if he truly intended to kill Zachariah. He only wanted to give him a lesson, make him retreat gracefully, and return the sword. After experiencing the power of his sister's xuanhuan sword, his desire for Zachariah's ancient sword intensified. Due to his intense longing, he couldn't help but act impulsively. Upon hearing his sister's rebuke, he inwardly regretted it. But when Zachariah steadily caught his sword, his expression became even more complex. He felt as if his sword was locked in an iron grip, unable to pull it back or slash down. Terror, anger, disbelief, a surge of emotions flooded his mind. Zachariah flicked his finger, jolting Govind's wrist with pain, causing the sword to fly out and invert into the ground behind him. The flames on the sword gradually extinguished. Govind's fighting spirit dissipated like those flames. His confidence had suffered a massive blow. Without even drawing a sword, Zachariah had defeated him. Now, without his sword while Zachariah still held his, the result was clear. He certainly lacked the ability to catch a blade bare-handed. Who won and who lost was obvious. Govind looked up, his eyes devoid of light. Have you practiced this? Yes, quite proficient. Zachariah replied calmly. Govind didn't fully understand, but he had no strength left to argue. I concede. With Govind conceding, Zachariah claimed another victory. Zachariah had to win this match. If he hadn't, this kid would have pestered him endlessly. Seeing Govind's dispirited state now, it would likely be a long time before he appeared again demanding the return of the sword. I have lost. Do whatever you wish with me. Govind showed no intention of reneging on his words. Though Zachariah did not agree to the wager initially, he kept his word. I don't need anything from you, just stay out of my sight in the future, Zachariah said calmly. Hearing this, Govind clenched his teeth, knowing the sword was gone. Frustration welled up inside him. But he was powerless. Finally, he forced out a single word from between gritted teeth. Fine. After Zachariah descended from the stage, Jamis Sukur immediately approached him. She paid no mind to her dispirited brother at all. Your hand. It's fine. Zachariah spread out his hand. The palm was as smooth and white as jade, leaving not a trace. Jamis Sukur gazed intently at it, revealing a hint of doubt. Why is your hand so smooth? I've seen some people who practice palm strikes. Their hands are rough like thick tree bark. In contrast, Zachariah's skin was as smooth as a baby's, making her feel inferior. Previously, when she held Zachariah's hand while walking, she almost mentioned this. Her hand wasn't nearly as smooth and soft as Zachariah's. Embarrassment made her forget at the moment, but she recalled it now. I don't know why either. Maybe I was born this way? Zachariah lied. Actually, due to his advanced level of body training, his skin returned to a childlike tenderness. Those who merely bulked up were only beginners. Hearing Zachariah's somewhat boastful remark, Sakura huffed, although she couldn't imagine Zachariah reaching the indestructible golden body realm, which made his skin so tender. Sis, aren't you supposed to compete? Zachariah inwardly sighed. This Sakura always turned up to cheer for him, adding pressure. If he hadn't seen her matches before, he would have thought she was pre-selected and didn't need to compete. Not at all. I just went earlier than others, unlike you who always fight for so long. Realizing this might seem discouraging, her voice softened. That's not what I mean. No need to explain, sis. I know I'm not as good as you. Just then, the coal was about to come down but stopped mid-step. After some consideration, he sat back down. He initially intended to find Zachariah, but realizing such action might lead to speculation, he dismissed the idea. I'll observe him a bit longer. The coal's eyes sparkled. He believed there was more to Zachariah than met the eye. Linus is always steady. He wouldn't be wrong. Zachariah felt many eyes on him. Without turning around, he knew where these gazes came from. Unavoidable. Since he was destined to participate in this trial, people would inevitably pay attention. He couldn't hide his skills forever. Otherwise, it would put pressure on the coal. To alleviate the coal's burden, he had to reveal something. This was to justify both to the coal and the elder. The elder fell saving him. Many said it wasn't worth it. If Zachariah failed to show any impressive performance today, such remarks would grow louder. It would also affect his subsequent work in the Demon Lock Tower. After the 4th round, Zachariah ranked 20th, just enough to advance to the 5th round. Few expected Zachariah to reach the 5th round. Many underestimated him, believing he'd last until the 2nd round at most. But unexpectedly, like a resilient cockroach, he advanced all the way to the 5th round. Those who entered the 5th round were all formidable. Witnessing this, many critics closed their mouths, realizing they had fallen short themselves. Even slightly self-aware ones found they lacked the right to critique Zachariah. Only some stubborn few still insisted Zachariah, despite having some ability, didn't deserve the elder's sacrifice. Zachariah glanced at the back of his token, where the rankings for the top 20 were now displayed. He pondered inwardly that it was about time he backed off a bit. He felt that he had gone far enough with this performance. If he won one more match, he might just end up in the top 10. His actions caught the eye of the Cole, who immediately frowned slightly. Why is he constantly checking that token? The Cole noticed that Zachariah seemed to be frequently examining his token. The contestants should have a good idea of their rankings already. Why would he need to check it so often? Unless he's calculating something. The token not only contained Zachariah's personal match data, but also included information about others' rankings. The Cole's frown deepened as he considered this. Realizing this, Zachariah discreetly put the token away, but his actions had already aroused suspicion. Even putting it away now was too late. It seems that I can't afford to lose the next match. I'll have to keep up the act. Zachariah suddenly found this clan competition quite tiring, especially mentally. Before Zachariah's next match began, Danika's 5th round had already started. This time, Danika seemed to encounter some trouble. Her opponent was currently one of the top 3 among the Purple Cloak disciples. It appeared that her opponent had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the xuanhuan sword. Without being struck by its sword light, the sword could not unleash its full power. Danika was aware of the sword's limitations and tried to compensate with her agility, trying to get closer to her opponent. However, her opponent practiced an even more agile sword technique. The person moved like a shadow, swift and elusive as a snake, with sword strikes as unpredictable as a phantom. Danika barely managed to hold her ground. In the end, the opponent forced Danika to play her trump card. With a move called Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers, she filled the arena with flying sword shadows. The opponent couldn't evade and had no choice but to step out of the ring or face defeat. A moment of hesitation resulted in him being hit by Danika's move, resulting in instant defeat. Danika's cheers reached their peak at that moment. However, Zachariah did not show much joy, because this was, in fact, a clever trick. Danika had taken advantage of the arena's boundaries. Under these constraints, deploying a large-scale killing move left her opponent with little chance to avoid it. In reality, Zachariah could judge that Danika's opponent, with his agile movements, could have dodged this attack if it weren't for the rules. In a real-life duel, Danika would have already lost. The Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers move, though wide-ranging, consumed a lot of energy. After using this move, Zachariah sensed that Danika's aura instantly weakened. If this were a life-and-death battle without arena restrictions, her opponent could counterattack after evading the move, and Danika would find it hard to defend herself. Thus, Zachariah did not truly admire this move from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps because he had experienced too many life-or-death battles, his perspective on each fight had changed. He couldn't simply watch them as mere performances. His mind always wandered to a duel with no rules and only survival at stake. Perhaps this was one of the downsides of his extensive experience. Danika jumped down from the stage directly. If she hadn't controlled her position better, she would have fallen right into Zachariah's arms. Landing in front of Zachariah, she smiled and asked, "How was my move?" Clearly seeking praise. "Just okay. You still need to practice more." With that, he glanced at his token. "It's my turn. I'll go first." Danika wanted to say more, but Zachariah was already walking onto the stage. Watching Zachariah's back, Danika huffed softly. "Stingy junior brother. You can't even spare a compliment?" Standing before Zachariah was a graceful senior sister with an alluring figure. Jody stared at Zachariah with interest, smiling seductively. "Junior brother Sue, I'm rather frail. Please show mercy and don't hurt me too badly." Down below, Danika almost turned green with envy at this statement. Bah, how shameful, emulating those fox-like tactics of the Demon Sect. After mumbling under her breath, she originally planned to cheer Zachariah on. But remembering Zachariah's indifferent reaction and seeing him standing there like he was mesmerized by Jody, her anger flared up. Initially, she intended to encourage him, but now she was sulking silently. "What are you looking at? Beat her up." Zachariah was completely unaware that Danika had been urging him on mentally multiple times. He planned to put on an act in this match, so naturally, he couldn't fulfill Danika's wishes and beat her mercilessly. Smiling, Zachariah bowed respectfully and said, I should be the one asking for your mercy, senior sister. Their polite exchange irked Danika, making her blood boil. Taking a few deep breaths, she asked herself, why am I getting angry? What Su brother does is none of my business, right? Not angry, not angry. She took a few deep breaths, forcing a peaceful smile on her face, which didn't look very genuine but at least wasn't a scowl. On the stage, after exchanging pleasantries, they commenced their match. However, their clash looked less like a duel and more like a synchronized sword dance. This made Danika's eyes twitch furiously. This is worse. I'm even angrier now. Hashtag chapter 128, revealing one's heart. Why isn't senior sister Martha cheering for you anymore? Jody glanced at the sulking Martha and smiled warmly. Zachariah ignored her teasing. After gauging the extent of her strength, he immediately intensified his efforts, forcing Jody to use her true prowess. The initially graceful sword dance suddenly turned into a perilous confrontation. Confronted with Zachariah's sudden whirlwind of sword attacks, Jody was inwardly surprised. Junior brother's swordsmanship is truly astonishing. She tried to distract him by saying, are you already taking it seriously? Senior sister isn't in a hurry. Why are you? Zachariah maintained a stern expression. Senior sister ranks above me, so naturally you aren't in a rush. With that, he sped up his pace, creating a flurry of sword strikes that clashed against metal sounds continuously. How far has Zachariah advanced in sword heart decision? On the viewing platform, an Isaiah asked suddenly. From what it looks like, at least the second level, another Isaiah commented. I think it's more than that. Observing his swordsmanship, there seems to be a natural harmony as if his sword and body have fused completely. One with the sword? Impossible. I think he should be at the third level. Otherwise, how could Anwar? The speaker cut himself off abruptly, realizing he had said too much. Speaking ill of the late Anwar would be disrespectful, even if few people act selflessly. Anwar was not a saint. Having ulterior motives was normal. His act of risking his life to save someone was already remarkable and deserved no slander. Elsewhere, the Cole observed Zachariah with a deep look. Only now did Zachariah seem to be giving it his all. His swordsmanship, even if not yet at the mansword as one realm, is only a matter of time before breaking through. Truly a prodigy. But still, it's not enough. Prodigies like him are not uncommon in Shushan. Below the arena, seeing Zachariah intensify his attack and use ruthless moves, Martha's expression eased. So junior brother Su was just probing his opponent. I've wrongly accused him. On the stage, Jody's smile faded as Zachariah didn't respond. Junior brother, I'm getting serious now. Watch out for this move. Her eyes shimmered with a deep blue glow. Suddenly, she spun her sword, and the temperature dropped sharply. Ice flowers appeared, forming countless icicles that shot toward Zachariah. Zachariah slashed, shattering many icicles, but more kept forming, overwhelming in numbers. Surrounded by endless icicles, unless one had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was nearly impossible to defend fully. Zachariah's legs, elbows, and back were hit by icicles, though he felt no pain. However, frost began to form on the impacted areas, penetrating the skin and freezing inside and out. His movements became sluggish and soon, apart from his head, his body was entirely encased in ice. Zachariah could easily break free by activating his inner blood chi, but he chose not to do so yet. Jody smiled. Junior brother, admit defeat? She left him partly unfrozen to let him admit defeat personally, savoring the triumph. Most spectators believed Zachariah was about to lose. Giosiples who had sparred with Jody shook their heads. They knew the impact of being frozen by this move. But Zachariah showed no sign of surrendering. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to break free, convincing everyone that he was trying his hardest. Jody thought so too, smiling confidently. Junior brother, stop struggling. You can't break my move. Admit defeat before you hurt yourself. Prolonged freezing would cause irreversible damage. Yet, Zachariah seemed oblivious, veins almost bursting on his forehead. Down below, Martha gripped her hands tightly, wishing she could help him. Being stubborn is not wise. Jody's smile widened, revealing a hint of danger in her eyes. She wouldn't wait for Zachariah to break free. She leaped and kicked Zachariah, intending to end the match cleanly by knocking him off the stage. However, her next action shocked her. Upon kicking Zachariah, the ice shattered instantly, seemingly aided by her kick, though Zachariah broke free without her help. In fact, Zachariah timed his actions perfectly, misleading others into thinking Jody's decision helped him escape, reducing estimates of his strength. Next moment, Zachariah grabbed her calf. Jody paled, feeling an immense force yank her leg. Her body spun uncontrollably in the air and was thrown outside the ring. Still stunned when landing outside, she couldn't believe it. Did I lose? Before the match, she was confident of winning. Now, losing unexpectedly felt bizarre. Moments ago, she had the upper hand. Now she was outside the ring. The audience feels sorry for Jody, murmured the crowd. Why did she kick? Wasn't she helping Zachariah? She was too careless. Winning easily, she chose a controversial way. It reminded some of Zachariah's past life, choosing actions with the most screen time despite clear advantages, leading to unexpected losses. Seeing sympathetic glances, Jody wished she could vanish. At this point, Zachariah also collapsed, eyes closed. Since Jody left the stage first, even if Zachariah lost his fighting ability, he was declared the winner. Everyone still viewed it as luck, which suited Zachariah. He wanted people to believe his limit was there. On the viewing platform, the Cole frowned, considering Zachariah's strenuous victory. If he needed all-out effort and luck to win, how could he control future matches? Am I wrong? Is this really his limit? The Cole wondered internally. On the field, officials moved to help Zachariah. Before they could, a figure dashed forward, reaching the stage. A determined Martha, ignoring other spectators, She immediately went forward and helped Zachariah up from the ground. Though she was shorter than Zachariah, Martha was certainly not frail. Supporting him was quite simple. Martha guided Zachariah to sit against a stone pillar and patted his cheeks lightly. "Junior brother, wake up." Zachariah's skin and muscles were icy cold, as if he had just emerged from an ice cellar. He deliberately suppressed his internal blood chi, preventing his body temperature from rising. Otherwise, it would have easily raised suspicions. Next, Martha gathered her spiritual energy in her palms, warming them. By caressing Zachariah's face, she gradually increased his body temperature. This scene instantly caused numerous male disciples to turn red-eyed with envy. Many muttered under their breath about the injustice of it all. "I'm already tired of saying I'm envious. To win over Sister Jaemisu like this, what more could one ask for?" In a corner, Jody huffed in disdain. "This boy really has incredible good fortune." After some time, Zachariah slowly woke up. If not for fearing to delay Martha's match, he wouldn't have wanted to wake up, mainly because it was rather comforting. Martha's touch was truly something indescribable. Seeing Zachariah open his eyes, Martha's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. "Junior brother Sue, you're finally awake." "Huh, what happened to me?" Zachariah acted confused, having become quite adept at it by now. "You've won the match, it's quite an achievement," Martha encouraged him, momentarily forgetting her earlier frustration. Zachariah then sincerely thanked her. "Many thanks for your help, senior sister." Martha waved her hand. "What are you being so formal for?" However, after speaking, she seemed to remember something and turned to Zachariah again. "Helping you wake up did take quite some effort. While it's not a big deal, if you really want to repay me, that can be arranged." Her lively eyes twinkled mischievously. Zachariah knew exactly what she was up to, but how could he be ungrateful? "Senior sister, please name it. If it's within my power, I will do it without hesitation," Zachariah promised solemnly. "It's very simple, definitely within your capability," Martha smiled. "This time, you cheer for me." Zachariah was taken aback. "Can I take back what I said earlier?" "Nope." Among the purple-robed disciples, Zachariah endured the critical gazes of others. Quite a few purple-robed male disciples looked at him unfavorably. Their glares felt like daggers. "You dare come here? To our turf to woo our goddess?" Zachariah truly felt as if needles were piercing his back. Despite trying not to meet their gazes, he still felt uncomfortable. But what could he do? He had readily agreed to help Martha. On the stage, Martha stood gracefully on the platform. Meanwhile, another elegant figure climbed the steps onto the stage. Martha heard no cheering from Zachariah and turned to look towards where he stood, only to see his gaze shifting elsewhere, completely focused on her opponent. At that moment, Martha felt a pang of displeasure. Her opponent was also a breathtaking beauty. Zachariah's gaze shifted, not because of her beauty but because he recognized her. Santana, the senior sister who once saved him when he pretended to be severely injured by Marshal Stavis. So, from that perspective, she could be considered his savior. And yet, Martha expected him to cheer for her right then. The situation was awkward. Zachariah nearly wanted to flee, but Martha wasn't going to let him off the hook, especially in this duel between two beauties. She wanted to see his reaction. "Humph." Martha, standing on the stage, humphed loudly, clearly vexed that Zachariah stood there like a statue. Zachariah managed a wry smile. Then Santana, noticing Martha's gaze, turned to him and smiled. "Junior brother Sue, it's been a while. How have you been?" Zachariah forced a smile. "Senior sister G, it's been a long time." The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The male disciples present almost exploded with anger. What? He's even acquainted with Santana? Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. He's asking for too much. One is not enough. He wants both. This guy deserves no place on earth. Zachariah never expected Santana's greeting to ignite such fury among the male disciples, making him a target again. Sigh. Why did he have to bear so much undeserved attention? Noticing a particularly sharp glare from the crowd, Zachariah felt as if a blade was pressing against his neck. The source was Connorsure, Santana's passionate admirer, who clearly saw Zachariah as a rival. Connorsure might consider Santana his prized possession. Anyone else touching her, especially someone junior like Zachariah, was unacceptable. After spending so long beside Santana without gaining favor, Connorsure couldn't accept someone like Zachariah getting ahead. Zachariah sighed inwardly. Red-haired beauties bring calamity indeed. He hadn't made any significant advances with either of them, yet faced such hostility. If anything developed with these two senior sisters, he'd be torn apart. Humph. On stage, Martha, watching Zachariah, felt frustrated. It was her second sign of displeasure. Publicly demanding his support would undermine her dignity. Finally, Zachariah spoke. "Senior sister Jaemisu, good luck." Martha, upon hearing this, felt vindicated. She straightened her neck and glanced provocatively at Santana. But her triumph lasted only seconds. Santana turned to Zachariah with a sweet smile. "Junior brother Sue, are you hoping to see me lose?" Caught in this predicament, Zachariah steeled himself. "Senior sister G, good luck to you too." Hearing this, Martha couldn't contain her irritation, grinding her teeth and inwardly screaming, "Rotten junior brother, you'll pay for this." But she maintained a calm smile. She refused to lose this battle of composure. This situation escalated Zachariah's neither side dissing attitude, sparking even more fury among the young men present. "Zachariah, this isn't where you should be. Go back to where you came from." Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. They were the first to challenge Zachariah, and with this first brave soul taking action, more and more people started joining in to reprimand Zachariah. They truly couldn't bear to see it anymore. Both beauties on the stage seemed to be vying for his favor. How could they watch such a scene? Zachariah had to be driven away. Otherwise, the match would lose its essence. Especially Connorsure was indignant beyond measure. Although he wasn't the first to speak, he was the loudest in his protests. Even his aura was brimming with aggression, as if daring Zachariah, "If you don't leave now, I'll hit you." Faced with the unprovoked pressure from his senior brothers, Zachariah didn't get angry but rather felt a sense of relief. This was a perfect chance to slip away unnoticed. Pretending to be helpless, Zachariah shrugged at Martha on the stage, signaling that he was powerless. Then, under her resentful gaze, he retreated step by step. Once far enough from the purple-robed disciples' camp, Zachariah sighed, being a person is so hard. On the other side, Martha transformed her frustration into power and attacked Santana fiercely like an angered lioness. Santana naturally didn't yield. The flashes of her lightning sword style collided with Martha's sword, creating dazzling sparks. Though Zachariah had left the purple-robed disciples' camp, his mind stayed focused on the events unfolding there. The result was determined an hour later. Martha narrowly won the match, claiming victory. Her ranking rose to second place. Santana accepted her loss gracefully. There was nothing she couldn't admit. It's my lack of skill. Acknowledging her defeat openly, Santana gave no room for Martha to flare up. After all, they bore no ill will toward each other, despite limited interactions. Their relationship hadn't been particularly bad. Martha smiled at her. Just lucky, I guess. She suddenly recalled that phrase Zachariah often used, so she corrected herself. Or maybe my sword gave me an edge. Seeing Martha's sword, Santana envied it a bit. If only I hadn't hesitated and followed to the sword grave, I might have found a better sword too, she thought. I'll go now, Martha said, ready to leave. But Santana stopped her and asked, can I ask you something? As a senior disciple who entered earlier, Santana naturally had this authority. With a puzzled look, Martha agreed, sure, ask away. In private, if possible. Taking Martha to a secluded corner, Santana whispered directly, do you like junior brother Sue? Her blunt, straightforward question caught Martha off guard. She took an involuntary step back, blushing as she stammered, what are you saying? How could I, like junior brother Sue? Her voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible. Santana smiled knowingly, as if catching a juicy piece of gossip. She seemed more delighted than winning a match. Oh, so you don't like junior brother Sue? That's a relief. I can boldly pursue him then. Upon hearing this, Martha was shocked. Her ears perked up, eyes filled with disbelief. How can you do that? Since you don't like him, why shouldn't I? Santana looked completely at ease. But you're his senior sister. Desperate for a counterargument, Martha brought up Santana's status as a way to discourage her advances. So what if I'm his senior sister? I just joined the sect earlier. Who knows, I might even be younger than him. Although Santana couldn't possibly be younger than Zachariah. Her words clearly aimed to provoke Martha. At this moment, Martha's brain was hot with agitation. No, it's not right. Why not? Because I like junior brother Sue. Chapter 129. The decision to overcome from below. After speaking, Rosella's cheeks flushed red like burning embers, her embarrassment endearing. Santana saw the flustered look on Rosella's face and smiled charmingly. Sister Autumn, you're not being honest. You were just saying you didn't like him before. At that moment, seeing Santana's mischievous grin, Rosella suddenly realized what had happened. Senior sister, you tricked me. Calm down, Rosella thought clearly now. Santana must have said those things just to trick her. How could Santana ever pursue Zachariah? Santana was solely focused on cultivation. She was famously devoted to it, and had never shown any interest in romance. Her fellow disciple Connor Ming, who often accompanied her, was obviously a fervent admirer of hers, yet there was no hint of anything between them. Realizing this, Rosella's face turned even redder than an apple. She wasn't sure if she was angry or embarrassed. Sister Autumn, don't get so upset. I didn't think your skin was this thin, Santana teased. Recovering some of her lost dignity despite losing in the arena, she poked fun at Rosella until she was stomping her feet in frustration. I won't talk to you anymore. Feeling both ashamed and furious, Rosella turned to leave but Santana held her back. If so, how about I help you arrange a meeting? No. Rosella firmly rejected. She hadn't figured out how to deal with Zachariah if he knew her feelings. Without speaking, Santana looked at her, and Rosella softened up. Senior Sister G, please don't say anything. Next time we meet, I'll admit defeat. Hey, I don't like hearing that. Santana pretended to be annoyed. What? Did winning once make you think you can always beat me? Only then did Rosella realize she had said something wrong and was about to apologize when Santana laughed. Alright, I won't tease you. Rest assured, since you don't want Brother Sue to know, I will keep your secret. But Senior Sister doesn't compete with me doesn't mean others won't. So, you should act quickly, Santana added playfully. Not likely, Rosella snorted. How could she take the initiative as a young lady? Santana shook her head and smiled. You are stubborn only in words. I think you've already fallen for him. Let's talk about something else. Rosella hurriedly changed the subject. How did you meet Zachariah? I just saved his life once, Santana replied nonchalantly. In the group of blue-robed disciples, Zachariah rubbed his nose and retracted his spiritual irritability. He had overheard everything those two women whispered. It's not that I deliberately eavesdropped, Zachariah justified himself. After all, listening to ladies' secrets and peeping while they bathed were equally perverted activities. Although Zachariah had suspected Rosella's feelings, hearing her confess made his emotions churn wildly. As a normal man in the prime of his youth, facing such a confession from a top-tier beauty, pretending there was no emotional response would be self-deception. Zachariah admitted he had some feelings for her, but dared not accept them. After chanting the phrase, "No women in my heart, the sword naturally divine," 3 times silently, Zachariah finally calmed down. But no sooner had Zachariah found peace than a new storm appeared. Rosella appeared in his line of sight. What must come will come, Zachariah braced himself for another bout of trouble. Rosella walked over calmly. Since Senior Sister G saved you, I'll let you off this time. If Zachariah ignored his savior, Rosella wouldn't respect him. Just as she disowned her brother James xuanhuan for betraying Zachariah's kindness, Rosella had clear-cut principles. Yes, it was hard for me too, Zachariah agreed hastily. relieved that Rosella understood thanks to Santana's explanation. Humph. Though Rosella forgave Zachariah, her mood was still subdued. This match doesn't count. You need to cheer me on again. Surprised by this statement, Zachariah asked, if I'm not mistaken, haven't you finished your rounds? Rosella had already secured one of the top 3 spots with her final round score. No, I still need to challenge higher ranks. Do you think I'd stop here? Challenge Addison's? Zachariah didn't expect her ambition. He certainly wouldn't challenge upwards as it was meaningless for him. Before Zachariah could respond, his token signaled it was his turn. This was his last match. Noticing this, Rosella urged him to go without delay. Zachariah nodded and stepped onto the stage. Suddenly, a murmur went through the crowd. But it wasn't because of Zachariah, it was because of his opponent, Godric. As the top-ranked blue-robe disciple, winning this match would secure his first place. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this clash between the lucky star of the competition and the reigning champion. In the stands below, Rosella frowned anxiously. She hadn't encouraged Zachariah to win because she knew how difficult this match was. Facing strong contenders vying for the top 10 spots, Zachariah had pushed himself to fainting point in the previous round. She hoped this match would end safely. On the platform, Godric stared at Zachariah like a hawk watching its prey. Reaching this point is surprising. Though Godric had been looking forward to fighting Zachariah, he hadn't expected to meet him in the final match. Hurry up, I'm eager to get off work, Zachariah muttered quietly, causing Godric to frown upon not catching what he said. What did you say? Nothing. Zachariah readied his sword, signaling his reluctance to waste words. Godric picked up on this attitude, glancing at Zachariah's sword. This sword? His pupils contracted sharply. The sword in Zachariah's hand was vastly different from the ones used before. He finally took it out. Rosella felt elated. The sword Zachariah held was indeed the star sword she had given him. Her last doubts vanished, confirming Zachariah had been truthful. Su brother didn't deceive me, Rosella concluded. She couldn't believe he only needed it now, in his most critical moment, revealing the star sword. James Xuanhuan stood far away, keeping his promise not to confront Zachariah. Although he had given up on reclaiming the sword, he was still keen to see it. Standing far away, James Xuanhuan observed Zachariah's match despite promising not to meet him. Though he no longer hoped to reclaim the sword, he wanted to see its appearance. Will Zachariah take out that sword? How much further can he go? These were the questions James Xuanhuan desperately wanted to see answered firsthand. At this moment, when he finally saw Zachariah pull out the sword he had longed for, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was like a naive boy witnessing a beautiful woman's strap slip off her shoulder, revealing her graceful neck and back. Zachariah's expression was calm and solemn, standing ready with utmost seriousness. This was the last round, and relying solely on acting might not be enough. He needed to bring out the prop. There was no way to hide from Cole that he possessed the star sword. To make the Isaiah believe he would give it his all, using the star sword was only natural. Hiding it now would undermine his credibility no matter how seriously he acted. To gain Cole's trust, Zachariah had indeed gone through great lengths. In the stands, several Isaiahs who enjoyed gambling began placing their bets again. For this match between Zachariah and Godric, they unanimously backed Godric as the winner. Even with Zachariah unveiling an ancient sword, the power gap was too significant. Despite Zachariah's improvements, he still wasn't a match for Godric. Can't accept any more bets unless you're all backing one person, the dealer Isaiah grumbled as he anticipated a huge loss. Seeing this, the other Isaiahs weren't pleased, but before arguments escalated, Cole arrived unexpectedly. Place a bet for me, I'm wagering on Zachariah. Cole spoke with utmost seriousness, catching everyone by surprise. Yet their expressions turned jubilant. Cole was bringing warmth to their pockets. After Baldur placed the bet, he paid no mind to the others' hidden smiles and focused his gaze on the stage where Zachariah stood, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. On the platform, Godric retracted his gaze, adding a shade of solemnity to his demeanor. Facing Zachariah, Godric had confidence, but he wasn't arrogantly blind to potential threats. Unknown elements always warranted caution. He thus put aside any underestimation towards Zachariah's sword. The bell rang, and both figures vanished from their spots. Blade light flickered, and metal clanked incessantly. Both fighters unleashed full force from the beginning, launching attacks like stormy rains. To ensure his performance was convincing, Zachariah spared no effort. Fighting downwards was tougher than facing upwards against officials like Kira. Zachariah hadn't fully explored the Star Sword's potential yet, but even its preliminary capabilities offered various wonders. Godric was quite surprised during their duel. Sometimes, Zachariah's sword felt heavy and immense, akin to facing a massive falling meteorite, shaking Godric's hands painfully. At other moments, when slightly distant, it generated a powerful suction force, almost leading him to lunge onto the blade inadvertently. Various mystic techniques left Godric inwardly amazed. However, Godric was undoubtedly the top blue-robe disciple. After comprehending the Star Sword's peculiarities, he countered effectively. In the audience, discussions arose. Many were surprised at Zachariah's ability to hold off Godric. Some began to suspect Zachariah's success wasn't just luck. But given the vast number of Zachariah's critics, these positive remarks were soon overshadowed by naysayers. Baldur remained calm, watching the tightly contested scene without betraying his thoughts. Rosella's heart raced like a fawn's. The intense battle surpassed the intensity of her own fights with Santana. She couldn't help but worry about Zachariah's safety. As the battle grew fiercer, Godric gradually took the upper hand. Having adapted to Zachariah's sword, he launched effective counterattacks, while Zachariah failed to mount effective resistance. You've reached your limit, Godric said, eyes glinting. Suddenly, he and his sword transformed into two flashes of light, splitting and attacking Zachariah from both sides. His trump card, Split Light Sword. Zachariah could only block one side, and the other shoulder was hit. He groaned in pain, his movements becoming increasingly distorted. Though Godric struck Zachariah successfully, he wasn't particularly delighted. noticing Zachariah seemed unharmed. Have you trained your body as well? He remembered seeing Zachariah's previous matches, knowing he could catch blades barehanded. Although it was partly due to weak opponents, it proved he had some skills. Godric hadn't expected Zachariah's physical resilience to be so remarkable, enduring a blow without injury. A little bit, Zachariah admitted honestly. Godric narrowed his eyes. A few more years of such training, and I might not have been able to touch you. Unfortunately, you're still lacking. Seizing his advantage, Godric attacked relentlessly, leaving Zachariah pale and panting, each swing growing more distorted. One strike veered completely off course. If not for the barrier protecting the crowd, the errant blade might have sliced into the spectators. You're finished. Surrender. You've done well to get this far. Even though I haven't acknowledged you, you did surprise me. Seeing Zachariah nearing exhaustion, Godric halted. Without these surprises, I would have beaten you thoroughly. Now, I'll let you off easy. Surrender before I change my mind, Godric urged, not wanting to waste any more time. If Zachariah surrendered quickly, it would save both of them time and spare him further punishment. I will never surrender. Zachariah smiled, showing resolute determination, indicating he would fight till the end. That's on you. Godric's eyes flashed with resolve, rushing toward Zachariah with no holds barred. With a precise kick to Zachariah's abdomen, the supposedly defenseless Zachariah was sent flying off the platform. Everyone cheered. While the start was unexpected, the result matched their predictions. Naturally, they rejoiced. Most people expected Godric to become first, with Zachariah serving as a stepping stone. This outcome gave them ample reason to mock Zachariah. Cole stood up, face darkening. Is this all? This result didn't align with his expectations, leaving him disappointed. Adding to his sour mood, the winning Isaiahs approached smiling, making his face even darker. Below the platform, as Zachariah tumbled down, bystanders quickly cleared away. No one stepped forward to help except Rosella. She rushed to support him, her eyes revealing concern. Fortunately, Zachariah wasn't as badly hurt this time. It was merely superficial wounds. Why did you push yourself? It's okay to surrender when there's no chance, she scolded gently. Knowing the outcome, why endure more punishment? It was pointless to drag out a losing battle, she added, baffled by his persistence. Godric's previous performance had been too outstanding. Even if Zachariah managed to delay him a bit longer, it wouldn't be enough to knock him off the first-place pedestal. Senior sister is working so hard and even plans to challenge the Addisons. Shouldn't I also put in more effort? Zachariah smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Is it because of me? Martha's lips parted slightly in surprise. She thought Zachariah had been inspired and encouraged by her decision to challenge the Addisons. Obviously not, Zachariah thought to himself. Of course, he was doing all this for the sake of Cole. He just hoped that after seeing him try so hard, Cole wouldn't accuse him of holding back next time they met. Facing Martha's piercing gaze, Zachariah replied, kind of. I do have some ambitions. Martha sniffed softly. At that moment, she seemed touched and resolved to something internally. Since junior brother Sue is putting in so much effort, I can't slack off either. Her eyes revealed unwavering determination. Yet, Zachariah felt like he might have overdone it. In fact, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Doing your best is enough. But at this point, Zachariah couldn't sway Martha. She returned to the purple-robed disciples' camp and immediately announced her intention to challenge Addison once the rankings were announced. Who will you choose to challenge? The person overseeing the purple-robed disciples asked Martha. Martha's gaze roamed over the Addisons' camp. Shortly after, she pointed directly at one direction, selecting her opponent. The one I want is him. Zachariah followed the direction of her finger and was taken aback. The one she chose was none other than Michael, the Addison who had mocked Zachariah before the trials began. In an instant, Zachariah understood Martha's intentions. She wanted to stand up for him. Though Zachariah didn't dare say Martha decided to challenge the Addisons solely for him, he knew that challenging them must have been something she had planned before the match. Given her current strength, she definitely had the chance to advance from a purple-robed disciple to a Addison. However, choosing Michael as her target undoubtedly had something to do with Zachariah. Because Michael wasn't an optimal choice for a challenge. Typically, when someone tried to climb ranks through challenges, they would pick relatively weaker opponents. This was a surefire strategy. At such critical moments, no one dared take risks with their future prospects. Self-preservation was always human nature. And Michael, he wasn't a weak opponent. From the current ranking of the Addisons, Michael held a position in the upper middle tier. Although he had been eliminated before the final round, he remained a pillar of strength among the Addisons. No purple-robed disciple choosing an opponent would consider him first. Are you sure? The official overseeing the purple-robed disciples repeated his question, confused. Jai and Martha know what she was doing. Previously, challengers always picked lower-ranked opponents. Selecting a mid to upper tier candidate like her was not just confidence. It was overconfidence bordering on delusion. Of course, throughout multiple intersect competitions, there had always been individuals blinded by consecutive victories, choosing much stronger opponents and ultimately failing. Because of these precedents, Martha's decision now was highly controversial. Everyone in the crowd was stunned, unsure why Martha made this decision. Even Santana, who had just lost to Martha, covered her mouth in disbelief. Having fought against Martha, Santana knew her capabilities well. While Martha was undoubtedly outstanding, defeating Michael would be incredibly difficult. At this moment, Zachariah couldn't stay silent. He called out to Martha urgently, Senior Sister Jimmy Sue, don't choose? However, Zachariah was cut off by Martha. I'm sure. With her confirmation, the chosen challenger was finalized. The overseer could do nothing but respect her decision. Meanwhile, Michael, having been chosen by Martha, finally snapped out of his shock. He stepped out of the Addisons' camp and approached the purple-robed disciples. His gaze shifted from Martha to Zachariah below, sharp and menacing, like a wolf sizing up its prey. You're doing this for him? Chapter 130. Unwilling to admit defeat. Michael's gaze returned to Danica, and his heart was a cauldron of mixed feelings. Others might not know, but he was certain. Danica chose him as her opponent absolutely because of Zachariah. Michael was seething inside. So just because I said a few words about him, you want to stick up for him? Is his place in your heart that important? Michael was grinding his molars almost to dust. He had hoped Danica would take the initiative to pursue him. Now he woke up from his dream completely, and it was utterly shattered. Danica's move to support Zachariah was like slapping him hard across the face. It clearly told him, she, Danica, pursued not him, but Zachariah. Jaya Jr.'s sister Danica chose Michael for Zachariah's sake? Below the stage, Santana pieced together Michael's lips and accurately guessed the words he had ground out through gritted teeth. Although she didn't understand why Michael said so, judging by the subtle atmosphere between the three, Santana keenly sensed that there must be some grudge involved. Another big scoop? Santana in the crowd was internally screaming that she couldn't take anymore. At this moment, in the spectator stands, the senior Isaiahs were all drawn to the platform where Danica was. However, none knew the exact reason for Danica's choice of Michael as her opponent, so each had their own speculations. This Danica is too reckless. A young bull doesn't fear tigers. It's good that the youth has some zeal. This is too much. While zeal is commendable, being overly impulsive isn't. Old Knorring, can we still place bets on this round? No, don't ask. On the platform below, Zachariah watched with a calm expression. Danica was set on challenging Michael. And now that Michael had stepped onto the platform, the matter was settled. There was no way Zachariah could change or prevent anything now. But beneath Zachariah's calm gaze, there was an undercurrent of emotion. On the stage, Danica ignored Michael's questions, her beautiful face cold as ice, her tone distant and chilly. Please grant me guidance, Senior Brother Tang. Michael suppressed his anger. Junior Sister Jimisu, I don't want to use my sword against you. Please admit defeat. At this moment, he was trying to salvage his image in Danica's eyes. He thought such an act would win her more favor. However, Danica felt even more aversion at these words. She wouldn't even give him a direct glance. As the bell rang, Danica immediately launched an attack. The sunflower sword drew a graceful arc in the air. Yet, the sharpness of its target was unparalleled. The sword light resembled flying leaves, small yet deadly. With her first move, Danica attacked fiercely, every stroke ruthless and fierce. If one had to use a four-character idiom to describe it, it would be, take your life. Even though Michael's overall strength surpassed Danica's, facing her desperate assault, he did not dare underestimate her. He had observed one of her previous battles casually before and understood the peculiarities of her sword. Her sword emitted a strange sword chi, which planted seeds of vine-like growths upon impact. These vines grew instantly, creating strong bindings even a sword couldn't cut through unless Danica retracted them. Michael's figure flickered evasively, avoiding her sword chi while continuously unleashing green sword chi to counter her attacks. Spring vines entangle. Seeing her sword chi ineffective, Danica commanded, sending multiple greenish sword lights piercing out, transforming into thick vines that coiled around from all directions toward Michael. In the crowd, Zachariah remained calm. Danica had already mastered the full potential of this sword. She hadn't wielded it for more than half a year. That she could grasp unique sword techniques from it showed her high talent. Though its name may not be inspiring, this truly is a fine sword. Zachariah silently mused. Such ancient swords might retain remnants of the previous owner's techniques, akin to muscle memory. Only after forming a deep bond could one possibly access these memories. For Amei disciples, they needed to reach the third level of sword heart technique, merging human and sword, to comprehend it. Best to achieve the transparent sword heart realm for the most stability. Danica had not reached the transparent sword heart realm yet, but still grasped something, purely due to her talent. Everyone in the crowd was astonished by Danica's performance. Adelard also came over. Despite Danica's current dislike for him, they were siblings, and their branch's status within the family was declining. They needed immediate help, and now Danica was his only reliance here. Seeing her shining on the stage brought him joy too, but he didn't understand why she chose Michael to challenge, which seemed unwise. Thinking of this, his gaze unconsciously turned toward Zachariah's direction. On the platform, facing Danica's relentless attack, Michael's suppressed anger finally erupted uncontrollably. He inwardly questioned her. I have tolerated and held back, not exerting full strength against you. Don't you see? Every time he found an opportunity to counter, he'd always hold back, not going all out. Conversely, Danica attacked fully each time. He believed she should realize his goodwill and surrender. However, fact was, Danica acted as if wanting to finish him off, attacking relentlessly. This was the real trigger point. Do you really not know, or are you pretending? Michael couldn't resist roaring out loud. Instantly, his aura burst out. Numerous sword chi surged from him, cutting those constricting green vines into pieces. The crowd below became restless, amazed by Michael's sudden burst. Senior brother Michael is indeed strong. After all, Addisons are the mainstay. How could he lose so easily? Strong indeed, but what does he mean by knowing or not? Do you get it? Not really. Of course, some people saw the nuance. Perhaps senior brother Tang was gentle towards junior sister Jimisu, holding back initially. Pity, unrequited love. It seems she doesn't appreciate it. Not far away, Zachariah narrowed his eyes slightly. Still not enough? Zachariah hadn't focused much on Michael's combat style before, so he lacked a precise judgment of Michael's strength. Now it seemed, Danica defeating him would be exceedingly difficult. It wasn't a matter of effort, but true difficulty. Looking at Danica on the stage, who remained calm as if expecting this, his mind suddenly stirred, realizing a possibility. Could it be, her choice of Michael wasn't to win this challenge? Was she just doing it to stand up for me in this challenge? She chose Michael as her opponent, and everyone could see that the chances of winning were very slim. How could she, so smart and clear-headed, overlook this? Her choice didn't seem like a strategy aimed at advancing. Previously, Zachariah thought she had deeper cards up her sleeve. Until now, Zachariah suddenly realized that perhaps Alejandra did not have any hidden trump cards left. She used an opportunity to advance to the red robe Giosipal rank, just to take a stand for Zachariah. Why are you so foolish? Even Zachariah's heart, as firm as rock, couldn't help but be moved. Their gazes met, and Alejandra smiled faintly. That smile was like a cloud dispersing after rain, vibrant and innocent. In her heart, she silently said, there are many chances to become a red robe Giosipal. For me, it's only a matter of time. But standing up for you, junior brother Shu, such an opportunity is rare indeed. Swordsmanship among disciples is strictly forbidden by Shu Mountain's rules. On normal days, even if Alejandra wanted to give Michael a good beating, she wouldn't dare. After all, the punishment for such actions is extremely severe. If not for this, how could Zachariah possibly wander around after Anwar's death without being beaten? This challenge match was her only chance to properly teach Michael a lesson in broad daylight. Will you like this gift? Alejandra retracted her gaze, then looked back at Michael, her eyes instantly losing their wavering light, remaining only with unshakable coldness. At this moment, her mind harbored only one thought. Even if I can't win, I will strip a layer of skin off you. Michael noticed Alejandra's determined look. He felt incredibly foolish. How could he still fantasize that Alejandra might understand his painstaking efforts? Reality showed, she simply didn't care about him. Michael's hope finally died completely. If you don't appreciate it, then don't blame me for not holding back. This moment, they both unleashed their strongest moves simultaneously. Alejandra deployed the heavenly flower scattering technique. Countless falling flowers scattered with the wind, filling almost every corner of the platform. Meanwhile, a peculiar change occurred in Michael's body. Silver light flickered around him. His sword also glowed with silver light. Both lights intertwined beautifully. The flower leaves and petals fell on him, but couldn't injure his skin at all. Instead, there was a series of tinkling sounds, like metal striking against each other. The spectators were naturally amazed and envious by this sight. Was this the strength of a red robe Giosipal? Indeed, it was extraordinarily powerful up close. Michael now seemed impervious, like a sturdy sword, similar to those physical cultivators who trained their bodies into fortresses. His silver-glowing body was comparable to the silver-bodied physical cultivators. At this moment, Alejandra's face showed the first signs of change. When Michael remained unaffected by her flying petals, the seeds within the sword chi couldn't implant themselves in his body. It meant this move was useless against him. This unexpected situation caught Alejandra off guard. She initially thought, even if this move couldn't secure victory, at least it would restrict Michael's movements, giving her a chance to teach him a proper lesson. But unexpectedly, it had no effect on him at all. Without restricting his movement, the next turn could be dire for her, especially since this move consumed a lot of spiritual energy, leaving her with little reserve. No, this isn't good. Alejandra swiftly made up her mind and charged at Michael. Since Michael's defensive move seemed to require him to stay still, an attack might offer a chance. Alejandra arrived in an instant. She stabbed her sword at Michael without hesitation. Although she avoided his vital organs, the tip of the blade pointed directly at his kidneys. Michael's anger surged. I've been lenient, sparing you, and you aim for my kidneys? Unforgivable. Michael suddenly raised his hand, directing his sword upward toward Alejandra's abdomen. Though he couldn't move freely, he still wielded his sword skillfully. How could he let himself be helpless? Feeling the blade approaching, Alejandra quickly twisted her body, barely avoiding it. But the sword seemed to extend, flying back to strike at her back. Alejandra had no choice but to block it. This cost her the opportunity to get closer to Michael. Alejandra was forced back several meters, and at this moment, all the petals on the platform vanished. Alejandra opened her small red mouth, breathing heavily, clearly audible. She could no longer maintain the heavenly flower scattering attack. In the audience, everyone shook their heads lightly. Winning against Michael was indeed too difficult. However, Zachariah felt somewhat tense, worried about Alejandra's stubbornness. Now, Michael's silver sword returned to his hand. With a deep breath, he maintained a stern expression. You're not my match. Don't struggle in vain. Admit defeat. Although Alejandra tried to hit him, Michael kept his composure and decorum. Alejandra wanted to hit him, undeniably, but from the outcome, she failed. If he took advantage of the apparent defeat to severely punish her, people would criticize him for lacking class, being image-conscious. Such whispers would make him uncomfortable. Therefore, despite suppressing his anger, he wanted to display maturity and gentlemanliness. I haven't lost yet. Alejandra's eyes remained unusually resolute. Junior brother Shu has worked so hard, and so must I. Junior brother Shu never admits defeat. How can I? Alejandra tightened her grip on her sunflower sword. She swung another sword beam at Michael. Michael deflected it with ease, revealing a trace of murderous intent in his expression. Anger suppressed for too long turned into killing intent. Why do meaningless things? A blazing jealousy burned inside him. Why? What virtues does Zachariah possess to deserve such dedication from you? Where do I fall short of him? Alejandra ignored his words. Perhaps, these acts are meaningless to others, but to her, they carry great significance. Alejandra struck again, one sword beam after another, continuously slashing out. But compared to her previous attacks, her current strikes felt noticeably weaker. While Michael was also exhausted, comparatively, his counterattacks appeared more at ease. In the audience, Zachariah's expression darkened. What he feared ultimately happened. Alejandra had a strong personality, and because of this, she could be stubborn. Plainly speaking, she was quite headstrong. Once she set her mind on something, others found it hard to dissuade her. Like before when Zachariah tried to stop her, she interrupted him without hesitation, persisting in challenging Michael. Thinking of this, Zachariah couldn't help but feel anxious. Big sister, stop, admit defeat. In the crowd, Govind shouted loudly. Although he knew Alejandro might not heed his advice, he couldn't help shouting. After all, he was worried about his sister's well-being. Giant, you hear? Your brother is persuading you to give up. Why not admit defeat? Alejandro's lips moved but didn't relent. I don't recognize him. Following Govind, other disciples friendly with Alejandro joined in, urging her to quit. Continuing like this was pointless. Translation note: the passage conveys the emotional intensity of the conflict between Alejandro and Michael, emphasizing Alejandro's determination and the complexity of emotions involved. It maintains the narrative flow and character interactions consistent with the previous content. Michael finally could no longer hold back and swiftly slashed his sword. Alejandro hurriedly blocked it with her sword, but the power of this strike was immense. Instantly, Alejandro was sent flying dozens of meters away. Stabilizing herself, her gaze remained resolute. She swung her sword again in retaliation. Michael effortlessly deflected it and countered with another slash. Still not admitting defeat? Michael's strikes grew heavier with each pass, but this time, Alejandro did not retreat. Her feet dug into the ground, creating cracks that soon became two pits. Without retreating or the cushion of the ground, she was effectively using her body to withstand the full force of the blow. In an instant, she felt a sweet taste in her throat. However, she did not spit out the blood. Big sister, what are you still holding on to? Govind was almost at his breaking point. He didn't understand what his sister was persisting in. Clearly defeated. Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? Why persist to such an extent? In the viewing stands, the Isaiahs were equally puzzled by this scene. In their impression, Alejandro has always been sharp-witted. Although she could be mischievous at times, she would never do anything foolish. This behavior certainly caught them off guard. Seeing Alejandro still enduring, Michael was on the verge of losing control. Jealousy burned within him, nearly setting him ablaze. Still not conceding, are you looking for death? Michael slashed again. After blocking this strike, Alejandro could no longer hold back and spewed a mouthful of blood. That once pale lip now bloomed with a crimson hue. Everyone was visibly moved. Even members of other factions noticed the commotion. Those without matches gathered around to watch. Such a brutal match wasn't unheard of, but for it to happen to Alejandro, this was indeed the first time. Many viewed Alejandro as their goddess. Witnessing her treated thus, they were naturally filled with righteous indignation. Yet, they also couldn't understand. Why did Alejandro persist in this futile resistance? At this moment, someone even shouted for Michael to surrender and leave the stage, drawing disdain from others who thought it was utterly absurd. They all expressed similar sentiments. It was way too excessive. Losing wouldn't matter much for Alejandro. At most, she'd lose a chance to advance to Red Robe Giospal status, but she had many more opportunities ahead. Given her talent and effort, it was only a matter of time before she achieved that rank. It was different for Michael. If he lost this match, he would be demoted immediately. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly admit defeat? Besides, the outcome of the match was so clear. If he conceded now, wouldn't that be openly cheating? Even if he agreed, the senior Isaiahs in the viewing stand would never allow it. Foolish child, how can you be so muddled? What has gotten into you? A female Isaiah expressed her dissatisfaction with Alejandro's actions, going as far as to label it as bewitched. Meanwhile, in the arena below, Zachariah felt like Michael's strike had hit him personally. Zachariah, why are you standing there idly? Persuade my sister quickly. At this moment, Zachariah suddenly heard Govind's voice. Desperately worried, Govind no longer cared about the unspoken agreement between him and Zachariah. Rushing to Zachariah, he was practically grabbing his collar in urgency. My sister listens only to you now. Please persuade her, I beg you. Govind truly had no other choice. Had any other option been available, he wouldn't have come to Zachariah for help. Zachariah was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this young man to have some conscience left. Not much, but at least he could muster a bit when it came to his sister. Zachariah then tried to persuade her as well. Enough. Do you think this makes me happy? You fool. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Govind was dumbfounded. No, how does this count as persuasion? I asked you to persuade her, not insult her. And who do you think you are, saying my sister is doing this for your happiness? Zachariah immediately interrupted. Persuasion won't work. Now, only scolding can wake her up. Sure enough, hearing Zachariah's words, Alejandro seemed touched and lifted her head with a slight smile. All right, since you say so, then I'll admit. However, just then, a streak of sword light suddenly flew toward her, striking her hard. Alejandro's figure soared off the stage like a broken kite, trailing a crimson streak of blood in the air. Chapter 131. Battle. A crimson line of blood extended from the edge of the platform outwards. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Tiana's figure also fell off the arena. Zachariah's pupils constricted violently. His heart felt a heavy blow. At this moment, it felt as if his breathing had stalled. Nobody saw how he moved. In the next instant, he appeared by Tiana's side. His face was frighteningly dark. Nobody saw that his hands under the sleeves were trembling slightly. Adelard stood frozen in place for a while before he finally came to his senses and cried out, "Sis!" As he pushed through the crowd, Zachariah had already helped Tiana up from the ground. The adorable face of Tiana, which usually exuded charm and beauty, was now ghastly pale without a hint of color except for the bloodstain on her lips. Scarlet blood trickled down her neck, soaking into her collar. Seeing his sister up close, Adelard suddenly became fearful. He feared something terrible might have happened to his sister, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He neither dared to approach nor ask. The camp leader arrived promptly. Unlike Adelard, he did not hesitate but immediately checked Tiana's pulse and breath with 2 fingers. Her internal organs were damaged by sword chi, her breathing weak. The situation looked grim. The leader quickly administered a great restorative pill to Tiana to stabilize her condition. If Tiana died, who knows how many would be enraged. As for the spectators, noticing Zachariah's expression, so dark it seemed to drip water, they didn't pay much attention to his anger. They thought the fury of a disciple wouldn't amount to much. When the camp leader announced Tiana's physical state, the agitation among the Isaiahs on the stand subsided somewhat. Most of them found relief that she was still alive. At least it wasn't the worst-case scenario. However, one of the female Isaiahs who previously said Tiana was possessed couldn't suppress her rage upon seeing her student injured by Michael. She had always been fond of Tiana despite being prejudiced against nobility due to an early grievance. This grudge prevented her from taking Tiana as a disciple even though she liked her immensely. Now, consumed with uncontrollable fury, the Isaiah was about to confront Michael herself. If not for the other Isaiahs restraining her in time, Michael might have faced severe punishment. Though Michael dodged the Isaiah's wrath this time, his situation wasn't any better. Voices of blame and accusation arose from the crowd below. Michael, you've gone too far. Weren't you aware that Jamie Tsushimi was willing to concede? Why did you continue? Do you have no shame? How could you hurt Jamie Tsushimi like this? What if anything happens to Jamie Tsushimi? Can you bear the consequences? Michael, wait for me in the next inter-house competition. Facing these accusations on the stage, Michael was gripped by fear reflecting on his actions. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and back. I didn't mean to. I don't know what got into me. He indeed couldn't understand why he had lost control and attacked Tiana. Maybe because he had repeatedly asked her to yield, but she refused adamantly. Others, including her brother, begged her to stop, but she insisted. Only Zachariah, just a word from him, one sentence and she submitted. Perhaps it was this exact point that struck a nerve, fragile and sensitive then. He restrained his anger the whole time, but Tiana submitting to Zachariah was the last straw. Uncontrollably, almost subconsciously, he swung his sword. All this is because of you, Zachariah. Inside Michael's mind, raged a furious roar. Seeing Zachariah holding Tiana, his anger surged once more. Zachariah, making a woman fight for you. How can you still have the audacity to hold her let go? Some redirected their anger towards Zachariah. They sensed, albeit vaguely, a connection between Zachariah and Tiana's determination. Santana stepped forward hastily. I'll handle this. Attempting to take Tiana from Zachariah, she felt a strong grip unwilling to release. Santana softly called out, Junior Brother Sue. Only then did Zachariah slowly loosen his grip. Adelard gazed blankly at the unconscious Tiana in Santana's arms. Next moment, his eyes turned to Zachariah, aiming directly at him. Zachariah, tell me, is this all because of you? Zachariah remained silent. Santana interjected sternly, Junior Brother Adelard, don't speak rashly when you don't know the facts. Adelard shook his head, eyes fixed on Zachariah. How wonderful, women fighting for you, defending you, hiding behind women all your life. Zachariah looked up but not at Adelard. Instead, his gaze was set on the camp leader. The purple-robed disciple's camp leader, with medical expertise, offered a more accurate judgment than Zachariah. When will senior sister Jamie Sue wake up? Unknown, replied the leader coldly. Unknown? How can you not know? Adelard couldn't help breaking down. So severely injured, how could I predict her recovery time? I'm not some miracle doctor. The leader showed signs of impatience and instructed Santana to take Tiana for further treatment. Zachariah, noticing the leader's indifferent attitude, grew more concerned. Tiana's condition might be worse than he imagined. Zachariah's gaze locked onto Michael, still on the platform. Just as Michael prepared to leave, their eyes met. Zachariah started moving, step by step, ascending the stairs. What is he doing? At this moment, the crowd watched Zachariah's unusual move. Looks like he's going to challenge? He can't be challenging senior brother Michael? Impossible unless he wants a beating. I can clearly feel senior brother Tang's dislike for him. If he challenges, he won't know how he'll get carried away. On the stage, Michael smirked mockingly. Do you want to challenge me too? Fight. Zachariah uttered only one word. Yet it caused a stir. He really intends to challenge senior brother Michael. Crazy guy. Absolutely lost it. The camp leader below frowned and reminded, Zachariah, you haven't made it to the top 10 blue-robe disciples. No challenge qualification. Then, on the high stand, the Grand Isaiah squinted, abruptly saying, let him challenge. This caused another commotion. Unexpected, they wondered if the Grand Isaiah disliked Zachariah too, and wanted to see him beaten? On the stage, Michael's face showed disdain, but internally he rejoiced, lamenting over no chance to teach Zachariah a lesson, and here he comes voluntarily. This is on you. Michael clenched his fists tightly, a smile spreading across his face as the sound signaled the start of the match. The ant trying to shake the tree, isn't it laughable for you two? The final word, measure, never made it out, cutting off abruptly. In that very instant, Zachariah's powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Chapter 132. A laughable joke. The crowd had yet to recover from the shock of Zachariah challenging Michael. Before anyone could react, Zachariah's powerful punch struck Michael squarely in the face. Michael was sent flying. Complete silence enveloped the arena. It was as if everyone had been silenced simultaneously. The quiet was so profound that one could almost hear each other's breathing. On the field, Michael nearly fell off the platform. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he plunged his sword into the ground, stabilizing himself. If he had fallen, it would have ruined his reputation instantly. At this point, the crowd gasped in realization, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at Zachariah. In the VIP seats, the elders' eyes twinkled with interest. So this young man is finally showing his true strength. Other Isaiahs also showed signs of attention. However, this did not mean Zachariah had already won over Michael, because Michael was still in the game. Meanwhile, The crowd broke the eerie silence and began discussing heatedly. Was Michael just caught off guard? He must have been. It's normal for his condition to decline after a match. Michael had just finished a fierce battle, expending much energy and receiving no rest. Getting hit by Zachariah under such circumstances wasn't too surprising. Zachariah must have noticed Michael's weakened state before choosing to challenge him. How cunning. I thought he had some integrity. Turns out, it was all calculation. Still, he's too naive. Once Michael gets serious, Zachariah won't stand a chance. The crowd remained skeptical about Zachariah's chances. Temporary advantage didn't equate to final victory. Yet, amidst these voices, there were differing opinions. Giant Q noticed Zachariah's agility. I barely saw how he struck. But these voices were few, quickly drowned out by more negative comments. Adelard's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long while. Though Zachariah's punch wasn't aimed at him, Adelard still felt a sourness in his teeth. He realized Zachariah had held back during their earlier confrontation. Thankfully, I spoke ill of him before. What fire I was playing with. Adelard swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had Zachariah used full force then, Adelard would probably be carried away now, far from being able to criticize Zachariah here. Thinking of this, Adelard silently retreated, fearing Zachariah might come after him once he descended the stage. On the stage, Michael got up with half his face swollen. His eyes were filled with disbelief, seemingly unable to accept getting hit by Zachariah. The surrounding Addisons jeered, reveling in Michael's plight. Being so brutally beaten by a blue-robed disciple was undeniably shameful, regardless of his state. Undoubtedly, this incident would become a favorite topic among the Addisons post the tournament. No amount of explanation could excuse the humiliation of being hit like a pig by a blue-robed disciple. This moment, Michael felt an intense burning sensation on his face, his hate slowly transforming into killing intent. Right now, he truly wished to kill Zachariah. Zachariah sensed the murderous intent in Michael's eyes. Did he feel the same? If not for being within Shu Mountain, Zachariah would have exploded Michael's head with that punch. You should be thankful we're in Shu Mountain, Zachariah whispered coldly, sending the chilling words directly to Michael's ears. Michael laughed maniacally in fury. How much he wanted to say the same thing. Do you think hitting me once gives you license to act recklessly? Next moment, Michael stomped the ground, leaped high, and swung his sword directly at Zachariah's neck, ignoring all sect rules and brotherhood. To hell with those rules. Zachariah disgraced him. This was equivalent to taking his life. Everyone sensed the heavy malice behind Michael's strike, aimed straight for the vital point, aiming to sever Zachariah's head. However, what seemed fierce and ruthless to others appeared riddled with flaws to Zachariah. With Michael's significantly weakened state and clouded judgment from anger, he was far from his prime. Zachariah effortlessly dodged the attack, countering with a kick to Michael's abdomen. Michael rolled several times, clutching his injured kidney, wincing in pain with large beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Is Brother Tang's condition really this bad? Those below fell into stunned silence. Just moments ago, Zachariah deflected the fierce attack casually before kicking Michael without any effort. Michael stood up, grimacing in pain or rage. Why doesn't Zachariah use a sword? What does he mean? Does he plan to defeat Brother Tang barehanded? Someone raised a question. Others woke up to Zachariah's peculiar actions. In a duel between swordsmen, refusing to use a sword isn't an utmost insult? This guy, so arrogant. If I were Michael, I wouldn't tolerate this either. Michael will lose his mind now. Michael endured the pain, filled with intense humiliation beside his rage. Humiliated thrice by Zachariah without landing a single blow. This situation was unforeseen even in his wildest dreams. How can a non-top 10 blue-robe disciple corner me this way? Or am I indeed in such poor shape? Struck twice by Zachariah, Michael started doubting himself, losing confidence in his present abilities. Seems ordinary means can't subdue him anymore. Taking deep breaths, Michael noticed Zachariah made no move to press the advantage further, allowing him time to catch his breath. Clearly, another form of disdain. You can concede now. It's not too late. Zachariah's arrogance soared as he taunted. Nonsense. Hearing Zachariah's provocation, Michael erupted with uncontrollable rage. His composure shattered. For a distinguished Addison to surrender to a blue-robed one was more agonizing than death. No choice but to resort to my trump card. A flicker of hesitation crossed Michael's eyes. That secret skill was far from mastery, and untested in the competition. Deep down, he knew it couldn't place him in the top 10 either. Initially clear about his strengths and limits, he aimed for a stable ranking above average. So, throughout the competition, he never risked using the trump card in the final match against the top 10 ranked Addison. Michael knew that even if he used his secret technique successfully, he wouldn't have much of a chance to win. To avoid making a fool of himself in public after losing, he had no choice but to concede gracefully. Losing to a top 10 was not embarrassing. But at this moment, if he conceded now, it would be anything but graceful, regardless of whether he conceded or lost. Losing meant losing face completely, and most importantly, it also meant demotion. Could he tolerate that? Michael quickly made his decision. The spiritual essence within him surged along certain fixed paths, rapidly flowing into his sword. His silver longsword began to glow faintly. Suddenly, wind rose in the arena. Why is there wind? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Many people turned their gazes toward Michael, realizing that the sudden wind was due to his actions. Oh, that's... An Isaiah on the spectator stand looked at Michael with a mix of curiosity and surprise. They seemed to recognize the move Michael was about to use. The wind stirred Zachariah's hair. A strand suddenly snapped. Why would a strand snap without cause? Because of this wind. The wind was like knives, slicing through metal effortlessly. This move was called Windblade Sword. Michael's eyes lit up with joy. He had gathered enough energy. This strike would succeed. With a roar from Michael, He aimed the sword at Zachariah. Instantly, sand and dust swirled around Zachariah, engulfing his figure. Windblade sword. Not good, Zachariah is in danger. An Isaiah suddenly exclaimed. Windblade sword was a first-class sword technique of Shu Mountain Sect. It required significant energy to execute, summoning gusts of wind to transform into sharp winds. However, it was extremely easy to fail during the energy gathering stage. Failure could result in backlash, causing self-injury. It was an all-or-nothing move. But once successful, its power was terrifying. Each gust of wind became a razor-sharp blade. Controlled by him, it could form a tornado-like whirlwind packed with thousands of swords. Anyone caught inside would be sliced apart by countless blades. Seeing this, many grew pale. Was Michael really planning to kill? Using such a powerful move on a blue-robed disciple would tear them to pieces instantly. The camp supervisor noticed the situation was wrong. He prepared to rescue Zachariah. However, the next moment stunned him. A figure suddenly leaped high out of the windblade tornado. Who else could it be but Zachariah? Zachariah landed, pressing Michael's head down with one hand and smashing it forcefully into the ground. Bang! Michael's body bounced off the ground. Blood trickled down from a red line on his forehead. What? Everyone was astonished. The Cole stood up from his chair. Boy, what kind of physique do you have? Seeing Zachariah emerge unscathed from the windblade tornado, everyone was beyond shocked. What monstrous body could withstand such a move unharmed? Heaven-defying. This guy's physical strength is heaven-defying. He only practiced hands? How can his body be so exaggerated? Everyone felt deceived. They thought Zachariah had only trained iron palm techniques, but in fact, he had an indestructible body. On the platform, Zachariah looked at the suffering Michael with indifference, as if looking at a dead man. Michael finally regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, everything was spinning, and Zachariah appeared as countless overlapping images, like multiple demonic avatars. He couldn't understand how Zachariah emerged unscathed from his strongest move, but now was not the time to think about it. He knew he had been utterly defeated. No room for anything else. At this moment, he truly felt fear. Though his vision was blurred, he could clearly sense Zachariah's murderous gaze. Facing life and death, who wouldn't be afraid? I concede. Michael opened his mouth to say, I concede. However, the next moment, Zachariah struck his chin, forcing him to shut up. Then, a knee to the abdomen followed. Michael curled up like a shrimp. His stomach churned violently, pain piercing his soul. Desperation for survival made him try to speak again, but Zachariah wouldn't give him the chance. Another kick sent Michael rolling on the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, Michael realized Zachariah's intentions. From the start, Zachariah hadn't planned to let him say, concede. He's retaliating. Revenge for not letting Alejandro say, concede. Michael regretted bitterly, regretting he ever swung that sword. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Arden, the leading blue-robe disciple, stared dumbfounded at the scene, watching Zachariah brutally beat Michael. Michael, as a Addison, had no resistance, getting pounded like a punching bag. Recalling his own victory over Zachariah earlier, Arden suddenly felt a burning pain in his face. At this moment, he realized, as the #1 blue-robe disciple, he now seemed like a huge joke compared to Zachariah, who resembled a war god. Never before had he felt like a clown so much. Chapter 133, Concede? Under the platform, Adelard watched Michael being brutally beaten on stage, his face flushed with unparalleled excitement. At this moment, Zachariah looked more appealing to him than ever. Hit well, pound hard, beat him to a pulp. Driven by intense emotions, Adelard even shouted out his innermost thoughts without realizing it. This caused people around to glance at him in surprise. Only then did he realize he had spoken out of turn and hurriedly shut his mouth. Everyone watching the one-sided match saw Zachariah physically assaulting Michael and could feel their teeth clench painfully. Each heavy punch landing on Michael's body produced a sound like drum beats. Michael's face was now swollen beyond recognition. Even his mother would pause upon seeing him. This is too brutal. I can't watch anymore. The outcome is clear. Zachariah could end the match, but why does he continue? At this rate, Michael might die from the beating. Zachariah truly excels at tormenting others. You forget his identity, an enforcer of the Demon Lock Tower. The implication was clear. When it came to torture methods, he was an expert. Even the most vicious demons and devils were tormented until they wished for death. Wasn't tormenting a human child's play then? In that moment, many who had once criticized Zachariah, either openly or secretly, felt chills run down their spines. Zachariah's magnanimity in not seeking retribution was evident and admirable. At this point, many already labeled Zachariah as a person not to be offended. On the platform, Michael, dazed from the relentless beating, retained just a sliver of consciousness. It seemed Zachariah intentionally kept him in a semi-conscious state. Just as Michael was about to pass out, Zachariah would strike again, keeping him awake. Now, Michael resembled a puppet, controlled entirely by Zachariah. But unlike puppets, he felt pain everywhere. Every time he tried to speak, Zachariah would forcefully interrupt him. Those below wanted to say something but hesitated. Enough. Zachariah, are you really going to kill him? Finally, the Cole on the high platform spoke up, stopping Zachariah from continuing the brutal beating. Anyone could see that Michael had no strength left to resist. The match's outcome was already clear. As soon as the Cole finished speaking, Zachariah delivered one final kick, sending Michael toward the edge of the platform. Everyone assumed Michael would fall off the platform, thus ending the match. However, Michael slid to the edge but did not fall. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Zachariah walked off the platform first. Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment, full of question marks. What does this mean? Michael hasn't stepped down yet. Why did he walk off first? Did he get too excited and forget the rules? According to the competition rules, if both opponents were still conscious, The one who fell off the platform first would be declared the loser. Although Zachariah had walked off himself, he was no longer on the platform. By the rules, declaring him the loser was also justified. Zachariah, what do you mean by this? At this point, the camp leader intercepted Zachariah's path. Zachariah responded calmly as if nothing significant had happened. As you can see, I stepped off the platform first, so I lost. Hearing this, everyone felt their minds buzzing. Jai, do you hear yourself? Do you call this stepping off the platform? That's not how you tell lies. Are you conceding? The camp leader refused to indulge Zachariah's apparent delusion and addressed the crux of the matter. If they ruled based on Zachariah's words, his position as the camp leader would be undermined. Zachariah nodded. Yes. Upon hearing Zachariah's personal acknowledgement, everyone erupted in shock. This decision took everyone by surprise. They couldn't understand, nor could they agree. He's giving up the opportunity to become a red robe Gyosipal just like that? Especially those disciples ranked below red robes. Seeing this scene, they were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend Zachariah's thoughts. They fought tooth and nail, striving for the ultimate goal of becoming a red robe Gyosipal. And now, with this chance right in front of him, Zachariah could easily reach out and grasp it. What did he do instead? He threw it away effortlessly, like discarding worthless trash without batting an eye. The disciples felt a mix of emotions. Their hearts cried out in protest. Please don't refuse for me. Meanwhile, the senior Isaiahs were equally surprised by Zachariah's decision. They exchanged glances, looking at each other in bewilderment. Some character he is. I admire his style, haha. A few Isaiahs found Zachariah's move refreshingly bold and liked it. But most shook their heads, considering Zachariah's choice overly rash and reckless. After all, everyone saw the exceptional advantages his physical body held. Using this opportunity to ascend as a red robe Gyosipal would ensure strong support from the sect. For him, this should only bring benefits. Yet, he gave up this hard-won opportunity so easily. Isn't that enough to be deemed rash? Only the Cole remained deep in thought, silent without comment. Back in the arena, after Zachariah admitted defeat, the camp leader returned to the platform. Michael, barely conscious, staggered back to his feet. He heard someone ask, "Are you conceding?" With great effort, he choked out loudly and sharply, I want to concede." In the audience, everyone was stunned. In a match where both sides claimed to concede, such a scenario was unprecedented. Comparatively, they understood Michael's concession better. He was probably still dazed from the beating, unaware that Zachariah had already exited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up his red robe Gyosipal status so easily. The camp leader appeared helpless. Hosting this match nearly made him reconsider his career. One has already conceded before you. You win. Concession invalid. Due to impaired hearing, Michael only caught the phrase concession invalid when turning. He panicked, thinking the match didn't allow him to concede meant more beatings. Totally panicking now. No way. That can't be valid. I have to concede. I have to. Michael's alarmed voice echoed across the entire platform. The crowd wore odd expressions. Good grief. Psychologically scarred indeed. Chapter 134. Snatching People. The match ended in a dramatic conclusion with Michael's victory. Even after the official emphasized several times that Michael had won, he seemed dazed. It felt like he was still in a dream. When he finally woke up from it, he clearly saw the empty arena and Zacharias departing back as he left the platform. Though he had won, there was not a trace of joy in his heart. Instead, he felt only sorrow and inner pain, even though Michael won in the end, retaining his red robe Gyosipal status. Everyone knew that during this match, he had been utterly helpless against Zachariah's attack. He would forever be etched on the pillar of shame for the red robe Gyosipals. Rather than this, he would have preferred to be demoted. Among the purple robe Gyosipals, he could still stand out as an exceptional presence, but in the ranks of the red robes, he was just a laughingstock. After descending from the arena, Zachariah walked silently in one direction. Everyone around him gave him space without a word. This moment, seeing him approach caused unease among the crowd. It was as if they were afraid he hadn't gotten enough fighting and might call another person to fight. Adelard suddenly appeared, blocking Zachariah's path. Regarding Zachariah's decision to concede in the match, he had more thoughts than others. He believed that Zachariah challenged Michael merely to avenge his sister Danika's humiliation from the blow she received before. If he became a red robe Gyosipal through this, it wouldn't align with his intentions. Sister was willing to give up the chance to become a red robe Gyosipal for his sake. He too can give up promotion for the sake of avenging sister. What is this? This is what mutual understanding looks like. Thus, all the prejudice Adelard harbored towards Zachariah disappeared, replaced by admiration. Sorry, Zachariah. I misjudged you. I didn't recognize greatness when I saw it. I'm blind. But Zachariah coldly interrupted him. That's enough. You don't need to flatter me. Just fulfill your promise instead. Adelard's promise was to keep a distance from Zachariah and not confront him face to face. With that, Zachariah pushed past him and continued walking. Adelard wasn't upset by Zachariah's rude attitude at this point. Anything Zachariah did now seemed right to him. Moments later, Adelard hurriedly followed behind. On the high platform, an Isaiah burst into laughter. I see great potential in Zachariah. How about I take him as my personal disciple? As soon as this Isaiah spoke, the other Isaiahs immediately objected. Hawk, you are mistaken. Why do you claim everyone who shows promise has a connection with you? If you believe so strongly in fate, why not join the Buddhist monastery? One Isaiah snidely remarked, not forgetting to snatch him for himself. I think he'd be better suited under my guidance. I'm currently lacking a disciple with potential and physical strength, and Zachariah fits perfectly. I find you incredibly shameless. Hawk couldn't let this slide either, retaliating with, what can you teach him? With those thin limbs of yours, you'd probably lose to your own disciple if Zachariah becomes yours. Of course, Hawk was speaking purely in terms of physical combat. Enough. No more arguing. This young man is destined to walk the path of dual cultivation in martial arts and swordsmanship. None of you have experience in this area, so I am the most suitable to guide him, said another robust middle-aged Isaiah. His skin was dark as black iron, with bulging muscles that looked like hardened steel. Just by looking at him, one could feel the intense pressure exuded by his physique. He was an Isaiah specializing in dual cultivation. A punch from him could shatter mountains and stones, while his sword could cleave through mountains and rivers. In Xuanhuan, he was an unparalleled presence. When this Isaiah spoke, most others decided not to argue further. They all knew they couldn't compete with him in terms of physical prowess. Indeed, he was more qualified to mentor someone like Zachariah, who also had extraordinary physical abilities. Only Hawk persisted, believing that destiny was more important. Without a destined bond, it was impossible to form a complete master-disciple relationship. It might even dissolve within days. The dark-skinned Isaiah was displeased upon hearing this. You're cursing me with separation even before I take him as a disciple. What is your intention? He retorted on the spot. Amid their incessant arguments, the Fenian interjected, stop bickering. Your debate here holds no meaning. Those who wish to take him as a disciple should use their own methods to seek him out. See who he chooses. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark-skinned Isaiah vanished on the spot. I'll go first. Hawk widened his eyes, unwilling to let him get ahead. So will I. So shall I then. The other Isaiahs had initially given up on competing, but hearing the Fenian suggest they rely on their own merits reignited their interest. This time, the disciples below saw several Isaiahs leave the platform, chasing after Zachariah. The grand competition hadn't truly concluded yet, but these Isaiahs were already rushing to find Zachariah, indicating how much importance they placed on him. Many disciples were envious, their eyes turning purple with envy. Although Zachariah had abandoned the red-robed Giospal position, becoming a personal disciple of an Isaiah was still a rare opportunity. Zachariah sure has luck now. Amidst the chatter, Zachariah had already distanced himself from everyone's sight, heading towards where Danica was recuperating. Firstly, he had already been eliminated from the blue robe group, and secondly, he had also renounced his win in the challenge match. Therefore, this grand competition was no longer relevant to him. While the outcome of the competition diverged from his expectations and plans, he considered this result satisfactory in its own way. Avenging the blow Danica suffered allowed him to reveal some of his true capabilities. Whatever impact it would cause, he couldn't foresee, but this action brought him some peace of mind. Had he done nothing, it would have created a mental barrier. On the path of cultivation, unresolved emotions could easily lead one astray. He did not want to regret anything in the future, hence, he chose to fight. Just as Zachariah was about to reach Danica's location, several whistling sounds came from behind. Almost simultaneously, the Isaiahs called out to Zachariah in unison. Turning back, Zachariah saw 7 Isaiahs standing behind him. Except for the one on the far right who never smiled and the one on the far left whose smile didn't reach his eyes, the 5 in the middle all gave him the warmest smiles. They wasted no time, directly stating their intent. They wanted to take Zachariah as a disciple. Zachariah had anticipated such a situation, just not this many. He promptly bowed and politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, elders. However, I do not intend to seek a master at this moment. Chapter 135. Reason. Facing 7 Isaiahs, accepting any one of them as a master would inevitably displease the other 6. No matter how he chose, he would offend the rest. Moreover, Zachariah had never intended to become a disciple of any of the Isaiahs. His only destination was the demon locking tower. He even deliberately avoided Danica's attempts at friendliness, not wanting any additional entanglements. And at this moment, Zachariah's clear and decisive refusal left the Isaiahs momentarily stunned. They hadn't anticipated that. The 7 of them came together, but before they could even introduce themselves, Zachariah had already dismissed them all. Even the Isaiah who had praised Zachariah for his unique personality was included. Now, his face wasn't so pleasant. If someone were to ask him now, do you still like Zachariah's personality? He would definitely wish to find a crack in the ground and hide in it. How embarrassing. Wait a minute, you haven't even heard what we can offer. The dark-skinned Isaiah was the first to voice his dissatisfaction. He felt that Zachariah's impulsive nature needed correction. He was determined to win Zachariah as his disciple and had planned to refine his character after taking him on. After all, no matter how much a true piece of unpolished jade might be, its full value wouldn't be realized without proper polishing. Zachariah smiled bitterly inside. He didn't care about their abilities because no matter how hard they tried, he had no intention of becoming anyone's disciple. Zachariah once again bowed courteously, expressing his gratitude and humility. He said that any Isaiah present would be more than qualified to be his master. Then, he turned the conversation around. I do not wish to accept a master not out of arrogance, but because I already have a great teacher in my heart. When Zachariah mentioned that he already had a teacher in his heart, the 7 Isaiahs fell silent simultaneously. It seemed they knew exactly who Zachariah was referring to. With a solemn expression, Zachariah explained, although Anwar and I lack the formal title of master and disciple, he has always been like a father and teacher to me. Just as one mourns the death of a father for 3 years, so too should it be with a teacher. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your kind offers. The 7 Isaiahs were shaken by his words. Until this moment, their impression of Zachariah hadn't significantly changed. They merely admired his extraordinary physical talents and potential, leading them to desire him as a disciple out of appreciation for talent. However, some of his actions and personality traits did not align with their expectations. But now, Zachariah's steadfast belief earned their respect. How admirable. Let us drop this matter then. Hawk shook his head with a smile. Comparing himself with Anwar, he knew he stood no chance. Anwar had sacrificed his life for Zachariah, making his presence irreplaceable. How could Hawk match such a bond? So, Hawk gave up on the spot. The other Isaiahs also shook their heads and left, leaving only the dark-skinned Isaiah who seemed unwilling to give up. He suddenly told Zachariah, I can wait for you for 3 years. Zachariah was momentarily stunned. If those words came from a beautiful woman, it would create a romantic scene. But coming from this sturdy black-skinned Isaiah, Zachariah just wanted to escape. Zachariah realized the Isaiah misunderstood his intentions. The Isaiah thought Zachariah truly intended to mourn for 3 years. In fact, Zachariah used 3 years, metaphorically, not literally. It could mean 30, 300, or even 3,000 years. But the dark-skinned Isaiah either didn't understand or pretended not to. Without waiting for Zachariah's response, he walked away. Zachariah stayed there for a while, only managing a helpless laugh. Danica lay in bed, Santana attending to her diligently without leaving. Thus, she missed Zachariah's match and remained unaware of the significant events surrounding Zachariah. Upon arriving, Zachariah asked Santana about Danica's condition. Santana revealed the truth without reservation. The Isaiah from the alchemy hall visited and diagnosed severe injuries. However, don't worry. The Isaiah administered an effective medicine to repair her heart meridians. With time and rest, she will recover. Hearing this, Zachariah's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. If anything serious happened to Danica, Zachariah didn't know what he would do. Xuanhuan, the head elder is looking for you. Just as Zachariah pondered this, a call came from outside the door. Knowing it couldn't be avoided, Zachariah greeted Santana and left the room. In the courtyard, head elder sat beside a white stone table. Having dealt with the aftermath of the competition, he immediately sought out Zachariah. After showing appropriate respect, Zachariah stood politely nearby. Sit down, don't be too tense. Head elder gestured for Zachariah to sit, but Zachariah lacked the audacity to sit on equal footing. My leg was injured during the competition. Standing feels better, Zachariah offered a feeble excuse. Your body is strong enough to withstand minor injuries? Don't think I'm foolish, head elder chuckled, not pressing further. After a pause, he asked, I gave you the challenge opportunity. Do you know what I hope to see? No, Zachariah replied. Yes, you do, head elder's eyes gleamed. You showed me exactly what I hope to see, but I wonder if there's more? This is my limit, Zachariah responded. Head elder did not confirm or deny this, continuing instead, you refused the opportunity to become a red-cloaked disciple and concealed your true abilities for one reason, correct? Yes. You wish to remain in the demon-locking tower, not come out? Yes. Head elder narrowed his eyes. Why? I believe it's my place of good fortune. Favored place? The demon-locking tower? Head elder struggled to connect the demon-locking tower with good fortune. It sounded more like a source of disaster. Indeed, my body gradually developed strength within the demon-locking tower. At this, head elder was momentarily speechless. What level is your body currently at? Hashtag chapter 136. The reason. For the lower 3 realms of physical cultivation, there are the bronze body, silver body, and indestructible golden body. The upper 3 realms weren't even worth considering when Tion asked Zachariah about his physical realm. He naturally referred to the lower 3 realms. Zachariah didn't speak, but under the scrutiny of the elder, his body faintly emitted a golden hue. Indestructible golden body? Balder abruptly stood up, grabbing Zachariah's hand, looking at him as if he had just discovered a new continent. He originally thought Zachariah might be at the bronze body stage, and at most wouldn't exceed silver body. But who would have thought that this fellow had already reached the indestructible golden body stage? Balder held his hand, examining it back and forth. This is the initial stage of the indestructible golden body. You've only recently entered this realm, haven't you? Zachariah nodded. He was still habitually holding something back. Actually, he had long been in the late stages of the indestructible golden body, just one step away from breaking through to the king's body. Balder's breathing involuntarily deepened. After all, the strongest individual within the sect in terms of physical power had only just reached the late stage of the indestructible golden body. No wonder you didn't choose that Isaiah. His physical body isn't much stronger than yours. Zachariah naturally knew whom he was referring to. Mentioning physical bodies inevitably led to the Isaiah with slightly darker skin. Zachariah quickly humbly clasped his hands and said, How dare I compare myself to that Isaiah? Balder ignored Zachariah's modest response and asked, Do you have any special methods for cultivating your physical body? Zachariah claimed his physical strength had developed due to the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. This explanation naturally didn't quite convince Balder. In the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, due to the presence of demons and monsters, there was only an abundance of malevolent energy. Malevolent energy was harmful to the human body. How could it enhance his physique? Balder would rather believe that Zachariah possessed some special body cultivation method. I do indeed have a method for cultivating my body. Oh. Balder's eyes brightened slightly. What kind of body cultivating method is it? The Mingxin fortifying body method from the Shu Mountain Sect, given to me by Anwar. Zachariah's response was flawless. Because it was true, leaving a trail that could be traced without fear of Balder's investigation. Back then, he had spent cultivation proficiency points to perfect the Mingxin fortifying body method precisely to deal with today's situation. Balder's hope dimmed. The Mingxin fortifying body method was practiced by many within the sect, but its effects were absolutely not this impressive. Zachariah had only been in the sect for a few years, yet his physical body had already reached the indestructible golden body realm. Clearly, depending solely on the Mingxin fortifying body method, it would be impossible. Could it really be because of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda that your physical strength has advanced so much? Balder was puzzled. All he knew about the Demon-Sealing Pagoda was that it was a prison. Did you only cultivate the Mingxin fortifying body method inside the Demon-Sealing Pagoda to reach this realm? Balder asked again. Yes. Zachariah replied earnestly. What did you feel while cultivating? It felt like trillions of ants were crawling over my body. It was very painful, but each time after cultivation, the enhancement effect on my body was very noticeable. Zachariah spoke half-truths without flinching. After all, personal feelings during cultivation couldn't be verified by the elder. Upon hearing this, Baldur fell into a momentary silence. At this point, he could only assume Zachariah's constitution and natural talent must be special, and the environment of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda happened to unleash this boy's potential. Thus, his body cultivating speed was incredibly fast. It wasn't impossible. After all, the path of cultivation contained countless mysteries. No one dared claim they fully understood it. In this vast world, people with various special constitutions were common. No wonder you chose neither of those 7 Isaiahs and kept your focus on the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Turns out the Demon-Sealing Pagoda is so beneficial to you. Zachariah nodded. The benefit of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda to him was evident. Even if he didn't mention it, the Cole might have already noticed. After all, he had just obtained permission from the Cole to enter the underground 6th level, coupled with concealing his true strength during the competition and refusing to become a disciple of any Isaiah afterward. It clearly showed his firm resolve to return to the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. This point couldn't escape the Cole's attention. Avoiding this topic entirely might make the Cole suspect something was off. Actually, you needn't go through such lengths. You only needed to tell me directly, and I wouldn't force you to leave the Demon-Sealing Pagoda. People are different, and everyone's cultivation path isn't identical. I always advocate for free cultivation methods. As long as you remain devoted to Xuanhuan and it benefits your cultivation, I don't care where you stay. Baldur said lightly. Zachariah also responded sincerely, admitting he hadn't considered everything. Baldur didn't dwell further on this topic. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around saying, since Jenna is out of danger, you shouldn't bother Michael anymore. Zachariah's actions on the platform clearly indicated his intent for revenge. Zachariah remained expressionless, bowing in response. I will keep that in mind. I, Zachariah, will not disturb seeing your brother Tang again. He personally wouldn't, but that didn't mean his avatar wouldn't. If Jenna didn't wake up unharmed, he couldn't guarantee Michael wouldn't pay a higher price. The Cole didn't pick up on Zachariah's implications, merely nodding before walking away. Zachariah returned to Jenna's room. Adelard silently guarded outside. Watching over his older sister was reasonable, and Zachariah had no reason to order him away. However, Zachariah gave him a threatening look, indicating he should not approach or speak to him. Adelard wisely stayed quiet, not uttering another word. Unknown how much time passed, Zachariah emerged from the room. Passing Adelard, he finally spoke. Take care of your sister. If anything happens, inform me immediately. No problem. Adelard readily agreed, almost appearing pleasantly surprised. After Zachariah left, he headed straight to the trial tower. During the competition, he had thought of visiting here, to see how far Landon had progressed. At the base of the trial tower, Zachariah asked the tower guard, can I go up to take a look? The guard, standing ramrod straight at the entrance, replied, if you want to attempt the trials, you can go up with a pass. Zachariah shook his head. I'm not attempting the trials. I just want to go up and find someone. Is that possible? The guard countered. What do you think? Zachariah replied, I think it's possible. The guard rolled his eyes, his attitude becoming colder. You can't go up without attempting the trials. Never mind then. Zachariah walked away decisively. Outside the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, amidst the bamboo forest, Baldur stood in an open area within the bamboo grove. His gaze fixed on the towering Demon-Sealing Pagoda. Could the Demon-Sealing Pagoda truly harbor some unknown mystery? Chapter 137. A drastic change in attitude. Brigham was temporarily out of sight, and Mandir hadn't regained consciousness yet. Zachariah could only return to the underground levels of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda for now. He had to use the pass given by the Finian to quickly record all the demons on the 6th level and above in the demon catalog as soon as possible. Only then would he feel reassured. After all, someone already knew how important the Demon-Sealing Pagoda was to him. To prevent any unforeseen changes, he still needed to rush this matter through. As long as he could record all the demons from the 6th level and above, even if something unexpected happened, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. As for level 7 and 8, he would put those aside for now. What if it turned out that these lower levels were just like the upper levels of the pagoda, just a ruse? In addition to this, he must also prepare a backup plan. If he couldn't stay in the Demon-Sealing Pagoda in the future, or if something happened to the pagoda, he still needed a way to continue accumulating cultivation experience without running out of resources. This thought was something he wouldn't have entertained before, but now, he had to make plans early on. At the entrance to the underground levels of the Demon-Sealing Pagoda, Zachariah stepped inside. Even here, there were challenges waiting for him to solve. Before participating in the sect competition, he had already obtained the pass. However, the enforcers below the 3rd level strongly resisted his arrival. Because Zachariah was a special case, he wasn't limited to questioning demons on just one level. It was as if he were competing with everyone for their bread and butter. Could they welcome him? So every time Zachariah went down, they tried every possible means to obstruct him from interrogating demons properly. Sometimes they would directly block his path and chat aimlessly with him, or take away the demon he was about to interrogate first. Others would see him coming and fill up the interrogation rooms immediately. In short, they interfered with Zachariah's work in various ways, almost resorting to physically driving him away. These were the problems Zachariah urgently needed to resolve, although he hadn't figured out a perfect solution yet. This time, however, his determination was stronger than ever. Anyone who dared to stop him wouldn't receive any leniency from him anymore. After all, his trump card, the strength of his physical body, was no longer hidden. He didn't need to worry about the risk of exposure anymore and could finally act more freely. However, when Zachariah walked into the 4th underground level, expecting the usual obstacles, he was surprised to find that the attitude of everyone on this level had changed drastically. They greeted him warmly, becoming very kind. Most importantly, they were quite humble, as if Zachariah were a superior they needed to please. Some people even took the initiative to ask which demon he wanted to elevate and offered to guide him personally. This left Zachariah somewhat puzzled. When Zachariah said he could manage on his own and didn't want anyone following him, these people cooperated completely and all backed off appropriately. Although Zachariah was surprised, since it made things easier for him, he was happy to go along with it. Very quickly, Zachariah finished interrogating all the demons on the 4th level. Someone couldn't resist asking what the purpose of doing this was. Bringing each demon to the interrogation room one by one and returning them so quickly, it felt faster than walking a dog. What was he doing? Playing around? Zachariah didn't ignore their questions. He explained that this was his way of getting familiar with the demons to facilitate better interrogation work later. Upon hearing this, the person nodded thoughtfully, expressing understanding. No wonder Brother Shu has such high efficiency in interrogation. You must have your own method. Without lingering further, after finishing the 4th level, Zachariah directly headed to the 5th. On the 5th and 6th levels, Zachariah's experiences were similar to those on the 4th level. The enforcers all changed their usual attitudes towards him. They showed extreme care and welcome. Zachariah found this quite puzzling and asked the person he liked, "Jayad the Finian come over and give you any instructions beforehand?" Regarding his treatment in these levels, Zachariah didn't complain to the Finian. Firstly, he didn't want to bother the Finian with such trivial matters. Secondly, if he couldn't resolve this issue, it might raise doubts about his abilities. However, the Finian was a meticulous person. He might have anticipated this and come to notify them beforehand. There hasn't been any such thing. The Finian did not say anything. The person shook his head. Zachariah, being straightforward, asked bluntly, "Why are you now respectful to me when you weren't before?" The person chuckled and, under Zachariah's gaze, finally told the truth. "Brother Shu showed great prowess during the sect competition, and we all admire you greatly. Naturally, we dare not show any disrespect." Saying admiration. It was actually fear. Zachariah's actions against Michael during the sect competition, after being exaggerated and widely spread, had reached the ears of the underground enforcers. Initially, they didn't believe it, but as the news spread faster and more real details became known, they had no choice but to believe it. Upon learning this, they discussed among themselves. No one wanted to challenge Zachariah's patience again. If they competed for tasks in front of Zachariah and angered him, who could withstand his wild charge? With his physical condition, who could endure a single collision? Thus, the alliance targeting Zachariah collapsed instantly due to the majority's fear. Upon hearing this, Zachariah understood. It seems my decision to challenge Michael has its benefits. At least, intimidating the enforcers here minimized a lot of trouble and resistance for him. In less than 2 days, Zachariah had recorded all the demons on levels 4, 5, and 6 in the demon catalog. Such high efficiency was unprecedented. Now, he could gain nearly 2 million cultivation experiences daily. Zachariah took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Although his realm couldn't advance dramatically overnight, he finally experienced what it felt like to accumulate cultivation experience at lightning speed. To ascend one minor realm in the profound infancy realm, he needed 3 million cultivation experience points. Just 2 days were enough for him to steadily advance one minor realm. If outsiders knew that he could break through a minor realm in the profound infancy realm in just 2 days, they would surely be shocked to the core. In the past, Zachariah wouldn't have even dared to imagine such rapid progress. This much effort is worth it. Zachariah was glad he had requested the pass from the elder back then. Although there was some risk involved, as long as he didn't expose himself, the elder might not find out either. The difference between being found out by the elder and exposing himself was significant. Moreover, high risks also meant high rewards, and now was the time for those rewards to pay off. Apart from cultivation experience points, Zachariah also reaped many unexpected benefits. Among these, what caught his attention the most was the constitution points that directly enhanced his physical strength. In just 2 days, he could steadily advance one minor realm. If outsiders knew that someone could tupua yi chongxiao jingjie zhishulang tianzai the profound infancy realm, they would surely be dumbfounded. Improved version. If outsiders knew that someone could advance one minor realm every 2 days in the profound infancy realm, they would surely be astonished. Previously, Zachariah wouldn't have dared to imagine this either. Such efforts are indeed worthwhile. Zachariah was glad he had requested the pass from the Finian back then. Although there was some risk, as long as he didn't expose himself, the Finian would eventually find out. Whether he exposed himself or the Finian found out, the nature of the situation was entirely different. Moreover, high risk meant high returns. And this was precisely the moment for those high returns. Apart from cultivation experience, Zachariah received many unexpected benefits. One point that particularly caught Zachariah's attention: the constitution points that directly enhanced his physical strength. Chapter 138. The Sovereign Body. Starting from the 4th underground level, there already existed demon spirits with extremely powerful physical bodies. Their level of physical strength was incomparable to the mountain goblins and their ilk that Zachariah had encountered in the upper levels. The physically powerful demon spirits here were at least on par with the imperishable golden body, and their existence brought with it constitution points that could directly enhance physical strength. At this moment, Zachariah's physical body was on the brink of a breakthrough. The insights gained from cultivating the body's secret treasury had already laid a solid foundation for his future path. All he needed now was the final push. This final push originally might have required the accumulation of time, but now, with these constitution points, it would greatly shorten this process. Extract. Without hesitation, Zachariah silently commanded, extracting all the constitution points accumulated over the past 2 days. An indescribable, strange force surged into Zachariah's body. Crack, crack. Suddenly, one by one, sounds akin to something cracking resounded continuously within Zachariah's body. Zachariah felt as if his muscles were splitting apart instantly, being pulled by an internal force. The extreme pain made him frown deeply. However, he did not let out a sound. His body began the transformation process once more. From bronze body to silver body, and finally to the imperishable golden body. This process was completely beyond Zachariah's control. He didn't dare interfere, fearing that it might interrupt the transformation and lead to unforeseen consequences. Before long, Zachariah's body finally ceased its lower three-realm transformations and instead emitted a more brilliant golden hue, and the cracking sound stopped at this moment. Subtly, another sound gradually rose. The sound was like thunder, but if one listened closely to its origin, they would realize it was more like the heartbeat. With his heart pounding like thunder, the dazzling golden glow on Zachariah's body gradually receded, seeming to return to its original skin color. But upon closer inspection, one could see that his skin now shone more brightly, like starlight twinkling in the night sky. This is the next stage of physical cultivation? Zachariah felt the power surging through him like tidal waves, looking at his hands in front of him. He couldn't help but feel unexpectedly delighted by this new transformation. This was one of the higher realms of physical strength, the sovereign body, also known as the wondrous sovereign body. With such a body, one could be hailed as a sovereign. Zachariah took a deep breath, reining in his impulse to try punching. He estimated that if he punched a wall now, the demon-locking pagoda would tremble. That wouldn't be good if he frightened others. Zachariah mentally commanded, and his body returned to normal. Apart from constitution points, there were rewards for enhancing movements and other aspects. But none of these improvements came close to the qualitative change in his physical realm, so Zachariah wasn't in a hurry to extract them. The night passed. Morning arrived. Zachariah was awakened by an urgent knocking on the door. Though annoyed, he still held his patience and asked, "Who is it?" "Brother-in-law." "Open the door quickly." "Brother-in-law?" Zachariah almost thought he hadn't woken up properly yet. How did he become someone's brother-in-law all of a sudden? "I haven't even married yet." Opening the door, a figure almost stumbled into his arms. Fortunately, Zachariah was quick and pushed the person back. Adelard. Seeing that it was Adelard, Zachariah's face fell. What was this guy doing coming here early in the morning to randomly claim kinship? "How did you get in here?" Zachariah coldly questioned. The underground levels of the demon-locking pagoda weren't easily accessible to others. He didn't know how this troublemaker managed to barge in so urgently. Were the guards asleep or something? Clearly, that was impossible. Adelard gave a nervous laugh and said, "I told the people outside I had important business with you. They said if I delayed your affairs, they would hold you responsible, so they let me in." Upon hearing this, Zachariah's expression darkened even further. Goodness, using trifles as important matters and playing the tiger's whiskers? You better have a real reason. Seeing Zachariah's darkened face, as if he were about to hit him, Adelard hastily explained, My sister woke up." Upon hearing this, Zachariah was taken aback for a moment. In the next instant, he immediately pushed past Adelard and rushed toward the exit. "Hold on, I'm not done talking." By the time Adelard exited the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah was nowhere to be seen. He sighed, giving up on the idea of chasing after him. Just leave some time for their private reunion. Adelard sighed, his eyes filled with hidden regret. Danica stood outside her room in the courtyard, staring at the peach blossom grove in a daze. Her raven-black hair flowed like a waterfall in the wind. The elegant figure, the unparalleled beauty, even the most beautiful peach blossoms paled in comparison. Footsteps approached from behind. A voice tinged with concern and a hint of reproach followed. "Why don't you rest more?" It was naturally Zachariah's voice. Upon hearing Zachariah's voice, Danica turned around instantly, her eyes curving, a bright smile on her face. But she still appeared slightly pale, a sign of her recent recovery. "Junior brother Sue, you've come? The wind here is strong, let's go back inside." Zachariah reached out his hand to her naturally. Danica merely glanced at it, then placed her slender hand in Zachariah's broad palm. "All right." At this moment, she looked like a gentle bride just married, her delicate features blushing slightly. Back in the room, they remained silent for a while until Danica broke the silence with a radiant smile. "How long does junior brother Sue plan to take advantage of me?" Zachariah thought, "I was almost afraid I wouldn't be able to hold your hand." But on the surface, he remained calm. He smiled and let go. "Doesn't junior brother Sue have anything to say to me?" Zachariah had 1,000 words on his mind, but didn't know where to start. In the end, they all condensed into a concerned question. "How are you feeling? Are you better?" But Danica shook her head. "That's not what I want to hear." She already knew that Zachariah had challenged Michael after she fell unconscious. This moment, she had determined her heart belonged to him. All it needed was for Zachariah to make a move. Yet Zachariah hesitated. Of course, he knew what Danica wanted to hear. But he lacked the courage to say those words. Those words, they were simple to say, but carried heavy responsibility. Danica watched him quietly, waiting for him to speak. Even a hint would be enough. But Zachariah remained silent. "Junior brother Sue, I'm leaving." Danica suddenly smiled. But this time, her smile seemed forced. One sentence left Zachariah stunned, frozen in place. Chapter 139. Farewell. "What do you mean? Leaving?" Zachariah's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition surged within him in an instant. His expression also slightly changed. "Look at you, getting so scared. I'm just going to be away from the sect for a while. I'm not leaving this world." Seeing Zachariah's worried face, Kate smiled wryly. Hearing her words, Zachariah did not feel any relief. "Why are you suddenly leaving the sect right after waking up?" "Actually, I woke up last night, but knowing that brother Sue doesn't seem too willing to meet me at night, I didn't want to disturb your beautiful dreams." Zachariah touched his nose. He hadn't expected she would remember that little detail. Women really held grudges. Kate didn't continue teasing Zachariah on this topic and instead explained why she had to leave the sect. It turned out that shortly after she woke up last night, she received news from her family. Something significant happened within the Jamie Sue family concerning the succession of the head family. They needed her to return home. The Jamie Sue family was a vast cultivator clan, yet they were not a monolithic entity. Within such a large family, there were inevitably various factions vying for power. Struggles for the head family position were long-standing traditions within the Jamie-Su family, something every member was accustomed to. The lineage that Kate belonged to had always been one of the weaker factions. Because of its weakness, they had no significant status or say within the family. Family resources wouldn't easily incline towards them. Just like when Adelard went missing, despite sending distress signals to the family back then, nothing came out of it. Her plea was like a stone cast into the sea without a trace. In the end, she could only rely on the sect's strength. It was thanks to Zachariah's intelligence and the sect's efforts that Adelard managed to survive. So, it was no wonder Kate felt so profoundly grateful to Zachariah. Even her trusted family couldn't help save her brother. Now hearing Kate talk about their factions standing within the family, Zachariah was quite surprised. He had always assumed that Kate, with her generous spending habits, was a typical wealthy woman. He never imagined that she was actually a noblewoman fallen on hard times. No wonder Adelard would rather be ungrateful and try every means possible to snatch the star sword from him. Apparently, he also hadn't received much favor from the family. Thinking about Kate's perilous journey to the sword tomb, Zachariah wondered if her willingness to take such risks to find a sword alongside the sect team was truly, as she said, because she sought a sword suitable for herself. How could the vast Jamie-Su family not have a single suitable sword for her? The true reason was probably that even if there were swords suitable for her within the family, they would never give her those. Due to pride and other reasons, she hadn't revealed this fact. Zachariah fell silent, thinking inwardly, is there any point in returning to such a family? Seemingly understanding Zachariah's thoughts, Kate's face showed a hint of helplessness. I have to go back. If I don't, we might be expelled from the family. The significant changes within the Jamie-Su family concerned the succession of the head family, a matter directly related to every Jamie-Su family member. Since Kate's lineage was already on the fringes of the family, if she didn't return now, and once the head family position was settled, if the new head family decided to settle scores, Kate and her branch would definitely be at a disadvantage. There was even a possibility that the new head family might use this opportunity to completely exclude her branch from the Jamie-Su family. The Jamie-Su family was ultimately her root. Once expelled from the Jamie-Su family, she would truly become rootless. Besides, I do have ambitions, okay? Kate's lips curled up slightly. Maybe next time you see me, I will be part of the head family. Seeing the confidence radiating from Kate, Zachariah sincerely wished her well. Then I'll wait and see. He couldn't make any promises and had no right to influence her choice. Kate was not a golden cage bird. She had her own sky to soar. I just feel a bit regretful. I don't know how long it will be before I can see Brother Sue again. Kate made no effort to hide her reluctance to part from Zachariah. Zachariah said, I'll always be here. As long as sister returns, you can see me anytime. Upon hearing this, Kate smiled warmly, then suddenly tiptoed and lightly kissed Zachariah on the lips. Brother, goodbye. After this action, she blushed and ran away, leaving Zachariah standing dumbfounded in place. Moments later, Adelard appeared at the door, bringing Zachariah back to reality. Don't call me that or I'll beat you. Zachariah cut off Adelard's intention to call him brother-in-law. Your sister has left. Aren't you following her? Adelard asked doubtfully. You let my sister leave like that? Did you even try to keep her? Zachariah thought about what qualification he had to detain her. As a junior brother? Forget it. Seeing this, Adelard could only shake his head and turn to follow Kate. After leaving, Zachariah soon encountered Santana. She saw Zachariah and walked over with a smile. I didn't expect Brother Sue to be such a romantic, acting impulsively for love. Santana had heard about Zachariah's actions and, while surprised by his boldness, admired him deeply. In her view, it was very manly. But Brother Sue has more abilities than I thought. Sister must have underestimated you, Santana mused. No wonder Zachariah had survived under that demon's hands. The other two disciples who accompanied Zachariah to dispose of the corpses died gruesomely, but Zachariah survived. She had always thought it was luck, but now she wasn't so sure. Gee, senior sister flatters me, Zachariah humbly replied. At this moment, Connor's senior brother, who often accompanied Santana, approached and intentionally interrupted their conversation, seemingly not wanting Zachariah to get too close to Santana. After all, in Connor's senior brother's eyes, Zachariah had a record. Laughing and chatting with Kate had led to luring her away. Now that Kate was gone, allowing Zachariah more contact with Santana might lead to something unacceptable. However, due to Zachariah's performance in the challenge match, Connor's senior brother now felt wary and avoided eye contact with Zachariah. Zachariah naturally saw through Connor's senior brother's intentions and had no intention of pursuing Santana. He hadn't dared detain Kate. Why would he invite trouble for himself now? Thus, Zachariah tactfully bid farewell and left. Connor's senior brother found Zachariah's behavior satisfactory. Smiling to himself, he was about to try detaining Santana, but she had already moved away, leaving him with just her retreating figure. Connor's senior brother stood there stunned for a long while. Chapter 140. New arrangements. The bitter winter had passed. Spring had arrived with warmth. In the 6th underground level of the demon locking tower, in Elder Julius's cell, Zachariah placed a table inside, with 2 cups and a pot of watered-down liquor on it. When he had nothing to do, he would come here, separated by an iron gate, to share a few drinks with Elder Julius. Of course, this was not because Zachariah was becoming arrogant, or because he looked down on Elder Julius, treating him as an equal on purpose. It was Elder Julius who had made this unusual request himself. Seeing that Zachariah seemed to have more authority than the other enforcers, he approached Zachariah with what seemed like an excessive demand. Elder Julius complained to Zachariah that since he entered the demon locking tower, he had not touched alcohol. Although he was not someone who needed wine every day, or else he would be in discomfort, like a true alcoholic. Sometimes, during the gatherings where enforcers drank merrily, the scent of alcohol would stir his cravings. But faced with other enforcers, he couldn't bring himself to ask them for a drink. He could only talk to Zachariah about such things. So he asked Zachariah to bring him some wine. Zachariah naturally agreed to this small request and brought the wine down the same day. Finding drinking alone too boring, Elder Julius sincerely invited Zachariah to sit and drink with him. Zachariah refused several times. Seeing Elder Julius insisting, even going as far as saying that not sitting down was disrespectful to him, Zachariah did not want to offend him, so he complied. Though the other enforcers looked strange upon seeing this, they didn't say much. After all, Zachariah now held a special position in the underground levels of the demon locking tower. He could enter and exit the 6th underground level freely, without any constraints. He didn't care about others, nor did others dare to interfere with him. One day, carrying the wine, Zachariah came to visit Elder Julius again. After a few rounds, Elder Julius opened up. Mostly, Elder Julius spoke while Zachariah listened, occasionally offering some light comments. Elder Julius seemed genuinely pleased by Zachariah's visits, even claiming that Zachariah's presence purified the air around here. Though highly praised, Zachariah knew that his presence significantly reduced the number of demons. While new demons were constantly added, overall, their numbers still decreased over time. Much like raising pigs. Once they grew fat, it was natural to slaughter them. Now, Zachariah proceeded with demon interrogations in phases and with plans. On one hand, ensuring his performance. On the other hand, maximizing his rewards. For those less important daily rewards and demons providing minimal experience, Zachariah would deal with them first. Ensuring higher value demons could continue supplying him with experience. After a few rounds of drinks, Zachariah felt it was the right time to inquire casually about the 7th underground level of the demon locking tower from Elder Julius. Elder Julius, being close friends with Anwar and even acting as his deputy when Anwar was absent, likely knew the situation regarding the 7th underground level. Upon Zachariah's question, Elder Julius paused mid-air with his cup, then slowly put it down. After a moment, he lifted the cup and took a sip, smiling and said, "I am not clear." This action clearly told Zachariah, "I know, but I can't tell you." Zachariah did not press further, just clinked his cup against Elder Julius's and dropped the subject. Returning to his room, Zachariah merely exuded a wave of energy. All signs of alcohol vanished instantly from his body. His eyes were clear and sharp, glowing like the edge of a sword. Now, his cultivation had long transcended the celestial transcendent realm and reached the Gyavine intent realm. The Gyavine intent realm was a significant stage before reaching the soul formation realm. During this stage, one's spiritual essence within the body underwent critical changes. Infused with divine essence, this realm was called Gyavine intent. When the transformation of internal spiritual essence was complete, one achieved the soul formation realm. At this stage, spiritual essence could also be referred to as divine essence. The ability at this stage rivaled that of deities, with powers like moving mountains and filling seas. Just entering the Gyavine intent realm, only faint traces of divine essence roamed in Zachariah's dantian. However, his golden sea of consciousness expanded further. Before reaching the Gyavine intent realm, his sea of consciousness had already transformed into a golden one. After breaking through, it swelled nearly twice its original size. Now wielding the Gyavine nerve sword technique, its power was several times greater than during the celestial transcendent realm. Additionally, relying on the daily rewards provided by the demons across 6 underground levels, his skills, blood chi, and other aspects saw a substantial increase. Now, even ordinary Isaiahs were no match for him. After a brief period of practice, a shadow flashed through the door crack. Zachariah showed no surprise, maintaining a calm expression. The shadow solidified before Zachariah, taking his exact appearance. This wasn't an imposter, but another illusionary body crafted by Zachariah. This illusionary body went out to slay demons and fetch rewards for him. A trick he mastered after exploring for a while. Initially, the demon catalog wouldn't display reward items when killed by the illusionary body. However, once the body returned, the rewards appeared on the demon catalog page. Discovering this secret thrilled Zachariah as if finding new territory. Understanding the significance of the demon locking tower to him, Zachariah decided to secure a fallback plan. He could not limit himself to the demons within the tower. He should look beyond it. Certainly, outside demons were not as submissive as those within. Prioritizing safety, he wouldn't leave the sect personally. Remembering past lessons, he sent out his illusionary body instead, becoming a real demon slayer. No major loss if it was destroyed. He could recreate it after some time, confidently sending it out to find and slay demons, periodically bringing back extra gains to his main self in the demon locking tower. These rewards varied greatly, as external demons were not as orderly ranked. Sometimes, only weak demons offered negligible rewards for Zachariah now. But, even small rewards counted. Zachariah accepted any available rewards. After the illusionary body fused with him, Zachariah's eyes suddenly gleamed. Oh, this reward seems interesting. Chapter 141. Junior brother, have I wronged you? New reward, 9 Thunder Forging Technique. After Zachariah extracted or deconstructed all the legacy rewards brought by the clone, only this one technique remained, piquing Zachariah's keen interest. At present, his physical body had reached the peak of Monarch's body. It was already extremely difficult to progress further. Even after accumulating a substantial amount of constitution points over a period of time and extracting them entirely, the enhancement remained barely perceptible. This clearly illustrated just how challenging it was to improve at the Monarch's body stage. The latter 2 realms among the 3 stages of the physical body were not something Zachariah could hope to achieve in the short term. However, this sudden appearance of a forging technique reignited a glimmer of hope in Zachariah's heart. As the name suggested, this forging technique aimed to use the power of lightning to temper the body. Lightning is wild and highly destructive. Using its power to temper the body was indeed an extremely crazy act. But after fully comprehending this forging technique, Zachariah agreed with some of its principles. As the saying goes, no destruction, no creation. First break then establish. If he encountered a bottleneck that couldn't be broken through any other way, using this method of breaking before establishing might produce miraculous results. The uncertainty lay in the fact that, based on the demon's experience, he had never successfully used this technique. Each time he attempted it, the lightning almost killed him. The demon had accidentally obtained this technique from a secret realm. According to the description, it might be an ancient body forging technique that had long been lost. Upon acquiring this technique, the demon was overjoyed, believing it would lead him to the pinnacle of demonic life. However, reality was harsh. He could not cultivate this technique at all, and nearly lost his life trying. In frustration, he tore up the manual. Had it not been for Zachariah obtaining it through the legacy reward, it would have likely vanished into obscurity. Zachariah carefully studied this forging technique and discovered the key issue. The reason the demon failed in his cultivation was because his physical body was not strong enough. This wasn't a foundational forging technique, but rather meant for those with some foundation to break through their limits. If one's physical strength was inadequate, they wouldn't be able to withstand the lightning, let alone attempt cultivation with it. That would only lead to self-destruction. Moreover, this forging technique had specific requirements for the quality of lightning. Artificially generated lightning was the weakest, like Santana's lightning sword form. Slightly better was the thunder during rainstorms. Best was the celestial 9 heavens xuanhuan lightning. If one's physical body wasn't exceptionally strong, how could they endure celestial or divine lightning? Even thinking about it made it seem impossible. Perhaps this is perfect for me. Zachariah secretly rejoiced. What was unsuitable for the demon was now a rare treasure for Zachariah. But where do I find lightning to forge my body? Such tempering could not be done by the clone. It had to be done personally. Currently within the demon-locking pagoda, Zachariah had no opportunity to travel around. The 9 heavens xuanhuan lightning was out of reach for now. Only those undergoing tribulation had the chance to encounter it. Natural thunder depended on the weather, which Zachariah couldn't control. The only option he could rely on was artificial lightning. Should I ask Senior Sister G to practice with me? Zachariah immediately thought of Santana. Her performance with the lightning sword form left a deep impression on him. To test the feasibility of this forging technique, Zachariah decided to seek her out. Without delay, Zachariah quickly arrived outside Santana's residence. Santana swiftly came upon hearing Zachariah was looking for her. What wind blew you here today, Junior Brother Sue? Santana was surprised by Zachariah's unexpected visit. After all, Zachariah had never taken the initiative to visit her before. Zachariah picked up on the implied meaning in Santana's words and hastily clasped his hands. Senior Sister G saved my life and later took care of Senior Sister Jamisu. I've always felt guilty for not expressing my gratitude. Today, I bring a humble gift as a token of appreciation. With that, Zachariah presented a brocade box he had prepared. These are merely ties between fellow disciples. What's there to thank? Though she said this, Santana accepted the brocade box without pretense. Opening it, she saw the contents and was slightly startled. Beauty pills? You certainly know how to choose, Junior Brother Sue. Inside the brocade box was a beauty pill, a treasure no female cultivator could easily resist. Before achieving immortality and eternal youth, female cultivators also age gradually over time, losing their radiance. Beauty pills slow down this process and are thus very popular among female cultivators. Most would carry these pills, and none would think having too many was bad. Zachariah hadn't known what else to give and resorted to this currency common among female cultivators. This particular beauty pill was exchanged for all the points he earned from previous tasks, quite a considerable cost. Consider it a heartfelt gesture. Now, what brings you here? Caught off guard by her directness, Zachariah smiled awkwardly. Do I not just want to show my appreciation? Junior Brother Sue, we should speak frankly. What's on your mind? Women can be astoundingly perceptive when they put their minds to it. Without further ado, Zachariah directly said, I'd like to request a sparring session with Senior Sister G. Upon hearing this, Santana's complexion changed, recalling stories of Zachariah brutally beating Michael. She exclaimed, Junior Brother Sue, have I wronged you? Zachariah realized her misunderstanding and explained with a bitter smile, I only wish to discuss sword techniques, nothing more. Zachariah wondered what kind of rumors were circulating about him. Why did Santana seem so wary of the word sparring? Was he that terrifying? Hearing that it was about sword techniques, Santana calmed down somewhat. She still held some authority in the field of sword techniques. After all, she was one of the earliest purple robe Giospels to reach the 3rd level of sword heart decision. Alright, but don't play tricks. Santana worried that if Zachariah didn't follow the rules, a sword sparring session might turn into a physical one, placing her at a disadvantage. Zachariah chuckled bitterly, thinking Santana was imagining things. Did he look like someone who would misuse his physical strength against her? Shall we start here? Sure, right here. Zachariah was already eager. Chapter 142, Verification ends. In Shushan, disciples are not allowed to engage in private duels, but mutually agreed upon sparring is permitted. Brother Sue, be careful. With those words, Santana struck first, her sword piercing through the air with a dazzling streak of light that instantly enveloped Zachariah's entire body. Zachariah casually deflected it with his sword and chuckled. Sister, are you intentionally going easy on me? Don't worry about me holding back, just unleash your moves. Santana was slightly surprised that Zachariah could so effortlessly neutralize her initial probing attack. It seems this kid isn't half bad when it comes to swordsmanship. Santana's thoughts swirled. Does this kid also hide his true strength in swordsmanship? Brother Sue, you're pretty arrogant. Santana's eyes sparkled, determined to make Zachariah reveal all his sword skills. However, she still didn't use the Thunderbolt sword technique. Zachariah sighed inwardly. Sister, do you still look down on me? As he spoke, Santana halted her attack and composed herself. If you insist, Brother Sue, I won't hold back anymore. What I want is for you not to hold back. Zachariah replied with a smile. Sister, feel free to attack. If I flinch even once, I won't be surnamed Sue. This was practically an outright provocation. Although Santana wasn't overly competitive by nature, as a sword cultivator, she had her own fighting spirit. How could she endure this flaunting from Zachariah any longer? Receive this. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within Santana surged, infusing into her sword, causing lightning to flicker and dance along its blade. The sword light raced like thunder, arriving in an instant. Thunderbolt sword technique. Santana didn't employ Mansword as one. Though she had heard of Zachariah's resilient physique, one that couldn't be harmed by Michael's Wind Gale sword, without witnessing it firsthand, she dared not unleash her full potential on Zachariah. Seeing the lightning-infused sword strike approaching, Zachariah wore a delighted expression. He abandoned resistance, letting the sword light hit him directly while simultaneously channeling the 9 lightning body tempering art. Zap! Instantly, Zachariah's body was engulfed in lightning. The wild force of lightning surged wildly into Zachariah's body, and he made no attempt to resist. However, due to his exceptionally strong constitution, the lightning couldn't penetrate deeper, confined to roving chaotically in his superficial muscle layers. Zachariah let the electric force continuously damage his surface tissues, bones, and muscles. At first, it felt numbing and painful, but guided by the 9 lightning body tempering art, the pain soon vanished, replaced by an incredibly pleasant sensation, akin to basking in sunlight. Every inch of his superficial muscles was destroyed and rapidly regenerated by the lightning force. The regenerated muscles were more compact and robust. It works. Zachariah's face lit up with joy. This 9 lightning body tempering art would undoubtedly greatly benefit further enhancements of his physical body. Unfortunately, the lightning force released by Santana only affected his surface layers. To achieve a deeper tempering of his physique, stronger lightning forces might be necessary. Nevertheless, he was content. He had only come to test whether the 9 lightning body tempering art worked, and now he had his answer. Meanwhile, Santana turned pale with shock. She cried out, "Brother Sue," then rushed toward Zachariah. She never expected Zachariah to abandon all resistance against her sword. Isn't this supposed to be a swordsperson's duel? What are you doing? When Santana reached Zachariah, her complexion was noticeably paler than before. But the next moment, the lightning around Zachariah disappeared as though absorbed by him. Unharmed, Zachariah grinned at her. "Don't worry, sister, I'm fine. You scared me to death." Relieved initially, Santana quickly turned angry. "Brother Sue, is this what you call a friendly sparring session?" Santana was genuinely frightened, and if she truly hurt Zachariah, she would be overcome with guilt. Zachariah was forced into this situation too. If he asked Santana directly to attack him with Thunderbolt sword technique, she'd think he was crazy, and she wouldn't have readily agreed without thoroughly questioning him first. Zachariah did not want anyone to know about how he used lightning to temper his body, considering how extreme it sounded. Seeing Santana really mad, Zachariah hurried to apologize. "I didn't react fast enough. You moved too quickly. If I believe you, then pigs will fly." While the Thunderbolt sword technique was indeed swift, Santana doubted Zachariah was incapable of blocking or dodging. He probably relied on his tough body and didn't bother avoiding the attack. Now, Santana, who had calmed down slightly, scrutinized Zachariah again. "I didn't quite believe others before, but today, I finally realized my ignorance. With such a body, Brother Sue, you've been unbeatable all along. Why do you need to spar over sword techniques? Are you teasing me?" Her words carried a touch of resentment. The Thunderbolt sword technique was among her trump cards, yet it seemed inconsequential against Zachariah. Had it not been for her basic trust in Zachariah's character, she might have thought he deliberately humiliated her. "I absolutely did not mean to mock Sister G. Fine. Let's end the sparring here today." Santana was quite disheartened, losing all interest in continuing the sparring session. Zachariah, seeing how affected she was, dared not ask for more. Actually, Santana's feelings were conflicted. When the Thunderbolt sword technique struck Zachariah, she feared hurting him. But when she saw he remained unscathed without even a hair out of place, she felt a pang of disappointment. After all, it was her signature technique. She couldn't help but wonder, if she had attacked with full force, would the outcome have changed? On reflection, she felt the likelihood of a different result was minimal. Suddenly, she gained a new understanding of Zachariah. There were rumors in the sect that Zachariah defeated a weakened Michael, thus somewhat unfairly gaining victory. But from this sparring session with Zachariah, she sensed that even at peak condition, Michael might not win against Zachariah. After Zachariah took his leave, Santana stood staring at the direction he departed, lost in thought. And this scene was witnessed by another person. Senior Axel clenched his fists tightly, but his feet remained rooted in place. Hashtag Chapter 143, the Een Thunder Sword Technique. After experimenting with the Lightning Surge Sword stance, Zachariah finally felt confident. This 9 Thunders body tempering art was perfect for him. However, Santana would never cooperate with him again to use the Lightning Surge Sword stance. He had to find other methods. As long as he didn't give up, there would always be a way out. Since no one else will help me, I can learn it on my own. After much contemplation, Zachariah suddenly had an idea. If he mastered the Lightning Surge Sword technique and let his phantom clone use it against himself, it could achieve the goal of tempering his body. What a wonderful plan. Once this thought appeared in his mind, Zachariah immediately put it into action. He returned to the sword vault. Although the old keeper did not concern himself with the affairs of the sect, he wasn't completely unaware either. News about Zachariah had been buzzing around the sect. Naturally, the old keeper had heard some of it. This young man is indeed hiding deep waters. I took him for someone who was just arrogant. It turns out my old eyes deceived me. When seeing Zachariah again, while the old keeper still kept his expression unchanged, he no longer looked at Zachariah coldly. Proven by facts, Zachariah had real strength, and even being proven wrong brought him happiness. The stronger Zachariah became, the more it proved that Anwar hadn't made a mistake. Anwar's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. "I remember your sword skills were also quite impressive," he mentioned. already aware that Zachariah had reached the third level of the Sword Heart decision. However, during the recent great competition within the sect, Zachariah did not display any remarkable swordsmanship. Weren't you able to successfully practice the sword technique you showed before? Zachariah's brilliant performance at the sect competition, followed by a noticeable difference later on, had made the old keeper suspect if Zachariah was withholding anything. But Zachariah remained silent. He had the right not to answer. Seeing Zachariah's silence, the old keeper knew Zachariah was holding a grudge. He gave a bitter smile but did not pursue further. He already had his suspicions but didn't intend to share them with anyone. He gazed upward with a faint smile, as if speaking softly to a departed friend. Nowadays, whenever Zachariah walked within the sect, he attracted attention. Even in the sword vault, people's gazes followed him. Zachariah ignored these stares and continued looking for the target sword technique. Suddenly, a commotion rose near his ears. He looked up to see Michael approaching. Everyone watching eagerly anticipated what might happen next. After getting thrashed by Zachariah during the great competition, Michael recuperated for half a month before locking himself away in seclusion. He had gone off the radar until recently when he reappeared. Though mocking voices persisted, given the passage of time, fewer people brought up past events except for those already opposed to Michael. Yet their silence did not mean they had forgotten. Upon seeing the two meet, anticipation swelled among the onlookers. Contrary to expectations, however, both men met each other's gaze with unexpected calmness. The tension preceding a storm was absent. Of course, truly composed was Zachariah. His realm far surpassed Michael's. He no longer viewed Michael as a rival, nor as an enemy. Much water had flowed under the bridge. Jameser had fully recovered and temporarily left the sect. Zachariah no longer held any grudge against Michael. To him, Michael was merely an unimportant passerby, and there was no need to continuously trample on him. As for Michael, after a period of reflection, he had suppressed his hatred towards Zachariah deeply within, showing none of it outwardly. Thus, upon meeting Zachariah again, Michael was surprisingly composed. Extending his hand with a smile, he said, "There has never been enmity between us. Let's shake hands and make peace today." Zachariah replied indifferently, "As fellow disciples, there is indeed nothing to feud over." Despite his words, Zachariah did not reach out. Michael's hand lingered awkwardly in midair before retracting, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zachariah only responded because he didn't want to embarrass him publicly. If it were a private meeting, Zachariah wouldn't have bothered. Ignoring everyone, Zachariah walked past Michael, moving out of sight to a secluded corner. He searched through the sword vault, finding 3 sword techniques related to lightning power: the Lightning Surge Sword Technique, the Wind Thunder Sword, and the Yin Thunder Sword Technique. Each sword technique had its strengths and weaknesses. Practicing all 3 was unnecessary since Zachariah's skill proficiency points, though abundant, couldn't support such expenditure. Moreover, he mainly wanted to temper his body with lightning power, so mastering just one was enough. Fine, let's choose the Yin Thunder Sword Technique. Zachariah did not opt for the same sword technique as Santana. Choosing the Lightning Surge Sword Technique might make people think I secretly love her. Of course, this was not the main reason he dismissed it. Primarily, the Yin Thunder produced by the Yin Thunder Sword Technique was a blend of Yin energy and lightning power, causing greater damage to the body. Zachariah's 9 Thunders body tempering art worked by first inflicting damage on his body to strengthen it. The higher the damage, the better. Additionally, Zachariah had a substantial reserve of Yang energy to counterbalance any Yin energy excess. With this consideration, Zachariah decisively chose the Yin Thunder Sword Technique. Returning to his resting place in the Demon Lock Tower, he immediately began practicing the Yin Thunder Sword Technique. After grasping the basics, he poured skill proficiency points into it. In mere moments, he achieved mastery. With a mental command, he conjured a second phantom clone, wielding the Starry Sky Sword, unleashing streaks of purplish-black lightning toward his true self. Intense. Gritting his teeth, Zachariah endured the excruciating pain from the Yin Thunder, even more intense than when sparring with Santana. However, no matter how painful it was, he had to endure for the sake of advancing his physical prowess, a significant advantage he could not afford to neglect. Loosening his muscles, he allowed the Yin Thunder to wreak havoc on his body. Soon, Zachariah experienced the benefits of body tempering with Yin Thunder. Chapter 144, Thunderstorm Night. Boom. Rainy night. Torrential rain poured down from the sky. Blinding lightning flashed across the pitch-black heavens. Faced with such extreme and harsh weather, everyone stayed holed up at home. The mountain was completely deserted. At this time, within Xuanhuan, Gyaosipals ceased their outdoor activities. They returned to their rooms for cultivation. Bolts of lightning struck incessantly, hitting the spire of the demon-locking pagoda. This rain is really heavy. Brigham stood by a high-story window in the trial tower, gazing toward the demon-locking pagoda. He had a scruffy beard, and his originally clean face hadn't been cared for in who knows how long. He no longer cared about his appearance. His clothes were tattered, full of holes that had not been mended. From his disheveled state, it was clear how arduous his experience here had been. He didn't know how long he had been here, but he did know. He was getting closer to the day of completing the trial. Once he passed, the sect master would have to honor the promise. And he could finally take revenge. Crack. Another serpentine bolt of lightning struck. Brigham suddenly stared intently at the top of the demon-locking pagoda. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Earlier, I thought I saw someone up there. When the lightning struck just now, the sudden flash of light seemed to vaguely reveal a figure on top. Brigham shook his head, immediately dismissing the absurd idea. This was indeed too absurd. Who would go up to the spire of the demon-locking pagoda for nothing? Especially at a time like this, wouldn't it invite a lightning strike? Brigham attributed it to hallucinations caused by fatigue. Then he left the window. Not long after he left, another lightning bolt struck. The figure Brigham saw was still there. That person was naturally Zachariah. After enduring Yin Thunder power for a while, Zachariah's body gradually adapted to it. When the damage caused by Yin Thunder became negligible, Zachariah started contemplating even stronger lightning power. Taking advantage of this rare thunderstorm, Zachariah decided to use celestial lightning to temper his body. So, unnoticed, he stealthily made his way to the outside spire of the demon-locking pagoda. Facing the baptism of lightning and torrential rain directly, feeling the sensation of being struck by lightning for the first time, the intensity was indescribable. The storm raged all night. By dawn, the rain stopped. Swoosh swoosh. In a dense forest 100 miles away from Xuanhuan, two figures dropped from the sky onto the forest clearing. One man and one woman, both youthful, wore identical indigo blue robes and wore rain hats. Suddenly, the young man threw his hat to the ground in frustration. Damn it, we lost that demon due to this unexpected bad weather. Seeing the young man venting his anger, the woman looked around as if trying to reorient herself, then hurriedly said, "We're close to Xuanhuan territory. The demon wouldn't dare come near Xuanhuan. Let's search again. We'll find him nearby." The young man thought it reasonable. Xuanhuan Sect was forbidden territory for demons. If the demon wasn't foolish, it wouldn't dare continue forward. They decided and immediately continued searching ahead. Suddenly, the young man felt something touch his shoulder. Annoyed, he turned and asked, "What?" The woman paused. "Here? Isn't this neither the time nor place?" The young man frowned instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking why you touched me." "Who touched you?" Both looked bewildered. Suddenly, their faces changed. Heh. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed abruptly. They felt as if thousands of ants crawled on their backs upon hearing it. It was unbearably creepy. Swoosh. A gust of cold wind rushed towards them. "Watch out." The young man pushed the woman aside and parried with his saber. There was a clang, and his blade seemed to hit some sharp object, producing a sharp ringing sound. Though he deflected the attack, another force came from the object, transferring through his weapon directly into his hand. His arm went numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on his sword. Damn, it was electrified. It was still dark, though not pitch black, visibility was poor. They couldn't easily locate the enemy. "It's that demon," the young man stated firmly. "But it was injured. How can it still have this power?" The young woman's expression was undoubtedly grim. The demon they were hunting was already heavily wounded. Now how could it have the strength to ambush them? The young man's frown deepened. Then a light bulb lit up in his mind. The thunderstorm has given it new strength. As he spoke, a more deranged laughter erupted. "You're not entirely stupid." With a cackle, a figure leaped from a tree. The demon appeared to be a humanoid hedgehog. Its body was covered in quills glowing with an eerie blue-purple light. Clearly, what the young man's saber deflected earlier were its quills, and the blue-purple glow emanating from the quills was stored lightning power. "Run." Without hesitation, the young man grabbed the woman's hand, pulling her back rapidly. The demon had regained temporary strength and should not be faced head-on yet. "Now you want to run? Can you outrun me?" The demon laughed as two quills shot out. Too fast for the naked eye. Both were pierced by a quill. Ordinary quills might not frighten them, but these were electrified, instantly paralyzing them, leaving them motionless on the ground. Next moment, the demon stood before them, their eyes filled with despair. Demonic laughter echoed. "You dared to chase me, truly presumptuous. Even if a Xuanhuan nose priest came now, I'd not fear." Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Really?" Accompanied by the voice was a streak of sword light, like the first light of dawn, illuminating the entire forest as bright as day. The sword swept past, cutting the demon in two. The young man's eyes widened. Swordsmanship master. Chapter 145. Preparing for battle. Finian, there are visitors from the Mad Saber sect outside the mountain gate. "I know, I'll go over immediately." Upon hearing the report from his disciple, Balder put down the sutra he was reading and headed toward the mountain gate. At the entrance of Mount Shu, a man and a woman knelt on one knee in front of Balder, showing deep respect. Visitor Joyful Yuan from the outer sect of the Mad Saber sect. Visitor Joyful Justine from the outer sect of the Mad Saber sect. Greetings, Finian of Mount Shu. Upon arriving at the entrance, Balder accepted their profound respect. Somewhat puzzled, he immediately helped them up. "You two don't need to be so formal." These two people said they were from the Mad Saber sect. While not as renowned or deeply rooted as the Mount Shu sect, it was still a formidable force. People often referred to Southern Sword and Northern Saber, where Southern Sword naturally referred to the Mount Shu sect located south of Central Plains, and Northern Saber referred to this very Mad Saber sect. The founder of the sect was also a revered master of saber arts. Under his legacy, the strength of the Mad Saber sect grew steadily and its reputation soared. However, the Mad Saber sect had an inner sect and an outer sect, with the inner sect situated north of the Central Plains and the outer sect south of it. Naturally, the Mad Saber sect focused more on the inner sect, hence the outer sect strength was somewhat weaker. Although these two before him were only outer sect disciples, Mount Shu's principle was always to treat all sects equally, regardless of size. Therefore, Balder did not look down upon them. On the contrary, seeing such courteous behavior made him feel quite favorable towards them. Logically speaking, it wasn't necessary to bow so profoundly during a first visit, right? The two stood up with Balder's help, and Yuan grabbed his arm, speaking excitedly. "Mount Shu has shown great kindness to us too. You, being the Finian of Mount Shu, certainly deserve our thanks." "Huh?" Balder was even more baffled. "What do you mean?" In his impression, although Mount Shu and the Mad Saber sect had good relations, they didn't have any particularly significant favors between them. Could it be that Mount Shu did something huge for the Mad Saber sect while he was away? His sect leader didn't mention anything like this before leaving. Yuan considered his words carefully and said, "My wife and I chased an injured demon here and encountered a stormy weather. Unexpectedly, the demon absorbed some heavenly lightning, greatly enhancing its power." In a critical moment, we were rescued by a master of the Mount Shu sect who defeated the demon with one stroke of his sword, saving our lives. After killing the demon, the master left calmly without waiting for us to react. After careful thought, we felt indebted. The favor of saving our lives is immeasurable, and we must express our gratitude. So my wife and I came here to meet this swordsman and thank him face to face. Turned out these two were the ones nearly killed by the demon in the dense forest 100 miles away during dawn. They only saw a silhouette and heard a voice when they were saved, and their savior disappeared without a word after the rescue. Though they didn't know what he looked like, they were sure he was likely from the Mount Shu sect. After deliberation, they believed it was appropriate to come personally to give thanks. So, they rushed here without delay, just to catch a glimpse of their benefactor. Is that so? Do you know who that person is and what he looks like? Yuan and Justine exchanged glances. Yuan replied, we don't know who he is or what he looks like, but we remember his silhouette seemed young and slender. Justine added, pointing at Yuan, he was taller than him and had a magnetic voice. Yuan felt as if someone had shot an arrow into his knee. Damn it. Was his partner admiring another man so much she'd turn her heart? Oh, I see. Balder nodded, but couldn't form a clear image of the person in his mind. Was there anyone among the Isaiahs fitting this description? Do you two firmly believe that person was a master of sword arts? A title of master indicated exceptional skill in a particular area. In Mount Shu, only those at the Isaiah level could be called masters of sword arts. Certainly. Very certain. Yuan solemnly confirmed, although we're not highly skilled, we have the eyes to judge. That person was definitely a master of sword arts, no doubt. That oppressive aura I sensed only comes from the Isaiahs of our sect. That clean cut of the demon was undoubtedly the mark of a master of sword arts. Hearing their certainty, Balder found it hard to doubt further. Please follow me inside, I will inquire for you. That would trouble you, Eldarine. Balder went to the elders' hall with doubts and asked around, but every Isaiah shook their heads, stating they hadn't left the sect during the early hours of the morning. This puzzled Balder, who could only return to inform the couple of the situation. Perhaps, that person isn't from Mount Shu after all. Balder reminded them gently. There were countless sword cultivators in the world, not just in Mount Shu. Outside of it, there were also many strong figures. Maybe they were thanking the wrong place. Hearing this, the couple had no other option. Regardless of whether their benefactor was truly not here or intentionally hiding, since the Finian had stated clearly, they couldn't press the matter further. Thus, they bid farewell and left. Looking back at the gate of Mount Shu, Justine's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Was our benefactor really not from Mount Shu? If not, we can never repay this favor. Let's go. Why are you looking? As soon as they left Mount Shu, Yuan revealed his true temperament, saying impatiently, they've already said it isn't him. What's the point of lingering on this? Let's go. As the couple left Mount Shu, Zachariah's room hosted an interesting scene. A clone merged back into his body. He opened his eyes, with twin rays of light flashing from them. This demon indeed has some abilities. The person Yuan and Justine met was none other than Zachariah's illusory clone. After killing the porcupine demon, he acquired a new ability, the sensing of climate changes within a 1,000-mile radius, extremely accurate and surpassing his previous world's weather forecasting capabilities. While seemingly useless in everyday life, it could prove useful in certain crucial moments. The demon had used this capability to sense the incoming thunderstorm and planned its counterattack using the residual lightning energy. If not for Zachariah's illusory clone, the roles might have reversed, turning hunters into prey. This ability, though seemingly insignificant, is useful to me. Through this ability, Zachariah could sense when and where lightning would appear within 1,000 miles. When needed, he could use this information to undergo physical tempering. Time passed swiftly. It was midsummer, and cicadas filled the mountains with their chirping. The Mount Shu Ling Zun lay by the lake enjoying the sunlight, completely unaffected by the scorching summer heat. However, after some time, finding no joy, it rolled into the water as it saw someone approaching. Waves splashed around Balder but avoided his body, leaving his feet dry. Balder chuckled, shaking his head slightly. However, just at that moment, the Ling Zun suddenly burst out of the water again, causing a shower of water splashes. Its massive body landed in front of Balder, baring its fangs and snarling, revealing an extremely menacing appearance. As if it was about to tear the person in front of it to pieces, Balder clasped his hands together, respectfully saying, "We have disturbed the Ling Zun. Please calm your anger." Although he had no idea why the Ling Zun suddenly became so ferocious. He didn't ask though. Even if he did, it wouldn't respond. It was better just to apologize first. The Ling Zun's nostrils twitched, circling around him for a few steps, then shook its head as if coming back to its senses. It huffed a stream of steam from its large nostril before turning and diving back into the water. Even as the Finian, Balder also let out a breath of relief, slightly squinting his eyes. This Ling Zun, after all these years, still has such unpredictable moods that are hard to fathom. Besides Curtis Ancestor Master, is there really no one who can tame it? While Balder was lost in thought, he suddenly received news from a disciple. The sect leader has emerged from seclusion. He is already in the Grand Hall. Please come quickly, Finian. The sect leader has returned? Hearing this, Balder raised an eyebrow. Good. I'll go right away. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, only Gerardo was present inside. Since Gerardo claimed he was in seclusion, nobody knew he had returned from outside. After returning, he merely announced that he had emerged from seclusion, without calling a large gathering. He only summoned the Finian. As soon as Balder arrived in the Grand Hall, he immediately bowed deeply to Gerardo. Balder pays respects to the sect leader. The Finian need not be so formal. Though Gerardo spoke these words, he remained seated. Usually, based on his previous style of respecting talents, he would have personally helped the Finian up. But now he sat high above, showing no intention of getting down. The Finian was somewhat taken aback by this change, but didn't think much more about it. He immediately asked the sect leader about the situation. Sect leader, How has the matter concerning the daughter of the Kelvin progressed? She won't reach the Central Plains within 20 years. Gerardo simply said this calmly. Though it was only one sentence, it carried a great deal of information. This meant that Gerardo had successfully made contact with the daughter of the Kelvin, perhaps even engaged in combat with her. His statement that she wouldn't reach the Central Plains within 20 years implied that the daughter of the Kelvin wasn't dead but might have been seriously injured, an injury severe enough to require a lot of time to heal, with no elixir or potion capable of speeding up the process. From Gerardo's one sentence, the Fenian analyzed all this. Sect leader's prowess. However, exactly, but when the Fenian intended to ask further, Gerardo waved a hand, indicating he didn't want to talk about it for the moment. In any case, we don't need to worry about danger from the Sea Demon Sect for now. Gaining 20 more years to prepare is the best outcome under current circumstances. Baldur's expression was rather complicated. Clearly, he had many questions he wanted to ask but hesitated. After all, the sect leader had indicated he didn't want to discuss details regarding this matter. Perhaps there were some unpleasant elements that he didn't wish to easily mention. Baldur could only keep the questions bottled up. Immediately afterwards, he inquired about future plans. If the threat from the daughter of the Kelvin could be postponed by 15 to 20 years, there were many things the Shu Mountain Sect could do in the meantime. But the sect leader waved a hand with a somewhat weary look. Let's discuss these matters later. Seeing the sect leader was not in high spirits, Baldur didn't press further. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently noticed that Gerardo's hands were trembling slightly, almost uncontrollably. Sect leader, are you alright? Baldur looked alarmed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Gerardo showed a look of confusion. At this moment, Baldur looked closely again, and the slight tremor in the sect leader's hands had stopped. Not sure if it was intentional control, or perhaps his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was the sect leader harmed during the overseas battle with the daughter of the Kelvin? I'm fine, just a minor injury. There's no need for concern, Finian. Gerardo did not deny being injured, but he made light of it. Baldur had some doubts, but decided it was impolite to press further since the sect leader had spoken. After Baldur left, Gerardo lowered his gaze slightly, looking at his legs with a slightly somber expression. News of the sect leader emerging from seclusion quickly spread throughout the sect. Even Zachariah, in the Demon Lock Tower, learned about this news, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, whether the sect leader appeared or not didn't greatly impact him. All he needed to ensure was his own development. On this day, Zachariah, sitting in his room, abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he immersed himself mentally and checked his attributes panel. Host, Zachariah. Cultivation, Divine Intent Realm Stage 5, 0/3000 Advanced Cultivation Experience. Heart Method, Basic James Cultivation Technique of Mount Shu, Sword Heart Technique of Mount Shu, Stage 4. Skills, Heart Shattering Palm, Perfection. Mind Enlightenment Body Forging Method, Perfection. Shadow Killing Technique, Perfection. 10,000 Transformation Mystic Art, Perfection. One Sword/God, Perfection. Absorbing Palm, Perfection. Mental Blade, Perfection. Phantom Clone Technique, Perfection. 10,000 Sword Array, Perfection. 9 Thunder Body Tempering Technique, Perfection. Thunder Sword Sutra, Perfection. Shape Shift Technique, Perfection. Abilities, Concealment Art, Heartworm Secret Art, Spiritual Irritability, Dark Inside Eyes. Secret Reservoirs, Body Secret Reservoir, Proficiency, 5 Elements Secret Reservoir, Introduction. Yang Secret Reservoir, Introduction. Sword Intention, Netherworld Requiem. Physical Qualities, Sovereign Body, Blood Overflowing Body, Flying Dragon Shadow, Immune to All Poisons, Enlightenment Perfection. 5 Senses Divinity, Invulnerable Body, Spirit Devouring Body. Bloodline, Titan Bloodline, Beastman Bloodline, Zombie Ghost Bloodline. Extractable Rewards, Advanced Cultivation Experience, *344, Skill Proficiency Experience, *97843. After entering the Divine Intent realm, his cultivation advancement required Advanced Cultivation Experience. The original Cultivation Experience converted to Advanced Cultivation Experience at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. That meant 3,000 Advanced Cultivation Experience equated to 30 million Cultivation Experience. This experience requirement was undeniably massive. However, apart from the 5 upper levels and 6 lower levels of the Demon Lock Tower providing experience, his phantom clones would often go out to slay demons and monsters. Thus, he had broad sources of experience. Over these past days, he had advanced to the 5th level of the Divine Intent realm. Additionally, his physical enhancement had also approached the intermediate level of the Sovereign Body. This was already quite remarkable. Knowing that advancing the Sovereign Body was akin to ascending another level on a 100-foot pole, every step forward was incredibly difficult. Ordinary means couldn't harm his physical body, let alone provide effective tempering. Achieving this progress was due to the 9 Thunder Body Tempering Technique and his relentless utilization of each opportunity for Heavenly Thunder. During this period, he had been struck by Heavenly Thunder no fewer than 10 times, but the results were evident. As the number of strikes increased, he now felt that even Heavenly Thunder seemed to lose its effectiveness. It's time to settle accounts. Zachariah stood up, and at this moment, his eyes sparkled like lightning. On this very day, another piece of news spread across the entire sect. Brigham has cleared the Trial Tower. When Brigham descended from the golden shimmering top of the Trial Tower, all the disciples were stunned by this sight. People gathered around him, offering congratulations. Brigham's clothes were tattered, his face covered in unshaven stubble, yet he exuded vitality. To others at this moment, despite his scruffy appearance, he undoubtedly radiated brilliance. After all, there were only a handful of disciples in the sect who could clear the Trial Tower. In the past, those who cleared the Trial Tower were without exception exceptionally talented Addisons, and they were often senior disciples who had been initiated into the sect for a long time. Brigham, as a former Blue Robe disciple, actually cleared the Trial Tower, giving great pride to the Blue Robe disciples. When how? You and Zachariah are truly the beacon of hope for the blue-robed disciples. At this moment, a blue-robed disciple suddenly laughed and said, but as soon as he spoke, those around him fell silent. Realizing no one was responding, he could only laugh awkwardly. Although Zachariah's outstanding performance in the last sect-wide challenge competition silenced many people, it also left them with a sour taste. So many did not wish to mention Zachariah. They were even less willing to praise him. When Brigham heard someone mention Zachariah and call him the light of the blue robes, he subconsciously asked, why say that? What did Zachariah do? You've been inside the trial tower all this time, so you wouldn't know? The disciple immediately recounted Zachariah's great achievements in detail. After hearing it, Brigham was momentarily stunned and showed a complex expression. So this guy has finally decided to show his true abilities? Upon hearing that Zachariah voluntarily gave up an easily achievable victory in that challenge competition to return to the Demon Lock Tower as an enforcer, Brigham showed no surprise. It seemed this action aligned with Zachariah's typical behavior. He had thought about visiting the Demon Lock Tower, but the idea only flashed through his mind briefly. He had more important matters to attend to. Brigham even skipped washing up and tidying himself to go see the sect leader directly. However, he was intercepted on the way by an Isaiah who came at the news. Hurry up and clean yourself up and change your clothes. And shave off that beard. How can you meet the sect leader looking like that? Only then did Brigham reluctantly return to tidy up before coming back. After many days when Brigham met again, his sharpness seemed a bit subdued, becoming more restrained and steady. Indeed, the trial tower had greatly helped him grow. Very good, much faster than I expected. Gerardo smiled slightly at Brigham. Do you really think I would clear it? Brigham suddenly countered. Of course, I always believed in you. Your talent is exceptional. Even compared to Anwar in his youth, you're not inferior. Hearing these words from the sect leader, Brigham's breathing quickened slightly. But clearing the trial tower so quickly was indeed something I didn't expect, Gerardo added. This statement made Brigham's expression change slightly. So, does the sect leader want to renege? I naturally won't go back on my word. Since you have met my requirements, I cannot let you down. Choose a day. We will battle the Xianxia sect. Brigham's demeanor immediately became invigorated. With both hands clasped together, he solemnly saluted Gerardo. Thank you, sect leader. Giosipal Brigham requests to join the battle. Gerardo knew that once the battle with the Xianxia sect started, Brigham would be unstoppable. Deciding not to hold him back, he simply replied, aloud. After Brigham left the grand hall with a flushed face, Balder immediately walked in. Sect leader, you agreed to his request? As the Finian, he naturally knew what Brigham had come for. And seeing him leave so excitedly meant he had received a satisfactory response. A promise from the sect leader carries weight. Since I have already promised, how could I retract it? Balder understood the sect leader's prestige should not be compromised. There was no room for maneuver here. However, once the battle began, the body mustn't fail. The last time Gerardo said he was just lightly injured, Balder had doubts. Moreover, the sect leader had just returned to the sect. Was the injury fully healed? Considering these factors, he felt the decision to engage in battle needed careful deliberation. Gerardo suddenly asked, was he there all the time since I left the sect? Yes. This kid, didn't expect him to really push through. It seems everything was destined. If the sect leader needs, I can be the bad guy. Balder offered to be the one stopping the war. This way, it wouldn't damage the sect leader's prestige while giving everyone time to weigh the pros and cons of the battle calmly. However, Gerardo waved a hand. There's no need. This battle is inevitable. If it's to be done, it should be done decisively. Thus, the news of Shu Mountain Sect's impending battle with the Xianxia sect spread rapidly throughout the sect. Chapter 146, Ascendancy? When news of the impending battle with the xuanhuan sect spread within the sect, the elite disciples of Shushan were all eagerly preparing for it. They had waited for this day for so long. The Isaiahs also harbored a fierce desire to fight. Anwar's death was like a thorn deeply embedded in their hearts. Even after 10 more years, it could not be easily removed. Now that the Joseph had issued the order to fight, the time to clear their name had finally arrived. Zachariah was inside the demon-locking pagoda, but he also heard the news that the sect was preparing to engage the xuanhuan sect. Unexpectedly, just as he prepared to take his revenge, he ended up coinciding with the sect's plans. However, there were two people whose heads he would not let anyone else take. Those two people, Atman and Kira, I must decapitate them myself. Zachariah's hatred for these two was the deepest. He had to kill them personally to relieve the hatred in his heart. As long as Atman and Kira died, the xuanhuan sect would fall apart like a tree collapsing with monkeys scattering. Its downfall wouldn't be far off. After making up his mind, Zachariah decided to head to the xuanhuan sect ahead of the sect. But before that, he remembered Yoel from level 6 underground. Yoel had entrusted him with conveying to the Joseph his desire to join the battle once the decision was made to war. Yoel surely knew this news by now. If Zachariah didn't help him fulfill this lifelong wish, Yoel might hate him upon next meeting. With this thought in mind, Zachariah walked out of the demon-locking pagoda. Going to war against the xuanhuan sect was not trivial. Meticulous preparations were required. The sect was still actively preparing for battle, and Zachariah took advantage of this time to convey Yoel's wishes to the Joseph. As a result, the Joseph summoned him. Zachariah entered the main hall of the sect. After many days, seeing the Joseph again, he keenly noticed that the Joseph's aura no longer seemed as immovable as a mountain, nor did it inspire him with the awe of an unclimbable peak. Perhaps he had grown too? Before, the Joseph was an unscalable mountain in front of him. Now, as he had climbed the mountain, he met the Joseph without feeling the same unreachable aura. Zachariah didn't think much about it. After paying his respects, he conveyed Yoel's request to the Joseph once more. Yoel has this resolve, and I have no reason to deny him. This is also a good opportunity for him to earn some credit and return to the Elder's Pavilion. Gerardo responded indifferently and then shifted the conversation to Zachariah. I heard you gained quite a reputation during the sect tournament. Zachariah didn't know how much the senior Isaiah had told the patriarch. Pausing for a moment, he replied, Joyful only does what he wants. As for those things I don't want to do, I would never do them just to gain attention. In other words, everything Zachariah did was based on his own will, not for fame or attention. Incidentally, it explained why he used to act low-key. It was precisely because he didn't seek the spotlight. You're just like Anwar. No wonder he esteemed you so highly. The patriarch smiled, not delving deeper into the matter. Seeing this, Zachariah seized the opportunity to ask to leave. I thought you'd volunteer for the battle too. Gerardo seemed surprised when Zachariah asked to take his leave. Joyful knows my place. I wish to safeguard my life and protect the demon-locking pagoda for the sect, thus fulfilling Anwar's last wishes. Gerardo's eyes flickered. It comforts me that you can think this way. While this battle is significant, the safety of the sect is even more crucial. In relation to the sect's security, the demon-locking pagoda is key. I shall reinforce its defenses as well. Your willingness to guard the pagoda eases my mind, he added, partially to win over Zachariah. Although Zachariah was physically strong, he was still just a disciple, far from being a true powerhouse. There was no way he could truly feel secure just because Zachariah guarded the demon-locking pagoda. Joyful will do my utmost to protect the pagoda's safety, Zachariah solemnly promised, after which Gerardo waved his hand dismissing him. Shortly after exiting the grand hall, Zachariah encountered a familiar figure, Brigham. Meeting an old friend, both shared a smile. Congratulations on successfully breaking through the trial tower and achieving your goal, Zachariah said first. Brigham smiled faintly. Not nearly as glorious as your performance in the sect tournament. Mentioning this, Zachariah didn't quite know how to respond. Let's talk about something else. Tell me about the trial tower. I'm quite curious. Zachariah mentioned he planned to visit after the tournament, but was told that only participants could enter. So, if you really want to know, go try for yourself. Talking won't be as interesting, Brigham teased. Since Zachariah hadn't disclosed much to him, he didn't see the need to tell Zachariah everything either. It took me almost a year to complete the trial tower. You should be faster. Maybe a decade. Quit messing around. With a big battle looming, there's no escape this time. When we fight together, I'll get a proper look at your strength. Fighting together? Hearing this, Zachariah hesitated and then said, You might have misunderstood. Noticing Zachariah's serious expression, Brigham's smile faded. What do you mean? He sensed something amiss. Among those heading to the xuanhuan sect, I'm not included. Brigham frowned. Denied by the Joseph? Let me help. He immediately wanted to find the Joseph, but Zachariah stopped him. No, I decided not to go. Brigham froze. His face darkened as he turned around. What are you saying? I'm not going, Zachariah reiterated. What makes you qualified to say that? Next moment, Brigham lunged at Zachariah, grabbing his collar, fury on his face. He died for you. How can you hide in the sect and not fight? Do you have any conscience? With great restraint born from their past friendship, Brigham managed not to strike Zachariah's face. If someone else dared do such an ungrateful deed, he wouldn't have held back. You're not fighting alone. Why fear? Again, Brigham pressed. He couldn't believe Zachariah would avoid this battle for vengeance. Others avoiding it was understandable, but he, the biggest beneficiary of Anwar's sacrifice, how could he shirk? On what grounds did he have the right? I have my duties and must stay at the demon-locking pagoda. Why must you guard it? If anything goes wrong, one extra person won't make a difference. Just excuses. Having witnessed the turmoil underground, Brigham knew that even Isaiah's had difficulty controlling the situation below. How could Zachariah alone make any difference? Therefore, he saw this as Zachariah's excuse to avoid the battle. Coward, he spat, releasing Zachariah's collar with disdain. Zachariah, you've disappointed me. I, Brigham, will never associate with cowards who fear death. With a resolute voice, he left Zachariah standing there. Returning to the demon-locking pagoda and carrying the Joseph's orders, Zachariah went to level 6 underground to release Yoel. Yoel's ruddy complexion and fiery red hair and beard made him resemble a god of fire. Zachariah had already informed the others that he would not join the main force in attacking the xuanhuan sect, and Yoel did not react with as much emotional intensity as Brigham. Like the Joseph, he also believed that staying behind was the most rational decision for Zachariah. Fellow Yoel, please be careful, Zachariah said softly. Though they weren't very close, Zachariah still respected Yoel's character and naturally didn't want him to be in danger. Yoel shook his head. If I can avenge Senior Geo, I won't have any regrets even if I die there. Watching Yoel's resolute back as he left, Zachariah quietly returned to his room. Leaving a phantom clone in the room, his true self immediately used the hidden James concealment technique to leave the demon-locking pagoda. At the entrance of Mount Shushan, one of the guards suddenly appeared alert. Did you all just feel a gust of wind pass by? What's so strange about a gust of wind? The key is that the wind seemed to come from inside the sect. Inside the xuanhuan sect. In the Joseph's chamber. Spare my life, Your Excellency. A woman's plea echoed through the chamber. Inside the chamber, after a passionate battle that cannot be described, Atman kicked the woman on the bed aside. Clothing scattered across the floor, as if it too had gone through an intense struggle. The woman's delicate skin bore claw marks that were crimson red, as if blood would drip from them at any moment. It was hard to imagine what brutal treatment she had endured. Get out, Atman roared angrily, clearly displeased with the woman, treating her like trash. Tears rolled down the woman's cheeks like pearls, but she had no time to wipe them away. With the Joseph enraged, the longer she stayed, the less likely she was to get out safely. Without even tidying herself up, she fled hastily, revealing a trail of embarrassment. Inside the room, Atman pounded the table fiercely with his fists, reducing it to powder instantly. My perfectly cultivated alchemy cauldron, lost just like that. How infuriating, how detestable. At this moment, Ottman missed the Saintess Abby intensely. None of the spare cauldrons he had tested matched her perfection. He could scarcely find another woman like Abby in the entire world. Just as he was immersed in thoughts of Abby, someone knocked on his door. The knock triggered his anger, and he nearly growled. "Giant, I tell you to get lost? Are you really asking for death?" With a flick of his sleeve, the door opened instantly, and a figure was pulled in by a powerful suction force. A hand clamped around the woman's neck, turning her face beet red, yet making her look more beautiful. "Calm down, Your Excellency." Struggling to speak, the woman finally managed. Ottman then noticed it wasn't the same woman from earlier. Loosening his grip slightly but still frowning, he asked, "What do you want here?" This woman was not one of his backup cauldrons, and he had little memory of her, seemingly just a recent disciple. "I wish to offer myself to Your Excellency." She spoke frankly about her intentions. Hearing this, Ottman's lips curled into a cold smile. "Who do you think you are, trying to climb into my bed?" Though finding the disciple's boldness absurd, Ottman felt a rare freshness from her approach. Other female disciples dared not openly offer themselves to him despite their intentions. "And though my status is humble, I am useful to Your Excellency." The woman lifted her seductive face, and upon closer inspection, Ottman noticed her fox-like eyes. Lifting her chin, he stared down at her, saying, "Useful to me? Do you know what I need?" He flung her face aside violently, leaving distinct finger marks on her cheek. He treated her without any gentleness. "Do you think I seek temporary pleasure? I need power. Understand? Power." The woman was not intimidated by Ottman's demeanor and actions. Instead, she crawled closer to him. "Even if I can't give Your Excellency the power you desire, I can certainly help you achieve enlightenment in other ways." Her hands wrapped around Ottman's waist. This time, he did not push her away. Within the chamber, the sudden burst of intimacy resembled waves crashing against rocks. A few moments later, after the storm calmed, Ottman's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "Excellent, truly excellent." His aura fluctuated, indicating a potential breakthrough. Excitement made him grab the woman's hand. "What's your name?" "Your Excellency can call me Miaodong." "Miaodong." Ottman's face flushed. "You're truly marvelous. A gift from the heavens." Miaodong wiped her red lips with one hand, her eyes shimmering with allure. "I'm glad Your Excellency is satisfied." Overwhelmed, Ottman immediately made a promise. "With the position of Saintess vacant, I hereby appoint you as the new Saintess." Miaodong bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Excellency." However, before Ottman announced the new Saintess, news of Shu Shan's impending attack on the xuanhuan sect reached his ears. There were no secrets in the world, especially when Shu Shan officially declared war on the xuanhuan sect. Shu Shan, as a renowned major sect, acted with propriety. They did not resort to stealth attacks or underhanded tactics. Once they decided on war, they declared it openly, aiming to crush their opponent with righteous force. So they were not concerned about the news leaking. Joseph Gerardo believed that a surprise attack might bring unexpected advantages, but it would also appear as if they lacked confidence and invite opportunistic demons. Thus, declaring war openly would intimidate smaller forces and make them think twice. Is Shu Shan really going to declare war on us? In the Grand Hall, Ottman slammed his fist on the table, rising angrily. He still found it hard to believe. "How should we respond, Your Excellency?" Inside the hall, everyone discussed the matter, many showing concern. The reason for the war was obvious. Senior Geo of Shu Shan had fallen here. Shu Shan demanded nothing less than open war, not just the capture of a murderer. Two simple words, war? Fewer words meant greater significance. This implied they intended to destroy the xuanhuan sect completely. It concerned the fate of every xuanhuan sect member. Thus, they had every reason to worry. Voices filled the air, and Ottman cleared his throat, stopping the chatter. His gaze fell on the quiet Vice Joseph Kira. "Vice Joseph, what plans do you have for Shu Shan's invasion?" Kira replied calmly, "If they want war, let them have it." Immediately, someone objected. "Vice Joseph speaks easily, but will she bear the brunt and defeat a few Isaiahs of Shu Shan?" Others quickly agreed, yes, the fall of Shu Shan's senior Geo was due to her alone, wasn't it? Faced with their sarcasm, Kira's anger flared. "Enough. Stop dodging responsibility. If you're distancing yourselves, are you still part of the xuanhuan sect? Will you stand together with it?" To be continued. Ottman let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. Anyone who dared to say they wouldn't stand with the xuanhuan sect would immediately feel his wrath. The entire hall fell silent. No one was foolish enough to provoke the patriarch at this moment. Mocking Kira was one thing, but crossing the line into betraying the sect would bring immediate consequences. Once the room quieted down, Ottman affirmed Kira's stance. "Cowardice solves nothing. The Deputy Joseph is right. If they want war, then let them have it. Remember, this is our territory." A unified shout followed, boosting morale. After encouraging words, his eyes instinctively turned to Kira, expecting to see admiration in her eyes as usual. However, this time, he saw her lost in thought, seemingly unaware of his presence. Ottman dismissed it, attributing it to her mood after the earlier sarcasm. After the meeting concluded, Ottman found Kira and asked her to temporarily oversee the sect, as he had an urgent matter to attend to. Kira asked calmly, "Joseph, could you inform me what this urgent matter is? What could be so important that he had to leave during such a critical time? Are you planning to flee?" Though she didn't voice these thoughts, her expression clearly hinted at her suspicions. "I know you have many questions. This matter relates to the survival of our sect, so it shouldn't be spoken lightly. But you are my most trusted confidant, so I will only tell you." Ottman whispered something in her ear. Kira's eyes lit up slightly. "I understand. Rest assured, I will not fail your trust and await your return." "Thank you," Ottman patted her shoulder. Once he left, Kira's face darkened. "To find help indeed, as if I would believe you." Ottman did not leave immediately. Instead, he sought out Emmanuel, engaging in another passionate encounter before departing. Afterward, Ottman handed a jade token to Emmanuel lying in his arms. I need to leave for a while. Keep an eye on Kira and report any situations to me. Emmanuel agreed but questioned his reasons for leaving. After all, he was the backbone of the xuanhuan sect, especially with a battle looming. I am going to handle a significant matter. If this succeeds, even the Shushan Joseph will pose no threat. Ottman felt an immense surge of confidence. His entire being radiated self-assurance. Emmanuel asked eagerly, what exactly is this matter? But Ottman remained vague. I cannot disclose too much, but if successful, you will have earned great merit. Her face brightened even more. With those words, I can hardly wait. Oh. Suddenly, Ottman flipped and intensified their intimacy. After a brief period, Ottman silently left the chamber. 300 miles away from the xuanhuan sect, in a hidden corner of the mountains, Zachariah left another phantom clone. Now, he had two clones. One was in the demon-locking pagoda, impersonating himself. The other was here, serving as a target for the shape-shifting technique. Should danger arise, he could use this technique to swap places with the clone, saving his life. This technique came from a demon beast on the 6th layer, and he hadn't needed to use it yet. Of course, he hoped never to need it. It was merely a safeguard. Having done this, Zachariah prepared to continue toward the xuanhuan sect. But suddenly, his movement paused. He sensed an inexplicable change in the weather several hundred miles away. Is a celestial thunderstorm coming? Due to previous experiences, whenever he sensed thunderclouds approaching, he felt an itch, longing to be struck again, as if enduring another strike was a relief. No, better not waste time on it. Zachariah shook his head. The celestial thunder now had minimal effect on his body, but then, his eyes widened. No, it's not celestial thunder. The energy is far stronger than that. Could it be the 9 heavens Jiavine thunder? Someone must be undergoing transcendence there. Note: for continuity and narrative flow, the translated segment follows directly from the provided context. Minor stylistic changes may enhance readability without altering meaning or tone. Chapter 147. Zachariah's Plan. When a cultivator undergoes tribulation, the thunder that descends is none other than the Jiavine 9 heavens thunder. Cultivation is inherently an act of defying heaven. When a cultivator's power transcends the ordinary world and displays signs of immortality, the heavens will sense this and send down a thunder tribulation. If they succeed, they gain hope for immortality. If they fail, they may suffer a minor setback in their cultivation or, worse, be reduced to ashes. Despite such risks, throughout history, countless cultivators have willingly faced the tribulation for eternal life. They rush towards it, striving against fate. Those who surpass it can live forever, even if not achieving true immortality, living as long as the heavens themselves, eternally preserved. This temptation is too strong for most to resist, and yet, countless cultivators never even get the chance to face the tribulation. Being able to cultivate to the point where one can endure the tribulation is either a matter of immense luck or being a once-in-a-lifetime talent. At this moment, Zachariah sensed an extremely intense thunder aura in the distance, foreseeing that this lightning descent would be the highest standard he had ever experienced. More likely than not, a great adept is about to undergo the tribulation. Zachariah fell into hesitation. He was unsure whether he should investigate. Since it was a powerful adept about to undergo the tribulation, their strength must not be underestimated. Should he inadvertently anger them, it could cause significant trouble for Zachariah, especially with his current pressing matters. But such an opportunity is rare. Just take a look. Only a glance. After some hesitation, Zachariah made his decision. He immediately concealed his presence and dashed toward the source of the intense thunder aura. Inside the pleasure sect, Kira patrolled the sect, confirming and inspecting the preparations before the great battle. Turning around, she saw a graceful figure approaching. Emmanuel walked up to her, flashing her the most alluring smile. The vice sect leader has been very hardworking. Kira merely glanced at her, revealing undisguised disgust, showing no interest in interacting. She passed by without saying a word. These past 2 days, Emmanuel suddenly appeared beside the sect leader, acting intimate, and coupled with some whispers within the sect, Kira knew exactly what this woman did to earn the sect leader's favor. For such a woman, Kira felt nothing but disdain. Emmanuel's smile faltered, her fox-like eyes flickering with snake-like venom. What's so impressive? Just riding on someone else's power. Emmanuel muttered under her breath, but before she finished, Kira flashed over, striking her without warning, sending her flying. Filthy wretch, you dare gossip behind my back? Kira showed no mercy, her gaze cold and murderous. Onlookers were stunned speechless by this scene. Anyone could see that Emmanuel was currently the favorite of the sect leader. Had the great battle not been imminent, she might have succeeded to the position of Alida. Vice sect leader, Emmanuel might become the future Alida. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to hit her? A voice laughed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Kira only glared. The speaker was a high-ranking member of the pleasure sect. She couldn't treat them like she did Emmanuel. Kira sneered. Alida? Her dirty body desecrates the title. Her unmasked mockery was a severe humiliation, akin to stripping her bare for all to see. A red handprint marred Emmanuel's pale face, a trickle of blood escaping from her mouth. Lowering her head, hatred burned in her eyes. One must know one's place. Even if you ascend to Alida, don't think you can act recklessly in front of me. Kira's words were cold as steel. Go away, and don't let me see you again. Emmanuel swallowed her fury and quickly turned away. In terms of both power and status, she was far inferior to Kira. She hadn't expected Kira to be so ruthless and strike directly. She would surely lodge a complaint with the sect leader when they returned. Hundreds of miles away from the pleasure sect, atop a desolate mountain far from civilization stood a figure. His expression was wildly excited. This was none other than the sect leader of the pleasure sect, Ottman. Ottman gazed upward, muttering to himself, It's here. I can feel it. Above him, dark clouds swirled, enveloping the sky. A beastly roar echoed from the cloud peak. He smiled faintly and immediately sat cross-legged, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. All the while, his aura remained at the peak of the 9th stage soul transformation realm. So, the one undergoing the tribulation is him? This moment, Zachariah hid in the shadows, watching from a distance. The figure sitting atop the mountain was indeed the sect leader of the pleasure sect, Atman, one of the names on Zachariah's kill list. Jayed he have another breakthrough after Abby's death? Zachariah recalled Abby's words, stating that Atman used her as a perfect cauldron to break through his cultivation. Without her, it would be challenging for Atman to advance further. But now, it seemed the situation was different. Fortunately, I came here. If he succeeds in this tribulation, I might never have the chance to kill him personally. Zachariah felt relieved. If he had stayed with the main force of the sect or hadn't come to take a look, the outcome would have truly depended on fate. But now, Zachariah glanced at Atman, then looked up at the sky, an idea forming in his mind. In the next moment, he silently soared into the air. Atop the mountain, Atman took a deep breath, his heart racing. Even for him, with his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel nervous. It was the long-awaited tribulation. He had initially thought that without the perfect cauldron Abbey, it would be years before he could reach the tribulation stage after breaking through the soul transformation realm. But unexpectedly, heaven sent him a divine helper. In the embrace of Emmanuel, he achieved a sudden enlightenment. That moment was a stroke of luck. Then came a significant breakthrough in cultivation. He sensed the coming thunder tribulation. Thus, despite the impending battle for the pleasure sect, he decided to come here first to undergo the tribulation. Once he passed this trial, stepping into the tribulation realm meant he could now look forward to transcendence and immortality, perhaps even ascension. Thinking of this, Atman couldn't contain his excitement. Just then, above him, thunder rumbled like a monstrous roar. The thunder tribulation was about to begin. Come on, Atman roared. Immediately after, a bright flash erupted across the sky, as if splitting the heavens. Boom, boom, thunder roared continuously. With a fanatical expression, Atman still wore a confident smile. The roar of thunder persisted, with flashes above continuously illuminating the sky. However, Atman, seated atop the mountain, received not a single spark of thunder. Initially, he thought the tribulation was still forming, but as time passed, he gradually realized something was amiss. My thunder? Chapter 148. Intercepting the thunder. Atman atop the mountain peak was gradually beginning to question his life choices. After all, this was his first time undergoing a thunder tribulation. He had no experience at all. Previously, he only heard about what a thunder tribulation entailed. He had never experienced it personally. Could the prelude to a thunder tribulation really be so long? Just as Atman started feeling restless and uneasy, above the cloud-covered dome, a figure intercepted the divine thunder bolts descending from the heavens. This person was none other than Zachariah. Since he wants to undergo the thunder tribulation, I'll just intercept his thunder for him, leaving him with no thunder to endure. This was Zachariah's plan. The thunder tribulation is a crucial stage for a spirit transformation realm cultivator to advance to the tribulation transcending realm. The significance of this stage isn't merely dodging the thunder tribulation. On the contrary, one must let the thunder descend upon oneself. One must resist to the best of their ability while allowing the body to gradually undergo the purification by the thunder. Only by enduring the thunder can one's body achieve further transformation. Only after passing through the thunder tribulation can one's body gain the qualification to become an immortal body. A body that hasn't endured the thunder tribulation has no hope of achieving immortality. Their cultivation cannot break through further either. Zachariah's expression at this moment was almost frenzied. The intensity of these heavenly divine thunders far exceeded ordinary thunderbolts. That incomparably fierce thunder force surged within his body like a flood, tearing through him without mercy. It only took moments to rip his muscles apart. Each bolt of divine thunder striking his body caused immediate and severe injuries even with his regal physique, if left completely unresisted. The 9 thunder body refinement technique was indeed this cruel. Atman below had already prepared thoroughly. If the thunder tribulation struck him, he wouldn't be in a state where he didn't resist at all. What he could do was filter out most of the thunder force while resisting it, leaving only a small part to change his physical constitution. If he acted like Zachariah, he would meet a violent end. Amidst the intense pain, Zachariah couldn't remain impassive. However, even though the pain reached deep into his soul, he felt immense joy in his heart. The effect of refining his body with these divine thunders was immeasurably stronger compared to when he first underwent the heavenly thunder baptism. It was as if day and night. If this thunder tribulation lasts long enough, even breaking through my regal physique isn't impossible, Zachariah thought inwardly, unable to contain his excitement. If he could break through his regal physique, apart from immortal techniques, no one else could harm him anymore. A thick layer of blood scabs quickly formed on Zachariah's skin. The scabs were torn open by the divine thunder, revealing smooth skin underneath. Then, they were torn again. Blood spurted forth, tearing, healing, over and over again. As time passed, the frequency gradually decreased. After undergoing the refinement, the flesh's recovery ability also improved significantly. The speed of damage to his flesh gradually lagged behind its recovery speed. At this point, the damage inflicted by the divine thunder on Zachariah's body had almost reached its limit. Still somewhat lacking, Zachariah felt slightly disappointed. This thunder tribulation didn't seem capable of achieving the results he desired. Is that all a mere thunder tribulation can do? Zachariah lifted his head towards the sky, challenging the heavens, and as if sensing the provocation, the thunder tribulation intensified suddenly. Atman, standing on the mountaintop, could no longer sit still. He stood up, looking at the dark clouds overhead. Thunder flashed within the clouds. Thunder roared loudly. No matter how urgent the thunder sounded or how dazzling the lightning was, not a single bit of it struck him. Atman was full of questions. His agitation and unease grew more intense. He was utterly disoriented. What exactly was happening? Was this normal? I can't stand it. I have to go see. Unable to endure the torment, Atman decided to move closer to the thunder tribulation. According to predecessors' experiences, the closer one gets to the thunder tribulation, the greater its power becomes. This naturally came with significant risks, but hiding underground wouldn't work either. The thunder force weakened by the ground wouldn't purify his body effectively. The best place was where he was now, on the mountain top. But right now, he had no other options. There was simply no thunder tribulation descending. Without the descent of the thunder tribulation, who cared about its strength? Deciding to act, Atman immediately rushed towards the clouds. When his body penetrated the dark clouds, he began to feel the pressure brought by the higher layers of divine thunder. Even within these clouds, there was a strong electrical property, making his body feel slightly numb. If a cultivator who hadn't practiced adequately entered these clouds, they would immediately stiffen and fall, shattering into pieces and possibly losing their life. Atman was perplexed. The thunder tribulation wasn't non-existent, but why did it stay in the clouds without descending? With this doubt, Atman's divine sense rapidly expanded outward. Suddenly, he trembled, because, in the higher clouds, he sensed another presence, and he also sensed countless thunders rushing towards that presence. Instantly, Atman fully understood the situation. Turns out, the reason the thunder tribulation didn't strike him was due to someone's interference. Someone was blocking the thunder tribulation's path. An infuriating person was ruining his transcendence. What he hadn't anticipated was that this person not only interfered, but was using this opportunity to refine his body. Even if Atman racked his brains, he wouldn't have guessed this. Damn it, this damn bastard. Upon discovering the truth, Atman's defenses were completely shattered. He had waited too long for this day, yet, all his efforts were destroyed by someone, causing his mental state to explode. However, due to Atman's approach, part of the divine thunder seemed to finally find its target. Turning direction, it struck towards Atman. Startled and enraged, Atman was caught off guard and was struck down by the thunder tribulation. But soon, Atman regained control, stopping his body beneath the dark clouds. He wanted to reclaim his own thunder tribulation. However, the thunder sound and lightning swiftly diminished. The thunder tribulation was approaching its end. No. In just a few breaths, the thunder ceased entirely, leaving only occasional white flashes, marking the last remnants of existence. Atman's face looked like he had lost everything. It's over. Everything is over. Atman lifted his eyes towards the dark clouds above. At this moment, his heart felt weighed down by a heavy shadow. His eyes brimmed with palpable murderous intent. Who are you? Why did you ruin my transcendence and destroy my foundation? Chapter 149. The battle begins. The thunder had ceased. The dark clouds had dispersed. Atman's mood plummeted from heaven to hell at this moment. His one chance of passing through the tribulation. It was gone just like that. This opportunity did not come easily. Missing it this time, one would not know how difficult it would be to welcome another thunder tribulation next time. He didn't have any assurance at all. To say the least, that person in the clouds had destroyed his greatest hope of advancing into the tribulation realm. This hatred was even deeper than avenging a father's death. I swear, I will not be human if I do not kill you. Amidst Atman's lethal gaze, the figure in the sky finally revealed itself completely. When Atman saw this figure from afar, at that very instant, it felt as if he had been struck by divine lightning again. His entire demeanor became stupefied. It can't be. I must be dreaming. In the next moment, he approached the figure. By the time he clearly saw the familiar face, his expression changed dramatically several times. From doubt to shock, then confusion. How can it be you? Zachariah? No, you can't possibly be Zachariah. Who are you really? Within the Shu Mountain Sect, under the arrangements of the Patriarch, all the members ready to engage Yuan Sect had gathered and were fully prepared. Joseph Gerardo led them. He brought nearly 20 Isaiahs under his command, along with over 10,000 elite disciples. This operation mobilized nearly half of Shu Mountain Sect's combat strength. They were determined to completely eradicate the Demon Sect Yuan. Officially, this was for revenge on Anwar and to uphold justice. After all, male cultivators across the realm had suffered long enough because of Yuan Sect. If someone were deceived by a female cultivator from Yuan Sect and became her Dao companion, their fate would inevitably be tragic. A demon sect like this should be exterminated by everyone. At the Shu Mountain Gate, with Joseph Gerardo's order, all Shu Mountain disciples responded unanimously. Among them were some disciples wearing the attire of other sects. These were disciples sent by friendly sects to support Shu Mountain Sect. Although they were not many or highly powerful, they still expressed their support and backing attitude. After all, Shu Mountain Sect often helped smaller neighboring sects in daily matters. Even if it was only a formality, they felt obligated to send people over to express their wishes. Among them, people from the outer sect of the Frenzied Saber sect also came. The Isaiah saw Yuan and Justine, whom he had met not long ago. Upon hearing that Shu Mountain was going to attack Yuan Sect, they volunteered to help. Although they did not find the Sword Dao Master last time, they firmly believed that the Sword Dao Master was still in Shu Mountain. So they took this opportunity to see the Isaiahs of Shu Mountain themselves, hoping to find that figure among them. Naturally, their efforts were in vain. Depart. Following Gerardo's command, everyone mounted their magical tools and rose off the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Countless flying swords and various magical tools sliced through the air, heading towards Yuan Sect in grand procession. The Isaiah withdrew his gaze from the departing crowd. He turned back to the sect. This time, he was assigned to stay and manage sect affairs in place of the patriarch. Despite multiple requests to join the battle, he was repeatedly denied. Gerardo insisted that the main branch of Xuanhuan was paramount and needed an authoritative figure to guard it. Thus, he decisively placed this heavy responsibility on him. This weighty task was not easy to shoulder. Of course, besides him, many other Isaiahs also stayed behind. They certainly did not slack off. Although they did not participate in the battle, the fighting atmosphere here was no less intense. After all, so many people had been dispatched at once. Xuanhuan sect was currently somewhat weakened. There were many demons lurking around, watching closely. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to serious consequences. At the top of the demon-locking pagoda, a disheveled figure lay on a dilapidated bed. He turned over, then turned again, restless and unable to sleep. He got up, his eyes dull and vacant. It's too quiet. I'm not used to it. I can't sleep. Damn. Hundreds of miles away from Millennial sect, atop a mountain, Atman's eyes blazed with fury. The person who could provoke such a strong reaction from him was naturally Zachariah. Atman clutched his head, unable to accept this reality. He would rather believe this was Anwar's ghost than accept that this was the real Zachariah. In his imagination, anyone who could intercept his path to the tribulation must be at least at the same level as him, capable of enduring the thunderstorm. At least, it should be someone around the tribulation realm level. Or, at minimum, a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. But Zachariah? Zachariah appeared right before his eyes. What was this? That guy, not long ago, was running around desperately, needing to rely on Anwar's sacrifice for survival. And now, he actually stood before him, interrupting his thunder tribulation? I said, I will definitely kill you. Today, I will take your life. Zachariah looked down upon Atman with an indifferent gaze, like looking at a dead man. Being looked at like this by Zachariah, Atman felt extremely uncomfortable. Previously, Zachariah was a mere existence he could completely overlook. But now, their positions seemed to be reversed. Suddenly, Atman laughed, an insane laugh born of rage. Zachariah, you are way out of your depth. Atman took a deep breath, recalling all the incidents stirred up by Zachariah. Everything surfaced in his mind. Everything started when he listened to Kira and decided to kill this insignificant Xuanhuan disciple. Since then, the wheels of fate began to turn. The girl he cherished, Abby, died after Zachariah replaced her heart using some secret technique. Later, Zachariah escaped multiple times from both him and Kira, even cutting off one of Kira's arms. And now, Zachariah directly destroyed his hope of advancing to the tribulation realm. When Zachariah said he would kill him and destroy Millennial sect, he paid no heed. He thought as long as his cultivation continued to progress, the gap between him and Zachariah would remain insurmountable. However, he never expected. In less than 2 years, Zachariah had already reached his level. On what grounds? Why does a mere Xuanhuan disciple ruin my plans so many times? Atman's eyes were bloodshot red. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, charging directly at Zachariah. And Zachariah wasted no time, striking out with a punch. Boom. Chapter 150 Collision. As the two figures clashed, an awe-inspiring shockwave abruptly exploded outward, dispersing all the mist and fog. After their exploratory strike, they swiftly separated. Atman's gaze flickered in astonishment. Xuanhuan intent realm. He could distinctly feel the aura of Xuanhuan intent from Zachariah's body. Instantly, Atman's expression turned slightly solemn. The last time he faced Zachariah had not even reached the celestial transcendence stage, and in less than 2 years, he had already advanced to the Xuanhuan intent realm. This rate of cultivation was beyond comprehension for ordinary people. How many resources has Mount Shu sect invested in him? But what puzzled him most was how this Xuanhuan intent realm cultivator managed to withstand that lightning tribulation. What treasure did he possess? Atman clenched his teeth in frustration. To think such a prodigy appeared in Mount Shu sect, it truly was heaven's blessing on Mount Shu. If allowed to continue growing, one day he might even seize the position of sect master of Mount Shu. Initially, Atman considered recruiting Zachariah into the Joy sect. But after Zachariah disrupted his tribulation, he was now dead in Atman's eyes. The sect hasn't sent any messages yet. The main force of Mount Shu must not have arrived. If the main force of Mount Shu had arrived, it wouldn't be Zachariah facing him but the sect master. Therefore, Zachariah must have come alone. In an instant, Atman's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he harbored nothing but boundless killing intent. Zachariah's arrogance and recklessness provided the perfect opportunity. To Atman, Zachariah's value surpassed that of the late Anwar. Killing Anwar merely weakened Mount Shu slightly, but by slaying Zachariah, he would snuff out Mount Shu's future. From this perspective, Jalan Marshallin's words weren't without merit. You were too impatient. If it were several decades later, I might not be certain whether I could still kill you then. A vicious smile crept onto Atman's face. Next moment, the oppressive power of the soul formation realm pressed down like a towering mountain directly upon Zachariah. Reaching the soul formation realm allows one to attack low-level cultivators as if it were a dimensional assault, fundamentally due to the overwhelming pressure of the soul formation realm. Especially since Atman had reached the peak of soul formation, his released pressure was almost divine. This pressure would subconsciously make people lose the will to resist. Even those with weak wills would prostrate before him. It was common for soul formation realm experts to win without fighting. Zachariah remained unperturbed, while Atman's pressure caused some disturbance. His mental strength ensured his resolve remained unshaken. However, his body felt somewhat heavy, as if carrying a mountain, a clear contrast to his previous agility. There was no way around this. Facing a soul formation realm expert, one couldn't avoid this challenge. But Zachariah had already devised a countermeasure. Vacuum palm. Suddenly, Zachariah's palm erupted with a powerful suction force. Since moving towards Atman had slowed, he would pull Atman closer. Thus, the time for his punch to reach Atman would be shorter. Caught off guard, Atman flew uncontrollably towards Zachariah. Zachariah's fist grew infinitely larger in his vision. Bang! Next moment, Atman's body slammed into the mountaintop. The powerful blow drove him deep into the mountain. The mountain shook as Atman emerged from the ground. His hair disheveled. He wiped his mouth and found blood on his thumb. With a grimace, he muttered, "This guy's strength isn't ordinary either." Zachariah showed no intention of stopping. Flipping his hand, he unleashed another powerful suction force. This time, Atman was prepared. He couldn't fall for the same trick twice. Atman's eyes gleamed. As Zachariah unleashed the vacuum palm, Atman's body warped and turned into a black wisp, being sucked toward Zachariah. Zachariah paused briefly. Next moment, Atman appeared behind Zachariah. His hollow void finger pointed at Zachariah's head, learning from past mistakes. Last time he used hollow void finger to pierce Zachariah's heart, but instead of killing Zachariah, he inadvertently led to Abby's death. So this time, he aimed straight for Zachariah's head. Atman didn't believe Zachariah could survive a head piercing. However, Zachariah reacted just as quickly, simultaneously with Atman's hollow void finger. He slashed with his mental sword. Mental sword is invisible and immediate, requiring no aim, no extra movements or incantations. Thus, even without turning around, once Zachariah detected Atman's location and movement via his mental awareness, he could unleash the mental sword. The mental sword met Atman's hollow void finger. Within an instant, Zachariah's mental sword shattered, but it bought him a brief moment. Turning, he blocked the hollow void finger with both hands. Hollow void finger created a shallow blood hole in his arm. But that was all. It failed to penetrate completely. Even the blood hole began visibly healing under Atman's watchful eyes. What? Atman's eyes widened in terror. The hollow void finger had always been his deadly skill, unfailing against all targets until now. None had ever escaped without a punctured hole. Yet now, he witnessed the first exception. Someone unpierced by the hollow void finger. Moreover, that blood hole rapidly healed. Was he human? Could this be a human body? This body, it's wrong. Atman's composure crumbled. He suddenly recalled the immensely powerful corporeal cultivators who intimidated even him. Some corporeal cultivators possessed bodies so strong that they transcended the mundane, reaching the higher realms of corporeal development. Though he knew little about them, he understood that the final stage of corporeal ascent equated to a mortal body. Entering this realm made one nearly immortal. This thought brought dread to Atman's heart. Had Zachariah's physical body also ascended along with his mystical rise? Did he endure my lightning tribulations with brute physical resistance, rather than using artifacts? Considering this, his heart sank. Meanwhile, Zachariah felt a twinge of regret. If he had attained the sovereign body, Atman's attacks wouldn't even scratch him. Unfortunately, just the tribulation lightning wasn't enough for such advancement. Cultivators experienced tribulation multiple times during the ascension stage. Adding those experiences might suffice for a breakthrough, but he didn't hope for Atman's next tribulation. To him, Atman was already a dead man. Dead men have no second chances. Distracted by Zachariah's physical prowess, Atman watched the blood hole vanish as if it never existed. Next moment, Zachariah drew his starry sword, aiming for Atman's head. Atman recoiled in horror, sensing a chill down his neck and the eerie sensation of decapitation. The sharpness of Zachariah's sword demanded utmost caution. His body retreated as a black shadow. A streak of sword light slashed through the air where he stood, dividing the clouds and sky in half. Atman couldn't help but look at Zachariah's sword. The blade shimmered with starlight, exuding an ancient yet mighty aura like the dark night sky. One glance revealed its extraordinary nature. Excellent sword. Despite their opposing stances and deep-seated hatred, Atman couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Next moment, Atman also summoned his magic tool. Usually, unless he faced a peer who truly troubled him, he rarely used his magic tool, because it was very special. Each use not only consumed divine essence, but also shortened his lifespan. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily deploy it. Unexpectedly, Zachariah, a xuanhuan disciple, could force him to this extent. Now, I can't view him merely as a disciple anymore. Even when facing xuanhuan, he hadn't suffered such significant setbacks. At that moment, Zachariah saw a rod half an arm's length long appear in Atman's hand. The material of the rod was unknown but appeared black overall. One end of the rod had a transparent spherical orb. The Hagen sect is truly unique. Even its sect leader's magic tool stands out, Zachariah remarked. Upon closer inspection, the sphere was filled with crimson patterns that made it seem about to crack. Deeper within, something seemed hidden behind the blood-red patterns, barely discernible. Even with his excellent eyesight, Zachariah couldn't see through it. Zachariah immediately sensed there was something peculiar about this magic tool, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly. There was no time to dwell on it further. Zachariah slashed with his sword. Waves of dark thunder accompanied the sword light, instantly surrounding Atman. Atman's eyes flickered, and he raised his wrist slightly, spinning the black rod in his hand. A transparent protective shield formed around him. The sword light and dark thunder exploded beside him, but couldn't truly harm him. A mocking smile spread across Atman's face. As the black rod spun once more, the world before Zachariah's eyes spun wildly, all directions inverted. In that instant, Atman flashed before Zachariah. A blood-red glow shot directly towards Zachariah's head. Zachariah closed his eyes, using his mental awareness to sense and twist his body, simultaneously unleashing his mental sword, deflecting Atman's attack. Atman felt somewhat annoyed, but refused to drop his smirk. Youngsters react faster. That old dog Geo couldn't guard against this move. This trick inverted the opponent's vision suddenly. Anyone would be startled by such sudden changes. Anwar, upon encountering this move, initially failed to react, leading to his defeat after taking a hit from Atman. Now, hearing Atman talk about Anwar so disrespectfully, Zachariah's anger flared. His mental awareness transformed into a giant sword piercing the other's forehead. At the same time, Zachariah moved like a dragon, circling behind Atman. His starry sword glowed brightly, aiming for the critical spot behind him. Faced with a front and rear assault, Atman spun the black rod, forming a protective shield while turning to meet Zachariah's strike. The crimson-patterned orb at the end of the rod emitted an even brighter red glow. The sword tip collided with the orb, and an invisible shockwave instantly spread out. Soon, the red glow from the orb gradually overshadowed the original light from Zachariah's starry sword. Zachariah suddenly felt his blood roiling as if the orb emitted a suction force comparable to the vacuum palm, drawing all his blood toward it. Realizing something was amiss, Zachariah tried to withdraw his starry sword, but found it seemingly stuck to the crimson orb. He couldn't pull it back no matter how much strength he applied. The orb seemed to absorb even his power. At that moment, a triumphant smile appeared on Atman's face. Looks like I overestimated you. You're not much better than that old dog. Anwar had similarly faced this situation. However, Zachariah's response differed from Anwar. Anwar tried every means to withdraw his sword from the orb. Zachariah, however, abandoned that approach. If he withdrew now, it would play right into Atman's hands. Zachariah directly activated the 5 Elements Secret Treasury, unleashing elemental forces through the starry sword. After the 5 elemental forces were absorbed, he then unleashed the Dark Thunder Sword technique, pumping more energy into the crimson orb, even injecting blood sun power simultaneously. Seeing this, Atman's face changed drastically. He never expected Zachariah to inject more energy into the orb instead of retreating. The orb instantly absorbed too many mixed forces. The interplay of the 5 elements, yin-yang, and thunder energies raged within, intensifying like fuel poured on a fire. Oh no! Atman could no longer remain calm. He had to withdraw to prevent the precious magic tool from exploding. Why does this guy possess such diverse and mixed forces? Atman clenched his teeth. It was another scenario breaking his understanding of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators usually chose 1 or 2 attributes to cultivate. Focusing too much on diversity would dilute results. Moreover, conflicting attributes would make cultivation inefficient. In short, it wasn't worth it. Yet Zachariah possessed multiple attribute powers within him, refreshing Atman's perception thoroughly. Due to Atman's withdrawal, his back was struck by Zachariah's mental sword, creating a ghastly gash. More crucially, his body shuddered, causing a brief lapse in focus. That fleeting lapse was most critical. In that moment, Zachariah seized the opportunity. Mind-focused, he gripped the starry sword tightly, swinging the mightiest slash. Xuanhuan slaying slash. Using both Mansword Union and extreme shadow killing technique, he slashed straight down at Atman's head. The overwhelming sword light split the desolate mountain in two, and simultaneously, completely buried Atman underground. Within the Hagen sect, Emmanuel admired her beauty in the mirror. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. This unease signaled something amiss. Her heartbeat accelerated, making her feel uneasy. Could it be? The sect leader has encountered trouble? Bang! Her room door was kicked open. This was beyond rudeness. It was outright provocation. A murderous intent surfaced on Emmanuel's face. Regardless of the past, since she gained favor and influence, no one dared to treat her like this. Who dares to be so bold? Emmanuel turned around, her voice dropping almost inaudibly at the last word. Panic appearing in her eyes. Because the person wasn't just anyone, it was Kira. After being hit by Kira last time, Emmanuel harbored psychological trauma towards her. Until the sect leader returned, she could only temporarily avoid her. Even though the sect leader instructed her to monitor Kira, this dangerous task was beyond her courage. She believed the sect leader wouldn't blame her, understanding her predicament and punishing Kira harshly. This was her genuine thought. So after returning from her encounter with Kira, she stayed indoors, avoiding seeing others' smirks. Yet, she never imagined. She didn't seek Kira, but Kira came to her, and in such a crude manner. Due to the heartache she just experienced and her concern for the safety of the sect leader, Emmanuel didn't have as much confidence at that moment. She could only muster up the courage and ask, Vice Sect Leader, did the sect leader ever instruct you to treat me like this? Uttering those words required considerable courage. After all, Kira's expression was far from pleasant, as if shrouded in a dark cloud. You slut, you still dare to mention the sect leader to me? Tell me, where has the sect leader gone? Kira naturally didn't believe the nonsense Atman had told her before. Atman had said he was fetching reinforcements and would return with a powerful individual in the Transcendence stage, ensuring the Hegon sect's invincibility. Previously, Kira might have believed him naively, but now, she fully understood how foolish she had been. She no longer blindly trusted Atman's lies and could discern the flaws in his statements. For instance, about fetching reinforcements. Could it be that she didn't know what kind of reputation the Hegon sect had? She had been at the sect for many years and knew that no major sect or formidable cultivator had close ties with the Hegon sect. Furthermore, the sect leader always thought ahead. If there were truly any available reinforcements, the sect leader wouldn't have waited until Shushan declared war to urgently seek aid, leaving the sect undefended. That would be too foolish and not at all like the sect leader's usual behavior. Therefore, she would rather believe that the sect leader was lying to her again, all due to distrust. However, now she didn't even hope for the sect leader's trust anymore. Do you want to say or not? Kira stepped forward and directly grabbed Emmanuel by the neck. This flirtatious woman was the one closest to the sect leader. She was most likely to know where the sect leader had gone and what he was doing. I don't know. Emmanuel's face turned red from suffocation, pain evident as she struggled to push Kira's hand away. However, with her strength, she was no match for Kira. She was completely at Kira's mercy. I'm not joking. Kira's face was cold. Our scouts have already reported that Xushan is rushing towards the Hegon sect. Now we need the sect leader back more than ever. Can you take responsibility for delaying such an important matter for the sect? Kira's grip tightened, as if she wanted to strangle her on the spot. Emmanuel's eyes bulged, struggling on the brink of suffocation. Eventually, Kira loosened her grip. She had already caused the death of Abby, whom the sect leader cherished deeply. If she killed another favorite, her own future wouldn't be promising either. Emmanuel gasped for breath, coughed violently, and snot and tears streamed down her face. At this moment, she had no dignity left. Being so vulnerable in front of someone she hated felt humiliating. But she had to lower herself, kneeling and pleading for forgiveness. Vice sect leader, calm down. Every word I've said is true. The sect leader really didn't tell me where he was going, or what he was doing. He only mentioned that he would surprise me upon his return, and that if he succeeded, it would count as a great achievement for me. He only said that much. Concerning the safety of the sect, I have not concealed anything. Kira found it hard to believe Emmanuel was lying. She furrowed her brow, realizing that if the sect leader hadn't told Emmanuel, then he likely hadn't told anyone else the truth either. What was he doing, and would he return? These questions remained mysteries. Now, the higher-ups in the main hall were in turmoil. Without the sect leader to manage things during this critical moment, fear and suspicion spread among everyone. Even the lower disciples were filled with anxiety. Successful? Only when he succeeds, it will count as a great achievement. Kira focused on these key phrases from Emmanuel. What exactly did you do for the sect leader? Why would you receive credit? This? It was hard for her to say, despite feeling no shame while doing it. But now, especially in front of someone she despised, it felt awkward to voice. Do you want to relive what happened just now? Seeing Emmanuel hesitate, Kira's expression darkened. Emmanuel trembled. I'll talk everything. Hashtag chapter 151. Meteor Sword. You really live up to the name of a despicable scum. Kira glanced down at her, as if looking at a dirty fly. Emmanuel lowered her head, biting her lower lip tightly and remaining silent. The next moment, Kira's figure vanished from her room. Emmanuel raised her head, and suddenly her body felt as if it had fallen apart, collapsing weakly on the ground. It seems his departure from the sect this time isn't that simple, Kira thought to herself as she walked out of the room. He said he was going to find a helper in the tribulation realm, but was he talking about himself? Most likely, Atman had experienced an enlightenment while practicing the secret cultivation method with Emmanuel and went off to transcend tribulations. No wonder he pampered Emmanuel so much. One Abby leaves, and another Emmanuel comes. If it were the old Kira, she would be heartbroken. But now, her heart was calm and still. Transcending tribulations? If he successfully enters the tribulation realm, don't I have to continue enduring his bullying here? Kira's eyes flickered. This attack by the Shu Mountain Sect is an opportunity. 100 miles away from Mount Shu. This was originally a peaceful and tranquil small village. But now, mournful cries echoed through the village. Along with the cries, beams of blood shot into the sky. Regardless of gender or age, none were spared. One after another, they fell. Blood flowed like rivers. The stench of blood wafted up the mountain, triggering howls of wild beasts. In less than half an hour, all the villagers were slaughtered. Do devils dare to act thus? 3 righteous cultivators, passing by and seeing the innocent villagers being brutally slaughtered by demons, instantly became furious. In their anger, the 3 acted together. Moments later, the bone-winged devil stood atop the corpses of those cultivators, licking the warm blood from his hands with his long tongue. Overconfident fools, truly wishing for death. Those old dogs of Shu Mountain hide like cowards. Who can stop me here? Before his words had even finished, another voice sounded behind him. Impressive, truly impressive. The bone-winged devil turned back immediately, seeing someone walking out of the dense forest, applauding as he approached. He wore black clothes, with a hood over his head, and 2 deep scars marred his uneven face. The bone-winged devil paused. Another cultivator seeking death? Just as the bone-winged devil was about to claim another head, he suddenly sensed a strong demonic aura from the approaching figure. It was one of his kind. The killing intent faded only for the other's words to reignite it. Too afraid to go to Shu Mountain, hiding here to kill ants. This makes you happy? The black-robed man's words hit a sore spot. Indeed, he was too afraid. Even though he had heard that Shu Mountain sent most of its forces to attack the Hegon sect, leaving them vulnerable. It was a good opportunity to strike. Yet, despite the sword cultivators of Shu Mountain ruining many of his plans, he couldn't muster the courage to invade Shu Mountain. After all, an emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. Many demons had a deep-rooted fear of Shu Mountain. What does it matter to you what I do? The bone-winged devil bared his fangs in a sinister smile. How could being mocked by a fellow demon be any better? Next moment, the bone-winged devil flapped his wings, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the black-robed man. With a mere wave of his hand, the black-robed man deflected the bone-winged devil, sending him flying. Rolling several times on the ground, the bone-winged devil lifted his head, eyes wide with shock. Nirvana soul state. Who are you? The black-robed man sighed wistfully, a homeless dog barely clinging to life. Just then, more figures emerged from the dense forest behind him. They wore identical black clothing. Of course, there were also various other demonic forms among them. Glancing around, they numbered in the hundreds. The black-robed man stood before the bone-winged devil, looking down condescendingly. Faint-hearted coward, you now have 2 choices. 1. Join us. 2. Die. Which will you choose? Hundreds of miles from the Hegon sect, the split mountain had caused a stir across a vast area. Countless gazes fixed on the direction of the barren mountain, filled with shock and horror. What kind of powerful being is fighting there? This sword is astonishing. Which renowned sword master has come here? I heard the Shu Mountain Sect was attacking the Hagen Sect. Could it be the Shu Mountain Sword Cultivators arrived? Even among the Shu Mountain Sword Cultivators, few can cleave a mountain with one sword strike. Could it be the sect leader of Shu Mountain personally? But this place is still hundreds of miles away from the Hagen Sect. Why choose here for a battle? Countless voices expressed suspicion and disbelief. Some who saw the thunderclouds earlier even declared it a battle between Transcendence Realm experts. Some reckless individuals suggested venturing closer. All this guessing won't help. Why not go and see for ourselves? If you want to go, go alone. I won't risk my life watching a fight between such high-level experts. If you're tired of living, go ahead. I'd rather live a few more years. Meanwhile, at the center of the turmoil, a figure floated in midair. His gaze was fixed on the mountain below. If you're alive, crawl out now. Zachariah spoke softly, yet the words clearly reached underground. A loud rumble resounded. The split mountain exploded from the middle, creating a huge crater. Dust and smoke rose. When the dust settled, a figure appeared in the middle, unmistakably Atman. Atman was covered in dust, his hair disheveled, and his appearance haggard. The most gruesome part was the deep cut running down the middle of his head. A terrifying scar stretched from his crown to beneath his nose. Blood and flesh were exposed, making him look like a monstrous ghost, incredibly frightening. The crimson blood had already clotted on his face. So too had the monstrous expression on his face. I vow not to be human until I take your life. Atman let out a deafening roar. Never had he felt such fury rising from within his chest. Amidst the surge of rage, Atman's aura reached its peak. As dusk fell over Shu Mountain, sudden flames burst from the mountain gate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Along with the startled shouts of the guards came the raucous laughter of countless demons. Immediately afterward, the protective arrays of Shu Mountain were bombarded with immense power. Elders and disciples alike were alarmed. Streams of light flew out from their rooms. Finian Balder had ordered everyone to stay vigilant. The entire sect was now on high alert. Though they were guarding the sect, each person bore greater responsibility than those attacking the Hagen Sect. Those attacking the Hagen Sect still had a fallback plan if they failed. But the defenders could not afford to lose. If they lost, Shu Mountain would have no place to retreat. Report. Finian, the enemies are formidable. They're concentrating their attacks on the mountain gate. It's almost falling. Why panic? Finian Balder stood in the air, his face stern. All disciples listen. Follow me to slay the demons and expel the evil. At his command, everyone responded. They rushed toward the mountain gate. A great battle was imminent. Bamboo groves before the demon-locking pagoda. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept through. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared on the open ground of the bamboo grove. Raising his gaze, he looked at the nearby demon-locking pagoda. The towering pagoda seemed unshakable, forged like iron. Please note that character names are transliterated into Pinyin for English readers. The black-clothed man stood gazing at the demon-locking pagoda, muttering to himself, "So many years have passed. Kelvin, how are you faring?" Hardly had his words faded when another voice picked up from behind. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out you're a remnant of the Kelvin's forces." From the dark corner of the bamboo grove, a figure with dark skin emerged. Compared to this dark-skinned figure, the black-clothed man no longer seemed so dark. This person was none other than the Isaiah who had initially sought to take Zachariah as his disciple, Huxley. Huxley revealed a mouthful of white teeth. "You must be one of the Kelvin's battle generals, right?" "Battle general? I dare not call myself that." The black-clothed man shook his head, a hint of self-mockery playing on his lips. Apart from Huxley, several Addisons emerged from the dense forest, surrounding the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man glanced around. "Looks like entering this demon-locking pagoda won't be simple." "Not just not simple." Huxley scratched his ear and showed off his white teeth. "There's no chance at all." The patriarch had left him guarding outside the pagoda to annihilate any demons or evil spirits who dared to have ideas about it. In the next moment, Huxley and several Addisons instantly unleashed fierce killing moves. Boom, boom, boom. Under the night sky, two figures intersected in midair. The shockwave created by their collision directly shattered the mountain body. Countless rocks turned into flying ash. A desolate mountain originally hundreds of feet tall had been split in two by Zachariah's sword. After experiencing the aftermath of their battle, even its peak crumbled away, since Atman fully erupted. The fight between him and Zachariah continued non-stop. Their battle had reached a fever pitch. Atman bore many new wounds, and because of the strange artifact on Atman, the injuries inflicted by it would not heal automatically in the short term. That artifact seemed to also drain Zachariah's life force during the struggle. If not for Zachariah's formidable vitality, he would have already lost all his life force and become a dried-up corpse. At this moment, Atman appeared deranged. He played his last card, holding nothing back. He believed Zachariah was in the same boat. Now, it was a contest of who could hold on until the end. God Realm, what a pity you're only in the God Realm. Atman laughed crazily, still mocking Zachariah's cultivation level, completely unashamed. For him, this should have been shameful since Zachariah, at the God Realm, could match him to this extent. But now, he laughed wildly. He desperately needed some confidence. His peak soul transformation realm cultivation gave him that edge precisely when he needed it most. Because whether in divine essence reserves or endurance, peak soul transformation was more than a notch above the God Realm. Zachariah was indeed strong, and he could injure Atman, but to kill him was insufficient. All Atman had to do was endure. Once Zachariah's divine essence was exhausted, everything would reverse. Atman would gain complete control. Atman knew this. How could Zachariah not? An already qualified soul transformation realm cultivator is indeed hard to kill. Zachariah pondered inwardly. Although Atman hadn't successfully transcended the tribulation, he had already reached this stage, essentially halfway to the tribulation realm. For Zachariah to kill him, the current offensive wasn't enough. Hush. Prolonging the fight further would lead to an unfavorable situation for him. He'd then have to retreat using shifting shadows. Though there'd be future opportunities to kill him, Zachariah didn't want to miss this chance. One surge and momentum build. Hesitate twice and it wanes. Thrice, and all energy is spent. Failing to finish him now would deal a blow to Zachariah's spirit. Zachariah took a deep breath. His gaze suddenly brightened, like a star appearing in the darkest night sky. That star gradually grew brighter, until it shone brilliantly. Simultaneously, the star sword in Zachariah's hand mirrored his eyes, glowing brightly, becoming exceptionally radiant. Atman's heart jolted. He sensed something ominous. Although he couldn't understand the change, he felt a sense of impending danger. A chill ran down his spine. Without saying anything, Atman hurled his artifact towards Zachariah, releasing a crimson beam. But Zachariah's figure vanished instantly, like a brilliant star disappearing behind clouds. Next moment, he reappeared elsewhere. Atman felt slightly unsettled, quickly attacking the other side. Zachariah's figure vanished again, reappearing on his right side. Atman felt mocked and humiliated, but could do nothing. Zachariah evaded every attack like a slippery eel. He knew Zachariah was preparing a terrifying move. He cannot be allowed to succeed. With hardened resolve, Atman suddenly stabbed his artifact into his own healing wound. Fresh crimson blood oozed out. The ruby atop the artifact absorbed the blood, its red glow intensifying. Atman screamed in agony. Simultaneously, countless threads of bloody light radiated from the ruby, enveloping Atman entirely. Soon, he transformed into a blood-red giant, opening a massive maw and roaring thunderously, "Zachariah! To kill you, I've sacrificed 100 years of my life, 100 years. Even if you fall to hell, it will have been worth it." As a blood-red giant, he slammed his hands together in midair, releasing a blood-colored shockwave from his palms toward all directions. Its speed rivaled lightning. Covering a vast area, Zachariah could no longer evade the way he did before. He was blasted back several miles by the shockwave. A trickle of fresh blood dripped from his mouth. However, the brilliance in his eyes flickered only slightly, not fading. The shockwave not only affected Zachariah, but everyone within 100 miles felt their chests tremble. As if struck forcefully, blood surged internally, spewing out through the throat. Those weaker cultivators, closer by, spewed blood profusely and died instantly. The blood-red giant was unsatisfied. He aimed to extinguish Zachariah's spirit, and even shatter Zachariah's very existence, continuously clapping his hands. Waves of blood shocks relentlessly attacked Zachariah. Within 100 miles, cultivators scattered outward like they'd seen ghosts, fearful of becoming icy corpses. Despite this, many died while fleeing. Blood trickled continuously from the corner of Zachariah's mouth, but the light in his eyes never faltered, like an unwavering flame in a hurricane. Why don't you perish?" The blood-red giant roared. Despite Zachariah being drenched in blood, he continued to bolster his energy. The star sword in his hand, resonating with its master, glowed more brilliantly than ever since leaving the sword graveyard. In the state of enlightened sword heart, Zachariah felt the jubilation emanating from the sword. It seemed excited, passion reignited, as if reliving the glory days of conquering all fronts. Since obtaining this sword, Zachariah had never managed to awaken its true personality, perhaps staying in Mount Shu for too long, living a low-profile life, lacking such uninhibited combat fury. Translation provided as per your instructions. Thus, the sword's potential had never been fully unleashed until this very moment. Sensing Zachariah's resolve, the sword finally began to reveal its true might. In the next instant, Zachariah raised the sword high above his head. The light from the sword and the gleam in his eyes almost merged into one. A sword in tint, as if originating from the netherworld, spread out from the blade. Atman felt a chill down his spine. Suddenly, it felt as if the surrounding temperature had dropped several degrees. This ominous feeling made him feel as if one foot had already stepped into the gates of death. In a daze, the scene before his eyes seemed to change. He opened his eyes wide and saw a river floating past him. The netherworld. Netherworld sword in tint. In the next moment, Zachariah struck with his sword. One strike, a star fell. One strike, it plunged into the netherworld. A sword beam more immense than any divine strike descended like a comet piercing through the sky. Simultaneously, where the sword beam passed, it seemed as if a flood from the netherworld surged down, as if the netherworld was pouring from the heavens. No, Atman could not evade. The sword beam approached in an instant. All he could do was block with both hands, trying to subdue the sword beam. At the moment the enormous blood-red palm pressed against the sword beam, Atman's face immediately showed signs of delight. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. Do you think my 100 years of life were wasted? At this point, the light in Zachariah's eyes had faded, and exhaustion was etched on his face. His muscles slackened, as if drained of all energy. That single strike had consumed nearly all his divine essence and stamina. Due to using the netherworld sword intent, he was now at the end of his strength. Atman used all his strength to shatter the sword beam completely. He laughed maniacally, as if seeing total victory. Who said I only had that one strike? Zachariah's expression was cold and stern. In the next moment, a godly sword imbued with netherworld sword intent emerged from where the sword beam disappeared and chopped down towards Atman's head. Instantly, the blood-red giant split into two halves. In the next instant, the blood-red giant shattered into fragments of bloody light and vanished entirely. Only Atman remained suspended in midair for a moment before plummeting straight downward. Why is this happening? Atman's mouth opened. A more prominent sword mark appeared right through the center of his body. Even his soul suffered unprecedented damage. More crucially, the vitality within his body was rapidly being stripped away. Having directly endured Zachariah's netherworld sword intent, his body had lost too much life force. He knew why he had lost. It was due to his final arrogance. Zachariah's majestic strike that felled stars was merely a feint. His true killing move was the godly sword carrying the strongest netherworld sword intent hidden until the end. Even understanding the cause, he still couldn't believe he had been thoroughly defeated by Zachariah. That insect who once could have been crushed at will had now turned around and bitten him to death. How absurd. How absurd. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Atman laughed again, laughing until blood and tears flowed together. No one could tell whether what poured from his eyes was blood or tears. I told you, I would kill you. Zachariah's figure landed. He approached Atman step by step, his gaze cold. Today, I will keep my promise. Standing before Atman, Zachariah's expression was calm, devoid of sorrow or joy, because he knew that even if he killed the worthy-to-die sect leader of the Bliss sect, Anwar would not return. Even in death, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Suddenly, Atman grabbed Zachariah's ankle. Fierce energy surged from within him. Zachariah's heart skipped a beat. This guy wants to self-destruct? Cornered, Atman had lost rationality. He thrust the strange artifact into his body, attempting to use its power for one final frenzied explosion. Why hasn't the sect leader returned yet? Inside the Bliss sect, the main hall was in chaos, everyone discussing the absence of their leader. The clamor and confusion were overwhelming, and even the person in charge, Kira, couldn't suppress it. But she didn't seem to want to suppress it either. She just stood there, indifferent to their commotion. Vice sect leader, speak up. What should we do now? And Isaiah couldn't help but question Kira when she remained silent. Kira responded simply, no one knows where the sect leader has gone. Now, we can only leave it to fate. Just then, outside came the report. The Sichuan Mountain contingent is less than 300 miles away. Note asterisk the translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text closely to preserve the intended pacing and emphasis. ####Chapter 152. Deserter. Temptation. Etienne, the master of Shu Mountain Sect, suddenly halted. The large group following behind him also stopped. Master, what's wrong? And Isaiah behind him asked. Etienne's gaze scanned the distance. In that brief moment, he had sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. Although it had vanished in an instant, it did not escape his notice. Etienne raised his hand and pointed in the direction he was looking at. Look over there, do you see anything? Several Isaiahs turned their heads to look as instructed. Everyone strained their eyes but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Master, forgive my poor eyesight. All I see is an ordinary mountain there. One Isaiah shook his head and said. Suddenly, another voice quivered. No, that mountain. It doesn't seem so ordinary. Upon hearing this, everyone scrutinized again. Their gazes collectively froze. It appeared as if the mountain had been split down the middle. Those disciples at the back also craned their necks to see, but their vision wasn't as keen as the Isaiahs. Thus, they could only glimpse the mountain but not discern its entirety. One strike, clean and swift. Master Etienne spoke aloud. If it were you, could you do it? The Isaiahs exchanged glances and fell into silence. Splitting a mountain was no easy feat, but to do it with just one strike, cleaving a mountain cleanly in two, was even more challenging. Perhaps only during the peak of one's power would such a feat be possible. Yet, even then, it was still uncertain. The collective silence of the Isaiahs was a silent answer. Who on earth could wield such supreme sword mastery? Heaven has no limits, and neither does human capability. Was that sword cultivator battling someone? At this point, one Isaiah suggested investigating further. Etienne shook his head. Let us not complicate matters further. Given the current critical juncture, it was unwise to instigate any new incidents. However, at that very moment, a blood-red light shot skyward. A terrifying crimson energy exploded outward, spreading wildly. Even from such a distance, everyone felt the wind tinged with blood, as if caught in the wave of violent energy. In their stunned gazes, the distant blood-red light seemed to dye half the sky red. What is that? What's happening? The force of this power is incredible. This aura, could it be some monstrous beast? As they gossiped, they watched helplessly as the mountain peak disappeared under the onslaught of this terrifying crimson energy. It vanished as if it had never existed. It seems a significant battle just took place there. Judging by this, it appears to be a life-and-death struggle between a world-class sword cultivator and a demon. Given those shocking moves, is the sword cultivator still alive? With such destructive power, even if I went there, I wouldn't survive. This stunning spectacle made many Isaiahs shudder. Such earth-shattering force was far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Master Etienne furrowed his brows. The explosion-like energy surge felt highly unusual to him. I hope the sword cultivator is unharmed. Etienne could only silently pray for him. Just barely escaped being annihilated by that fool. Zachariah's figure appeared in a valley far from the desolate mountain. Recalling that thrilling moment, he now felt a touch fortunate. Fortunately, he left a shadow clone there. During Atman's critical self-destruction, Zachariah used a shape-shifting technique to avoid the explosion. Energy waves of that magnitude could easily level a mountain. Even with his formidable physique, Zachariah would have been severely injured had he faced it directly. He still had unfinished business and couldn't afford to fall yet. Zachariah glanced at the rod-like magic weapon in his hand. This artifact was taken from Atman's body. At the final moment, Zachariah decided to snatch this item away. After all, this magic weapon was quite formidable and caused him considerable trouble. Allowing it to disappear along with Atman would be too regrettable. Thus, Zachariah quickly seized the artifact from Atman just as he detonated. The process went unexpectedly smoothly. Zachariah was about to carefully study the magic weapon when he suddenly felt a disturbance. His gaze shifted towards the northwest. Have the sect members arrived already? The direction Zachariah looked at was precisely where the main Shushan group had gathered and halted. Looks like I need to hurry. There's no time to dawdle here. Let me meditate while moving. Zachariah muttered to himself before racing toward Xianxia Sect. If he arrived late, Kira might be just a cold corpse. Kira was the direct murderer of Anwar. Compared to Atman, Zachariah hated her more deeply. That woman, he absolutely would not let her go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Outside the gates of Xianxia Sect, the sound of air breaking resounded like a passing hurricane. Attack, enemy attack. The guards of Xianxia Sect were chilled to the bone as Shushan's elite descended like divine soldiers. Inside Xianxia Sect, chaos reigned. The Patriarch's soul lamp is extinguished. With the mournful announcement from the lamplighter echoing in the great hall, the news struck like thunder. Originally, the hall buzzed like a crowded market. Instantly, it erupted into pandemonium. People refused to believe it at first. How could the Patriarch die so suddenly? They would find it easier to believe if he abandoned the sect. Dead? It's absurd. Are you sure your old eyes didn't deceive you? Some high-ranking members lashed out irritably. The lamplighter, an aged man, retorted sharply, "See for yourself, whether it's my blurred vision or your blindness." Upon hearing this, everyone felt stricken. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the lamplighter would not fabricate such crucial information, nor would he conclude based on just one glance. He must have examined it repeatedly, verifying meticulously, before announcing it to everyone. The Patriarch is dead. What shall we do? At this moment, everyone in the hall felt as if the sky was collapsing. They imagined the Patriarch fleeing, but never considered his death. Dead. Kira's face darkened, her emotions complex. Giant he fail the Transcendence and die like that? She knew nothing of Atman's cause of death, but understood roughly what he was up to. Thus, she tentatively attributed his death to a failed Transcendence attempt. Although unlikely, regardless, once the soul lamp extinguished, it signified his end. I don't believe it. Kira suddenly roared, "Nonsense, I refuse to believe the Patriarch is dead." With that, she stormed out of the hall like a whirlwind. Everyone assumed she couldn't accept the reality emotionally, so her departure did not seem peculiar. With Deputy Joseph Kira gone, panic spread throughout the hall. In the leaderless state, signs of disintegration began to appear within the hall. Kira stared at Atman's soul lamp, whose once vibrant glow had faded dimly. In this condition, death was almost certain. Kira laughed suddenly, a laugh filled with mixed feelings. She came to Xianxia Sect because of Atman. For his sake, she abandoned everything, including family, friendship, and the sect. Yet Atman never truly cared for her. From beginning to end, she had merely been a tool for him. In his heart, she was just an expedient tool. What kind of feelings could there be between tools? Once he grew unhappy, he could discard her at any moment like trash. After coming to this realization, Kira felt boundless regret for her previous foolish actions. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down and walked out of the Spirit Soul Hall. At this moment, the sound of bells and drums echoed as the Xianxia Sect entered full combat readiness. Urgent war reports continuously arrived at the mountain gate. Without a strong figure present, it took less than half an incense stick's time before the situation became dire. However, Kira had no intention of engaging in battle. She swiftly flew towards the back mountain. She had never harbored much feeling for this sect. Now that she knew Atman was dead, she could leave without a second thought. As Kira left, a pair of eyes retracted from watching her back. These eyes belonged to Alyssa. She had also just learned about the death of the Patriarch. Naturally, she did not believe it. Could her greatest support be gone so easily? Wasn't he supposed to give her pleasant surprises? Why did it turn into such a shock? Despite her internal turmoil, she had to come to the Spirit Soul Hall for final confirmation. Instead, she saw Kira moving away from the battlefield towards the back mountain. The back mountain had a little-known secret passage that could safely lead one out of the sect. Atman had told her about it. He said it was for emergencies, and if the battle situation became too critical, she should escape through this passage. At the time, to show loyalty, she had refused Atman. She vowed to share hardships with the Patriarch and would not live on her own. Atman appreciated her loyalty and rewarded her once more. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, Alyssa saw Kira fleeing towards the back mountain, abandoning the fight. In her mind, this was undoubtedly a desertion. After inwardly despising her, Alyssa followed suit. Hold, hold. We can't hold. With a loud roar, the mountain gate of Xianxia Sect was completely breached. Numerous streams of light poured in. At this moment, Isaiahs and disciples of Shushan Sect, along with allies from other sects, all flooded into Xianxia Sect. In the air, Etienne furrowed his brows, sensing that breaking through Xianxia Sect's gate seemed surprisingly easy. The Patriarch and Deputy of Xianxia Sect were absent, and even the senior forces were scarce. The defense array at the mountain gate couldn't last long. Is it a trap? Such ease made Etienne suspicious. Suddenly, he sensed a very subtle presence from the side rear. If not for his level of divine consciousness, he wouldn't have noticed it. Etienne's cold gaze swept over, but found no one. Indeed, it's a trick? Thinking it might be the Xianxia Sect Patriarch using a deception tactic, Etienne struck out into the void with a palm, releasing astonishing power toward the position of the subtle presence. He accurately predicted the invisible person's trajectory. F***K. Zachariah, in his hidden state, let out a curse in his mind. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Had he reacted a fraction slower, Etienne might have revealed him. Don't attack, master, it's one of our own. Zachariah sighed inwardly but dared not speak. How could Etienne ever think the person he targeted was his own disciple? Next, Zachariah merged into the crowd. With numerous mixed presences, even Etienne couldn't pinpoint his location. However, Zachariah's action confirmed Etienne's suspicions further. There's an enemy hiding among us. Everyone, be vigilant. All heard and tensed up. While Etienne focused on searching for Zachariah, Zachariah slipped away from the chaotic crowd, seeking Kira's trace. Meanwhile, the Isaiahs had no choice but to lead their disciples out to face Shushan's assault. They realized further argument was futile. Soon, they lose everything, but still, Zachariah saw no sign of Kira. He wondered why such a devoted woman to Atman disappeared during the crisis. It was quite unusual. Ignoring others, Zachariah expanded his senses, searching for Kira's aura. Her presence was indelibly marked in his mind. Kira, you cowardly deserter. You run faster than a rabbit when the sect is in trouble, yet you previously had the nerve to criticize me? Zachariah's spiritual hearing caught these words. The next moment, his figure appeared where the voice originated. A startled Alyssa feared Kira had returned to punish her. Seeing it wasn't Kira, Alyssa relaxed slightly. Thankfully, it isn't. She spoke so softly, being heard was unlikely, but this person wasn't from Xianxia sect. Judging by the current situation, Alyssa deduced his identity. So young, likely a Shushan disciple. Relaxing considerably, Alyssa felt confident she could manipulate a young man. Even the patriarch couldn't resist her charm. How could a mere disciple? Sir, before Alyssa finished, Zachariah interrupted. You called Kira a deserter? Where did she flee? Shocked, Alyssa stammered. Did he really hear that? What kind of ears did he have? Hurry up. Suddenly enraged, Zachariah shouted, stunning her and making her ears ring. Ah, sir, you hurt me. Zachariah's expression darkened. Next, with a swift hand, slap, he sent Alyssa flying with a palm strike, leaving red marks on her face after rolling on the ground. If you babble, I'll scatter your ashes. One last time, where's Kira? Alyssa hadn't expected such brutality from a handsome man. I lost her trail. Seeing the rising killing intent in Zachariah's eyes, she hastily pleaded. Spare me, sir. Though I lost her, she must have used the secret passage. I know where it is. Tell me. Please take me along to guide you. Henceforth, I will serve you as my master, willing to do anything for your forgiveness. Face blank, Zachariah understood the manipulative tactics of Xianxia women. If he agreed, dealing with her would be troublesome like handling dog skin ointment. No, I'll find it myself. Zachariah calmly replied. Then, he extended his hand. Seeing Zachariah's hand reach out toward her, Alyssa instantly understood what he meant by let me see. Given her extensive experience with men, she grasped his intentions immediately. What part of a woman would a man want to look at? Men are always the same. They can't hide their true nature for long. Alyssa promptly guided Zachariah's hand onto her bosom and threw him a sultry glance, as if inviting him to proceed further. You don't just get to look. You get to touch too. Zachariah remained expressionless. He had never seen someone so eager to meet their demise. Bang! A burst of energy struck Alyssa's heart. Her heart skipped violently. Her body trembled sharply, eyes widening in disbelief. You. A thin line of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Her body slowly went limp. Cause of death, heart-shattering palm. Zachariah retracted his hand, frowned, and then lifted his left hand to rinse off the one that had performed the heart-shattering palm. At the same time, he extracted Alyssa's memories from the monster chronicle. This woman was indeed quite promiscuous. The scenes flashing before his eyes were intensely provocative. Even for someone like Zachariah, who had seen it all, it was hard to stay composed. However, now wasn't the time for indulgence. Zachariah focused on extracting her memories regarding the secret passage in the back mountain. Although he could have also obtained this information from Atman's memories, Yin's recollections were far too vast. Alyssa's memories were much more straightforward. So, it's here. Moments later, Zachariah vanished from where he stood and raced directly towards a specific location in the back mountain, deep within the back mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. And Isaiah led several dozen disciples through winding mountain paths until they reached a concealed underground entrance in a secluded valley. Hurry, we need to use this passage to escape. The Isaiah urged everyone to enter through the hidden passageway. But at that moment, a few disciples still declared their determination to live and die with the sect. Foolishness. You represent the future hope of Xianxia sect. As long as you survive, Xianxia sect won't be wiped out. Even if Xianxia sect faces disaster this time, when you grow stronger, you can rebuild the sect. So, no more nonsense. Move. Just as she finished speaking, one disciple attempted to enter the underground passage, but discovered that the entrance was not open. This entrance isn't opened. Not open? How is that possible? The Isaiah was startled and rushed over to check. Her face immediately turned deathly pale. Indeed, the entrance was sealed shut. For an emergency escape route, it should always remain accessible. To close it off, one had to be inside and seal it thoroughly to prevent pursuit. However, at this moment, they, the ones trying to escape, were locked out. Who did this? Who has sealed our path? The Isaiah broke down, shouting angrily. There's a traitor among us. The disciples panicked. One asked trembling, do you mean one of us is a traitor? Not among you. The Isaiah shook her head in grief. Among us, those in high positions. To her knowledge, only senior members of the sect knew about this secret escape route. And even then, not all of them. One had to either hold a high rank or have served for many years. She belonged to the latter group. Who could it be? She gritted her teeth, but couldn't identify the traitor. At that moment, a disciple suggested hesitantly, could it be that whoever hasn't shown up is the traitor? These words struck her like thunder. Awakened by the disciple's words, she remembered that someone had been conspicuously absent since the start of the battle. It's her, Kira. Indeed, those outside our circle can't be trusted. In the secret underground tunnel, Kira moved swiftly through the passage. Unlike the frantic people outside, her mind was remarkably calm. The entrance to this passage was already known to very few. After opening it, she sealed it immediately, preventing others from following. Now, no one could be safer than her. Pushing aside a massive stone in the darkness, sunlight spilled onto her body. She squinted slightly, adjusting her eyes to the brightness. After a moment, she gradually opened them. In the fleeting light, it seemed like a figure stood ahead. Chapter 153. No one can help. Who is that? When the figure collided into Kira's line of sight, her heart was filled with confusion and a thread of unease. Why would there still be someone here? As her vision cleared and she recognized the figure, her eyes widened instantly as if struck by lightning. Am I hallucinating? She actually saw Zachariah. Zachariah? Even at this moment, she couldn't believe what she saw. How could he be here? Zachariah appearing at the tunnel exit now couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Yet, this passage was hardly known even to the Xianxia sect members. Moreover, no one should know about her leaving the sect. Is it an accident? Zachariah remained unperturbed. After knowing Kira had entered the tunnel, he didn't foolishly try to pry open the entrance, but instead exited the Xianxia sect, taking a roundabout route to arrive faster at this exit point to intercept her. Upon seeing Kira appear, Zachariah's calmness faltered. The scene from long ago surfaced in his mind. Watching Anwar fall to this woman, powerless to stop it. But today, he finally has the chance to avenge Anwar. That incident back then was accidental. Anwar was asking for death. I never thought of killing him. Kira knew Zachariah came for vengeance on behalf of Anwar. But she didn't want to engage Zachariah now because this place was too close to Xianxia sect. If too intense a battle erupted here, the Xuanhuan people might notice, especially since the Xuanhuan sect leader was already present at the Xianxia sect. Zachariah laughed coldly. After killing someone, saying you never wanted to kill them is pointless. In the next moment, a staff-like magical tool appeared in Zachariah's hand. Do you recognize this? At a glance, Kira's gaze intensified, trembling slightly. This is the Joseph's magical tool. How did it end up in your hands? For a moment, she even suspected this Zachariah before her was disguised as Atman. But the soul lamps in the soul lamp hall wouldn't lie. Thus, a horrifying thought filled her mind. An icy chill rose from her feet, quickly spreading over her entire body. I said I didn't plan to kill him. Do you believe me? Zachariah's words echoed her fears. Atman really died at Zachariah's hands. No, how could you kill him? Kira's voice quivered, unable to accept such a fact. But then, she thought of Atman going through tribulation. Perhaps Zachariah attacked him while weakened during this process. Though Kira never experienced a tribulation, she knew it was almost certain death. Being weakened during tribulation was normal, and usually, cultivators asked others to protect them during this time. However, due to Atman's suspicion, he went alone, which could have allowed Zachariah's successful ambush. Suddenly, Kira felt pain in her arm. Her severed arm had long been healed, but the familiar ache returned. Deep inside, it wasn't the wound causing pain but fear of Zachariah. Zachariah approached, the star sword replacing the staff. Kira, driven by a strong survival instinct, tried to fight back. Xuanhuan lightning strike. Her hands moved rapidly, summoning a talisman emitting blinding light, and a thunderbolt as thick as a tree shot out. Zachariah stood firm, unfazed as the lightning struck his body. Compared to Atman's lightning tribulation, this seemed like mere sparks. Just divine lightning, far from true divine lightning. Thus, for Zachariah, it barely affected him. Kira recoiled in shock. She'd never seen anyone withstand her Xuanhuan lightning strike without injury. Even Atman would evade this attack. Is this guy human? A God realm powerhouse was rendered helpless. Kira, already fearing Zachariah, now felt sheer terror, seeing him as a hell-bound demon come to claim souls. In the next instant, Zachariah disappeared. His sword flashed toward Kira's neck. Clank. Suddenly, a green-purple talisman appeared inches before Kira's neck, blocking Zachariah's strike. Please spare us. Space rippled to Zachariah's right, and a figure emerged. A white-haired Isaiah in a green-purple robe adorned with mystical patterns. Though real-seeming, Zachariah could tell it was an ethereal projection. Immediately stepping before Kira, facing Zachariah directly. Get lost. Zachariah kept it brief. Whoever this was, it didn't change his resolve to kill Kira. Would you not care who I am? The Truman's expression hardened. Even if it were the Jade Emperor himself, it wouldn't make a difference. Zachariah replied, infuriating the Truman. Still rationalizing, he admitted fault and introduced himself. I am Maddox, Cole of Xuanhuan Talisman Sect. Please let her go for old time's sake. Seeing Zachariah's silence, he explained further. The one behind me is the daughter of our sect's leader. She committed grave sins but has repented and confessed, willing to face trial. So, I'm here to bring her back to face justice. Hearing this, Kira sadly asked, Cole, is my father not coming? Maddox whispered telepathically, he didn't even allow me to come. I used a projection technique to sneak here. If the leader had permitted, more than just a projection would have come. Silent for a moment, Kira muttered, thank you, Elder Ko. She knew her father hadn't forgiven her. Maddox, also helplessly, understood the leader's desire to see his daughter despite disapproving of her return. So Maddox came, wanting to see Kira's sincerity, only to nearly witness her demise. Though unsure of Zachariah's identity, Maddox surmised from the situation that Zachariah was likely a swordsman from the Shu Mountain Sect, reasonable and rational. Yet initially, using his status to suppress Zachariah, he hoped for submission. But realizing this strategy might not work, he adjusted his approach. Please, young friend, allow me to take her back. Whatever enmity exists between you two can be discussed thoroughly at the Xuanhuan Talisman Sect. The Xuanhuan Talisman Sect will certainly give you a satisfactory response. How about that? As these words echoed, Zachariah immediately sneered coldly. Go to the Xuanhuan Talisman Sect to discuss it thoroughly? How audacious. By the time they reached his sect, even if he had a grudge like killing one's father, it would all end up with some form of compensation and reconciliation. Not to mention that Anwar had no substantial connection to Zachariah. At that point, They would use various methods to make Zachariah drop the matter. And you actually think you can go to the Xuanhuan Talisman sect to claim the life of their sect leader's daughter? That was sheer fantasy. Zachariah spoke, but still said only one word. Get lost. Hearing Zachariah's utterly ungracious reply, Maddox's face changed slightly. Was this young man so arrogant? So fiery? Even after hearing that he was the Finian of the Xuanhuan Talisman sect, he remained unperturbed? For a moment, Maddox doubted whether he had misjudged the situation. Was this young man really from the Xuanhuan sect? Have you heard of the Xuanhuan Talisman sect? Maddox even suspected that Zachariah did not know what the Xuanhuan Talisman sect was, hence his recklessness. Indeed, the saying goes that young bulls fear no tigers, fitting perfectly here. Zachariah responded by raising the star sword over his head. The blade shone brilliantly. His actions clearly conveyed his stance. If you don't move, we'll vanish together. Maddox's expression drastically changed. From this sword, he felt an extremely terrifying sword momentum. Young friend, don't make any rash moves. Maddox tried to persuade Zachariah again. But seeing Zachariah completely unmoved, he finally shed his pretense. Kid, don't force me to use stronger measures. However, Zachariah's expression remained cold. A beam of sword light rose, piercing into the clouds. One strike. The figures of Maddox and Kira were instantly engulfed in this sword light. Inside the Xianxia sect, one ear-piercing scream after another arose. To the Xuanhuan sect, this was a one-sided slaughter. Due to the absence of the patriarch and the disunity among the higher-ups, the Xianxia sect was now a scattered bunch of sand. They could not organize effective resistance. Many people lacked the will to fight. All they wanted was to save themselves. Some even sacrificed fellow disciples to protect themselves. At this moment, the Judah unleashed his divine might. His attachment to Anwar transformed entirely into fierce killing intent. Each of his strikes was a life-or-death gamble. Even the high-ranking Xianxia sect members who had superior strength stayed away, due to his ferocity. A Xianxia sect member felt deep sorrow. Seeing the disciples being crushed without much resistance, she felt nothing but despair. If the Xianxia sect could unite, it would have a fighting chance. They wouldn't end up like this, completely routed. Unfortunately, the patriarch's death for unknown reasons, and the disappearance of the deputy patriarch, left the entire sect leaderless, with each higher-up harboring ulterior motives. No one could hold everything together. This is heaven's way of destroying the Xianxia sect. The Isaiah screamed in grief before immediately being attacked by a Xuanhuan Isaiah. Gerardo watched as the battle seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. His frown deepened. He had hardly intervened. He came here for the Xianxia sect's leader, Atman. Yet, Atman hadn't appeared at all. Gerardo initially thought Atman was preparing a powerful move. He believed the vague presence he sensed earlier was Atman. However, the outcome suggested otherwise. That presence had vanished completely, and the Xuanhuan sect had faced no unseen ambushes. This puzzled him greatly. Logically speaking, Atman should not be someone who ran out of fear. Could Atman have abandoned the Xianxia sect and left alone? Or did he leave these people as bait and launch a counterattack on Xuanhuan with others? Gerardo considered many possibilities. He even wondered if Atman had taken part of the sect to join forces with other demons and attack the Xuanhuan stronghold. To trade lives one-for-one with Xuanhuan? It wasn't impossible. Based on the Xianxia sect's current resistance, it didn't seem like this was their full strength. While Gerardo pondered, in the battlefield, Brigham was slaughtering Xianxia sect disciples like a amen. Before killing each disciple, he would grab them and shout, "Where's that scoundrel Atman?" Every answer was, "I don't know." Unsatisfied, Brigham continued his frenzied pursuit and questioning. A hidden Xianxia sect Isaiah observed his actions. She saw his extraordinary talent, surely one of Xuanhuan's genius disciples, but she also noticed his heavy negative emotions. Just a slight nudge, and he could be led astray. The old dogs of Xuanhuan killed so many of our disciples. I'll make them taste the pain of being betrayed by their own genius disciple. Thinking this, she brought her hand to her mouth and gently blew. 2 petals flew out, directly towards Brigham. Instinctively, Brigham grabbed them, but they vanished in his hands, leaving only a strange fragrance. Brigham inhaled deeply. Suddenly, dizziness overwhelmed him. When he steadied himself, his eyes were tinged with bloodshot. Shaking his head, Brigham felt an even stronger urge to kill, burning like raging wildfire. Kill, kill, kill. Initially, his mind was filled with thoughts of avenging Anwar. His murderous intent stemmed from this. This motive guided his actions. But now, his mind was filled with pure killing desire. Gradually, he forgot why he was killing. He stopped asking about Atman's whereabouts. He just wanted to kill more people to satisfy his thirst for violence. This was the Xianxia sect Isaiah's technique, amplifying Brigham's negative emotions and triggering his purest killing intent. Kill. Revel in your kills. The Xianxia sect Isaiah chuckled darkly, watching as Brigham became more and more bloodthirsty. Finally, he turned his sword against his own kindred. Confronted by a Addison, he suddenly lunged forward, slashing wildly. The Addison had been unintentionally blocking his path. Yet Brigham reacted violently. His blade slashed a massive wound across the disciple's back. Blood flowed freely. The Addison couldn't believe it. Trusting his kindred completely, he received such a devastating result. With a pained cry, the Addison turned around, enduring the pain angrily. "Zeng Jr. brother, what are you doing? Look closely, it's me." The Addison thought it was an accidental slash, suppressing his anger without retaliating. But Brigham's next action truly infuriated him. Get lost. Seemingly ignoring his pleas, Brigham growled impatiently and slashed again. This strike was ruthless, showing no mercy. Where was the kinship? It was as if he treated the Addison like an enemy from the Xianxia sect, ready to kill without hesitation. The Addison dared not bet on Brigham's sudden return to reason and hastily blocked his attack. But since he was already gravely injured by the surprise attack, defending against this new strike was tough. A severe tearing pain came from his back, and crimson blood gushed out like a fountain. The Addison shouted angrily, "Junior Brother Zung, have you gone mad?" He had no clue what triggered Brigham's erratic behavior. What madness was driving this guy? All he knew was that if Brigham kept going like this, he would be driven insane as well. "Junior Brother Zung, calm down." The Addison swung the sword's scabbard at Brigham's head. The scabbard had no edge and wouldn't endanger Brigham's life. He assumed Brigham had just become disoriented by the killings. So, he aimed to wake him up completely with a good strike. At this moment, he still hadn't fully sensed the abnormality in Brigham's behavior. As a result, a streak of sword light flashed by. His hand holding the sword scabbard flew off along with it. He stared blankly at his severed arm as it flew away. It was like he was in a dream. "My hand, accompanied by a roar of grief and rage. All surrounding Shushan sect disciples, including distant Shushan Isaiahs and the sect leader Gerardo, noticed this bizarre scene. Brigham had actually harmed his fellow disciple. "Brigham, what are you doing?" Gerardo shouted first. His voice thundered. It made Brigham's ears buzz. For a moment, he seemed dazed, as if he were waking up, but in the next moment, his eyes were soon dyed red again. At this point, the Addison was still in a frenzy, unable to believe his sword-wielding hand was just gone. Meanwhile, Brigham already swung his sword again, aiming directly for the Addison's neck. This was outright murder. Gerardo, looking furious, moved as swiftly as lightning, instantly flicking Brigham's sword away with a finger. In an instant, he flew over and pressed Brigham's head into the ground, slamming him down fiercely. Just then, another Isaiah arrived. Without needing instructions from the sect leader, this Isaiah understood and immediately picked up the Addison's severed hand to help stop the bleeding and treat the injury. Gerardo pinned Brigham's head to the ground. At this moment, his face was dark as water, looking particularly grim. "Brigham, what madness has come over you?" Brigham's face was distorted, eyes bloodshot, teeth bared like a catfish on a chopping board, desperately resisting. He kept shouting, "Let me go," without directly responding to Gerardo. Gerardo frowned slightly, recognizing something wrong with the boy's mental state. He had completely lost his reasoning and was left only with the urge to kill savagely. It was as if all self-awareness had been crowded out by killing intent. In such a mental state, nothing valuable could be gained from questioning him. He abandoned the interrogation, delivering a blow to the back of Brigham's head, rendering him unconscious. Then, like carrying a chick, he held Brigham in his hand. Next, Gerardo reminded everyone, "Be careful, everyone. Someone is manipulating your minds from the shadows. Don't fall prey like Brigham did." This statement not only warned the Shushan disciples, but also defined the nature of Brigham's actions. If not for these words, Brigham's guilt would have been severe. Turning coat during battle, grievously injuring fellow disciples, defying the sect leader. Each one of these alone would have been enough to bring significant punishment. But with the sect leader's explanation, everyone knew Brigham was controlled, somewhat mitigating his sins. The next moment, Gerardo's gaze, sharp as a blade, scanned towards a specific direction. "Come out." Gerardo's fingers, shaped like a knife, instantly unleashed a streak of sword light, leaving a bloody trail in the air. An originally transparent figure hidden in the darkness fell out suddenly. A senior member of the Xianxia sect, her lips curled in a reluctant sneer, fitting of the Shushan sect leader. Gerardo's gaze turned even sharper. "Were you the one controlling Brigham to harm his peers?" Just as he spoke, Yoel, with red hair, suddenly flew over. "Sect leader, give her to me." Yoel hated such manipulation most. Previously, he had been controlled by the bar, leading to the killing of many sect members, resulting in heavy crimes for which he ended up imprisoned in the Demon Lock Tower. He knew, no matter how severely he punished himself, those sins could never be expiated. He had suffered immensely from this guilt. Thus, he detested this mind-manipulating method bone deep. Just as Yoel prepared to attack, he suddenly felt something amiss, turning his head toward the distance. Others also noticed the anomaly, following Yoel's gaze. They saw, far above the rear mountain of the Xianxia sect, a streak of sword light suddenly rose, almost piercing through the clouds. At this moment, Yuan of the Mad Saber sect and Justine exchanged glances upon seeing this sword light. Both recognized it, their eyes gleaming with immense excitement. "It's him, that sword master." Chapter 154, Support. The startled cries of the two outsiders from the Frenzied Blade sect instantly caught Gerardo's attention. He had no idea who they were talking about as a swordmaster, but there was no time to ask. A battle of this scale taking place behind the Joyful Union Sect's mountain could very likely be connected to the missing Harry. He couldn't ignore it. In the next moment, Gerardo's figure darted toward the source of the commotion. However, upon reaching the area where the sword light vanished, he found no trace of any swordmaster. Instead, he saw someone lying on the ground. The person lay in a pool of blood, lifeless. Yet, their eyes remained wide open, unseeing, unable to rest in peace. In those eyes lingered an expression of disbelief. Gerardo approached closer, focusing intently. Instantly, his pupils contracted. This person wasn't unfamiliar to him. His identity was none other than the Vice Joseph of the Joyful Union Sect, Kira. Why would she be here? Who killed her? Gerardo felt perplexed. Kira was not only the Vice Patriarch of the Joyful Union Sect, but also reportedly had ties to the Xuanhuan Talisman Sect's headmistress. Who would kill such a significant figure for Mountame? Could it be that our attack on the Joyful Union Sect went so smoothly because of this mysterious swordmaster? Gerardo suddenly remembered the desolate mountain cleaved by a single sword strike and the final blood-red shockwave before they arrived at the Joyful Union Sect. A moment later, Gerardo felt a sense of clarity. Was the desolate mountain also his work? Did he also kill Harry? He thought to himself. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. If this was true, it would explain why the large Joyful Union Sect couldn't mount an effective counterattack against them. Gerardo's curiosity about the identity of this swordsman grew. If his speculation was correct, this swordsman would have greatly aided Mount. By killing two critical figures from the Joyful Union Sect, the sect had become disorganized, unable to withstand the overwhelming assault from Mount. Using his divine senses, Gerardo further confirmed the cause of Kira's death. That sword strike hadn't inflicted severe external wounds on Kira but had heavily damaged her heart meridian, soul, and even deprived her of her vitality. While injuries might heal, the loss of vitality meant no chance of survival. Remnant sword intent? Gerardo detected the lingering sword intent from Kira, which chilled him momentarily. Murmuring these words, he rushed back to the battlefield to interrogate the two outsiders from the Frenzied Blade sect. Do you know who wielded that sword just now? They were equally baffled. Isn't that swordmaster from Mount? They assumed the master must be from Mount since he appeared at that time and place. However, being asked about his identity by the Mount patriarch confused them further. Reluctantly, they recounted the events leading up to this point. Gerardo listened in silence. There was no reason for them to lie. He couldn't help but speculate that the world-shaking swordsman might indeed have ties to Mount. After all, this was too much of a coincidence. But he simply couldn't match that sword light to any of Mount high-ranking members, whose skills he knew well. That sword light felt both powerful and unfamiliar. While Gerardo was pondering, a figure streaked towards the main hall of the Joyful Union Sect. Covered in blood, this person was one of the higher-ups. She led a group attempting to escape through a secret passage in the rear mountains. Due to Kira sealing off the entrance during her escape, they were forced to act. Despite successfully breaking the barrier, hope was shattered when a blinding sword light rose from the sky outside the rear mountains, attracting more elite forces and Isaiahs from Mount. Most of her followers were either dead or injured, forcing her to fight her way out of the rear mountains, rushing into the main hall. The hall concealed the last card of the Joyful Union Sect. Activating it required sacrificing one's life. Facing the imminent demise of her sect, she chose to make that sacrifice. Standing in the center of a hidden array within the hall, she displayed unwavering resolve. Cutting into her veins, blood gushed into the array lines, greedily absorbed, transforming the patterns within moments. With blood as the medium, Bloody Aura Great Array, activate. With her final words, she collapsed into the array. Suddenly, a crimson orb rose from the previously dim array, piercing through the hall and into the sky above the Joyful Union Sect. Crimson beams spread out, enveloping everyone. Those rays originated from the crimson orb above, instantly infecting everyone present. Gerardo naturally wasn't affected. An invisible sword aura protected him, severing the crimson threads before they could reach him. It appeared as if an invisible barrier separated him from the surrounding crimson threads. Sever these things. Even without Gerardo's warning, the Mount elites and Isaiahs could sense the danger and acted swiftly to cut the threads. Meanwhile, the Bloody Aura Great Array activated. Instantly, everyone touched by the crimson threads felt a surge of blood energy. Their bodies burned with intense heat, as if boiling. Elders with higher cultivation levels managed to control it, while lower-ranked disciples began bleeding from their noses, mouths, eyes, and ears. The lost blood energy was immediately absorbed by the crimson threads. Because Gerardo shielded Brigham, he was unaffected. Gerardo snorted coldly, recognizing this as the Joyful Union Sect's ultimate defense. Had the Joyful Union Sect Joseph been present to support this formation, it might have caused trouble for Mount. However, without key personnel, this formation could do little damage. Without hesitation, Gerardo flew straight towards the crimson orb, the core of the array. Only by destroying the core could the threat be neutralized. As Gerardo advanced, other Joyful Union Sect Isaiahs attempted to block him, but they were exhausted and no match for the Mount patriarch. With minimal effort, Gerardo defeated them, flying upwards towards the crimson orb. Ignoring the crimson threads trying to penetrate his defenses, he raised his hand and delivered a decisive blow. The power of his sword struck the crimson orb, and countless sword auras swirled within it. In mere moments, the crimson orb dispersed into nothingness, and Gerardo merely took a deep breath. As the blood aura great array dissipated, the final trump card of the Joyful Union Sect disappeared along with it. Gerardo hovered in midair, issuing a command that echoed across the entire Joyful Union Sect. Today, the demonic sect will be exterminated. Below, the elite disciples of Mount were greatly invigorated, responding in unison. Everyone looked excited. They rejoiced at this overwhelming victory. However, at that moment, Gerardo sensed something amiss. He pulled out a communication device from his robe. Just one glance and his expression changed dramatically. In front of the demon-locking pagoda in the bamboo grove of Mount dots of fresh red blood stained the ground. A dozen Mount disciples lay on the ground, their magical artifacts scattered around them. Some were damaged or shattered. Neither the artifacts nor the people escaped harm. Huxley, with his dark skin, was also lying on the ground. But unlike the other disciples, he was still alive. Despite being alive, he wasn't in much better shape. His face was swollen, and his body bruised. Even though his dark skin made it hard to see clearly, one could tell from the bruises that he was in a sorry state. Most importantly, his head was being stepped on by an enemy. This was the greatest humiliation. The one stepping on Huxley's head was none other than the leader in black who had been attacked by Huxley and a group of elite disciples not long ago. The black-clothed figure was completely unscathed, pressing Huxley's head into the ground, gazing up at the topmost level of the demon-locking pagoda. From there, a faint yet powerful aura emanated. Weakness and strength, inherently contradictory. Yet he felt both now. If you don't come down, this Isaiah might die. The black-clothed figure knew that if he didn't kill the guy at the top, he couldn't enter the pagoda. The voice of the black-clothed figure wasn't loud. Yet it reached the ears of the Amen on the 8th floor clearly. The next moment, the Amen rolled off his bed. In the next instant, He stood before the black-clothed man. He glanced at the disciples on the ground, then at the black-clothed man, revealing an impatient expression. Do you know how annoying you are? I just fell asleep, and now you've woken me up again. The black-clothed man remained courteous. I truly apologize for that. However, you won't have to worry soon, as you'll be able to sleep forever soon enough. Oh, that sounds nice. The Amen seemed to consider it seriously for a moment, then hesitated, saying, I wonder if they serve tea in hell? The black-clothed man paused slightly, glancing at the wine gourd on his waist, momentarily thinking he heard wrong. But he dismissed such trivial details, saying, You'll know once you go down there. The Amen shook his head. That won't do. If there's no tea, I'd be at a great loss. The eyes of the black-clothed man flashed with light as he raised his hand, shooting 3 snake-like black beams. In the netherworld, there's plenty of broth for you to drink. The Amen swung his sword scabbard, tapping the air 3 times. The 3 black beams froze midair, then shattered instantly. There's a big difference between broth and tea, the Amen pouted, clearly unwilling to accept the suggestion. Why don't you go to hell first and scout for me? The black-clothed man finally had enough of this nonsense. He stopped talking, kicking away Huxley. Their figures flickered and clashed within the bamboo grove. Their battle was like a hurricane passing through. The once dense bamboo grove, with its sturdy bamboo that had stood for over 20 years, was now askew or reduced to dust. Suddenly, the Amen recoiled. He shook his arm, feeling a slight numbness in his wrist. His expression turned serious. From afar, Huxley, seeing this, used his last bit of strength to shout hoarsely, Be careful, his power is very strong. Enough, save your strength. Such obvious things don't need repeating. The Amen rolled his eyes. Then, he focused on the black-clothed man, squinting. Among the Demon Sovereign's generals, there doesn't seem to be anyone like you. The glory of being a general is too grand for someone like me. You're too modest. Your strength rivals, or even surpasses the Demon Sovereign's generals from back then. It seems you've had exceptional fortune these past years. But you're still lacking to enter the demon-locking pagoda. The black-clothed man smiled faintly. I'd like to see where I'm lacking. The Amen's expression became more serious, a rare hint of earnestness in his eyes. He held the scabbard in one hand and gripped the hilt of his sword with the other. The black-clothed man noticed this movement. Throughout their battle, this person never drew his sword. It was as if his sword was glued to the scabbard. Until now, finally, he placed his other hand on the hilt. Because my sword is fast. Blade unsheathed. The black-clothed man didn't even see how the sword was drawn or retracted. The next moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Blood trickled down his collar. My sword doesn't come out easily, but when it does, it kills. Not many can make me draw my sword. With a casual wave, the Amen turned away gracefully. But as he turned, he suddenly sensed danger, a cold sweat breaking out. Almost instinctively, he dodged sideways, but he couldn't fully avoid it. A black blade pierced through his left abdomen. Fortunately, it missed vital organs. The Amen withdrew from the black blade, deflecting with his sword to increase the distance between them. His eyes widened in shock, looking gravely at the figure before him. He saw the wound on the black-clothed man's neck healing at a visible rate. The black-clothed man smiled, wiping the blood from the black blade onto his fingers. Your sword is fast, but it's just not quite enough. The just not quite referred to strength. He hadn't managed to sever his neck with one strike. To him, the lack of sufficient strength was evident. At that moment, Huxley lifted his head again, speaking in a hoarse voice. I forgot to mention, his physical body is also very strong. The Amen was speechless. You withhold useful information, but spill outdated nonsense. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man licked the blood off his fingers. Seeing this, the Amen shivered with revulsion. The blood came from the black blade, and whose blood it was all too clear. The black-clothed man didn't think anything of it. He savored it as if tasting something delicious, laughing wildly. To the Amen, he seemed more insane. The black-clothed man sobered up, saying, Failing to kill you with one strike just now was indeed due to my knife being slow. But now, it's different. Holding the black blade in one hand, he made no discernible movement. The next moment, black lightning flashed. The Amen felt a shock, blocking the slash with his sword, his figure retreating several steps. Incredible disbelief filled his eyes. How could this guy's knife suddenly become so fast? It already rivaled his own swift strikes. It was as if he had learned and mastered the Amen's techniques in this short time. Impossible. But the reality was right there in front of him. Not believing it would definitely affect his mindset. There must be some secret. Believing that the opponent could learn and master everything in such a short time was absurd. Suddenly, a thought struck the Amen. Could it have something to do with that disgusting act earlier? He recalled the black-clothed man licking the blood. Perhaps he gained something from that blood. The Amen kept his eyes alert on the black-clothed man, while using a secret transmission to ask Huxley, Hey, when you fought him just now, was his physical body already this strong? Huxley was stunned for a moment before realizing who was asking him. He thought for a bit and replied, At first, it didn't seem like it. The Amen quickly glanced at Huxley's injuries, noting a distinct knife wound among them. He suddenly understood everything. His suspicion was confirmed. This guy could gain abilities through the blood of others. Even their physical constitution could be replicated. He wasn't sure how long such an effect could last. This is getting interesting. A fierce glint appeared in the Amen's eyes. After lying around inside the demon-locking pagoda for so long, his limbs were nearly degenerating. He hadn't engaged in such intense activity for a long time. Let me loosen up today. The Amen charged at the opponent first, their black blade clashing with the long sword, igniting another fierce battle. In the distance, at the sect square, Elder Een repelled the demon he was fighting. He suddenly looked up toward the direction of the demon-locking pagoda, frowning deeply. He even got pulled out by this. Looks like we missed a big fish there. Balder prepared to go check, but in the next moment, another demon enveloped in overwhelming demonic aura lunged at him. Anger surged in Balder, as he had to focus on dealing with this new threat. The bamboo grove in front of the demon-locking pagoda was now completely bare. Shattered bamboo leaves danced in the air. Two figures separated amidst the flying debris. The Amin panted heavily. He was never good at prolonged battles, which was why he practiced fast sword techniques. It was all about speed and decisive victory. Yet, now he was forced into a protracted fight. In an area he wasn't proficient in, compounded by years spent idle inside the demon-locking pagoda. His cultivation and swordsmanship hadn't regressed, but his physical stamina inevitably declined. The dual disadvantages weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man showed no signs of fatigue. He remained vigorous. Damn it. The Amin cursed Huxley. If not for receiving that superhuman physique and stamina from Huxley, would he be this exhausted? Huxley wanted to cry but couldn't. He didn't understand why he was being cursed. Though the Amin didn't name him directly, the curse was directed at him. My time is running out. Let's end this. At that moment, the black-clothed man's aura not only didn't weaken but intensified. Next, the black blade descended upon the Amin with blinding speed. Although the Amin could still see it, his body felt unusually heavy as he tried to move. In that instant, he couldn't dodge. It's over. Thoughts flashed through the black-clothed man's mind. However, just as the black blade was less than an inch from the Amin's head, a hand grabbed it. What are you doing to my junior brother? The Amin's eyes widened slightly. Before him, a figure materialized out of thin air, grabbing the black blade. The black-clothed man's expression changed subtly, for the person who appeared was none other than the leader of Mount Ame Sect, Gerardo. Upon receiving news of the sect being attacked by demons, the Joyful Union Sect was already at its wits' end, incapable of resistance. So he immediately ordered the main force to retreat and reinforce the sect. He left ahead. Concerned for the sect's safety, he used a teleportation charm to traverse thousands of miles instantly. Now, seeing the leader appear, the Amin turned, waved a hand and said, "Since you're here, it's your turn." Then he walked away, kicking Huxley as he passed. Dead or alive? If you're alive, get up. Stop pretending. Huxley wanted to cry. One more kick and I really will die. At that moment, the Amin seemed to recall something and turned back to his senior brother, saying, "Don't let him hurt you. Don't let him get your blood. This guy is strange. But with your skills, he won't hurt you. Just be careful. If you get hurt, I'll look down on you." Gerardo smiled. His junior brother had always been so carefree and unrestrained. He looked at the black-clothed man. Sharpness emanated from his gaze. "Do you also want to stay inside the demon-locking pagoda?" Gerardo took a step forward. Suddenly, his brows furrowed instinctively. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 155, Great Victory, Crimson Gold Reward. Gerardo took a deep breath, and only then did the trembling in his legs stop. However, how could this scene escape the eyes of the black-robed man? Upon noticing this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This Shu Mountain Sect leader seems to be injured. This might be an opportunity. A good opportunity to slay the Shu Mountain Sect leader. The black knife in the black-robed man's hand shimmered, as lightning-fast blade light slashed through the air, aiming for Gerardo's legs. Gerardo snorted coldly. As the blade struck his legs, before the black-robed man could revel in his success, the blade merely passed through his knees. Gerardo's figure slowly faded away at that moment. An afterimage? In the next moment, Gerardo appeared directly behind the black-robed man. A chill ran down the back of the black-robed man, striking fear into his heart. Before he could turn around, Gerardo had already struck with a palm. Boom. The force was like a torrent, hitting the black-robed man's head squarely. At that instant, it seemed as if countless waves of energy assaulted him from all directions. The shock lasted for dozens of breaths. The black-robed man fell to the ground, blood gushing out of every orifice. But then the fallen black-robed man burst into wild laughter. "Worthy of being the Shu Mountain Sect leader. If I could kill you, what a pleasure it would be." A hint of surprise flashed across Gerardo's eyes. This black-robed man was more tenacious than expected. With no expression on his face, Gerardo said, "Reveal your origin." The only response from the black-robed man was silence and a counterattack. Darkness surged from beneath the black-robed man, instantly spreading across the area. In the next moment, the darkness surged upwards. "Dark realm, emerge." The black-robed man laughed wildly. In just a blink, the entire bamboo grove was covered by the dark realm. Not far away, the younger brother of the sect leader who had just intended to carry Huxley away was also enveloped by the dark realm. He stared at the dark barrier surrounding them, startled. This is the technique of the demon overlord? This guy even got the demon overlord's blood? Gerardo frowned slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this so-called dark realm. Years ago, the demon overlord had used the dark realm to display his formidable power, subduing numerous demons and monsters to achieve his title. In an instant, all three members of the Shu Mountain Sect within the dark realm could clearly feel their strength rapidly depleting. The dark realm was like a black hole vortex, crazily draining their divine essence. Meanwhile, the aura around the black-robed man grew wildly. This was the terrifying aspect of the dark realm. Inside it, one's strength would be stripped away, and those stolen powers would be transferred into the body of the caster, absorbed by them. Under such a scenario where one gained while the other lost, how could there not be an advantage in battle? "Hey, can you handle it? Keep delaying, and this guy will die." The Oswald shouted at Gerardo. The one he mentioned dying was beside him, Huxley. Originally, Huxley was already seriously injured. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Now, with the dark realm stripping away his strength, his remaining vitality was rapidly draining, his whole body weakening. If he stayed in the dark realm any longer, he might die. Gerardo remained silent. Just then, Two streaks of purple light flashed in his eyes. In the sky, a massive thunder sword descended suddenly from above. On an open field not far from Shu Mountain, Zachariah's figure landed. Looking towards the direction of Shu Mountain, he saw the magnificent scene of a massive thunder sword descending from the sky. This thunder sword seems suitable for refining my body, Zachariah couldn't help but think. Of course, he was just thinking about it. There was no way he would really do it. After all, Shu Mountain was currently facing demon invasion. He already knew this through his phantom clone, and this thunder sword certainly wasn't created by demons. Since it was used by our people to kill demons, there was no way Zachariah would try to intercept it. In the next moment, Zachariah's thought moved, and his true form vanished. He immediately used the body shift technique, returning to the demon lock tower. The instant he returned, he expanded his divine sense outward. The dark barrier blocking his divine sense immediately caught Zachariah's full attention. Right then, the massive thunder sword in the sky also descended, landing explosively upon the dark barrier. Boom! Gale winds rose, and lightning split the air. Dark light intertwined with purple lightning, colliding fiercely in a series of dull thunderclaps. The expression of the black-robed man inside the dark realm suddenly changed. In the next moment, the dark realm was pierced by the thunder sword, splitting open with a rift as thick as an arm. And as this fissure appeared, the rate of power depletion of the Shu Mountain Sect trio rapidly decreased. Blood spurted wildly from the throat of the black-robed man. His face turned impossibly grim. Though you possess the demon overlord's technique, your strength is not enough to truly master the dark realm. Gerardo's indifferent words struck right at his core. For so many years, he had been chasing after the footsteps of the demon overlord. He thought he was getting close, but reality told him he was still eons away from the demon overlord. In the next moment, the dark barrier was completely shattered, dissipating into black specks of light. Gerardo flashed to the front of the black-robed man, pointing a finger at his forehead. The light in the black-robed man's eyes instantly dimmed. At the same time, Zachariah opened his eyes and immediately stepped out of the room, walking out of the demon lock tower to stand next to the entrance guard. The guards looked at him curiously but said nothing. Zachariah's appearance also caught the attention of sect leader Gerardo. At this moment, Zachariah had two purposes for appearing. One was to check if the demons needed to be imprisoned in the demon lock tower. The second was to alleviate the sect leader's suspicions and show him that he was indeed inside the tower. When Zachariah appeared at the entrance, Gerardo only glanced at him from afar without calling him over. Instead, he instructed a nearby junior brother to take the person away. You take this guy to the 8th level and personally interrogate him about his origins. However, the junior brother waved his hands repeatedly. Don't make me do this, I can't. He pointed towards Zachariah's direction. Isn't there someone else who can handle this? Gerardo felt somewhat helpless and gestured for Zachariah to come over. Zachariah respectfully approached the sect leader. Gerardo pointed to the unconscious black-robed man lying on the ground and instructed Zachariah to imprison him in the demon lock tower, emphasizing the need to quickly ascertain his true identity. If no results were obtained within 3 days, he was to be killed to prevent further trouble. Zachariah and others quickly agreed. After they left, Gerardo came to Huxley's side, pressing his hand against Huxley's back, using secret techniques to transfer some divine essence. With this replenishment, Huxley regained some consciousness and hastily thanked the sect leader. Gerardo motioned for him not to speak too much and rose, a concerned voice beside him asking, "What's wrong with your legs?" The junior brother asked seriously. He was not stupid. Even the black-robed man noticed something wrong with Gerardo's legs. How could he not see it? He had wanted to ask for a long time, but didn't want to distract Gerardo during the intense battle. Now, he could no longer hold back. Nothing, it's not serious. Gerardo responded lightly, but before his junior brother could question further, he continued, "Now is not the time for these things. The crisis in the sect has not been resolved." After speaking, Gerardo's figure flashed, instantly leaving the scene. The junior brother frowned deeply. The more Gerardo tried to hide it, the more it showed that the situation was not as trivial as he claimed. Following the sect leader's instructions, the black-robed man was brought to the 6th underground level of the demon lock tower. Since Gerardo had personally sealed him, even without the suppressing demon tower's array, he was nothing more than fish on a chopping board. After imprisoning the black-robed man, a new page instantly appeared in Zachariah's record of demons. Zachariah scanned through it and finally learned the name of this person. Demon, Mingzhao. Following that were dazzling descriptions of his cultivation methods. This was the first time Zachariah saw so many cultivation methods on one demon. All of this stemmed from the demon's special ability, blood refinement and xuanhuan communication. He could extract a powerful ability from an enemy through their blood, whether it be a cultivation method, body constitution, divine skill, etc. Anything could be extracted at will, although using someone else's abilities would double the consumption of his blood chi. Moreover, there was also a time limit. After a certain amount of time, the ability would cease to function. In other words, using others' abilities had a cooldown period. However, this was still an extremely powerful ability. It was also thanks to this ability that he could win battle after battle. Gathering a group of demons who had been defeated by him, he attacked Shu Mountain together with them. If not for the sudden arrival of the Shu Mountain Sect leader, he might have really made it into the locked demon tower this time. Originally, Ming Zhao thought the Shu Mountain Sect leader wouldn't return so quickly. The Joyful Union Sect wasn't a weak sect either, and with home field advantage, he expected them to at least delay the Shu Mountain forces for a few days and nights. Who would have thought that the Shu Mountain Sect leader returned in less than a day? When Ming Zhao woke up, he found himself in a prison cell within the locked demon tower. He spat out and cursed the Joyful Union Sect as good for nothing. How could they be so easily defeated and fail to hold back the Shu Mountain Sect leader for even a single day? He looked around, feeling complicated. He did enter the locked demon tower, but in such a miserable way. At this moment, Zachariah was not guarding outside Ming Zhao's cell. because several people were already waiting outside for the demon to wake up, ready to interrogate him. This was specially ordered by the sect leader, so naturally, these enforcers hoped to show their capabilities in front of the sect leader. Zachariah didn't compete with them. What he valued was not intelligence but the final strike. No matter what, Ming Zhao was bound to die in 3 days. As long as he played a part in killing him, it was enough for him. Zachariah returned to his room and began extracting the legacies left by Atman and Kira. His attention focused on Kira's page. Strictly speaking, Kira shouldn't be considered a demon yet. But perhaps because she consorted with demons and definitely practiced secret demonic arts, she was deemed a demon by the record of demons. With Zachariah's thoughts, a golden light flashed. New reward, xuanhuan symbol circulation. This was the strongest technique of the xuanhuan symbol sect. Every disciple of the xuanhuan symbol sect had the qualification to practice it. But not everyone could succeed in cultivating it. This technique required extremely strong talent in rune Dao cultivation. Once mastered, one could use numerous mystical spirit runes anytime and anywhere, without any rune materials. Remember, the xuanhuan symbol sect relied heavily on rune materials for all sorts of rune Dao techniques. Requiring spirit runes to perform various skills was also the biggest limitation on their sect strength. If they could perform various skills without needing spirit runes, their sect strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Without needing spirit runes meant having infinite spirit runes. The ancestors of the xuanhuan symbol sect strove to create this stunning and world-renowned xuanhuan symbol circulation, aiming to elevate the xuanhuan symbol sect to a level unmatched by other sects. However, many years had passed. The ancestors of the xuanhuan symbol sect were long gone, and very few could master the xuanhuan symbol circulation. Kira, being the daughter of the sect leader, had good talent and was taught by the sect leader since childhood. Even with such intrinsic and extrinsic conditions, she still couldn't fully master the xuanhuan symbol circulation. Each time she used it, it was unreliable. Therefore, during critical battles, she completely dared not use the xuanhuan symbol circulation. In life and death battles, even one failure could mean death. So, she chose to fight honestly with spirit runes. Even a prodigy like her couldn't cultivate this technique. One could see how difficult it was to cultivate. For Zachariah, however, the difficulty of cultivating the xuanhuan symbol circulation was not much of an issue. As long as he infused the remaining part of the mental technique proficiency experience into it, successfully cultivating it would be as easy as water flowing downstream. Of course, the mental technique proficiency experience he had left wasn't much. That small amount, if used to upgrade Sword Heart Decision, would barely scratch the surface. So Zachariah kept it aside. Facing such a powerful mental technique, Zachariah naturally had no reason not to cultivate it. He immediately infused the remaining mental technique proficiency experience into it. In moments, Zachariah's eyes lit up. xuanhuan symbol circulation had reached the first level. He lifted his arm, lightly drawing in the air with his fingers. Instantly, a crimson-red symbol appeared. Zachariah flicked his finger, and the symbol turned into a fireball flying out, turning around in the air, and finally returning, extinguished by Zachariah's palm. This was just the simplest and most basic fireball symbol. Its power certainly couldn't compare with Zachariah's current techniques, but this was a crucial step. It meant that even without the xuanhuan symbol sect symbols, he could still use various symbol effects. As long as he continued to cultivate the mental technique in the future, the types of symbols he could use would increase. Coupled with the 5 elements and yin-yang secrets, the future was indeed promising. Zachariah calmed down a bit, continuing to extract the next reward. Kira's second reward was a body-strengthening technique infusion. This was also something Zachariah desperately needed. Although his vengeance was taken and Atman and Kira were dead, he couldn't rest on his laurels. This attack on the Joyful Union Sect had already led to demon invasions. Even if this invasion was resolved, what about the future? Who could say there wouldn't be more consequences following the attack on the Joyful Union Sect? Who could guarantee there wouldn't be more hidden dangers? So Zachariah didn't dare relax for a moment. His cultivation needed to be raised as soon as possible to face the upcoming challenges. After infusing the body-strengthening technique, Zachariah's cultivation reached the 3rd level of xuanhuan intent realm. Next, it's time for Atman. Zachariah took a deep breath. He was quite looking forward to Atman's legacy rewards. Retrieve legacy reward. With Zachariah's command, a scarlet golden light flashed. This was a reward even higher than gold. Instantly, Zachariah's expression became slightly excited. New reward, Supreme Dual Cultivation Technique. Huh. Zachariah was stunned on the spot. What was this? Dual Cultivation Technique? Zachariah couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time. Clearly, this Supreme Dual Cultivation Technique was Atman's greatest reliance in his cultivation. Practicing this technique brought tremendous benefits each time he engaged in dual cultivation. The better the quality of the dual cultivation partner, the greater the benefit to him. These conditions were influenced by many factors, such as cultivation level, talent, abilities, etc., but the most direct factor was physique. The better the physique for dual cultivation, the greater the benefit. For example, Abby's primordial Yin body was perfect for being a cauldron. While this technique was domineering, seeing its name made Zachariah's face darken. Dual cultivation techniques simply weren't suitable for him. Given his way of cultivation, which rejected cause and effect, how could he find someone for dual cultivation? He couldn't do what Atman did, treating women like toys, using them and discarding them when done, and chasing every woman suitable for being a cauldron like a dog sniffing meat. Zachariah naturally couldn't do such things, so Zachariah could only temporarily put away this supreme dual cultivation technique without any intention of cultivating it for now. Continue retrieving. Zachariah thought once more. This time, no crimson golden light appeared, just a beam of golden light. But the reward that emerged made Zachariah sigh with relief. Compared to the dual cultivation technique, this reward brought a comforting smile to Zachariah's face. New reward, Void Finger, Peerless. This is a normal reward. This was a peerless killing art. Zachariah had a deep impression of this technique. He had almost died under this finger strike before. If not for the Heartworm's secret art, which allowed Abby to die in his place, he would have already been reincarnated in the cycle of life and death. Zachariah had personally experienced the power of this killing art, so he did not doubt it. Without further ado, Zachariah immediately began to cultivate this technique. Since he had plenty of skill proficiency left over, he unhesitatingly brought Void Finger to the realm of consummate mastery. This meant Zachariah now had another reliable trump card. While Zachariah was hiding in his room extracting legacy rewards, the fires of war outside gradually subsided. Due to the arrival of the Shu Mountain Sect leader and his unethical entry into the battle, the demons started to retreat one by one. Initially, the demons were rampant because most of Shu Mountain's combat strength was missing, especially the sect leader who was a key figure. Also, the black-robed man had assured them, promising to quickly take over the locked demon tower, creating greater chaos, turning Shu Mountain into an irredeemable place. However, now that the Shu Mountain Sect leader was back and wreaking havoc everywhere, the black-robed leader still hadn't returned, and there was no good news from the locked demon tower. As time passed, the demons' morale collapsed like a landslide. They died or fled, coming in hundreds, leaving in mere handfuls. By the time the Shu Mountain main forces returned from Joyful Union Sect, the disaster of the demon invasion had come to a complete end. This battle was a great victory for Shu Mountain, whether attacking the Joyful Union Sect or defending their sect. Shu Mountain achieved comprehensive phased victories. Everyone cheered to celebrate these two major victories. Only sect leader Gerardo had no smile on his face. Instead, he was deeply lost in thought. Elder Balder saw the sect leader's heavy heart and came over to ask, "Sect leader, what troubles you?" Gerardo remained silent for a moment before describing the situation they encountered during the assault on the Joyful Union Sect. He emphasized that they did not encounter Joyful Union Sect's sect leader Atman this time, and their deputy sect leader Kira was also seen dying under a shocking sword light by Gerardo. If not for the unusually smooth operation at the Joyful Union Sect, we might not have won these two decisive victories. Gerardo sighed slightly. He felt that the smoothness of the Shu Mountain Sect's success this time relied entirely on that mysterious swordsman. That mysterious swordsman had killed two key figures of the Joyful Union Sect, making it crumble and scatter. It allowed him to return to the sect as soon as possible upon receiving the emergency transmission to clean up the mess. Had he arrived any later, the outcome might have been entirely different, especially that black-robed man with an unknown identity, whose methods were unpredictable. Even his junior brother almost fell victim to the guy's tricks. If he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Balder understood the sect leader's thoughts. The sect leader believed that the two major victories were a stroke of luck, seemingly unrelated to Shu Mountain Sect's own strength, all because of a mysterious swordsman's advance action, clearing away the two biggest obstacles for Shu Mountain. Thus, they could smoothly defeat the Joyful Union Sect. Balder couldn't say anything, because according to the sect leader's account, it seemed indeed true. For a moment, Balder also became curious about that mysterious swordsman. That mysterious swordsman, when the sect leader saw him attack, didn't you feel something? Balder asked immediately. He wasn't present to witness that magnificent sword strike, but someone as high level as Gerardo should have some understanding and opinion when seeing another swordsman attack. Gerardo shook his head, indicating that he was a bit far away at the time. The feeling wasn't quite real. Only on the scene could he feel the lingering sword intent. I can sense that it is a rather unique sword intent. And, Gerardo added as if suddenly remembering something, two Outer Gyosipal members of Wild Saber Sect claimed he was one of our Shu Mountain people. Upon hearing this, Balder froze on the spot. Was it him? Hashtag chapter 156, the power of the Netherlight and boundaries. Balder, of course, had no idea who the swordsmanship master was. He just couldn't believe that the mysterious sword cultivator who appeared near Mount Shu recently was the same one who appeared at the xuanhuan sect. After pondering for a moment, Balder said, "Master, don't you think this is a little too coincidental? Is it possible that those two disciples from Mad Saber Sect might have been mistaken and confused the two events?" Balder's suspicions weren't unfounded. Gerardo had also considered them. However, he repeatedly confirmed with the two individuals from the Mad Saber Sect, both of whom were adamant they would not make such a mistake. The sword they witnessed at the xuanhuan sect was identical to the one during the demonic ambush. Based on this, it could be concluded that the mysterious sword cultivator wasn't just coincidentally appearing near Mount Shu, but was someone who closely followed its activities. There was even a possibility, as the two Mad Saber Sect disciples suggested, that he might be someone from Mount Shu. However, both men had no clues. They sifted through every senior member in their minds, yet still had no leads. Having eliminated the possibility of any senior members, it was even less likely to be a disciple. In the end, Balder could only focus on someone outside of Mount Shu, giving a bitter laugh. Who has Mount Shu helped so greatly? Gerardo fell silent upon hearing this. Mount Shu had helped many people, but he couldn't recall anyone who fit this description. Perhaps it was due to some fortuitous assistance to a talented swordsman who felt indebted to Mount Shu and thus kept a watchful eye on them, offering help when needed before retreating into obscurity. This reasoning explained why the individual would unhesitatingly aid Mount Shu. Good deeds are the foundation of our sect, Gerardo said calmly. Balder nodded in agreement. As Master says, this is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Inside the Xuanhuan symbol sect, Cole Maddox rushed out of his residence. His steps were unsteady, his body wobbling, nearly falling. Stabilizing himself against a wall, he continued to curse vehemently, condemning someone incessantly. Other disciples of the Xuanhuan symbol sect watched in confusion, unsure why the Cole suddenly acted like this. Afraid to provoke him, they quickly moved away. After cursing for a while, Maddox held his forehead, taking a deep breath to release his inner frustration. Yet, the scene of Zachariah's sword strike kept replaying in his mind. This was what his external body last saw. Zachariah's sword had not only taken Kira's life, but also destroyed his external body without showing any mercy. Maddox was deeply affected by the destruction of his external body, suffering soul damage and feeling physically drained. He stayed in his quarters for several hours before finally stepping out. Has Mount Shu become this arrogant? Just as Maddox spoke, the figure of Jiavine Symbol Sect's leader, Gaspard, suddenly appeared before him. Seeing Maddox's weakened state, Gaspard frowned and asked, "What have you done to yourself?" Maddox suddenly felt guilty. Before he could reply, Gaspard's expression turned stern. "Jayad, you go see that disloyal girl?" Caught off guard, Maddox had no choice but to admit, "I couldn't hide it from the leader. Who gave you permission? Jai and I say no one should approach her?" Gaspard's face darkened. "From the moment she left the Jiavine Symbol Sect, she has nothing to do with us. By doing this, are you disregarding me as your leader?" "I dare not." Maddox hurriedly bowed deeply. "Leader Jilan. She has already been killed." Gaspard was stunned. "What did you say?" "Please, leader, take care, Jilan. She was killed by a Mount Shu sword cultivator." Gaspard shuddered, sadness flashing across his eyes. Moments later, his expression turned cold again. "Why should I mourn? She betrayed the sect, ignored kinship, fell into depravity alongside demon sections. Her death is just retribution." Gaspard waved his sleeve. "Such a traitor is a stain on our sect. If not for your repeated obstruction, I would have brought her back for punishment long ago. Now she's dead, sparing us from further disgrace." Maddox shook his head, voice sorrowful. "Leader, blood ties cannot be severed so easily. I watched Jilan grow up. She made mistakes, but that was youthful indiscretion. She has repented and wants to return to the sect. Even if she has committed many wrongs, you should personally punish her as her father." But the Mount Shu sword cultivator showed no mercy. Despite my pleas, he still killed Jilan. This clearly shows they don't consider Jiavine Symbol Sect at all. Gaspard's eyes narrowed. However, he didn't affirm anything Cole said, instead asking, "How did you plead with him?" Maddox hesitated before explaining honestly. "I told him Jilan was your daughter and asked him to give both the leader and Jiavine Symbol Sect some face. I also invited him to bring his grievances to the sect for resolution." "Foolish." Gaspard's voice rose sharply, drawing everyone's attention. They had never seen the leader lose his temper so much with the Cole. "You've completely placed our sect in an untenable position." Gaspard's face turned ashen. "Because of that traitor, we've faced enough shame. How dare you defend her? She entered the demon sect, lost her humanity, and kills without hesitation. If she killed their family, harboring deadly enmity, do you expect them to easily let go? What if you invited him to come here? What then? Do you think I would protect her and use force to end things?" Seeing the leader genuinely angry, Maddox hurriedly prostrated himself, confessing sincerely, "My actions were thoughtless. Please, leader, punish me." Gaspard scoffed. "You need to reflect on your arrogance. As for punishment, let's waive it for now. You're already taught a lesson in this state." Maddox bowed again. "Thank you, leader, for your leniency. Get up." Gaspard turned and left. As he turned, shadows flickered under his eyes. 3 days passed swiftly. Netherlight's figure was escorted to the corpse-dissolving pool. During these 3 days, numerous interrogations were conducted to uncover his true identity. However, Netherlight remained silent throughout, enduring all forms of torture unyieldingly. Even when brought to the corpse-dissolving pool, he laughed maniacally. "One of me may die, but there will be countless others. You can't stop us. The Kelvin will rise gloriously. When that happens, your fate will be 1,000 times worse than mine." His words darkened everyone's faces. "Enough of his nonsense, execute him." Someone urged impatiently. "I'll do it." Zachariah approached with the pre-prepared butcher knife. Within the sect, he tried to avoid using the starry sword to prevent revealing anything to the seniors. The commotion caused behind the xuanhuan sect had surely been witnessed by those from Mount Shu, especially the higher-ups. Therefore, Zachariah tried to avoid using his own sword whenever possible. The others didn't compete with Zachariah either. After all, since no useful information could be obtained through interrogation and killing a demon wouldn't add much to their achievements, they might as well conserve their strength. Zachariah stood steadily in front of Netherlight. Netherlight raised his gaze slightly, wanting to see who would deliver the final blow. When his eyes landed on Zachariah, an unusual light flashed in them because he saw a wisp of demonic aura behind Zachariah. "You're a demon." Before he could finish his sentence, Zachariah slashed down with his blade. Netherlight's voice was abruptly cut off. With one strike from Zachariah, his head was severed from his body and plopped into the corpse-dissolving pool with a splash, bubbling up. He never got another chance to speak. "Indeed, I'm here to kill you," Zachariah said calmly, then kicked Netherlight's body into the corpse-dissolving pool. Zachariah had a premonition about what Netherlight was about to say. He was clearly going to say, "You're a demon." However, Zachariah misdirected everyone, making them think Netherlight was saying, "You're going to kill me." Sure enough, after Zachariah's explanation, no one doubted or mentioned anything further. Why would that guy suddenly say I'm a demon? Could it be because I've learned too many demonic techniques and now carry some demonic aura? Zachariah pondered inwardly. This wasn't a good sign. If he carried demonic aura and it was detected by the Lingzuan of Mount Shu, he would be in serious trouble. Zachariah quickly returned to his room. In the Book of Demons, the page belonging to Netherlight rapidly dimmed. Zachariah didn't rush to claim the legacy rewards. He urgently wanted to know if his body truly exuded any demonic aura. Immersing himself in Netherlight's past, Zachariah experienced a new life story unraveling before him like a slideshow. Netherlight was not a pure-blooded demon. He was a half-human, half-demon hybrid. Such a lineage made him unpopular among both humans and demons. Since witnessing the greatness of the Kelvin, he had idolized him, almost fanatically admiring him. Despite being a hybrid, his demonic talents were strong, and his cultivation advanced at an impressive rate among demons. His powerful strength also protected him from much of the bullying from other demons. However, the greatest humiliation of his life came when he expressed his desire to join the Kelvin's ranks. Those demons looked down on him, mocking him relentlessly. They saw him as a bastard who was unfit for their noble army. To them, only pure-blooded demons were worthy of standing beside the Kelvin. Despite being second only to the Kelvin's war generals in strength, Netherlight couldn't even enter the Kelvin's circle. His status was far below even the lowest-ranking underlings. But he did not become disheartened. He believed the Kelvin's subordinates lacked foresight and still hoped to pledge his loyalty directly to the Kelvin. An opportunity arose soon after. At a gathering of demons, he finally met the Kelvin and eagerly volunteered his services. However, the Kelvin ignored him and coldly stated, "Your human blood would dirty my sight." Those words shattered all his hopes. He left in despair, crazily striving to increase his strength, determined to surpass the Kelvin and become the strongest among demons. Later, hearing of the Kelvin's defeat and imprisonment in the demon-locking pagoda, Netherlight lost all respect for him. His ambition surged as he felt his time had come. Eventually, he discovered a unique ability, blood transmutation, that allowed him to extract and assimilate others' abilities from their blood. He killed enemies, gained numerous abilities, and grew increasingly powerful. He then spent a considerable sum to obtain a drop of the Kelvin's blood from the demonic black market, rumored to have been collected from a battlefield. Thus, he acquired the Shadow Realm ability, boosting his confidence further. His true intention in entering the Mount Shu demon-locking pagoda was not to free the Kelvin but to stand before him and announce his impending supremacy. He planned to take all of the Kelvin's blood and proclaim the end of his era. Then, it would be Netherlight's new era, but it remained nothing more than Netherlight's fantasy. He ultimately failed to achieve his breakthrough, falling at the hands of Mount Shu's current leader, unable to ever stand before the Kelvin. Phew. Zachariah sighed deeply, having thoroughly understood Netherlight's story. Being a half-human, half-demon hybrid, Netherlight possessed the blood transmutation ability and the ability to detect demonic aura. This explained how he could gather so many demons so quickly during the assault on the Xuanhuan sect. Thus, it seemed the demonic aura Zachariah carried had indeed manifested. This wasn't good news for Zachariah. It was certainly related to the Book of Demons. Giving up its use was out of the question. Still, he had to address this hidden danger promptly. First, let me claim the legacy rewards. A crimson golden glow flashed. The additional reward was blood refinement to deity. Unexpected yet logical. This powerful ability was finally inherited by Zachariah. However, Zachariah wasn't overly excited. Instead, he felt even deeper worries because of the demon aura issue. He already had demon aura on him and didn't know if it was due to acquiring too many demon-related abilities. If he rashly extracted another demon ability and the demon aura intensified, what would happen then? Perhaps it hadn't been detected besides by Mingxiao due to its faintness. But if the demon aura grew too strong, Zachariah couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be noticed by superiors or even his colleagues. Let's not extract this for now, Zachariah decided, putting this ability on hold. He proceeded to claim the second legacy reward. Another flash of crimson golden light was absorbed by the demon codex. The additional reward was realm power, basic level. Zachariah's expression brightened at this uncommon ability, though he wasn't sure why. For the demon codex to evaluate it as a crimson golden reward, it must be extraordinary. After a thorough review, Zachariah was also inwardly shaken. So the dark realm is a basic form of realm power. It dawned on Zachariah that the essence of the dark realm was realm power. Upon activating this power, one could use their attributes to construct a personal domain. New reward, blood transmutation. Unexpected yet reasonable. This formidable ability was now Zachariah's. However, he wasn't overly excited. Instead, he felt deeper concerns due to the demonic aura issue. Carrying demonic aura already, he worried about exacerbating it by extracting more demonic abilities. For now, with the demonic aura barely noticeable except to Netherlight, Zachariah couldn't risk aggravating it further. Put it on hold for now. Zachariah set aside this ability and proceeded to claim the second legacy reward. Another crimson golden glow flashed and was absorbed by the Book of Demons. Note, "chur" should be translated as crimson or scarlet instead of leaving it in Chinese. I've also adjusted the sentence for better fluency. New reward, domain power, basic. The term chuji is better translated as basic in English to ensure it reads naturally and fluently. Domain power. Zachariah's expression brightened. This was indeed a rare ability. Though he wasn't sure of its exact function, it must be extraordinary to be rated as a scarlet golden reward by the Demon Chronicle. Upon closer inspection, Zachariah felt a deep sense of awe. It turns out that the Dark Realm is an initial form of domain power. Zachariah now understood. The essence of the Dark Realm was domain power. Once this power was activated, one could use their attributes to construct a personal domain. The Shadow Realm is just an initial form of domain power. Now he realized that the essence of the Shadow Realm was domain power. Activating this power allowed one to create a personalized domain using their attributes. Basic domain power can influence those within it in various ways. These effects can be beneficial or detrimental, depending on the nature of the ability itself. The Kelvin's Dark Realm absorbs enemies' strength, weakening them and empowering himself. Higher-level domain powers can achieve even more. If one could master the highest-level domain power, once activated, they would be the sole king within that domain, wielding power at will like a creator god. However, this wasn't something Zachariah could consider right now. Owning basic domain power was already an unimaginable strength for someone at his level. Fortunately, domain power has no direct connection to the demonic path. Domain power was unrelated to factions. It was merely a symbol of strength. This power was what Zachariah could acquire with peace of mind. Extract domain power. With a thought, Zachariah instantly felt a unique force surge into his body, indescribably profound and mysterious. Although he had extracted this domain power, he currently couldn't replicate the effects of the Kelvin's Dark Realm. Unlike cultivation techniques or mental disciplines that offer quick progression, domain power required him to rely on his abilities, slowly grasp and integrate it before putting it to use. Zachariah took a deep breath. Meditating's death had indeed brought significant benefits. Through Meditating's memories, he got his first glimpse of the elusive Kelvin. Is the Kelvin really imprisoned in the lower levels of the Demon Locking Pagoda? If I were to include the Kelvin in the Demon Codex, what effect would that have? For a moment, Zachariah's curiosity about the 7th and 8th floors of the Demon Locking Pagoda deepened. However, he knew he couldn't go there yet. Let's focus on how to deal with the demonic aura issue first. Returning to reality, Zachariah felt a headache coming on. Outside the chamber of the Mount Shu Sect Master, 2 figures knelt outside the door, pleading for an audience with the Sect Master. Gerardo had just stepped out when he heard the 2 voices speak in succession. Please punish me by locking me in the Demon Locking Pagoda. Please send me back to the Demon Locking Pagoda for further punishment. Gerardo felt his head spin. One of them was Brigham, and the other was Yoel. Yoel wanted to return to the pagoda because he believed he came out solely to avenge Anwar. No matter how many demonist disciples from xuanhuan sect he killed, it couldn't absolve him of his sins. Only hardship and time could cleanse him. Therefore, he refused the sect master's offer to redeem his sin through merit and insisted on seeking punishment personally. Brigham also wished to enter the Demon Locking Pagoda for confinement for 2 reasons. First, he felt disheartened after failing to kill the xuanhuan sect leader. More importantly, upon learning that he had gone berserk and injured a senior brother, even severing his sword-wielding arm, he felt ashamed to face fellow disciples and deeply remorseful towards the injured senior brother. When he sought out the injured senior brother, the latter refused to meet him, worsening his guilt. Thus, both of them came to see the sect master with identical requests. Gerardo thought they had colluded and felt somewhat helpless. He first looked at Elder Redhair and sternly said, Yoel, are you joining in his nonsense too? Yoel lowered his head and replied, this is not nonsense. In the battle against demon sects, every member of Mount Shu Sect has a responsibility. I dare not take credit and cannot use this as an excuse to atone for my sins. Please grant my request, Sect Master. Upon hearing this, Brigham chimed in, I lost control and harmed my fellow disciples, committing a grave error. I deserve punishment. Please approve my request, Sect Master. Nonsense. Gerardo's tone grew stern. Do you think the Demon Locking Pagoda is a resort for leisure? To atone, you should go out and slay demons to benefit humanity. Do you believe idling in the pagoda constitutes atonement? Both were taken aback simultaneously. They sensed the sect master's anger in his tone. Just then, an announcement came from outside. Report. The Godly Seal Sect Master requests an audience. Gerardo seized the opportunity to leave. I don't have time to waste here. Go do what you need to do. Chapter 157. Demon Forbidden Land. Brother Dominic, I deeply regret that I couldn't welcome you to Mount Shu far in advance. At the entrance of Mount Shu, Gerardo welcomed Palace Master Dominic of the Joyful Talisman Sect. Dominic's face bore an official smile as he greeted Gerardo with respect. I'm troubling Master Wei. Nonsense. Brother Dominic's visit brings glory to our humble Mount Shu. They exchanged pleasantries and eventually entered the Grand Hall of Mount Shu. After a while over 2 cups of tea, Gerardo finally asked the critical question. Is there something important, Brother Dominic? A hint of shame appeared on Dominic's face as he said, we heard about your recent attack on the Demon Sect, only to be counterattacked by demons. By the time we received this news, it was already too late for us to come to your aid. I deeply regret this. Gerardo waved his hand with a smile. Mount Shu has been at war with demons for ages. Such incidents are common. The Joyful Talisman Sect is far away, and indeed, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. There's no need for Brother Dominic to feel remorseful. Both were seasoned foxes, skilled at feigning ignorance for strategic reasons. Though geographically distant and not particularly close, they still had their share of formal exchanges. Gerardo had not even considered seeking help from them during his campaign against the Joy Sect. Thus, to him, Dominic's words now seemed like a mere formality. After a moment, Dominic changed the subject, finally getting to the point. Master Wei, I have a disobedient daughter named Kira. She left our sect years ago and joined the Joy Sect as deputy head. Are you aware of this? Whether Gerardo knew or not, at this moment, he pretended not to know. He looked surprised. There's such a thing? It didn't matter whether Gerardo genuinely knew or was acting, Dominic continued. Indeed, from the moment she betrayed the Joyful Talisman Sect, she cut all ties with us and ceased being my daughter. If she fell to your swordsman, it was her own fault. This statement implied that he would not hold Mount Shu responsible. However, Gerardo did not want to take the blame because he had no idea who killed Kira, or if it was even someone from Mount Shu. He replied, in fact. Before he could finish, Dominic interrupted. Although it was her own fault, I still wish to speak with the swordsman who killed her. No other intentions, just to understand if my daughter ever incurred his wrath to the point of death. If she indeed committed grave sins, I should apologize to the swordsman as a father, Dominic said sincerely, but only he knew if this was genuine. Gerardo sighed, honestly, regarding your daughter's death, we also know nothing. We wish to find out who killed her as well. Hearing this, Dominic frowned. Does Master Wei distrust me? He assumed Gerardo was evading the issue. Gerardo explained again, detailing the circumstances. Yet, Dominic refused to believe him, finding the scenario implausible. A mysterious swordsman killing both the Joy Sect's leader and deputy without any connection to Mount Shu? How sincere can you be when you won't even tell me the truth? Seeing Dominic's dissatisfaction, Gerardo responded stiffly. No matter how many times he explained, Dominic dismissed his explanations as excuses. Gerardo felt helpless, knowing others wouldn't believe him either. Finally, Dominic said, since Master Wei is unwilling to say, I will leave now. Please don't see me off. Dominic walked towards the door, ignoring Gerardo's calls, and they parted on unfriendly terms. Shortly after Dominic left, the elder stepped in and asked softly, Jayad, the palace master of the Jyavine Talisman sect, cause trouble? Gerardo waved his hand. Not a serious conflict, but Dominic is quite stubborn. Chance hesitated. Will this lead to friction between the two sects? What else can we do if he refuses to believe me? Chance remained silent. Let's not talk about this. Gerardo turned the conversation. I need to entrust you with more responsibilities while I retreat into seclusion. Chance nodded, understanding the significance of a master's secluded cultivation period. After Chance left, Gerardo's legs began trembling violently. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he leaned heavily against his chair. Moments later, he seemed to suppress whatever was causing the tremors and slowly lifted his head. He sighed, taking out a map and looking at a marked location. In red letters, it read, Demon Forbidden Land. In the 6th underground level of the Demon Lock Tower, Zachariah sat on a high wicker chair, facing a demon pierced with numerous soul-breaking nails. The pain caused by these nails was excruciating, piercing through the soul. Zachariah casually threw a nail towards the demon, making it scream in agony. Despite the torture, the demon's mouth stayed firm. The demon spat on the ground angrily. Kill me if you dare. You'll never get anything from me. Killing you is simple. Zachariah shook his head. You're quite tough-lipped. How about this? If you answer a side question satisfactorily, I promise not to interrogate you for a month. Deal? Hearing Zachariah wasn't pressing further, the demon's expression softened slightly. What is it? Zachariah straightened up. Do you know of anything that can completely eliminate demon aura? The demon laughed. You ask a demon this? Without a demon aura, what kind of demon would it be? Zachariah shook his head. Looks like you don't know. He had asked the same question to other demons here but received no useful answers. While asking demons might seem inappropriate, asking colleagues raised suspicions. Thus, he started with the demons first. What if one of them actually knew? Just as Zachariah lost hope, the demon suddenly added, Actually, you've asked the right person. I do know of a place. There, you can find something to eliminate demon aura, maybe even demons themselves. That place is the legendary Demon Forbidden Land. Zachariah was slightly taken aback. Demon Forbidden Land? This was the first time Zachariah had learned of this place. It was an area that numerous demons dared not approach, referred to as the Demon Forbidden Land. Many years ago, a large coalition of demons attempted to conquer this region. They refused to accept that any place in this world should be untouched by demons, a sanctuary off limits to them. However, their attack resulted in a crushing defeat. Not only did they fail to capture the area, but countless demons were killed or wounded. Within that place, there seemed to be an immensely powerful force that could suppress demon auras, preventing demons from exerting their full strength. Thus, the area became known as the Demon Forbidden Land. So that's it. Where is this place? Zachariah unfurled a map of Central Plains for the demon to point out. However, the demon shook his head and said, That place is not in Central Plains. Is that so? Zachariah produced a more extensive map covering the 5 continents and 4 seas. After letting the demon confirm the map, Zachariah asked him to indicate the precise location. The demon pressed his blood-stained finger on a spot, then asked, Why do you need something to eliminate demon auras? Jayad, you make a deal with one of the demons here? Are you planning to take him out after eliminating his demon aura? Can I come along? If you can get me out, you'll surely benefit greatly. You're overthinking it. I was just asking casually, but thank you for the information. With that, Zachariah threw the last soul-breaking nail at the demon, saying, Don't waste it. The demon froze for a moment before shouting angrily, Damn, this is how you thank me. Deep into the night, Zachariah lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep. His mind was occupied with thoughts about the Demon Forbidden Land. The Demon Forbidden Land is not in Central Plains. My shadow clone cannot reach that far. The shadow clone lacked independent consciousness and required control by Zachariah's mental energy. The further away, the harder it was to control. Even Central Plains was vast, and the Demon Forbidden Land was beyond its borders. Zachariah's mental energy simply couldn't stretch that far. Despite his powerful spirit energy, such a distant location was still out of reach. If there's no other way, I will have to go myself. After much contemplation, he realized that the demonic aura within him needed resolution. Based on current circumstances, visiting the Demon Forbidden Land might be the only solution. I'll wait a bit longer and see if there are any other options. But Zachariah wasn't too hasty. At least he needed to interrogate all the demons in the lower 6 floors before making a final decision. 10 days later, after questioning the demons on the lower 6 floors, Zachariah reluctantly concluded that visiting the Demon Forbidden Land was the only option left. During this period, he obtained some techniques and items from dead demons, but until he resolved the issue of the demonic aura within him, he dared not touch anything demonic again. A truly vexing situation. It felt like having a gold mine right before his eyes but being chained, unable to reach it. Forcibly breaking free would risk severe injury, yet not doing so meant torment. One morning, Zachariah woke up from a nightmare. He dreamed that his colleagues detected the demonic aura within him, leading to reports and ostracization by both senior members and disciples of Mount Shu. Unable to defend himself, he tried to escape, only to be grabbed by the sect leader who held him by the throat. Awake and gasping for breath, Zachariah made up his mind. He had to visit the Demon Forbidden Land to find a solution. He left behind a shadow clone, which would remain idle due to the great distance. Instead, he left it with simple instructions to repeat mechanical tasks. There would be no interrogation of demons. Occasional appearances should suffice to avoid suspicion. Zachariah then quietly left Mount Shu again. A guard at the gate suddenly turned around, on high alert. I'm sure I felt wind coming from inside. His colleagues laughed, one of them patting his shoulder. Relax, kid. You must be losing it. On the mountain path of Sunset Peak, a red-clad figure hurriedly ran away. Her beautiful face showed panic, her eyes still tear-streaked. Dressed like a bride, she now looked like someone escaping a marriage. She tripped over a sharp rock, tearing her dress and exposing slender legs. Ignoring the pain, She ripped off the damaged part and continued running deeper into the forest, even fighting off a monster during her escape. Despite injuries, she didn't stop. A rough voice interrupted her run. My dear wife, you're making this quite boring. Her face paled at the sound. Slowed down by injuries and delayed by monsters, she was finally caught. Ahead of her landed a massively obese figure. The man, with bulging muscles and fat wobbling with every step, grinned menacingly. Your parents accepted my gifts and betrothed you to me. Of course, you are my wife. Escaping our wedding displeases me greatly. Now, follow me back and serve me properly. If you do, I might consider forgiving you. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Facing the looming threat, the girl shook her head, retreating step by step. If you push me, I will die right here. She pulled out a dagger, pressing it against her neck, her eyes filled with resolve. The obese man remained unperturbed. If you die, I will claim your body while it's still warm. Then I'll settle accounts with your parents. We agreed that if they don't provide a living daughter, they must repay threefold the dowry. Do you think your parents can afford it? If they can't pay, they will owe their lives instead. At these words, the girl's face drained of all color. If even death couldn't save her from humiliation and cost her family their lives, what was the point of dying? Though her parents had pushed her into this hell, she couldn't bear to let them die with her. Despair took over her mind, and tears fell along with the dagger. Tears stained her blouse, and seeing the young girl weep with such sorrow, the obese man seemed to find greater satisfaction, his face growing even more joyful. Please stop crying, my dear. I will cherish you well. Once you experience my kindness, you'll understand how good I can be. The girl covered her ears, collapsing into a breakdown. Stop talking. Stop talking. The stout man walked up to the girl, extending his massive hand, which was bigger than her head. He reached out to touch her cheek, but at that moment, a burst of force struck his hand. The stout man let out an alarmed cry, stepping back several paces as his hand went numb and trembled violently. Who attacked me? The stout man became alert, scanning the surroundings with a look of anger on his face. If she does not wish it, you should not force her. A clear voice came from the left side of the stout man. He abruptly turned his head to look. An elegant figure had appeared some time ago, standing under a birch tree not far away. The girl also turned her head towards this figure, her originally despairing eyes suddenly gleaming with surprise. Senior brother Sue. The figure under the birch tree was none other than Zachariah. And the weeping girl? She was Selma, a new junior sister Zachariah had taken under his wing when he was in the upper level of the Demon Lock Tower. Back then, Selma had a cold outbreak and was taken out of the tower for treatment by fellow disciples from Mount Shu, after which she quietly left without saying goodbye. Zachariah later received a note from Anwar with her address, which was indeed this Xianxia village at the foot of Sunset Peak. However, Zachariah hadn't intentionally sought her out until now. Several times he had left the sect, but because it wasn't on his way, he never came over. But this time, while heading to the Demon Forbidden Land, he passed through Xianxia village. He thought of apologizing for some harsh words he had said to Selma back then. Unexpectedly, before even seeing her, he heard Selma's almost roaring cries. Junior sister Jameson, long time no see. Zachariah greeted her. Selma was covering her red lips with both hands, her eyes glistening with tears, disbelief still lingering in them, feeling like she was dreaming. Is it really you, senior brother Sue? It's me, Zachariah nodded. At this moment, however, the stout man was fuming. You mean your sister? Even if he were stupid, he could tell there was something wrong between Selma and Zachariah. Though they called each other senior brother and junior sister, anyone with eyes could see their relationship wasn't just that simple. His face filled with rage, he glared at Zachariah, yelling, Boy, I advise you not to meddle. This is my family matter, not yours. Zachariah met his gaze, replying, Giant, you say she was my sister? If so, this is my family matter too, and I have every right to intervene. The stout man erupted in fury at these words. You're courting death. He stomped his feet and swung his mountain-sized fist at Zachariah. Selma's face changed slightly, ready to rush in front of Zachariah to block the punch. But then, in the next moment, a beam of sword light sliced into the stout man's abdomen. He flew backward like a deflated balloon, blood splattering everywhere, his intestines spilling out. With a look of sheer terror, he stammered, Sword Immortal. Low-level cultivators rarely witnessed such powerful attacks. Zachariah remained standing still, not moving a muscle, not even lifting his hand. Yet he was suddenly struck by the sword light. What else could this be if not divine power? Terrified, the stout man lost control of his bladder, trying to run but only tumbling down the hill within a few steps, leaving a trail of blood and intestines behind. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Selma slowly approached Zachariah. Just as Zachariah was about to speak again, she suddenly grabbed his arm, afraid it was a dream, afraid Zachariah might disappear like an illusion at any moment. Feeling his solid arm confirmed for her that the person before her was indeed real Zachariah, the very person who occasionally surfaced in her mind during midnight musings. In the next moment, she threw herself into Zachariah's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Senior brother Sue, it's so good to see you again. Translation completed, maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and continuity with previous content. Hashtag chapter 158, Crossing the Sea. Selma cried in Zachariah's embrace for a while until her tears wet his clothes. Only then did she feel a hint of embarrassment and left Zachariah's embrace. I'm sorry, senior brother Sue. I've soaked your clothes. No problem, Zachariah smiled, indicating it didn't matter. He glanced at Selma from head to toe. Dressed in red attire, Selma appeared radiant, but the skirt beneath her was torn, revealing her long, slender, and fair legs. Zachariah did not linger on the sight. He raised his head and asked, Little sister Selma, what happened to you? Zachariah's question almost made Selma tear up again with grievance, but she managed to hold back, telling him everything in detail. It turned out that years ago, Selma had suffered an acute attack of cold syndrome inside the demon locking tower, nearly costing her life. After being taken out of the tower, she was fortunate enough to receive careful treatment from an Isaiah within the sect, who suppressed the coldness inside her body. However, this Isaiah also warned her not to enter the demon locking tower again, lest the tower's evil chi triggered another outbreak of her cold syndrome, endangering her life once more. The Isaiah mentioned that her cold syndrome originated from her inherent physical condition, which was extremely difficult to cure and required an extraordinary item that could change her constitution. But such items were rare and hard to come by. Even the abundant resources of the Amei sect couldn't provide one. If her constitution could not be changed, she wouldn't live beyond 20 years. Though the Isaiah did not say it outright, Selma understood between the lines. Even if she stayed in Amei, her fate wouldn't change. This realization left her disheartened, and she proactively requested to leave Amei. Amei's higher-ups agreed since she was only a miscellaneous disciple, someone Amei would not force to stay. Upon her return to Xianxia village, her parents' attitude towards her changed dramatically. Her departure from Amei disgraced them. Long before, they had proudly announced Selma's entry into Amei, turning their family into a household name in the village. Everyone thought Selma had gone off in search of immortality, boosting her parents' status immensely among villagers who praised and flattered them. However, Selma's abrupt return as a non-Amei disciple turned their lives into a laughingstock. No matter how much she tried to explain it was her own decision to leave, no one believed her. They said she had been expelled from Amei. The villagers, now treating them poorly, seemed intent on trampling on their family's dignity. Her parents berated her endlessly too. When Selma saw their cold looks, she didn't even bother mentioning her deteriorating health. Grief is greater than death. She knew telling them about her remaining lifespan wouldn't move them. They cared only for their face, not her feelings. But she had nowhere else to go. With great sorrow, she endured staying with her family. 3 days ago, a cultivator passed through Xianxia village and developed lustful intentions upon meeting Selma. This cultivator was the hefty cultivator who later fell off the mountain. He dared not openly take her due to unfamiliarity, so he inquired about Selma's background from the villagers. Learning of the estrangement between Selma and her parents delighted him. He approached Selma's parents, offering substantial benefits and proposing marriage. Blinded by potential gains, Selma's parents readily agreed, caring neither for the cultivator's ugliness nor the misery awaiting their daughter. They viewed her path of seeking immortality as impractical and wanted her to settle down like an ordinary woman. The male cultivator may not look handsome, but he's still a true Chi realm cultivator. Marrying him is an honor. Seeing the new wealth in her home and hearing her mother's words felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Her own flesh and blood had sold her without consent. Heartbroken, Selma saw no point in resisting. Yet when she reached the wedding site and met her future husband, a walking mound of flesh, she was jolted awake. That man mocked the very definition of average looks. Unwilling to accept her fate, she used an excuse to leave and promptly fled the wedding. After listening to her story, sympathy welled up within Zachariah. What an unfortunate fate. If not for his impromptu visit to make amends for past regrets, what her future might have been was unimaginable. Not wanting to remind her of painful memories, he asked, "What do you plan next? Are you going home?" The question threw Selma into confusion. Home? Did she even have one anymore? She had escaped one fire pit. Would her parents push her into another? "I won't go back." Selma shook her head firmly. "From now on, I want to control my life." Zachariah nodded, pleased that she had resolved to take charge of her destiny. If she chose to return to that place with no hope, Zachariah would respect her decision but feel regretful. "Here, take this." Zachariah handed her a green jade pendant with a trace of his divine awareness attached. "Keep this with you, and I can always know where you are. If I get an opportunity to find an item that can change your constitution, I will come to help alleviate your suffering from the cold syndrome." Taking the jade pendant from Zachariah, despite its coolness, warmth flooded her heart. Though she secretly wished to leave with Zachariah, she realized the vast gap between them after seeing his godlike abilities earlier. Following him would only hinder him. Therefore, she cherished the talisman and Zachariah's promise. They were merely fellow disciples. Her unspoken affection for Zachariah remained just that. His willingness to do so much for her already brought her immense satisfaction. "Yes," she nodded. Selma nodded heavily. She clutched the jade pendant tightly in her hand, her eyes shimmering with tears. "That's it then. I'll take my leave first." Zachariah bid farewell and left, fearing that he might soften and do something unplanned. After all, he had a significant mission this time. If he gave in to his emotions and took Selma with him, it would only create complications for himself. He couldn't possibly put aside his own affairs to specifically search for an item that could change her constitution for her sake. It could only be left to fate. After Zachariah left, Selma gazed at Zachariah's retreating figure, pressing the jade pendant in her palm close to her chest. It was as if Zachariah hadn't left at all. 3 days later, Fengyu City, Endless Sea Harbor. Giant ships lined the shore, creating a magnificent sight when viewed from afar. These giant ships were themselves magical artifacts, powered by full loads of spirit stones stored within their holds. Through various spirit arrays, they harnessed the energy from the spirit stones to fuel their long voyages. At this moment, disciples of the Long-Jiastan sect, dressed in white and blue attire, bustled about the port. Each of these giant ships was crafted at great expense by the Long-Jiastan sect. The Long-Jiastan sect was now the largest sect in Fengyu City, and this sect had developed based on this very harbor. Whether you were a cultivator or an ordinary person, to safely cross the Endless Sea, you must board one of the Long-Jiastan sect ships, because the Endless Sea was filled with numerous terrors. Above the Endless Sea, extreme weather conditions often occurred, and unknown flying beasts attacked from the sky. Crossing the Endless Sea by air was virtually impossible. Flying along the surface of the sea was equally dangerous. Due to the extreme weather, tsunamis were commonplace. In addition, there were countless deep-sea beasts of unfathomable strength lurking in the waters. Any one of these threats posed insurmountable challenges for cultivators. Under such circumstances, boarding a long Jiastan Sect ship significantly increased safety. For one thing, these giant ships were equipped with strong defensive capabilities. Resisting ordinary tsunamis was not an issue. They could also withstand collisions from some sea beasts. If truly aggressive sea beasts appeared, the ships could switch to offensive mode, releasing torrents of spiritual energy via their onboard spirit arrays to strike the beasts fiercely. Besides this, Long Jiastan Sect personnel aboard the ships provided additional protection. Their declared goal was to ensure the utmost safety for passengers. As a result, the Long Jiastan Sect's business thrived, forming a monopoly over this harbor. When Zachariah arrived at the harbor, he saw a giant ship loaded with passengers slowly moving away from the port. Zachariah pondered for a moment before heading towards what was clearly the toll booth. Crossing the endless sea alone was far too risky. The endless sea stretched endlessly. Even if Zachariah flew day and night without rest, it would take him several days, and his divine essence could not sustain such prolonged flight. Should any emergencies arise while his divine essence was depleted, it would be quite troublesome. The depths of the sea must indeed be revered by all. Zachariah approached the Long Jiastan Sect's toll booth and asked about the fees. The Long Jiastan Sect disciple at the toll booth was a young girl with a few freckles on her face. Seeing Zachariah's face, she momentarily froze. Most people frequenting this harbor were rough seafaring men. It was rare to see someone as refined as him. Not until Zachariah repeated his question did the girl recover. She stated a number Zachariah found unbearable. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Zachariah gasped inwardly. Inside, he was panicking, but outwardly, he remained calm, determined not to let anyone see his distress. Previously, he had never cared much about spirit stones or treasures. Being inside the demon locking tower with the monster codex in hand, he had no real need for external possessions. Only now, after traveling far, did he realize the necessity of large amounts of spirit stones. Zachariah hesitated, deciding not to pretend to be someone he wasn't. After all, these were people he would likely never meet again. Why should he care about appearances? The most important thing was getting on the ship. Zachariah asked, "Can I get a discount?" The girl paused. "What do you mean by a discount?" "It means a cheaper price, like a 90% discount." Had anyone else asked for a cheaper fare, the girl might have dismissed them immediately. But due to Zachariah's striking appearance, she softened. "How much of a discount are you asking for?" Zachariah held up one finger, preferably a 10% discount. 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones were within his reach if he scrounged enough. "Do you think I can break your leg? Do you believe that?" At that moment, the girl's senior fellow disciple walked over. Hearing Zachariah's conversation with his junior sister, he grew increasingly annoyed. Boarding the ship was already cheap. This guy still wanted a discount? And shamelessly asked for a 10% discount? Pure fantasy. "Do you think the Long Jiastan Sect is your family business?" The senior reprimanded the girl for even talking to such a person and glared at Zachariah. "Are you here to cause trouble?" More Long Jiastan Sect disciples gathered around, glaring at Zachariah. "Forget it, I'll go." As Zachariah was about to leave, a disgruntled voice came from behind. "Are you guys bullying others again?" Zachariah turned around. A chubby boy approached, dressed in lavish robes and adorned with dazzling jewelry, looking extravagant enough to blind dogs. His demeanor exuded arrogance, as if afraid others wouldn't notice he was a fat sheep. 3 burly bodyguards followed him, their eyes revealing fierce killing intent. The chubby boy's arrival visibly upset the Long Jiastan Sect disciples, but none dared offend him. Even being accused of bullying, they didn't dare retort. The chubby boy pouted, finding these weaklings boring. He then walked up to Zachariah, slightly tilting his head to look at him, and asked, "What's your name?" Zachariah, having secretly left Shu Mountain, dared not use his real name. He fabricated one on the spot. "I'm Isaac Tong." The chubby boy furrowed his brows. "You look so handsome, yet you have such a rustic name?" Ignoring it further, he waved a hand. "Pay the spirit stones for this Isaac Tong, and let him board the ship with us." Zachariah was surprised at how effortlessly the chubby boy paid the 10,000 spirit stones without blinking. True wealth. No wonder people loved befriending tycoons. Who doesn't like someone with cash? However, Zachariah didn't accept the gift easily. "No free meals. Isaac Tong, can't take without contributing." Before Zachariah finished, the chubby boy waved a hand. "Enough. No need to be so formal. I help those who catch my eye. If I don't like someone, they could kneel and beg me, and I wouldn't give a damn." The chubby boy meant he acted on his whims. He didn't like quibbling. Pausing, he added, "But if you really want to repay me, just be my protector. Although with these 3 bodyguards around, you might not have much to do." Zachariah thought it was fine to be a bodyguard, especially one who wouldn't have much to do. He agreed on the spot. The 3 bodyguards glanced at Zachariah simultaneously. Though they said nothing, their eyes revealed disdain. They seemed unimpressed with Zachariah's physique. They believed he wasn't up to the task of being a bodyguard. Zachariah, of course, chose to ignore the looks from these close bodyguards. After boarding the ship with them, Zachariah also got a preliminary understanding of the chubby boy's identity. His surname was Zhao, and his name was Paco. He was the young master of the Zhao family in Fengyu City. In Fengyu City, there was 1 sect and 3 families. The sect, of course, was the Long Jiastan Sect, and the 3 families were the 3 major aristocratic families, with the Zhao family leading among them. The Zhao family's influence extended far beyond Fengyu City. So even the Long Jiastan Sect disciples, who ruled the port with an iron fist, didn't dare offend them. Through casual conversation, Zachariah also learned about young Master Zhao's purpose for this journey. He was going to the other side of the endless sea to enjoy a local delicacy. Crossing the endless sea, spending so many spirit stones, and enduring such a long journey just for a meal, Zachariah found it a bit outrageous. But he insisted that he had done this not just once. Almost every month, he would make the trip 2 or 3 times. If it weren't for the vast distance, He'd want to go every day. Zachariah asked him why he didn't bring some back if it was so delicious. That way, he wouldn't have to keep traveling back and forth. Paco shook his head, indicating that he had tried. He once brought back a lot of that delicacy. But by the time he returned, the food was no longer fresh. It lost its flavor. He simply couldn't eat it, and ended up feeding it all to the dogs. He had tried many methods, but nothing could ensure the food remained as fresh and delicious when transported back. Eventually, he had no choice but to continue making the trips back and forth. Zachariah listened, inwardly marveling at the peculiarity of it. Was this the simple yet boring life of the rich? He didn't understand the psyche of food lovers, unable to fathom what delicacy could be so enchanting. Come to think of it, I should have been a foodie myself. Zachariah mused. After integrating the zombie ghost bloodline, eating meat could enhance some of his physical attributes. However, being in the demon locking tower, seeing demons and monsters daily, he never felt the urge to eat meat. And the demon locking tower didn't provide much in terms of meat. From the start of his cultivation, he gradually moved from eating less, to bland meals, and eventually to fasting, relying on heaven's chi for nourishment. This was a standard progression. The higher one's cultivation, the less they relied on food for bodily energy. Thus, Zachariah had few opportunities to utilize this bloodline advantage. Perhaps, I can try the delicacy he spoke of over there. Zachariah was rarely tempted by appetite. After all, a delicacy favored by a wealthy young master must be decent. Eating while enhancing his attributes was a win-win. He just hoped it wasn't vegetarian. Judging by the chubby boy's physique, it probably wasn't. After that, Zachariah stopped chatting much with Paco. Paco didn't inquire about Zachariah's identity either, nor did he ask what he was doing crossing the endless sea. Perhaps he thought it impolite, or perhaps he was genuinely uninterested. Zachariah suspected it was the latter. Ever since boarding the ship, Paco's mind seemed solely occupied by the mysterious delicacy. Even their conversations revolved around it. Yet he never disclosed what the delicacy was, making Zachariah find it rather amusing. The giant ship sailed steadily, the blue sea surface calm for now. Zachariah came onto the deck, leaning against the railing, his gaze sweeping across the people on deck. He saw Truman holding a white gourd with a young girl, a drunkard who passed out upon boarding, and a mysterious figure hiding in the corner, completely wrapped up. The crowd here was mixed. Some might not be good people, but everyone shared the common goal of arriving safely at their destination. Therefore, even if some were truly vicious, they all coexisted peacefully. As Zachariah withdrew his gaze from the crowd and looked out at the vast blue sea, the horizon stretched endlessly, and the boundless sea had no end in sight. Feeling insignificant amidst it all, even the enormous ship he stood on seemed like a mere grain of sand in this endless sea. Truly insignificant. Another feeling struck Zachariah. The deep sea resembled a slumbering behemoth. With just a slight opening of its mouth, it could mercilessly swallow everything whole. Just as Zachariah was contemplating, the ship suddenly shuddered violently. Hashtag chapter 159, the fortune-telling elder. As the massive ship violently shook, the drunkard who had been passed out suddenly leapt to his feet, shouting in alarm, "Am I going to die?" Most of those on the deck were expressions of tension. Adrift in the endless sea, many people felt a lack of security. Fortunately, the violent shaking of the ship only lasted for a few moments before it calmed down again. Nothing serious. Why are you panicking? A man from the Far Horizons sect stepped forward. He was middle-aged, dressed in white and blue attire, with bronze boxing gloves on his hands. He cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, as if he found their reactions overblown and unworthy of attention. It's just a couple of sea beasts testing us. In the endless sea, sea beasts were in abundance. Some of these creatures were inherently aggressive. Seeing a large ship provoked them into attacking until they realized it couldn't be easily overturned, after which they would retreat. Hearing this, the drunkard widened his eyes and said, "Oh, then it's nothing to worry about." With that, he fell back down and began snoring loudly once more. The deck of the ship returned to its former calm. "Everyone, rest assured. This ship has been sailing for 10 years without any issues. Our Far Horizon sect calls it the Lucky Ship. It will safely transport everyone to the other side on this voyage," said another disciple of the Far Horizon sect, this time a woman. Although she didn't match the peerless beauty of Jenna or Santana, and even lagged slightly behind Jameson Rawachi, her sweet smile and gentle voice made people feel like they were basking in a warm breeze. Hearing this reassurance, the others smiled in relief. However, Zachariah felt a jolt of alarm and inwardly cursed. Isn't this just setting up a flag? You're planting the flag right after the ship sets sail. That doesn't seem like a good omen, does it? Shaking his head, Zachariah walked away, turning to see Paco staring at the sweet-smiling female disciple of the Far Horizon sect. Master Zhao fancying someone? Zachariah teased. Unlike Paco's actual guards, who were reserved and hesitant to speak with him, Zachariah, being a temporary guard hired to escort Paco and paying off a debt through service, could speak freely, knowing they would part ways as soon as they disembarked. Paco shook his head and said, "Women are dangerous. They bring disaster and should not be touched." "Then why do you stare?" "I won't touch, but it doesn't mean I can't look." "Only admire from afar, huh?" Paco nodded, looking at Zachariah with an expression that seemed to say he had finally found a kindred spirit. The female disciple noticed Paco watching her. Of course, she recognized Paco, but she appeared more intrigued by Zachariah standing beside him. She sent Zachariah a flirtatious gaze, one that was far more potent than the usual batting of eyelashes. Seeing the alluring gaze from the young woman, Paco took a step back, leaning against the ship's railing, his heart racing. "Brother, I think I'm losing control." "Zachariah? Were you not just saying women are disaster incarnate and untouchable? And now you're losing it already? Your resolve lasts only 3 seconds?" Zachariah was speechless. Just then, Zachariah turned his gaze and saw a massive wave rolling in from the distance. "The storm is coming, everyone back to the cabins," shouted the Far Horizon sect disciple. People on the deck hurriedly retreated to the cabins. Zachariah noticed that the drunkard was still sprawled out on the deck. He grabbed a Far Horizon sect disciple and indicated there was still someone left outside. There's still one lying there. Clearly annoyed, the disciple nonetheless kept his promise to ensure passenger safety and went to drag the drunkard inside. Just as they entered, a colossal wave struck the ship. The ship swayed violently from side to side. The sweet-smiling female disciple stumbled into Zachariah's arms. Zachariah quickly sidestepped. Thus, she landed in the arms of Paco behind him. Witnessing this, Paco watched Zachariah with amusement, beaming with delight as he gave him a thumbs up. Good brother. Zachariah chuckled. The female disciple, sensing something amiss, immediately moved away upon realizing she had landed in Paco's arms. Spotting Paco, she felt a twinge of disappointment but didn't show any distaste, considering his status as the young master of the Zhao family. Given the relationship between the Zhao family and the Far Horizon sect, offending him wouldn't be wise. After some time, the storm subsided, and the ship resumed its steady journey. Everyone appeared calm, as such turbulence was commonplace in the endless sea. A moment later, Zachariah noticed the Truman holding the white jade plaque and the Adria walking toward a heavily bearded man. Sir, would you like a reading? At the Truman's words, the bearded man waved his hand dismissively. Go away, I don't need it. Clearly, he mistook the Truman for a fraudulent fortune teller. The Adria chimed in, her voice soft and innocent. Uncle, please let Grandpa give you a reading. It's not expensive. Unmoved, the bearded man impatiently replied, Scram. At this point, a woman in yellow intervened, beckoning the Adria over. Young girl, come here. Let your grandfather read my fortune. The Truman and the girl approached her. The Truman smiled kindly at the woman and asked, What would you like to know, miss? My marriage prospects, the woman casually replied. Please write a character from your name here. The Truman handed the woman the white jade plaque along with a brush. She wrote the character lawn on the white pawn. Note, the term white pawn seems out of context in English and might be a mistranslation or a specific term from the original text that doesn't have a direct equivalent. If bipawn refers to a specific object like a tablet or parchment, it should be clarified. For now, I'll assume it's a unique item and keep it as white pawn. If you have more context, feel free to clarify. For better fluency, if bipawn is meant to be a specific tool or surface for writing, consider replacing white pawn with a more appropriate term like white tablet or white slate, depending on the context. If you prefer a more natural read without specific terms, you could say, she wrote the character lawn on the provided surface. Which approach would you prefer? The Truman retrieved the plaque and began waving it while muttering an incantation. Nonsense, scoffed the bearded man, dismissing the act. Ignoring him, the Truman continued his ritual. Soon, the character on the plaque vanished. The Truman paused his actions, his aged face framed by keen eyes. Smiling warmly, he told the woman, Your marital fate seems unusual. Oh, how so? The woman asked, slightly interested. The Truman hesitated, then lowered his voice, tentatively asking near her ear, Compared to men, do you prefer women? From a short distance away, Zachariah's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, a lesbian? Chapter 159, The Fortune-Telling Elder. As the giant ship shook violently, the drunkard who was previously dead drunk suddenly jumped up and shouted in shock, Am I going to die? Most people on the deck also showed signs of tension. Out in the endless sea, many lacked a sense of security. Fortunately, the violent shaking of the ship lasted only for a few breaths before it returned to calm. Nothing serious. Why panic? A man from the Long-Jiastan sect walked out. He was middle-aged, dressed in white and blue, with bronze knuckle guards on his hands. He glanced at everyone, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain, seemingly unimpressed by these overly alarmed people. It's just a couple of sea beasts testing us. In the endless sea, sea beasts were aplenty. Some were naturally aggressive, feeling uneasy if they didn't collide with the ship once or twice. However, once they realized this massive ship wasn't something they could easily capsize, they would obediently retreat. Hearing this, the drunkard widened his eyes and said, Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. Saying that, he fell back down and resumed snoring loudly. Peace was restored on the deck of the giant ship. Everyone rest assured, this ship has been sailing for 10 years without any issues. We in the Long-Jiastan sect call it the Lucky Ship. This voyage will surely bring all of you safely to the other side. Another disciple of the Long-Jiastan sect, a woman, stepped forward. Though her beauty didn't match that of Jenna or Santana, nor even Jameson Ruachi, her sweet smile and gentle voice made people feel like they were basking in a spring breeze. Hearing this, everyone else relaxed. But Zachariah felt a chill down his spine, inwardly exclaiming, Damn, isn't this jinxing it? The voyage had just begun, and they were already setting expectations high. That didn't seem like a good omen. Zachariah shook his head and walked away, noticing that Paco had been staring at the sweet-smiling female disciple from the Long-Jiastan sect. Prince Zhao has a crush on her? Zachariah teased. Unlike Paco's actual guards who were restrained, Zachariah, being a temporary bodyguard hired to escort Paco on this journey to settle a debt, spoke more freely. Paco shook his head, saying, Women are troublemakers, not to be touched. But you're still looking? I don't touch, but that doesn't stop me from watching. Just admire from afar, right? Paco nodded, looking at Zachariah with an expression that seemed to say he'd found a true friend. At this moment, the female disciple noticed Paco staring at her. Of course, she recognized Paco, but she seemed more interested in Zachariah beside him. She immediately sent Zachariah an alluring glance, more powerful than the usual batting of eyelashes. Seeing the girl's flirtatious look, Paco took a step back, leaning against the railing, his heartbeat accelerating. No good, brother. I feel myself falling. Zachariah? You were just saying women are troublemakers and can't be touched at all? Now you're falling? 3-second willpower. Huh? Zachariah was speechless. Suddenly, Zachariah turned his gaze and saw a huge wave rolling towards them. A storm is coming, everyone back to the cabin. With the shout of the Long-Giastance sect disciple, everyone on deck quickly returned to the cabins. Zachariah noticed the drunkard still sprawled on the deck. He grabbed a Long-Giastance sect disciple and indicated that someone was still outside. That one is still lying there. The Long-Giastance sect disciple, though annoyed, couldn't leave anyone out in the open after promising to ensure their safety. Grumbling, he went out and dragged the drunkard inside, just as a massive wave hit the ship. The ship rocked violently, and the sweet-smiling female disciple from the Long-Giastance sect stumbled into Zachariah's arms. Reacting quickly, Zachariah dodged aside. So, the female disciple ended up in Paco's arms instead. Watching Zachariah's move, Paco was elated and gave Zachariah a thumbs up. Good buddy. Zachariah smiled faintly. The female disciple, noticing something amiss, immediately moved away upon realizing it was Paco in her embrace. She felt a bit disappointed, but didn't show any disgust. After all, this was the young master of the Zhao family, and offending him wouldn't be wise given the relationship between the Zhao family and the Long-Giastance sect. After a while, the storm ceased, and the ship resumed its steady journey. Everyone remained calm, as such turbulence was common in the endless sea. After a brief silence, Zachariah saw the Isaiah with the white tortoise shell approaching a burly man with a beard, accompanied by Adria. Do you wish for a fortune-telling, sir? The Isaiah asked, but the bearded man waved him off as if chasing away flies. Go away. No thanks. Clearly, he thought the Isaiah was a scamming charlatan. The Adria chimed in with a childlike voice. Uncle, please let my grandfather read your fortune. It's not expensive. The bearded man remained unimpressed and impatiently shooed them away. Get lost. At this moment, a yellow-robed woman couldn't stand it anymore and called the Adria over. Tamara, come here and have your grandfather read my fortune. Hearing this, the Isaiah and the Adria approached. The Isaiah smiled gently at the woman, asking, What would you like to know, miss? Let's see about my love life. The woman said casually, Please write a character from your name here. The Isaiah handed her the white tortoise shell along with a pen. The woman wrote the character Lon on the tortoise shell. The Isaiah reclaimed the shell, waving it while muttering some obscure incantation. Hocus pocus, the bearded man sneered disdainfully. Ignoring him, the Isaiah continued his ritual. Moments later, the writing on the shell vanished. Stopping his ritual, the Isaiah looked at the woman kindly and said, Your love seems quite unique. Oh, how so? The woman asked, intrigued. The Isaiah hesitated, lowering his voice and tentatively asked near her ear, Compared to men, do you prefer women? Not far away, Zachariah's eyes flickered slightly. Oh, a lesbian? Chapter 160. Is your destiny so strong? The woman burst into laughter at the Isaiah's words. You're right. Women are so gentle and considerate. Of course I like women. She made no attempt to conceal her statement, which immediately drew stares from others. The men present felt as if they had been struck by an arrow in the knee, feeling somewhat offended. While she didn't directly criticize men, her words unmistakably conveyed a disdain for them. The bearded man snorted coldly. So what if you like women? What's there to be proud about? I like women too. Do I look proud? He retorted. With these words, the surrounding men erupted in laughter. The woman's smile instantly vanished, but she did not argue with the bearded man. Instead, she turned to ask the Isaiah how much she should pay. The Isaiah shook his head, indicating that he couldn't calculate her specific destiny accurately and therefore would not charge her. He hesitated to reveal the truth, that he had determined she had no destined romance in her life. She had never intended to marry anyone, nor would she encounter someone with similar inclinations, so her life would likely be devoid of romantic ties. Yet, the woman insisted on paying. She had asked him casually to test his abilities, and once convinced of his skills, she generously handed over a medium-grade spirit stone. A medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, the Isaiah exclaimed that it was too much, insisting only 1/10 would suffice. Seeing the Isaiah refuse, she gave the stone to the Adria instead, patting her head and saying it was a gift for her. The girl accepted it simply with a, Thank you, big sister. The Isaiah sighed, thanked her repeatedly, and reluctantly put the stone away. Then he proceeded to ask the others in the cabin one by one, but met with repeated rejection. Most cultivators firmly believed that their fate was in their own hands, not predetermined by heaven. Thus, they dismissed fortune-telling as nonsense. Finally, when the Isaiah approached Zachariah and Paco, Paco waved a hand, saying, Give us both a reading, and I'll pay for it. Zachariah, standing beside Paco, was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh wryly. Why include me? He had no particular desire to have his fortune told. More importantly, he was poor and needed to manage his finances carefully. Brothers share everything, Paco replied, patting Zachariah's shoulder. He admired Zachariah's righteousness and felt that he could be friends with him. I'll get a reading too, but you do Isaac brother first, Paco added. Paco wasn't curious about Zachariah's future specifically. He wanted to see if the Truman's readings were accurate. If Zachariah confirmed his accuracy, it would make the reading more trustworthy. Money wasn't the issue. He just didn't want to be deceived. He hated being lied to most of all. Zachariah felt helpless. Another reason he didn't want a reading was because he had given Paco a false name. The Isaiah required him to write down one character from his name. If he used his real name, wouldn't it expose him? But if he used a fake name, would the reading still pertain to his future? Weighing the risks, Zachariah decided to prioritize keeping his identity hidden over the accuracy of the reading. It wasn't especially important to him whether it was accurate or not. Please tell me about my recent fortune, Zachariah said carefully, avoiding sensitive topics that might reveal his true intentions. Asking about his luck would give him some idea of the journey ahead. Taking the white scroll, Zachariah wrote the character Teng. When the Isaiah received the scroll with the character Tung, he began his divination ritual without suspicion. But moments later, when the character disappeared from the scroll, he suddenly stopped his ritual, a look of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Paco asked, puzzled. This Isaac young master has an unusual destiny, making it difficult to read. The Isaiah sensed a mismatch between the images he saw and Zachariah himself. He guessed that Zachariah had used a false name, but wisely chose not to say anything. Revealing it might harm Zachariah, and he didn't want to risk that. Paco looked skeptical. What do you mean? Can't you read it? Realizing he needed to regain trust, the Isaiah passed the scroll back to Zachariah and said, could you please write another character? Any character will do. He subtly gestured to Zachariah, indicating he shouldn't use a false name again. Zachariah understood and wrote the character Chan, after pretending to think for a moment. The Isaiah nodded in satisfaction and resumed his ritual. After a few moments, however, the Isaiah paused. Still can't read it? Paco felt like they were being toyed with. Just then, the Isaiah suddenly spat out blood and collapsed. Grandpa! The Adria was terrified, her face pale. She rushed to support him, but lacked the strength to lift him. People around were stunned and started murmuring speculations. What happened to the Truman? Why did he suddenly collapse while doing a reading? Did he calculate himself into the netherworld? Too many glimpses into fate upset the heavens? No one dared to approach him immediately. When Zachariah tried to help, the Adria pushed him away, assuming his involvement caused the incident. At that moment, Oceanfar Sect disciples arrived. One of the smiling female disciples quickly helped the Isaiah up. They claimed responsibility for passenger safety, and this situation posed potential problems. Though it wasn't their fault, if something happened on their ship, they would face scrutiny. After confirming the Isaiah was still breathing, the disciple breathed a sigh of relief. Paco, on the other hand, stared at Zachariah in shock. No way. Isaac brother, your destiny is that strong? Chapter 161. The Deep Sea Monster. This was the first time Paco had witnessed someone nearly lose their life while trying to read another person's fortune. Too absurd. Just how unyielding must this brother Isaac's fate be for it to render a reading impossible? Zachariah smiled bitterly and said, how would I know? The sudden incident involving the Isaiah man was also completely unexpected by Zachariah. If he had known it would turn out this way, he never would have allowed the Isaiah man to proceed with the fortune-telling. How could he have let this happen in good conscience? And just as Zachariah was smiling bitterly in helplessness, the Isaiah man finally regained consciousness. His eyes were dull, clearly indicating some damage to his vital energies. Gradually coming into focus, he waved his hands at Zachariah repeatedly, saying, it's due to my lack of skill. Let's not calculate it anymore. He then promptly took the young girl to the side. Previously, he cared about his reputation, but now, he didn't care what others thought. He openly admitted his lack of skill and couldn't make a prediction. He even stopped doing business with Paco. Paco looked bewildered and shook his head, saying, had I known, I would have done it myself. Brother Isaac, look at you. Your fate is as solid as a rock. It even scares people. At that moment, the other people around started giving Zachariah odd and complicated glances. Even the Ainsley side. A person with such a rigid destiny isn't suited to be a Dao companion. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the air. The ship violently trembled. This vibration was much more intense than the previous sea beast encounters and the storm attacks. Everyone had previously only been thrown off balance, but this severe jolt tossed them around as if they were grains in a sieve. Zachariah clung to a fixed object, remaining as steady as a mountain. Paco, held by 3 guards, wasn't sent flying like the others in the cabin. Just a small disturbance. Everyone, don't panic. It's still just the sea beast testing us. It's just bigger this time, the Oceanic Sect members shouted, trying to calm everyone down. But who had the heart to listen at this point? Everyone rest assured. So what if it collides a few times? Our giant ship is impregnable. After a few attempts, it'll realize it's useless and give up. The Oceanic Sect disciples tried to boost morale, but the ship's vibrations grew increasingly violent. The sea beast strikes became more frequent, showing no sign of stopping. Finally, someone in the cabin couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, chase it away. I can't take it anymore. Do we have to keep taking hits? This ship has defensive measures. Start attacking it. Attack it hard. Everyone suggested initiating the ship's attack mode directly against the stubborn sea beast. However, the Oceanic Sect members hesitated. They wouldn't easily activate this mode unless absolutely necessary, because it cost a lot of spirit stones, literally burning money. Moreover, the attack mode could only be used a limited number of times, as the stored spirit stones on board were finite. If too many were used up, what would power the ship's movement? Everyone calm down. I'll go deal with that creature. Then, one of the managers from the Oceanic Sect, a relatively high-ranking elite, emerged from the inner cabin. After shouting this, he rushed out. Within moments, the ship's vibrations gradually subsided. Inside the cabin, everyone could hear continuous crashing waves and intermittent shouts. Suddenly, the waves stopped and a thud, as if something heavy had landed on the deck, rang out. Everything fell silent again. Shortly after, someone pushed open the cabin door. The crowd at the entrance looked out, seeing the massive head of a sea beast staring at them with wide eyes. Everyone at the doorway was taken aback and retreated hastily. A cheerful laugh seemed to come from below deck, followed by a figure flipping up onto the deck. Standing atop the sea beast's head was the manager who had just left. Bare-chested, he revealed his bronzed, muscular build, with a long knife resting on his shoulder, grinning at the crowd. Killing a mere lion dragon was enough. Why use a cleaver for chicken? This lion dragon had a face resembling a giant lion, adorned with 2 dragon-like horns on its head, whiskers on its mouth, and thick lips like those of a deep-sea fish, a truly bizarre sight. The crowd climbed onto the deck to examine it closely, bursting into cheers. Especially the Oceanic Sect members, whose prestige was bolstered by the manager's display of prowess. But suddenly, rumbling sound like a beast's growl filled the air. In an instant, a massive figure burst from the right side of the ship, causing everyone to feel darkness overhead as the creature cast a vast shadow, utterly terrifying. Its body was larger than the entire ship. It whipped its enormous tail, sweeping up the manager standing on the lion dragon's head, and with a splash, the monster submerged back into the ocean. The resulting tidal wave rivaled the earlier tsunami, tossing people overboard in panic. In shock, one among the crowd exclaimed, "The sea beast hitting our ship wasn't the lion dragon killed by the manager. It's this one. This must be it. It's the king lion dragon." Pale-faced, everyone recognized the even larger lion dragon. Compared to it, the one on the deck was merely a runt. It was undoubtedly the king of lion dragons. Next, another horrifying scene unfolded. Two figures flew from the water and landed on the deck. Upon closer inspection, the crowd felt a chill shoot up their spines. These were the upper and lower halves of a human body, blood pooling around them. The manager's eyes were wide open, unable to close even in death. Quickly, back to the cabin. The Oceanic Sect members shouted frantically. Some agile individuals quickly retreated into the cabin. The others, still in shock, rushed towards the exit upon hearing the shout. Simultaneously, the king lion dragon continued slamming into the ship, subjecting everyone to relentless torment. "Martial arts, it's your turn to act," shouted Paco, fed up with the turmoil. ####Chapter 162. The drunkard makes his move. Go, all of you, go and finish that thing off. Paco's face was filled with anger. The three guards exchanged uneasy glances. One of them spoke up, "What about you if we leave? The patriarch ordered us to guard your safety at all times. We can't disobey his orders." Paco shouted, "I still have brother Isaac here. What do I have to fear?" Upon hearing this, the three guards' faces turned even more peculiar, and they remained silent. They did not speak or show any intention of leaving. Clearly, they did not trust Zachariah, nor did they believe that Zachariah could protect Paco adequately. After all, without Paco's help, Zachariah couldn't even afford a ticket. Such a penniless cultivator, what great skills could he possibly have? Seeing the stubbornness of the three guards, Paco kicked each one of them and then redirected his frustration at the ocean-going sect. "Hey, aren't you going to manage it? Are you just going to let that beast wreak havoc down there?" The ocean-going sect members were already in disarray, none paying attention to Paco. Everyone looked grim. Who would have thought they would encounter such a powerful lion wyvern king? And worse, a crazed one at that. It had been continuously ramming their ship ever since they encountered it, as if it held a grudge against the ship. Encouraged by Paco's words, the passengers in the cabin also started to complain. For a moment, the cabin was filled with murmurs of discontent, an atmosphere of chaos. The rocking of the ship was uncomfortable enough, but most were worried about their own safety. If the ship were to be smashed apart, they would surely perish as well. Zachariah remained quiet, but inwardly criticized the situation. That ocean-going sect female disciple might as well not have jinxed things. The flag had barely been planted before a steward was lost. Now, they were being targeted by the Lion Wyvern King. Judging from the current situation, this seemed like a battle to the death. Zachariah silently shook his head. Words really do carry weight. Quiet. At this moment, a figure emerged from the inner cabin. He wore a white-gray robe, with a beard beneath his chin, his face gaunt and expression stern. He was the responsible person for this ship, and also an Isaiah of the ocean-going sect named Antonio. Antonio scanned the crowd and immediately ordered the ocean-going sect disciples, "Activate the spirit array, bombard it." With these words, the crowd's agitation slightly subsided. The ocean-going sect disciples, receiving the order, immediately left the cabin and headed to the lower deck to operate the spirit array. Zachariah activated his spirit ear ability and clearly heard the commotion below. A scene of firing cannons flashed through his mind. Immediately after, everyone felt a violent tremor from the ship's body. This shock differed from the Lion Wyvern King's collisions. It was a tremor from the ship itself. Following closely, a roar erupted from the depths of the sea. "We hit it," someone excitedly shouted out, but they hadn't even finished rejoicing when the ship suffered another violent collision. This time, the force was unprecedentedly strong, tilting the entire ship at an alarming angle, as if it were about to capsize. At this moment, a light enveloped the ship, a strange force forcefully pushing the tilted hull back upright. Zachariah saw Antonio pressing his hands on the deck, clearly indicating that he had acted. "That beast is too stubborn. Hit it again." Antonio's cold expression deepened. Following his voice piercing down, the disciples operating the spirit array locked onto the Lion Wyvern King's position once more, unleashing a burst of energy capable of piercing mountains. Roar. Deep in the ocean, the Lion Wyvern King's body was pierced through, its blood staining a vast area of the sea red. Yet it did not cease ramming the ship. This puzzled everyone on board. They began to question if the Lion Wyvern King was deranged, hit twice and still refusing to flee, persisting in challenging them. Was it intent on mutual destruction? The passengers were extremely anxious. Some who had sailed multiple times were now panicking because it was rare to see a sea creature so tenaciously attack a ship. These sea creatures possessed a fair degree of intelligence and had survival instincts. Once they realized there was no chance, they would typically give up. This was why most chose to sail. Large ships exuded enough deterrent power to make most sea creatures retreat. Encountering such a deranged creature like this one was unprecedented. Unusual events must harbor anomalies. But at this point, they couldn't investigate why the beast was so persistent. Their minds were focused on one goal, quickly killing this thing. "Rock, what should we do?" An ocean-going sect disciple rushed forward to ask Antonio. Generally speaking, dealing with this kind of unyielding sea creature, one strike from the spirit cannon would suffice. However, this time, the spirit cannon had fired twice. Moreover, due to the Lion Wyvern King's enormous size, both shots hit precisely, yet it showed no sign of retreating, as if ready to fight to the bitter end. The ship's attacks were limited. Wasting too much on this creature meant less ammunition for future threats. Antonio was about to respond when a loud voice echoed. "Let me handle it. It's in its final throes. It's time for me to take action." Everyone turned to look. There, sprawled on the cabin floor like a dead body, the drunkard who had been tossed around with the ship's movements suddenly leaped up. Landing steadily, his eyes were clear and sharp, devoid of the usual cloudiness. People were astonished to see him walk steadily on the swaying cabin floor. Next, he kicked open the cabin door and stepped onto the deck, quickly moving away. The passengers gazed out, their eyes reflecting hope. This guy was hiding his true strength. Everyone had assumed he was just a silly drunkard. Even during the storm, an ocean-going sect disciple had to drag him inside. A complete liability. But at this moment, everyone viewed him with newfound respect. He intended to kill the Lion Wyvern King alone. Such bravery deserved admiration. In the next instant, the drunkard dashed to the edge of the deck and leapt high into the air. Abominable beast, meet your doom. He roared as he dove down. However, in the very moment he dived, a massive shockwave surged out of the waves, hitting him head-on. In this shockwave, the drunkard's figure instantly turned to ashes and disappeared, leaving only a few strands of hair floating back to the deck. Everyone was stunned. Paco looked baffled, doubting his own eyes. Where did he go? Zachariah shook his head. Obviously, he evaporated. Chapter 163, Sudden Changes. No one could have expected what happened next. Just a moment ago, the drunkard was brimming with fierce power like a tiger, and in the next instant, he vanished into thin air. Was this a joke? So, that guy didn't wake up after all? The crowd's expressions were bizarre indeed. Their moods were incredibly mixed. The old drunkard, who had probably consumed an unknown quantity of fake alcohol, had squandered their expectations. What kind of hero were you trying to be? Now look, even his body wasn't found intact. Horseshit. Antonio immediately swore profusely. This was the last thing he had anticipated, especially given he had harbored some hope. You all saw, right? He insisted on going out to fight the sea beast. His death has nothing to do with us from the long-range sect. A relatively sober disciple of the long-range sect quickly distanced themselves from responsibility. They did not want to bear the blame for the drunkard's death. At this point, another overseer volunteered to Antonio, wanting to slay the Lion Wyrm King. His face was filled with anger as he was close to the deceased overseer. With the latter's demise, he wished nothing more than to avenge him by slaying the sea beast. Originally, he would not have dared to harbor such thoughts. After all, his strength was on par with the deceased, which was clearly not enough to defeat the Lion Wyrm King at full power. However, now that the Lion Wyrm King had been hit twice and heavily injured, and its impact force against the ship had weakened considerably, it presented a good opportunity for revenge. But his request was denied by Antonio. I have to take action personally. Antonio was uneasy. Even a dead worm still wriggles, let alone a lively Lion Wyrm King. Facing a sea beast that had just easily killed an overseer, Antonio dare not let anyone else make a move. Better safe than sorry. Losing another overseer would be too costly to explain back to the sect. In the next moment, Antonio flashed out directly. Zachariah's brows furrowed slightly. Was it really wise for the person in charge of the ship to leave? Before Zachariah could fully express his worry, Antonio's figure had already submerged into the water. Suddenly, the vibrations stopped, and the ship stabilized. However, faint rumbling sounds could be heard underwater. As everyone sighed in relief, an eerie laughter suddenly rang out. Hee hee hee. And? Upon hearing the laughter, Zachariah turned around immediately. He saw a man dressed tightly, looking as if he were cold, suddenly threw back his head and laughed aloud. The laughter was very peculiar. Everyone was puzzled by his sudden laughter. Antonio hasn't returned yet. The crisis isn't completely over, so why is he laughing early? People looked at the man with suspicion, and those near him moved away. Unable to contain himself, Zachariah asked, "Could you be someone from the legendary Soul Hall?" The laughter abruptly ceased. What's the Soul Hall? As he finished speaking, his clothes suddenly exploded. After the explosion, his true form was revealed. It was a scrawny man who looked somewhat malnourished. But the most striking feature was not his physique or appearance, but the tight red and white attire he wore. Various patterns of unknown ghosts and deities were embroidered on it, and there was a tiny moon symbol carved on his forehead. A member of the Dark Moon cult. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in shock. Dark Moon cult. This was a notorious cult that roamed the seas, surviving primarily by plundering. Given the vastness of the endless sea, it was unlikely one would encounter them unless terribly unlucky. Upon revealing his identity as a member of the Dark Moon cult, the crowd immediately cast unfriendly, even hostile gazes toward him. Several disciples of the long-range sect surrounded him immediately. What do you think you're doing? The disciple wearing boxing gloves waved his fists. I warn you, don't cause trouble. While they weren't overly worried about just one member of the Dark Moon cult, many people remained pessimistic. After all, they found it odd. How dare this Jediah expose himself so brazenly? Was he not afraid of retaliation? Considering the countless enmities the Dark Moon cult had accumulated, people despised them deeply. If he hid his identity and behaved, he could stay peaceful, but exposing himself might lead to public outrage, which even the long-range sect might not suppress. Zachariah also frowned. He was certain that this Jediah must have some backup plan. At this moment, other overseers came out from the cabin. Their eyes were fixed on the Jediah, guarding against any trouble. Trapped in the circle, the Jediah laughed wildly. He seemed entirely unafraid. Do you know why the sea beast kept attacking this ship? He laughed while eyeing everyone mockingly, as if watching clowns. Hearing this, even the slow-witted understood. It's you. You bastard. What did you do? Aren't you afraid to die? Geo yourself. Why drag us along? Everyone angrily cursed him, almost confirming that this Jediah had something on him, or used some means to attract the beast relentlessly. Though heavily injured, it persistently attacked the ship. One mystery solved, but a bigger question loomed. What was his motive? Was he planning a mass suicide? Humph. A long-range sect overseer scoffed. Just a lion WIRM king. We long-range sect won't take you seriously. Wait till Rock returns, then see how you'll die. Another echoed. While we promise safety, anyone endangering others will not be tolerated. Everyone nodded in agreement. But the Jediah laughed again. Fools, still hoping for his return? Your Rock won't come back, ha ha ha. My true intention was to send your Rock underwater. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. What are you saying? Especially the long-range sect members, whose faces showed shock and fury. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the cabin door, heavy objects landed. Everyone turned to see figures in red and white clothing leap from the sea onto the deck. The Dark Moon cult graces us with their presence. Are you ready to welcome them? Chapter 164. The Dark Moon Sect. The sudden appearance of the Dark Moon Sect members caused everyone's expressions to freeze in shock. The infamous Dark Moon Sect, the scourge of the seas, was right here before their eyes. When the Dark Moon Sect members reached the door, a Long Jiastan Sect steward finally snapped out of his daze and angrily shouted, "What do you want? This is a Long Jiastan Sect ship." The Long Jiastan Sect was a renowned maritime sect with substantial power and wealth. Even though the Dark Moon Sect was notorious for its audacity, there were still some sects they dared not provoke. Until now, the Dark Moon Sect had not dared to extend its reach to the Long Jiastan Sect. Because of this, the Long Jiastan Sect had not been overly cautious. They never imagined that the presence of Dark Moon Sect members on the ship could be a trap designed to lure their strongest fighters into the water. Now, Rock must have been trapped by the ambush set up underwater by the Dark Moon Sect and would not return anytime soon. His safety was uncertain. Shock and rage filled the faces of the Long Jiastan Sect members as they attempted to scare off these villains using the name of their sect. However, they were too naive. How could the Dark Moon Sect not know this was a Long Jiastan Sect ship? Since they dared to raid it, they had already considered and were prepared for the consequences. Don't waste time. Hand over everything you have. We're busy, the leader of the Dark Moon Sect members said impatiently while digging water from his ears. His attire was adorned with more intricate patterns, indicating he held a higher rank within the sect, though his exact position remained unknown. As for Zachariah, he only knew of Marshal Stavis, the deceased head of one of the Dark Moon Sect's chapters, from the Locked Demon Tower. He learned some things about the sect through him, but Marshal Stavis's memories did not involve this particular member. He was likely from another branch. Indeed, the Dark Moon Sect had several branches, spread across different seas, making them ubiquitous. No way. The words of the Xylan did not persuade the proud Long Jiastan Sect disciples to surrender easily. A quick-thinking steward drew his sword and placed it against the neck of the trapped Dark Moon Sect member, threatening the others to step back. Seeing this, the leader curled his lips, a sneer playing on his face. That's our death cultist. Kill him if you dare. No sooner had the leader finished speaking than the thin man grabbed the steward's blade and slashed his own neck, uttering, "My heart will never perish, and the Dark Moon Sect shall endure forever," before collapsing lifelessly, his blood spilling onto the floor. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Were the Dark Moon Sect members all mad? To die so readily? The steward's expression turned grim as well. Just as the death cultist fell, the leader ordered, "Capture them." Dark Moon Sect members surged forward, forcing the Long Jiastan Sect to meet them head-on. But because they were confined within the ship, the Long Jiastan Sect members felt restrained, unable to fight at full capacity without damaging the vessel. If the ship was destroyed, even if they repelled the Dark Moon Sect, it would be difficult to return home alive. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon Sect members were reckless. Protected by magic artifacts underwater, they fought brutally without fear. Protect the young master. Paco's 3 guards stood in front of him faithfully, unafraid of the ferocious Dark Moon Sect members. Others who could still fight also joined in to resist the Dark Moon Sect. Everyone needed to protect their common interests. Many understood that they would share the same fate if the Long Jiastan Sect failed to hold off the attackers. "Brother Isaac, stay behind me." Zachariah was about to take action when Paco pulled him back. With a bitter smile, Zachariah said, "Wait, who's supposed to be protecting whom?" Paco shook his head. "Don't get hung up on details. Friends are friends. Would I really treat you like a guard?" Zachariah sighed in resignation. Despite the situation, Paco showed kindness. As the battle dragged on, neither side seemed to gain an advantage. Some began to think the Dark Moon Sect was overestimating itself, treating them like soft clay that could be molded at will. Suddenly, the sound of surging waves filled the air. Another figure in Dark Moon Sect garb rushed in, followed by a massive wave of dark green water. Floodwaters are coming. In an instant, the entire cabin was filled with the dark green wave. Some reacted in time to hold their breath, while others gulped down mouthfuls of vile seawater. After the floodwater receded, everyone was drenched. Then they realized they had no strength left. Their bones felt weak, and standing was difficult, let alone controlling their inner spiritual energy. Those with weaker resistance, or who had swallowed too much water, fainted on the spot. The water is toxic. That seawater is poisonous. Except for the prepared Dark Moon Sect members, the cabin quickly filled with unconscious bodies. Even those who held their breath could not escape the toxins entering through skin contact. Paco, standing in front of Zachariah, also collapsed backward. Zachariah caught him immediately, then crouched down to avoid any awkward postures. Placing Paco on the ground, Zachariah weakly said, "Brother Isaac, am I dying?" "Don't say such nonsense," Paco replied. "If I die, please burn more offerings of food from the other side for me." Zachariah paused, then covered his eyes gently. Chapter 165, One Sword Strike. Zachariah's gaze swept towards the Dark Moon cult's camp. The Dark Moon cult disciple who rode the sea waves had a different pattern on his attire compared to other disciples, yet it did not match their leader. However, standing next to that leader, he appeared even more noticeable, because his skin was actually a shade of green that could only be described as pardon green. Note, the term Yunlang literally translates to pardon green, but it's not a common English expression. Depending on the context, it might be better to describe it simply as an unusual or striking shade of green. For example, because his skin was actually a striking shade of green, this would read more naturally in English while conveying the unusual nature of the color. Even his hair color was dark green. Unsure if he panicked when looking in the mirror, but Zacharias certainly did. This guy must be poisonous himself, right? Zacharias silently guessed. At this moment, the Jedias all wore smiles. They had everyone trapped inside this cabin, using toxic water to flood the enclosed space, allowing for a complete capture. It was truly efficient. Is this probably the entire lineup for the Dark Moon cult's assault this time? Zacharias scanned the area. He had not acted immediately because he wanted to observe and see if they had more hidden cards. From what it looked like, his guess was correct. The Dark Moon cult people did not like to go all in. They preferred to reveal themselves bit by bit. Girl, wake up. The Truman abandoned the white peach in his hand and nervously shook his granddaughter's shoulders. His granddaughter had already lost consciousness, her small face waxen yellow. Her breathing became very weak, and she could not hear her grandfather's calls. Not far away. Seeing this scene, the bearded man not only lacked sympathy but also mocked coldly. Old fool, you can calculate things so precisely, right? How come you didn't foresee that today was an unlucky day to go out? When someone is furious and helpless, everything looks unpleasant. The bearded man at this moment felt exactly like that. So, hearing the Truman calling out to his granddaughter, he felt nothing but impatience. The Truman seemed unable to believe what was happening, shaking his head with tears blurring his vision. I calculated it. I clearly saw that this journey would have minor scares but no danger. How could it turn out like this? How could it? Oh, there's a fortune teller here? Upon learning that the Truman was a diviner, the green-skinned Jediah immediately showed interest and walked over. Hail, why don't you tell my fortune and predict when I'll become an Isaiah of the Dark Moon cult? With these words, the Dark Moon cult leader behind him laughed aloud. Era, with your puny abilities, you think you can become an Isaiah? Afraid you haven't woken up from your dream yet? The Dark Moon cult followers stifled their laughter, wanting to laugh but not daring. Era's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not dare offend the leader. With a hardened look, he said, Hail, quickly give me a reading. If you fail to satisfy me, watch out for severe consequences. At this moment, the Truman clung to his trouser leg as if holding onto a lifeline. Save my granddaughter first. Save her, and I'll read your fortune right away. Dead Truman, you dare bargain with me? Era suddenly kicked the Truman away. Then, a woman spoke up. Aren't you after money? Why hurt anyone? Everyone turned to look. The woman speaking was the one who had earlier asked the Truman about her marriage prospects. She was also the woman Zachariah believed was Lala. After saying those words, she immediately threw all her possessions on the ground. I have everything here. Give it all to you. Please let the Isaiah man and the child go. Turning around, Era's eyes lit up when he saw the woman, leering shamelessly. What's your name? Although reluctant, considering the current situation, she answered truthfully, Abby. Oh, it's Miss He, Era smirked mockingly. Since Miss He is so generous and charitable, how about helping me too? Abby felt physically ill at his words. Before she could respond, Era continued, I've been really fired up lately. Could Missy help relieve some of that tension? Upon hearing this, the Dark Moon cult followers burst into laughter. Everyone displayed knowing grins, their eyes filled with lecherous intent. Abby's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Even if she didn't know Era's true intentions, their expressions made it clear. She inwardly cursed him as shameless and tried hard to suppress her anger. She knew that, given her present situation, she couldn't confront them head on. Sir, you're joking, Who's joking with you? Before Abby could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Next moment, Era walked directly toward Abby while unbuttoning his pants. Abby felt utterly disgusted. Rage and humiliation flushed her face red, but she couldn't muster any strength. She couldn't even manage to escape. The laughter from the Jedias grew louder and more unrestrained. They teased each other, unexpectedly finding entertainment in watching live indecency. People from the Oceania sect were naturally aware of what was about to happen. Some turned away, others closed their eyes, unable to bear watching. All of them were lambs awaiting slaughter, their lives entirely at the Dark Moon cult's mercy. Angering them would lead to death. Making them happy might earn a sliver of survival, especially if they surrendered all their wealth. Thus, regarding Era's actions, they remained silent. Other passengers lowered their heads. Paco, instead of bowing his head, stood up abruptly. Shaking as he stood, he whispered urgently to Zachariah, Brother Isaac, support me. Zachariah steadied him, and Paco regained his balance. Straightening up, he sternly shouted, I am Paco, the young master of the Zhao family. Release us now if you know what's good for you. This instantly drew attention from the Jedias. Oh, Zhao family? The Zhao family from Storm City? The Dark Moon cult leader's gaze flashed slightly. Exactly. Paco puffed out his chest, displaying an arrogant expression, challenging them to do anything. Zachariah sighed inwardly, thinking this fellow imagined his family background could intimidate wolves. Little did he know, this was akin to placing a slab of fatty pork before starving wolves, and expecting the wolves to retreat? That's perfect. Taking you will allow us to extort another fortune from the Zhao family. The leader immediately smiled satisfactorily. Paco's face froze. Meanwhile, the three guards who had confidently accompanied Paco had disappeared into some corner, not even showing their faces. Damn it, wasting my time. I'll deal with you later. First, I need to enjoy myself. Era glared at Paco and then lunged directly at Abby. Swoosh. A flash of sword light sliced through the air. Era's head separated from his body. His head rolled to the feet of the Dark Moon cult leader, still wearing an almost manic smile of excitement. Hashtag chapter 166. No mercy. Lexia's mindset had experienced several fluctuations. Just a moment ago, Paco's intervention had sparked a flicker of hope in her heart. But the Dark Moon Sect was not intimidated by the Zhao family's reputation. After all, they dared to rob a ship belonging to the Christopher Yang sect. Clearly, they were prepared for retaliation. Even if they did not wish to offend the Zhao family further, as long as Paco remained unharmed, the Zhao family would not risk a confrontation over just one ship from the Christopher Yang sect. From despair to hope and back to despair, she thought no more miracles would happen. Yet, in the next instant, she saw Brenton's headless body fall right before her eyes. The clean cut on his neck was oozing out a mix of red and green blood. Brenton's blood was so toxic that it started corroding the deck of the ship. Xianxia was stunned. She almost thought she was dreaming until Brenton's blood nearly touched her knees, startling her back to reality, causing her to retreat in fear. Who is it? The Dark Moon Sect members were stunned at this horrific scene. Their smiles vanished instantly, replaced by shock and terror. None of them had seen the sword beam that decapitated Brenton, nor did they know who had released it. Yet, he was killed right before their eyes, with no warning or defense. A wave of cold dread spread through each member's neck. They couldn't help but feel terrified. If they had been struck by that sword beam, their fate would have been the same. Fear of the unknown spread like wildfire. Who exactly are you? The Xylan asked cautiously, glancing around warily to find the person responsible for the sword beam. Next, he fixed his gaze on Paco. Zachariah immediately took advantage of the situation, saying, "Young Master Zhao has incredible might. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Hearing Zachariah's words, Paco was utterly baffled. What? Why should I get involved? I'm just as confused. Paco was as puzzled as everyone else about who had made the move. However, Zachariah's words drew everyone's attention toward him. The Dark Moon Sect members looked at him with shock, while others, including those from the Christopher Yang Sect, gazed at him with awe and anticipation. For a moment, Paco felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had never been the center of such attention before. Despite being the young master of the Zhao family, people respected him only because of his status and family name. Never had they shown him such admiration and expectation directly. Although enjoying the attention, Paco did not dare respond. Was it you? The Xylan eyed him skeptically. Though Paco was from a noble family and could possess some special skills, the leader found it hard to believe he had this kind of power. Yet, he thought again. Paco had boasted boldly in front of them. If he didn't have any capabilities, would he have spoken so confidently? Uncertain of the truth, the leader gestured for one of his disciples to test Paco. The chosen disciple hesitated briefly, then gritted his teeth and lunged at Paco with ferocity. Inside, Paco screamed in panic. This is bad. After all, he wasn't the one who actually acted. Showing off was one thing, but facing real danger, he couldn't cope. This was also why he enjoyed the attention but didn't dare respond. Sooner or later, the truth would be revealed. A simple test would expose him. Brother Isaac, you've really put me in a tough spot. But just as Paco inwardly cursed his misfortune, swish, another sword beam flashed, cleanly slicing the attacking disciple in two. It was swift and deadly, leaving the disciple dead instantly just like Brenton. Finally, everyone saw clearly. It originated from Paco. It's really him. Lord Zhao, please save us. Lord Zhao, kill them all. Passengers on the ship began calling out to Lord Zhao, even kneeling down to beg him to finish off the Dark Moon Sect members. Paco stood dumbfounded, starting to question reality. Could I have some hidden talent I don't know about? The Xylan's face darkened. Paco was now their biggest threat, and they couldn't let this continue. Ignoring Paco's status, he gave the order, kill him. Instantly, dozens of Dark Moon Sect members surged forward, completely ignoring any rules of combat. They aimed straight for Paco. Paling, Paco realized there was only one sword beam earlier, but now hundreds were rushing at him. Could he defend himself? Before he could ponder further, dozens of sword beams suddenly appeared in front of him, slicing through the charging Dark Moon Sect members. Encouraged by this sight, Paco summoned up his courage. With all his might, he shouted, "Come on, you scum!" Dark Moon Sect members fell one after another, their limbs severed and scattered across the deck. Seeing this, the leader's expression turned grim. He abruptly realized his mistake. Stop. Retreat. His command was urgent, but fewer than one-third managed to retreat back to him. Suffering such heavy losses, his face became livid, but he forced a smile. Young Master Zhao truly has unmatched might. Today I, Zechariah, learned something. How about we call it quits? Let's not bother each other anymore, alright? Paco hesitated. The leader hadn't shown his true strength, and if the sword beams failed to stop him, what would happen to the others here? If they could end this peacefully, it might be best. However, just as Paco considered agreeing, one of Zechariah's disciples beside him was suddenly sliced through the neck by a sword beam and died on the spot without warning. Hashtag chapter 167. It's you. Immediately after, sword beams flickered one by one. They relentlessly claimed the lives of the Dark Moon Sect followers. Paco hadn't spoken yet, but these continuously flashing sword beams were his answer. Although this was not what he wished for, everyone present, except Zechariah, believed this to be his attitude. No mercy in killing. The Xylan Zechariah instantly flew into a rage. You're courting death. His body suddenly erupted with a dark purple aura that swiftly surged upward, transforming into a massive purple giant in the air. The giant was so large it almost filled half the ship cabin. Zechariah spared nothing and unleashed his strongest move right away. After the purple giant took shape, a layer of tangible armor covered its body. Then, it brought a palm down toward Paco's head. Paco also grew tense. He was merely putting on a brave front, relying on borrowed strength. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful strike from the enemy, all he could do was pray for a miracle. A miracle. It did happen again. A sword beam shot up from above Paco's head. This sword beam was even more magnificent and fierce than all the previous ones. With the momentum to tear through everything in its path, it directly sliced through the purple giant's hand. As it slashed across the giant's arm, The tangible armor on the giant's body was as frail as tofu under this sword beam. It was severed by this single strike. Zechariah's figure was revealed inside the giant's body. His eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, the sword beam passed through him. Only after piercing out from the giant's back did it slowly dissipate. Zechariah's expression froze. What kind of sword is that? No one answered him. The giant vanished instantaneously, and Zechariah's figure plummeted from the sky. Hitting the cabin floor, Zechariah opened his mouth, as if trying to say something more. But he couldn't utter a word before dying completely. From Zechariah angrily making his move to his violent demise, it only took a few breaths' time, until they no longer heard any noise or screams from the Dark Moon Sect. Everyone stared at the bodies scattered on the ground. All fell silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even their movements stopped as if frozen in time, because everything was just too dreamlike. Happiness came so suddenly. Not long ago, they were shrouded in the fear of death threatened by the Dark Moon Sect. But in this moment, the Dark Moon Sect members had all become corpses on the ground. No one could easily believe this magical reality. Master Zhao, what righteousness! Someone snapped back to reality, immediately bowing to thank Paco. Some even directly knelt before Paco. Master Zhao, you are my savior. Master Zhao, please accept my salute. Seeing many people pay him homage, Paco felt incredibly guilty. He didn't do anything. He could pretend, but he feared it would shorten his life to calmly accept their kneeling salutes. Get up quickly, don't salute anymore, I beg you. At Paco's words, these people rose, but they felt even more grateful and admiring towards Paco in their hearts. They all praised Master Zhao as truly a dragon among men. Embarrassed by the compliments, Paco kept shaking his hands, saying he wasn't as good as they said. Of course, only Zechariah really believed this. Zechariah extracted Zechariah's memories. Then, he crouched and searched through a Dark Moon Sect member's body to find the antidote. He ate one himself, although it wasn't necessary for him, but to avoid suspicion, he had to do so. After taking the antidote, Zechariah nodded and said, "Everyone, quickly find antidotes from the Dark Moon Sect members. They should have them." He gave one to Paco and then found two more from other members, giving one to the unconscious young girl and the other to the fortune-telling Isaiah. The Isaiah thanked him repeatedly but dared not meet Zechariah's gaze, quickly looking down upon the slightest eye contact. Zechariah wanted to ask him what he saw during divination, causing such a strong reaction, and why he now showed inexplicable reverence. However, seeing the Isaiah constantly coughing and in poor condition, Zechariah held back his questions. Others, noticing Zechariah was unharmed, started searching the Dark Moon Sect members for the antidote Zechariah had. Trusting Zechariah, Paco had already taken the antidote, feeling instantly relieved and no longer in danger. Suddenly, Paco's three guards appeared as if coming back from the dead. They flattered Paco immensely, admitting they had failed to recognize true talent and never expected their master to be so formidable. Paco was not a fool. He ignored their nonsense, kicking each one. While beating them up, he cursed, "What use are you? When I need you, you aren't even around. Only Brother Isaac was by my side." Speaking to this point, Paco suddenly stopped. His body stiffened as if remembering something, his gaze turning peculiar while looking at Zechariah nearby. "Only Brother Isaac was by my side?" He mumbled these words, his eyes gradually brightening. Then, without a second thought, he pushed the three guards aside, coming to Zechariah's side. "Brother Isaac, can I talk to you for a bit?" Zechariah nodded. "Of course." Following Paco to a secluded corner of the cabin, Zechariah, puzzled by his mysterious behavior, smiled. "Do you have a secret to tell me?" Taking a deep breath, Paco avoided answering Zechariah directly, but instead changed the subject. "Brother Isaac, there's something you don't know. Although I'm the young master of the Zhao family, looking pretty decent on the outside, in reality, I hold no real status within the family. My cultivation talent is quite poor, while my brothers are all exceptional, making me, the youngest son, seem even worse. I've never truly enjoyed the admiration of others. I'm no saint. Telling the Dark Moon Sect people I was from the Zhao family was mainly to save my life. But this time, I experienced what I shouldn't have. Those praises and flattery weren't meant for me." "No, why?" Looking into his sincere eyes, Zechariah fell silent. "Because of you. You're the one with secrets, right?" Chapter 168, Harvest. Paco suspected that Zechariah might be the one who had taken action, mainly due to the final sword strike aimed at Zechariah's purple giant. That strike was distinctly different from the previous ones. Most importantly, he could vaguely sense that the strike originated from behind him. At the time, due to the shock, Paco didn't dwell on it much. But upon reflection, he noticed several peculiarities. This, combined with Zechariah pushing him forward as the person who acted, strengthened Paco's suspicions. Hearing Paco's words, Zechariah smiled faintly. Paco, it turns out, was just pretending to be a fool. Seeing the smile on Zechariah's face, Paco already knew the answer. Even if Zechariah didn't say anything, his reaction confirmed it. "Brother Isaac, why did you hide it?" Paco had shifted from addressing Zechariah as Brother Isaac to Big Brother Isaac. After all, Zechariah was someone who single-handedly killed all the Jedias. Calling him brother now seemed somewhat impolite. "Why would you take the credit for such an impressive feat and give it to me?" Paco couldn't understand. If Zechariah had that kind of strength, why wouldn't he want this glory? Zechariah smiled lightly and casually replied, "We both got what we wanted." Paco was a showy person, making it hard for him to refuse such an opportunity to bask in glory. Zechariah only wanted to eliminate the Jedias without drawing attention. Beyond that, he had no other intentions and didn't wish to be remembered by others. The people on this ship were mostly from the Central Plains, their identities unknown, making it a mix of fish and dragons. Moreover, there were people from the Jiastan Ocean Sect. Being remembered by others at this time wasn't entirely a good thing. Paco had the Zhao family backing him, but as a disciple of Shu Mountain, could Zechariah rely on this identity for support? The demons wished nothing more than to kill more disciples of Shu Mountain. Besides, Zachariah had secretly left Shu Mountain, and he couldn't let others know he was a disciple. So, being low-key when possible was the better option. From Zachariah's actions and words, Paco saw that he didn't care about trivial details or superficial fame, which filled him with admiration. This was indeed a realm of higher understanding. No wonder Zachariah had such formidable abilities. Big brother Isaac, how did you manage those swords? Paco couldn't help but feel curious. He hadn't seen Zachariah make any moves, yet the sword lights appeared out of nowhere, instantly taking the lives of enemies. Such a technique was indeed chilling. That was, of course, Zachariah's spirit blade. A powerful mental essence almost condensed into physical sword energy, capable of injuring the enemy's soul during attacks, with outstanding results. This cannot be said. Zachariah didn't elaborate. If he mentioned the spirit blade, it might lead back to Shu Mountain, something Zachariah preferred not to reveal. All right, said Paco. Since Zachariah put it that way, he didn't continue questioning. It was normal for experts to have secrets they didn't wish to share. He didn't think that after chatting so much with Zachariah should spill all his secrets. Zachariah patted his shoulder, saying, keep this a secret. Of course. Paco nodded vigorously like a submissive underling. Big brother Isaac, whatever you need, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will do it for you. Paco understood gratitude. Zachariah had given him a chance to shine and enjoy the limelight. He felt nothing but gratitude. I'm your bodyguard. You should command me, Zachariah reminded himself of his role. No, big brother Isaac, if I still treated you as a mere bodyguard, it wouldn't make sense, Paco argued. Zachariah shook his head. We each have our roles. Since I promised to protect you on this journey, I won't go back on my word. Seeing Zachariah's insistence, Paco didn't argue further. Regardless, he wouldn't treat Zachariah like a bodyguard. In the cabin, people gradually regained their composure. The Demon-Sealing Sect disciples began moving the Jediah's bodies. Some strong passengers also lent a hand. On a sailing ship, there was no other way to handle the bodies except throwing them into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Zachariah also joined in to help. While assisting, he obtained rewards from the Demon Chronicles for the Jediahs. Although these guys provided limited benefits, even small gains were welcome. Additional cultivation progress and skill mastery experience were always beneficial. After extracting all the cultivation rewards, Zachariah's cultivation hadn't broken through to the next level but was close. The cultivation levels of these individuals differed greatly from Zachariah's, so the effects were less noticeable compared to before. However, there was a pleasant surprise. From Brenton, Zachariah extracted a new bloodline, the Poison Man bloodline. Brenton was a hybrid of human and demon, born as a poison man. After integrating this bloodline, he could produce toxins in his bloodstream. Due to his resistant constitution, these toxins wouldn't affect him negatively, nor would they turn him green like Brenton. As for the leader Zachariah obtained a fragment of the magic image technique. The giant he transformed into was an incomplete magic image. A fully complete magic image created by the magic image technique would resemble a godly manifestation, surpassing all else. Zachariah had no intention of cultivating an incomplete technique, especially a demonic technique. Half an hour later, the Demon-Sealing Sect disciples had cleaned up all the bodies and bloodstains on the ship. Zachariah washed the blood off his hands in a bucket nearby. At this moment, a woman approached and squatted down beside him. She dipped her hands into the same water bucket to wash them. Zachariah glanced up and froze slightly upon seeing her face. Miss He. The woman washing her hands in the same bucket turned out to be Abby, who had claimed she disliked men but liked women. This left Zachariah confused. You said you don't like men, so why are you here with me in the same bucket? Abby looked up, meeting Zachariah's gaze. She smiled and said, thank you. Zachariah's heart skipped a beat. Could Paco have betrayed him while he wasn't paying attention? With a puzzled expression, he asked, why thank me? For saving me, Abby replied sincerely. Even though you pushed Lord Zhao forward, I could sense that the person who killed Brenton and exterminated the Jediahs wasn't him. It was you standing behind him. You're the man behind the man. Zachariah blushed. Why did this sound so ominous? Abby smiled faintly. You've changed my opinion on men a bit. No, please don't change. I think it's better if you stick to liking women. This translation preserves the original tone and style, ensuring natural English flow while maintaining coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been kept as in the original text. Hashtag chapter 169. Heavenly Decree of Fate. Why do you think it's me? If I say it's intuition, would you believe me? This question left Zachariah speechless. Indeed, some women have very sharp sixth senses, sharper than detectives even. Zachariah had experienced this before. But no matter how Abby knew, Zachariah was not going to admit anything. You've really got the wrong person. Abby was firm. Whether you admit it or not, I still have to thank you. So, thank you for coming to thank me. Zachariah stood up and wiped the water from his hands. Just then, the sea seemed to explode, with a huge wave surging up. Everyone's hearts raced, as the psychological trauma left by the Dark Moon cult hadn't completely healed, making them all jittery like frightened birds. When they saw the figure flying up from the sea, the members of the Far Ocean Sect were filled with relief and surprise. Senior Rock. The figure emerging from the sea was none other than Senior Rock of the Far Ocean Sect. The moment Rock landed on the deck, the sect members rushed over to him. After he went underwater and didn't return for so long, everyone on the ship thought he had perished. And Rock felt the same way himself when he fell into the Dark Moon cult's trap, trapped in a spatial array while battling the Lion Serpent King. His heart had sunk deep into despair, believing the ship was doomed. He had heard about the malevolent nature of this cult, where their actions rarely failed. Back then, his mind was aflame with worry, and he fiercely cut down the Lion Serpent King before breaking through the array. When he finally caught up to the ship, he wondered how many people were left alive. However, much to his surprise, he saw numerous bodies of Jediahs sinking in the sea, each dismembered as if chopped by a sharp blade. Moreover, The number kept increasing. With doubts, he boarded the ship, only to be more surprised that everyone was unharmed. How did the people on this ship resist the Dark Moon cult without him? Master Zhao? Upon hearing that the one who killed the Jedias was young Master Zhao, Antonio was even more astonished. Wasn't he just a pampered playboy? Did he really have this kind of ability? The disciples of the Far Ocean sect unanimously stated that if it weren't for Master Zhao, the ship would have been under the control of the Dark Moon cult long ago. Antonio's expression changed repeatedly before he finally walked up to Paco, bowing and thanking him. Thank you, Master Zhao, for your timely help. Paco was delighted internally, feeling honored that an Isaiah from the Far Ocean sect thanked him personally. However, he couldn't appear too pleased with himself, waving his hands. Rock, please don't mention it. Everyone, wave Master Zhao and company's fare. Antonio immediately instructed the disciples to refund the full fare to Paco and his group. Just a small token, nothing much. Rock, why are you being so polite? Paco politely declined at first, but eventually accepted the spirit stones under Antonio's insistence, pulling a reluctant face though inwardly thrilled. Waving his fare was a gesture of gratitude. Accepting the spirit stones was also a social courtesy. Big brother Isaac here, these spirit stones belong to you. When Paco handed Zachariah the storage bag filled with spirit stones, Zachariah looked puzzled. Weren't these spirit stones given by Antonio to you? Why do they belong to me now? Senior Rock meant to give these to whoever saved the ship. That person is you, not me. It makes sense to give them to you, doesn't it? Moreover, you gave me face. Now I'm giving big brother Isaac substance. Isn't that reasonable too? After Paco explained, Zachariah found some logic in it. In that case, I won't refuse anymore. As a wealthy aristocrat, Paco definitely wasn't short on spirit stones. Zachariah took the gift without hesitation, scanning the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense, surprised to find. Antonio gave you 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones? Zachariah was taken aback. Giant, he just say to waive their fare? Even adding Zachariah, there were only 5 people. So shouldn't it be 50,000 instead of 500,000? An extra zero by mistake? This isn't a bank transfer. Paco gestured for silence. Big brother Isaac, keep it low. Senior Rock doesn't want others to know. According to Paco, Antonio was concerned that mentioning the amount might provoke jealousy and put Paco at risk, thus, officially waiving the fare for 5 people while secretly giving 500,000. Zachariah was skeptical, but chose not to press further since Paco said so. Seeing Zachariah accept the gift, Paco heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Antonio was not as generous as it seemed. When he waived the fare for Paco's group, he only waived the fare for 5 people. The remaining 450,000 came from Paco himself. With big brother Isaac's abilities, how could he end up unable to pay the fare? There must have been some difficulties. This way, I can openly help him. Paco didn't want to directly hand Zachariah the spirit stones because he feared rejection or upsetting him. As a strong individual, Zachariah likely had a strong sense of pride. Giving it directly might feel like an insult. If he offended Zachariah, it wouldn't be good. Using this method made it seem legitimate and appropriate. This was why he agreed to Antonio's small gesture. Otherwise, he wouldn't care much about these few spirit stones. Initially, he silently criticized the Isaiah for being stingy, wishing he wouldn't have insisted. Only considering the opportunity to pass some spirit stones to Zachariah did he reluctantly accept the small gesture. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Even storms were rare. This tranquility was unusual. And Truman held a white peony, huddling in a corner of the deck with his granddaughter resting on his shoulder, sound asleep. With the storm past and the destination near, everything felt peaceful. The Truman sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, seems my calculations were right. This trip indeed was perilous but safe. Beside him, the Adria stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She asked, Grandpa, are we there yet? Almost there, the Truman whispered, gazing at the approaching shore. For a moment, silence enveloped the old and young pair. The Adria noticed Zachariah's silhouette on the deck. Still upset with Zachariah, she picked up a pebble washed ashore, aiming to throw it at him. Startled, the Truman quickly grabbed her hand. No nonsense. But Grandpa, he made you cough blood. No, it wasn't his fault. Grandpa just underestimated his strength. He has a destiny as unpredictable as heavenly fate. It was Grandpa's recklessness trying to probe into fate that caused this backlash. The Adria was confused, scratching her head, asking, is heavenly chicken tasty? Chapter 170, Bloodline powers up. The ship from the Oceanic Sect has arrived. At dawn, the port of Miro City welcomed the grand ship under Antonio's command, finally moored ashore. This port was far livelier than the Storm City port they had departed from. People from all corners of the world gathered here. Within 10 miles of the shore, various stalls were set up, their proprietors in diverse attire warmly greeting passers-by. The place was bustling with high energy and spirits. Zachariah and Paco disembarked together. Zachariah's protective mission ended here. Brother Isaac, you must try the local delicacies with me. Paco invited sincerely. Zachariah couldn't refuse. He had just received a substantial payment from him, so this much courtesy was necessary. Just as they were about to leave, someone called out to them. Kelly walked over, bowed before Zachariah and others. Oh, there's no need for such formality. Before Paco finished speaking, Kelly looked up at Zachariah and said, your great kindness will be eternally remembered by me. Paco immediately shut his mouth. Indeed, he encountered an intelligent woman. Antonio glanced over at Paco with a thoughtful expression. Zachariah remained silent, and seeing that Zachariah did not respond, Kelly didn't persist further but turned around decisively and disappeared into the crowd. This small incident did not affect their plans. Paco led Zachariah to a long street 10 miles away. One could say this was the most prosperous area in Miro City. Zachariah surveyed his surroundings. The exotic atmosphere was very different from Central Plains. People of all skin tones, dazzlingly varied clothing, and indescribable food surrounded them. These are the delicacies you talked about? Zachariah looked at what appeared to be a pig's head but wasn't quite, and his face showed hesitation. This is called a sea boar. This stall serves the best, try it. Most food here was meat from sea beasts. After all, living near the mountains means eating from the mountains, and living by the sea means eating from the sea. It was natural. Of course, not all sea beast meat could be eaten. For example, the lion-dragon beast they encountered had rock-hard meat that couldn't even be bitten into. However, this sea boar's head also had a black-green color, looking nothing like something delicious. Try it, Brother Isaac, you won't regret it. At a nearby table, Paco picked up a pig head and bit into it. Zachariah tore off a piece of meat and chewed it, only to experience an explosion of unique aroma instantly in his mouth. The stall owner's special homemade sauce made it genuinely delectable. How is it, giant, I tell you? The fresher and hotter, the better. Paco, eating with oil dribbling down his mouth, looked incredibly satisfied. This aristocratic son was different from any Zachariah had seen. His cultivation talent was poor, yet he made no particular effort. Perhaps realizing effort brought little result, he gave up easily, accepting his fate. He had no ambitions, indulging in simple pleasures, but his happiness felt real, genuine from the heart, a feat many people struggled to achieve. Zachariah smiled and sat down in front of him, beginning to eat heartily. Due to the effects of the zombie ghost bloodline, even after consuming countless sea boar heads, Zachariah still felt no fullness. The food was quickly digested, converting into pure energy absorbed by his body, enhancing his physical attributes. After an hour, looking at the mountain of bones on the table, Paco's mouth hung agape. Brother Isaac, your appetite isn't normal at all. Paco thought his own appetite was pretty good, but after the third head, he could no longer eat. The rest was left entirely to Zachariah to enjoy. No worries, I'll pay for it. The money isn't the issue. Wouldn't you feel too stuffed? It's okay. Paco couldn't help but give Zachariah a thumbs up, almost kneeling before him. Truly a master. Paco inwardly admired, his admiration for Zachariah boundless like a river. Zachariah planned another one when the vendor approached. Gentlemen, today's supply is all gone. I can close up early. The vendor grinned widely, rarely encountering such a customer who cleared his stock within an hour. But at that moment, a robust man stopped at the stall. Looking at the empty stall, he seemed confused. Hey, why aren't you operating late today? The man shouted at the vendor. The vendor hurriedly came forward, apologetically saying, sorry, we're closing today. What do you mean? Giving up business? No, everything is sold out. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? My lady likes this stuff, and you're telling me it's all sold out early morning? The vendor tried to maintain good relations with this regular customer. Today was indeed unexpected. We met a particularly voracious eater. Being in business, he couldn't possibly refuse because someone ate too much. If it sold out accidentally, then there was nothing to be done. I don't care. You need to get some goods for me. Ignoring explanations, the man slapped the table heavily. At this moment, Zachariah and Paco stepped out to pay. Paco insisted on paying instead of Zachariah, taking the lead to the vendor. But, just as he was about to ask the bill, the man sneered unpleasantly. Fatty, you the one who ate so much? Seeing Paco's physique, the man naturally assumed he was the biggest eater. Paco turned, facing a much larger man, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. So what if it was me? He answered before Zachariah could speak. And stop calling me fatty. Fine, call me fat, but not dead fatty. The man noticed their unfamiliar attire and showed disdain. Dead fatty, talking back? Got a problem. Attack. Paco wasn't a pushover. Instantly, 3 guards rushed towards the man. Call people, who can't. Get them. With the man's shout, several figures charged from behind, clashing with Paco's guards. The man challenged Paco with a provoking look. Dead fatty, dare fight me 2 rounds? Infuriated, Paco took a step, but Zachariah held him back. Let me take him for a couple of rounds instead. The man's arrogance grew upon hearing Zachariah. You're not even a dead FA. Before he finished, Zachariah flashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Chapter 171. Farewell. The burly man's figure flew out like a sack, sliding over 100 meters on the long street. The crowd scattered as if they had encountered a plague. Some timid women even shrieked in terror. Those engaged with Paco's 3 guards were all shocked and cried out, Commander Isaac. They hastily retreated to Commander Isaac's side. Brother Isaac, this guy shares the same surname as you, Paco chuckled. He still had the mood to joke around at such a time. This was only possible due to his complete trust in Zachariah's strength. Upon hearing Paco's words, Zachariah remained noncommittal. Such remarks were hard to respond to. Meanwhile, the passers-by on the street buzzed with conversation, clearly surprised by what just happened. Their eyes were filled with awe when they looked at Zachariah. Heaven! Commander Isaac was actually floored by a single punch. How did this man do it? So terrifying. Is this outsider really that fierce? Commander Isaac is from Lesser Luo Heaven. How dare he attack someone from Lesser Luo Heaven? It's audacious beyond measure. At this moment, an Izraeli woman kindly warned them, Outsiders, you should leave quickly. They are people from Lesser Luo Heaven. Zachariah didn't know who Lesser Luo Heaven was, but Paco's expression changed slightly upon hearing her. They're actually their people. Even the mighty dragon cannot overcome the local snake. Let's get out of here quickly, Brother Isaac. Let's go. Paco urged Zachariah to leave. Hit and run. It's always a good deal. Zachariah thought that for a force that even the Zhao family heir was wary of, it must hold significant influence in Miro City. Although he wasn't afraid, this journey wasn't about getting into fights or showing off. That thug's foul mouth deserved a lesson. That's all. He couldn't possibly massacre an entire family just because one servant insulted him. Zachariah wasn't capable of such atrocities. At this moment, Commander Isaac's subordinates came over and helped him up. Their faces were grim. Commander Isaac's face was almost unrecognizable, bleeding profusely from his eyes, nose, and mouth, with his right cheek swollen higher than a fist. This was already leniency from Zachariah, merely intending to teach him a lesson. Had he used lethal force, Isaac would have long been waiting in line at the gates of hell. Isaac pushed away the subordinates helping him up and glanced with his left eye at Zachariah, who had already distanced himself. Fuming with rage, he demanded, "Why didn't you chase after them?" His subordinates exchanged glances and lowered their heads. If Commander Isaac had been beaten so badly, how could they possibly confront the assailants without risking their lives? A bunch of cowards. Commander Isaac vented his frustration on his subordinates, punching and kicking them wildly. After somewhat relieving his anger, he glared hatefully in the direction where Zachariah and the others had left, gnashing his teeth. "We'll see about this. This won't be left unsettled. Issue a warrant for their arrest." In Miro City, along Forgetful Stream Street. "Why did you run so fast earlier? Yet now you have time to stroll around. Not scared of Lesser Luo Heaven anymore?" "Relax, Brother Isaac. We're now within Greater Luo Heaven's territory. Here, Lesser Luo Heaven means nothing more than a kid. They wouldn't dare act rashly here." Miro City has two major forces, the Greater Luo Heaven Sect and the Lesser Luo Heaven Sect. The Lesser Luo Heaven Sect had split off from Greater Luo Heaven and was now a rising power, challenging the former. However, the Greater Luo Heaven Sect retained its core strength, continuously suppressing Lesser Luo Heaven. Therefore, Lesser Luo Heaven didn't dare cause trouble in their territory. Besides, I'm not truly afraid of them. Once I reveal my identity, they won't dare touch me. Lesser Luo Heaven wouldn't want to upset the Zhao family just for a minor commander. With Greater Luo Heaven watching closely and plotting to annex them again, Lesser Luo Heaven can't afford to make new enemies right now. Hearing this, Zachariah felt relieved. Since it was safe, it was time for him to take his leave. Just as Zachariah was about to bid farewell, Paco suddenly pointed to a building nearby, adorned with lanterns during the daytime, and asked Zachariah in a mysterious tone, "Do you know what place this is, Brother Isaac?" Zachariah shook his head, though he caught a whiff of powder scent. Just as he wondered if it was a cosmetic shop, Paco grinned and said, "This is a brothel." The three guards behind him all exchanged knowing smiles. Zachariah glanced over. The so-called brothel had its doors and windows wide open, but there were no lavishly dressed ladies standing by the entrance or leaning out of windows calling, "Come here, sir, come here." Passers-by entered and exited casually, just as if entering a tea house or restaurant. "Do you frequent such places often?" Zachariah asked, looking at Paco with a strange gaze, as if to say, "I didn't expect you'd be into this." Paco denied it repeatedly, "Not at all. I only learned about this place from a friend." Hearing this, Zachariah's suspicion grew deeper. Seeing Zachariah's skeptical look, Paco panicked. "I've been here multiple times because of a friend, okay?" Zachariah smiled, dropping the subject. Having eaten, it was time for him to attend to his own matters. While Zombie Ghost Bloodline enhanced physical attributes effectively, the improvement wasn't significant. This was partly due to the value of the food itself. The meat sold here prioritized taste, sourced from sea beasts known for their flavor and ease of capture, hence their low value. Improvements relied on quantity, but Zachariah couldn't possibly eat an entire street's worth of food. That would be too shocking. Plus, it cost too much. To achieve substantial enhancement through eating alone would require an unimaginable amount of spirit stones, making it impractical. Even with 50,000 spirit stones, it would barely scratch the surface. "It looks like I'm only suited for lightning endurance," Zachariah mused, finding 9 thunder tempering technique more direct. The additional benefits of the zombie ghost bloodline were mere sweeteners. If I could eat dragon meat, perhaps the improvement would be much greater? Zachariah pondered. But that was just wishful thinking. He hadn't even seen a dragon's whisker, let alone its meat. Such thoughts were too fantastical. "Brother Isaac, who knows when we'll meet again?" Although Paco was reluctant, he knew Zachariah had important matters to attend to, unlike himself who was here just for fun. "There will be another opportunity," Zachariah smiled faintly. Only Zachariah knew that such opportunities might be very slim. Chapter 172, Zachariah's plan. Not long after leaving Isaacchuan Street, Zachariah discovered a wanted poster featuring his likeness within the city. To Zachariah's chagrin, his portrait seemed deliberately exaggerated to make him look ugly, bearing only a slight resemblance to him. In contrast, Paco's portrait was eerily lifelike, as if he might step right out of the image. To avoid any trouble, Zachariah directly used the 10,000 transformation mystical art and easily left Miro City. The demon-protected area lay in Xuanhuan Mountain, about 300 miles west of Miro City, not too far away. "This fellow Taoist, don't go any further." As Zachariah was making his way, Adin suddenly stopped him. He was only about 10 miles from the Xuanhuan Mountain he sought. With his destination so close at hand, Zachariah naturally felt displeased to be halted. However, maintaining a calm demeanor, he asked, "Why? You appear to be an outsider by your attire. You may not know that ahead lies an area ruled by demons. If you venture there rashly, you'll likely not come back alive." Hearing this, Zachariah revealed a puzzled expression. "Isn't it Xuanhuan Mountain up ahead? Known as the demon-protected area, how can it now be ruled by demons?" As Zachariah questioned internally, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the demon-protected area had already been breached by demons and turned into their base? The Adin shook his head and explained, "Indeed, ahead is the demon-protected area, but the demons have surrounded the entire Xuanhuan Mountain with many stationed nearby, ensuring no one can enter. Their thinking was that if even they couldn't enter the demon-protected area, others shouldn't either. The demons are worried someone might find something inside that could harm them, so they've cordoned off the area. Now, it's forbidden for all strangers to enter. I advise you against going. It's perilous." Zachariah thought this cultivator was rather kind-hearted. However, he wasn't about to give up. "Thank you for informing me. I'll proceed cautiously." Seeing Zachariah insisted despite his warnings, the Adin shook his head, saying no more. Good advice goes unheeded by those bound to die. Compassion cannot save those who court destruction. What could he do if this young man was oblivious to his own danger? Covering the remaining 10 miles at full speed, Zachariah soon arrived. Sure enough, as the Adden had said, every village surrounding Xuanhuan Mountain had been occupied by demons. All the villagers had been slaughtered without mercy. Demons erected barriers around the mountain and patrolled day and night. They didn't want even a fly to get through. Such organization and discipline weren't what one would expect from a group of random demons. It also indicated the strength of this demonic force. None dared to challenge them within hundreds of miles. Breaking this barrier won't be easy, Zachariah observed, scanning the massive dark red barrier covering the entire Xuanhuan Mountain with his divine sense and judging its strength. With his current power, he might create a gap big enough to slip through if he gave it everything. But doing so would alert all demons nearby. After some thought, Zachariah decided it wasn't prudent. While pondering his next move, he overheard 2 demons murmuring, "What bad luck. Just when I went to deliver food offerings to Atli, I got another beating. You're unlucky all right. Over the breach of the barrier days ago, Atli is still enraged. Delivering offerings now isn't smart. With time approaching, you know how terrifying Atli can be when angered. Not delivering earlier would lead to an even worse fate. Sigh. Only by catching whoever invaded the mountain can Atli calm down. Not easy. Several senior demons have already entered, but the situation inside is unfavorable for us. The cultivator isn't ordinary, reducing our hopes even more." These words stirred Zachariah's mind. Someone has already ventured inside? This crushed any thoughts of rushing in. After one recent breach, these demons would be more vigilant. Their defenses would likely be even stronger. Going in now would be walking into a trap. Though exterminating demons was desirable, timing and priorities mattered. Besides the numerous demons of unknown strength, there was the unpredictable Atli. Even if he wasn't on par with demon venerables, he must be a formidable leader. Zachariah wouldn't confront him head-on. His priority was entering the demon-protected area to find something to suppress or eliminate the demonic aura in his body. Exterminating demons came second. Entering undetected was the key problem. Then an idea struck him, and a smile crept onto his face. "Seems like I have a plan." The 2 demons who'd been talking lapsed into silence shortly after complaining, resuming their patrols with drooping faces. One had a horse-like face, the other a long green horn atop its head, resembling a war trumpet. Suddenly, rustling sounds startled both demons. "Who's there?" they chorused, assuming defensive stances. Their shouts attracted other demons. Under several pairs of eyes, a figure slowly emerged. Pale-faced and listless, he looked ill. The gathered demons grew wary at this unfamiliar sight. "Who are you? This place is restricted." Uncertain whether he was human or demon, they refrained from aggressive actions. Some demons preferred human appearances after all. "Bah, blind fools. Move aside." The stranger snarled, feigning illness yet brusque. The horse-faced demon stepped forward, angry. "What's your status to speak to us like that?" Instantly, the stranger extended his palm toward the horse-faced demon, releasing immense suction. He grabbed the demon's head and crushed it effortlessly. The horse-faced demon died instantly. Taking a deep breath, the stranger appeared to absorb a translucent spirit, then smiled wickedly. "Delicious soul. Want to join in for a taste?" Translation notes. Names like Zachariah are transliterated into pinyin and kept consistent. The tone and style remain intact while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 173, Demon Forbidden Grounds. An aura of demonic energy radiated from him, paired with a sickly and deranged smile on his face, which made the demons present shudder with fear. "Sir, please calm down. We failed to recognize you." The remaining demons dared not defy him upon seeing this. Demon powerhouses rarely had good tempers. Such unpredictable and aggressive demons were commonplace, especially those from outside their faction. Without allegiance or sense of belonging, it was no surprise that these demons would often resort to lethal force. Even the long-faced demon who died abruptly didn't elicit any response from the horned green demon who had just complained alongside him. He didn't dare oppose such a powerful demon. Moreover, the guild instructed them to try and win over powerful foreign demons to align with their side. So, despite the death of one of their own, the present demons did not make a commotion nor did they call others for revenge. The horned green demon merely asked an extra question. "Sir, may I ask where you come from? And why do you wish to enter Xuanhuan Mountain?" Hearing this, the other demons pricked up their ears. It was a question on all their minds. "Do I need to tell you where I'm from?" The man sneered in reply to the green-horned demon's query, his tone filled with disdain. Then, arrogantly he continued, "I heard there's some kind of forbidden ground here for demons. I want to see if there's any place that I can't go to." He then lifted his leg and kicked the green-horned demon away. "Get lost before I really get angry." His arrogance in both words and actions left no room for doubt among the demons present. "Sir, please calm down. I'll open the barrier door for you right away." Immediately, another demon transmitted a message to the higher-ups, requesting the opening of the barrier for a powerful outsider demon wanting to enter. Ordinarily, outsiders couldn't just waltz in so easily. But now the situation was special. There was a non-ordinary cultivator inside who hadn't yet sent back any updates. It suggested things weren't going well, thus more and stronger demons were needed inside, regardless of whether they were from their side or not. After several confirmations, a door in the barrier behind them suddenly opened. A hint of satisfaction appeared on the man's impatient face as he strode through. As soon as he stepped in, the green-horned demon called after him, "Sir, there's a human cultivator inside with considerable strength. If you encounter him, be cautious, try to avoid him." Despite being kicked, the demon showed no anger but seemed genuinely concerned. "Dodge? Who are you looking down on? Killing human cultivators is like slaughtering pigs and dogs for me." As the figure disappeared, the temporary entrance in the barrier quickly closed. The demons looked at each other in puzzlement. One poked the green-horned demon. "He treated you like that, and you still warned him? Are you crazy?" The green-horned demon's expression turned sinister. "You don't understand. It's a provocation. That guy's arrogant. Let's see how he deals with the human when I intentionally incite him. Inside Xuanhuan Mountain, the haggard figure's sinister aura suddenly changed, a smile forming on his lips. Who knew? Even I'm afraid of my own ruthlessness. This person was indeed Zachariah, disguised using the 10,000 transformations mystic art, impersonating the nether spirit demon. A memory of Christopher Lau who provided him with demonic blood, the origin of the spirit devouring body technique. Killing a demon and using the spirit devouring body technique to absorb its soul displayed the brutality of demons, enough to convince others that he belonged to their side. This was Zachariah's plan. Unable to fight them, he decided to join them. This method was far easier than fighting tooth and nail. Of course, once inside, Zachariah maintained his disguise, running the xuanhuan mental technique to mask the demon aura. Though he hadn't reached the demon forbidden grounds yet, he didn't want to risk anything by entering the area. Thus, he tried to minimize the demonic aura around him. Zachariah moved swiftly, stepping lightly on fallen leaves, delving deeper into Xuanhuan Mountain. The mountain was vast and desolate. Zachariah saw no signs of life throughout his journey, not even birds or insects. The ground was strewn with dead branches, clearly showing marks of burning and cutting. Were these traces of demonic activities? Likely so. Suddenly, dozens of footsteps echoed. Finally, Zachariah encountered living beings, demons. Their eyes met. Contempt shone in Zachariah's eyes, followed by a mocking sneer. A bunch of rabble. You. A demon bristled and stepped forward, only to be restrained by a burly demon with huge muscles. His massive eyes, each as large as an adult's fist, stared intently at Zachariah before he smiled, saying, "You're new here, right? Be careful. There's a formidable human cultivator inside." Seemingly unfazed by Zachariah's provocation, he replied, "What's there to fear about humans? You're a bunch of cowards, admitting defeat before even fighting." This statement almost infuriated the giant-eyed demon, but rationality prevailed. Knowing that internal conflict was ill-timed, he decided to deal with Zachariah later. "Don't speak too soon. Call for us if you meet trouble." The giant-eyed demon led the rest away. Zachariah remained still, having similar reasons not to act now. He continued deeper into the valley, encountering a perpetual mist. Upon contact with the mist, Zachariah felt slightly weakened. This is the demon forbidden ground? But immediately after fully entering the mist, he sensed his inner demonic energy surging uncontrollably. Chapter 174. An impossible appearance. The next moment after Zachariah's demonic aura flared up, it was once again suppressed by an even more mysterious and powerful force, tightly contained. Zachariah felt as if the demonic aura within him was like a stubborn wild beast trying to rebel. However, the surrounding mist acted as its natural predator, subduing it completely and preventing it from lifting its head. Fortunately, Zachariah's demonic aura wasn't that intense, far from reaching the level of true great demons. Therefore, he wasn't heavily affected by the mist. He just felt a bit uneasy. His entire body felt uncomfortable. What exactly is this mist? Zachariah waved his hand in front of him, while his nostrils flared slightly. With such keen senses of smell, he couldn't detect any strange odors. This isn't some colorless and odorless poison. Initially, Zachariah thought it might be a poison specifically targeting demons, but now he dismissed that idea. After all, with his constitution immune to all poisons, toxins shouldn't affect him at all. Taking a deep breath, Zachariah continued walking deeper into the mist. While this mysterious mist effectively suppressed demonic aura, Zachariah couldn't stay here forever. It would be absurd to have to rely on this mist daily like oxygen. He had to find the source of this mist. As he walked, Zachariah released his divine sense, only to find it also restricted. These mysterious mists not only suppressed demonic aura, but also blocked divine sense. Reluctantly, Zachariah could only fumble around aimlessly within. It was no wonder demons found this forbidden land insurmountable. Inside, they faced significant suppression and had almost no use of their divine senses, much like primitives entering a jungle. In a clear patch where the mist hadn't yet reached, the small squad led by the Farron watched the mist ahead with apprehension. They knew how formidable the mist was, naturally unwilling to enter. However, they had circled around the outer edges of the flaming Splendor Mountain several times with no success. Other demon squads had similarly returned empty-handed. This proved that the human cultivator likely had already ventured deep into the forbidden land. "That guy has entered too," the Farron suddenly remarked. He wasn't talking about the mysterious human cultivator, but rather the arrogant outsider, demon, Zachariah. His vision extended far, capable of penetrating part of the mist to see inside. He saw Zachariah's figure gradually disappearing into the mist, exceeding his field of view. "Seems he hasn't been greatly affected by this place. Strong indeed. Our decision not to engage him was wise," the Farron muttered in relief. Otherwise, the outcome of a fight was uncertain. "Let's go in too," the Farron ordered. Other demons, despite reluctance, dared not disobey. Only a few remained outside as guards, bearing significant responsibility in case the human cultivator escaped. Time quietly passed. Within the mist-filled deep valley, demons coming and going increased in number. Most demons wore solemn expressions. Being in the demon-forbidden land, even simple walking felt like an arduous struggle. However, those daring enough to enter were not ordinary. Unlike weaker demons who crumpled immediately upon entry, these demons retained some combat ability. "Damn, I feel particularly unlucky lately," one demon with a coiled tail spat on the ground. "It feels like I've been cursed. Everything goes wrong." Nearby, another demon disagreed. "What misfortune? The Sienna even favors you, and you call this misfortune? You don't understand. I mean real misfortune. Lately, my luck hasn't been good." "Luck is mere superstition. You're overly sensitive. But I always feel something bad will happen. Saying that makes me nervous. We won't encounter that human cultivator, right?" Not all demons hoped to meet the human cultivator. Some had no choice, obligated due to their connections with higher-ups. Knowing they could easily become cannon fodder when encountering a powerful human, they preferred to coast through, leaving dangerous tasks to others. I don't know either. Hope not. Hey, where are you going? To keep away from you, Broomstar. Don't come near. Zachariah slowly advanced. If anyone else entered here, they'd certainly lose direction, unable to distinguish man or beast 5 meters away. Even Zachariah's vision was limited to 10 meters. Losing his bearings, he relied on memory to search through the deep valley. He had to find the source of the mist. Only then could he hope for complete suppression of his demonic aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew towards Zachariah. Dodging sideways, Zachariah caught the shadow, which turned out to be a thick black vine as big as an adult's arm. Most crucially, the vine's end opened a gaping mouth. The mouth turned towards Zachariah, aiming directly for his neck. Wrinkling his brow, Zachariah punched out, the force turning the vine's head into splattered pus and blood. A nauseating stench wafted up. Are there such bizarre things in this place? Why aren't they suppressed? Is it because they are plants? As Zachariah pondered, holding a piece of the black vine spurting thick blood, the puddle of pus hit a nearby demon on the head. The coiled-tailed demon shrieked in horror. The corrosive pus gave him a scalded scalp, mixing his blood with the vine's blood. Demons nearby were startled by this unexpected calamity. I finally believe you're truly unlucky. Are you alright? Though not dead on the spot, the coiled-tailed demon was covered in filthy blood, suffering a severe head injury. Who did this? He roared, his face twisted in anger. Turning, he saw Zachariah emerge from the mist. Stunned momentarily, the other demon behind him whispered, "That outsider? Rumor has it he's quite arrogant." Since Zachariah set foot here, word of his exploits spread among the demons. They knew a formidable demon with arrogant behavior had entered. In reality, arrogance and cruelty were traits Zachariah deliberately chose for his nether spirit demon persona, reinforcing his demonic identity. Now, Zachariah saw the gory scene on the demon's head. But not only did he show no sign of regret, he sneered in a sarcastic tone, "Oh my, you didn't die from that. What a pity." Too much. The coiled-tailed demon could no longer bear it, and charged straight at Zachariah. He leaped into the air, flipped over, and landed behind Zachariah, his tail lashing out towards Zachariah's nape. Zachariah simply used his palm to draw the coiled-tailed demon flying in the air towards him. Hold it. He's the mate chosen by one of the Empress General's daughters. You can't kill him. Zachariah was slightly taken aback. Mate chosen by a general's daughter under the Demon Empress? That's as distant a relationship as your Grey-Tant's niece's boyfriend. How could this intimidate anyone? Zachariah twisted his neck until it snapped, then laughed coldly. I don't care who he is. You should know better than to mess with me. The demon's face paled, looking extremely unhappy. This guy is too ruthless. Kills without hesitation. Too arrogant. Yet he didn't dare to stand up to Zachariah and hurriedly ran off. Zachariah shook the demon blood off his hand. Undoubtedly, this sense of recklessness was quite exhilarating. Just as Zachariah was somewhat immersed in this feeling. Suddenly, a streak of sword light flashed from behind like lightning. Zachariah felt the hair on his body standing up. This attack was incredibly dangerous. Almost instinctively, Zachariah moved his body, leaving a faint afterimage as he quickly dodged. The sword light cut through the afterimage and struck the ground. The solid ground instantly split open into a deep, foot-wide crevasse. Zachariah reappeared on the other side, looked up, and was suddenly greatly shocked. Encountering any demon here wouldn't surprise him. Even meeting the so-called Demon Empress wouldn't shock him as much as what he saw now. Because in front of him stood someone he would never have imagined appearing here. Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't understand why this person was here. Master? Zachariah almost blurted it out, but bit back the words. Indeed. Standing before him was none other than Girardin, the master of Mount Shu. This was the first time Zachariah felt his mind wasn't enough. Is this fake? As soon as Zachariah came to his senses, he thought the master in front of him was an imposter. However, very quickly, Zachariah realized he was wrong. When Girardin spoke, the familiar voice left no doubt in Zachariah's mind. You, demon, have remarkable skills. Girardin's brows furrowed. He indeed hadn't expected this demon, Zachariah, to evade his sword. Being in the demon-forbidden land, and under such severe suppression, to still possess such agility was rare. Girardin's voice, though low, echoed loudly in Zachariah's ears. Damn it, whether in appearance or combat style, this was undoubtedly the master of Mount Shu. Why is master here in the demon-forbidden land? Could the intruders mentioned by the demons refer to the master? Zachariah's thoughts raced wildly. However, having experienced much, he didn't lose his composure seeing his master here. In fact, I am. Zachariah tried to explain that he wasn't a true demon. But Girardin didn't wait for him to finish, immediately delivering another swift slash. Faster than before. Cut off mid-sentence, Zachariah had no choice but to block with both arms, his figure retreating dozens of meters as his arms streamed with blood. Even Zachariah, with his king-class physique, found it hard to withstand Girardin's sword. This is the power of the master? Zachariah marveled internally. Meanwhile, Girardin was equally stunned by Zachariah. He found this demon's physical strength overly powerful. His sword only managed to injure Zachariah's arms, not even severing them, indicating strength comparable to human cultivators at peak body training stages. Looking at the master of Mount Shu, Zachariah remembered his boast. I slaughter humans like pigs and dogs. Next moment, Zachariah turned and fled. There was no point explaining. He certainly wasn't going to fight his own master. Why fight the master? Lose or win? It would be a disaster either way. Wanting to run, but Girardin wouldn't let him escape. The reason being Zachariah's earlier ruthless killing of the coiled-tailed demon. Seeing Zachariah kill even his own kind convinced Girardin he was an exceedingly vicious demon, who needed to be eliminated for humanity's sake. Realizing Girardin was hot on his trail, Zachariah was caught between laughter and tears. What kind of situation is this? He had disguised himself as a demon to infiltrate and search more freely. Instead, he encountered his master, who even witnessed him killing a fellow demon. Now he was seen as a truly vile demon pursued relentlessly. Zachariah's silhouette vibrated at high frequency. Another streak of sword light slashed through his afterimage. Avoiding the attack again, Zachariah showed no joy. In the valley where visibility was minimal, Girardin's eyes guided each strike accurately. Zachariah couldn't shake him off, every sword light accurately targeting him. The situation was grim for Zachariah. He was on the defensive, forced to dodge, forming a pattern. Girardin could err countless times, but Zachariah couldn't afford a single mistake. Any hit meant complete failure. Ultimately, he'd have to teleport away, leaving things unresolved. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Unless unavoidable, Zachariah wouldn't do this. Whether he could return was uncertain. Also, what would happen next was beyond prediction. Even Girardin appeared. With many variables, anything could impact Zachariah's plans. Nothing else can be done. Seeing no escape, Zachariah turned around. Using his speed and palm force, he became a blur appearing behind Girardin, immediately punching towards Girardin's back. Girardin countered as if he had eyes in the back of his head, reversing his sword toward Zachariah's brow. Zachariah sensed a sharpness piercing flesh, bone, and even soul. Quickly abandoning the attack, he landed heavily, creating a loud thud. By now, the sounds of their battle drew attention from surrounding demons. What's happening over there? Is some lord fighting that human? Not sure. No signal yet. No signal. Could it be the outsider? Zachariah, as an outsider, couldn't communicate with these local demons, leading to such speculation. Let's go check. Yes. Demons eager to capture the human surged towards Zachariah. Girardin's brows were now deeply furrowed, eyeing Zachariah's injured arms. The wounds on his arms, which had just been slashed by Girardin's sword, had already healed. What astonishing recovery power is this? Some demons have powerful bloodlines, inherently strong bodies. This he could understand. He had previously seen many demons with strong physical prowess, but a demon with such incredible recovery ability while also being physically strong. He had never encountered one before. If they were to engage in a prolonged battle, the opponent would be invincible. In an instant, Girardin's resolve to kill him became even stronger. If such a demon were not eliminated, it would truly be a long-term disaster. As long as no one could instantly kill him, he simply couldn't die. Given time, it would surely become another world-class demon lord. Girardin's expression turned grave. He realized the severity of the problem. Standing opposite Girardin, Zachariah could feel Girardin's growing intent to kill him. Zachariah inwardly lamented bitterly. The more capable he appeared, the less likely Girardin would let him go. But facing Girardin, he couldn't possibly hold back. Thus, there was no solution. Zachariah was already thinking whether confessing now that he wasn't a demon would still be in time. Would the other party believe him? Just as both were lost in thought, demon roars suddenly sounded from all around. Over here. The human cultivator is over here. With some demons shouting excitedly, a crowd of demons rushed over like surging waves, surrounding Girardin. A giant-eyed demon grinned at Zachariah. You're really impressive. Even with my sharp eyesight, I didn't find this human cultivator, yet you managed to do so quickly. Great. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash away the suspicion. The praise from the giant-eyed demon only made Zachariah's planned rebuttal seem even weaker. Seeing the excited expressions of the demons, Zachariah shook his head internally. Do you even know who you're facing? What are you happy about? You won't even know how you died. Clearly, these demons from another region did not recognize the leader of Mount Shu Sect and thus did not harbor the same deep-rooted fear and reverence as the Central Plains demons. Well, these guys coming can work to my advantage. They can serve as my shield. Zachariah changed his mind. He decided to let these demons buy him some time while he slipped away. Although it was a bit dishonorable, with the master's skills, dealing with these suppressed demons would be no problem for him. Zachariah burst out with suction force from his palm, directly pulling a demon behind Girardin towards him. With a gentle flick of his hand, the demon flew towards Girardin. Without any visible movement from Girardin, the demon in a state of shock and terror was instantly killed by Girardin's sword. This was the trigger. It ignited the anger of the group of demons. Raging shouts echoed as all demons charged towards Girardin. Without hesitation, Zachariah took off. Sorry, master. Entertain them for a bit. Zachariah apologized mentally. For Girardin's attempt to kill him, he wasn't upset. He knew Girardin only wanted to slay demons. That killing intent wasn't aimed at him, but rather at the overly powerful demon he was portraying. I must make every second count. Zachariah didn't know how long the demons could keep Girardin busy. But one thing was obvious. He wouldn't have as much time as before. Where exactly does this fog originate? Zachariah's figure darted swiftly through the mist, his eyes and divine sense covering every corner, searching intently for any clues. Even his Ling ear ability was activated continuously. His senses were pushed to the limit. During this time, he encountered numerous strange vine plants attacking him. To save time, he restrained himself from uprooting them. Then, suddenly, he heard a sharp whistling sound, like a long sword piercing the sky. Not good. A sudden warning flashed in Zachariah's mind. However, the next moment, when he turned to look upward, his pupils contracted violently. He saw a terrifying sword light descending from the sky, piercing a huge hole through the barrier above Flame Splendor Mountain. The target of the sword's might was precisely where Zachariah stood. Even before the sword arrived, Zachariah felt an immense pressure bearing down on his shoulders, like a colossal mountain, pinning him firmly to the ground. Unable to move, the next moment, The sword light slammed down with a deafening roar. Boom. Flame Splendor Mountain shook violently. Where the sword light struck, the ground was penetrated completely. A large hole appeared, resembling an abyss. Chapter 175. Arriving deeper. The earth-shattering sword strike tore through the barrier and descended upon Mount Xuanhuan, causing violent tremors akin to an earthquake. Outside Mount Xuanhuan lay the Atli's encampment. The heavily armored Atli emerged from his tent, gazing in the direction of Mount Xuanhuan. His expression instantly turned grim, eyes smoldering with hidden fury. Blade Cultivator. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 gusts of wind echoed as the 3 demon generals under the Atli quickly assembled. Before the Atli could ask, General Finn immediately reported, Atli, we received word that human cultivators were just found at the restricted area, but now they have been almost entirely wiped out. Upon hearing the news that the demons at the restricted area were almost all annihilated, the Atli's face didn't change. Do you know the identity of that person? Not clear, but it's likely he came from overseas. How wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The Atli's laughter carried a tone of extreme anger. All 3 demon generals lowered their heads, even subconsciously holding back their breathing. Generals Finn, Emir, and Xianxia were not ordinary figures. Each was a powerful demon lord capable of establishing their own force. Yet, they willingly served under the Atli, illustrating just how formidable he was. In the demonic realm, strength dictated hierarchy, a fact even more brutal and true compared to the cultivation world, where some consideration was given to seniority and age. But here in the demonic realm, despite being younger, the Atli still commanded absolute loyalty and reverence. You 3, come with me. I want to see what kind of outsider dares to wreak havoc on my territory. The Atli bellowed. Finn hesitated. Not bringing other subordinates? Would you send those useless ones to their deaths? The Atli sneered coldly. A cultivator of such caliber couldn't be taken down by sheer numbers alone. In the next moment, the Atli and his 3 generals flew toward Mount Xuanhuan. Outside Mount Xuanhuan, demons panicked as the terrifying sword strike sent shivers down their spines. Those responsible for maintaining the barrier frantically tried to repair it, but were met with no success. The hole in the barrier remained open, causing them to feel as if they were ants on a hot pan. If the barrier wasn't fixed before the Atli's arrival, they feared retribution. As expected, the Atli arrived swiftly with his generals in tow. Surrounding demons knelt in reverence. Upon seeing the breach in the barrier, his expression darkened like storm clouds. The surrounding demons braced themselves, expecting an outburst, but surprisingly, the Atli simply said, let's go, and entered through the broken barrier, leaving the demons staring at each other in confusion. Giant His Excellency invite us along? No, not really. Should we follow? Maybe not. At this moment, inside the valley of Mount Xuanhuan, demon corpses and severed limbs piled up like mountains amidst a sea of blood. Most demons were dead, with only a few struggling to survive. One eye orb, stained red, rolled downhill, its pupil flickering with fear. It belonged to the giant-eyed demon Zachariah had encountered earlier. Only this eyeball remained, having barely escaped the deadly sword light of Girardin. Too frightening, too frightening. The eyeball murmured in trembling tones, clearly terrified by Girardin's overwhelming power. Emissary Girardin had already left the scene of carnage, approaching the place where the sword light struck. He gazed into the deep chasm, probing with his spiritual sense to determine whether Zachariah, the demon, was alive or dead. To his surprise, he detected something unusual beneath the mountain and narrowed his eyes. There's another world beneath this mountain? No wonder I couldn't find the source of the mist. Without hesitation, Girardin's figure transformed into a stream of light, sinking underground. Inside an expansive cavern below Mount Xuanhuan, Zachariah fell into a pool of water. Face down, his body floated slightly, blood staining the pool red. Moments later, his fingers twitched, flipping over as he gasped for air, regaining consciousness. Close call, almost died here. Zachariah felt a lingering terror from the emissary's sword, which had suppressed him ruthlessly, rendering him unable to use his teleportation technique. When the sword struck, the pressure around him seemed to freeze, like being trapped in a sealed space filled with rapidly hardening molten iron. Even his ability to teleport was rendered ineffective. This battle made him realize that teleportation wasn't invincible and could fail under certain circumstances. Struggling to sit up, Zachariah's body ached horribly, every joint and muscle screaming in pain. This was the first time he suffered such severe injuries. I didn't fall to demons but to my own sect leader. Zachariah couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Where could he appeal for justice? Grateful that his body had been tempered by Atman's thunder tribulation, otherwise, this blow would have been fatal. He owed Atman a debt of gratitude. However, despite surviving, his condition was dire. Blood still flowed from the wounds inflicted by the sword energy. My injuries aren't healing. To Zachariah's astonishment, the sword strike carried such residual power that it prevented recovery. Probing inward, he sensed a sharp, oppressive force. Even a slight touch sent piercing pain through his soul. It's the essence of the sword. Suddenly, Zachariah realized. Girardin's sword carried a special sword intent that halted natural healing. Looking around, Zachariah understood that this underground area might hold the secrets of the Forbidden Region's mist. Before he could think further, his senses alerted him that Girardin was rapidly approaching, adding to his predicament. Just great. When will this end? At this moment, the blood pooling beneath him was suddenly absorbed completely, leaving Zachariah momentarily stunned. Reacting instinctively, he stood up, but as soon as he did, his legs sank into the mud-like substance as if he was being pulled down, and in an instant, Zachariah's figure completely disappeared into the water pit. The blood-tainted water in the pit vanished with him, leaving a clear blue surface undisturbed by the events. Water droplets from the stalactites above fell silently onto the surface, causing only the slightest ripples. Moments later, this tranquility was shattered. Girardin descended through the breach in the cave ceiling. Just then, Zachariah had sensed his presence, and Girardin had detected Zachariah's lingering aura. Although it was no longer strong, it was still perceptible to him. That demon wasn't dead yet. Girardin sighed inwardly, feeling both surprised and helpless. After all, even I was somewhat affected. Despite not killing the demon with that strike, he believed it was heavily wounded. One more blow should finish it off. However, as Girardin focused his senses, Zachariah's aura suddenly vanished. Startled, Girardin's gaze swept the cavern immediately upon landing but found nothing. His brows furrowed further because even if Zachariah was dead, its body should still be here. Now, it was nowhere to be found. This didn't make sense. Could there be a secret within this cavern? Approaching the water pit where Zachariah had fallen, Girardin's spiritual sense searched every inch of the cave as if digging deep into the ground. Even if he hadn't found what he was looking for, killing an exceptional demon would not be a wasted trip. Scanning the surroundings, Girardin looked down at the pond below. He estimated that if Zachariah had fallen directly from above, it would likely have landed in this water pit. Yet, there were no signs of a badly injured entity having been here. Just as Girardin pondered, several powerful auras approached. He turned around and soon saw 4 figures approaching, the Atli and his 3 demon generals. Their eyes met without words, creating an invisible tension as if sparks were flying. The Atli spoke first. "So, you're a sword cultivator from the Central Plains Mount Shu." The Atli's knowledge was extensive. While other demons couldn't identify Girardin, he could tell immediately that Girardin came from Mount Shu of the Central Plains. However, he didn't know that Girardin was actually the leader of Mount Shu. Girardin kept his expression neutral. "You must be the Atli?" The Atli sneered. "What is your purpose here?" "There's nothing to discuss with demons like you," Girardin replied coolly. The Atli's mouth twitched. Though Girardin's demeanor wasn't arrogant, his words sounded incredibly presumptuous to the 4 demons. "You've killed so many of my subordinates. Regardless of who you are, today you will die." Kill intent filled the Atli's eyes as Girardin drew his sword. "Enough talk. Let's fight." "Where am I?" As consciousness slowly returned, Zachariah felt like he was submerged in the sea. Opening his eyes revealed darkness. A sinking sensation enveloped him, as if falling into the underworld. He wanted to move but couldn't stop the inexplicable descent. After an unknown period, it finally stopped. His body seemed to land on a warm, comforting bed. The pain from his injuries diminished significantly. He luxuriated in the warmth before a sudden, choking sensation forced him awake and coughing. After deep breaths, he calmed down. "It was just a dream. I passed out again?" Standing up, the warm sensation lingered, reducing his pain. Looking around, he saw faint red particles glowing in the air. Attempting to touch them, they slipped away like shadows, visible but intangible. The environment was peculiar, surrounded by walls like iron, with tunnels leading forward and backward, but no visible end. His spiritual sense was useless here. It was as if he was trapped in a complex space. Respectfully cautious in this unfamiliar place, given his weakened state, Zachariah lacked security. After a moment, he ventured forward. An hour later, he reached the end of the path, which split into 2 directions. Is this a labyrinth or a door of life and death? Uncertain, he hesitated. Above, the battle between the Atli and his generals was reaching its climax. Together, the 3 generals' strength equaled another Atli. They were well coordinated after years of cooperation. Unlike typical strong individuals whose collaboration can lead to inefficiency, these generals fought seamlessly. Girardin faced the equivalent of 2 Atlas, whose coordination allowed them to maximize their strength without interfering with each other. Their attacks were relentless, and Girardin was internally calculating. Without the mist weakening the demons, facing these 4 powerful opponents would have been far more challenging. However, now he managed to hold his ground. His body constantly emitted sword beams, standing like an immensely sharp longsword, towering and unleashing sharp glows that clashed with the offensives of the 4 great demons. Demon General Chilyu's hands danced, and his black hair changed color. When it turned red, fiery demonic dragons emerged from behind him, flying around the cave and launching surprise attacks on Girardin from all angles. The air seemed to heat up intensely. Soon after, his hair turned blue, and countless dark blue water pythons surged toward Girardin like a flood. Demon General Emir wielded a large black scythe, moving so fast that he became a blur, disappearing from Girardin's line of sight. Sword light flashed continuously from Girardin's body, like a towering, razor-sharp blade emitting fierce light to meet the attacks. General Finn's hands danced, his hair changing colors. When it turned red, flaming dragons attacked Girardin from all angles, heating the air. It changed to blue, sending floods of icy water serpents toward Girardin. General Emir wielded a black scythe, his figure vanishing from sight as he launched unseen attacks. Only when the black scythes flashed like a grim reaper seeking death did Girardin catch glimpses of Amir's figure. However, his attacks were fleeting and opportunistic. Amir would retreat swiftly whenever he realized there was no chance to kill Girardin. He sought another opening, while General Kenorgian plunged his hands into the ground. In an instant, the surrounding terrain came alive, turning into animated beings. Giant rocks morphed into tentacles, sharp spikes, and even enormous faces that launched relentless assaults on Girardin. Above the 3 generals stood the Atli, who did not display as many flashy techniques. He engaged Girardin head-on, gripping a crescent-shaped scimitar. This scimitar was wrapped in visible, intimidating demonic aura that coiled around it like a black dragon. Each time the scimitar clashed with Girardin's sword, several strands of black, dragon-like aura flew out. These were pure black magic blade auras. Any ordinary cultivator who touched one would die instantly. Even the 3 demon generals revered this black magic blade aura. However, within Girardin's peerless sword Dao even the formidable black magic blade aura could do nothing. Sword light continuously emanated from his body, deflecting all 4 demons' attacks and dissipating them. The 4 demons could not break through his sword defenses, yet Girardin couldn't make a breakthrough in his offense either. At this moment, the Atli was visibly impressed. Girardin's strength had exceeded his expectations after their exchange. Who are you? Girardin did not directly answer the Atli's question. Instead, he remained indifferent and said, just a sword cultivator who wishes to slay evil. After saying this, Girardin fixed his gaze on the Atli and added, you call yourself Atli, but dare not take the title of Kelvin. Could it be because you know you're inferior to that Kelvin? This remark stung the Atli's nerves. The name of the Kelvin was known both within and beyond the seas, revered by all demons. After the Kelvin's imprisonment, various titles below Lord sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, but few dared to claim the title of Lord. It was as if it were a taboo for any demon who did not deserve the Lord title. Those who claimed it would face attacks from other demons. The Atli didn't want to attract such trouble, choosing to call himself an emperor instead of a lord to avoid becoming a target. But that didn't mean he considered himself inferior to the Kelvin. On the contrary, he believed his power already surpassed that of the Kelvin, possessing the strength to replace him. Upon hearing Girardin's words, he instantly erupted in fury, sending the black magic blade aura dancing wildly. His rage disrupted the coordination of the other three generals. The uncontrolled spread of black magic blade aura posed a danger to everyone, forcing the three generals to dodge. The initially seamless cooperation was now shattered, exactly what Girardin wanted to see. Any mistake at this level of combat could be capitalized upon. Seizing the opportunity, Girardin deflected the black magic blade aura with a sword stroke. One of the scattered auras veered towards Qilu. Qilu was taken aback and hastily dodged. The black magic blade aura passed just before his eyes, and his forward-sweeping hair vanished instantly as if evaporated. Due to Qilu's evasive action, a gap appeared in the encirclement of the four demons. Girardin wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. Without visible effort, a streak of sword light flashed in front of him and appeared behind Qilu in the next moment. Caught off guard and still retreating from dodging the black magic blade aura, Qilu couldn't evade the sudden attack from behind. Struck in the back, he spewed a mouthful of crimson blood and fell downward. And precisely where he fell was the very water pit Zachariah had disappeared into earlier. Blood once again stained the water pit red, and in an instant, strange ripples surged across its surface. Blood and water alike were drained away, along with Qilu's figure, disappearing into the pit. Chapter 176, Transformation and Rebirth. As Qian's figure vanished, the puddle of water regained its clarity. Girardo separated from the Atli's camp. At this moment, the Atli's side also ceased their attacks. All eyes were fixed on the water puddle below. The expressions on their faces varied greatly. Girardo was slightly stunned, pondering in his heart. Could that demon have disappeared in the same way? He thought about how he couldn't find Zachariah's whereabouts no matter what. 80% chance it was because he encountered a similar situation to this demon general, disappearing mysteriously into that puddle. The cause of this strange phenomenon wasn't hard to imagine. Is it because of blood? Girardo's thoughts raced and soon zeroed in on this crucial point. That demon had already been injured by his sword, and his sword intent could prevent the opponent from healing. Blood must have flowed profusely after falling into the puddle, matching the exact scenario of the demon general just now. Now the case is solved. At this moment, the Atli and the other two demon generals reacted even more excitedly than Girardo. It's definitely here. It must be here. The Atli, who was originally in an extreme state of anger, now had his rage completely replaced with a wild fervor. The other two demon generals weren't thinking about whether General Qian was safe. They only gathered around the Atli, congratulating him. Congratulations, Atli, your wish is finally going to be fulfilled. At this moment, Girardo also heard their words. Fulfill his wish. What are these demons plotting? Are they also planning to search for something that can suppress demon energy? That thing might be the key to suppressing all demons. If they find it first, they won't leave it. They absolutely cannot get what they want. If there truly existed something that could significantly curb demons, it absolutely couldn't fall into their hands. In the next instant, Girardo's figure descended directly. His sword pierced his palm, and as his body fell into the puddle, blood dripped down from his hand. Almost instantly, Girardo's figure also disappeared. Girardo made this decision after careful consideration. After all, two demons had already ventured into the unknown realm beneath the puddle. If he stayed here and tangled with the Atli and the other three demons, any prolonged delay might mean the demons found the object first. He had to seize every possible second. Only by securing the object himself would he feel secure. As Girardo vanished, the Atli and the other two demon generals swiftly followed suit. Three figures disappeared into the puddle one after another. Before the fork in the road, Zachariah sat cross-legged. Moments later, he opened his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had tried summoning his shadow clone just now. If the clone was here, at least he could send it in to explore. However, despite trying, he couldn't manage it. This place seemed isolated from the world. His divine sense heavily hindered. Not only could he not sense his clone, but he couldn't summon it either. And currently, he could only create two clones. One was left at the demon-locking pagoda, while the other he couldn't sense. No matter what additional maneuvers he attempted, they proved futile. Zachariah stood up, taking a deep breath. The lingering sword intent hadn't fully dissipated. The blood barely stopped flowing, but the wound wouldn't heal, causing continuous stinging pain. Due to excessive blood loss, his face was pale. In normal circumstances, with this amount of bleeding, anyone would have gone into shock. If it weren't for his robust blood chi, he likely wouldn't have the strength to stand now. In the next moment, Zachariah concealed his aura and chose the right path. Just as Zachariah entered the right path, Qian's figure fell into a similar space. Unlike Zachariah's experience, green luminescent particles floated in the air around him. Qian groaned, struggling to rise from the ground, revealing a deep, bone-exposing gash on his back, bleeding profusely. His injury, inflicted by Girardo's sword intent, showed no sign of healing. Such injuries, caused by sword intent, could not be treated with elixirs or medicinal herbs. Damn! Qian cursed inwardly at Gerardo before rubbing his hands together, creating a red flame that he threw over his shoulder. Instantly, he screamed in agony as the flame burned his wound, but it effectively coagulated the blood under the high temperature. With the bleeding stopped, he scanned his surroundings, suddenly feeling excitement. Is this the place the Atli has been longing for? Qian's eyes flickered. I'm separated from the Atli now. Does that mean I also have an opportunity? With this thought, he took a step forward. Soon, he encountered a fork in the road, like two threads of fate extending into the unknown. The same choice appeared before Gerardo, the Atli, and the other demons. Although the Atli had come down with two other demon generals, once they descended, they became dispersed. It seemed fate didn't want to give them any shortcuts. Zachariah walked down the passage, lifting his hand toward the air. Tiny red particles seemed aware, moving away as he approached. Zachariah vaguely understood. Though his form was concealed, he wasn't truly invisible. It just couldn't be seen with the naked eye. As he walked, he realized these particles never touched him, proving his movements were monitored. Before he could ponder further, the passage ended. Zachariah stepped onto a platform where his figure fully materialized, not by his own action but by a sudden force overwhelming him. Even my divine essence is almost immobile. This suppression? Zachariah felt his divine essence nearly stalled, far stronger than the fog outside. How can my minimal demon energy be suppressed so much? This isn't scientific. Simultaneously, he looked ahead. Between his platform and the opposite one lay a sea of molten lava. The intense heat assaulted his face painfully. Ordinarily, facing this lava, Zachariah wouldn't blink twice. Flying across would be simple. But now, his divine essence was compromised. Even basic flying was problematic. Am I supposed to wade through this sea of lava? Zachariah thought, feeling peculiar. He wasn't that foolish. Despite his paramount physique, the lava's immense heat could exceed even his limits, risking total failure. Estimating the distance between the platforms, he considered leaping across. Though his divine essence was suppressed, his physical prowess remained unmatched. This distance, perhaps 2 leaps. Zachariah estimated the distance based on his jumping ability. 1 leap wouldn't be enough to cross it. What about trying a special technique, a mid-air double jump? Anyway, the worst that could happen was failing and falling into the lava lake, which wouldn't be much worse than his current situation. Just as this thought flashed through Zachariah's mind, the molten lava began to bubble violently. A colossal figure with flaming wings rose from within it. It was a woman, her body like flowing fire, completely naked, with 2 dragon-like horns sprouting from her head. The flame lady emerged from the molten lava. Her eyes, like black pearls, were emotionless, yet she spread her arms toward Zachariah. Embrace me. When she spoke, Zachariah's mind buzzed with shock. What kind of demon is this? A demon living in the molten lava? Seeing Zachariah standing dumbfounded, she repeated herself, embrace me. Unable to contain himself, Zachariah blurted out, embrace your sister. Her expression clearly faltered. The open arms dropped back down. Then, her voice sounded slightly depressed. Sister, come out. Immediately afterward, another almost identical figure emerged from the molten lava, the supposed sister, also spreading her arms towards Zachariah. Embrace me. Zachariah was bewildered, thinking she was toying with him. This time, without waiting for Zachariah's reply, the sister lunged at him. Don't come over. Zachariah's face contorted as if he had eaten a fly. He wanted to retreat and think of another plan. But when he turned around, the exit that was behind him had vanished without notice. There was no turning back once he chose this path. Damn you. With no choice, Zachariah swung a punch at the flame lady. However, it passed straight through her head, while her whole body enveloped Zachariah. Boom. Zachariah found himself engulfed in an inferno. The terrifying flames bit into his flesh like venomous snakes, even scorching his soul. These weren't ordinary flames. They were eerie, demonic flames. At the crucial moment, the water secret store within Zachariah's 5-element secret storages became a firefighter for him. Without needing any direction from Zachariah, it formed a transparent, water-like film around his body to prevent his immediate death. Although the water film alleviated some pressure, it was still insufficient. Soon, under the intense heat and pressure of the flames, the water film shattered. Infinite flames surged through the cracks of the water film, pouring into Zachariah's body through his eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and even skin pores. Burning inside his body, they raged with the intensity to turn Zachariah into ashes. Zachariah's expression hardened. Since he couldn't resist, let them come. He activated the fire secret storage to aid his cultivation. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. This phrase echoed in his mind as he began meditating. When Zachariah truly started cultivating the fire secret storage, he was filled with sudden joy. This joy even made him forget the pain burning through his body and soul. He realized that cultivating the fire secret storage was progressing unexpectedly smoothly. Cultivating the 5-element secret storages had always been more challenging for him compared to the corporeal secret storages. He always felt something missing when cultivating them, slowing his progress. Now he understood what he lacked, the corresponding environment. For example, to cultivate the fire secret storage, he needed to be in a fiery environment to speed up the process. And not just any ordinary fire would do. These fires had to be strange flames derived from nature, like the demonic fire at this moment. Time seemed to lose its meaning. The flames covering Zachariah gradually weakened until they eventually extinguished, leaving his body charred black, looking like a burnt log. He sat motionless, his aura barely detectable, almost non-existent. The remaining sword intent on his wounds was also burned away by the demonic fire. Now, the existence of that sword intent mattered little because Zachariah's body had lost all signs of life, like a dried-up well. The flame lady hovering above the molten lava looked at Zachariah, surprised that his body hadn't turned to ashes. Still, death was inevitable. Lowering her head, She was about to retreat into the molten lava when a sudden cracking sound broke the silence. She raised her head sharply. Suddenly, cracks appeared on Zachariah's body, glowing red. Breathing heavily, Zachariah expelled ash-like embers from his mouth and nostrils. As his breath steadied, his heartbeat resounded like a drumbeat. In the next instant, the layer of blackened crust on his body shattered. Golden red flames erupted from within him, countless phoenix flames rising suddenly. Bathed in these flames of rebirth, Zachariah stepped out, his eyes gleaming with golden red light. His aura transformed from a tiny ember into a raging wildfire. All signs of wounds, remaining sword in tint, and burn marks vanished, as if he underwent a true transformation, emerging reborn. After stepping out of the flames, the golden red flames flowed over Zachariah's head, entering his forehead, forming a glowing mark before quietly fading away. Zachariah took a deep breath. The ordeal hadn't lasted long, but it felt like an entire cycle of life and death to him. He rejoiced at the decision he had made, using the demonic fire to cultivate the fire secret storage. Although his body was scorched into charcoal, his fire secret storage advanced significantly. He gained control over the demonic fire, which now served him instead of harming him, aiding his rebirth. Through this trial by fire, Zachariah's physical body transcended the sovereign body and achieved the rebirth saint body. Above the sovereign body lies the saint body, which has many forms, each unique. Zachariah's achievement of the saint body through this method was unprecedented. The rebirth saint body stands alone among all kinds of saint bodies. As long as his physical body remains intact, he can be reborn even if all signs of life are gone. It was the epitome of power. Excitement bubbled within Zachariah. Having withstood the thunder for so long without achieving a breakthrough in his sovereign body, he finally became a saint amidst the flames. Now, when the Josie hovering above the molten lava saw Zachariah standing alive before her, her pitch-black eyes seemed to quiver as if disbelieving what she was seeing. In the next moment, she emitted a sharp scream and instantly rushed toward Zachariah. Behind her, the flame wings waved, engulfing Zachariah in blazing light. With Zachariah's heightened sensitivity to fire now, he clearly realized the sister and the Isaiah sister were indeed different. Though they looked identical, their fiery essences were distinct. Without hesitation, Zachariah reached out to touch the flames. Since he had subjugated the younger one, how could he let the Isaiah one go? The moment Zachariah's fingertips touched the flames, the Josie felt an immense threat and repeatedly shook her head, trying to give up attacking Zachariah. However, it was too late. The stream of flame surrounding her rapidly dissipated, merging into Zachariah's fingertips. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. Zachariah's fingertip was like a black hole. She could only watch herself fall deeper and deeper into this abyss. In just a moment, even her body was pulled in, vanishing completely into Zachariah's fingertip. The reddish golden mark on Zachariah's brow lit up again, seeming a bit darker. But as Zachariah willed it, it quietly faded away. Finally, I've passed the worst phase. Zachariah looked down at the sea of fire beneath him. He sensed that there were no other demonic fires left. The sea of fire, with the disappearance of the two main demonic fires, had returned to silence. It was like a lake devoid of fish, stripped of vitality. Zachariah leaped forward, gracefully landing on another platform. This platform connected to two other corridors. Zachariah didn't know where these two paths would lead. But now, his mindset was entirely different. There must be an end somewhere. Without hesitation, Zachariah randomly chose one path and stepped inside. He hadn't walked far when the airborne particles floating in the air changed from those he initially saw. Before him, all kinds of colors appeared, vivid and mesmerizing, like entering a fairyland. Suddenly, petals of various colors flew towards him. Zachariah didn't dodge. The corridor wasn't wide enough, and the petals fell like rain. Even if he wanted to avoid them, there was nowhere to hide. As the petals touched him, Zachariah caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. In an instant, he identified the danger. They were toxic. These are poisons, Zachariah realized. Any one of these petals was likely enough to kill a deity transformation realm cultivator. Fortunately, this posed no threat to Zachariah, whose body could resist myriad poisons. Continuing onward, he reached another fork in the path. What place is this? Zachariah couldn't help but wonder. If not for the demonic aura and divine essence being suppressed within him, he would have doubted whether there was actually anything here capable of suppressing the demonic aura. If such a thing existed, why would it be hidden so deeply? Of the two trials Zachariah had faced just moments ago, any other deity transformation realm cultivator would likely not pass even the first one. Zachariah had merely been lucky, blessed with the 5-element secret storages. Otherwise, given his current physical state, his fate might not have been much better. Pausing for a moment to ponder, finding no answers, Zachariah picked another path and ventured forward. This time, the airborne particles were purple. At the end of the corridor, Zachariah encountered a lightning dragon in a deep valley. Of course, it wasn't a true dragon. Just like the demonic fires, it was merely lightning shaped into a form. Zachariah, having experienced 9 heaven Jivine thunder, faced the lightning dragon fearlessly, calmly walking through while lightning surged around him. Reaching another choice of paths, his body still crackled with residual lightning. As Zachariah prepared to choose again, suddenly, from one of the passages, a pair of pale hands shot out and grabbed his arm, pulling him in. Zachariah froze slightly. In the next moment, his brows furrowed sharply. Chapter 177, Gathering. A tremendous pulling force came from the pale hand. Caught off guard, even a physically adept practitioner with profound strength would be at a disadvantage. However, for Zachariah, this amount of force was not enough to budge him an inch. The thought of being pulled in was nothing short of a daydream. Zachariah grabbed the other person's hand with his own and then yanked hard. Accompanied by a chilling rip, he tore the other person's arms right off. Strangely, no piercing screams echoed through the corridor. Zachariah looked at the two lotus root-like arms he had torn off. There wasn't a single drop of blood at the broken ends. The texture of the arms was unnaturally hard, not like that of a normal human. Puppets? Zachariah squinted his eyes slightly. His gaze turned toward the other corridor, which remained eerily quiet. Zachariah figured out that there were no real life or death corridors. Both paths could potentially lead to perilous places. He concluded this after entering various corridors numerous times. It was impossible that every time he picked the dangerous path. Tossing aside the two arms, Zachariah walked straight into the corridor where the pale hand extended towards him. He wanted to see what kind of demons lurked inside. White particles filled the corridor, glowing faintly. Upon entering, Zachariah saw a figure standing before him without arms, its eyes hollow and expression dazed, its face ashen and bloodless. What are you? This was undoubtedly the guy whose arms Zachariah had just ripped off. Zachariah attempted to converse, but the figure ignored him, twisting its neck with a creaking sound. Suddenly it lunged forward, attempting to bite Zachariah. Seeing this, Zachariah abandoned any intention of further communication. He backhanded the figure's head away and followed up with a punch to its body. In an instant, the figure crumbled to pieces like machine parts. Zachariah continued walking, his footsteps echoing loudly within the corridor. When he emerged from the corridor, he saw countless figures on the platform turning their heads to look at him. Each figure was distinct, yet they all shared the same ghastly pale complexion, as if they were coated in white powder. Their gazes were just as lifeless as the one that attacked Zachariah earlier. As all these figures opened their mouths, the scene was truly terrifying and visually shocking. Next moment, they surged toward Zachariah like an army of zombies. Zachariah couldn't help but curse, then unleashed a barrage of punches. His punches and kicks swept the platform. Like straw houses against a gale, the figures instantly disintegrated into broken limbs. Faced with supreme power, these puppets' numbers meant nothing. After an unknown period, the remnants piled high like a small mountain under Zachariah's feet, making him appear like an unstoppable monster. Unfortunately, these guys don't seem to exist in the Monster Chronicles. After dealing with these puppets, Zachariah had some expectations. Yet, there was no reaction in the Monster Chronicles. This confirmed that these were indeed lifeless puppets. Looking ahead, Zachariah saw an abyss below the platform, enshrouded in black mist, bottomless. A figure suddenly flashed from the mist, but vanished before Zachariah's eyes. Puzzled, Zachariah felt a large black scythe appearing behind him, aiming at his neck. Without turning around, it was as if Zachariah had eyes at the back of his head. He reached back swiftly, grabbing the black scythe accurately. A blood mark appeared on his palm upon contact, but it healed quickly. A shockwave erupted from the scythe, separating Zachariah from it. Looking at the scythe's owner revealed a slightly hunched figure with a pale face, less so than previous puppets. Deep-set eyes with pupils resembling black holes, carrying no trace of life. Normally, Zachariah couldn't gauge its strength via aura alone. Yet Zachariah sensed something exceptional about it. You're somewhat different from them. From the strength of its attack, Zachariah could confirm that this puppet possessed far greater strength than others. Not knowing whether it understood human speech like other mindless puppets, Zachariah tested it out. But the figure didn't respond, maintaining an indifferent look. In the next moment, it disappeared again from Zachariah's sight. Even with his heightened senses, Zachariah couldn't track the figure. Clearly, this creature's speed was unparalleled. While ordinary cultivators would panic in such a situation, Zachariah remained calm. The more tense the moment, the more relaxed his muscles became. He even closed his eyes. When faced with such blinding speed, trusting your eyes might mislead you. Instinct wouldn't lie. Relying on his instincts, Zachariah caught the deadly black scythe again. This time, he didn't let go, unleashing an immense suction force from his other hand when the figure appeared. Suction palm. It immediately drew the figure closer. Then Zachariah delivered a powerful punch straight into its face. Reacting in time, the figure arched its head back dramatically, nullifying most of Zachariah's force. Then it leaped back rapidly, and the black scythe Zachariah held vanished, reappearing in the figure's hand. Indeed, you've got some skills. Admitting this reluctantly, Zachariah knew the puppet possessed impressive strength. Next, Zachariah took the offensive, instantly moving in front of it, stabbing with one finger, the void-piercing finger. The terrifying force at Zachariah's fingertip seemed to alarm the puppet, causing it to twist its body out of the way. However, Zachariah's fist already awaited its evasion, punching right into its chest, blasting a hole through it. Zachariah's other hand then seized the puppet's neck, breaking it with a snap. Head severed, the figure fell to the ground lifelessly. Its black scythe dissolved into ashes. These puppets lost all ability to move once decapitated. Watching the corpse beneath him, Zachariah remained silent. There was no need to explain anything to a puppet. The void-piercing finger earlier was merely a feint. With his divine essence suppressed, he could only bluff. Seeing this puppet exhibited more intelligence than the others, he chose to use a feint. Had it been the previous mindless puppets, he wouldn't have needed such effort. Just then, Zachariah's expression changed slightly. Chapter 178, Unveiling Secrets. At this moment, a new page flipped open in the Chronicles of Demons and Monsters. Bud, Demon General. Who is this guy? Zachariah hurriedly checked his background. Moments later, all of Bud's history flowed into Zachariah's mind, making him well acquainted with it. So, he's actually one of the Atli's top generals? Zachariah's expression was slightly startled. Through Bud's memories, Zachariah learned that not only was he inside, but so were others, including the Atli, 2 other demon generals, and even Sect Master Gerardin. What had happened to the others after they came down here, Zachariah did not know. He only knew that after descending, Bud's fate had been quite tragic. In the preceding challenges, he had faced many fierce attacks. Though he narrowly survived, by the time he arrived here, he was at the end of his strength. Fighting against those puppets, He eventually collapsed from sheer exhaustion and was thrown into an abyss for some form of transformation, becoming one of them. However, due to the hasty transformation, a bit of his soul remained. This was why Zachariah sensed something different about him. Perhaps because of this remnant, after Zachariah destroyed Bud, information about him appeared in the Chronicles of Demons and Monsters. Through Bud's memories, Zachariah also gained deeper insights about this place. The true reason behind the Atli gathering his forces around Xuanhuan Mountain was to find this very location. Zachariah's expression grew serious as he stood silently before crossing the black misty chasm and walking straight into another passageway. This passage no longer contained the faint glowing particles. Instead, it was shrouded in darkness, leading directly into the unknown depths. Zachariah began sprinting through it, once he realized that there were others inside, adding urgency to his journey. Despite being the first to descend, the fact that Bud had appeared ahead meant that their landing spots might be random. Furthermore, depending on which corridor they chose, they could potentially meet in the same place by coincidence, just as he had with Bud. In this situation, Zachariah's initial advantage vanished, sparking a hint of anxiety within him. After running for an unknown duration, Zachariah finally reached the end of the passageway. Here, there was no choice of paths, only a closed door blocked the way. Attempting to push it, Zachariah found it completely immovable despite his immense strength. This door's thickness was exaggerated to the extreme. Drawing a deep breath, Zachariah placed both hands on the door, muscles taut and power surging through his arms like a flood breaking free. Rumbling, the heavy door slowly creaked open under Zachariah's exertion. Slipping through the now open door, Zachariah entered as it sealed shut behind him. He took a long sigh, looking around. It seemed he had entered a vast underground palace. Flames flickered on the walls, casting the palace in daylight brightness. Although richly decorated, Zachariah paid no heed. His attention was drawn to a raised platform at the center of the palace, atop which sat a giant tripod cauldron with azure flames dancing within. Wisps of smoke rose from holes in the cauldron lid, forming cloud-like gatherings above. Looking up, Zachariah's pupils contracted sharply. Through the clouds, he saw glimpses of what seemed to be the Xuanhuan Mountain Valley, the demonic forbidden zone. It seems the thing I'm looking for is here. Zachariah felt a surge of joy. Just then, movement at the door caught his attention. Walking through was a figure, Brandon, the chief among the 3 demon generals. Previously unfamiliar to Zachariah, the memories of Bud brought this demon into focus. Brandon looked disheveled, with unkempt hair and visible wounds. So unlucky, just like me, Zachariah muttered softly. But Brandon was shocked to see someone already there. Seeing Zachariah's pale face, a disguise he still wore, Brandon immediately guessed his identity and asked, "You're the outsider, aren't you?" Zachariah nodded, then eyed him curiously. "How did you get in here?" Brandon echoed his confusion. "Wasn't there a mechanism outside? Did you use it too?" "Not really hidden, huh? Just there on the wall, right next to it?" "Yes, exactly. If you weren't so casual, you wouldn't have found it." Brandon's words left Zachariah speechless for a moment before he changed the subject, turning away. However, at that moment, a sharp gleam flashed in Brandon's eyes. Seeing Zachariah alone and seemingly fresh, he thought, with the Atli yet to arrive, I need to act quickly. His fists clenched, a killing intent surged in Brandon's eyes. I must eliminate him now. With a powerful will to endure pain, Brandon lunged toward Zachariah, hand turned